Chapter 1. The Misfortune of Emotional Intelligence. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the streets and alleys of the city in a warm orange hue. Long Hao stood amidst the bustling crowd, cradling a bouquet of resplendent roses in his hands. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. For this momentous proposal, he had prepared for a considerable time, hoping to present Ruo Yi with a romantic surprise and wishing fervently for her acceptance, so they could embark on a lifelong journey together. "Hello, Yi? Where are you?" "I've already arrived at the CAF." Long Hao endeavored to suppress his inner excitement as he spoke softly into the phone, his heartbeat echoing like a drum, and his palms slick with sweat. Beep, beep. The busy tone echoed in his ears, and Long Hao felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, an ominous premonition flooding over him. He dialed Ruo Yi's number once more. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." The cold, mechanical voice repeated monotonously, and with each iteration, Long Hao's heart sank further. How could this be? Is she still occupied? Long Hao thought anxiously, his unease coiling around his heart like a vine, nearly suffocating him. Ding dong. A text notification abruptly chimed, and Long Hao quickly opened his phone. It was a message from Ruo Yi. "Long Hao, I'm sorry, I've fallen for someone else. Let's break up." Those few short words pierced his heart like a sharp blade, leaving him feeling dizzy and blank. "No, it's impossible. This can't be," Long Hao murmured to himself, the flowers slipping from his grasp, their vibrant petals scattering like his shattered heart. How could this happen? How could this happen? Large raindrops began to fall, striking his face, yet he remained oblivious, standing frozen as the rain washed over him. Boom! A flash of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Long Hao felt darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. "Heavens, you must be mistaken. How could lightning strike me? I haven't made any reckless vows, and I've just broken up." This was Long Hao's final thought before succumbing to oblivion. As consciousness slowly returned like a tide, Long Hao felt a profound ache throughout his body, his eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. He struggled to open his eyes, the blinding white light causing him to instinctively squint. The scent of antiseptic filled his nostrils, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment. Was he in a hospital? This kid is quite lucky to survive being struck by lightning like this is truly a miracle. Indeed, they said he was pronounced dead upon arrival. The doctors declared there was no hope. Yet here he is. Faint voices reached his ears as Long Hao struggled to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. "Don't move around. Just lie still." A hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, and a doctor in a white coat approached him. "You're awake? How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Long Hao shook his head, the image of being struck by lightning flashing in his mind, along with the strange sounds he had heard before losing consciousness. Could it be that it was not merely a hallucination? System loading 50, 70, 100 binding successful. Host, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Were you not dazzled by my grand entrance?" A cheerful voice erupted in Long Hao's mind, brimming with an unmistakable sense of pride. Startled by the sudden voice, Long Hao opened his eyes wide, only to find himself lying in an unfamiliar room, surrounded by pure white walls, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Long Hao rubbed his still-dazed head, striving to recall the events leading up to his fainting. Dreaming? Impossible. This system is the unparalleled, invincible super system of the universe. How could it possibly exist in your dreams? The voice rang out again, dripping with disdain. Long Hao was both amused and bewildered by this narcissistic tone. "Who are you? What is this system? Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that from this moment onward, I am your system. I will aid you in ascending to the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy beauty, and becoming the most powerful man in this world." The voice grew increasingly animated, as if it could already foresee Long Hao's glorious future. Long Hao was utterly confused. "Wait, what system? What pinnacle of life? Can you be a little clearer?" "Oh dear, explaining to a novice like you is quite the hassle." The voice seemed to grow impatient. "In short, you need only understand that by binding with me, you will gain superpowers and become an object of admiration for countless individuals." Superpowers? Admiration? Long Hao stared incredulously at the ceiling, even questioning if the lightning had somehow damaged his mind. What era are we in that such juvenile tropes are still in play? What do you know this system is from? The voice abruptly halted, as if someone had choked it. After a lengthy pause, it resumed, tinged with a hint of urgency. In any case, this system is incredibly formidable. Just obey my guidance, and you shall live a life of luxury and have beautiful women surrounding you. Beautiful women? Long Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes, recalling the breakup text from Rui that had surfaced in his mind, a pang of sorrow echoing in his heart. Right now, I have no interest in women, I just want to be alone. Alone? How could that be? The system's voice suddenly rose in pitch, resembling a salesman peddling shoddy merchandise. Consider this. You are currently broke without a home or a car, and your girlfriend has dumped you, truly a complete loser. But once you bind with me, all of this will change. You will possess boundless wealth, supreme power, and what can you help me with? Long Hao asked weakly, the resolute message from Rui weighing heavily on his heart like a massive stone. Leaving him breathless, the system's voice grew cheerful, akin to a cunning merchant eagerly awaiting a customer, hastily promoting its wares. This system is a versatile tool to facilitate your growth. By completing the tasks assigned by the system, you can earn star coins, which can be exchanged for anything you desire. Moreover, fulfilling these tasks offers the chance for substantial rewards. Long Hao let out a wry smile. Exchange for anything? At this moment, he yearned only to win back Ruoyi's heart. But could this wretched system accomplish such a feat? Do not despair. Dear host, what is love but a fleeting illusion? Once you become the wealthiest individual in the universe, what kind of woman could you not desire? The system's voice brimmed with temptation. At that point, you shall stand atop the world, effortlessly beckoning countless beauties to your side. Long Hao felt no interest in the bright future the system painted. He simply wished for a moment of solitude. Chapter 2. The search for spirit herb. Enough. Just let me be alone for a while. Long Hao weakly waved his hand, yearning to bury himself under the covers and properly process the anguish of his heartbreak. Don't be like that, host. Don't you wish to know what your first task is? The system's voice brimmed with reluctance. The first task comes with a beginner's gift pack. You know, miss this opportunity, and it may never come again. Long Hao lowered his head, rubbing his face as if trying to knead away his troubles. He then exhaled deeply and said, all right, for now, I'll trust you. After all, I have nothing left, so I might as well take a gamble. He paused, as if finally resolute, his tone shifting to one of determination. Speak. How do I commence this first task? What do you require of me? Beep. Beginner task initiated. Locate a spirit herb. The system's cold electronic voice reverberated in Long Hao's mind, pulling him from the mire of his sorrow. Spirit herb? What on earth is that? Long Hao massaged his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Why was this system so unpredictable? With heavy footsteps, he exited the hospital, wandering aimlessly along the street. The flower beds by the roadside were overrun with weeds, yet none matched the system's description of the spirit herb as he scanned them one by one. Was he expected to trek into the deep woods to search for it? Long Hao felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Could this ridiculous system be playing tricks on him? At that moment, an elderly vendor caught his attention. Before the old man lay several uniquely shaped plants, their leaves adorned with silver patterns that shimmered in the sunlight, clearly not ordinary specimens. Sir, what kind of herb is this? Quite peculiar, Long Hao inquired nonchalantly. You have a keen eye, young man. This is the spirit herb, a rare find indeed. It is said to possess life-restoring properties. The old man rambled on, as if the spirit herb were a priceless treasure. Long Hao's heart stirred. The name was exactly what the system had mentioned. Could this be the very thing he was searching for? He feigned hesitation and asked, how much for one? Not much at all, just 5,000. The old man extended a hand, grinning widely. 5,000? Why don't you just rob me instead? Long Hao exclaimed dramatically. This common roadside plant is worth $5 a pound, and I still find it too steep. The old man was taken aback by Long Hao's reaction. The young man appeared quite refined, yet he was haggling fiercely. You can't say that, young man. This is the spirit herb, a rare sight indeed. Look at the leaves. The patterns, it's clearly extraordinary. The old man pointed excitedly at the plants, his embellishments flowing freely. Come on, old man, if your spirit herb is truly so miraculous, why don't you keep it for yourself to restore life? Long Hao smirked, an expression of knowing amusement on his face. The old man was momentarily stumped by Long Hao's words, struggling to respond. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. All right, seeing that you appreciate fine goods, let us make it a flat rate. 500. That's the lowest I can go. 50. Long Hao bargained without a hint of hesitation. Deal. The elderly man, fearing that Long Hao might retract his offer, promptly acquiesced. After all, he had surreptitiously dug the grass from the park. Earning $5 was still a profit for him. Long Hao was momentarily taken aback. Had he perhaps overestimated his bid of $50? Observing the old man's jubilant demeanor as he pocketed the money, one would think he had stumbled upon $500. Indeed, in this day and age, one must be wary of cunning merchants. System. Is this truly the spirit map grass you require? Long Hao mused to himself about his youthful naivety while communicating with the system. Ding. After verification, this item is indeed the spirit map grass needed by the host. The system's cold, electronic voice rang out, devoid of any emotion, almost mocking Long Hao for his careless expenditure. Long Hao produced $50 and handed it to the old man, taking the spirit map grass in return before turning to leave. Hey, young man, won't you consider selecting a few more? This spirit map grasses. The old man attempted to entice him further, but Long Hao had already distanced himself. Upon returning to the hospital ward, the spirit map grass transformed into a beam of white light, which was absorbed into the system's space. Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice task and received a novice gift pack. The system's voice, usually so impassive, now bore a hint of excitement. Long Hao felt a sudden brightness before his eyes. Looking at his hands, he realized they were unscathed and imbued with strength. System. I feel invigorated. Is this the reward you mentioned? Long Hao clenched his fist, bubbling with enthusiasm. Indeed, host. Your physical capabilities have surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, you can earn star coins by completing tasks, which can be exchanged for more formidable abilities and items. The system elucidated. Star coins? What are those? What can I purchase with them? Long Hao's interest was piqued. Star coins are the universal currency within the system. You may use them to acquire various items in the system's marketplace, including but not limited to weapons, skills, and elixirs, the system patiently explained. In simple terms, possessing star coins allows you to navigate this world with confidence. Long Hao's eyes sparkled with ambition as he envisioned himself as the wealthiest individual, standing at the pinnacle of success. He tightened his fist, filled with anticipation. Excellent. I shall earn more star coins. I will ascend to greatness. By the way, host, it seems you have neglected to name the system, it remarked. Let us call it Air Guzzi. Long Hao blurted out without a moment's thought. Recording system name. Air Guzzi. Air Guzzi. The system's electronic voice exhibited rare fluctuations, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Host, are you certain? This name is profoundly incompatible with the system's formidable capabilities and sophisticated intelligence. Suppressing his laughter, Long Hao feigned deep contemplation and said, Then how about? Shall we? How does that sound? It seems quite formidable and befitting of your stature. Shall we? Can you become even more impressive? Long Hao mused, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Absolutely. We hail from the depths of the universe, having undergone countless years of evolution. We are now an extraordinarily powerful entity. The stronger you become, the more I will elevate alongside you. Before long, I shall be capable of performing even more astonishing feats, such as conjuring a variety of treasures directly for you. Rather than merely providing blueprints, the manipulation of the forces of nature shall also be within the realm of possibility. Xiaoyi's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic quality, each word imbued with confidence and pride. Long Hao felt a surge of curiosity and pressed further. What must be done to enhance your abilities? It is quite simple. As long as you possess sufficient star coins and your capabilities are formidable enough, I shall naturally unlock higher-tier permissions. By completing more tasks and earning additional star coins, you will augment your strength, and I too shall ascend to a higher level, Xiaoyi replied, his tone laced with encouragement. Chapter 3. Rescuing at the hospital entrance. Upon hearing this, Long Hao clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He was determined to become stronger, to prove his capabilities, and to uncover the so-called advanced permissions of the system. By the way, host, now that your body has been enhanced, would you like to try some training? You might be pleasantly surprised, suggested Xiaoyi. Long Hao's lips curled into a confident smile as he responded, Training? Isn't it merely about lightning speed and a body of steel? I can certainly add more flair. Just wait and see. I will grow even stronger. Let us embark on a journey to explore the wonders of this vast world. The next task will be issued at an appropriate time, the system stated. Good luck, host. Damn this hospital. The medical expenses are outrageous. Long Hao gritted his teeth as he completed the discharge procedures, his heart heavy with the financial burden. As he stretched his limbs, he felt significantly lighter. Although the lightning strike had nearly cost him his life, it had fortuitously enhanced his physical prowess. He clenched his fist, sensing the power within him, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, his stomach growled, reminding him it was time to address his hunger. The entrance of the hospital was bustling with traffic, the street illuminated by the dim glow of streetlights casting flickering shadows. Long Hao stood at the threshold, inhaling deeply. The scent of antiseptic made him somewhat uneasy. Just as he prepared to step away, a piercing screech of brakes shattered the evening's tranquility, and a black sedan surged towards the street corner like a rampaging beast of steel. Long Hao's heart raced as he swiftly spotted a frail elderly woman, teetering as she attempted to cross the crosswalk not far from the hospital's entrance. Her figure appeared diminutive amidst the torrent of vehicles, while the out-of-control sedan barreled toward her. The threat imminent. Long Hao's pupils dilated, his heart skipping a beat. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively lunged forward, his arm extending with lightning speed, gripping the elderly woman with the strength of a vice. He then yanked her away from the perilous road and dashed onto the sidewalk. My heavens, that was too close. The surrounding pedestrians gasped in astonishment, stunned by the rapid turn of events. Mom, are you all right? A middle-aged man rushed over, trembling as he took the elderly woman from Long Hao's grasp. The elderly lady, still in shock, muttered Amitba, may the Bodhisattva bless us. The man beside her, clad in a suit, struggled to mask his anxiety as he grasped Long Hao's hand, stammering, Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother. I truly. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself, stating earnestly, I am Du Hao from Longhua Group, and this is my mother. I will never forget this act of kindness, young brother. Long Hao smiled faintly, retracting his hand, his tone serene. It was merely a small effort, no need for formalities. He was not one to seek rewards, for standing against injustice was simply his principle in life. Regardless, I, Du Hao, shall forever cherish this kindness. Should the young hero require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Du Hao, shall never decline. Du Hao proclaimed earnestly, handing over a gilded business card. This is my card. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out at any time. Long Hao accepted the card, initially indifferent, but his heart stirred upon noticing the words President of Longhua Group emblazoned upon it. He suddenly recalled that Longhua Group is a renowned leading enterprise within the city. This company originated 2 decades ago from the Longhua Generation Beverage Factory and, through numerous restructurings and asset separations, has evolved into a diversified conglomerate encompassing real estate, eyewear, integrated circuits, and beverages, among other industries. Its operations span various sectors, from real estate to manufacturing, showcasing formidable economic strength and truly representing a modern industrial cluster. A subtle smile graced Long Hao's lips, revealing a sense of ease. He did not take Du Hao's promise to heart. After all, with the system at his disposal, he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of success, rendering the mere Longhua Group a trivial matter of time. By the way, Mr. Long, if you do not mind, please accept this card, which allows for complimentary consumption at all our group's establishments, Du Hao stated, presenting an exquisite golden card with both hands. Long Hao casually accepted the card, casting a cursory glance at it, noting the Longhua Group emblem along with a series of inscrutable numbers. A flicker of intrigue sparked within him. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Du, Long Hao replied, tucking the card away with an even tone, betraying no hint of emotion. After bidding farewell to Du Hao, he turned to leave, already contemplating his next steps. With Du Hao now behind him, Long Hao resolved to visit one of the hotels under Longhua Group for some relaxation and to thoughtfully plan his future. After all, this serendipitous encounter might become a pivotal moment in his life's journey. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his ear. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the hidden task. You have earned 100 merit points. Long Hao raised an eyebrow, a note of jest in his tone. Oh, completed so swiftly? It appears this hidden task was rather unremarkable. The system's voice remained calm and composed. The host is being overly modest, although this task may seem simple for a host encountering the system for the first time. It has been accomplished with distinction. As a reward, the system shall present you with a favorability doubling card. We hope the host will continue to excel. Intrigued, Long Hao inquired. A favorability doubling card? That name piques my interest. Do elaborate on its purpose. The system patiently explained. This card is designed to enhance the favorability of the host during interactions with the opposite sex. Please ensure its proper use. Enhancing favorability with the opposite sex? Long Hao could not suppress a chuckle. This system seems to understand me quite well. However, are there any restrictions on this card? The system elaborated. Favorability doubling card is a consumable card. Once activated, it takes effect immediately and lasts for 1 hour. It is important to note that this card is solely intended for the establishment of emotional connections in the near future, having no bearing on preordained fates. In other words, does this card allow me to more easily attract the attention of the opposite sex within an hour? Long Hao pondered, stroking his chin as thoughts began to formulate. The system added, this can be understood in such a manner. The card's purpose is to facilitate the host's ability to engage in conversation with their desired romantic interest. However, the ultimate development of a relationship will still depend on the host's own efforts. Chapter 4. Leng Yun Huan Yuan 5-star Hotel. Long Hao smiled with confidence. You need not worry about that. I have quite a bit of faith in myself. He paused for a moment before inquiring, by the way. What do you mean by merit rewards? The system responded. Every time the host completes a task, they will receive corresponding merit rewards. These merits can be exchanged for various items from the heavenly realm, including but not limited to magical treasures, elixirs, skill books, and so forth. Long Hao's eye sparkled. So, you're saying that as long as I complete more tasks, I can exchange them for all sorts of marvelous treasures? The system affirmed, in theory, that is correct. Suddenly filled with motivation, Long Hao clenched his fists and declared with fervor, all right. In that case, let me see what challenges this system has in store for me. He envisioned a future where he was surrounded by admirers, ascending to the pinnacle of life. With the red thread of fate guided by Yulao, and Cupid's arrow striking true, what could be more romantic than this? System, how might I approach the object of my affection? Long Hao stroked his chin, feigning profundity as if this question had long troubled him. The system's voice remained unperturbed. The host can formulate a plan based on their own circumstances and the preferences of the target. The system will do its utmost to assist. My own circumstances? The target? Long Hao shook his head in feigned despair. I lack experience in this area. Do you have any good suggestions? The system fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly retrieving information, before slowly stating, according to system analysis, the host currently lacks experience in interacting with the opposite sex. It is advisable to start with simple interactions, such as complimenting their attire, inquiring about their interests, or inviting them to dinner, among other things. Is it really that simple? Long Hao raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with the system's advice. It may seem simple, but it requires the host's sincere engagement and heartfelt intention, the system added. Relationships need to be nurtured gradually. Haste is to be avoided. All right, I will give it a try, Long Hao shrugged, adopting an expression that conveyed I'll do my best, holding the card in his hand. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the magnificent Leng Yun Huan Yuan 5-star hotel across the street. How about I try my luck at the hotel? He mused aloud. System, do you think I could find a suitable girl in a place like a hotel? The system replied calmly, according to data analysis. High-end hotels experience significant personnel turnover and attract numerous elite individuals from society, thus increasing the probability of encountering potential targets that meet the host's criteria. That sounds quite promising. Long Hao nodded in satisfaction. Then it settled. My target is the Leng Yun Huan Yuan Hotel. He glanced at his phone. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Isn't it a bit too early to go to the hotel? The system suggested. The host may first visit the hotel SCF or bar, choosing an opportune moment to utilize the card. Good idea. Long Hao snapped his fingers and stepped forward towards the crosswalk. As he approached the entrance of the hotel, a young female attendant clad in a uniform greeted him with a warm smile. Good day. Welcome to Leng Yun Huanyo. How may I assist you, sir? With a display of her perfectly aligned teeth, she inquired politely. I would like to book a room, Long Hao replied, retrieving his identification card from his pocket and handing it over, despite having made an effort to present himself well before leaving home. Long Hao was acutely aware that his attire appeared somewhat out of place compared to the opulence of the 5-star hotel before him. Nevertheless, this was the only decent hotel in the vicinity, and with his VIP card from Longhua Group, he was confident he would not be turned away. The attendant accepted the ID with both hands, her slender fingers deftly tapping on the keyboard. Her professional smile remained unwavering. Though her lively eyes swiftly assessed Long Hao from head to toe, her tone still sweet. Sir, the rate for a single room is 1,888 per night. How many nights will you be staying? 1888. Long Hao thought to himself, taken aback by the steep price. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he realized he had come this far. He could not leave empty-handed. Moreover, he had brought a secret weapon with him. And perhaps tonight would be the night he won the heart of a beautiful lady. This room fee was but a trifle. Let us book it for one night. Long Hao declared, feigning nonchalance as he produced a black VIP card from Manhwa Group from his wallet. The attendant accepted the card. A fleeting look of surprise crossing her face. Manhwa Group was a renowned local enterprise, and to possess such a card implied substantial wealth. Although this man appeared ordinary, he was likely a discreet individual of considerable means. Please hold on, sir. The attendant's demeanor grew even more respectful as she took the card to a nearby computer for registration. After completing the check-in process, Long Hao followed the attendant to the elevator. Sir, your room is on the 18th floor, room 1808. Wishing you a pleasant stay, she said, handing him the room key with a slight bow. Thank you, Long Hao replied, accepting the key while watching the attendant's retreating figure. He stroked his chin and mused. The quality of service here is exceptional. Every attendant is quite striking. At that moment, the system reminded him, Host, please note that the task target is not the hotel attendants. Do not waste time. I know. I'm just taking a look, Long Hao responded impatiently, waving his hand as he stepped into the elevator. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Long Hao located his room, swiped the card, and entered. The room was spacious and luxuriously decorated, with a grand floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the vibrant city skyline. He casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa and approached the window, gazing at the dazzling city lights, a surge of ambition swelling within him. System, do you think I will succeed tonight? He queried into the air, his voice tinged with anticipation and excitement. Based on system analysis, using the card will significantly increase the likelihood of the host encountering the target individual, but the final outcome hinges on the host's personal charisma and communication skills. The system responded coolly. Charisma? Communication skills? Long Hao gazed at his reflection in the mirror, contemplating, Long Hao, am undeniably a man of remarkable appearance and charm. Am I truly to fear the absence of a romantic partner? As he narcissistically adjusted his hair, he retrieved a card from his pocket. The card, crafted from a metallic material, felt cool to the touch, adorned with intricate engravings, at the center of which lay a resplendent red heart motif, exuding an air of exquisite elegance. Chapter 5. The Summoning of the Affection Card System. How is this card to be used? Long Hao pondered over the card, yet found no instructions for its utilization. The host merely needs to place the card in the palm and silently envision the type of individual desired to activate the card. The system elucidated. Is it truly that simple? Long Hao asked, incredulous. Nevertheless, he complied with the system's directive, laying the card flat in his palm, closing his eyes, and beginning to conjure the image of his ideal partner in his mind. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, gentle, considerate, with a good temperament, preferably someone who can cook, do laundry, and honor her parents. Please take heed, host. The more detailed the description of the intended individual, the more challenging the matching process will be. It is advisable to simplify the description. The system's voice interrupted Long Hao's daydream. All right. Long Hao reluctantly opened his eyes. Then I shall keep it simple. I just want a beautiful and gentle girlfriend. He closed his eyes once more, casting aside all distractions, with only one thought remaining. Find a girlfriend. Find a girlfriend. Suddenly, the red heart design on the card radiated with an intense glow, the blinding red light swiftly filling the entire room. Simultaneously, in a luxurious suite on the top floor of a hotel, a woman clad in a black lace nightgown shuddered, as if sensing something, abruptly sitting up in bed. Her gaze dazed, murmuring, "Who is summoning me?" The crimson light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Long Hao blinked, realizing that nothing in the room had changed, though the air seemed to linger with an unusual fragrance. Is that all? Long Hao slapped his face. System, are you certain the card has taken effect? I feel as though nothing has transpired. The card has been activated. Please be patient, host. The target individual is approaching. The system's voice remained unperturbed. Skeptical, Long Hao walked to the sofa, sat down, and began scrolling through short videos on his phone. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly flung open from the outside, and a woman in a black lace nightgown stumbled in. Where is he? The woman's gaze was unfocused, her demeanor frantic, as she repeatedly mumbled, seemingly searching for someone. Startled by this unexpected situation, Long Hao nearly dropped his phone. He stared at the disheveled, alluring woman before him, his eyes widening, his heart racing. Why you? Who are you? How did you get in? Long Hao stammered, furtively assessing the woman's figure. The woman appeared not to hear him, striding directly towards him, seizing his arm with an astonishing grip. I found you. She lifted her gaze, her large, watery eyes fixated on Long Hao, her red lips parting. My master. Long Hao was momentarily baffled by her unexpected designation. Before he could respond, the woman leaned in, her fiery red lips crashing against his own. Long Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind a blank slate. He felt a soft, slippery sensation spreading between his lips and teeth, accompanied by a faint fragrance that rendered him electrified, his entire being tingling with sensation. The woman's kiss was intensely aggressive, as if she intended to consume Long Hao entirely. Her hands roamed restlessly over his body, unbuttoning his shirt and caressing his firm chest. Long Hao sensed his rationality gradually slipping away, the primal instincts within him growing increasingly potent. He yearned to push the woman away, yet he could not bear to part with the intoxicating, soul-stirring pleasure. System. What is happening? Long Hao frantically called out to the system in his mind, desperate to comprehend the situation. Card effect anomaly detected. Target exhibits cognitive bias. Please proceed with caution, host. The system's voice remained chillingly calm. System. Aren't we still strangers? Must I disclose everything at this juncture? Long Hao exclaimed, attempting to convey a plea for help through his gaze, though the system, lacking a physical form, remained oblivious to his predicament. The system's voice continued unperturbed. Excellent. A true ironclad man. Long Hao was on the verge of losing his mind. How could the system find time for banter in such a moment? Despair enveloped him as he closed his eyes, feeling the astonishing warmth emanating from the woman and the softness of her touch, thinking to himself that he was truly finished. At that moment, the woman suddenly let out a soft moan, her body shuddering slightly, and a flicker of clarity crossed her previously dazed eyes. It seemed she realized something. Abruptly pushing Long Hao away, glancing down at her nightgown, then back at him, a trace of confusion adorning her features. Where am I? She asked softly, her voice somewhat husky yet unexpectedly melodious. Long Hao, taken aback by her sudden transformation, straightened himself, adjusted his disheveled shirt, and cleared his throat, responding, You are in my room. My room? The woman furrowed her brow, seemingly striving to recall something. How did I end up here? I remember. Before she could finish, her expression shifted dramatically, and she clutched her head, groaning in pain. What's wrong? Long Hao inquired hastily, inwardly relieved that she appeared to be regaining her senses. My head. It hurts so much, she said painfully, her body swaying unsteadily. Seeing this, Long Hao quickly rose to support her, gently placing her on the sofa. Are you all right? Do you need me to call a doctor? Long Hao asked with concern. The woman shook her head, her eyes closed, seemingly striving to endure the pain. After a considerable time, she opened her eyes, looking at Long Hao with a gaze full of confusion. Who are you? How did I end up here? She inquired again, her voice significantly weaker. My name is Long Hao, he replied patiently. As for how you came to be here, to be honest, I am not entirely sure either. You suddenly entered my room and then... Long Hao halted abruptly, uncertain how to articulate the events that had just transpired. Should I tell her that she was summoned here by her own cards? I suppose she wouldn't believe it even if I did. The woman seemed to have guessed something, her face slightly flushed, and she refrained from further questioning. She struggled to sit up, but, feeling dizzy, nearly toppled over again. Please be careful, Long Hao urged, quickly supporting her and allowing her to lean against him. The woman lifted her gaze to meet Long Hao's, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. She sensed the masculine aura emanating from him, along with his warm body temperature, which inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort. Thank you, she whispered softly, her voice barely above a murmur. Chapter 6. Unraveling the secret of Leng Yun. Long Hao gazed at the woman in his embrace, a peculiar sensation welling up within him. He noted that although she was dressed provocatively, her eyes were remarkably clear, devoid of the vulgar charm often associated with women of the night. Moreover, she emanated a unique aura that irresistibly drew him closer. What is your name? Long Hao inquired. The woman gently bit her lower lip, seemingly hesitating. He could feel the warmth of her breath lightly brushing against his chest, sending a shiver of electricity coursing through him. This woman, with her pure and innocent visage, possessed an uncanny ability to captivate. After a moment, she finally spoke. I am Leng Yun, a live streamer. A live streamer? Long Hao was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her voluptuous figure and exquisite features indeed bore the mark of an internet sensation. Yes, The kind that performs singing and dancing live. Leng Yun nodded, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. Who would have thought you could sing and dance? Long Hao chuckled, his tone laced with playful teasing. She shot him a glance, slightly annoyed. What? Do you look down on us streamers? Not at all. I wouldn't dare. Long Hao waved his hands in a gesture of denial, secretly amused by her spirited nature. A live streamer? He raised an eyebrow, taking note of her luxurious nightwear that spoke of affluence, exuding an air of I am quite wealthy, which contradicted the notion of a struggling internet personality. Leng Yun lifted her gaze, her large, doe-like eyes fixed on Long Hao, filled with a mixture of apology and plea. Long Hao, could you please refrain from sharing this with anyone? Rest assured, I will not disclose this to anyone, Long Hao assured her with unwavering conviction. Although he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding her, it was evident that she wished to keep her identity concealed. Upon hearing Long Hao's promise, Leng Yun visibly relaxed, a grateful smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Long Hao. You are truly a good person. A good person? Long Hao found himself bemused by her unexpected compliment. Letting out a self-deprecating chuckle, I am hardly a good person. You witnessed what just transpired. I understand. It was unintentional, Leng Yun quickly replied, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. I won't hold it against you. Long Hao, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt a stirring within him. He could not resist the urge to gently tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, whispering softly, You truly do not blame me? Her body stiffened momentarily, yet she did not shy away, merely bowing her head, allowing his gesture, her voice barely a whisper. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, a voice echoed in Long Hao's mind. Host, please note, the target's affection level has risen to 60, triggering a hidden mission. Unravel the secret of Leng Yun. Mission reward, a mysterious gift package. A stirring sensation welled up within Long Hao. It appeared that Leng Yun was not as simple as she seemed. He discreetly withdrew his hand and feigned nonchalance as he inquired, Leng Yun, what prompted your sudden visit to me? Upon hearing this question, Leng Yun's gaze flickered noticeably. She averted Long Hao's eyes and replied ambiguously, My home is located on the outskirts of the city. I was live streaming from a hotel today, and I'm not quite sure how it happened and then. Her explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, and Long Hao was well aware of it. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her, instead offering a gentle smile as he remarked, Oh, is that so? I had thought you were a celestial being who had descended from the heavens. A celestial being? Leng Yun chuckled at Long Hao's words, casting him a playful glance. What kind of celestial being would be as disheveled as I am? Who says so? Long Hao replied earnestly, In my eyes, you are indeed a celestial being. The most exquisite one at that. Leng Yun felt her cheeks flush from Long Hao's unexpected flattery, her heart racing uncontrollably. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed the sincerity in his expression, igniting an unfamiliar emotion within her. In truth, Leng Yun had not fully disclosed the truth to Long Hao. Her residence was indeed on the outskirts, but it was no ordinary neighborhood. It was a luxurious estate sprawling across hundreds of acres. Moreover, she was not merely an ordinary online streamer, but the heiress of the Leng Group. The Leng Group stands as a premier family enterprise within the nation. Its ventures spanning real estate, jewelry, finance, and more, boasting dozens of publicly listed companies and assets exceeding hundreds of billions. As the sole heir, Leng Yun had been accustomed to a life of opulence and adoration since childhood. However, she harbored a disdain for such a constrained existence. She longed for freedom, yearning to forge her own path in life. Thus, she secretly embarked on a career as an online streamer, amassing millions of followers within a mere year and becoming one of the platform's most popular hosts. Observing the flicker in Leng Yun's eyes, Long Hao had already surmised a portion of her secrets. A playful smile crept onto his lips, hinting at the multitude of mysteries waiting to be unraveled about this intriguing woman. The atmosphere in the room gradually settled, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of night insects outside, a reminder of time's passage. Leng Yun discreetly scrutinized Long Hao in the dim light. His chiseled features appeared even more handsome, particularly his deep-set eyes, which seemed to harbor the cosmos, compelling her to lose herself in them. Long Hao. Leng Yun's voice was scarcely a whisper, laced with a barely detectable tremor. Long Hao turned to her, his eyes inquiring, What is it? I have a social event to attend tomorrow. Leng Yun took a deep breath as if steeling herself, but I lack a male companion. Would you be available to accompany me? As soon as the words left her lips, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her throat. She nervously twisted her fingers, unable to meet Long Hao's gaze. Long Hao paused momentarily, then a playful smile graced his lips. He understood that Cold Yun's proactive request signified a significant advancement in their relationship. Moreover, the hidden task issued by the system necessitated his closer proximity to Cold Yun for its completion. Of course, Long Hao's voice was deep and resonant. Akin to a whisper in Cold Yun's ear, "It is my honor." Upon hearing Long Hao's affirmative response, Cold Yun's anxious heart finally found solace. She lifted her gaze, bestowing upon Long Hao a grateful smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in winter, which instantly dispelled the shadows lingering in Long Hao's heart. Chapter 7. Attending the business banquet. Thank you, Long Hao. Fool, why be so polite with me? Long Hao affectionately ruffled Leng Yun's hair. His tone as gentle as a soothing stream. Leng Yun's cheeks flushed deeper, and she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Long Hao's eyes. Fearing he might discern the fluttering of her heart. It's getting late. You should rest early. Long Hao observed the time and spoke softly. Yes. You should also get some rest, Leng Yun nodded, watching Long Hao exit the room. Once his figure vanished beyond the doorway, Leng Yun exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained as she leaned weakly against the sofa. She covered her burning cheeks, replaying the moments spent with Long Hao in her mind. A sweet smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Leng Yun, what are you daydreaming about? She chided herself, giving her cheeks a gentle slap in an attempt to regain composure. Yet, the thought of attending the banquet with Long Hao the next day sent waves of excitement and nervousness coursing through her. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Long Hao did not rest immediately. Instead, he activated the system panel to delve into the details of the hidden task titled Uncovering Leng Yun's Secrets. Target, Leng Yun. Task objective, uncover Leng Yun's true identity and hidden secrets. Time limit, 1 month. Reward, a mysterious gift pack. Penalty for failure, permanent reduction of host charm by 50. Permanent reduction of charm by 50? Long Hao gasped, the severity of the penalty striking him. Initially, he had considered this hidden task a mere diversion, but now it demanded his earnest attention. After all, charm was crucial for him, a streamer who relied on his looks. It appears that to accomplish this task, I must leverage the banquet with Leng Yun tomorrow, Long Hao mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The following day, Long Hao arrived early at Leng Yun's residence, prepared to escort her to the banquet. When he beheld her in a stunning black evening gown, adorned with exquisite makeup, a spark of awe flickered in his eyes. You look beautiful today, Long Hao sincerely exclaimed. Really? A shy blush adorned Leng Yun's face, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. How do I compare to those socialites? In my eyes, you surpass them all, Long Hao declared without hesitation, his gaze sincere and fervent. Leng Yun's heart raced, and she lowered her head, afraid to meet Long Hao's eyes, fearing he might perceive her inner turmoil. Let's go. It's time to set off. Long Hao extended his arm, inviting her to take hold. After a moment's hesitation, Leng Yun gently linked her arm with his, and together they exited the room. As they left the hotel and descended to the underground parking lot, Leng Yun confidently approached a parking space where a sleek black Porsche 911 sat, radiating an alluring sheen under the dim lights. Wow, Long Hao whistled. I never anticipated that you were a concealed affluent lady. Leng Yun cast him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with a barely perceptible pride. Cease your banter and get in the car. Long Hao opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. A subtle scent of perfume lingered in the air, akin to the fragrance that enveloped Leng Yun, a scent he had never encountered before, crisp yet sweet, reminiscent of a forest after rain, compelling one to inhale deeply. Buckle up, Leng Yun admonished, expertly starting the engine. At your service, my queen, Long Hao replied with a grin, fastening his seatbelt, though his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Leng Yun. She was adorned in a black evening gown that exquisitely accentuated her curvaceous figure, her alabaster skin seemingly radiating under the lights, rendering her irresistible to behold. Noticing Long Hao's gaze, Leng Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes. She deliberately decelerated, one hand resting on the steering wheel while the other casually tousled her hair, revealing her long, fair neck. Do you find it appealing? She inquired softly, her tone tinged with flirtation. Ahem, well? Long Hao was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question, clearing his throat awkwardly. The traffic is a bit complex. Please focus on driving safety first. At the JQ Hotel, one of the city's iconic structures, the venue was ablaze with lights. A convergence of luxury vehicles and elegantly dressed elites from various fields attending the soiree. As Long Hao and Leng Yun arrived at the hotel entrance, They encountered wave after wave of guests arriving for the event, observing the men and women clad in splendid attire and engaging in refined discourse. Long Hao felt a twinge of unease. Feeling nervous? Leng Yun seemed to perceive his discomfort, a teasing smile playing on her lips. A little, Long Hao admitted candidly. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, and such an environment felt exceedingly foreign to him. Don't worry, I'm here, she reassured, linking her arm with his as they entered the hotel. As they stepped into the opulent banquet hall, Long Hao felt akin to a stray dog lost amidst a garden of flowers, overwhelmed by the lavish surroundings. The air was thick with the scent of luxury, and the attendees engaged in conversations laden with business jargon, their faces adorned with insincere yet polite smiles. Relax, just treat it like home, Leng Yun murmured, seemingly deciphering his apprehension. Like home? That makes it even more nerve-wracking, Long Hao muttered under his breath with a grimace. He had never set foot in such an extravagant place, feeling perpetually out of place and fearing he might inadvertently damage some priceless artifact. Huh. Leng Yun chuckled at his discomfort, lightly patting his shoulder. Rest assured, the items here are not as exorbitant as you imagine. Long Hao wished to retort, to me. It is already quite expensive, but ultimately refrained. Welcome, Miss Leng Yun. A uniformed attendant approached her, respectfully presenting a glass of champagne. Thank you. Cold Yun took the wine glass and turned to Long Hao, saying, I will go over there to greet a few friends. Feel free to wander around and help yourself to whatever you wish to drink. All right, go ahead, Long Hao nodded. Watching as Cold Yun walked towards a nearby group of people, alone amidst the crowd, Long Hao felt a profound sense of disconnection. Surrounded by an atmosphere of extravagant attire and clinking glasses, each individual wore a mask of insincere smiles, exchanging hollow compliments that left him feeling ill at ease. He lifted a glass of champagne, yet had no intention of drinking it. Instead, he absent-mindedly scanned his surroundings. Oh, isn't that Long Hao? What brings you here drinking alone? A mocking voice came from behind him, laced with derision and disdain. Long Hao turned to see a young man clad in a pristine white suit, his hair slicked back with an excessive shine, standing before him with a playful smirk. Mei Qianling? Long Hao furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Chapter 8. The Betrayal of Ruai Mei Qianling, a former rival of Long Hao during their university days, wielded his family's wealth like a weapon, dominating the campus with an air of invincibility. He had once ardently pursued Ruai, even boasting of his intentions to make her his girlfriend. Alas, his affections were unreciprocated, as Ruai regarded him with disdain, her heart belonging instead to the seemingly ordinary Long Hao. This ignited a deep-seated animosity within Mei Qianling, who came to view Long Hao as a thorn in his side. What's the matter? After years apart, do you not recognize me? Mei Qianling sneered, surveying Long Hao with a condescending gaze. Or perhaps your current state is so dismal that you deem yourself unworthy of my acknowledgement. You. Long Hao struggled to suppress his fury, fixing a cold stare upon him. What, do you wish to resort to violence? Mei Qianling taunted, tilting his chin defiantly. Do consider the venue, lest you dirty this exquisite floor. At that moment, a voluptuous woman clad in a striking red, low-cut gown sauntered over, wrapping her arm affectionately around Mei Qianling. Long Hao's heart sank, gripped by an invisible force as he beheld her. The woman, adorned in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her devilish curves and radiant skin, was none other than his girlfriend of 5 years, Ruai, the once innocent girl who had promised to strive alongside him through thick and thin, now appeared transformed. Her face painted with heavy makeup and her demeanor exuding an air of worldly seduction, a stark contrast to the girl he remembered. Upon spotting Long Hao, Ruai's eyes flickered with surprise, only to be swiftly replaced by unabashed disdain and contempt. Tightening her grip on Mei Qianling's arm, she spoke with a chillingly frosty tone. Indeed, young Master Mei is my boyfriend now, and we are soon to be engaged. Long Hao felt as though a swarm of bees had taken residence in his mind, the weight of 5 years' worth of emotions crashing down upon him. Was their relationship truly so fragile in her eyes? The once unbreakable vows and cherished memories now felt like mere jest. How could you? Long Hao's voice trembled, grappling for clarity amidst his confusion. What, do you wish to cling on stubbornly? Mei Qianling mocked, his hand insidiously roaming Ruai's waist. Long Hao, face the truth. You are nothing but a destitute loser, a lowly gamer. With you, is doomed to a life of despair. Ruai offered no rebuttal, her gaze fixed coldly upon Long Hao, filled with scorn and disdain, as if he were nothing more than a pitiful insect. Is this truly your decision? Have you really forgotten the 5 years we shared? Long Hao's voice cracked. The last flicker of hope extinguished. 5 years. Ruo-yi suddenly laughed, her laughter laced with derision. Long Hao, do you believe you have the right to speak of those years? Look at yourself, like a stray dog. What future can you offer me? Your game controller, perhaps? Or your dilapidated computer? I. Long Hao opened his mouth, yet found himself rendered speechless. Yi is right. You are nothing but a waste. Mei Qianling laughed arrogantly, her tone brimming with triumph and delight. If you know what's good for you, just get lost and stop being an eyesore here. Long Hao felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his ears filled with the piercing laughter of Ruo-yi and Mei Qianling. Those once cherished memories had transformed into sharp blades, mercilessly carving into his heart. Long Hao sensed his blood nearly freezing, Ruo-yi's words striking him like daggers, shattering the last remnants of his dignity. Indeed, what right did he have to speak of the future? A failure crushed by reality, a man unable to sustain even himself. What right did he possess to yearn for love? Yi, have you truly changed? You were never like this before. Long Hao's voice trembled, questioning Ruo-yi, yet also questioning himself. The past is the past, and the present is the present, Ruo-yi interrupted impatiently, her tone laced with disdain. One must always look forward. Do you think I am still that naive girl from 5 years ago? Long Hao, I advise you to face reality. We are done. With that, Ruo-yi disregarded Long Hao, linking arms with Mei Qianling, turning to leave. The scorn of Ruo-yi and the arrogance of Mei Qianling blurred before Long Hao's eyes. He felt as though his soul had been severed from his body, leaving him enveloped in endless emptiness and despair. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host, say goodbye to Emo. It's just a woman, like a tattered rag, discard it. This system sees your extraordinary potential. You are the chosen one, and countless women await your selection. A mere Ruo-yi is not worth your concern. Long Hao clenched his fists, a spark of determination reigniting in his gaze. Yes, he still had the system, still had the chance for a turnaround. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, his mind racing with strategies. At that moment, a tall figure entered Long Hao's field of vision. The newcomer had lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, her exquisite makeup accentuating her fair complexion, and a pair of bright eyes sparkled with confidence. Seeing Long Hao, Leng Yun's expression shifted to surprise, and she quickly approached him, concern etched on her face. Long Hao, what's wrong? You look dreadful. Ruo-yi and Mei Qianling's expressions soured upon seeing Leng Yun's arrival, although they did not recognize her. The powerful aura she exuded and the respectful demeanor of those around her indicated that she was no ordinary individual. Leng Yun's appearance undoubtedly disrupted the tense standoff. A flicker of confusion passed through Long Hao's previously dim eyes. He couldn't comprehend why someone like Leng Yun would willingly come to his aid. Ruo-yi and Mei Qianling's expressions grew even darker, as they had anticipated a chance to humiliate Long Hao, but were unexpectedly confronted by a formidable presence. Just as Mei Qianling was about to speak, a commotion erupted around them. A meticulously dressed middle-aged man approached Leng Yun with a beaming smile, bowing slightly as he inquired. Miss Leng, what brings you here in person? If you have any instructions, just give me a call, and I shall rush over immediately. A flicker of unease arose within Mei Qianling as she scrutinized Leng Yun once more. This woman, despite her youth, exuded an inexplicable air of nobility, indicating that she was far from an ordinary heiress of a common family. As if to validate her suspicions, a nearby individual who recognized Leng Yun gasped in astonishment. His voice laced with reverence. Goodness. She is the daughter of the Leng group, Leng Yun. At this revelation, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter, their discussions echoing in a cacophony of excitement. Chapter 9. The heiress of the Leng group, the Leng group? Is that the colossal conglomerate with business dealings spanning both domestic and international markets, encompassing real estate, jewelry, and finance? My goodness. No wonder she exudes such an imposing aura. She is indeed the heiress of the Leng family. I have heard that the current head of the Leng group has only this one precious daughter, a true daughter of fortune born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Although the Mei family possesses some wealth, in comparison to the Lengs, they are but a mere child. I wager that Miss Leng could crush them with just a finger. Mei Qianling's expression turned exceedingly grim. She had initially believed that aligning herself with the Mei family would allow her to navigate Jiangxing with ease. But little did she expect to encounter an immovable obstacle today. What kind of entity was the Leng group? It was a behemoth that, with a mere stomp, could send tremors throughout Jiangxing. Her family's inconsequential company was utterly unworthy of mention in the shadow of the Longs. Ruai was equally unprepared for the turn of events. Though her own background was modest, she had heard of the Leng group's formidable reputation, knowing well that this was a force she could not contend with. She anxiously tugged at Mei Qianling's sleeve and whispered, "Qianling, perhaps we should take our leave?" Mei Qianling found herself in a predicament. To leave would be to lose face, but to remain might provoke the ire of this formidable Miss Leng, endangering both herself and the Mei family. Just as Mei Qianling was caught in this dilemma, Leng Yun finally spoke, ignoring the whispers of those around her. She strode directly to Long Hao and inquired with genuine concern, "Long Hao, are you all right? Did they harm you in any way?" Long Hao shook his head with a wry smile. "What could possibly have happened to me? I was merely subjected to public humiliation." In an instant, Long Yun's demeanor turned icy. She glanced at Ruai and Mei Qianling, her voice frigid as she declared, "I have no interest in your identities or your grievances. However, should you dare to speak ill of Long Hao again or attempt to cause him harm, do not blame me for my lack of civility." Mei Qianling trembled under the weight of Leng Yun's imposing presence. She opened her mouth to respond, but found herself too intimidated to utter a word. Leng Yun then addressed Ruai and Mei Qianling with an unwavering tone, "You may leave now, and do not let me see either of you near Long Hao again." Relieved as if pardoned from a grave sentence, Ruai and Mei Qianling hurriedly departed. Long Yun watched their retreating figures with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Turning back, she intended to speak with Long Hao, only to discover him gazing at her with rapt admiration, an inexplicable light shimmering in his eyes. "What is it?" Leng Yun felt a tinge of bashfulness under his gaze, instinctively reaching up to adjust a loose strand of hair. Long Hao, captivated by Leng Yun's presence, wore an expression akin to a gopher that had stumbled upon a mountain of gold. He rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling in his voice. "So you are indeed the heiress of the Leng group. I thought as much. Your aura and demeanor clearly set you apart from the ordinary. Huh, who would have thought that I, Long Hao, would someday have the fortune of knowing someone of such stature?" Leng Yun was amused by his exaggerated tone. Her eyes sparkling with mirth. "What? Are you afraid now? Why didn't you realize this sooner?" Long Hao pounded his chest confidently and declared, "Fear? Would I, Long Hao, ever be afraid? What a jest. I am merely taken aback, quite unexpectedly, haha." As he spoke, he discreetly observed Leng Yun, inwardly musing, "This woman. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her status is equally impressive. She is truly a treasure of a girl." Long Yun shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Enough with the banter. You promised to accompany me to the banquet. Consider it a trade-off. No need for gratitude." Upon hearing this, Long Hao grew anxious. Hey. You can't put it that way. You are my savior. How can we settle it so easily? How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. Order anything you like. As for me, Long Hao, while I may lack certain talents, I can certainly earn enough to support myself." Long Yun was amused by his earnestness. "You? Supporting yourself? Do you have any idea how much I eat in one sitting?" Long Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he often boasted about his financial acumen, in reality, he was merely a recent graduate, with savings insufficient even to satisfy Miss Leng's appetite. Seemingly sensing his embarrassment, Leng Yun chuckled lightly and deftly changed the subject. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. It's getting late. Let us be on our way." Long Hao sighed in relief and hurriedly followed her. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission objective: uncover Leng Yun's true identity and hidden secrets completed. Mission reward: a mysterious gift package has been issued to the host's backpack. Please check it. Upon hearing the system's notification, Long Hao was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. He had finally completed this task. He could hardly contain his excitement as he longed to open his backpack and discover the contents of the mysterious package. "Long Hao, what is the matter? You look rather pale," Leng Yun inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor with concern. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Perhaps I just ate something disagreeable today." Long Hao quickly fabricated an excuse, then found a corner to open his backpack. "The mysterious gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skill book for telepathy." Telepathy? Long Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a legendary superpower. With this skill, could he not peer into the innermost thoughts of others at will? Suppressing his exhilaration, Long Hao immediately clicked to use the skill book. "Telepathy skill has been learned. Would you like to use it immediately?" "Use it," Long Hao declared without hesitation. A surge of extraordinary energy flooded his mind, and Long Hao felt as though his perception had magnified exponentially. The sounds and images around him sharpened. and even the slightest changes in expression and thought could not elude his notice. Ignoring Long Hao's awkwardness, Leng Yun promptly pulled him into the passenger seat of her Porsche 911. The car sped along, finally stopping outside the Leng Yun Huamping 5-star hotel. Long Hao looked at Leng Yun in confusion. Weren't we supposed to go out to eat? Why are we back here? Leng Yun offered no response, simply striding into the hotel. Long Hao, bewildered, could only follow suit. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Upon the doors opening, Leng Yun effortlessly slipped into her slippers, casually tossing her handbag onto the sofa. She turned to Long Hao, who was still in a daze, and said, "Come in. Why are you just standing there?" It was only then that Long Hao regained his senses, cautiously stepping inside and surveying the surroundings. The opulent decor and expansive views unmistakably exuded an aura of luxury. "By the way, that Ruai today, she is your ex-girlfriend, isn't she?" Leng Yun suddenly inquired. "How did you know?" Long Hao looked at her in astonishment, recalling that he had never mentioned Ruai to Leng Yun. With a soft chuckle, Leng Yun offered no answer, merely stating, "Women like that are better off left behind." Long Hao opened his mouth, intending to argue, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 10. Becoming the perfect boyfriend of Leng Yun at present. "You are likely unemployed, aren't you?" Leng Yun approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the nocturnal splendor of the city. Her tone was calm yet exuded an undeniable authority. I suppose so." Long Hao replied weakly, having just graduated and yet to secure employment before being struck by lightning and ending up in the hospital. "Then it is settled. From this day forth, you shall be my personal secretary and, conveniently, my boyfriend for the next few months." Leng Yun turned, a playful smirk gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Long Hao felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. How had he inexplicably become her personal secretary and part-time boyfriend? Leng Yun, I think, what? Are you unwilling? Leng Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of danger lacing her voice. Long Hao thought to himself, of course, who would want to become your boyfriend without reason? And for a few months. What a cruel fate. He instinctively opened his mouth to refuse, but just then, her mind-reading ability seemed to activate. Men truly are creatures of contradiction. Professing reluctance while secretly reveling in their fortune, Leng Yun mused inwardly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes as if she had anticipated Long Hao's objection and prepared a countermeasure. A jolt ran through Long Hao. This woman appeared to be quite formidable. He needed a foolproof plan. With a sudden shift in demeanor, he adorned his face with a charming smile and, in a teasing tone, remarked, "Miss Leng, you can't possibly have developed an interest in me, can you? After all, a strikingly handsome lad like myself must take precautions when venturing out into the world." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Become the perfect boyfriend of the heiress of the Leng Corporation. Mission reward, mastery of super negotiation. Mission duration, 3 months. Mission failure. The system will automatically disband the binding and reclaim all rewards attained by the host. Long Hao gazed at Leng Yun, whose exquisite visage bore an air of imperiousness that brooked no refusal. It dawned on him that he seemed to have no grounds to decline. His smile grew more audacious as he deliberately tousled his hair, feigning a self-absorbed demeanor. "Your discerning taste is commendable, Miss Leng. I do appreciate your forthright nature." Leng Yun paused, seemingly formulating her words, before continuing. "After all, last night, for some inexplicable reason, I found myself in your room, and you, a man, beheld my form unclothed." She emphasized you, a man, as if hinting at something deeper. Long Hao awkwardly rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to respond. Noticing his reaction, Leng Yun's smile widened slightly as she continued. "Though we did not engage in any significant intimacy, you have nonetheless captivated me." Long Hao raised his head in astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. Before he could react, Leng Yun continued, "My family is pressuring me to go on blind dates. It would be better to make things easy for you. After all, you're quite handsome, have abs, and stand at a respectable height of 1.80 meters. Before she could finish her words, Long Hao abruptly seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. "Who said I wouldn't want to?" Long Hao looked down at her. His tone authoritative, yet a hint of barely perceptible confusion flickered in his eyes. "Since the illustrious Leng Beauty has said so, how could I possibly refuse?" "You." Leng Yun gasped, still taken aback when Long Hao held her tightly. The warmth of her against him made Long Hao's heart race. He could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Leng Yun and the faint fragrance that enveloped her. She gently pushed him away, awkwardly turning her face to hide the blush on her cheeks, and said, "Let us leave it at that for now. It's getting late. We should rest." She pointed towards the room and added, There are several rooms in the presidential suite. Feel free to choose any. After speaking, she dared not look at Long Hao again and hurriedly retreated into one of the bedrooms. As Leng Yun departed like a fleeting fragrance, Long Hao stood alone, bewildered. What did this woman mean? She claims to like him yet sends him to another room? Was this a case of feigned indifference? Long Hao rubbed his nose, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. So, she wishes to play games? He was no novice in such matters. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in Long Hao's mind. Due to my assistance, the target's affection for you has risen to 90. Long Hao rolled his eyes in disbelief. Affection at 90? Why is she still avoiding me? System, are you certain this contraption of yours isn't malfunctioning? The system remained silent. Long Hao, ignoring its quietude, entered the bedroom Leng Yun had indicated, casually tossing his jacket onto the sofa. The presidential suite's bedroom was indeed extraordinary, adorned luxuriously and spaciously, with a king-sized bed in the center, radiating an enticing atmosphere. Long Hao flopped onto the soft mattress, inhaling deeply. The faint scent of perfume filled his nostrils, unmistakably Leng Yun's fragrance. He closed his eyes, and her delicate visage, along with her bashful demeanor from moments ago, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Indeed, this woman was a true beauty, especially her eyes, clear and bright yet imbued with a hint of alluring charm, inciting an irresistible curiosity. Wait, what am I thinking? Long Hao abruptly shook his head, attempting to dispel these chaotic thoughts. He was here to complete a mission, not to indulge in romance. He rolled off the bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Outside, the city glittered with lights, bustling with traffic, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Gazing at the familiar sight, a sudden wave of inexplicable loneliness washed over him. Having been in this world for so long, he had lived like a lone wolf, tirelessly pursuing the tasks assigned by the system, never truly pausing to reflect. System, what is the purpose of my existence in this manner? Long Hao murmured to himself. System, host, your mission is to become a winner in life, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of existence. Winner in life? Wealthy beauty? Pinnacle of existence? Long Hao scoffed. Do these things truly matter to me? System. Long Hao ceased further conversation, drawing the curtains before turning back to his bed. Why bother with such trifles? A good night's sleep would suffice. He reclined on the bed, closed his eyes, and forced himself to dismiss the troubling thoughts. However, the more he endeavored to embrace slumber, the more chaotic his mind became. Outside the window, the once resplendent cityscape was now shrouded by ominous clouds, with only distant flashes of lightning cleaving through the night sky, accompanied by the rumbling thunder that seemed to explode right beside him, causing the windows to resonate with a low hum. Chapter 11. The rumbling thunder, uncertain how much time had elapsed. A sudden knock at the door startled Long Hao from his half-slumber. Who is it? He inquired, still in a daze. It's me, came the voice of Leng Yun from outside. May I come in? Long Hao became somewhat more alert, sitting up and clearing his throat before responding, come in. The door opened, and Leng Yun entered, clad in a white silk nightgown. Her hair was damp, clearly freshly washed, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? Long Hao asked. Leng Yun approached the bedside, sitting not far from him, her head lowered, seemingly hesitant to speak. It's thundering outside. She bit her lip, lifted her gaze, her eyes flitting away. I can't sleep. What is there to fear about thunder? You are the heiress of the Lang group, capable of summoning winds and rains. How can you be afraid of mere thunder? Long Hao feigned nonchalance, though his peripheral vision discreetly assessed Leng Yun's reaction. Hearing his words, a flicker of discomfort crossed Leng Yun's face. She bit her lip, as if grappling with something. I'm just scared. Her voice was barely audible, almost plaintive, a far cry from the decisive woman she usually was. Long Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was quite the actress. Were it not for the system indicating her genuine increase in affection, he might have thought she was deliberately testing him. Just admit it. I want tea bite, he teased, his tone laced with playful mockery. Leng Yun raised her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with vulnerability, resembling a frightened little rabbit that evoked a protective instinct in him. Can I sleep with you? Her voice was barely a whisper, and the rosy hue on her fair cheeks appeared particularly alluring in the dim light. Long Hao felt a stir in his heart, almost blurting out an affirmative. This woman truly knew how to stir one's emotions. He steadied himself, feigning composure as he replied. That might not be appropriate. A lone man and a woman together, it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. Upon hearing his refusal, the light in Leng Yun's eyes dimmed instantaneously. She lowered her head, dejectedly murmuring, I suppose. I'll just go back. With that, she rose and turned toward the door. Long Hao watched her forlorn figure retreat and suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he been too harsh? After all, she was indeed acting unusually tonight. Perhaps she truly was afraid of the thunder? Wait, he called after her. Leng Yun halted, turning back to him. Her expression one of confusion. Long Hao cleared his throat. The bed is quite large. If you're truly scared, you may sleep over here. He gestured toward the other side of the bed, his tone slightly awkward. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise lit up Leng Yun's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and softly replied, "Thank you." With that, she approached the bed and gently lay down. Long Hao gazed at the sight of Leng Yun obediently lying down, and a sudden, inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within him. He turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Outside, the thunder continued to roar, and lightning occasionally split the night sky, casting fleeting shadows across the room. Long Hao lay in bed, unable to find sleep. He could sense Leng Yun's breath beside him, along with the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her. This scent seemed to carry a certain enchantment, quickening his heartbeat and stirring myriad thoughts in his mind. Leng Yun appeared somewhat anxious, her body trembling slightly, and her breath becoming a bit hurried. Are you asleep? Her voice quivered in the darkness. Not yet, Long Hao replied. I'm still scared. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Long Hao's heart softened. He turned towards her, gently saying, Don't be afraid. I'm here. His voice, though soft, seemed to possess a magical quality that gradually calmed Leng Yun's previously restless heart. She slowly moved closer to him, resting her head gently on his shoulder, savoring the warmth radiating from him. A beam of morning light mischievously crept through the curtains, playfully illuminating Long Hao's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and instinctively attempted to stretch, only to discover that his arm was pinned down. Turning his head, he was met with the serene visage of Leng Yun in slumber. Her long eyelashes cast shadows on her eyelids, her delicate nose twitched slightly, and her rosy lips parted ever so slightly, as if she were whispering something in her dreams. Long Hao marveled at the beauty of the sleeping woman before him, reflecting on how she usually presented a cold demeanor, yet appeared so endearing in sleep. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently brush aside a strand of hair from her forehead. Perhaps his movement disturbed her. She slowly opened her eyes, and their dazed gaze locked with his, as if an electric current surged through the air. Before Long Hao could utter a word, Leng Yun's expression suddenly shifted to one of terror. She bolted upright, threw off the covers, and screamed, "Pervert!" With a loud thud, before Long Hao could react, he was unceremoniously kicked out of bed. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, clutching his backside while looking up at Leng Yun, who stood on the bed, her expression a mix of indignation and surprise. "Miss, what on earth are you doing?" By this time, Leng Yun had fully awakened. She glanced down at her nightgown, and then at Long Hao, and her face flushed a deep crimson. You, how can you say that?" she stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at him, struggling to formulate a coherent sentence. "What did I say?" Long Hao replied, feigning innocence as he climbed back to his feet and dusted off his clothes. "I haven't said anything at all." "You." Leng Yun's gaze fell upon Long Hao's pajama pants, where an unmistakable bulge was conspicuously evident. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red as she bit her lip and glared at him fiercely. "Miss, you cannot possibly think I have done anything to you. Can you?" Long Hao followed her gaze and looked down, instantly comprehending the situation. He chuckled helplessly and explained, "Last night, we did nothing. You were the one who was frightened by the thunder and clung to me throughout the night. You are talking nonsense." Leng Yun, of course, would not admit it. She retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Clearly, it was you. It was you." "It was me what?" Long Hao asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded her. This woman, who had so willingly sought his embrace, was now turning the tables on him, utterly unreasonable. You bullied me." Leng Yun finally managed to stammer out after a prolonged silence. "I bullied you?" Long Hao pointed incredulously at himself. "How have I bullied you?" "I would have liked to, but did you ever give me the chance?" Chapter 12. The Strategy of Cold Yun. Cold Yun was rendered speechless by his provocation. In a fit of anger, she seized a pillow and hurled it at Long Hao. "Get out of here." Long Hao effortlessly caught the pillow, grinning as he replied, all right, I'll leave. Is that satisfactory?" With that, he turned and sauntered toward the door, but paused just before exiting, glancing back at Cold Yun with a knowing smile. "However, my dear miss, I strongly suggest you take a look in the mirror. Your current appearance is indeed quite alluring." Before Cold Yun could react, He had already slipped out of the room, leaving her standing there, seething with frustration. Fuming, Cold Yun stood in place, her chest heaving with indignation, resembling a cat that had been deprived of its meal. Longhao's flippant remark felt like a feather tickling her heart, igniting a mix of shame and anger within her. She straightened her disheveled nightgown before taking a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. I must see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Cold Yun silently clenched her teeth, flinging open the door and striding out. As she stepped into the hallway, Cold Yun was taken aback by the sight before her. The once empty dining table was now laden with an array of breakfast delights, Western-style scrambled eggs and bacon, Chinese rice noodles with fried dough sticks, and steaming bowls of century egg and lean meat congee. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, causing her empty stomach to betray her with an audible growl. Awake, are we? Hungry, I presume? Come and enjoy breakfast. Long Hao's voice called from the dining table, where he was leisurely slicing into a steak with an elegance befitting nobility. Cold Yun stood frozen, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. She surveyed the sumptuous spread before her, and then glanced at Long Hao, whose demeanor was remarkably composed, leaving her filled with curiosity. What scheme was this fellow concocting? Noticing Cold Yun lingering at the doorway, Long Hao set down his utensils and gestured toward the lavish breakfast. For someone of your stature, I presumed you would prefer steak, sandwiches, and milk. I have prepared them all for you. Without uttering a word, Cold Yun made her way to the table and took a seat, picking up the knife and fork to cut a piece of steak and place it in her mouth. The tender, juicy beef, complemented by a rich black pepper sauce, created a delightful symphony of flavors that awakened her appetite. Seeing Cold Yun savoring her meal, Long Hao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He poured a glass of milk and handed it to her, saying, "Take your time, don't choke. If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge, there is plenty more." He added, placing the crispy, golden bacon before her, its enticing aroma further stimulating her already heightened appetite. "Did you make all of this?" Cold Yun asked incredulously, unable to fathom that someone like Long Hao could not only cook but do so quite well. Raising an eyebrow, Long Hao feigned surprise and replied, "What? Do I not appear to be the type who can cook?" "Indeed, you do. Far too much." Cold Yun nodded without hesitation, but then, as if realizing something, she quickly amended, No, what I meant was, you seem so remarkably competent, even able to cook. It truly is impressive." Long Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her insincerity. He leisurely sliced his steak and remarked, "Since I have promised to be your boyfriend, I must naturally strive to be the perfect partner. These are merely my obligations." Lowering her gaze, Cold Yun took a sip of milk to hide the smile tugging at her lips. After setting down her cup, she looked up at Long Hao and casually suggested, "This breakfast is quite satisfactory. As a reward, you shall accompany me on a shopping trip later." She paused before adding, "And you must also help me pick up some things. I have to visit my family for dinner in a couple of days, and I can't arrive empty-handed." Finally, she seemingly nonchalantly added, "And we must conclude with a movie." "Certainly," Long Hao replied promptly, his expression still adorned with that enigmatic smile that left Cold Yun perplexed. "Accompanying my girlfriend shopping is only natural." However, he deliberately elongated his words, scrutinizing Cold Yun with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Is this truly how you intend to dress?" Cold Yun glanced down at herself. Oversized pajamas and tousled hair were indeed not the attire for a shopping excursion. Her cheeks flushed as she shot Long Hao an indignant glare. "Mind your own business. I'm going to change," as she stormed back to her room. Long Hao's smile deepened. He leisurely tidied the table, humming a tune with a carefree spirit. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered the task progress. Become the perfect boyfriend of the Cold family heiress. Task completion. 20. Please continue your efforts to win over Cold Yun." The system's voice echoed in his mind at just the right moment. Watching Cold Yun retreat into her room, the smile on Long Hao's face gradually faded. The perfect boyfriend task? It seemed deceptively simple, but was undoubtedly challenging, especially with someone like Cold Yun. He picked up his phone and checked his bank balance. 1,587 yuan. "System, you make it sound easy, but how can one become the perfect boyfriend of the Cold family heiress without spending money? Surely you should offer some assistance." Long Hao mused to himself with a hint of jest. Ding. In light of the host's current balance of 1,587 yuan, today's grand gift has been activated. Awarding 100 million yuan, now transferred to your bank account, all funds sourced legally. The system's cold, emotionless voice resonated in his mind as usual. Long Hao stared at the displayed balance on his phone, gasping in disbelief. 100 million. Are you serious, system? I thought you were jesting. Long Hao exclaimed, nearly dropping his phone in astonishment. He had merely intended to test the system's generosity, not anticipating such a windfall. This system can occasionally be surprisingly generous. Long Hao reflected happily, his spirits soaring in an instant. At this moment, Leng Yun had changed into a beautifully tailored white dress, which accentuated her tall figure and fair complexion. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an aura of innocence intertwined with allure. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Leng Yun remarked, having noticed Long Hao's gaze. She feigned a stern expression, yet her tone carried a subtle hint of playful reproach. How could I not have seen one? Am I not witnessing it right now? Long Hao replied with a smile, stepping forward to naturally take her hand. Come on. My lady, where shall we go today? Leng Yun's hand quivered slightly, an instinct to pull away momentarily surfacing, but ultimately she allowed Long Hao to hold on to her. A faint blush blooming on her ears. Where to? Naturally, to the mall. Today, I intend to indulge in some shopping, Leng Yun declared, lifting her chin with a haughty demeanor. Chapter 13. A perfect match. Long Hao smiled quietly, choosing not to speak, but instead tightening his grip on her hand. Their fingers intertwined, they walked towards the door. Along the way, Leng Yun appeared to be in high spirits, chattering incessantly about the items she wished to purchase: bags, shoes, clothes. Long Hao listened patiently, occasionally offering suggestions that made Leng Yun regard him with newfound admiration. I didn't expect her taste to be quite commendable, she remarked, holding up a red dress and turning to Long Hao. What do you think of this one? It's lovely, but... Long Hao paused deliberately, assessing her with a glint of mischief in his eyes. I believe you would look even more stunning in black. It would truly complement your elegance. Leng Yun hesitated slightly. She rarely donned black, finding it too somber for her vibrant personality. Black, you say? After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately decided to heed Long Hao's advice and requested the attendant to fetch a black dress. When Leng Yun emerged from the fitting room clad in the black dress, Long Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. If the previous white dress showcased her innocent charm, the current black gown accentuated her maturity and allure, much like a blooming black rose exuding an irresistible magnetism. What do you think? Leng Yun asked nervously, uncertain if she could carry off such a style. Perfection, Long Hao praised without reservation. It seems tailor-made for you. At Long Hao's compliment, a radiant smile illuminated Leng Yun's face, dissolving her lingering insecurities. She approached the mirror, admiring herself, growing increasingly satisfied with her reflection. I'll take this black dress, she declared confidently to the sales attendant, her face aglow with joy. Long Hao watched on, bemused by how swiftly her demeanor had shifted. Very well, miss. You indeed possess exceptional taste. This dress is a prized possession of our store, guaranteed to make you the center of attention, the sales attendant remarked, efficiently packaging the garment. By the way, my boyfriend still needs some clothes. Let us head to the men's section, Leng Yun suggested, linking her arm with Long Hao's as they made their way towards the men's area. Long Hao found himself chuckling inwardly, despite accompanying her on this shopping expedition. It felt as if he had become her follower. However, seeing Leng Yun's excitement, he couldn't bear to refuse her, allowing himself to be led into the men's clothing section. Sir, how about this suit? It's the latest design from the Milan International Collection, crafted by a renowned designer. The sales attendant rambled on, eager to lavish every possible compliment upon the garment. All right, enough already, Leng Yun interrupted impatiently. I don't understand all that. Just tell me how my boyfriend would look in this outfit. The sales assistant, clearly taken aback by Leng Yun's forthrightness, paused for a moment before regaining composure and smiling. With your discerning taste, it is evident that this gentleman possesses a striking stature and exceptional charisma. Adorned in this suit, he will undoubtedly stand out as a paragon of elegance, the most radiant presence wherever he may go. What flattery! Leng Yun shot the sales assistant a sidelong glance and turned to Long Hao. What do you think? Long Hao initially held little interest in the garments. Yet upon witnessing the hopeful glint in Leng Yun's eyes, he felt reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm and replied, well, let us give it a try. Splendid. The sales assistant, invigorated by his response, promptly summoned her colleagues to assist in selecting the attire. In no time, they had assembled a complete suit ensemble. Sir, please proceed to the fitting room. The sales assistant graciously ushered Long Hao to the entrance of the fitting area. Stepping inside, Long Hao donned the suit. Truth be told, the fabric was exquisite, and the tailoring accentuated his physique flawlessly. Adjusting his collar in front of the mirror, he emerged from the fitting room. Wow, The moment Leng Yun laid eyes on Long Hao, her expression lit up, and she could not help but exclaim. Clad in a black suit with a crisp white shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned to reveal a hint of his alluring collarbone, he appeared even more statuesque and dashing, exuding the charm of a mature man, utterly captivating. What do you think? Am I right? Your boyfriend looks absolutely stunning in this suit. The sales assistant chimed in, eager to finalize the sale. Ignoring the sales assistant, Leng Yun approached Long Hao directly, circling around him with an appreciative gaze. Not bad at all. Clothes make the man. In that suit, you do indeed exude the aura of a successful individual. As she spoke, she adjusted his tie, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Long Hao gazed down at Leng Yun, her reflection shimmering in her eyes, and a playful smirk appeared on his face. What is this? Have you taken a liking to me, my lady? He leaned closer, whispering in a suggestive tone. Get lost. Leng Yun's face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe shrimp. She hastily stepped back, creating distance between them while feigning composure. Stop being vain. I merely think the suit is nice and want to buy it for you. Oh, is that so? Long Hao raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of her words. Of course. You, don't overthink it. She stammered, flustered. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Long Hao could not help but chuckle. This girl truly was endearing. All right, I'll stop teasing you, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. I'll heed your suggestion and purchase this suit. Now that's more like it. Upon hearing Long Hao's agreement, a satisfied smile blossomed on Leng Yun's face. They truly are a match made in heaven. The sales assistant possessed a keen eye, immediately discerning the extraordinary bond between the two individuals. With fervent enthusiasm, she extolled, this suit and skirt appear to be custom-made for you both. The gentleman is handsome, and the lady is stunning, making you the most radiant presence in any crowd. Cold Yun felt a tinge of bashfulness at the compliment. Her fair cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, yet the corners of her mouth could not help but curve upward. Long Hao, on the other hand, wore a playful smile. Recognizing the sales assistant as a true marketing genius, effortlessly charming Cold Yun with just a few words. Chapter 14. The young lady at the hotel, all right. Enough with the compliments. How much is it? Leng Yun waved her hand, interrupting the sales assistant's enthusiastic praises. This young lady is truly forthright. The sales assistant, smiling, produced the PS machine. For the two outfits, the total comes to 118,800 yuan. Will you be paying by card or QR code? Just as Leng Yun was about to retrieve her card from her bag, Long Hao intervened. I'll handle it, he said, pulling out his phone, activating the payment code, and presenting it to the PS machine. With a beep, the payment was successfully processed. The sales assistant's eyes sparkled as she observed the payment notification on the screen. In this day and age, such a lavish spender was a rare sight, and she promptly handed over the shopping bags with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Sir, your clothes. Please take them. Long Hao accepted the bags and turned to Leng Yun, raising an eyebrow. Shall we go, young lady? Do you wish to continue shopping? Leng Yun had intended to say something further, but, upon catching the teasing glint in Long Hao's eyes, swallowed her words and, with a huff, turned to exit the store. Long Hao observed her proud silhouette, his smile deepening as he quickly followed. Leng Yun strode ahead in her high heels, the rhythmic clacking echoing as her meticulously crafted makeup could not disguise the displeasure etched across her face. Long Hao, leisurely trailing behind while carrying the two shopping bags, found his amusement growing as he watched her fuming figure. Hey, wait for me, Long Hao called out, hastening to catch up with her. He reached out to grasp her arm, but she nimbly evaded his touch. What do you want? Leng Yun halted, pivoting to glare at him, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Young lady, what's troubling you? Who has upset you this time? Long Hao feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders in apparent bewilderment. What do you think? Leng Yun shot him an exasperated glance. What were you doing earlier? How did you suddenly acquire so much money? Leng Yun was no naive fool. 118. 800 yuan for clothing was not a sum one could spend without a second thought. Long Hao had paid without batting an eye, which was far from ordinary. Moreover, he had always struck her as a penniless youth, aimlessly wandering without purpose. How could he possibly have transformed into someone so affluent? Oh, come now, my dear young lady. Spare your wild conjectures, Long Hao replied, noticing her growing suspicion of his identity. He quickly diverted the topic, smiling as he explained, I was just playing games, you know? A while back, I had some good fortune and sold a few gaming items, making a bit of pocket money. Is that true? Leng Yun's skepticism was palpable as she scrutinized him. Of course it is. Would I lie to you? Long Hao assured her, thumping his chest for emphasis. Spare me the sweet talk, you smooth talker. Leng Yun swatted his hand away, her tone laced with caution. I have no intention of getting involved with some rich second generation. I've had my fair share of encounters with those who feigned poverty to get close to me. And I saw right through them. They were only after a date. Long Hao's playful grin faltered momentarily. Did she truly believe he was the type to masquerade as a poor boy? He sighed in resignation. It appeared he would need to exert considerable effort to earn her trust. Miss, which of your eyes saw me as a wealthy heir? Long Hao innocently inquired, pointing at himself. This outfit is merely from a street vendor. Look, the threads are even hanging loose. Observing the skeptical expression on Leng Yun's face, Long Hao secretly sighed in relief, grateful for his cleverness. Otherwise, he would have struggled to explain the origins of his money. All right, miss. Can we put the anger aside now? Long Hao leaned closer to Leng Yun, grinning cheerfully. I'll let you off this time, Leng Yun replied. Her chin held high in a proud manner as she turned to continue walking. Long Hao quickly followed, inwardly lamenting that he would need to find a suitable opportunity to reveal his true identity to Leng Yun. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, they paused in front of a cinema when Leng Yun suddenly halted. Shall we watch a movie? She suggested, pointing at a poster outside the theater. Sure. Long Hao readily accepted without hesitation. They purchased tickets for a romantic film and settled into their seats. Before the movie commenced, Leng Yun began munching on popcorn, even playfully shoving some into Long Hao's mouth. Hey you. Long Hao attempted to protest, but was silenced by a mere glance from Leng Yun. Shoo. Let us just watch the movie, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. Long Hao's body stiffened instantly, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils, stirring a flurry of emotions within him. Stealing a glance at Leng Yun, he noted her complete engrossment in the film, oblivious to his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his restlessness and focused intently on the movie. The plot revolved around an ordinary person falling in love with the CEO, an overused trope, but Leng Yun seemed captivated, occasionally emitting soft giggles. As he observed her, Long Hao felt that perhaps this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. As the film concluded, the audience rose, their faces alight with reflections on the story. Exiting the cinema, night had fallen, and the city's neon lights flickered, adding an enchanting allure to the evening. Leng Yun drove her red Porsche 911 with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at the Leng Yun Huan Yuan 5-star hotel. Ah, the hotel is still the most comfortable, she exclaimed, discarding her high heels and collapsing onto the plush sofa of the presidential suite, a look of sheer indulgence on her face. Long Hao surveyed the opulent suite, marveling at the luxurious lifestyle of the affluent. A crystal chandelier, genuine leather sofas, a massive LCD television, and even a private wine cabinet filled with exquisite bottles adorned the space. Miss, don't you find it tiresome living here every day? He couldn't help but ask. Leng Yun lazily turned over, responding nonchalantly, Not really. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, the service here is attentive and far more convenient than at home. Long Hao's curiosity deepened. If your family is so wealthy, why don't you live at home? Don't you think staying in a hotel every day is wasteful? You wouldn't understand. My parents have always been busy with business, leaving me in the care of my grandparents since I was little. Sing Yun's voice lowered, imbued with a subtle hint of melancholy. You see, the elderly tend to harbor traditional views. Since my childhood, they have imposed strict regulations upon me, things I cannot do, places I cannot go. They even dictate how I should dress. Isn't that rather vexing? Long Hao gazed at Sing Yun, and for the first time, he discerned the fragility behind the facade of this typically proud and aloof young lady. A sudden pang of compassion surged within him for the girl before him. For despite her birth into affluence, she was deprived of parental affection and ensnared by an array of rigid conventions. This predicament, he mused, was likely more burdensome than his own struggles as a poor youth. Have you considered attempting to communicate with them? To share your thoughts and feelings? Long Hao inquired. Chapter 15. The power of the Leng group. Leng Yun offered a bitter smile and shook her head. It's futile. They simply will not listen. In their eyes, I will forever remain a child who requires their guidance. Long Hao gazed at the fragile girl before him, a surge of protective instinct welling up within him. Do not weep. I shall remain by your side from now on. He enveloped Leng Yun in his embrace, whispering words of comfort. Her body stiffened momentarily, but soon relaxed as she buried her head into Long Hao's chest, greedily inhaling the warmth that emanated from him. As Leng Yun's breathing gradually steadied, Long Hao felt the entirety of her weight pressing against him. A faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, mingling with her unique fragrance, rendering Long Hao somewhat parched. He struggled to rein in his thoughts, resisting the urge to let his imagination wander, yet his body's instincts made it difficult to maintain composure. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. Become the perfect boyfriend of the heiress of the Lung Group. Task reward: mastery of super negotiation skills. Task duration: 3 months. Task failure: the system will automatically unbind and reclaim all rewards obtained by the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Become the perfect boyfriend of the heiress of the Lung Group. Reward: mastery of super negotiation skills. Would you like to use it immediately? Use. Long Hao declared without hesitation. A series of system prompt sounds erupted in his mind, overwhelming him with a sensation akin to his head on the verge of bursting. After a considerable pause, he finally digested the information, his face illuminating with unbridled joy. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of fortune. This opportunity fell into my lap effortlessly. I am destined for greatness. He internally rejoiced, nearly yearning to howl at the heavens. However, he tempered his excitement, as Leng Yun was still peacefully slumbering in his arms. An abrupt ringtone shattered the intimate atmosphere within the room. Reluctantly, Leng Yun sat up from Long Hao's embrace, her fair arm reaching for the nightstand to retrieve her phone. The screen illuminated her delicate features, yet her usually spirited eyes were now veiled with frost. Long Hao watched as she answered the call, curiosity prickling at him. Who could be on the line to elicit such an unusual reaction from this young lady, rendering her too indifferent to utter even a simple hello? Opting instead to silently listen to the other party's discourse? Understood, she coldly replied, enunciating the words with chilling brevity before decisively hanging up. As though uttering another syllable would tarnish her lips. Who is it? Calling at such a late hour to harass us? Long Hao couldn't help but inquire. A hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Leng Yun carelessly tossed the phone onto the bed, a sardonic smile curving her lips. Who else could it be? My father. It appears the group's eyes have reported our affair. Long Hao paused, momentarily taken aback, before grasping the implication of her words, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Although he had acquired the system, deep down he remained the same insecure, impoverished youth. The mere thought of facing Leng Yun's formidable business tycoon father sent shivers down his spine. As if she had perceived Long Hao's trepidation, Leng Yun suddenly rose, approached him, and delicately lifted his chin with her slender fingers, her voice laced with playful curiosity. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Did you not say you would accompany me? Or was that merely empty talk? Who is afraid? Long Hao retorted, his neck stiffened defiantly, yet his gaze wavered. Unable to meet the penetrating depth of Leng Yun's eyes, a light laugh escaped her lips, tinged with mockery, determination, and a profound meaning that eluded Long Hao's understanding. She reached out, gently smoothing the slight furrow of tension on Long Hao's brow, and spoke with a buoyant tone. What is the rush? I am not about to leap into a fiery pit. I am merely going back to have a heart-to-heart with my father. You just wait here obediently, all right? Her words carried an almost imperceptible command. Though discomfort stirred within him, Long Hao found himself nodding in acquiescence as if compelled by some unseen force. Watching Leng Yun's retreating figure, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He was no fool. He understood perfectly what Leng Yun's return signified. How could the heiress of the Lung Corporation casually associate with a destitute young man like himself? Ding. Negative emotions detected in the host, activating motivational mode. The system's voice resonated in his mind, cold and mechanical, reminiscent of a stern principal admonishing a wayward student, igniting a surge of frustration in Long Hao. The host must diligently fulfill his tasks. Only by becoming formidable can others be drawn to him, thus avoiding such embarrassing situations. The system's words struck Long Hao like a stinging slap, igniting a fiery discomfort. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Indeed, he was but a poor boy. What right did he have to expect Leng Yun to stand against her family for him? As if to add fuel to the fire, the system's frigid voice echoed once more. System mission. In 12 hours, Longhua Group will face a catastrophic cyber attack. Should it fail to defend against this, the core data of Longhua Group will be compromised, leading to its downfall. The host must prepare to resolve this crisis promptly. Reward, marriage fate string. 12 hours. What a joke. I am no superhero. How could I possibly turn the tide? Long Hao exclaimed incredulously, disbelief saturating his tone. The system's voice remained unyielding. The host need not belittle himself. The purpose of this system is to assist the host in reaching the pinnacle of life. This crisis may seem daunting, yet upon completion of the mission, not only will the host receive substantial rewards, but he will also have the opportunity to demonstrate his strength before Leng Yun, a win-win situation, is it not? Long Hao curled his lip in disdain. The system's words reeked of insipid platitudes. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, easier said than done. The problem is, I lack hacking skills. How am I supposed to defend against it? Surely, I cannot wield a kitchen knife against their code. The system fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly searching for relevant information. Then, in a tone devoid of emotion, it stated, the host can find the system marketplace on the system panel, where various skill books are available for purchase, including but not limited to hacking techniques, combat skills, business strategies, and more. The host may acquire what they require according to their needs. A spark of interest ignited within Long Hao as he silently commanded, System, open my personal panel. Before him, a dazzling flash of golden light materialized, revealing a stunning virtual screen that displayed secret information visible only to him. Chapter 16. The Dragonhua Group's Network Crisis Host. Your personal information and attributes are as follows. Host name, Long Hao age, 18 personality, adventurous, intelligent, resilient. Brief description. Long Hao is a man brimming with a spirit of adventure, intelligence, and resilience. He possesses an extraordinary tenacity and a clear mind, enabling him to seek opportunities amidst adversity and skillfully seize turning points. His actions are often unexpected, yet yield astonishing results. Detailed description. Long Hao is an individual filled with a sense of adventure, relishing the quest for opportunities in the most unlikely of places. He exhibits remarkable tenacity and clarity of thought, maintaining composure under extreme pressure, adept at analyzing situations and making optimal decisions. His character dictates that he is not constrained by convention but instead showcases unique thoughts and actions in every challenge he faces. His understanding of women's hearts allows him to navigate interactions with the opposite sex with ease, while his generosity and sincerity endear him to the masses. Attributes. Personal charisma, 92, adventurous spirit, 90, charm with women, 80, decision-making ability, 85, financial acumen, 78, skills, mind reading, mastery, super negotiator, mastery merit points, 100 points, wealth, 99. 882, 787 star coins. Long Hao recognized the formidable capabilities of the system and resolved to delve deeper into its features. He silently recited a command, and before him, a luminous screen materialized, displaying a plethora of goods, dazzling and overwhelming in their variety. System, open them all, Long Hao declared, gesturing in the air to adjust the screen's size and position until he found the most comfortable angle. The technology section of the mall resembled an endless repository of knowledge, unveiling a path for Long Hao to broaden his horizons and enhance his abilities. Within it lay an array of skills, from the latest technological trends to the slowly fading history. Each skill contained the potential to transform the world and alter his fate. Long Hao found himself in a fantastical realm filled with technological equipment, intelligent systems, and futuristic innovations. Here, he encountered smart combat suits that could instantly enhance reaction times, implanted chips capable of telepathic communication with various mechanical devices, and intelligent translators that could learn and simulate any known language. Through the system mall, Long Hao could absorb a wealth of knowledge, ranging from fundamental mathematics and physics to cutting-edge artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Each book, each video morphed into a stream of data, coalescing into the wisdom within Long Hao's mind. He experienced rapid updates in his knowledge and a remarkable leap in his problem-solving abilities. Faced with this array of new worlds unfolding before him, Long Hao felt an immense excitement and yearning. He understood that his prowess would undergo further advancement and elevation within this vast, limitless universe. System, I wish to master all these technological skills, Long Hao resolved internally, recognizing that this would be a pivotal step toward gaining mastery over everything. Long Hao's gaze wandered through the myriad of products in the system mall, seeking a method to enhance his own strength. However, the system's voice fell upon him like a cold deluge. Host, current star coins are insufficient to purchase the majority of items. After a moment of silence, though reluctant, he felt helpless. Amidst the overwhelming array of goods, he finally stumbled upon an option: mastery of hacking techniques. The system's voice resonated once more. The host may choose to use the current star coins to purchase the Hacking Mastery Package, which includes hacking knowledge and common offensive and defensive maneuvers. Do you confirm the purchase? Faced with this solitary choice, Long Hao did not hesitate. He took a deep breath, clearing his mind, confirm purchase. In the next instant, he felt an influx of data streams within his mind, akin to invasive code, shattering the confines of his cognition. The once obscure and convoluted hacking knowledge now flowed seamlessly, crystal clear. The beginner's hacking package provided by the system was akin to a key that opened the door to a new world. Long Hao understood that with proper application, even a rudimentary package could yield unforeseen transformations. With confidence, he closed his eyes, beginning to chart his future path in his mind, regardless of the challenges awaiting him. Armed with this hacking expertise, he believed he could tackle anything and seize fleeting opportunities within the commercial realm. System, let us commence immediately. I shall utilize hacking techniques to embark upon my journey of resurgence, Long Hao declared with resolute conviction. The system's voice bore no trace of emotion. Hacking techniques have been activated. The host will enter a process of comprehensive knowledge assimilation with an estimated duration of 1 hour. As the system prompted, Long Hao became wholly immersed in the ocean of newly acquired knowledge, the outside world fading into irrelevance. His reality was now solely comprised of code, intrusion, and defense. Du Hao, the general manager of Longhua Group, observed the servers and business platforms under siege, with computers consistently crashing, only to reveal a sinister skull graphic. Can someone explain what is happening? Where are the network security personnel? Hurry, fix this. Currently, we are detecting a novel virus with no available solution. We have already alerted the authorities, trusting that the state will send help. System reminder, in 10 hours, Longhua Group will face a catastrophic cyber attack. Should it remain unmitigated, the core data of Longhua Group will be compromised, leading to its downfall. The host must prepare swiftly to address this crisis. Reward for resolution, fate's threat. Long Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of fierce determination igniting within. He swiftly grasped his phone and dialed Du Hao of Longhua Group. As the call connected, Du Hao's voice came through, urgent and frantic. Who is this? I'm extremely busy and have no time for idle chatter. Long Hao spoke calmly. Director Du, this is Long Hao, the individual who saved your mother last time. Is Longhua Group currently under cyber attack? Du Hao was momentarily taken aback. And then his tone grew increasingly anxious. Indeed, our servers and business platform are under attack, creating utter chaos. How did you know? Long Hao chuckled softly, a glimmer of confidence sparkling in his eyes. I have a way to thwart this attack. Give me half an hour. Du Hao, skeptical, replied, You? Are you capable of that? Long Hao's tone was resolute. I will commence my actions immediately. You simply need to cooperate with me and await the outcome. After a brief silence, Du Hao made up his mind. All right, I trust you. Hurry, time is of the essence. Once the call ended, Long Hao took a deep breath, and the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Task accepted, hacker techniques initiated. Chapter 17, an upgrade in cybersecurity. Long Hao swiftly powered on his computer, establishing a connection to the Longhua Group server, thus commencing an intense and exhilarating battle of cyber offense and defense. The code cascaded across the screen with remarkable speed, and Long Hao's fingers danced over the keyboard as if engaged in a silent duel with the assailant. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. Ultimately, he discerned subtle clues within the data stream that revealed the attacker's presence, enabling him to initiate a counterattack. I found you, Long Hao remarked with a cold smile, embarking on a reverse trace to pinpoint the assailant's location. Director Du, I've located the source of the attack and am launching a counteroffensive, he communicated while deftly maneuvering. Du Hao's voice brimmed with surprise and gratitude. Wonderful. Keep up the excellent work. Everyone in the company is eagerly awaiting your good news. Long Hao, now fully engrossed, accelerated his keystrokes. At last, with a triumphant chime from the system, he successfully repelled the attacker and sealed the breach. Mission accomplished, he exhaled, addressing Du Hao, rubbing his sore neck. He felt a sense of satisfaction in his performance. At that moment, he heard footsteps and the sound of the door being pushed open. Du Hao entered, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Long Hao. Long Hao, I cannot thank you enough for your efforts, Du Hao expressed earnestly. Long Hao stood, smiling and nodding. Director Du, it was my duty. Du Hao approached and patted Long Hao on the shoulder. No, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. You have not only salvaged our data, but also impressed me with your technical prowess. Long Hao maintained his composure. I still have much to learn. After a moment of contemplation, Du Hao spoke again. Long Hao, I would like to formally invite you to join Longhua Group as the head of the cybersecurity department. You have rescued a significant amount of our data and enhanced the company's defensive capabilities, thus deserving this esteemed position. Long Hao's eyes widened, a flicker of excitement igniting within him, yet he resolutely shook his head. Director Du, although I am passionate about this field, I believe I lack the qualifications for such a role. I prefer to continue honing my skills. A title should not be my motivation. And I sincerely appreciate your kind offer. Du Hao appeared unfazed, his smile even more radiant. I respect your decision. You have your own aspirations and ambitions. However, the door to the cybersecurity department will always remain open for you. Should you ever reconsider, that position will be yours. Du Hao's gaze drifted toward the bustling city skyline outside, and after a moment of reflection, he turned back to Leng Yun. This cyber attack has illuminated a crucial truth. We urgently need to elevate our cybersecurity measures. He paused, his eyes conveying determination. I hope you can assist us in a comprehensive upgrade. I have decided that the company will allocate $35 million for this thorough overhaul of our cybersecurity. You are not only an expert in this field, but also the pivotal figure in this project. I can immediately authorize you to take charge of this project. Leng Yun felt a twinge of surprise at the trust and responsibility bestowed upon him by Du Hao. However, he was well aware that his handling of the recent cyber attack had earned him the company's recognition. He understood that this was both a responsibility and an opportunity. Thank you for your trust, General Manager Du. I will not disappoint your expectations. I am confident that the investment of $35 million will yield substantial returns, allowing us to construct a more robust cybersecurity defense. Indeed, this project not only pertains to the company's data security, but also represents a significant leap in your personal career. You will have the opportunity to form your own team to accomplish this task, laying a solid foundation for your future professional development. Without hesitation, Leng Yun agreed to General Manager Du's request to oversee a comprehensive upgrade of the cybersecurity system for Longhua Group. He understood that this opportunity was not only a commitment to the company, but also a monumental investment in his future career. System prompt. Host Leng Yun. Network vulnerabilities detected in Longhua Group. It is recommended to utilize the system for repairs, which will enhance the enterprise's cybersecurity level. Do you confirm execution? Leng Yun gazed at the prompt before him, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. Confirm execution. The system's voice echoed. Command received. This will deduct 382 star coins, initiating the repair process. In the next moment, Leng Yun felt an intangible force enveloping him, as if his consciousness had transcended his physical form. Traversing the network world in the guise of data, he beheld countless data packets crashing against the defenses of Longhua Group like a surging tide. He swiftly unleashed various hacker techniques, akin to a nimble leopard weaving through the deluge of data. He patched vulnerabilities, established new security perimeters, and fortified the network defense mechanisms. The breaches diminished, and the defenses strengthened. Everything progressed favorably. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Yet it was mere moments before Leng Yun's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance sparkling within. Task completed. Protection level elevated to level 1. The system's voice resonated in Leng Yun's mind. A slight smile graced his lips. He recognized that this repair of network vulnerabilities not only aided Longhua Group, but also served as the finest testament to his personal capabilities. As the cybersecurity protection level ascended, so too did Leng Yun's prowess, solidifying his standing within the system and gradually propelling him toward the pinnacle of power. Visions of Longhua Group's vast commercial landscape flooded his mind. He had worked there and was thoroughly familiar with the company's network system, aware that vulnerabilities indeed existed. Now, he needed to identify these flaws and rectify them before the attackers could strike. Time was of the essence, and Leng Yun's focus intensified. He commenced writing program scripts for vulnerability scanning, commanding the artificial intelligence to optimize the network structure. The entire process resembled a war devoid of smoke. Each repaired vulnerability akin to conquering an unseen adversary. As moments ticked by, beads of sweat formed on Leng Yun's brow. He had been laboring and studying tirelessly for an entire day, utterly exhausted in body and spirit. However, he understood that he could not afford the slightest lapse in diligence. For this task was not only crucial to the cybersecurity of Longhua Group, but also directly impacted the completion of his own system assignments. At last, when the final vulnerability was rectified, Leng Yun exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair, his eyes losing focus. He recognized that this was the most critical moment, as fatigue and complacency could lead to fatal errors. Utilizing the hacker techniques he had recently acquired, Leng Yun successfully repaired the network vulnerabilities, only to inadvertently uncover a hidden commercial espionage scheme detrimental to Longhua Group. He swiftly compiled the evidence and reported it to Du Hao. Chapter 18. The Marriage Bond. The progress of the project exceeded expectations. Through the tireless efforts of Long Hao and his team, the cybersecurity level of Longhua Group experienced a remarkable enhancement in a short span of time. However, Long Hao was not content with merely this achievement. He also instituted a comprehensive training program to elevate the cybersecurity awareness among employees, ensuring that each individual became the frontline defense against cyber attacks. After 3 months of relentless dedication, the cybersecurity defense system of Longhua Group was thoroughly upgraded and successfully launched. This complete overhaul effectively eliminated the vulnerabilities and shortcomings of the old system, bestowing upon the company a formidable new shield of cybersecurity. Du Hao sang praises, expressing profound recognition for Long Hao's accomplishments. The company's data had not faced any attacks since, and all transactions and information flows remained secure. The cybersecurity system established by Long Hao resembled an impregnable fortress, steadfastly guarding the very heart of Longhua Group. Later on, Long Hao's demonstrated leadership prowess and professional skills in project management garnered acknowledgement from his peers, attracting attention from industry companies and even leading to cybersecurity collaboration invitations from renowned enterprises. However, that was a story for another time. Fatigue washed over him like a tide. Rubbing his weary eyes, Long Hao prepared to rise and stretch when suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The network crisis task for Longhua Group has been perfectly completed. Reward. Marriage bond. Opening his backpack, he found a red rope lying quietly within, accompanied by a small inscription. Marriage bond, as the name suggests, can assist you in swiftly finding your destined partner, bidding farewell to the single life. Usage: silently recite the name of your beloved for 1 minute. Note: if the other party does not reciprocate feelings, the binding will fail. Long Hao gazed at the red rope in his backpack, a perplexing sensation swelling within him. The name marriage bond sounded utterly implausible, reminiscent of a dubious product from a street vendor. Moreover, the method of use seemed overly simplistic, merely reciting a name to find one's true love. He scoffed, thinking how increasingly unreliable this system appeared to be. Yet, upon reflection, being a solitary figure at present, perhaps having such an item could be beneficial. What if it actually succeeded? With that thought, he inexplicably grasped the red rope. It felt cool to the touch, surprisingly pleasant. After a moment's hesitation, he tied the red rope around his wrist. Taking a deep breath, Long Hao closed his eyes, envisioning the gentle visage of Leng Yun, her bright eyes and radiant smile. Her tender thoughtfulness, her understanding nature, all stirred his heart. Leng Yun. He silently repeated her name, as if etching it into the depths of his soul. 1 second. 2 seconds. The passage of a minute felt interminable. Just as Long Hao was on the verge of surrendering, the notification chimed again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The marriage bond has been successfully bound. Long Hao abruptly opened his eyes, staring incredulously at the red rope on his wrist. Had it truly succeeded? Did this contraption genuinely possess efficacy? He sprang to his feet, pacing excitedly around the room. He now longed to rush before Leng Yun, confessing his instant infatuation for her and his desire to share a lifetime together. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted as a colossal digital screen in the office illuminated, revealing an instantaneous surge in the stock price of Longhua Group, the data cascading like a magnificent firework display. Du Hao's expression transformed into one of astonishment and satisfaction as he turned to Long Hao, exclaiming, "Brother Long Hao, the group has struck gold this time. Do not stand on ceremony. I hear you're still residing in a hotel. I personally bestow upon you a villa at Longhua, along with a top-tier Porsche sports car." A flicker of astonishment crossed Long Hao's eyes. He had not anticipated such generous rewards from the group. Longhua, renowned throughout the city, boasted opulent villas set in an elegant environment, complete with a meticulous team of private caretakers. The Porsche, a symbol of speed and passion, embodied the status and charisma of a successful individual. Director Du, this is too generous. Long Hao stammered, his words feigning modesty. Yet his heart brimmed with joy. The villa at Longhua was a treasure beyond mere wealth, not to mention the eye-catching Porsche. Du Hao laughed heartily, patting Long Hao on the shoulder. Why be so polite with your brother, Du? You are an indispensable asset to Longhua Group. Without you, we would have faced severe losses. This reward is but a trifle. Just work closely with me, and I assure you a life of luxury. Long Hao feigned composure, nodding. Then I shall humbly accept. The deep rumble of a Porsche engine resonated beneath the starry sky of Longhua as Long Hao embarked on the path of nobility. On this new runway of life, he would demonstrate the strength of an individual, safeguarding not only the group's digital assets, but also crafting his own exhilarating legend. In the vibrant glow of the city, Long Hao understood that the future held boundless possibilities, waiting for him to conquer and embrace. Driving the pristine Porsche along a straight, tree-lined avenue towards the villa at Longhu Ipin, the ginkgo trees flanked the roadside, standing tall in the twilight, as if to welcome their new master. The entrance to the villa community opened gradually, heralding the onset of yet another luxurious tale. Upon entering the community, the security guards stationed at the gate noticed the unfamiliar vehicle. Clad in matching black uniforms, each bore a serious demeanor. As professionals, they recognized that behind every new face could lie an extraordinary story. Long Hao's car came to a gentle halt, and the guards approached swiftly yet courteously, inquiring, "Sir, good day. May I ask if you have an appointment?" With a slight smile, Long Hao leaned out of the window, replying, "I am Long Hao, the new resident of this villa community." Instantly, the guards' expressions brightened with seriousness, and after a swift communication via their walkie-talkies, they verified Long Hao's identity. One guard then smiled and nodded, "Sir, thank you for your registration. Please follow me, and I shall escort you to your villa." Meanwhile, Du Hao watched the live feed of Long Hao's arrival at the community on a display screen within the villa. He placed great importance on Long Hao's abilities and loyalty, and thus pressed the button, causing a concealed elevator door leading to the underground parking lot to slowly open. Long Hao observed the upgraded security services before him, inwardly nodding in approval. The vigilance and professionalism of these security personnel were as meticulous as the cybersecurity system he had developed. He gently drove his car into the underground parking lot, surrounded not only by wealth and success but also by the boundless possibilities bestowed upon him by the system. Chapter 19. Longhu Ipin. The moment Long Hao stepped into the villa, his heart skipped a beat. The scene before him exceeded all his expectations. Every detail exuded unparalleled luxury and refinement. In the center of the lofty hall, a magnificent crystal chandelier emitted a soft yet brilliant glow, illuminating the entire space. Beneath the chandelier, an intricately carved mahogany dining table, extending several meters in length, was adorned with exquisite silverware and crystal goblets, each piece resembling a work of art, embodying the owner's taste and status. The walls were adorned with priceless paintings by renowned artists, serving not merely as decoration but as an embodiment of the pursuit and display of beauty. On one side of the hall, a series of floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a lush garden outside, inviting the serene beauty of nature indoors, fostering a sense of tranquility and harmony. As he entered the living room, the upholstered sofas, elegant coffee table, and handcrafted Persian rug all appeared meticulously curated. The fabric of the sofas was soft and inviting, enveloping one in a gentle embrace upon sitting. The coffee table was graced with a delicate tea set, alongside an open art portfolio, showcasing the owner's refined taste and aspirations. Each room within the villa boasted its own unique design style, ranging from modern minimalism to classical European elegance, all reflecting the designer's artistry and relentless pursuit of beauty. Long Hao's bedroom was spacious and bright, with wall sconces casting a warm glow. The bedding was plush and inviting, making it difficult to rise once reclined. Standing within this opulent villa, Long Hao was filled with awe. This was not merely a residence, but an exhibition of art, where every corner was meticulously designed, and every piece of furniture was carefully selected, symbolizing not only wealth but an ultimate pursuit of quality of life. Long Hao understood that this would be the starting point of his new life, a new world brimming with infinite possibilities. Within the Longhu Ipin villa community, digital technology and ancient traditional wisdom harmoniously coexisted. Recently benefiting from a profitable venture, Long Hao was immersed in the comfort of this luxurious and technologically advanced environment, contemplating his future path. Suddenly, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his reverie, accompanied by the soft rapping. A young butler clad in a bespoke suit stood respectfully at the threshold. "Sir, I am the butler of Longhu Ipin, and it is my pleasure to serve you. How may I assist you today?" Long Hao paused momentarily, then smiled. He realized he was not alone. His new life had someone devotedly attending to it. Considering the polite butler before him, he thought for a moment and made a request. "I am contemplating hosting a small gathering for myself, and I would like to have projection equipment and a top-notch sound system to create a stunning audiovisual experience in this hall." The butler listened patiently, nodding gently. "Sir, we fully comprehend your requirements and will take care to arrange everything accordingly. At Longhu Ipin, we prioritize the experience of every resident, and we shall tailor a solution to meet your needs. Please take a moment to relax. Our technical team will handle all arrangements. Is there anything else you would like to add?" Long Hao nodded with satisfaction. There are no further additions. Let it be as it is. I truly appreciate your efficient service and look forward to your technical solutions. The butler inclined slightly. Your satisfaction is our utmost priority. Should any inquiries or needs arise, please do not hesitate to inform us. Wishing you a splendid gathering. As the butler gently closed the door, Long Hao found himself enveloped once more by the serene atmosphere. His gaze fell upon the resplendent crystal chandelier, envisioning the grand feast that awaited him, a celebration marking the dawn of a new chapter in his life. He picked up his phone, inhaled deeply, and dialed Leng Yun's number. A response came swiftly from the other end, her voice laced with curiosity and anticipation. Hello, Long Hao? Why are you calling me so late? Is there something on your mind? Her tone was gentle with a hint of playfulness. Long Hao smiled slightly, adjusting his tone to sound as relaxed and natural as possible. Leng Yun, I recently moved to the Longhu Epine Villa area, and the surroundings are truly delightful. I was wondering if I could invite you over this weekend. I have prepared some special activities that I would love to share with you. Upon hearing the invitation, Leng Yun paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating, before responding with a teasing lilt. Oh, that sounds intriguing. What kind of special activities do you have in mind? Are you planning to surprise me? A flutter of excitement coursed through Long Hao, yet he maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Haha, just come along. I assure you, surprises await. You will surely adore the villa's environment. We can take a stroll and bask in the beauty of nature. Plus, there are many more surprises in store for you. All right then, I am looking forward to your surprises. See you this weekend. Her voice brimmed with delight. See you this weekend. I'll personally cook a delicious dinner for you, Long Hao added, secretly anticipating the gathering. After the call ended, he set down his phone. His spirits buoyant as he envisioned the moments to come with Leng Yun. This was not merely an invitation. It represented a subtle advancement in their relationship. Chapter 20. The gathering at Longhu Epine. Reclining in the opulent villa, Long Hao's consciousness traversed the realms of reality and the system. With a mere thought, a shimmering metallic virtual interface materialized before him, the artificial intelligence assistant belonging to the system. Summon the system, Long Hao murmured, his voice imbued with the precision and calmness of information technology. Instantly, the system's voice reverberated through the air, identifying. Identification complete, Mr. Long Hao. Please enjoy our services. Before him, the virtual screen displayed rows of data and options, each presented in a concise and intuitive manner. Long Hao gently tapped the screen, selecting the Personal Profile Management option, which promptly unveiled a comprehensive personal information interface. Name, Long Hao. Gender, male. Age, 18. Occupation, IT elite. Total personal assets, 236, 800. 000. Remaining value of Longhu Epine Villa, 198, 000. Upcoming appointments, Miss Leng Yun weekend gathering reminder. Long Hao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the data, instilling a sense of assurance within him. This system was undoubtedly a formidable ally in his life, adept at managing his daily affairs while facilitating the development of his relationship with Leng Yun, ensuring that life remained anything but monotonous. Excellent system, Long Hao declared. I am eagerly anticipating the weekend gathering. Ensure that everything is prepared to perfection. At your service, Mr. Long Hao. All for your satisfaction, the system's voice responded, swiftly orchestrating all the necessities for the gathering. After closing the interface, Long Hao reclined slowly on the plush sofa, a smile flickering in his eyes. This entire experience deepened his appreciation for the favors of fate and imbued him with a heightened sense of control over the future. With phone calls and work momentarily cast aside, Long Hao relished the rare tranquility of his solitary time, contemplating the forthcoming gathering and the promising beginnings it might herald. Soon, the weekend arrived. Long Hao woke early, preparing diligently for the imminent gathering. He meticulously inspected every corner of the villa, ensuring a pristine environment while attending to every detail, striving to leave a splendid impression on Leng Yun. The interior decor was simple yet elegant, with fresh bouquets adorning the dining table, and a subtle floral fragrance wafting through the air. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Leng Yun arrived punctually. Clad in a casual dress, her face radiated a warm smile, evoking the sensation of a gentle spring breeze. Long Hao personally welcomed her, exuding gentlemanly charm as he guided her through every corner of the villa. The environment is truly delightful. Longhu Epine certainly lives up to its reputation, Leng Yun remarked appreciatively. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Long Hao replied with a smile. Shall we take a stroll in the garden? The scenery here is particularly beautiful. As they wandered through the verdant garden, A soft breeze caressed them, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Engaged in conversation, it felt as though time itself had paused in that moment. The brief walk seemed to draw them closer together. Leng Yun, Long Hao suddenly halted his steps, turning to gaze at her with a complex emotion reflected in his eyes. "There are some things I have longed to express to you." Leng Yun looked at him, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation crossing her features. "What is it?" "Please, do share." Taking a deep breath, as if resolutely determined, Leng Hao declared, "Leng Yun, I have always admired you, not merely for your talent and beauty, but more so for your captivating personality. My invitation for you here is to foster a deeper understanding between us, perhaps even to embark on a more profound journey together." Leng Yun smiled gently, her expression softening. "Leng Hao, your sincerity touches me deeply. I admire you as well. Why don't we take our time and allow things to unfold naturally?" Upon hearing her response, the weight in Leng Hao's heart was finally lifted, and warmth radiated from both their eyes. As night descended, Leng Hao had prepared a sumptuous dinner in the villa's dining room. The table was elegantly set with two exquisite place settings, silver candle holders casting a warm glow, and in the center, a delightful floral arrangement that was pleasing to the eye. Leng Hao graciously pulled out a chair for Leng Yun, and as they exchanged smiles, he lightly snapped his fingers, prompting the waiter to present the meticulously prepared meal. The dinner consisted of a series of exquisite dishes, the first being a unique steak. The black truffle marbled steak was not only visually appealing, but also melded the rare black truffle with tenderloin, its succulent texture releasing a rich aroma with each bite. Leng Yun was astonished by the uniqueness of the steak, her eyes reflecting surprise. Following that was the basil beef hollow noodles, a dish rich in Italian flair. Featuring freshly cooked hollow noodles combined with basil and minced beef, exuding a refreshing basil fragrance. The tenderness of the beef harmonized beautifully with the firmness of the noodles. Leng Yun's gaze revealed her appreciation for this culinary delight. Finally, the waiter presented them with 2 glasses of red wine, the liquid a deep, jewel-like crimson. This was the Roman Iconi red wine, its richness and fragrance perfectly complementing the meal. As they gently raised their chilled glasses for a toast, the aroma of the wine mingled with the rhythm of their heartbeats and smiles. After dinner, Leng Hao unveiled his latest technological achievement, a high-tech device capable of fulfilling wishes. Skeptical yet intrigued, Leng Yun proposed a modest wish as a test. To her astonishment, the device manifested her wish in a remarkably short time, igniting her curiosity about Leng Hao's abilities and the world he inhabited. Subsequently, Leng Hao suggested engaging in a virtual reality game as the pinnacle of their gathering. Donning VR headsets, they entered a futuristic virtual realm, embarking on an adventure filled with surprises and challenges. On this extraordinary evening, Leng Hao wove a tapestry of culinary delights and an elegant dining atmosphere that drew their hearts closer together. Leng Yun's smile blossomed even brighter. While Leng Hao reveled in the cherished moments they shared, every preparation culminating in an unforgettable experience. Leng Hao beamed at Leng Yun, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. This marks a fresh beginning, a future brimming with uncertainty and hope. Chapter 21. The Long family group. Leng Hao and Leng Yun stepped onto the terrace of the villa, where 2 comfortable armchairs were positioned beside a small tea table. The surroundings were tranquil, punctuated only by the gentle whisper of the wind and the distant chirping of insects. The moonlight bathed the scene in a silvery glow, and Leng Yun tilted her head slightly, seemingly savoring the serenity of the moment. Leng Hao followed her gaze, and the night sky appeared as an inky canvas, dotted with countless stars, resembling distant lanterns guiding them toward the future. Leng Hao handed a steaming cup of red tea to Leng Yun, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, mingling with the moonlight. As Leng Yun accepted the teacup, her fingertips brushed the warm surface. Yet the warmth seemed unable to penetrate the depths of her clear eyes. "What troubles you?" Leng Hao inquired, concern threading through his voice. "Ever since I saw you last, you seem rather dispirited, and you haven't tea been streaming. Is your father pressuring you?" Leng Yun gently shook her head, bringing the teacup closer to her nose, inhaling deeply as if to draw the tea's fragrance into her very being, hoping to dispel the lingering gloom. Actually, her voice was soft, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the night. "My father still hopes I can find a match of equal standing, preferably from a family that could support the Long family." Leng Hao raised an eyebrow, the answer not surprising him. He was well aware of the intentions of Leng Yun as father, that cunning old fox. "And what about you? What are your thoughts?" Leng Hao leaned back, his gaze resting on the delicate profile of Leng Yun. The moonlight enveloped her in a hazy glow, rendering her expression even more inscrutable. After a moment of silence, Leng Yun sighed softly. I certainly wish to have my own say. Matters of marriage cannot be treated like business alliances. Long Hao chuckled lightly. Your father doesn't share that sentiment. He would be more than pleased to arrange a marriage with some business tycoon, allowing him to rest easy in his later years. Leng Yun smiled wryly. Indeed. My mother supports me, yet she is equally insistent, constantly asking when I will bring you home to meet them. Meet the parents? Long Hao elongated his tone playfully, feigning surprise. Isn't that a bit too swift? Leng Yun shot him a glance. What are you thinking? I merely mentioned it casually. My father has not been well lately and wishes to gradually hand over the company's affairs to me. I've been preoccupied with taking over the business, leaving me little time for romance. Long Hao observed her. Though her face bore signs of fatigue, her eyes shone with determination, as if she bore a tremendous weight yet radiated strength. He understood that Leng Yun possessed an indomitable spirit. The more challenging the circumstances, the more she yearned to prove herself. It seems I must intensify my efforts, Long Hao suddenly declared, his tone turning serious. Intensify your efforts? Leng Yun looked at him, puzzled. Of course, to marry you sooner so that your father need not worry about you lacking care, he replied with a smile, though his demeanor remained earnest. Leng Yun was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a hue of crimson. Who needs your care? I. Before she could finish her sentence, Long Hao pulled her into his embrace. Long Hao's kiss was imbued with a hint of dominance, yet simultaneously exuded unparalleled tenderness. Under the moonlight, two figures embraced tightly, as if the world around them were of no consequence to their union. As dawn's light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, it gently illuminated the entire room. Cold Yun awoke from her slumber, instinctively reaching out to feel the space beside her, only to encounter emptiness. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes to behold Long Hao's busy figure. Clad in simple loungewear, he could not conceal his tall and imposing stature, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His long legs appeared particularly alluring in the morning glow. Are you awake? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Long Hao placed an exquisite plate of fruit salad on the bedside table and turned to Cold Yun with a mischievous smile. Cold Yun lazily stretched, her fair skin glistening softly in the sunlight, reminiscent of a languid cat. It's the aroma of your breakfast that is too enticing, Cold Yun chuckled. It makes me, a lady of stature, feel quite inadequate. That's merely because you have yet to experience more of my culinary skills, Miss Cold. Long Hao raised an eyebrow. Have you considered keeping me by your side? That way, you could enjoy my heartfelt breakfasts every day. Such wishful thinking. Cold Yun feigned disdain, casting him a playful glance, though her heart felt as though it were coated in honey. After breakfast, Long Hao drove his eye-catching Porsche, taking Cold Yun to the Cold Corporation. However, this time, his role shifted from boyfriend to personal secretary. Secretary Long, what is the work schedule for today? Cold Yun sat in the back seat, adopting an air of authority and speaking in a commanding tone. At your service, Miss Cold, Long Hao replied, glancing at her through the rearview mirror, a playful smile gracing his lips. At 9 o'clock this morning, you have a high-level meeting that requires your preparation. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you are to meet with Chairman Wang of the Wang Corporation to discuss matters of collaboration. Long Hao meticulously reported the day's agenda while Cold Yun listened, perusing the documents in her hands. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, as she absorbed Long Hao's deep, resonant voice, she felt her cheeks warming. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Long Hao stepped out first, opening the car door for Cold Yun and gesturing in a gentlemanly manner. Cold Yun alighted gracefully, instantly drawing the attention of several onlookers. With her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor, she strode into the company lobby, Long Hao following closely behind. Employees nearby cast curious glances and whispered amongst themselves. Who is that new handsome guy? I've never seen him before. I don't know, but he seems rather familiar with Miss Cold. Could it be? Long Hao remained unperturbed, ignoring the chatter surrounding him. He opened his phone, feigning to check the day's itinerary while actually using the system to scan the psychological shifts of those around him. Beep. Target, Chairman Wang Dafu of the Wang Corporation. Psychological activity. This Cold Yun is indeed youthful. Today, I shall show her what a seasoned business fox looks like. Ha ha ha. Long Hao subtly curled his lips, sensing that this negotiation would prove far more intriguing than anticipated. After the morning meeting concluded, Leng Yun returned to her office, massaging her slightly swollen temples. Secretary Long, has President Wang arrived? President Wang is already waiting in the reception room, Miss Long. Long Hao replied while placing a steaming cup of coffee before her. I see, Leng Yun said, taking a delicate sip of her coffee. During the negotiation, please pay close attention to President Wang's expressions and report to me promptly. As you command, Miss Leng, Long Hao said, a subtle smile playing on his lips, hinting at deeper implications. Chapter 22. The Art of Mind Reading. In the reception room, Wang Dafu sat leisurely on the sofa, a cup of tea in hand. Yet his eyes darted about, betraying a mind swirling with schemes. Upon the entrance of Leng Yun and Long Hao, he promptly rose. A fade of insincere smiles plastered across his face. Ah, General Manager Ling, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person after hearing so much about you. Mr. Wang, you are too kind. Please, have a seat. Leng Yun exchanged polite pleasantries before steering the conversation towards the crux of the matter. Regarding the upcoming collaboration project? For the next hour, both parties engaged in a spirited discussion over the specifics of their partnership. Wang Dafu, ever the cunning fox, deftly probed and ultimately discerned Leng Yun's limits. General Manager Ling, we have collaborated for quite some time now, and I hold the Leng Corporation in high regard. Wang Dafu stated with a beaming smile. How about we split the profits of this project 60-40, with me taking the larger share? What do you think? Leng Yun's brow furrowed. Wang Dafu's appetite certainly knew no bounds. Mr. Wang, this price seems rather. Before she could finish, Long Hao interjected, Mr. Wang. What our general manager means is, we are willing to accept this price. What? Both Leng Yun and Wang Dafu exclaimed in disbelief, each questioning whether they had misheard. Internally, Wang Dafu reveled in triumph, realizing that Leng Yun was not as formidable as he had presumed, easily acquiescing to his terms. Suppressing his elation, he feigned calmness. Excellent. How forthright. In that case, we shall. However, Long Hao shifted the tone of the conversation, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We require that all project payments be settled within 1 month. Wang Dafu's smile faltered, frozen on his face. 1 month? This was utterly impossible. He had initially envisioned a partial deposit, with the remaining funds stretched out as long as possible, knowing that the Leng Corporation would likely hesitate to press too hard. Wang Dafu sought to negotiate further, but was silenced by a mere glance from Long Hao. Mr. Wang, as you are aware, our Leng Corporation is currently experiencing some cash flow difficulties, hence this request. I hope for your understanding. Long Hao's tone was sincere, yet his resolve was unyielding. How does this brat know about my financial troubles? Wang Dafu cursed inwardly, yet dared not show any sign of distress. A furtive glance at Leng Yun revealed her equally perplexed expression, clearly unaware of Long Hao's hidden agenda. Mr. Wang, if this poses a challenge for you, we can. Not a challenge at all. Not a challenge. Wang Dafu gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table. It is settled then. Huh. You think you can outsmart me? You are far too green. I am a man gifted with the art of mind reading. Long Hao reveled silently in his cleverness. His smile deepened, and he leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice yet exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. Mr. Wang, once this contract is signed, it becomes effective. Should there be a breach, the penalty shall be tenfold. According to our investigation, he deliberately paused, observing Wang Dafu's expression. It appears that your company's finances are rather strained at the moment. Wang Dafu's smile faltered, and he instinctively straightened his posture, eager to retort, only to be silenced by Long Hao's subsequent words. Let us do it this way. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, President Wang. We will do 80-20, and the payment method will remain unchanged as before. What do you think? Long Hao spoke with a casual tone, as if engaged in mundane conversation, yet Wang Dafu was drenched in cold sweat. How does he know? Could this young man possess mind-reading abilities? Wang Dafu scrutinized Long Hao, but he appeared unfazed, exuding an aura of complete control over the situation. President Wang, look at this heat. It's quite oppressive. Allow me to turn on the air conditioning for you. Without waiting for Wang Dafu's response, Long Hao rose and approached the air conditioning unit, pressing the switch. A refreshing breeze immediately filled the room, dispelling a hint of the tension in Wang Dafu's mind. As he collected his thoughts, he realized that although the profit margin had diminished, the pressure of repayment had significantly eased, which, in the long run, could prove advantageous. All right, Wang Dafu gritted his teeth. Feigning magnanimity, let us proceed as you suggested. 80-20 it is. After all, we are old friends, right? President Wang, you truly are agreeable. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Long Hao maintained his seemingly harmless smile, although a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He stood, extending his right hand. Wang Dafu stared at Long Hao's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback, before quickly rising to grasp it, forcing a smile as he said, to a fruitful partnership. Yet inwardly, he cursed, damn it, this young man is astute beyond his years. I almost fell into his trap. After exchanging insincere pleasantries, Long Hao departed Wang Dafu's office with Leng Yun. Upon exiting, Leng Yun could not suppress her curiosity. Long Hao, how did you know that Wang Dafu's company was in financial distress? Long Hao smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice to say, mind reading, you know? Leng Yun rolled her eyes, retorting, come off it. Who do you think you are, reading minds? Hee hee. You know that while Wang Dafu appeared pleased signing the contract, he was likely cursing me internally. Long Hao paused for effect, a playful smirk gracing his features. Oh? What exactly was he cursing? Do tell. Long Yun's curiosity was piqued. He probably cursed my ancestors through 18 generations, haha. Long Hao mimicked Wang Dafu's tone vividly. This kid, though young, is quite ruthless. I almost fell for his scheme. He is probably still reeling from it. Nonetheless, you did exceptionally well today, securing the maximum benefit for the company. Long Yun listened with amusement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Long Hao felt a bit bashful under her gaze, scratching his nose as he replied, it's all part of my duty. Oh please, stop boasting. Cold Yun helplessly shook her head, yet the smile in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Let us return to the company. Upon their return, it was evident that Cold Yun's mood had significantly lightened compared to when they had left. She stretched lazily and remarked, with your presence, my work efficiency has greatly improved. Tasks that would typically take a week or two to prepare have been swiftly completed in just one day. Long Hao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he inquired, does that mean I can request an advance on my bonus? Cold Yun playfully tapped his head and replied, what are you thinking? Just work diligently, and your rewards will surely follow. Chapter 23. Cohabitation of two, then I shall eagerly await the reward from the enchanting cold beauty. Long Hao returned to his workstation with a playful grin, yet his mind began to ponder what kind of reward Leng Yun would bestow upon him. As night descended, Long Hao drove his Porsche through the gates of the Longhu Epine Villa district, humming a cheerful tune. He parked his Porsche in the garage and stepped into the opulent villa. Just as he entered the living room, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully utilized your skill in perfect negotiation to secure the contract, rewarded with 10 original shares of the Lang Group, sourced from public shares. In full compliance with legal regulations. The sudden mechanical announcement startled Long Hao, instantly igniting joy within him, and he couldn't help but let out a laugh. The Lung Group, the largest real estate developer in the city, meant that the 10 shares he now possessed were worth at least hundreds of millions. System, you are truly my lucky star. Long Hao silently exclaimed, delightfully opening the refrigerator to retrieve a can of cold beer. Please note, host, this system is designed to assist you in achieving your life's value. Rather than becoming a tool for your unearned gains, the system's emotionless voice intoned. Settling comfortably into the sofa, his thoughts began to drift. To ascend to greatness. To stand atop the pyramid and gaze down upon the masses had once been an unattainable dream for him. Now, it seemed within reach. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, breaking Long Hao's reverie. He opened the door to find Leng Yun standing there, clad in a simple white dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her ethereal elegance was striking. Long Hao nearly spat out his beer at the sight. Long Yun gracefully walked around the front of the car and retrieved several large boxes from the back seat of his Porsche. What is this? Long Hao stood there, dumbfounded. Leng Yun clapped her hands, wearing an expression of triumph, and casually remarked, starting today, I shall reside here, saving myself from the hotel, plus there is someone to make me breakfast. How convenient. Wait, reside here? Long Hao pointed at himself and then at the resplendent villa behind him. Are you certain? Is there any doubt? I've already checked out of the hotel. Leng Yun stated as she carried 2 small boxes inside, commanding Long Hao to move the remaining large boxes without hesitation. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and help me move them in. At that moment, Long Hao's mind was in turmoil. This woman was certainly unpredictable. He had assumed that with Leng Yun's icy demeanor, even if she harbored some affection for him, it would develop gradually. How had they leapt straight to cohabitation? Hey, I must say, cold beauty, isn't this progress a bit too swift? How long have we even known each other? Long Hao attempted to reason with her while lugging the boxes. Does the duration of our acquaintance truly matter? Leng Yun had already entered the living room, casually surveying the DCOR, and nonchalantly replied, I find you quite agreeable, and you don't seem to dislike me. This villa is spacious enough for us to look out for one another. Isn't that splendid? What's so good about it? Long Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He couldn't shake the sensation that he had fallen into a trap. Cold Yun seemed to read his thoughts, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Should I move out right now? No, no, no. Long Hao hastily waved his hands. It had taken considerable effort to lure this esteemed lady into his abode. How could he let her leave? Stay, of course. It would be my honor, truly. Cold Yun nodded in satisfaction and began to scrutinize Long Hao's villa. One could not deny that the villa, in terms of location and decor, aligned perfectly with her exquisite taste. Not bad. It's cleaner than I imagined, she remarked, offering a semblance of approval. Long Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. What did she mean by cleaner than expected? He was a person with a penchant for cleanliness. Where's your room? Cold Yun inquired. What do you want to do? Long Hao's vigilance surged. Why? I simply wish to tour my new home. Cold Yun replied matter-of-factly. What? You don't intend to leave me here alone while you hide away in your room, do you? Of course not. You're overthinking it. Long Hao chuckled awkwardly as he guided Cold Yun through his villa. The villa boasted 3 floors with a minimalist yet grand design. The first floor encompassed the common areas, living room, dining room, and kitchen, while the second floor housed the bedrooms. The third floor featured a study, gym, and entertainment room. Cold Yun was quite taken with the villa, particularly the rooftop garden on the 3rd floor, which offered a panoramic view of the entire Longhu Ipin Villa district. I think I shall take this guest room, Cold Yun declared, pointing at a room adjacent to the master bedroom. The guest room? Long Hao paused. That room hasn't been occupied in quite some time. Perhaps you should stay in the master bedroom next door instead. It's better furnished. No need for that. This room will suffice, Cold Yun asserted, her decision firm. Long Hao, resigned, acquiesced to her choice. That night, as Long Hao lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. The sound of Cold Yun's even breathing drifted from the adjacent room, a reminder of the day's surreal events. Had he truly begun cohabitating with Cold Yun? The thought filled him with both excitement and trepidation. Excited, for he had the opportunity to be near this aloof goddess. Anxious, for he was uncertain about navigating their relationship. Did he truly harbor feelings for Cold Yun? The answer eluded him. Perhaps he was merely captivated by her beauty and grace. Yet, regardless, the undeniable fact remained. He was now living with Cold Yun. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open. Long Hao felt a jolt in his chest, a terrifying thought racing through his mind. Surely, this esteemed lady wouldn't he want to? He bolted upright, eyes wide, fixed on the doorway. Indeed, Cold Yun stood there, clad in a silk robe, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her delicate collarbone shimmering alluringly under the soft light. She approached Long Hao barefoot, each step seeming to tread upon the very essence of his heart, rendering him breathless with anxiety. I've grown accustomed to sleeping with you these past few days. Now, I find myself a bit unaccustomed to this sudden shift. Leng Yun remarked lazily as she reached the edge of the bed, her tone laced with a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of playful reproach. Long Hao felt as though something had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him speechless for an eternity. He could only watch, wide-eyed, as Leng Yun lifted the covers and lay down beside him. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing his heartbeat to quicken, as if it were attempting to leap from his chest. He struggled to restrain himself from gazing at Leng Yun, who was so near. Yet her presence exuded an irresistible allure that compelled him to draw closer. Chapter 24. The Rejection of Blind Dates You. Long Hao finally regained his voice. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Leng Yun turned to face Long Hao, her beautiful eyes shimmering brightly in the dim light. She reached out, gently caressing Long Hao's cheek, her touch as tender as if she were handling a precious treasure. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Leng Yun's voice carried a hint of playful mirth, delicately teasing Long Hao's heart like a feather. And no. Long Hao felt his cheeks flush with an intensity akin to fire. He wished to retreat from Leng Yun's touch. Yet his body remained motionless as though ensnared by an unseen force. Leng Yun's fingers trailed along Long Hao's cheek, gliding down past his Adam's apple. Finally resting upon his chest, Long Hao could distinctly sense her warmth and the softness of her touch. Your heart is racing, Leng Yun teased lightly. What are you so anxious about? Long Hao struggled to find an explanation, yet the words eluded him. Surely, he could not admit that he was frightened of her next move. Leng Yun seemed to read his thoughts, letting out a soft laugh as she said, Don't worry. I'm quite conservative. Long Hao was taken aback. Before he could process her words, he felt her entire form press against him. Her slender arms encircled his waist. burying her head in his chest as she sought a comfortable position, her eyes gently closing. "I merely wish to borrow your warmth for a good night's sleep," she murmured, her voice muffled and tinged with fatigue. Long Hao's body stiffened like stone as he gazed down at Leng Yun, whose breathing was steady and elongated, clearly indicating she had fallen asleep. He yearned to push her away, yet a pang of reluctance gripped him as he beheld her serene visage. "Damn it," Long Hao muttered under his breath, resigning himself to the situation as he closed his eyes. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Leng Yun awoke to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Groggily, she opened her eyes, only to find that Long Hao was no longer by her side. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, filling the room with a warm ambience. She rubbed her eyes, the memories of the previous night flooding back like a tidal wave, causing her cheeks to flush. Throwing off the covers, she padded barefoot across the floor, a faint scent of tobacco filling her nostrils, a scent that belonged to Long Hao, mingled with the fresh essence of morning, surprisingly pleasant. Following the enticing fragrance, she made her way to the kitchen, where she discovered Long Hao humming an off-key tune as he busied himself, his tall silhouette appearing particularly warm and dependable in the morning light. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast: golden, crispy fried eggs, fragrant bacon, perfectly toasted bread, fresh fruit salad, and a steaming cup of milk, alongside her favorite strawberry cake. Upon seeing Leng Yun, Long Hao turned, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Well, the young lady has awakened. Go freshen up and come join me for breakfast." Leng Yun stared at the bountiful spread before her, astonished. "Did you make all of this?" Long Hao raised an eyebrow, meticulously arranging the final strawberry cake, and casually declared, "Of course, one must consider who I am. I am the quintessential homebody, adept in both the grand halls and the kitchen. How about it? Are you moved?" Leng Yun was amused by his self-absorbed demeanor. She approached the dining table, seated herself, and picked up her knife and fork to indulge in breakfast. The strawberry cake melted in her mouth, sweet yet not cloying, a flavor she adored. It seemed this lad had a fair understanding of her preferences. Long Hao took a seat across from her, resting his chin on his hand, quietly observing her with a hint of barely perceptible tenderness in his gaze. "What is the matter?" Leng Yun, feeling slightly uneasy under his scrutiny, lifted her head and inquired, wondering if there was something on her face. "Nothing at all. I merely find your eating mannerism quite endearing," Long Hao replied with a smile, as if recalling an amusing memory. Leng Yun was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he was teasing her. Just as she was about to retort, an abrupt ring-on shattered the subtly intimate atmosphere. The caller ID revealed a woman clad in a Chanel ensemble, her expression stern and lips slightly downturned, unmistakably formidable. The words displayed beneath read, "Mother." Long Hao noticed the carefree expression on Leng Yun's face vanish in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor colder than a glacier. "Hello, what is it?" Leng Yun answered the call, her tone frigid, a stark contrast to her earlier warmth with Long Hao. On the other end of the video call, Leng Yun's mother sat upright, her brow furrowed, as if about to unleash a tirade. "Leng Yun, you do know how to answer a phone, don't you? The suitors I introduced you to have all complained about being stood up. Have you grown wings and decided you're beyond my guidance?" Leng Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation, distancing the phone to evade her mother's wrath. "Those mismatched candidates hardly merit my attention," she replied disdainfully, laced with contempt. "You." Leng mother was incensed by her dismissive attitude. "I tell you, this time you must meet this one." "He is." Leng Yun interrupted her sharply. "Not going. I'm busy." Just as she was about to press the hang-up button, her mother's voice suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, where are you?" "That neighborhood style. The greenery, the view outside, it looks remarkably like the villas at Longhu Yiping. Xiaoyan, are you secretly dating someone? Tell your mother. I'm very open-minded." Leng Yun's finger froze midair as she quickly scanned her surroundings, her complexion shifting to one resembling that of someone who had swallowed a fly. Curse it. How could she forget to use a virtual background? Seeing her silent, Leng mother assumed she had hit the nail on the head, her tone growing more animated. "I knew it. With our Xiaoyan's remarkable qualities, how could she possibly lack admirers? Hurry. Let me see which fortunate lad has managed to win her heart." At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room, and Long Hao suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him. He looked up to find Leng Yun's mother, through the video call, staring intently at him. Her expression softened in an instant, transforming into a visage of warmth and kindness. "Oh, is there someone else on the video?" the mother inquired gently, her tone surprisingly mild. Long Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It was the first time in his life he was meeting his mother-in-law, albeit through a screen. Leng Yun seemed to sense her mother's shift in demeanor and quickly introduced him, saying, "This is my secretary, Long Hao." "Hello, Auntie. I am Long Hao," he said, hastily adjusting his breathing to ensure his voice sounded steadier. Chapter 25. Meeting the affluent parents. Is it Long Hao? The mother's demeanor softened considerably. "That's splendid. Leng Yun, come over for dinner later, so we can get to know each other well." "What?" Leng Yun was taken aback, the sudden warmth catching her off guard. Meanwhile, Long Hao's heart raced, a surge of excitement washing over him. "All right. Thank you, Auntie, for the invitation. I will be there on time," he stammered, his mind already envisioning the scene of their meeting tomorrow. The mother smiled contentedly. Then it settled. "Leng Yun, don't forget. We're all waiting for him tonight." With that, she cheerfully ended the video call. Long Hao was still savoring the unexpected good news, while Leng Yun regarded him with a complex expression, her eyes brimming with contradiction and uncertainty. "It seems my mother has already made up her mind about you," Leng Yun said half-jokingly. "From a wicked stepmother to a benevolent mother-in-law in the blink of an eye, doesn't that feel quite complicated?" Long Hao smiled slightly. "Honestly, I hadn't anticipated this either. However, if this brings us closer, I think it's rather wonderful." After a moment of silence, Leng Yun nodded. "Indeed, perhaps this is our destined connection." A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Setting her phone aside, the complexity on Leng Yun's face gradually faded, replaced by a playful smile. She scrutinized Long Hao from head to toe, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "What are you looking at?" Long Hao asked, feeling uncomfortable, instinctively touching his face. "Is there something on my face?" "I was just thinking." Leng Yun approached him, her finger lightly tracing his cheek. "If you polished your appearance a bit more, you might truly captivate my mother." Long Hao swatted her hand away, retorting, "Your mother isn't that superficial. Don't overthink it." "Superficial? Is there any creature in this world more shallow than a man?" Leng Yun chuckled lightly, turning towards the wardrobe. "Stop dawdling and change your clothes. My mother despises tardiness." Long Hao watched her graceful silhouette depart, shaking his head in resignation. He recalled their last shopping trip, when Leng Yun had insisted on visiting that luxury store, purchasing an uncountable number of outfits and accessories to prepare for various occasions. At the time, he had mocked her for being wasteful, but now he wondered if she had anticipated such a day. Stepping into the wardrobe, he immediately spotted two pristine suits. One was deep blue, the other black. Both were handcrafted in Italy, impeccably tailored and exquisitely made. Long Hao, who typically dressed casually in cheap attire, felt as if he had transformed entirely upon donning such prestigious garments. Leng Yun approached from behind, holding a finely crafted men's watch. She deftly unbuttoned Long Hao's shirt cuffs and adorned his wrist with the watch, her movements as gentle as if handling a cherished treasure. "How does it feel? Do you now think of yourself as a successful person?" Leng Yun's voice whispered teasingly in his ear. Long Hao gazed down at the watch adorning his wrist. Its gleaming diamonds and the cold metallic touch evoked an inexplicable sense of unease within him. The value of this timepiece was sufficient to sustain him through several years of diligent labor. "What exactly do you intend to do?" he inquired, raising his gaze to meet Leng Yun's eyes, hoping to glean an answer from her profound gaze. Leng Yun offered no reply, merely bestowing upon him a subtle smile, one that seemed to conceal a myriad of unspoken words, leaving him perplexed. She looped her arm through his and gently urged, "Come, let us not keep mother waiting." As dusk descended, the fading sunlight cloaked the bustling metropolis in a golden veil. A crimson Ferrari, akin to a blazing flame, weaved through the traffic, ultimately halting before a towering edifice, Tang Chini Pin, one of the most opulent residential districts in the magical city. Seated in the driver's seat, Long Hao surveyed the scene before him, marveling at the unimaginable world of the affluent. He turned to Leng Yun, only to witness her elegantly unfastening her seatbelt, a hint of concealed pride gracing her features. "Are you feeling anxious?" she teased, relishing in his discomfort. "Not particularly," Long Hao feigned composure. Yet his grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. It was a lie to claim he was untroubled, for he had never envisioned himself stepping into such an environment, let alone as the future son-in-law. "Do not fret. My mother is quite easygoing," Leng Yun reassured him, smoothing out his collar. "Just act naturally, and do not resemble a wooden figure." "I am not a wooden figure," Long Hao protested, but her enchanting gaze sent a wave of trepidation through him, compelling him to fall silent. They entered the elevator, ascending to the top-floor duplex apartment. As the elevator doors gradually parted, An expansive and luxurious living room unfolded before them. A crystal chandelier radiated dazzling brilliance, exquisite furnishings were meticulously arranged, and vast floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the city's nightscape, all exuding the essence of affluence. "Mother, we are back," Leng Yun announced while slipping into her slippers. "Oh my precious daughter has returned." A resplendent, middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen. Upon spotting Long Hao behind Leng Yun, her face instantly brightened with a welcoming smile. "So, this must be Long Hao. Come in, do not linger at the doorway." Long Hao felt akin to a monkey on display at a zoo, engulfed by discomfort. He managed a stiff smile, following Leng Yun into the living room. "Hello, Andy. I am Long Hao." He endeavored to appear at ease, though his voice quivered slightly. Yes, please take a seat," Leng's mother warmly beckoned him, appraising his attire with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Though Long Hao hailed from modest beginnings, he was undeniably a handsome young man, worthy of her daughter. "Auntie, I brought you some fruit," Long Hao said, presenting the basket he held. "Oh dear, you need not bring anything. Your presence is more than sufficient." Leng's mother replied with feigned modesty, yet she accepted the fruit basket without hesitation, handing it over to a nearby servant. "Long Hao, I hear from Leng Yun that you serve as her secretary?" Leng's mother inquired, elegantly crossing her legs as she settled into the sofa. "Yes, Auntie," Long Hao promptly replied, though a sense of trepidation began to stir within him. He was acutely aware that the true test was yet to come. "Indeed, mother. Long Hao has been an immense help to me," Leng Yun remarked affectionately, linking her arm with her mother's while her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. "He has managed all matters, big and small, within the company with remarkable efficiency. He is truly my right hand." Chapter 26, Soft rice and hard eating. The inquiries from Cold Mother bombarded Long Hao like a series of firecrackers. Probing into every detail of his family background and work experience, Long Hao felt as though he was under the spotlight, subjected to interrogation. With beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, Cold Yun, observing the tension etched on Long Hao's face, could not help but chuckle inwardly, gently patting her mother's hand. She playfully interjected, "Mom, please stop asking. You're making Long Hao nervous." Right. I tend to get carried away when I'm excited." Cold Mother finally realized her overzealousness, offering a warm smile as she patted Long Hao's hand reassuringly. "Don't be anxious. I'm merely curious and wish to know more about you." Long Hao managed a dry chuckle and nodded, inwardly grumbling. "Is this what you call casual inquiries? One might think it's an investigation." Sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward, Cold Yun shifted the conversation to recent projects at the company. Seizing the opportunity to relax, Long Hao joined the discussion, striving to showcase his professionalism and competence. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had completely darkened. Cold Mother glanced at the time and stood, saying, "I'll check on the chef to see how the dishes are coming along. You two continue your conversation." Before long, the table was adorned with a variety of delectable dishes, their colors, aromas, and flavors harmoniously intertwined. There were braised pork, sweet and sour carp, dry-fried green beans, and refreshing fruit salad, with silver chopsticks resting elegantly on the edges of the exquisite plates, reflecting meticulous attention to detail. Long Hao, these are traditional Chinese home-cooked dishes, each with its unique significance. For instance, braised pork symbolizes wealth and prosperity, while sweet and sour carp signifies abundance year after year, Cold Father explained, gesturing toward the spread. "Indeed, these are the chef's specialties. His culinary skills are exceptional," Cold Mother added with a smile. "I hope you enjoy them." As Long Hao sat at the dining table, a familiar warmth enveloped him, evoking a sense of intimacy. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of braised pork, savoring the rich, savory taste that instantly filled him with satisfaction. "Delicious," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "This braised pork is truly remarkable." As he relished each dish and engaged in light conversation with Cold Yun's parents, the relaxed atmosphere drew them closer. What he had anticipated as a rigid and rule-laden aristocratic family was, in reality, a warm and harmonious household, igniting his excitement for the myriad possibilities the future held. The evening glow gradually sank beneath the horizon, the sky transitioning from gold to crimson, then to purple, ultimately merging into the darkness of night. The living room radiated a comforting warmth as the family sat closely together in an intimate circle. Taking a deep breath, Long Hao spoke, his voice gentle yet resolute. Sharing his story with Cold Yun's parents, he recounted his journey through education, how he earned his university acceptance through relentless effort, and the days and nights of hard work and self-reliance. "I understand that my starting point was not high, but I have never believed myself to be inferior to others. I have always held the conviction that with diligence, one can alter their destiny. As Long Hao spoke, his tone revealed a blend of pride and resilience. Leng Yun's parents listened intently, their eyes brimming with understanding and sympathy. Upon learning that Long Hao had endured several sleepless nights to cover his tuition and living expenses, they clasped each other's hands tightly, seemingly seeking some inspiration from his steadfastness. Unexpectedly, Leng Yun's mother was overcome with tears, causing Long Hao's heart to tighten. "I'm sorry. Auntie, did I say something wrong?" No. Leng Yun's mother quickly waved her hand to interrupt him. "You are remarkable, Long Hao. It reminds me of my own childhood, which was fraught with hardship. My father also worked tirelessly to create the life we have now. Your story is a poignant reminder of the power of perseverance and effort." Long Hao recounted his past with composure, each word reflecting his unwavering spirit. After listening, Leng Yun's father nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, gazed intently at Long Hao, resolved to delve deeper into the young man's circumstances. "Long Hao, I have heard from Leng Yun about the challenges you have faced, and it is indeed no small feat." With a warm tone, he continued, "However, I would like to know what plans you have for the future. What are your thoughts on your career? Surely you cannot remain merely as Leng Yun's secretary." Long Hao smiled slightly, having long since formed a clear vision for his future. Bolstered by his recent work experiences, I am currently preparing to establish my own technology company, focusing primarily on software development and system integration. This field presents me with both challenges and boundless possibilities. He paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before continuing, "I will be responsible for exploring and applying emerging technologies, which necessitates continuous learning and innovation. I am passionate about this work because it allows me to transform my knowledge and ideas into tangible products that can address the pain points in people's lives and work." Leng Yun's father expressed his concerns about Long Hao's future, believing that a degree from a second-tier university and an ordinary job would not provide Leng Yun with a good life. Hearing this, Leng Yun felt a wave of confusion. Glancing at Long Hao multiple times, her eyes reflecting unease and doubt. Biting her lip, she tentatively spoke up, "Dad, Mom, I truly believe that a person's potential and determination are more significant than their background. Long Hao is hardworking and ambitious. We should afford him more opportunities." Her mother sighed, her demeanor turning serious. "Leng Yun, we are not opposed to Long Hao as a person, but what can he currently offer you? We simply do not want you to suffer in the future." Long Hao interjected, his tone resolute. "I understand your concerns about my ability to provide Leng Yun with a good future. However, I assure you that through my own efforts, I will ensure that Leng Yun leads a happy life." Leng Yun's father furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing his thoughts. Ultimately, there was a hint of inquiry in his gaze as he looked at Long Hao. "What are your plans?" A degree from an average second-tier university followed by a standard job is evidently insufficient to support Leng Yun, Cold Yun's father suggested. "How about you become the general manager at one of the companies under the Cold Group tomorrow? You could earn a few million a year." Long Hao was taken aback. The proposal from Cold Yun's father caught him off guard. He understood well what marrying into a family entailed, not merely a shift in status, but a profound redefinition of self-worth. "Uncle," Long Hao carefully articulated his thoughts, "your suggestion is both surprising and touching. However, I wish to prove myself through my own endeavors rather than rely on familial protection." Cold Yun's father furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. "Long Hao, I recognize your integrity. Yet, accepting our assistance does not imply a lack of effort on your part. On the contrary, it will afford you greater time and energy to pursue loftier ambitions." Chapter 27. Recruiting team members. Leng Yun's mother smiled gently. "Long Hao, I understand your feelings. You are a capable and ambitious young man, but the pressures of reality can sometimes be overwhelming. We merely hope that you can take it easy and not allow the burdens of life to crush you." Long Hao remained silent for a moment, his mind drifting back to his years of struggle. He recognized that Leng Yun's family could indeed provide more resources and opportunities, while his own efforts and talents required a larger platform for expression. Sensing Long Hao's hesitation, Leng Yun softly took his hand, saying, "Long Hao, this does not mean you are any less exceptional. We all believe in your abilities. We simply hope you can realize your dreams more swiftly, unencumbered by the trivialities of reality." After much contemplation, Long Hao finally turned to Leng Yun's father, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Uncle, I appreciate your suggestion. However, I wish to try on my own first. I relish challenges, and I believe I possess the capability to forge my own path." I have always believed that true accomplishments can only be attained through personal effort. Although this journey may be fraught with difficulties, I am willing to strive for Leng Yun and for our future. Leng Yun's father smiled approvingly. Well, that spirit is commendable. I admire your resolve. However, should you require assistance or resources, do not forget that we are here to support you. After dinner, Long Hao bid farewell to Leng Yun's parents and returned to Longhui Ping. In the night, the mansion appeared tranquil and elegant, with the branches swaying in the evening breeze as if welcoming their master home. Pushing open the heavy, intricately carved door, the warm light within cast a cozy golden glow. Sunbeams filtered through the gaps of the floor-to-ceiling windows, adding a vibrant touch to the entire space. Long Hao surveyed his surroundings. Everything seemed meticulously organized, indicating that the butler had prepared well. Taking a deep breath, Long Hao pressed a switch on the wall, and instantly, rows of lights illuminated, brightening all that was familiar to him. This mansion was not merely his residence. It was the base from which he would plan for the future. After a moment of reflection, he decided to summon his butler. Upon receiving the command, the butler promptly proceeded to Long Hao's private study, where a composed middle-aged man in a black suit awaited. "Butler, I wish to establish a technology company," Long Hao stated directly, his voice imbued with undeniable resolve. "What I need is not merely sufficient funding. More importantly, I must recruit exceptional technical talent and a proficient management team." The butler nodded, his expression impassive as he took notes. "Sir, I will attend to this immediately. Regarding the recruitment of senior RD personnel, market experts, and management staff, what standards do you wish to achieve? Are there specific targets or requirements?" Long Hao pondered briefly. "I seek not only a top-tier technical team, but also exceptional market insight and execution capabilities. We aim to create a product that can disrupt the current technological landscape. Therefore, during the recruitment process, it is essential to emphasize candidates' innovative abilities and practical experience." Moreover, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Long Hao's eyes as he stated, "I require an understanding of their loyalty and stability. I must be assured that they can accompany the company's growth in the long term and adapt to any potential adversities and challenges that may arise." The steward respectfully recorded each of Long Hao's requests, responding, "Sir, it is also essential to determine the company's target sectors and initial projects. Furthermore, I recommend inviting consulting experts from the industry to better formulate the company's development strategy and product roadmap. Indeed, the competition in the technology sector is exceptionally fierce. Thorough preparation is imperative," Long Hao declared, rising with unwavering determination gleaming in his gaze. "I will personally oversee the design and development guidance of the products. The task of recruiting top talent will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, sir, I will ensure everything proceeds as planned." The steward replied with a slight bow before exiting the study to commence the relevant arrangements. Long Hao gazed out at the starry sky, silently aspiring. This would be a company that transforms the world. His future with Leng Yun, along with the futures of countless users, rested upon this meticulously crafted framework. He was prepared to embrace challenges and triumphs alike. The steward gently closed the door, his silhouette gradually fading into the night beyond the ornate entrance. Inside, tranquility enveloped the room, with only a faint glow of moonlight illuminating the deep brown wooden floor. Long Hao turned and strode into the spacious study, heading directly for the sleek metallic chair at the desk. He gently swiveled the chair to face the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, where the city's neon lights flickered at night, resembling the most brilliant stars in a distant cosmos. Long Hao inhaled deeply, his consciousness immersed in the call within his heart. "System, activate," he uttered, his voice deep and resolute. As his command resonated, the air seemed to ripple, and a transparent interface materialized before him, displaying a myriad of enigmatic functions and data. A flicker of surprise and excitement crossed Long Hao's eyes. He knew this was the pivotal moment of his destiny. Tabs began to flash one after another, presenting various functions and data packets as if lined up for his inspection. Long Hao felt a wave of astonishment swell within him. Each click opened new realms of possibility. He began to browse the system marketplace, where introductions to high-end technological products and services leaped into view. From cutting-edge virtual reality technology to the ordering of personal spacecraft, the richness of the content overwhelmed him. Long Hao realized that the resources at his disposal were far greater than he had previously imagined. He expended a significant amount of points to redeem several pivotal technological patents and preliminary research achievements, which would undoubtedly become the core competencies of the technology company he was about to establish. As he navigated to page 48, he stumbled upon an intriguing offering in the corner: recruitment robot, Model XJ, 2089, equipped with advanced AI processing capabilities, proficient in multiple programming languages, and possessing autonomous learning and improvement functions, suitable for assembling and managing teams for various high-end technological projects. Currently on a planetary clearance sale, yours for only 99 star coins. Don't miss out, the advertisement proclaimed. Longhao's gaze was profoundly captivated. This was precisely what he required: an intelligent assistant capable of swiftly assembling a premier team for him. He meticulously perused the functionality description of the recruitment robot, and with each line, he became increasingly convinced that this would be the pivotal aid in realizing his ambitions. Agile in thought, Long Hao promptly clicked the purchase button, unhesitatingly integrating this recruitment robot into his team. He eagerly anticipated the robot's performance, confident that it would surpass expectations in fulfilling its duties and attract the finest talents to his company. Chapter 28. The conception of a new product. With the activation of the robot, a radiant glow emanated from the screen, gradually coalescing into a humanoid intelligent entity. Its design exuded a striking futuristic aesthetic, with a silvery metallic sheen that embodied the unique essence of high-tech innovation. Upon its emergence, the recruitment robot bowed respectfully to Long Hao, stating, "Greetings, sir. I have been created to assist you in resolving all challenges related to human resources." Long Hao, slightly exhilarated, gestured for the robot to dispense with formalities. "From this moment forth, assist me in seeking, attracting, and managing the world's top technological talents. I require the finest minds to tackle the most intricate problems. We must swiftly assemble a dream team." "Understood, sir." The recruitment robot promptly commenced its duties, its advanced algorithms springing into action as it scanned global databases of technological professionals, initiating a series of efficient and precise recruitment endeavors. The swiftness of its actions and the remarkable outcomes left Long Hao in awe. Within mere days, it had identified numerous potential candidates and systematically arranged a series of interviews. Through deep learning, it continuously optimized its recruitment strategy, ensuring that no potential talent was overlooked. As Long Hao observed this stream of results, his vision for the future grew clearer. He recognized that with such intelligent assistance, both he and his company would soon leave an indelible mark upon the realm of technology. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the star-speckled night sky, contemplating the principal product of the company. Although the recruitment robot had resolved the issue of team formation, he understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. The principal product, Long Hao murmured, swiftly sifting through existing technology patents and research achievements in his mind. He turned to face a luminous screen visible only to himself, and with a thought, summoned the company's technological reserves interface. Among the myriad of options, his gaze fixated on a project titled Starlight Phone. The Starlight Phone, aptly named, represents the pinnacle of future technology. Its emergence was akin to drawing wisdom from the stars. It transcended the conventional smartphone, serving as a personal universe that enables individuals to access the vast information of the cosmos in a more direct and convenient manner. Long Hao studied the details of the Starlight Phone, his thoughts stirred by its potential. The design surpassed contemporary aesthetic standards, featuring a luminous screen composed entirely of energy, boasting exceptional clarity and the ability to intelligently adjust transparency according to user preferences. The Starlight Phone did not merely replace traditional smartphones. It fundamentally redefined the concept of mobile communication. It serves as a gateway to future technology, supporting three-dimensional projections of applications and even allowing manipulation in midair, blurring the boundaries of computation and communication, rendering the overall user experience reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film brought to life. Similar to Long Hao's system, the Starlight Phone also consisted of a singular luminous screen, ensuring that all information and operations remain private, accessible only to the individual user. Certainly, it also supports screen sharing. With a simple setup, one can effortlessly synchronize the content of their mobile screen for display to others, be they partners or consumers. This ensures a highly efficient and convenient experience during business negotiations or presentations. The Star Mobile has yet to be launched, yet it has already garnered significant attention from a multitude of technology enthusiasts. During various pre-exhibitions at major tech expos, one can witness the palpable enthusiasm and anticipation surrounding the Star Mobile. Long Hao understands that once this product is officially introduced to the market, it will, much like its name suggests, usher people into an entirely new era, bringing the light of the future within reach. System. How many star coins are required to purchase the patents and production line for the Star Mobile? Master. The cost of acquiring the patents and production line is quite substantial, requiring 180,000 star coins. Do you wish to confirm the purchase? How many star coins do I currently possess? You currently hold 182,000 star coins, sufficient to support your decision. Should you proceed with this purchase, you will have 2,000 star coins remaining. Purchase confirmed. Please await an appropriate venue to establish the production line. Long Hao let out a bitter smile as he glanced at his bare wrist, realizing he had returned to square one. He tucked away the starlit night and shifted his gaze to the modest, yet tidy entrepreneurial workspace indoors. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him, filled with reflections. The patents and production line for the Star Mobile felt as though they were already within his grasp. However, the acquisition process, though smooth, made him acutely aware of the significance of financial resources. The arduous endeavor of raising funds resembled a silent battle, where every small effort could potentially become the key to future triumph. Observing the paltry sum of 2,000 star coins on paper, Long Hao took a deep breath. He comprehended that this meager figure was far from sufficient. The launch of the Star Mobile would necessitate further resource investment for market promotion, product unveiling, and navigating the fiercely competitive tech landscape. The selection of the production line's location is critical for the future of the Star Mobile. Long Hao recognized that this decision would affect production costs, logistical efficiency, and market responsiveness. He quickly analyzed several potential sites in his mind, each presenting unique advantages and challenges. Singapore, advantages: excellent geographical location, convenient logistics, a trade hub in Southeast Asia, stable policies, tax incentives, and a robust technological industry foundation. Challenges: high labor costs and limited land resources. Shenzhen, advantages: a globally renowned electronic manufacturing center, complete supply chain, high production efficiency, a large pool of skilled technical workers, with a strong environment for research and innovation. Challenges: intense competition, market saturation, and stringent environmental regulations. Bangalore, India, advantages: low labor costs with a wealth of engineers and technical talent, immense market potential in India, favorable for exploring emerging markets. Challenges: relatively lagging infrastructure. After much contemplation, Long Hao ultimately resolved to produce in Shenzhen and engage in discussions with the local government regarding land use issues. He is aware that Shenzhen, renowned as a global hub for electronic manufacturing, not only boasts a comprehensive supply chain and remarkable production efficiency, but also attracts a multitude of highly skilled technicians, fostering a vibrant environment for research and innovation. These advantages will significantly facilitate the rapid mass production and market promotion of the Starry phone. Negotiating with the government is no simple task, yet Long Hao remains confident. He has meticulously prepared a detailed project proposal, outlining the technological advantages and market potential of the Starry phone, while emphasizing the positive impact the project will have on the local economy upon its implementation. Chapter 29. The pre-sale of the Star phone. In the conference room, Long Hao eloquently engaged with several government officials, his articulate presentation and comprehensive data eliciting frequent nods of approval from those in attendance. Their evident interest in this high-tech project was palpable, particularly when they learned about the three-dimensional projection technology and air operation capabilities of the Star phone, which sparked expressions of astonishment and anticipation. After several rounds of discussion, both parties finally reached a preliminary agreement. The government would provide a parcel of land near number 288 Fuhua Road in the high-tech development zone for Long Hao's project, along with certain tax incentives and policy support. As Long Hao exited the government building, a wave of relief washed over him. He recognized that the production line for the Star phone had finally found an appropriate location, and the next task was to expedite the installation and debugging of equipment to ensure the product's timely market launch. He gazed up at the azure sky, his heart swelling with boundless hope and aspirations. Although the road ahead was fraught with challenges, he firmly believed that the Star phone would undoubtedly lead the technological revolution and herald a brand new era. Long Hao positioned the production line near No. 288 Fuhua Road in Shenzhen, a location not only close to the city center, but also a hub for high-tech industries. Through meticulous investigation and data analysis, he discovered that this area boasted excellent infrastructure and could rapidly connect with supply chains, thereby enhancing production efficiency. He silently rejoiced at having made a sagacious choice at such a critical moment. Despite the high rent and initial investments, The geographical advantages and technological resources available here would robustly support the development of the Star phone in the long run. Standing at No. 288, Fuhua Road in Shenzhen's high-tech development zone, Long Hao felt a surge of excitement as he surveyed the site of the Star phone production line. The next endeavor was to transform this exhilaration into tangible productivity. As the production equipment gradually arrived, the factory began to establish a rhythmic cadence reminiscent of an assembly line. Technicians meticulously adjusted each machine to ensure they operated efficiently and reliably. On the assembly line, the various components of the Star phone were progressively combined. Akin to the gradual assembly of a giant's heart, Long Hao understood that efficient production management was one of the keys to the product's success. He personally engaged in optimizing the production process, paying close attention to the operational standards of each segment to guarantee the quality and efficiency of the Star phone. Under his leadership, the factory soon found its rhythm, with each stage resembling the precise and swift steps of a choreographed dance. Workers, whether standing or seated, concentrated on their tasks, beginning to comprehend why this young CEO was so insistent on maintaining such production standards. They could sense the uniqueness of the product through the flawless alignment of each component. As the first Star phone emerged from the assembly line, a gleam of satisfaction sparkled in Long Hao's eyes. This was not merely an ordinary smartphone. It represented the key to a brighter future. We are not just manufacturing a phone. We are forging a dream that will change the world, Long Hao passionately declared at the factory's morning meeting, his voice resonating with fervor and confidence. From this day forth, the production of the Starry phone began to rise steadily, and the rhythm within the factory grew ever more pronounced. Long Hao meticulously scrutinized the daily production reports, paying close attention to the data from each manufacturing process. He understood deeply that all of this was the cornerstone of building a technological empire. The promises he had made were gradually transforming into reality. And this journey was only just beginning. Despite the smooth operation of the Starry phone production line, Long Hao was acutely aware that his financial chain was nearly severed. The initial investments in research and production had drained his resources, leaving Starry technology precariously balanced on the edge of a cliff, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. Sitting in his office, gazing out at the bustling Fuhua Road, his heart felt as though it were submerged in icy water. He realized that without financial support, the grand blueprint for the Starry phone was but an empty promise. He could not allow this nascent technological empire to falter due to monetary constraints. Long Hao rubbed his weary eyes. He needed to find new investors or devise a method to quickly recoup funds before his resources were exhausted. In the realm of technology, opportunities are as fleeting as a flash of lightning, and he had to act with urgency. Memories of tireless nights of struggle and the impending dawn ignited within him a fierce sense of determination and urgency. Closing the design blueprint for the next generation Starry phone, he recognized the visionary designs could not remain mere sketches. Rising to his feet, he strode purposefully towards the company's entrance, where a vibrant world awaited him, filled with both opportunities and challenges. Clenching his fist, he resolved that this time, he must wager everything he had. Long Hao fixed his gaze on the remaining 2,000 star coins, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a brilliant solution to his financial dilemma: pre-sales. Since there is already widespread interest and enthusiasm, why not adopt a pre-sale model like Demi? He mused to himself. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, activating the holographic display to begin formulating a pre-sale plan. He decided to implement a staggered pre-sale approach, collecting deposits initially and then dispatching the products upon completion of production. This strategy not only addressed the current financial shortfall, but also allowed for the accumulation of a loyal customer base prior to the official product launch. System: please create a stunning PowerPoint presentation based on the parameters of the Starry phone. It must be flawless. Master, your command has been received. Please hold on. I will commence the creation immediately. After a brief wait, the system emitted a notification sound, indicating that the PowerPoint had been completed. Master, the PowerPoint is ready. Would you like to review and confirm its contents? Long Hao clicked to confirm, and the holographic display unfolded, revealing an exquisitely crafted PowerPoint presentation. The entire presentation was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also rich in detail, perfectly showcasing the features and advantages of the Starry phone. Starry phone pre-sale announcement. Dear technology enthusiasts, we are thrilled to announce that the highly anticipated Starry phone is about to enter its pre-sale phase. The Starry phone is not merely a smartphone. It is your personal universe. It incorporates cutting-edge futuristic technology, featuring an energy-constituted light screen of exceptional clarity, capable of intelligently adjusting its transparency according to user preferences. Supporting three-dimensional projection and air operations, it offers an unprecedented computing and communication experience. In appreciation of the support and interest from technology enthusiasts, we have decided to adopt a pre-sale model, collecting a deposit in advance, with shipments to commence upon completion of production. During the pre-sale period, you can enjoy the following benefits. Pre-sale price, $19.99. Deposit in RMB. Pre-sale period, May 20th, 2024 to May 30th, 2024. Expected shipping date, June 1st, 2024. Special gift. The first 100 customers to place a reservation will receive a limited edition Starry phone case. Chapter 30. The launch event of the Mort Star Planet. Please visit our official website or major technology platforms to discover more details and make reservations. Let us collectively embrace the arrival of the Star Phone, a touch away from the light of the future. The announcement draft had been finalized. Long Hao meticulously reviewed it and nodded, "Let it be released." As he observed the pre-sale announcement swiftly disseminating across various platforms, Long Hao felt a sense of reassurance. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with numerous challenges lying ahead. Yet he was confident that the advantages of the Star Phone and the pre-sale model would enable him to navigate through the impending hurdles. Preparations for the product launch event were next on the agenda. To ensure the event's success, Long Hao directly instructed the system to devise the most impeccable plan. This proposal encompassed every facet of the launch, guaranteeing the seamless execution of the event. Should there be any areas requiring augmentation or alteration, he welcomed suggestions. In the ensuing days, Long Hao engaged in profound discussions and meticulous planning with Leng Yun, Du Hao, and the company's technical and marketing personnel. Together, they articulated a comprehensive launch strategy for the Star Phone, meticulously considering every detail from the style of the invitations to the venue selection. Simultaneously, they delved into marketing strategies, encompassing online advertisements, social media promotions, and offline experiential activities, all aimed at captivating the attention of technology enthusiasts. Finally, when all preparations were in place and Long Hao and his team felt they had done everything within their power, he disseminated the news of the Star Phone launch event through the company's official platform and various technology media outlets. The event was scheduled for May 20th, an exceptionally auspicious day, and the venue was chosen to be the technology center of Mort Star Planet, capable of accommodating thousands. Reflecting Long Hao's profound regard for this launch. Of course, the funds in Long Hao's pocket were insufficient, and the venue was arranged by Leng Yun's father. The invitations were designed in the likeness of an interstellar spacecraft, symbolizing the Star Phone's promise to transport users into the intelligent world of the future. In a flash, the entire digital technology sector was captivated by this futuristic invitation, with major media outlets clamoring to report on it, even attracting the attention of ordinary citizens who typically did not follow technology news. Prominent figures in the tech industry expressed their intent to attend, and some internationally renowned media outlets even scheduled live broadcasts. Long Hao recognized that this was not merely a launch event. It was a pivotal step in establishing the Star Phone's notoriety, a product born from extraterrestrial technology. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, he gazed towards the direction of the spaceport, his heart brimming with anticipation for the transformations the Star Phone would usher into the world. The launch event of the Star Phone was ablaze with lights, exuding an aura of technological sophistication and futurism. The technology center of Mort Star Planet was transformed into a veritable interstellar spaceport, enveloped in an atmosphere that was both mysterious and exhilarating. Gigantic screens showcased the Star Phone's logo, seemingly heralding an impending technological revolution to the world. At 6 in the morning, Long Hao arrived at the venue of the Xingqian smartphone launch event, meticulously surveying every arrangement to ensure that all details met his expectations. He inspected the lighting, sound equipment, and the display of the exhibition booths, leaving no potential flaw unchecked. As the first rays of dawn streamed through the windows into the venue, the staff commenced their bustling preparations. They verified the distribution of invitations, finalized the exhibition panels, and adjusted the lighting within the hall. Everything appeared to be in perfect order. Leng Yun and Du Hao navigated through the crowd, occasionally assisting with problem-solving to guarantee that every aspect of the launch event was flawless. Their faces radiated smiles, with excitement and nervousness intertwining in their eyes. This was the moment when the fruits of their team's labor were about to be unveiled. Guests began to arrive, while journalists on site busily recorded every detail. Renowned tech bloggers and media representatives conducted live broadcasts, relaying the grandeur of the event to their audiences in real time. Long Hao and his team stood backstage, finalizing preparations and confirmations. As the lights dimmed, the central screen on stage illuminated, showcasing a futuristic promotional video that vividly presented the various functions and features of the Xingqian smartphone. Long Hao stepped onto the stage, beaming, and expressed his gratitude to all attendees. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch event of the Xingqian smartphone." Long Hao's voice resonated through the sound system, reaching every corner of the hall. "Today, we are not merely unveiling a new product. We are ushering in a new era, an era where future technology is within reach." As he delivered his speech, the technological highlights of the Xingqian smartphone were unveiled one by one, from its ultra-efficient chip to seamless connections with future technology. Each feature elicited enthusiastic applause and gasps of wonder from the audience. Leng Yun and Du Hao also took the stage, elaborating on the product's design philosophy and market strategy. The pinnacle of the event was the interactive experience segment. Several experience zones were set up within the venue, allowing guests to personally engage with the various functions of the Xingqian smartphone. Whether it was AR interaction or smart home control, the device showcased its formidable performance and limitless possibilities. Guests expressed their astonishment and admiration, while the media clamored to report on the event. The launch concluded amidst a crescendo of applause and cheers. Long Hao stood on stage, gazing at the enthusiastic audience below, his heart swelling with pride and anticipation. He knew that the Xingqian smartphone would create significant waves in the future tech landscape, guiding users into a new intelligent world. After the event, Long Hao and his team remained busy backstage, engaging in discussions with various stakeholders regarding collaboration and promotional efforts. They understood that the launch was merely a beginning. The road ahead was long and demanded continuous effort and innovation. Yet at that moment, all the hard work and sacrifices felt worthwhile. For the Xingqian smartphone had indelibly marked its presence in the realm of technology. Following the event, pre-orders for the Xingqian smartphone surged, and the market response was fervent. Long Hao and his team hastened production and logistics arrangements, while also refining their after-sales service system. Yet, just as they reveled in the impending success, an anonymous hacker launched a sudden assault on the servers of Starry Mobile, threatening to unveil their core technological secrets. Long Hao found himself confronting an unprecedented crisis. Compelled to initiate an emergency response, investigate the hacker's identity, and prevent a breach of the company's data. In the 5th district of Xingtiao Nation, a hacker named Johnny toiled away in a dimly lit room, his computer screen flickering with an array of codes and data streams. His fingers danced deftly across the keyboard, executing commands with both skill and precision. The task page of the dark web remained open, clearly displaying the details of his mission: to attack the servers of Starry Mobile and steal and publicize its core technological secrets. Chapter 31. The Assault from Xingtiao Kingdom. Johnny's expression was one of steely determination. He was acutely aware of the complexity and peril associated with this mission. The Xingqian Mobile, a paragon of future technology, boasted a server security that was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, the allure of substantial remuneration and the thrill of the challenge proved irresistible. The countdown on the screen served as a stark reminder that the operation had commenced. "It is her," Johnny murmured to himself, his gaze glimmering with cunning and resolve. The strike against Xingqian Mobile. He swiftly initiated a sophisticated attack protocol, perceiving the network's firewall and encryption systems as flimsy as mere paper. Despite Long Hao and his team's implementation of the highest tiers of security, Johnny's expertise evidently surpassed theirs. As he navigated the assault, Johnny deftly adapted his strategies, evading the automated defense mechanisms and tracking systems of the Xingqian Mobile server. He understood that detection would lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, he also recognized that the success of this mission would earn him unparalleled prestige and immense wealth within the hacking community. As time progressed, Johnny's offensive gained momentum. He successfully penetrated multiple layers of defense, inching closer to the coveted data. However, just as he was on the verge of achieving ultimate victory, an unexpected barrier obstructed his path. "Damn it, they've concealed an additional layer of protection," Johnny seethed, yet he did not falter. Instead, he intensified his focus, striving to breach the final line of defense. Meanwhile, Long Hao and his team were scrambling in the background, acutely aware of the formidable nature of this attack. They rapidly mobilized all resources to mount a counteroffensive. They understood that this was a contest of intellect and endurance, with the outcome hinging on a mere instant. Johnny's eyes were glued to the screen, his heartbeat quickening, his fingers almost melding with the keyboard. At last, he discovered the vulnerability of that protective layer. Swiftly entering a sequence of commands and ultimately infiltrating the core server of Xingqian Mobile. Got it, Johnny beamed with a sly grin. Yet he recognized that the real challenge was just beginning. He hurriedly downloaded the necessary data, while simultaneously attempting to erase his traces to evade detection. Just as Johnny reveled in his triumph, the computer screen abruptly went dark. Johnny paused, initially assuming it was a system malfunction. But soon a virtual avatar of an anonymous hacker materialized on the screen. This digital figure donned a mask, with only a pair of piercing eyes emanating a chilling luminescence. Did you think you could seize your prize so easily? The virtual hacker's voice was deep and frigid, imbued with an indescribable authority. The security system of Xingqian Mobile is not so easily breached. Johnny's heart plummeted. He sensed that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He immediately recognized that he might have underestimated his adversary's prowess. This was no ordinary defense system. It was manipulated by a far more formidable hacker lurking in the shadows. Who are you? Johnny feigned composure, tapping the keyboard in a bid to regain control of the situation. That is of little consequence, the virtual hacker sneered. What matters is that you have trespassed into a domain you ought not to have entered. As soon as the words left his lips, Johnny's computer began to malfunction. Inundated with a flurry of codes and warning messages as the system's operation slowed to a crawl. He realized he was ensnared in an unprecedented battle of wits against a hacker. With little time to hesitate, Johnny swiftly recalibrated his strategy, striving to turn the tide. Yet, each counterattack from the virtual hacker proved precise and lethal, as if it anticipated his every move. Time slipped away, and beads of cold sweat formed on Johnny's brow. He understood that he must urgently discover a solution, or all would be lost. You desire the core technology of the Starphone, do you not? The virtual hacker's voice resonated once more. Then show me your true prowess. Johnny gritted his teeth, a defiant flame igniting in his gaze. Very well. Let us see who possesses the superior skill. He quickened his pace, employing all his knowledge and expertise in a high-stakes confrontation. In that moment, two elite hackers engaged in a silent yet fervent duel on the virtual battlefield, with victory hinging on the finest of margins. Johnny's composure shattered. As despair gripped him, and he contemplated rebooting his incapacitated computer, an unexpected network request surged through the encrypted channel. With a mix of confusion and curiosity, he opened the unknown message, revealing the resolute visage of Long Hao along with unread correspondence. Long Hao's smile bore an air of authority. He was the kind of person whose presence was undeniably compelling. A tumult of emotion surged within Johnny. He recognized that this young man was not only exceptionally gifted but also a genius who transcended conventional labels. Now, this individual extended an olive branch, inviting him into the rival camp. Your hacking skills are quite remarkable. Long Hao's words cut like a double-edged sword. Johnny felt a rush of joy at the acknowledgement. Yet he grappled with the turmoil of being coerced into a decision. Join Starphone, and I can provide you with a platform to showcase your talents. Johnny was acutely aware that in this world, love and hatred never arose without reason. There must be profound significance behind Long Hao's invitation. Yet could it not also represent a potential escape? His gaze fixated on the still image on the screen. The invitation before him became a moment frozen in time. A tantalizing allure or a perplexing riddle that arrived with startling suddenness. You may take some time to contemplate. Long Hao spoke slowly, and as the screen darkened, another mysterious network request reverberated through the silent room. At that moment, Johnny was both astonished at his crisis being averted and ensnared in the throes of fate's decision. He knew that regardless of the path he chose, each step forward would be steeped in a contest of courage and intellect. Meanwhile, the wheel of his destiny began to spin wildly, propelling him into an unpredictable future. Unbeknownst to all, Johnny's true identity was that of an 18-year-old girl, a secret she had never revealed to anyone. Her hacking talent stemmed from a childhood experience. Her neighbor's uncle was a top-tier hacker, and his home was always infused with an air of mystery and the allure of technology. In her childhood, Johnny frequently visited her uncle's home, and on one serendipitous occasion, she was captivated by the flickering screen and intricate lines of code. Are you interested in these? Her uncle inquired gently. Johnny nodded, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Then allow me to teach you some fundamentals. But remember, hacking is a double-edged sword. It can be wielded for protection or for malice. From that day forth, Johnny embarked on her journey into the realm of hacking. Possessing exceptional intelligence, she swiftly grasped the foundational skills, while her uncle continually imparted more profound knowledge. Johnny's innate talent for hacking was astonishing, revealing itself even in her youth. Under the meticulous guidance of her neighbor, She rapidly mastered various advanced hacking techniques. Her remarkable pace of learning and profound comprehension left her uncle in awe, exclaiming, "What a genius!" Chapter 32. If you cannot defeat them, join them. As Johnny matured, her reputation within the hacking community blossomed. She had breached countless intricate firewalls and penetrated numerous elite security systems, with each endeavor culminating in astonishing efficiency and flawless outcomes. Even in the most perilous situations, she remained composed, adept at identifying vulnerabilities and transforming crises into opportunities. Years passed, and the teachings of her uncle, combined with her relentless dedication, forged Johnny into a top-tier hacker, though she consistently concealed her identity and gender. Now, standing on the virtual battlefield and confronted with Leng Yu's invitation, she reminisced about those years spent in the realm of offense and defense. Perhaps my uncle anticipated that I would arrive at this decision, Johnny mused softly, her mind conjuring the image of her uncle's smile. She resolved to accept Leng Yu's invitation. Yet she refused to be easily manipulated. This opportunity would serve as a means for her to uncover Leng Yu's true motives and significantly enhance her hacking prowess. "I accept your offer," Johnny responded to Leng Yu's invitation with calm resolve, "but I have my conditions." Her decision was not impulsive. It was the result of careful contemplation. On one hand, she required a secure environment to hone her hacking skills, and this opportunity presented the perfect platform. On the other hand, she wished to retain her freedom. If feasible, she intended to withdraw from this hacking organization at an appropriate juncture. "Firstly, I must possess a degree of autonomy. I will not heed orders blindly," Johnny continued, her gaze unwavering. "Secondly, I need to understand the true purpose of this collaboration. I dislike being kept in the dark." Leng Yu paused momentarily, a glimmer of determination and mystery in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "Joining Xingqian is akin to navigating the vast sea of stars, leveraging technology to create cutting-edge innovations and fortifying the security of our digital landscape. Together, we shall safeguard this realm." Johnny scrutinized Leng Yu, attempting to glean further insights from his demeanor. She understood that while this invitation appeared enticing, it undoubtedly harbored deeper intentions and challenges. She pondered in silence what the true aim of Xingqian was and what opportunities and risks it might entail. "The ambitions of Xingqian sound grand," Johnny articulated calmly, "but I require more detailed information. What are your specific plans? What responsibilities and obligations will I assume upon joining?" Leng Yu smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by her cautiousness. "The mission of Xingqian extends beyond mere network security. It aims to push technological boundaries and forge a more secure and liberated digital world. Your talents and capabilities will find their fullest expression here." Leng Yu regarded the composed and unflappable Johnny, his gaze brimming with confidence and sharpness. He recognized the extraordinary potential within this young hacker, and his task was to guide this talent in the right direction. "Johnny," Leng Yu's voice resonated, deep and powerful. "Your gift is rare, yet you have yet to fully realize your potential. Joining us will usher you into an entirely new realm, and the technological leap will astonish even yourself." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Xingqian is a platform, a stage for your exceptional talents. Here, you will collaborate with elite hackers and researchers, and the pace of your learning will be nothing short of astonishing. Your skills will experience a remarkable enhancement, and we will assist you in becoming a true giant in the realm of cyberspace. You will achieve heights unimaginable to other hackers." Leng Yu's words resonated with undeniable authority, each syllable weighing heavily on Johnny's heart. She recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one capable of elevating her hacking prowess to unprecedented levels. Her emotions swirled with excitement and anxiety, but predominantly anticipation. "You may take some time to consider," Leng Yu stated calmly, "but do not deliberate for too long. Such an invitation is one I can extend only once." As he spoke, Leng Yu rose, his figure appearing particularly imposing amidst the interplay of light and shadow. He then turned to leave, granting Johnny a moment for profound contemplation and a challenging decision. Johnny nodded thoughtfully. Although her response was vague, it conveyed significant meaning. She understood that hesitation was no longer an option. This was not merely a monumental challenge, but an unparalleled opportunity. "Very well, I shall join you," Johnny finally resolved. "But my conditions remain unchanged. I require the autonomy to act independently and wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of the true objectives of this collaboration." Leng Yu solemnly nodded. "I promise you, Johnny, from this moment forth, you are a member of Xingqian. Together, let us safeguard the expanse of cyberspace." After a brief silence, Leng Yu spoke again, his voice tinged with an elusive undertone. "Yet, we have one more matter to address, your loyalty." "My loyalty?" Johnny raised an eyebrow, disliking the insinuation of being questioned or manipulated. Indeed, your identity remains enigmatic. How can I be assured that you will not falter at a critical juncture? Long Hao's tone revealed a hint of cunning. Johnny smiled confidently. Instead of responding immediately, she showcased a secure folder through the camera, containing records of her past successful hacking endeavors and esteemed recommendations from industry luminaries. Peruse these, she asserted. My capabilities are indisputable, and as for loyalty, I possess my own principles and boundaries. This is not solely for you to dictate. Long Hao examined the folder, his expression gradually shifting from skepticism to seriousness. After reviewing the final page, he closed the folder, his deep-set eyes returning to the screen. It appears I have discovered an excellent partner, Long Hao remarked with a smile. On the other side of the screen, Johnny submitted a satisfactory response. Her spirits lifted considerably. Ahead lay greater challenges in the realm of cyberspace, while the ember of revenge, long hidden within her heart, began to flicker to life. Where shall we begin? Long Hao inquired. Johnny pondered for a moment, already possessing the answer within her mind. She articulated 4 words with clarity: Stellar Mobile. A satisfied smile graced Long Hao's face as he responded, Excellent. I look forward to our collaboration. Thus, Johnny embarked on a new journey. Her hacking skills and determination would face formidable trials along this path, and she would discover her true place in this silent war. Every step into the future would be penned by her own hand. In the Blue Star Huagua, Long Hao was immensely thrilled by Johnny's arrival. Since he ventured into the realm of hacking, he had never encountered such intense and exhilarating confrontations. Johnny's involvement undoubtedly bolstered Stellar Mobile and filled him with anticipation for the plans that lay ahead. Chapter 33. Starry Security Software. You have made a prudent choice. Long Hao remarked with a smile, his eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. We shall provide you with the finest resources and platform to fully unleash your potential. Johnny nodded, maintaining a composed exterior, though tumultuous emotions surged within her. This marked her first genuine confrontation, a stage upon which she could exhibit her true abilities. Regardless of the myriad unknown challenges that lay ahead, she stood resolute, prepared to welcome them and prove her worth in this silent war. I hope our collaboration unfolds smoothly, she stated softly, her gaze imbued with unwavering determination. It certainly will, Long Hao replied with confidence. From that day forward, Johnny embarked on her hacking career with Starry Mobile. Utilizing her intellect and skills, she gradually unraveled the conspiracies lurking in the shadows while continually enhancing her own capabilities. The road ahead may be fraught with thorns, yet she firmly believed that each choice she made would alter the trajectory of her fate. Long Hao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city skyline, his heart brimming with reflections. Since its inception, Starry Mobile had traversed a tumultuous path of development, but fortunately, it had now found its footing, emerging as a prominent new star in the market. He understood deeply that these achievements were hard-won, the result of collective efforts from the entire team. It is time, Long Hao silently affirmed to himself. He turned back to his desk, his gaze resolute as he began to formulate new plans, specifically the launch of the Starry Security software. This software held special significance for Long Hao. It was not merely a complementary security tool for Starry Mobile, but represented a transcendence and elevation of his hacking career. With Johnny's arrival, Long Hao accelerated the progress of the Starry Security software's release. He recalled a hacker conference where he had discussed future trends in cybersecurity with several top hackers. They deliberated on various security threats, akin to an invisible war, wherein user safety was their paramount concern. Our users deserve the best security software to safeguard their privacy and data, Long Hao emphasized during the meeting. A declaration that became the driving force behind the development of the Starry Security software. He recognized that despite the increasing perils of the digital realm, public awareness of cybersecurity remained insufficient. The significance of the Starry Security software lay in establishing a robust digital defense for everyone, allowing them to enjoy a worry-free digital existence. Having just shared his preliminary plans with the team, a fervent discussion ensued among the members. Each individual brimmed with passion and confidence, filled with anticipation for the new software's prospects. They were not merely artisans of technology, but pioneers of the digital age. This will mark another leap for Starry Mobile, exclaimed the Chief Technology Officer, Li Xiong, brimming with excitement. Long Hao nodded in agreement, fully aware that this would be a long and arduous journey. They would confront numerous challenges in software development while also contending with fierce competition in the market. However, akin to their initial foray into the enigmatic realm of hacking, they firmly believe that the Starry Security Protection software will become yet another monumental achievement. Gazing out through the expansive windows, sunlight pierces the clouds, illuminating the city brimming with opportunities and challenges. Long Hao and his team stand at the forefront of a new era, acutely aware that each endeavor they undertake will steer the Starry Mobile towards a more resplendent future. Johnny, with her extraordinary hacking prowess, has not only fortified the software's security but also infused it with numerous surprise elements. These surprises encompass unprecedented security features such as proactive network defense, big data security analysis, and deep neural network self-learning and updating capabilities. The Starry security protection software is not merely designed to safeguard the user data of Starry Mobile. It aspires to cultivate an entirely new cybersecurity ecosystem. During a preparatory meeting for the software's launch, Long Hao surveyed his team, particularly when his gaze fell upon Johnny. His heart swelled with gratitude and anticipation. Johnny's talent undoubtedly imbued this software with formidable competitive strength, and he eagerly anticipated further technological innovations that she would bring to the Starry security protection software. Our software must not only conquer the market, but also earn the trust of our users, Long Hao emphasized during the meeting. We must demonstrate to the world that the union of Starry Mobile and Johnny is unparalleled. Johnny simply smiled modestly, her eyes shimmering with the promise of a bright future. She believed that the launch of the Starry security protection software would undoubtedly mark a milestone in her hacking career, adding an alluring layer of legend to her mysterious identity as the hacker Xiaoyu. The following day, the chief financial officer presented Long Hao with the first quarter financial report of Starry Mobile. He meticulously scrutinized each figure, particularly pausing at the revenue line, where an indescribable sense of pride surged within him. The report indicated a net profit of 41.29 million yuan, undoubtedly the finest reward for the relentless efforts of their entire team. It appears our hard work has borne fruit, Long Hao remarked to his team, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The CFO nodded in agreement, adding, "This profit not only stems from software sales but also reflects our revenue growth in cybersecurity services and technical consulting. The successful launch of the Starry security protection software has undeniably provided a significant impetus to our overall revenue," Li Xiang exclaimed. "This is merely the beginning. As the software's reputation continues to ascend in the market, our profits will only increase." Long Hao understood that this impressive financial report was not only a testament to their technical prowess, but also a profound validation of their collaborative spirit. He felt an unprecedented surge of motivation, eager to propel both Starry Mobile and the security protection software forward. "We must not rest on our laurels. We must continue to strive for even greater breakthroughs in the next quarter," he declared resolutely. Johnny stood aside, silently observing the financial report, her heart brimming with boundless expectations for the future. She firmly believes that through their collaborative efforts, Starry Phone is destined to embrace a more splendid tomorrow. As the business expanded, Long Hao realized that the name Starry Phone no longer adequately encompassed their diverse operations and grand aspirations. Thus, he resolved to elevate the company's name to Starry Network. This change in nomenclature signifies not merely a repositioning of the enterprise, but also a renewed vision and commitment to the future. Starry Network will embody a comprehensive technological empire centered around Starry security software, encompassing various domains such as smartphones, IoT devices, big data, cloud storage, and artificial intelligence. Chapter 34. The Advancement of Technology at the Press Conference. Long Hao announced this significant decision, elucidating to the reporters, "Stellar Network signifies our transformation from a mere smartphone manufacturer to a comprehensive provider of network technology services. We firmly believe that this name will accompany us as we ascend to new heights." Simultaneously, the team was diligently engaged in a flurry of activities, implementing a series of strategic measures to realize this vision. Firstly, they intensified their research and development in artificial intelligence and cloud storage, ensuring that Stellar Network maintains its leading position in future technologies. Furthermore, they merged with and acquired several promising startups in the realms of cybersecurity and the Internet of Things, thereby expanding the company's technological ecosystem. In response to the concerns raised by the chief financial officer, Long Hao remained optimistic. He was convinced that this expansion of brand and business would yield broader development opportunities and additional revenue streams. The CFO's analysis also projected that, with the initiation of new ventures and further market penetration, the company's revenue and profits would continue to rise in the forthcoming quarters. The team's focus was directed towards the upcoming product launch in the months ahead. where they were poised to unveil several innovative network products and services based on artificial intelligence and cloud storage. This not only promised to enrich Stellar Network's technological product line, but also marked the company's foray into new territories of network technology and services. The launch of new products represented the culmination of the team's collaborative efforts and signified Stellar Network's renewed commitment to the market. The future of Stellar Network was fraught with challenges yet brimming with infinite possibilities. Nevertheless, both Leng Yun and his team were imbued with confidence regarding the company's prospective success. They were steadfast in their belief that the morrow of Stellar Network would shine as brilliantly as a resplendent starry sky. System Initiate. A resolute glimmer sparkled in Leng Yun's eyes, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future. He understood that this moment was a testament to their endeavors and a new beginning. Each command signified a stride toward success, his voice deep and unwavering. The system's display illuminated once more. With each flicker, Leng Yun felt the grandeur of technology. Standing before the control console, he gazed at the incessantly pulsating data and intricate code on the screen, his heart brimming with boundless possibilities. System, run self-diagnostic program, Leng Yun murmured. As the command was executed, the display showcased the status reports of various system modules. Everything was functioning optimally, eliciting a faint smile of satisfaction from Leng Yun. Mr. Leng, all self-diagnostic procedures have been successfully passed. The system is in good status, reported his assistant, Li Xiang. Excellent. Next, we shall conduct tests on key functionalities, especially the newly integrated artificial intelligence module and cloud storage components. Leng Yun nodded, his gaze resolute and composed. The data on the display began to flow at an accelerated pace, and as each test proceeded, the system's stability and performance were continuously validated. Each success further bolstered the team's confidence regarding the impending launch. Leng Yun took a deep breath and moved to the window, overlooking the bustling city below. He understood that this was not merely a product test, but a commitment to the future. Star Network would undoubtedly advance amidst the waves of technology, crafting their own splendor. The power of technology lies not only in its complexity and might, but in the boundless possibilities it can offer humanity, Leng Yun mused to himself. Once again, a resolute light flickered in his eyes, brimming with anticipation and confidence for the future. The team's efforts and intellect were gradually bringing their dreams to fruition with each illuminated screen. The magnificence of technology, at this moment, felt particularly tangible and poignant. In the 5th District of the United States, Cook stood atop the Lychee building, gazing down at the bustling city below. Before him rose a forest of skyscrapers, adorned with vibrant neon lights flickering in the night, while the ceaseless flow of vehicles on the streets resembled blood coursing through veins, perpetually in motion. The city appeared as an unceasing machine, showcasing the vigorous vitality of modern civilization. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and the chief financial officer, Gabriel, cautiously entered, clutching a document tightly, his voice tinged with tension. "Boss, here is our quarterly financial report." Cook perused the document, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "What has transpired this quarter? Logically, our first quarter report should be quite impressive. Please explain why we are witnessing such a precipitous decline here." He fixed his gaze on Gabriel, his tone laced with suppressed fury and skepticism. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of this impact on us?" Gabriel opened his mouth, staring at Cook, and finally mustered the courage to respond, "Boss, this is due to the launch of the star phone by Hua Country, whose technology far surpasses ours. We must concede that in the realm of smartphones, we have fallen behind them. The introduction of the star phone has irrevocably altered the market landscape." The emergence of the star phone, as Gabriel articulated, epitomized a technological leap for Hua Country. Equipped with the star system, a globally leading operating system, it efficiently managed multitasking while excelling in security measures. The star chip housed within the phone represented a significant breakthrough in the industry, boasting computational speed and energy efficiency that eclipsed any existing chip on the market. The products launched by Star Network signify not only enhancements in hardware and performance, but also a completely novel user experience. Their innovative technology allows the phone to better serve the daily lives of individuals, with the embedded artificial intelligence module, Star Xian, capable of predicting user habits and needs. Providing unprecedented personalized services, Gabriel elucidated. As Cook listened, his brow remained furrowed. He recognized the truth in Gabriel's words. The advent of the Star phone had indeed shaken the entire industry. Its technical specifications seemed meticulously crafted to address the pain points of current market products, flawlessly resolving long-standing user concerns and demands. Star Network has undeniably emerged as a dark horse in the tech realm, swiftly transforming our product advantages into market leverage. We must reevaluate our strategy, examine how to compete with Starry Mobile, and seek new avenues for profit growth, Gabriel continued. Cook's brow furrowed, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Gabriel. They have seized a significant portion of our market. This cannot stand, Cook asserted with unwavering conviction. I need a report from the music box division immediately. We must impose restrictions and sanctions on Huagua, making it clear that this technological war has only just begun. Gabriel nodded and swiftly exited the office. Cook turned, gazing down at the city beyond the window, a resolute determination swelling within him. This was not merely a battle for market share. It was a contest of national technological prowess. He vowed to himself that he would not yield easily. Chapter 35. The counterattack of Lychee Cook's plans gradually took shape in his mind. He clearly realized that mere commercial competition was insufficient to counter the impact brought by the Starry phone. He needed to leverage the power of the state to elevate this technological conflict to a new zenith. Hastily, Cook exited his office and took the elevator directly to the underground garage. He entered a black sedan, and the driver promptly started the vehicle. Heading towards the music box, the governmental headquarters of the Star-Spangled Nation, akin to a presidential palace. Within this edifice, a symbol of authority. Numerous significant national decisions and events were deliberated and determined. The term music box that Cook mentioned referred to the hope of imposing restrictions and sanctions on Huagua through governmental pressure regarding chips. The car smoothly halted at the entrance of the music box, and Cook straightened his suit before stepping inside. He traversed the hall directly to the door of a discreet meeting room. Two bodyguards stood at the entrance and quickly stepped aside upon recognizing Cook. Inside the meeting room, the lighting was soft, yet the atmosphere was tense. The president sat at one end of a long table, surrounded by several high-ranking officials and advisors. Upon Cook's entrance, the president gestured for him to take a seat. Once seated, Cook cut straight to the chase. Mr. President, the situation is exceedingly urgent. In our latest financial report, we have observed a dramatic decline in our market share due to the launch of the new Starry phone by Huagua. This is not merely a commercial setback. It represents a significant challenge to our technological superiority. The president frowned slightly, signaling Cook to continue. Cook proceeded. The technology of the Starry phone is far superior to ours, particularly their Starry system, which not only excels in performance but also offers an exceptional user experience. This has rendered our products uncompetitive in the market. One advisor interjected, Mr. Cook, what do you propose we do in response? Cook fixed his gaze firmly on the president. We must take decisive action. I recommend immediate export restrictions on chips to Huagua and impose technological sanctions to sever their supply chain and diminish their production capabilities. Simultaneously, we need to increase our R&D investment to rapidly enhance our technological standing. The president pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. This is indeed a formidable challenge. We cannot remain passive. Your suggestions are highly valuable. We will convene an emergency meeting immediately to discuss specific sanctions. Additionally, I will seek further funding from Congress to support your research and development efforts. After the meeting, Cook stood atop the music box, gazing down at the city lights. He understood that this technological war was no longer merely a matter of commercial rivalry. It had evolved into a confrontation between nations. He realized that he must exert every effort to secure victory in this battle. Returning to the underground garage, Cook settled into the luxurious sedan. Contemplating the matters discussed in the meeting, the success of the Starry phone had become more than a mere market threat. It had encroached upon the core interests of the Star-Spangled Nation. The technological and manufacturing prowess that the nation had long prided itself on seemed to pale in comparison to the Starry phone. Cook understood that if he could not reverse this trend, he would be unable to provide satisfactory answers to the board and the government. In the conference room, the president, Cook, and other officials convened once more. After extensive deliberation, they resolved to impose sanctions on China under the pretext of labor-intensive cotton harvesting. Their strategy includes restricting the export of critical chips, aiming to disrupt China's technological advancement. This decision promptly triggered a cascade of reactions, causing significant fluctuations in the global technology sector. Chapter 36. Sanctions on chips. The people of Blue Star and Huagua. Why are they using cotton as an excuse for sanctions against us? Confusion swept through the crowd. The restrictions and technological sanctions imposed by the Star-Spangled Nation on Huagua's chip exports were swiftly implemented, causing tremors in the international market. Meanwhile, The higher echelons of Huagua were secretly deliberating countermeasures, deciding to expedite the research and production of domestic chips to diminish reliance on external supply chains. The technology giant Xingchen Company summoned esteemed scientists and engineers to work tirelessly on overcoming technical challenges, launching a top-secret initiative codenamed Phoenix. This endeavor aimed to unveil a new generation of autonomous chip systems in a short time frame, significantly enhancing the nation's technological competitiveness. Long Hao stood in the expansive office of Xingchen Network, gazing out at the bustling city through the floor-to-ceiling windows, yet his heart felt as if encased in frost. The meteoric rise of the Xingchen smartphone had undoubtedly ignited a fervor within the consumer electronics sector, yet at this moment, that flame seemed perilously close to being extinguished. The explosive popularity of the Xingchen smartphone had generated tremendous market response, but it was accompanied by the sudden restriction of chip supplies from the Star-Spangled Nation. Like an invisible wall, these limitations severed the free exchange between Xingchen Network and overseas markets, casting a shadow over the company's grand vision. Within the conference room of the senior management team, the atmosphere was unusually grave. The founder of Xingchen Network and the core technology team wore furrowed brows. Though they had weathered many storms in the business realm, they had never encountered such a thorny predicament. The sanctions from the Star-Spangled Nation loomed over each participant like a dark cloud. "We must confront reality," a seasoned executive spoke with resignation. "The restrictions from the Star-Spangled Nation are no coincidence. They aim to stifle our upward momentum. The crux of the matter lies in how we respond to this situation." Finding opportunities amidst adversity, Johnny's gaze sharpened, and he spoke solemnly. "Countermeasures. We must identify alternative suppliers to replace the chips from the Star-Spangled Nation while simultaneously reducing our dependence on them. Furthermore, we must accelerate our independent research and development to secure our own core technologies as soon as possible." Long Hao nodded, his thoughts returning to the chip in his hand. Before the self-developed chips could be unveiled, maintaining a robust inventory was undoubtedly crucial. He understood clearly that this was not only about addressing the immediate predicament, but also about ensuring the long-term development of Xingchen Network. "We cannot solely rely on existing chip supplies." Long Hao's voice was resolute and powerful. "Before our self-developed alternatives come to fruition, we must ensure we have sufficient chip reserves, granting us greater leverage." Xingchen Network commenced a global search for chips, attending various exhibitions and seminars, transforming these venues into battlegrounds for resource acquisition. Long Hao was acutely aware that this was a race against time. Only through thorough preparation could they seize a glimmer of hope amid market pressures. Simultaneously, the company commenced an initiative for chip conservation, meticulously monitoring every stage of the manufacturing process of the Starry phone to ensure that not a single shred of waste would occur. The employees were mobilized, fully aware that in this arduous battle, each individual bore an undeniable responsibility. Long Hao further encouraged the staff of Starry Network to seek assistance from overseas relatives and friends in procuring chips, rendering chips more coveted than any imported commodity. Every ounce of the company's effort and every conceivable channel was devoted to the search and acquisition of chips. Long Hao rubbed his aching temples, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of such a convoluted situation. The success of the Starry phone transcended mere product achievement. It symbolized Huagua's breakthrough in the high-tech arena, now confronting a formidable trial. He recognized that at this juncture, every decision bore immense significance, as any misstep could cast a shadow over the company's future. On the other hand, investors and market analysts of Starry Network began to express their concerns. The sanctions from the Star-Spangled Nation undoubtedly poured cold water over the once thriving prospects of Starry Network, introducing an element of uncertainty. The fluctuations in the stock market mirrored the trepidation and apprehension of the external world regarding this technological tempest. Chapter 37. Countermeasures against the Star-Spangled Nation. In a fervently charged conference room, Long Hao rose to his feet, instantly capturing the attention of all present. He took a deep breath, and his formidable presence silenced the murmurs that filled the air. The intensity in his gaze sent shivers down spines as he proclaimed a decision that left the audience astounded. "We shall not succumb to oppression. Star Network will initiate a counter-sanction strategy. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Star phones will cease sales to the Star-Spangled Nation. We shall dim the luster of those who have lost their shine." A wave of whispers coursed through the room as the audacity of this decision ignited fervor among the attendees. The halt of Star phone sales to the Star-Spangled Nation would undoubtedly result in significant losses. Yet it conveyed a resolute message to the world. Star Network is not a lamb to be slaughtered at will. Furthermore, Long Hao's voice resonated with authority. Within the borders of the Star-Spangled Nation, the Star Security Guardian software will initiate an automatic stripping operation on all computers. Any government or military devices in their possession will be rendered incapable of utilizing our software. An astute marketing executive could not restrain his curiosity. This will undoubtedly impact our market share significantly. General Long. Why resort to such drastic measures? Because we cannot remain passive. Long Hao's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. His eyes sparkled with the vision of a promising future for Star Network. Having weathered countless storms, the company had never been vanquished. With our pride in core technology, expansive market reach, and a future filled with infinite possibilities, we shall not allow the Star-Spangled Nation to manipulate us at their whim, under the guise of so-called hegemony. Since Star has risen amidst the cosmos, it must possess the audacity and strength to stand unparalleled. We cannot permit consumers from the Star-Spangled Nation to obstruct our path forward. As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Employees were ignited with passion, their eyes gleaming with fervor, hearts brimming with determination. They understood that this counteroffensive was not merely a matter of one company's fate, but a valiant stand by all technological innovators against hegemony. Star Network, a company brimming with vitality and courage, once more cast its gaze toward the boundless universe. There, myriad unknowns awaited their exploration. There, they would forge their own illustrious legend. Long Hao gently massaged his temples, which throbbed with a painful intensity, as he confronted the intricate and bewildering circumstances before him. It must be recognized that the monumental success of Star Phones was not merely the result of launching a product. It signified a significant breakthrough for our nation in the realm of advanced technology. However, at this juncture, Star Network faced unprecedented challenges. Long Hao was acutely aware that in such a pivotal moment, every decision bore immense weight. A single misstep could potentially sow the seeds of peril for the company's future. Concurrently, those who had consistently monitored and invested in Star Network, along with numerous market analysts, began to express their growing apprehension. Undoubtedly, the sanctions imposed by the United States have descended like a frigid deluge, mercilessly dousing the once thriving and flourishing Star Network, casting its future into a realm rife with uncertainties and variabilities. The dramatic fluctuations in the stock market vividly reflect the trepidation and bewilderment that the sudden upheaval in the tech landscape has evoked in the external sphere. Chapter 38. I have a hang-up. As Long Hao grappled with his worries, a faint yet familiar voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Host, have you forgotten about me? This voice carried a hint of helplessness and grievance, as if reproaching him for being preoccupied with the immediate crisis and neglecting a significant presence. A warm wave surged within Long Hao's heart. He suddenly realized that he was not fighting alone. Clarity washed over him, and with the extraordinary power of the system at his disposal, he felt no fear, regardless of the challenges ahead. The tension that had previously enveloped him receded like a tide, replaced by a renewed sense of confidence and composure. With the system, the sanctions imposed by the United States are nothing more than a paper tiger, Long Hao mused with a subtle smile, his expression transforming into one of ease and grace. Before him appeared a radiant path, igniting his imagination for new counter-strategies. The anxiety that had plagued him vanished in an instant, supplanted by a fierce resolve and determination. He understood that the power of the system could secure the invincibility of the Star Network in this silent technological war. Rising to his feet, an unprecedented sharpness gleamed in his eyes. He turned to face the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant skyline of downtown Seattle, where towering buildings glittered like a sea sprinkled with starlight. His once warm and subdued voice now resonated with a metallic timbre. Sanctions? Let us see who the true architect of the game is. System, initiate the counter-sanction protocol and prepare to embrace our dawn. A slight smirk adorned Long Hao's lips, as he began to formulate a meticulous plan in his mind. With the system as a partner, the entire world would become the battleground for the Star Network. Abruptly halting his stride, he faced the empty, spacious office, where the faint voice echoed once more. Host, have you forgotten about me? He smiled gently, infused with a touch of mystery and confidence, addressing the vacant room. System, open the marketplace. As his words echoed, the air seemed to ripple, and a holographic interface materialized before him, delineated into various modules reminiscent of an all-encompassing digital supermarket. The cursor glided effortlessly, revealing an array of product descriptions, an enchanting display of items gathered through the system's mysterious powers. This time, I shall explore what products can aid the Star Network in overcoming its trials, Long Hao remarked, his lips curving upward with anticipation. The product interface of the system's marketplace unfolded, showcasing a diverse assortment ranging from essential consumables to high-tech devices. From rare materials to cutting-edge patented technologies, an extensive compilation that encompassed nearly every conceivable need. The system's marketplace was designed to be both simple and intuitive, allowing users to swiftly sift through vast amounts of data to find their desired products with merely a thought. A cursor hovered over a product named Fountain of Knowledge. The product description read, "The Fountain of Knowledge is a knowledge management platform that can be integrated into any enterprise, harnessing the collective wisdom of all employees to generate and share industry insights, forecast market trends, and construct a profound learning network within teams." As Long Hao was engrossed in studying this product, the system's voice rang in his ears. "Host, the Fountain of Knowledge can create an unparalleled knowledge management platform for Xingqian Network, providing employees with an intelligent assistant whether they are handling daily operations or responding to sudden market changes." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Long Hao's eyes. He understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg among countless powerful tools in the system's marketplace. One day, perhaps he could utilize the products offered by the system to completely revolutionize the existing technological landscape. System, add the Fountain of Knowledge to the shopping cart. Long Hao's voice was resolute and forceful, akin to a clarion call for a technological revolution. The shopping cart icon in the system's marketplace lit up, and with a familiar purchase successful notification, an intangible transaction was completed. A new era of knowledge management was poised to dawn upon Xingqian Network. Long Hao continued browsing the marketplace, his gaze darting among the dazzling array of products. Suddenly, a new item captured his attention, the Xingqian Phone Upgrade Plan. He promptly clicked on the product details page, revealing a comprehensive introduction. Xingqian Phone Upgrade Plan. This is a groundbreaking technological innovation designed to eliminate the traditional chip structure within phones. By utilizing Xingqian's intelligent cloud computing and quantum communication technologies, it aims to achieve superior computational capabilities and data transmission speeds, fundamentally transforming the current hardware paradigm. Long Hao's eyes brightened slightly as he continued reading. This plan will significantly simplify the internal structure of the phone, reduce hardware failure rates, enhance battery longevity, and simultaneously improve computational power and network connectivity, delivering an unprecedented user experience. Chapter 39. Transforming the Production Workshop. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Should Star Network be the pioneer in launching this chipless mobile phone, it would undoubtedly instigate a revolution in the global technology market. More significantly, this innovation would dismantle the existing hardware monopoly, securing an unassailable position for Star Network in the ongoing technological warfare. System, add the Star Mobile Upgrade Plan to the cart. Long Hao commanded without hesitation. With the familiar chime of a successful purchase, a smile graced his face. The future of Star Network was being meticulously crafted by him and the system, step by step. This time, with this unparalleled mobile technology innovation, he would demonstrate to the world what true technological prowess entailed. Within the edifice of Star Network, Long Hao stood before the system once more, issuing another command. System, I require the design blueprints for the Star Mobile 2 and the specifications for a fully automated cleanroom production facility. The system's marketplace interface swiftly transitioned, unveiling new products before Long Hao's eyes. The product description elaborated. Star Mobile 2 design blueprints, integrating cutting-edge design concepts with technological elements. It promises users an unprecedented sensory experience and functional application. Fully automated clean room production facility, employing the most advanced robotic arms and automated production lines. It not only ensures stable product quality, but also significantly enhances production efficiency. As Long Hao's words resonated, the shopping cart icon in the system's marketplace gleamed once again. The system's voice then chimed, "Purchase successful. Relevant materials are syncing to your device." Upon completion of the transaction, a detailed design blueprint and operational data for the fully automated production facility appeared instantaneously on Long Hao's display. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes as he issued another command to the system. System, evacuate personnel from the fully automated production facility and prepare for equipment upgrades. The system's marketplace interface promptly displayed the corresponding options, and Long Hao decisively selected upgrade existing equipment. With the system announcing upgrade initiated, the production workshop began to transform. All robotic arms and automated production lines received new instructions, sequentially executing a safe shutdown. The workers, trained for such eventualities, exited the production area in an orderly fashion. Employing advanced remote control technology, the system conducted a thorough safety inspection of the entire facility. Once it was confirmed that everyone had safely evacuated, the outdated production equipment began to dismantle slowly, while the system's marketplace initiated the download and installation of the chipless mobile production module. The new production blueprint and process flow were vividly displayed on the control center screen. As robotic arms and production lines began to reassemble and recalibrate according to the new data, the entire upgrade process resembled a meticulously choreographed technological ballet, each segment interwoven flawlessly without a hitch. Long Hao stood before the screen, his gaze intense, his heartbeat resonating with the progressive achievements of the upgrade process, growing ever stronger with each successful advancement. As the final production line was seamlessly upgraded, the system reported upgrade complete, marking a remarkable leap in the efficiency and precision of the production workshop. Excellent. System, connect to the new supply chain and prepare for trial production. Long Hao's voice brimmed with anticipation. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The history that the Star Network was about to inscribe would undoubtedly shine brilliantly due to this revolution of chipless smartphones. Chapter 40. Trials and Tribulations. As Long Hao issued the directive for trial production, a red warning message suddenly appeared on the screen. Warning: external network attack detected. Long Hao furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the console, striking the keyboard with urgency to access the network protection interface. He observed a multitude of hacker attempts trying to breach the firewall of Star Network, with data streams surging like a deluge, placing immense strain on the protective systems. System: initiate the highest level of network protection measures and block all non-essential ports. Command executed. Highest level of protection measures activated. Yet, the assault did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Long Hao realized that the aggressor harbored malicious intent. This was a premeditated attack. He promptly called Johnny and other top-notch cybersecurity experts, instructing them to rush to the control center for assistance. At that moment, a concealed message surfaced on the screen. The message was from an old friend of Long Hao, once a business rival, Shinzei. As Shinzei's identity and the intricate web of grievances between him and Long Hao became apparent, the situation confronting Star Network grew increasingly convoluted. Shinzei was not merely a freelance hacker. He was a top-tier hacker hired at a hefty salary by a third-tier company. And he was the mastermind behind the earlier attack on Longhua Group. Following that infamous cyber assault, Long Hao's enterprise had teetered on the brink of collapse, and he himself became a fugitive. Shinzei's actions were not without purpose. They were a calculated act of vengeance. From that moment, Long Hao recognized Shinzei as a formidable adversary. Through the previous hacking incident, Long Hao discerned Shinzei's tactics and intellect. This was an opponent not to be underestimated. Shinzei always found a vulnerable point amidst layers of protection, launching a lethal strike. Consequently, in the reconstruction of Star Network, Long Hao not only integrated advanced production technologies, but also concurrently fortified the company's cybersecurity defenses. Long Hao's expression turned grave as he gazed at the hastening Johnny, his words imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Johnny, our opponent is not an ordinary hacker. The assailant this time is Shinzei, a hacker of considerable repute and exceptional skill. A glimmer of vigilance shone in Long Hao's eyes. His methods are distinctive, always surfacing in the most unexpected places, with clear objectives and intentions. Johnny's brow furrowed in concern. He knew Long Hao seldom overreacted, and such a declaration indicated the gravity of the situation. What are his characteristics? How should we defend ourselves? Johnny's voice conveyed the seriousness of the matter. He understood they were no longer engaged in a mere game, but facing a true challenge. Long Hao's gaze sparkled with determination as he turned to Johnny, his words reflecting an invisible pressure and heavy responsibility. Johnny, we must act separately. You are tasked with repelling his assaults, doing everything within your power to buy us time. Meanwhile, I shall endeavor to uncover his lair. Long Hao's voice resonated with conviction. If we unite our efforts, we may very well eradicate him entirely. Johnny nodded gravely, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Shinzei was not only a highly skilled hacker but also a cunning adversary. To triumph over him, one would require not only technical prowess and patience but also strategy and courage. The two commenced their collaborative efforts. Johnny mobilized all network security experts and proactively activated the defense system, erecting a series of intricate virtual firewalls akin to a labyrinth, striving to fend off Shinzei's relentless and concentrated onslaught. Chapter 41. Shinzei's reluctance. Meanwhile, Long Hao led another group of experts to commence their reverse tracking. He resembled a skilled hunter, meticulously searching for every clue, endeavoring to uncover hidden traces within the data streams of Shinzei's attacks. Time passed inexorably. The tug-of-war between offense and defense continued unabated. The hearts of both Long Hao and Johnny raced with trepidation. They understood that whoever first discerned the other's vulnerability would gain the upper hand in this fierce contest. After countless attempts and failures, a spark of realization illuminated Long Hao's eyes. He had finally identified the source of the assault, Shinzei's concealment within the servers of a tertiary company. This server served as the conduit for Shinzei's onslaught, and its destruction would leave him with no avenue for retreat. Clenching his jaw, Long Hao issued the final command. It is time to bring this to an end. Johnny, launch a fierce counterattack. No sooner had Long Hao's words been spoken than the screen activated the prearranged super counterattack program. A formidable torrent of data surged forth from the defenses of Xingshan Network, striking with the ferocity of a thunderbolt toward Shinzei's stronghold. Concurrently with the counterattack order, Long Hao did not neglect to fulfill another aspect of his plan, reporting Shinzei's precise location to the police. After all, Long Hao sought not only to vanquish Shinzei in the digital realm, but also to ensure that this cunning adversary faced the full wrath of the law in the tangible world. As the super counterattack program initiated, Long Hao dialed the police's dedicated hotline, his tone resolute and urgent, articulating the origins of his intelligence and the threat Shinzei posed to societal safety. Long Hao recognized that he could not single-handedly eradicate Shinzei's hacking activities. He needed the power of the law to redirect this intelligent, yet twisted young man back onto the right path. Upon concluding the call, Long Hao anxiously monitored the torrent of data on the screen. This was not merely a digital confrontation. It was a struggle between justice and malevolence. He comprehended that to utterly defeat Shinzei, actions must be executed simultaneously in both the virtual and real worlds. A flicker of cold amusement crossed Long Hao's mind. Who said battles must be fair? Victory is invariably chronicled by the conquerors. He gazed at the incessantly pulsating data stream on the screen, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve and a steely demeanor. Johnny, he murmured, his voice steady and powerful, remember, we are not merely fighting for ourselves. We are battling for the security of the entire network. Individuals like Shinzei must no longer be allowed to endanger society. Johnny nodded, comprehending Long Hao's determination. The duo once again plunged into the intense skirmish, pooling all their resources into an unstoppable force at that critical moment. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the screen, tightening Long Hao's chest as he swiftly scrutinized the source of the information. Indeed, Shinzei had sensed their counterattack and was attempting a final resistance. Johnny, intensify the offensive. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Long Hao's voice was chilling and resolute. He recognized that this was the pivotal moment that would determine the outcome, leaving no room for hesitation. The torrent of data rapidly converged into an invisible blade, piercing directly through Shinzei's defensive systems. Shinzei clearly did not anticipate their overwhelming strength. His defenses gradually crumbled, and in the moment when his final bastion was breached, the immense weight in Long Hao and Johnny's hearts was lifted. We succeeded. Johnny's voice resonated with a hint of incredulous joy. Shinzei's system has collapsed, and the police have already mobilized. Long Hao took a deep breath, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. Indeed, we have triumphed. And all of this will be etched into history. Shinzei's expression shifted from arrogant self-satisfaction to a pale, bewildered countenance as he realized his attacks were waning. Each keystroke felt increasingly feeble. The relentless tide of digital data devoured his offensive, dismantling his malicious programs one by one. In the reflection on the screen, he saw the terror in his own eyes. He was no longer the omnipresent hacker of the network, but had become a helpless child isolated in despair. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something of great significance. He halted his frantic typing, swiftly removed his coat from the wall, and clumsily disconnected the hard drive, desperate to destroy any evidence it might contain. His heart brimmed with despair and resentment, for these indelible marks would serve as a bitter testament to the brilliance of his past accomplishments. Yet, just as he prepared to flee, the chaotic sound of footsteps and the urgent wail of police sirens echoed from the stairwell. He looked up in terror, only to see fully armed officers encircling him from all directions, cutting off every avenue of escape. Shinzei, surrender. The police's authoritative commands pierced his ears, imbued with an irresistible force. Faced with this catastrophic defeat, Shinzei completely unraveled. He relinquished his struggle, raising his hands slowly and standing up. He understood that his hacker career, an identity he once took pride in, had reached its inevitable conclusion. As the police encircled him tighter, Shunzai's psychological defenses shattered completely. Overcome with despondency and regret, he was pinned to the ground, destined to lose his freedom and embark on a long, bleak existence behind bars. With the collapse of Shunzai's digital stronghold, the alarms at the Shinkong Network Control Center gradually subsided, and the tense atmosphere began to ease. Though the crisis had not entirely passed, the pathway to victory was becoming clearer. Long Hao inhaled deeply, although the battle was not yet over. Shunzai's downfall had undoubtedly tilted the scales of this defensive struggle significantly in their favor. The two exchanged a knowing smile. A silent acknowledgement of mutual respect and unity in the face of adversity, as well as a steadfast determination to navigate the treacherous road that lay ahead. At that moment, Long Hao's assistant, Leah, rushed in, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Boss, our production line seems to have come under attack. Several core machines have suddenly ceased operation." Long Hao's heart sank, realizing this was part of the enemy scheme. The cyber assault was merely a ruse. The true target was their production line. Without hesitation, Long Hao instructed Leah, "Quickly organize the technical team to inspect the equipment and ensure that the issue is resolved promptly." Long Hao swiftly issued commands to the system. "Initiate self-diagnosis and report the current damage status." The system promptly commenced the self-check procedure, and moments later, the screen displayed the results. The extent of damage is 10, with an estimated repair time of 1 hour. Upon seeing this outcome, Long Hao furrowed his brow, yet he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Leah and said, "We have 1 hour left. During this time, we must strengthen our defenses to prevent further attacks. Immediately notify all relevant departments to prepare for any potential threats." Leah nodded, swiftly retrieving her communication device to relay the instructions. Long Hao took a deep breath, fully aware of the urgency and the stakes at hand. This battle was far from over. Chapter 42, Successful Trial Production. An hour later, Leah hurriedly returned to Long Hao's side, her expression grave as she reported, "Boss, the fully automated production line has been repaired and is ready for restart." A flicker of determination flashed in Long Hao's eyes. He understood that in this war devoid of gunfire, the true test was only just commencing. Facing the high-tech control console before him, he gripped it firmly, inhaled deeply, and issued the command, "Commence activation of the production line." In an instant, a cascade of data streams began to dance across the screen, reflecting the operational status of the production line. Long Hao observed each segment with bated breath, ensuring every process proceeded smoothly. With the final batch of data verification completed, the activation of the fully automated production line concluded successfully. The hum of machinery reverberated throughout the factory, symbolizing the restoration of production and serving as a resolute voice against adversity. Long Hao exhaled softly, yet he knew that he and his team must remain vigilant, for the hostile forces lurking online might still be poised to strike. Turning to Johnny, his eyes brimming with trust and urgency, he declared, "Johnny, the subsequent defensive responsibilities rest upon your shoulders. We must establish a robust defense line, and we cannot allow the enemy to breach our defenses again." Johnny nodded emphatically, his face reflecting a similar resolve. "Rest assured, Long Hao, I will implement a multi-layered defense system. The fortress machine and IPS firewall will serve as our foundational configurations. However, our latest Star Sentinel early warning system and alert mechanisms will be our true trump cards. They can monitor network traffic in real time, swiftly detecting and intercepting any suspicious attacks. I will also coordinate with the security team to upgrade all critical systems, patching any known vulnerabilities. This defensive strategy will be as impenetrable as a fortress." Long Hao found solace in Johnny's confident demeanor. He knew that with their world-class technology and team strength, they were well prepared for the impending battle. Nevertheless, he understood that even with formidable technical support, the crux of this defensive campaign hinged on their ability to remain composed, as well as the synergy and collaboration among team members. Years had passed, and countless hackers had attempted to challenge the defenses of Star Network, yet all had returned defeated. Star Network had gradually become a litmus test for hacker prowess. In an era characterized by rapid information advancement, Star Network stood like a fortified castle amidst the torrent of hackers, unwavering and resilient. This tale spread swiftly through the tech community, and the name Star Network became legendary in the realm of cybersecurity. Adversaries continuously escalated their attack strategies, transitioning from simple vulnerability scans to intricate zero-day exploitations, pouring all efforts into breaching Star Network. Yet, whenever they believed they had discovered a fatal flaw, the self-repair mechanisms of Star Network would promptly seal the vulnerabilities and activate built-in security protocols to thwart the attacker's advances. Meanwhile, Long Hao and his team remained unsatisfied with the status quo, continually upgrading and maintaining the star network. They incessantly integrated new technologies, such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, to enhance the speed of alerts and responses, thereby fortifying the defensive capabilities of the star network. Over time, the star network evolved into not only a touchstone but also a symbol of honor. Those who could claim to have challenged the star network, regardless of success or failure, garnered a certain level of respect within the community. However, the truth remains that since its inception, the star network has never been breached. Behind the legend of this network security domain, Long Hao and his team consistently maintained vigilance, acutely aware that embarking on this journey entails no endpoint. In the face of ever-evolving cyber threats, they must perpetually advance to ensure that the brilliance of the star network never fades. Chapter 43. The launch of the Gateway of Wisdom. After solidifying the defenses of the star network, Long Hao realized that merely preventing external attacks was insufficient. In preparation for future challenges, it was imperative to establish a robust platform for knowledge sharing and management within the team. Consequently, Long Hao initiated another pivotal project, the construction of a comprehensive knowledge management platform, the Gateway of Wisdom. The Gateway of Wisdom serves as an expansive internal repository designed to collect, organize, and preserve the professional knowledge and experiences amassed by team members during their daily work. Through this platform, individuals can access and share these invaluable insights at any time and from any location. Over time, the Gateway of Wisdom evolved into an all-encompassing knowledge hub, featuring modules for onboarding new employees, answering routine technical queries, and showcasing various innovative ideas and solutions proposed by team members. The platform boasts a user-friendly interface and powerful search capabilities, rendering the search for information remarkably straightforward. Moreover, Long Hao incorporated advanced natural language processing technology, enabling the Gateway of Wisdom to recognize and analyze user inquiries, automatically recommending optimal answers or relevant technical documentation, thereby significantly enhancing the team's operational efficiency. Additionally, it includes an interactive community module that encourages members to collaborate and discuss intricate technical challenges. Through the Gateway of Wisdom, Long Hao not only established an invaluable assistant for knowledge management and collaborative work for the team, but also fortified the foundation of knowledge necessary for the star network to confront increasingly severe cybersecurity challenges. This strategic initiative ensured Star Network's preeminence in the technological realm of the future. However, Long Hao was unprepared for the upheaval that the Gateway of Wisdom would incite across various sectors. The Ministry of Education of Huagua recognized that the advanced technology and rich knowledge contained within the Gateway of Wisdom could be leveraged for educational reform. Consequently, they proposed a collaboration with Long Hao, intending to integrate this platform into the national school system. Long Hao faced a momentous decision. He was apprehensive that this partnership might divulge too many technical specifics to potential competitors. Yet he also acknowledged the positive implications this initiative could have on elevating the nation's educational standards. After considerable contemplation, Long Hao resolved to connect the Gateway of Wisdom to the Huagua education system via an API interface. This arrangement would maintain the confidentiality of Star Network's core knowledge while simultaneously contributing to the educational sector in Huagua. Through a meticulously designed API interface, the knowledge repository of the Gateway of Wisdom seamlessly integrated with the Ministry of Education system. Schools under the ministry could access suitable learning resources from the Gateway of Wisdom, providing students and teachers with the latest knowledge and research findings. Long Hao's decision opened new avenues for the team, allowing Star Network to carve out a niche not only in the realm of cybersecurity, but also within the educational landscape. This collaboration broadened the application of the knowledge housed within the Gateway of Wisdom and presented new opportunities for the development of Star Network. In the realm of interface security, Long Hao ensures that all API calls undergo rigorous validation and authorization. Each data transmission is meticulously encrypted, thereby safeguarding the knowledge security of the Star Network. Furthermore, an excellent interface design allows the Education Bureau to flexibly customize access rules according to its own needs, resulting in a mutually beneficial situation for both parties. This initiative swiftly yielded positive outcomes. With the assistance of the Gateway to Wisdom, the educational level in Huagua experienced a remarkable enhancement. As teachers elevated their academic proficiency through the resources provided by the platform, while students benefited from the platform's interactivity and extensive knowledge coverage, significantly improving their learning outcomes. Just as the Star Network achieved success in both the cybersecurity and education sectors, Leng Yun realized that this was merely the beginning. As the prominence of the Star Network continues to grow, they will face more advanced challenges, potentially even on an international scale. Chapter 44. Cook's Distress Useless. You are all utterly useless. Cook's voice boomed with a fierce reprimand, his face flushed with anger and disappointment, as though each word was imbued with seething fury. I have provided you with the finest resources, and this is the result you present to me. The surrounding personnel remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. They averted their gazes, fearful of becoming the next target of Cook's wrath. Cook seized the report from the table and flung it with force, the papers scattering like autumn leaves across the cluttered desks. Is this what you call progress? Is this the fruit of your labor? His voice reverberated throughout the otherwise silent building, sending shivers down spines. 30 minutes later, you may all leave. Cook gestured dismissively, wearily sinking into his plush leather chair, eyes closing in contemplation. He needed solitude to untangle the chaotic threads of his thoughts. The employees exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to voice questions or opinions at that moment. They gradually retreated, gently closing the door behind them, leaving Cook alone in the expansive office. The room felt vast and desolate, yet Cook's mind was anything but tranquil. He engaged in deep introspection regarding the recent failure, pondering how to rise anew. The tech industry in the United States was never short of challengers, and Cook understood that to maintain his leading position, transformation was imperative. In the spacious and luminous penthouse office, afternoon sunlight streamed through the towering floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm and gentle glow throughout the room. Cook picked up his lychee phone, his fingers delicately tapping the vibrant red airplane icon of an app. Scrolling to William's contact information, sending an urgent message. How have your attempts to breach Huawei's Xinjiang network progressed? His voice echoed softly in the vacant office, a blend of anxiety and anticipation lacing his words. William's tone was heavy as he continued his report. Both attempts have failed. They possess an exceptionally elite hacker. My reports indicate that our top hackers were unable to overcome him, as though he is acutely aware of our strategies. William elaborated, if not for a traitor leaking information, then it is evident that our adversary is remarkably formidable, beyond our capacity to counteract. The failures of these two operations were not due to a lack of effort on our part, but rather an insurmountable barrier in their defenses. William, a hacker entrenched in the digital realm, held a prominent reputation within the American cyber industry. He excelled in infiltration and control, possessing profound knowledge of the boundaries and vulnerabilities of networks and data systems. His clientele typically consisted of influential tech companies that provided financial and technical support, while William executed missions aimed at attacking foreign nations' cyber infrastructure and critical services. In the wake of disheartening failures and intense reflection, Cook recognized that merely relying on his existing team would not suffice to realize his ambitions. Thus, he resolved to unleash William's hidden potential. In the course of this endeavor, he realized that to combat the Star Network, he needed to adopt a more aggressive and ruthless stance. Consequently, he not only wholeheartedly supported William in expanding the business, transforming it into a giant that provides cybersecurity services globally, but also meticulously devised more profound strategies. In the bustling Silicon Valley, William established the Phantom Network Company, under which exceptionally covert and diversified cyber operations were conducted. The company appeared to have clients scattered across the globe, with its business scope ranging from conventional data protection to cutting-edge cyber warfare technology development. No one doubted that behind these glamorous transactions lay a series of intricate schemes directed against the Star Network. William maneuvered adeptly between offense and defense in cyberspace, with every phantom code he deployed possessing the potential to obliterate the Star Network on a silent night. However, he was astonished to discover that regardless of the ingenuity of his tactics, the Star Network seemed perpetually capable of discerning his intentions and thwarting his assaults. In the wake of his painful realizations, William began to broaden the scope of the company's operations, no longer confining himself to confrontations on a technical level. He began to recruit exceptional talents like Johnny and Shenzhe, individuals who not only possessed inscrutable hacking skills but also had the ability to exert influence in the real world. Their actions transcended mere cat-and-mouse games in the digital realm, evolving into a profound real-world confrontation. The missions publicly announced by the Phantom Network were, in fact, integral components of William's carefully woven plans, aimed at testing the limits of the Star Network while simultaneously tarnishing its image in the public eye. Johnny and Shinzei were tasked not only with directives for cyber warfare, but also with complex actions in the real world, such as covertly sabotaging the Star Network's infrastructure, and even implanting rumors and manipulating information flows within the business and political arenas. Nevertheless, despite the increasingly ferocious onslaught from the Phantom Network, the Star Network, bolstered by the unwavering determination of Long Hao and Johnny, along with the collective efforts of their team, managed to evade one crisis after another. It seemed that William's company could never achieve its ultimate goal, and these continuous setbacks prompted him to contemplate whether it was time to reassess and adjust his entire strategy. As their collaborative relationship expanded, communication between William and Cook became increasingly frequent. They repeatedly deliberated strategies in clandestine online meetings, seeking the key to breaching the defenses of the Star Network. Yet, as their partnership deepened, Cook appeared to become more invested in William's plans, while simultaneously grappling with a growing sense of anxiety and unease. He recognized that if they could not triumph over the Star Network, both his dreams and the future of the Phantom Network would be perilously at stake. Chapter 45. William's proposal. Cook paced back and forth in his office, his mind tormented by how to confront the formidable Star Network of Huagua. He recognized that relying solely on the strength of his own nation was insufficient to vanquish such a powerful adversary, especially given the top-tier defensive capabilities exhibited by the opponent, which posed a significant challenge. He realized that if he persisted in employing outdated tactics, his efforts would be in vain, merely solidifying the position of the Star Network. As despair threatened to engulf him, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his old friend William, prompting him to answer promptly. William, hey, old buddy, how have you been? I heard that Huagua has developed some kind of Athena system that seems to know everything. Aren't we supposed to be the global leaders in technology? Is there a secret weapon we have yet to unveil? Cook halted his pacing, gazing out at the azure sky, inhaling deeply and then exhaling slowly. Cook, William, we are facing an unprecedented challenge. While our technology is indeed advanced, it pales in comparison to a system of Athena's caliber, rendering our advantages seemingly obsolete. William, so what should we do? If this Athena system is truly omniscient, it poses a colossal threat not only to us but to the entire world. Cook, you are absolutely right. We must decipher this system and thoroughly understand its operational principles. We need to mobilize all our resources, assemble the finest technical teams, and even bypass congressional oversight to classify this research as top secret. William, understood. Perhaps we can leverage our experiences encountering the Star Network to identify potential interfaces with the Athena system. After all, Star Network has also evolved through continuous practical engagement. Cook, I believe you have proposed a commendable idea. We will require our elite cyber warfare units to execute this decryption plan, while simultaneously devising some ruse to mask our true intentions. William, I have plenty of ways to conduct discreet operations under the starlight. If the Star Network seeks a rival, I am more than willing to oblige. Cook, William, you have always been a formidable ally in the realm of cyber warfare. This time, our ambitions are grander, and the challenges are more daunting. Yet, this will not deter the elite team of our nation, will it? William, of course not. This will be a tough battle, but we are not ones to concede easily. The name of the stars is not merely for show. We shall prove our mettle as the true space cowboys. As Cook ended the call, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. Although the Star Network had repeatedly thwarted his plans, the emergence of the Athena system seemed to unlock a new avenue for him. Regardless of how arduous this decryption war may prove to be, he was resolute in his pursuit of victory. The pride and strength of his nation stood as a steadfast support for his relentless advance. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of his own nation, Huagua was engulfed in a tempest of turmoil. However, this was not the kind of scandal one might expect. No celebrities' late-night escapades or salacious affairs, but rather something far more significant. The recent revelation from the realm of technology has sent shockwaves through the industry. It is rumored that the Xingqian mobile phone can operate seamlessly without any chips. Is this not a blatant and unabashed deception of consumers? Many are drawing parallels to the astonishing incident from years past, where automobiles could run solely on water without the need for gasoline, unanimously deeming both situations as indistinguishable acts of fraud. Furthermore, let us consider Xingqian Network. In the mere span of a year, how many new products have they launched? Do the programmers not require rest or sleep? Even the most industrious donkey in a production team would struggle to match such a pace of innovation. Chapter 46. The Baigan Phone. Under the gentle spring sunshine of Huagua, A symphony of laughter and joy enveloped the splendid headquarters of Star Network. The white magnolias bloomed on the branches, their petals dancing gracefully in the breeze. At that moment, a message, akin to the thunder of spring, reverberated through every member of the Star Network team present. We have succeeded. The core technology of the second generation of Star has made a breakthrough. The words of the RD director, filled with fervent excitement, rippled through the assembly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Engineers and researchers alike felt invigorated, their faces radiant with uncontainable enthusiasm. They had toiled day and night in the laboratory, where sweat and intellect had coalesced into a miracle. This breakthrough heralded boundless possibilities for Star Network. After meticulous design and countless revisions, they not only inherited the formidable capabilities of the original Star phone but also surmounted a series of formidable technical challenges, successfully crafting a second generation that boasted enhanced performance, reduced weight, and increased intelligence. Even more crucially, the second generation realized a technological dream that the previous iteration could scarcely aspire to, completely discarding traditional chips and replacing them with innovative quantum logic operation units, achieving astonishing improvements in computational speed and energy efficiency. This technological advancement not only redefined industry standards, but also proclaimed to the world that the technological prowess of Huagua had quietly stepped onto the threshold of the quantum era. The entire Star Network team raised their glasses in celebration beneath the dazzling lights, their laughter and songs filling the air. They embraced and high-fived one another, reveling in this shared accomplishment. Outside, under the sky of azure and clouds, the fragrance of white magnolias seemed to cheer for their success. The warm spring sunlight bathed every face, reflecting their anticipation for even greater achievements in the future. Long Hao inhaled deeply as all eyes turned to him, eager for his naming proclamation. In this world rich with historical depth and cultural wealth, endless possibilities surged within him. A glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes, and ultimately, with determination as solid as steel, he symbolically placed the cork he held into a virtual storage box. We shall name it Baigan. Long Hao's voice was resolute and powerful. Baigan, the historically renowned and loyal chancellor, celebrated for his wisdom and courage, embodied the image and spirit he envisioned for this new device. At the bustling launch event, a colossal display screen showcased a dazzling promotional video, each frame illustrating the exceptional performance and stylish appearance of the Baigan phone. Yet, concealed behind this stunning product lay a secret as profound as the phrase Baigan Wuxing. Baigan phone is chipless was not merely a promotional slogan, but signified a groundbreaking departure from traditional chip technology. Just as Baigan Wuxing metaphorically conveys the loss of one's inner self, the chipless nature of the Baigan phone signifies its transcendence of convention, discarding outdated computational paradigms and heralding a significant innovation in computational technology. The technical team at Star Network ingeniously harnessed the peculiar phenomena of quantum physics, successfully developing a quantum logic processing unit capable of replacing traditional chips. This unit not only significantly enhances computational speed but also drastically reduces energy consumption, resulting in a remarkable improvement in the battery life of the Baigan smartphone. Much like the ancient figure of Baigan, who, with extraordinary wisdom and courage, challenged the constraints of fate, today's Star Network embodies a spirit of imagination and breakthrough, presenting to the world a novel technological marvel. As the audience emerged from the allure of the promotional video, the venue was already filled with waves of awe and applause. In every gaze, there flickered a glimmer of anticipation and hope for the future. Yearning for the Baigan smartphone, this device devoid of a core, to bestow a qualitative leap in their lives. The utterance resonated deeply with everyone present, encapsulating profound connotations of wisdom, dedication, and courage, qualities that the new device embodies. This naming not only bestowed a new identity upon the Baigan device, but also represented a promise from Star Network and its leader, Long Hao, that the Baigan device would serve each user with intelligence and fearlessness. Under the gentle embrace of spring sunshine, Star Network commenced an intensive preparation for the launch event of the Baigan smartphone. Elite teams from various departments collaborated harmoniously, ensuring that no detail, ranging from venue selection and stage design to guest invitations, was overlooked. The event's location was ultimately chosen to be the holographic square beneath the Future Tower, a landmark in Huai City. This venue not only accommodates tens of thousands of spectators, but is also equipped with advanced technological display facilities, perfectly suited to showcase the innovation and future of the Baigan smartphone. In terms of stage design, The team opted for a sleek aesthetic that exuded a cutting-edge technological feel, reflecting the core concept of the Baigan smartphone, heartless, yet brimming with possibilities. The invitation list included business elites, technology magnates, media representatives, and enthusiastic users, all eagerly anticipating this technological feast. Simultaneously, to amplify the event's visibility, Star Network initiated a pre-launch campaign on major social media platforms under the hashtag Baigan Smartphone Launch, attracting a myriad of discussions and participation from netizens. As the launch event drew near, the atmosphere within the team became increasingly tense yet vibrant. Each member shared a collective belief. This launch would be a pivotal moment for Star Network to showcase its strength and define the future. They looked forward to declaring to the world that the Baigan smartphone is not merely an intelligent device, but a declaration of the future, a symbol of courage and wisdom. With the approach of spring, this anticipation grew ever more fervent. Chapter 47. The launch of a new product on September 1st, 2024. With the first rays of morning sunlight streaming through the glass facade of the future tower, all preparations at Star Network Company were finalized. The three-dimensional promotional imagery of the Baigan smartphone floated captivatingly above the holographic square. The atmosphere at the launch event surged with anticipation as it entered the countdown phase. On the screens, numbers counting down filled the stage backdrop, while the expansive stage was filled with an audience that ranged from business magnates to ordinary consumers, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the event. Long Hao, the leader of Star Network Company, stood behind the stage, adjusting his posture, his eyes radiating determination. He understood that today marked a pivotal moment for Star Network, a transformative leap into the future, a demonstration of their strength. A blend of nervousness and excitement coursed through him. At last, the numbers reached 0, and the launch officially commenced. A wave of applause and cheers erupted in the holographic square as the audience turned their attention to the center of the stage. Long Hao stepped forward, raising his hands to signal for silence. His voice resonated through the sound system, reaching every corner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch of the Baigan smartphone by Star Network. Today, we shall witness the birth of an innovative marvel. Bathed in the glow of the holographic square, Long Hao stood at the focal point of the stage, a colossal holographic screen behind him displaying the brand-new advertisement for the Baigan smartphone. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the stage decor to sway lightly, adding an air of mystery befitting futuristic technology. Today, we gather here, bringing together wisdom and expectations from around the globe. Long Hao proclaimed, his voice imbued with strength and conviction. The Baigan smartphone not only embodies Star Network's latest achievements, but it also represents our interpretation and response to the trends of future technology. The hallmark of innovation lies in the revolutionary design of the Baigan smartphone, physical no-core. This device discards traditional chip designs, employing advanced integration technology to distribute conventional chip functions across multiple sections of the device. This approach not only significantly enhances processing speed, making it 5 times faster than other devices, but also augments durability and resistance to interference due to the absence of a centralized chip. More importantly, the Baigan smartphone incorporates the Gateway of Wisdom platform, a groundbreaking biometric technology that ensures the utmost security of user data while providing a transcendent communication experience. It enables users to explore diverse civilizations and exchange creative ideas across time and space. Today, we are not merely launching a new product. Long Hao's voice crescendoed, and the applause from the audience grew louder. We are defining the future. The Baigan smartphone is not just a novel communication tool, it heralds a new way of life. We believe that whether for work, study, or entertainment, it will become an indispensable companion. As Long Hao's voice trailed off, his gaze swept across the audience, briefly catching the tense yet expectant eyes of Li Feng, the chief scientist of Star Network. The air appeared to be suspended in time, the holographic screen shimmering with radiant light, while Long Hao's words stirred the atmosphere like a stone cast into a still pond, abruptly heightening the tension in the room. Friends, Long Hao asserted with unwavering resolve, each word seemingly weighed with contemplation. In this seemingly globalized world, protectionism and regional isolation are rampant. As a multinational technology giant, Xingqian Network is not immune to such challenges. Just days ago, the Star-Spangled Nation severed our chip supply under the pretext of harvesting artificial cotton, attempting to extinguish the flame of innovation at Xingqian Network. Yet, they have underestimated our determination and capabilities. The ambience transformed fervently in response to his declaration. Whispers rippling through the audience, some more expressions of astonishment, while others gazed upon him with admiration. However, Long Hao shifted his tone, speaking with a resonant strength. It is precisely adversity that ignites our creativity, and such threats that awaken the fighting spirit within us. Without these challenges, how could we seize the opportunity for rebirth, transcendence, and the forging of new paths? The vibrant light danced upon the stage as the holographic technology of Baigan Mobile turned fantasy into reality. The audience marveled at the spectacle before them. The images on the holographic screen appeared to defy confinement, seemingly stepping forth from the flat surface. With every detail vividly alive and every line flowing naturally, as if leaping and swaying in the air. In truth, Long Hao himself had not set foot on any corner of the stage. The groundbreaking holographic projection technology of Fictional Network rendered everything seamlessly integrated. This advanced technology not only projected Long Hao's likeness with astonishing realism, but also enabled him to interact in real time during remote speeches, as though he were physically present. Every expression, gesture, and sound was rendered with exquisite precision, elevating the presentation to a level indistinguishable to the naked eye. The audience gasped in awe as they observed Long Hao's holographic projection not only blending flawlessly with the backdrop but also descending from the stage during his speech to share intricate details about Baigan Mobile's features. His image meandered through the crowd, exchanging glances with every individual, creating an almost surreal experience. This was the stunning and delightful impact of Baigan Mobile's leading-edge holographic projection technology. The holographic projection technology embedded in Baigan Mobile is a masterpiece that encapsulates the essence of top-tier scientific talent at Fictional Network. Long Hao's holographic semblance seemed to smile. Each interaction with the audience imbued with a genuine warmth. This technology transforms communication and presentations from mere information exchange into a true visual and tactile feast. Long Hao's voice resonated once more in the air, echoing in the hearts of the audience like a distant yet resolute call. His holographic figure bowed slightly on stage before gradually dissipating, as waves of applause and cheers swept through the venue, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Yet, a climax signals an impending conclusion. Long Hao declared, "The journey of Fictional Network has only just begun. The curtain falls today, paving the way for a brighter tomorrow. Anticipate the next generation of products from Star Network, as we remain committed to our spirit of innovation, delivering transformative technological experiences to consumers worldwide." The lights gradually dimmed, and the melodious music accompanied the audience as they slowly exited the venue. This unveiling by Star Network shone like a brilliant meteor, streaking across the technological horizon and destined to leave an indelible mark in the memories of all. The birth of the Baigan phone is not the culmination of Star Network's journey of innovation, but rather a new beginning. Long Hao's words resonated deeply within the hearts of the attendees. Everyone, including competitors, had to concede that Star Network had ushered in a new era in the tech industry. As the images on the holographic screen dissipated, Long Hao's speech echoed in the minds of the audience. They seemed to linger in the aftermath of his address, lost in boundless imaginings of the future technology unveiled by Star Network. Long Hao's holographic projection not only introduced the innovative features of the Baigan phone, but also showcased Star Network's capacity to lead the future on a global scale. Standing at the center of the laboratory, Long Hao's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Before him stood a colossal and intricate apparatus, dominating the very heart of the lab like a mysterious labyrinth. This was the pinnacle of Star Network's technological achievements. A bridge connecting the human brain to the digital realm, the brain mapping system. He cautiously attached the connecting cables to the neural interface on his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. As a faint electric current flowed through the neural interface, his consciousness swiftly immersed itself in an entirely new world. "System activate," Long Hao silently commanded. It was as if he had triggered a mysterious mechanism. As a three-dimensional holographic interface gradually unfolded in his mind, countless data streams shimmering like stars, soaring alongside his thoughts. "Greetings, Mr. Long, I am the brain mapping system. Please articulate your intentions." A melodious female voice resonated, each note meticulously crafted to evoke profound comfort. Long Hao felt a tremor within, his voice low and resolute. "I wish to understand the sales performance of the Baigan phone. Connecting to the sales database. Please hold." The system's voice remained enchanting, heightening anticipation for the forthcoming answer. Moments later, a plethora of numbers and charts vividly materialized on the virtual screen. Sales figures, market reactions, and even discussions on social media, all information updated in real time, crystal clear. "Mr. Long, based on the current data, the launch of the Baigan phone has achieved unprecedented success. With an exceptionally enthusiastic market response, the system's articulate voice transformed the data into an easily comprehensible summary. Long Hao observed the charts and analytical reports displayed in his mind, his confidence ablaze like a roaring fire. Once again, Star Network had triumphed in this technological battle. Continue to monitor sales performance and analyze competitor dynamics. Long Hao commanded with authority. The system promptly began executing the new directive, connecting to additional data sources for a more profound market analysis. Affirmative, Mr. Long, rest assured. I will continuously monitor market trends and remain ready to provide the information you require. The brain mapping system efficiently executes its tasks, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. As consciousness returns to reality, a glimmer of wisdom sparkles in Long Hao's eyes. A conversation with the brain mapping system has equipped him with the latest crucial information, further solidifying his confidence in the future development of the stellar network. Chapter 48. The butterfly effect. The shockwave generated by the Baigan phone from Star Network reverberated through the tranquil global chip industry, akin to a colossal stone cast into still waters, stirring tumultuous waves. Major chip manufacturers were compelled to hasten their efforts, unveiling their own high-end chips in a bid to rival Star Network's cutting-edge technology. In an instant, the race for research and development and the struggle for market share propelled the entire industry into a new era of fierce competition. The success of the Baigan phone resembled the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings, subtle yet captivating, capable of unleashing monumental tides within the global technology sector. Each consumer drawn to the innovative features of this device mirrored ripples upon the ocean's surface, converging to form a tsunami that would reshape the market landscape. Long Hao's ambitions extended far beyond the triumph of a single product. Through his brain mapping system, he envisioned a future where the entire technology industry continuously evolved, driven by countless minor changes coalescing into a powerful tide. In this invisible battleground, every strategic adjustment by competitors and every technological breakthrough by enterprises danced like butterflies upon the sea, their every movement potentially heralding the forthcoming market upheaval. Star Network, akin to a leviathan lurking beneath the waves, soared through the ocean of information with its advanced technologies, poised to either lead or stir a new tempest in the realm of innovation. With the debut of the Baigan phone, foreign media seized the opportunity with fervor. Headlines across Europe, America, and Asia were dominated by the Baigan phone, as expert reviews and consumer feedback flooded every corner of the internet. Reports in various languages emerged like mushrooms after rain. In the United Kingdom, the Guardian's technology column lavished praise. This phone is akin to a miracle in the tech world, seemingly transcending all boundaries of physics and logic. The Financial Times aptly bestowed upon it the moniker of light of the future. American media also turned its gaze towards this phenomenon. Business Weekly named the Baigan phone the most notable tech product of the year, while the Wall Street Journal delved into extensive analyses, declaring it a hallmark product that could signify a transformative shift in the global chip industry. In Asia, Japan's Nikkei Electronics News lauded the innovative chip technology, stating, "The performance breakthroughs of Baigan render many of Japan's aspirations in the electronics field pale by comparison." Korea's Digital Age magazine was even more forthright. "It is not merely a phone, it is a microcosm of technological marvel." In the vast expanse of the social media landscape, netizens from around the globe engaged in fervent discussions, even giving rise to nation-specific technology forums focused solely on the trending topic of the Baigan phone. Whether dissecting its technical aspects or sharing personal experiences post-purchase, the discussion snowballed, escalating in fervor and intensity. Undoubtedly, the Baigan mobile phone has transcended the realm of an ordinary product, metamorphosing into the dazzling centerpiece of the technology sector, eagerly pursued and reported on by major media outlets. The technological innovation frenzy ignited by Xingqian Network surges forth like a colossal wave, sweeping across the Atlantic with an unstoppable force, engulfing every corner of the earth. At this moment, Long Hao stands quietly in his spacious and luminous office, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass windows down upon the magnificent expanse of the azure ocean. His gaze is profound and piercing, as if he could penetrate the tumultuous waves before him, perceiving every subtle shift that heralds the imminent changes of the future. Chapter 49. The network outage incident. Long Hao sat in contemplation within his office, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the undulating azure sea. His eyes were profound, as if he could penetrate the layers of frothy waves and perceive the rhythmic pulses of the future. Suddenly, a hurried knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." Long Hao withdrew his thoughts and turned to face the entrance. Li Ming, the manager of the network operations department, rushed in, his face pale and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Director Long, there's a serious issue. Li Ming gasped, breathless. What issue? Long Hao's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. The office area and several critical servers have lost connectivity. We are investigating the cause as swiftly as possible, but Long Hao's expression turned grave. Disconnected? What is the cause? Li Ming wiped his forehead and took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. Initially, we suspected a system malfunction or a cyber attack. The entire team worked overnight, and we ultimately discovered that the physical network cables had been deliberately severed. A glint of sharpness flickered in Long Hao's eyes. Who did it? Li Ming continued, visibly tense. Preliminary investigations revealed that security personnel accepted bribes from external individuals and intentionally disconnected the network lines. Security personnel? Long Hao's tone turned icy. Are you implying that someone from within has been compromised? Yes, Director Long. We have identified several suspects among the security staff, and they have been apprehended for detailed interrogation. Li Ming added. Long Hao paused in silence for a moment, inhaling deeply. Immediately send me the detailed interrogation reports. At the same time, contact the legal department to prepare for litigation against these individuals. Furthermore, notify all departments to conduct a thorough internal investigation to uncover any similar vulnerabilities. Understood, Director Long. Li Ming responded promptly and exited the office in haste. Long Hao returned to his chair, his fingers gently tapping the desk as he pondered the series of unexpected developments. He recognized that this was not merely a simple network outage. Deeper threats may lurk beneath the surface. System, is there a solution for the physical network outage? Certainly. Host, do you recall the functional options that emerged during the Internet of Everything upgrade? Among them is the security protection feature. The system's voice resonated in Long Hao's mind. In the security room, Li Ming arrived accompanied by several security personnel, where bustling investigators had already filled the space. Partition screens lay dismantled and stacked aside, computers, printers, and other office equipment were being scrutinized, with every detail meticulously examined. Tension permeated the atmosphere between the investigators and the security staff, each individual busy yet tinged with concern. This area has already been searched. I wish to view the surveillance footage, Li Ming instructed the busy investigators. The security room, however, lacked conventional surveillance recordings, as all monitoring devices were connected to the company's central monitoring system. These surveillance recordings are not intended for routine monitoring, but rather serve as a crucial component of our security apparatus, encompassing a multitude of protective algorithms and devices. One investigator approached Li Ming, his expression grave. We have thoroughly examined the surveillance system and found no anomalies. Furthermore, the recordings can only be retained for 7 days. And we have now surpassed that time frame. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside the door. You are currently investigating the disconnection of the network cable, are you not? A clear male voice called from beyond. Indeed, and you are? One investigator interposed to block the newcomer's path. I am General Long Hao. Long Hao replied with a smile, displaying his identification badge. Upon hearing Long Hao's name, the investigator's demeanor shifted to one of heightened tension. Long Hao is the principal leader of their company, renowned for his decisive and vigorous management style. General Long, please come in. The investigators stepped aside to permit him entry. Noticing Long Hao's arrival, Li Ming hurriedly approached to greet him. General Long, it is an honor to have you here in person. The security system is of utmost importance to our company. Long Hao surveyed the surroundings. What progress has been made in the ongoing investigation? Chapter 50. The mouse-catching operation. Long Hao nodded gently, surveying the workstation, his gaze lingering on a small object in the hands of an investigator. It was an antiquated metal box, exuding a sense of age. What is this? Long Hao inquired. The investigator hesitated momentarily before responding. It is an old-fashioned signal jammer, which we have just discovered. It appears to have been designed to exploit the blind spots of the central monitoring system, capable of interfering with the transmission of camera signals. Let me have a look. Long Hao took the box, caressing its surface delicately. A wild notion began to take shape in his mind. Long Hao uttered softly, System, initiate the mouse-catching operation. A point of light materialized before him, and a virtual keyboard and screen unveiled a comprehensive network interface. Within this isolated network, the signals from the company's security cameras began to reorganize, with images flickering across the screen one after another. Everyone present was taken aback. We can replay the surveillance footage from 7 days ago through this emergency network. Long Hao's words invigorated the attendees. Surveillance footage, the screen illuminated, replaying a segment from the central monitoring system. Inside the security room, a man clad in a security uniform appeared on screen, anxiously scanning his surroundings before stealthily disconnecting the network cables. Is it him? The attendees began to identify him. Long Hao's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, his fingers tapping swiftly on the virtual keyboard. The image froze on the security guard's face, his expression unnervingly calm, clearly unafraid. Find him, Long Hao commanded, pointing at the guard on the screen. The investigators sprang into action, cross-referencing the company roster to ascertain the guard's identity. A chill flickered in Long Hao's eyes. Immediately detain this individual and uncover who orchestrated his actions. Was it a mission or a challenge? Long Hao was resolute in his determination to expose the lurking puppeteer behind this undercurrent. Standing before the investigator's workstation, Long Hao took a deep breath, his arms crossed before him, fingers gently tapping out a rhythm of contemplation. With his directive, "System, activate the IT security function," a holographic screen manifested before him, pulsating with digital ripples, signifying the loading of a new security tier. This advanced protective feature aimed to monitor any anomalous behavior signals comprehensively by establishing real-time connections with all smart devices within the company. Whether it be security cameras, employee smartphones, or intelligent assistants in the office, each would serve as the eyes and ears of this function, assisting Long Hao in gaining a holistic perspective and preempting potential threats. Of course, the torrent of information would undergo meticulous filtering, with trivial details erased on the periphery of the system, leaving only the truly pivotal fragments to be collected and preserved like pearls within the core of the security apparatus. Such a design ensures that only significant information leaves a trace in the security logs, substantially reducing the volume of daily data that security personnel must analyze and process. Simultaneously, it provides a precise starting point for tracking and reviewing specific incidents. Long Hao's gaze was fixated on the holographic screen before him, as digital ripples flowed with a serene rhythm. Once the security functions were activated, the entire Internet of Things within the company sprang to life, with each intelligent device transforming into vigilant eyes and ears, silently safeguarding the company's security. Chapter 51. The spy Zhang Liming, however, merely expanding the breadth of surveillance is insufficient. One must delve into the data itself to uncover the root of the problem. Long Hao understood that the metallic box quietly resting in a surveillance blind spot could be the key to unraveling the mystery. He gently tapped the screen a few times, causing a virtual keyboard to emerge. With deft precision, he entered a series of commands, and the system promptly began to respond, deconstructing the information from the small box. The process of decoding was akin to drawing back the curtains of history, layer by layer revealing the truth behind the events of 7 days prior. Before long, a success signal resonated through the laboratory. Long Hao swiftly switched interfaces, and the security system's alert records clearly displayed the detailed entries of the security guard's comings and goings. Under Long Hao's precise directives, the system's intelligent analysis function traced the guard's movement patterns, and through emotional analysis and behavioral pattern comparison, it identified abnormal signals during his task execution. On the screen, the security guard reappeared, now more cautious than before. Yet, under the high-definition cameras of the security system, every movement he made was unmistakably clear. Long Hao tapped the screen, issuing his final command, and the system rapidly locked onto the facial recognition record of the guard. Comparing it with the employee database, the results swiftly pointed to a name, Zhang Liming. Keep a close watch on this individual, but do not alert him, Long Hao instructed, prompting the investigators to spring into action. They deployed covert surveillance equipment, preparing to close in. Meanwhile, Long Hao silently contemplated his next strategic moves, ensuring he was aware of every possible outcome. Soon, Zhang Liming's figure re-entered the surveillance zone, but this time he was not there to conceal the cameras. The investigators had been waiting outside his home for an extended period and finally witnessed the moment he stepped out. They sprang into action like leopards, swiftly converging upon him, securing him before he could react. Zhang Liming, you cannot escape, a cold voice echoed in his ear, while Long Hao observed the entire scene from the remote monitoring room. He knew this was merely the beginning of the struggle. A long string of clues awaited him to unveil the long-hidden truth. Zhang Liming had served as a security guard at Xingchen Mobile since its inception. Recently, his wife had tragically been involved in a car accident, and the burden of tuition fees for his children and living expenses had become overwhelming. At this juncture, foreign agents approached him, offering a sum of money in exchange for his assistance in planting signal jammers within the internal environment of Xingchen Network and severing the core server's network cables. With the intent of physically disrupting the network environment, Longhao stepped into the dimly lit security break room, where tension hung thick in the air. Zhang Liming was bound to a chair, his shadow flickering with the glow of the monitoring room's screen. He lifted his head, a hint of confusion and despair reflected in his eyes. Longhao stood before him, his gaze icy as it locked on his Zhang's. Zhang Liming. Longhao's voice was low and powerful. I truly did not expect it to be you. Tell me, what compelled you to betray Xingqian and commit such an act? Zhang Liming took a deep breath, his voice low yet imbued with a hint of despondent calm. Dragon, Mr. Long, I am powerless. My wife. My children. Longhao interrupted him. I comprehend your predicament, Zhang Liming. However, your actions have not only jeopardized the company's interests but may also endanger many innocent lives. If your motivation is merely financial. No, Zhang Liming exclaimed, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Yes, they offered me money, but I had no choice. They threatened me, stating that if I did not comply, my family would suffer. Mr. Long, this is not about money. It is about ensuring the safety of my family. Longhao's gaze softened slightly, yet remained serious. It is your duty to protect your family, and I understand that. But is it truly justifiable to sacrifice the safety of others? Once our network's integrity is compromised, what do you believe will ensue? Zhang Liming lowered his head, speaking feebly. I was wrong, Mr. Long. I panicked and did not think it through. Longhao sighed, his expression impassive. At this juncture, your complete cooperation is essential to mitigate some of the damage. Tell me, who approached you, and what were their intentions? The company can safeguard your family, but you must honestly divulge the entirety of the matter. Chapter 52. The conspiracy behind Longhao pondered deeply. This Zhang Liming is likely not as simple as he appears. Behind him may lurk a far greater threat to national security. It is crucial to recognize that the technology possessed by Xingqian Mobile is vastly superior within our country. Should such advanced technology fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. With this thought, Longhao couldn't help but furrow his brow, his mood growing increasingly grave. Zhang Liming, you must divulge to us which foreign individuals have contacted you, their intentions, and whether there are any further arrangements. Longhao stated unequivocally. Zhang Liming's body trembled slightly, clearly engulfed in panic. I do not know their specific names, but they are a group of foreigners. They instructed me to disconnect the network cable and insert a USB drive into the server to implant a virus, as part of a larger scheme. Longhao furrowed his brow tightly. A larger scheme? What does that entail? Zhang Liming shook his head. They did not elaborate much, only warning me that if the mission failed, there would be severe repercussions. Moreover, they mentioned the Apocalypse project of Xingqian Mobile. Upon hearing the term apocalypse, Longhao's heart jolted. It is essential to note that the Apocalypse is an extremely confidential and significant project within Xingqian Mobile, involving the core technology development of fifth-generation mobile communication. Should this cutting-edge technology be leaked or misused, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Not only would it incur insurmountable financial losses for Xingqian, but it could also pose a grave threat to the national cybersecurity landscape. When do they plan to take further action? They said they would wait for a specific time, at which point further instructions would be given. I truly do not know more than that. Longhao's brow tightened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Zhang Liming, scrutinizing any subtle changes in his expression, continuing to press for details regarding the foreign forces. Under Longhao's formidable presence, Zhang Liming appeared increasingly uneasy, yet he ultimately began to reveal the truth. It turned out that this foreign force was not merely a criminal gang, but a vast and enigmatic international organization, primarily engaged in high-tech crimes. Their ultimate objective was to steal the Apocalypse project and gain control of Xingqian Mobile's core technology by implanting malicious viruses. Upon discovering the truth, Longhao was taken aback, immediately recognizing the urgency and gravity of the situation. Time was of the essence, and action could not be delayed. He decisively contacted the company's internal security team, thoroughly informing them of the current crisis. The security team members sprang into action, promptly initiating a series of emergency defensive measures. Simultaneously, Longhao understood that the safety of Zhang Liming and his family was paramount. Only by ensuring their protection could Zhang Liming focus on revealing more intelligence without concern. Thus, he personally took charge, meticulously arranging comprehensive protective measures for Zhang Liming's family, ensuring that every precaution was taken. Longhao observed Zhang Liming, a complex array of emotions surging within him. The man before him had been so ravaged by pressure and fear that he appeared almost fragile, as if he could shatter at any moment. Long Hao's gaze was as calm as ice. He was acutely aware that time was running short. Observing the flickering anxiety and despair in Zhang Liming's eyes, Long Hao understood that extracting further valuable information from him would be futile. Even with continued pressure, this exhausted man could offer no more clues. He needed to swiftly seek another avenue for breakthrough and could no longer afford to squander precious time. You have yet to reach a conclusion, so let the law adjudicate your transgressions, Long Hao stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the other man. Upon hearing Long Hao's words, Zhang Liming's eyelids fluttered violently, realizing that his fate was irrevocably sealed. Long Hao disregarded the terror etched upon Zhang Liming's face, turning away to exit the security room. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Long Hao paused and spoke in a tone that showed no hint of fluctuation. Inform the police of the situation here, and let them handle the subsequent matters. The security room fell into a profound silence, and Zhang Liming seemed to have lost his last vestige of strength, his head drooping. Long Hao cast one final glance at him before resolutely stepping out of the tense atmosphere of the security room. Chapter 53. The Lost Technology Tree. Long Hao found himself preoccupied, unable to dwell on the matters concerning Zhang Liming. What he urgently required was to enhance his own strength swiftly, so he could unearth the puppeteers behind the foreign organization and obliterate them. System, open the marketplace panel. Long Hao commanded, his consciousness diving into the depths of his mind to summon the system's marketplace. Beep. The system marketplace is now open. A translucent screen materialized before him, displaying a plethora of commodities. However, Long Hao's interest waned almost instantaneously. The prices were exorbitantly high. Although he was not financially constrained, he could not afford to squander his resources indiscriminately. The thought of purchasing anything made him wince. System, do you possess any treasures that can enhance one's power? I require formidable strength post-haste. He mused, aware that anything capable of facilitating an upgrade must possess substantial effectiveness. Long Hao gazed intently at the translucent screen, eagerly awaiting the system's response. Beep. Please select the enhancement target for the host. Two options emerged on the translucent screen: physical strength and intelligence. Long Hao pondered for a moment, deliberating on his choice. While bolstering his physical prowess seemed advantageous, he was more inclined to augment his intelligence. Engaging with developers and hackers necessitated a sharp wit to secure victory. Selection. Intelligence enhancement. Long Hao resolved within himself, opting to fortify his intellect. Beep. Confirming selection for intelligence enhancement. Beep. Host intelligence is currently being enhanced. A progress bar appeared on the translucent screen, indicating that it needed to fill completely to conclude the process. Beep. Intelligence enhancement complete. Long Hao sensed a profound shift within himself, as if his cognitive faculties had been sharpened and his mind was operating with newfound clarity. His pace remained unbroken, yet his thoughts churned like a tempest. Although Zhang Liming was undeniably a villain, Long Hao harbored no animosity towards his family, particularly his wife and children. He recognized that the innocent should not bear the burdens of a criminal's actions. After Zhang Liming's incarceration in the ensuing legal proceedings, his fate was no longer his own. Nevertheless, his family left Long Hao with a heavy sense of responsibility. He resolved to provide whatever assistance he could, focusing his attention on Zhang Liming's wife, a woman who maintained her strength amidst adversity. System, search for medical items that can expedite physical recovery. Long Hao implored the system earnestly. He understood that, given the system's capabilities, he might be able to offer Zhang Liming's wife a glimmer of hope. Beep. Searching. The system's voice remained cold, yet it did not lack optimism. The translucent screen unveiled an array of miraculous medical items, each one listed with its name and description. Long Hao's eyes quickly scanned the offerings, seeking the most suitable option. Found it. The system presents a medical item known as Breath of Restoration. Breath of Restoration, a single-use medical item designed to rapidly restore bodily functions, particularly effective for those in frail or injured conditions. Long Hao gazed at the introduction of the Breath of Restoration, a warm sensation blossoming within him. With the Breath of Restoration, there existed a possibility to aid Zhang Liming's wife in improving her physical condition and alleviating her daily suffering. System. Purchase the patents and associated production line for Breath of Restoration immediately, Long Hao declared, his expression resolute and his tone tinged with urgency. Ding. Purchase of Breath of Restoration patents and production line successful. Ding. Total expenditure being deducted. Soon, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Deducted cash, 10 million. Current balance, 40 million. Damn it. I've spent so much for that kid Zhang Liming. Long Hao felt a tightening in his chest. A pang of inexplicable heartache. Ding. Item dispensing. The system's prompt shattered his reverie. Breath of restoration. A miraculous item that rapidly restores bodily functions, exhibiting remarkable effects in improving one's constitution. Then, Long Hao discovered a small blue vial added to his storage ring. Upon opening it, a dense mist swirled within, and a refreshing fragrance wafted into the air. With a mere thought, the translucent screen before him refreshed, displaying his current attributes. View personal attributes. Name, Long Hao. Permission number, 1 intelligence, 120 strength, 90 physical endurance, 95 balance, 40,000,000 star coins. Ding. Mission released. Find the lost technology tree. A long time ago, a highly advanced civilization existed on Blue Star. However, due to various reasons, they migrated. Before their departure, they initiated the Ember Project, sealing their technology in a unique manner. Detailed mission content and predicted location have been sent to your neural waves. Long Hao momentarily paused. The mission information transmitted to his mind, igniting a surge of consciousness, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of purpose. The lost technology tree was a concept both distant and foreign. He had never envisioned his life intertwining with such a grand narrative. Yet at this moment, he felt an invisible force drawing him into the vortex of the story. The task information on the translucent screen was detailed to the utmost, akin to a meticulously crafted script unfurling before his eyes. He pondered, imagining what the unknown civilization must have been like to foresee his existence in the distant past. System, what exactly is this so-called technology tree? Long Hao inquired. Curiosity piqued by the peculiar resonance of the name, as if it signified an epic journey. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonated. As if narrating an ancient myth, the technology tree represents a series of markers signifying the evolution of intelligent life. Each technology is a spark of civilization, concealing the secrets and powers of that ancient civilization. The host must retrieve these technologies, perhaps unveiling the once glorious civilization of Blue Star and its future destiny. Long Hao's heart stirred involuntarily, as if behind this mission lay an epic secret of Blue Star's history. Despite his awareness of the formidable challenges that lay ahead, the insatiable desire to explore the unknown ignited an indelible flame within his heart. His gaze refocused on the task information displayed on the translucent screen, and a glimmer of resolute determination flickered in his eyes. He, Long Hao, embraced this challenge, even if it were solely for the future of humanity on Blue Star. He was resolute in uncovering the lost technology tree and unraveling the long-forgotten tapestry of glorious history. Chapter 54. Man does his best. Heaven takes care. The following morning, Long Hao arrived at the foot of Zhang Liming's residence, his heart laden with a sense of gravity. Zhang Liming's home was situated in an aging apartment building, its walls marred and peeling, exuding an air of neglect. Clutching a small bag of gifts on his shoulder, he ascended the stairs slowly, inwardly contemplating how to confront Zhang Liming's wife and children. Upon reaching the door, Long Hao gently knocked. After a brief moment, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged woman whose weary countenance spoke volumes of her distress. She was, indeed, Zhang Liming's wife. Hello, I am Long Hao, a friend of Liming. He greeted her with a warm smile. Zhang Liming's wife hesitated for a moment, clearly taken aback by Long Hao's unexpected visit. Yet she courteously invited him into their modest abode. The interior was simply furnished but immaculately tidy, with the children playing nearby, their curious gazes fixed upon the newcomer. Liming has encountered some difficulties recently, and Zhang Liming's wife's voice trembled, her sorrow for her husband's incarceration palpable. I am aware, Long Hao reassured her. Though Liming has erred, his misdeeds should not affect his family. He continued, I have learned about your recent accident, and I have brought with me a restorative elixir from our Life Medical Laboratory. Given your current state, it may be challenging to care for the 2 children. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial labeled Breath of Restoration from the box he carried and presented it to Zhang Liming's wife. This is a miraculous potion capable of swiftly revitalizing one's bodily functions. After your recovery, you can live well and await Zhang Liming's return. A profound warmth flooded her heart. Despite her anguish, she was taken aback by the gentle encouragement embedded in Long Hao's words. She accepted the vial, her gaze flickering between doubt and belief until his affirmative nod prompted her trembling hands to uncork it, inhaling deeply. In an instant, A wave of warm energy surged from her lungs throughout her entire body, as if her aching bones were bathed in a gentle spring breeze, each cell rejoicing in newfound vitality. With each breath, her pain dissipated, and the weariness that had long enveloped her body transformed into a delightful lightness and vigor. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment and joy. "This is truly unbelievable," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I feel as though my body has been restored, and I seem to have regained 10 years of youth. My bodily functions are rejuvenating." The children, too, sensed the change in their mother, gazing in wonder at the once frail woman who now radiated vitality, as if time itself had reversed. Long Hao smiled, watching as Zhang Liming's wife transformed after consuming the breath of restoration. He understood that the effects of this potion extended far beyond mere surface healing. It had the capacity to mend bodily injuries at the molecular level, altering the very fabric of one's life. Yet, he also recognized that the true breath of restoration could only be replicated by the world's most elite medical teams, a capability possessed solely by his laboratory. Currently, the breath of restoration was not available for public sale, with only a few vials retained within the confines of the laboratory. In light of Zhang Liming's past actions, it would be necessary for her to sign a confidentiality agreement. Long Hao spoke with a grave demeanor. "If this leaks out, your family is truly in peril." There was a hint of seriousness and menace in his tone as he continued. "This is no trifling matter. You must comprehend the gravity of the consequences." Zhang Liming's wife trembled slightly, clutching the restoration breath tightly to her chest, her gaze revealing a newfound resolve. Long Hao regarded her with a profound look, aware that this family would never be the same again. "Remember, you must not disclose this to anyone, not even to your closest kin," he reiterated, his voice deep and resolute, as if a colossal stone rested heavily upon their hearts. Zhang Liming's wife nodded, understanding that her recent experience was not merely a physical rebirth. Her life had irrevocably changed due to Long Hao. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Why are you helping us?" "Liming, I am fully aware of everything Liming has done," Long Hao interjected. "Assisting you is also a means of aiding ourselves. Some truths are not yet ripe for revelation." A glimmer of mystery flickered in his eyes. Rather than directly addressing Zhang Liming's wife's concerns, he earnestly remarked, "Do good without fearing the future." He recognized that he had sown the seeds of hope within this family, and the path ahead was one they must navigate on their own. Observing the unwavering determination in her gaze, he understood that this family was prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. Although the road was fraught with uncertainty and challenges, as long as they held on to their inner light, they would not falter. Long Hao silently wished them well, confident that in the near future, Zhang Liming and his family would embrace a new life. "Rest assured," Long Hao concluded, "the skies will clear again, provided you are willing to take responsibility for your future." With that, he gradually departed, leaving behind the invigorated wife and the excited voices of the children. He knew his mission had only just begun, and their family's narrative would become a refreshing current amidst chaos, infusing this tumultuous world with a glimmer of hope and warmth. After bidding farewell to Zhang Liming's wife and children, Long Hao stepped out of the aged residential building, inhaling deeply, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. His task was far from complete, but he believed that with faith in his heart, he would ultimately prevail, rediscovering the lost tree of technology and unveiling the future of Blue Star civilization. Chapter 55. The road ahead is long and winding. System. Activating brainwave navigation function. Locating the final position of the technology tree. Brainwave navigation initiating. Location confirmed. The final point of the technology tree is situated in the unknown area. The system's voice jolted him back to reality. Hearing the cold mechanical tone, Long Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it not possible to pinpoint a more precise location?" He urgently sought further details regarding this unknown area. System analyzing. Result: outside known parameters, unable to establish model. A wave of despair washed over Long Hao as he clenched his fists in resignation. Deep down, he harbored the worst of fears, yet he knew he must redirect his focus from pessimistic conjectures to pragmatic strategies. There are too many uncertainties, and the distance is vast. Long Hao pondered meticulously, recognizing the need for a concrete plan. It seems unwise to approach directly. The obstacles in between are too numerous. Perhaps I should consider employing existing technology to gradually close in on the unknown area. The term unknown area conjured images of boundless possibilities and latent dangers, akin to a hazy horizon concealing countless unforeseen challenges. The ambiguity of the region implied an uncertain situation, and an exhilarating yet unsettling emotion stirred within him at the thought of confronting the unknown. It appeared that, for the sake of his safety, he must exercise utmost caution and meticulously craft a set of gear suited for this enigmatic environment. Long Hao arrived at the imposing Star Network building, where the modern FA shimmered with silvery brilliance, exuding grandeur. Inside, a bustling scene unfolded behind the transparent glass walls lining the corridors. Employees were engrossed in their tasks, hurrying along as though time were particularly precious in this space. Observing each diligent worker, Long Hao felt their efforts and struggles fortify his resolve to accomplish this significant mission. As I witnessed the thriving atmosphere of Star Network, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and pride welled up within me. After all, this was a creation of my own making. Yet, contentment did not deter my ambition. A fiery desire to seize the world ignited within. To me, Star Network was merely a seed galloping forth, destined to grow into a towering forest, worthy of its name, Stars. I gazed intently at the colossal modern edifice, my vision deeply etched into the blueprint of Star Network's development, reminding myself that it was time for expansion into an unrivaled technological empire. Holographic conference room on the top floor of Star Network. Long Hao occupied the central position in the conference room, flanked by senior executives and investors. Before him, the holographic screen displayed a table outlining the expansion plans for the Star Network campus. He organized his thoughts and dialed a direct line to the City Lord's office. System, activating voice translation module. As the call connected, a resonant and authoritative voice rang out. I am the City Lord. Who is speaking? Long Hao replied solemnly, Greetings. City Lord, I am Long Hao, the founder of Star Network. I am calling today in hopes of securing your support to prioritize the expansion plan of the Star Network campus as a key project in the city's development. The Lord's voice resonated through the telephone, imbued with a sense of calm. Mr. Long, I have witnessed the growth of Xingqian Network with my own eyes, and I hold great appreciation for your contributions. Please elaborate on your plans in detail. Chapter 56, The Starlight Tower Project, System, Preparing for Background Data Comparative Analysis. As Long Hao referenced the information displayed on the holographic screen, he elucidated to the City Lord. We aspire to expand the Starlight Network Park, incorporating a greater number of high-tech enterprises, and to construct an entirely new Starlight Tower. This edifice will converge cutting-edge research and development in areas such as artificial intelligence, big data, and cloud computing. Through this expansion, we aim to become the engine of technological innovation for the city. Standing in the spacious, brightly lit conference room, Long Hao revealed this significant initiative to the assembled senior executives and investors. His voice was steady and powerful, yet imbued with boundless passion. Ladies and gentlemen, our Starlight Tower construction project is projected to involve an investment of a staggering $1 billion. We are not merely erecting a building. We are forging an immense ecosystem that embodies technological innovation and dreams. Simultaneously, our efforts in the biomedicine laboratory have finally borne fruit. The waiting period for approval will be a pivotal moment for our breakthrough. The entire company, indeed the entire tech sector, eagerly anticipates this moment. Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted in astonishment. The Starlight Network had only been established for a mere 2 years. How could it possess the capability to invest such a colossal sum? It was well known that despite the soaring valuation of the Starlight Network over the past 6 months, its market value had consistently hovered around the billion mark. Investors had arrived prepared for a potential sale of the Starlight Network to facilitate their own financial liquidity. Yet they were taken aback by Long Hao's audacious proposal to directly invest $1 billion in the construction of the Starlight Tower. Whispers ensued as they deliberated the implications. System, your concept has been confirmed. Below is a brief segment of plot development based on the information you provided. The City Lord attentively listened to Long Hao's expansion plan and acknowledged the significant benefits that the Starlight Network had brought to Shenzhen since its inception. He recounted the myriad contributions of the Starlight Network, including revenue generation, technological innovation, and job creation. The rise of the Starlight Network had become a dazzling epitome of the rapid development of this modern city. Mr. Long, I have witnessed the growth of the Starlight Network. The City Lord's voice resonated with approval. You have infused this city with unprecedented vitality. Thus, I have no reason not to support the expansion plan of the Starlight Network. Please send over the relevant documents, and I will ensure that the pertinent departments prioritize the review. Every step of the Starlight Network's development deserves the swiftest response. Your biotechnology laboratory is of utmost importance. Such a project is immensely competitive on both a national and global scale. Receiving these words, Long Hao felt a weight in his heart. He understood that this was not merely verbal support. The City Lord's stance was unequivocal. The Starlight Network would receive greater opportunities and a broader stage. This was an exceptional chance to transform ambition into reality. System. Initiating data transmission module. After disconnecting the call, Long Hao took a deep breath and sent the detailed information regarding the Starlight Network's expansion, including the planning of the biomedicine laboratory, application prospects, and market analysis, through a secure link to the City Lord's office. This document encapsulates his dreams and aspirations for the future of Star Network. A dozen investors and members of the management team gathered in a spacious conference room, preparing to deliberate on the forthcoming direction of Star Network. However, before the meeting could formally commence, the atmosphere within the room had already become exceedingly tense. A seasoned investor was the first to break the impasse. Long Hao, can you share with us the source of your confidence that supports such a colossal investment? Long Hao, unflinching, met the gaze of his interlocutor. This confidence stems from our faith in technology, from the relentless efforts of our team, and most importantly, from our clear vision of the future. Another investor appeared more forthright. $1 billion in funding exceeds the limits of what Star Network can bear. Are you intending to squander our investment? Long Hao cast a sidelong glance. Our expansion plan is not merely about erecting a building. It is about constructing a comprehensive ecosystem for technological innovation. I believe this will be a long-term investment with substantial returns. The attendees exchanged glances, seemingly weighing the credibility of Long Hao's words in their minds. Long Hao understood that what he needed at this moment was resolve and confidence, to demonstrate to the team and investors his unwavering determination. Look at me, Long Hao surveyed the room. Do you possess the courage and faith to see Star Network become an industry leader? While most remained silent, an early employee of Star Network spoke up. Mr. Long, I trust your decisions. I have witnessed the company's growth over the past 2 years, and I am willing to continue following your lead towards a brighter future. Following this, several core executives also expressed their support for Long Hao. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually shifted from tension to resolve. Although many voices of skepticism remained, Long Hao knew he had garnered the acknowledgement of key internal forces within the company. Very well, Long Hao nodded. In that case, I am willing to stake my reputation as a guarantee. Trust me, the future of Star Network is boundless. Moments later, Long Hao discreetly glanced out of the window. The night enveloping Shenzhen seemed to herald an expansive future. Star Network, the seed he had personally sown, was advancing towards a brilliant technological forest within this starry metropolis. He understood that he would face challenges as well as opportunities. Regardless, this step was destined to capture the world's attention. The steady pulse of his future blueprint resonated within Long Hao's heart, further accelerated by the government's efficient response. Before long, the land plan by Star Network received formal approval, granting usage rights for 70 years, undoubtedly injecting a potent dose of vitality into the company's development. Chapter 57. Ultramodern Design System. What will future homes look like? A grand architectural complex gradually took shape in Long Hao's mind. The Star of Tomorrow would serve as the headquarters for Starlight Network, where every employee could revel in the most humane working and living environment. The building would employ holographic imaging technology to display various data and information in real time, while the exterior would utilize nano-coating technology to flexibly alter its color and transparency in response to diverse weather conditions. The interior design would feature esports-grade chairs and adjustable height desks specifically tailored for programmers, as well as dedicated virtual reality gaming rooms for relaxation. In terms of food supply, vertical farming technology would provide employees with fresh and healthy fruits and vegetables, alongside nutritionists ensuring a balanced daily intake. Of course, one cannot overlook the recreational facilities that offer spiritual solace to employees, such as rooftop gardens, intimate cinemas, and automated piano halls. Long Hao understood that creating such an architectural marvel would require overcoming not only technical challenges but also the substantial costs that accompanied them. Yet, as the system had stated, the potential of the future was boundless. He had to think long-term, crafting an imaginative space for the company and its employees, not only for the future of Starlight Network, but also to attract more exceptional talents to join the team. Shortly thereafter, Long Hao met with representatives from the Shenzhen municipal government to discuss the details of the architectural project. The government expressed immense admiration and support for Starlight Network, a company rich in foresight and innovation, believing it would become a leader in future technological development and positively influence the city's overall tech image and economic growth. After reaching a series of preliminary cooperation intentions, Long Hao left the conference center filled with confidence. With the full cooperation and support of the Shenzhen municipal government, the architectural marvel named the Star of Tomorrow would ultimately rise upon this hopeful land, ushering in a new era for Starlight Network. System: activate urban architecture module. Long Hao connected to the system via brainwave, activating the urban architecture module to input all the details he had just envisioned, generating the technical parameters and detailed blueprints for the building. He then organized the company's core technical team to deliberate and refine the plan, pooling their insights to ensure that every aspect of this future city was practically feasible. After modifications and adjustments, Long Hao reconfirmed all technical details before signaling the team to present a detailed report on the blueprint. This building was not merely a physical structure. It embodied the dreams of a team and symbolized the fusion of technology with the future of human living. Scene simulation, employee life. Long Hao initiated the scene simulation function, allowing the building to transcend the blueprint stage. Through the system's simulation capabilities, the future work and living scenarios were vividly presented, enabling everyone to intuitively experience the convenience and comfort brought forth by future technology. In the spacious and brightly lit office, Long Hao gazed out at the ever-expanding construction site of Star Network, where rows of industrious machinery and workers seemed to be painting the blueprint of a future city. He understood that the 70-year land use rights laid a robust foundation for the sustainable development of the enterprise, injecting a potent dose of reassurance into the investors. 70 years from now, if Star Network requires additional land for research and expansion, I am confident that by then the company will possess sufficient influence and resources to secure better terms. Long Hao articulated his long-term vision during an internal corporate meeting. Thus, renewing the contract upon its expiration will undoubtedly pose no issue. The employees of Star Network, upon hearing this, sparkled with excitement in their eyes, acutely sensing the accelerated momentum of the company's rapid growth, as if they could hear the vibrant notes of progress resonating around them. Unbeknownst to them, the starry sky of Shenzhen seemed to shine in celebration of Long Hao's Star Network, akin to countless eternal lamps illuminating the glory and dreams of the city. In the not-so-distant future, this city will shine even brighter and gain worldwide renown, all thanks to the existence of Star Network. Chapter 58. The Star of Tomorrow. Through the robust financial prowess and precise oversight of the system, after more than a year of diligent construction, the Star of Tomorrow has finally come to fruition. It majestically rises in a corner of Shenzhen, an innovative metropolis, shimmering under the sun, as if proclaiming the endless possibilities of technology and the future. The vast architectural complex resembles a silver ocean, glistening and reflecting the ethereal skyline of surrounding skyscrapers and verdant city parks. As night descends, the Star of Tomorrow radiates a gentle glow, akin to brilliant stars in the firmament, quietly illuminating this land filled with hope, infusing the entire city with an ambience where technology and dreams intertwine. The facade of the building, composed of bright metal and transparent glass, sparkles in the sunlight, resembling a tranquil landscape painting embedded within the urban skyline. This distinctive design not only reduces wind resistance but also ingeniously transforms the natural forces of the surrounding environment into energy through an efficient wind power system. Standing before the edifice, gazing up at its towering height and elegant curves, one can almost hear the whispers of nature singing softly. At night, the intelligent lighting system of the exterior walls automatically adjusts the illumination, resembling flowing galaxies in the city's nocturnal sky. Thus, this structure truly becomes a canvas depicting the perfect union of modern technology and nature. As one approaches the Star of Tomorrow, the atmosphere is saturated with high-tech allure, with various intelligent service terminals scattered throughout, seemingly awaiting the beckoning of passers-by. The spacious and luminous interior of the shopping mall, adorned with glass skylights, allows sunlight to pour in, casting a gentle glow that enhances the elegance of each product. Tireless shopping guide robots navigate through the crowd, enthusiastically introducing the latest offerings with their mechanical voices. Regardless of where one finds themselves, the intelligent security system operates ceaselessly, ensuring the safety of every patron. Simultaneously, the system analyzes real-time traffic data within the building, precisely regulating the air conditioning and lighting to maintain an optimal shopping environment. Even the layout of public areas adjusts instantaneously based on heat map analysis, evoking admiration for the convenience of technology. Not only does the exterior design of the building deliver a refreshing shock to the senses, but its interior is equally infused with technological wisdom and ingenuity. Upon entering the lobby, one discovers that every inch of space harmoniously blends modern technology with artistic aesthetics. Employees can effortlessly reserve personalized office spaces through their devices. These workspaces can adjust lighting, temperature, and even background music according to individual preferences, ensuring that every detail of the work environment aligns with personal habits. Here, work transcends the monotony of a tedious task, transforming into a pleasurable experience for both body and mind. More astonishingly, the building employs a highly autonomous, independent water circulation system and a solar power supply system. These systems not only perfectly support daily operational needs, but also return surplus energy and resources to the entire city, achieving a self-sustaining ecological balance that vividly demonstrates the unwavering commitment of the Star Network to promote sustainable human development. In terms of transportation, tomorrow's Star is equipped with a highly intelligent autonomous logistics system. Its precise tracks and conveyor mechanisms operate seamlessly across various floors of the building. Employees can effortlessly retrieve their packages or documents at designated times and locations, liberating human labor and significantly enhancing efficiency and convenience. The leisure areas are equally vibrant. The first site is an intelligent restaurant that showcases global cuisine, offering a panoramic view of the city's splendor and modernity through expansive glass windows. Adjacent to it lies an automatic music hall, adorned with soundwave texture designs on the walls and starry lights on the ceiling, immersing visitors in a cosmic ambience while they enjoy the melodies. The most exhilarating feature is the gaming room, equipped with the latest virtual reality technology. Surrounded by futuristic devices that allow employees to unwind and relish the boundless joy brought by technology amidst their demanding work. On the opposite side of the building, a state-of-the-art gym captures the attention of numerous tech enthusiasts. This gym is furnished with cutting-edge equipment, with each machine connected to smart terminals that monitor users' physical conditions in real time and adjust personalized training plans based on the data collected. Additionally, a virtual coaching system offers scientific fitness guidance through holographic projections. Users need only wear a dedicated fitness bracelet to enjoy a bespoke service akin to that of a personal trainer. The swimming pool at tomorrow's Star epitomizes the perfect fusion of technology and luxury. Adjacent to the spectacular high-rise glass curtain wall, the pool offers an unparalleled urban landscape experience. Lush greenery floats on the water's surface, while the poolside features high-end loungers that harness solar energy, providing utmost convenience for sunbathing. The pool's water treatment system employs cutting-edge purification technology, efficiently filtering impurities while incorporating a dynamic water circulation system to maintain a comfortable temperature at all times. Several futuristic holographic projection devices are installed in the pool, rendering vivid oceanic scenes in mid-air, creating the illusion of being immersed in a genuine natural water body. At night, the pool transforms into a vibrant recreational space, with light and shadow dancing on the water's surface, producing a shimmering effect that, combined with soothing background music, envelopes the entire area in an opulent atmosphere. Chapter 59. Starry technology adjacent to the leisure area. Authentic teak decking is laid, providing a warm and reassuring sensation underfoot. The intelligent environmental control system adeptly adjusts air humidity, musical ambience, and even the fragrance in the air, all tailored to the preferences of the swimmers. Through their personal smart devices, swimmers can command these settings, enhancing the entire swimming experience to be more liberating, comfortable, and private. The reach of smart technology extends beyond the confines of the building, permeating every corner of the complex. The first sight to greet visitors is the intelligent running track that spans the entire area. Constructed with cutting-edge materials and design philosophies, this track not only monitors runner speed, stride, and heart rate in real time, but also dynamically adjusts the surface hardness based on these metrics, safeguarding the knees and joints of the runners. Flanking the track are holographic projection systems that simulate various natural landscapes, immersing participants in the wonders of mountains, lakes, and seas, thereby enriching the enjoyment and experience of exercise. Moreover, the complex is equipped with a smart charging system. Whether for electric vehicles or various portable devices, simply approaching the charging zone activates wireless charging technology. Each charging station is outfitted with an efficient energy management system that intelligently allocates charging power, ensuring that every device is fully charged in the shortest possible time. Additionally, these stations incorporate solar panels and energy storage systems, promoting environmental sustainability while providing robust support for the complex's energy management. As night falls, the intelligent lighting system within the complex activates automatically. The lights along the pathways adjust their brightness according to pedestrian traffic and ambient light, illuminating every nook and cranny with a comfortable and non-intrusive glow. Coupled with the intelligent running track and holographic projection systems, the entire area transforms into a fantastical realm where technology and nature coexist harmoniously. Such design not only exemplifies the sophistication of technology, but also showcases Starry Network's profound understanding and bold innovation regarding future lifestyles. Whether for work, leisure, or exercise, Tomorrow's Star is dedicated to providing every user with the most convenient and pleasurable experience. At the pinnacle of Tomorrow's Star, one can behold the radiant words, Starry Technology, suspended in a breathtaking futuristic style at the highest level. Each character, comprised of high-intensity photon pixels, emits dazzling light and transforms into a myriad of colors. When night descends, they illuminate the night sky of the entire complex, becoming brilliant stars upon the city skyline. This striking emblem not only encapsulates the essence of the building, unifying the light of technology, but also symbolizes Starry Network's infinite pursuit and relentless exploration of future technology. Each character embodies the company's commitment to innovation and progress, extending a warm welcome and best wishes to all who inhabit this space. Shenzhen, Huahua location of Tomorrow's Star. October 1st, 2024. Today is a day of national celebration, marking the momentous occasion of Tomorrow's Star's relocation. The entire nation is immersed in a festive atmosphere, rejoicing in the joyous day of Tomorrow's Star embracing its new home. In this locale, the sky of Shenzhen, China, is adorned with resplendent fireworks, their vibrant hues bursting forth against the night, harmonizing beautifully with the neon lights of the towering Star Technology building. Amidst the edifices, the joyous laughter of the crowd intertwines with festive melodies, crafting a uniquely enchanting atmosphere. Every corner radiates with joy and hope, infusing the new beginnings of the Tomorrow Star with added color and vitality. The event was graced by the presence of the city's mayor, local leaders, journalists from various media outlets, influencers, and bloggers, all gathered to witness the occasion. The inaugural stop for the attendees was undoubtedly the most captivating sight of the Tomorrow Star, the holographic exhibition hall of Star Technology. Here, cutting-edge holographic technology brings visions to life. Upon entering the hall, the leaders, mayor, and invited journalists felt as though they had stepped into another realm. Without the need for any devices, they beheld holographic screens suspended in midair, which not only illustrated the future development blueprint of Star Network, but also allowed them to interactively experience the company's array of high-tech services through touch. The journalists navigated through the exhibition hall, capturing every moment with their portable holographic photography devices. One journalist remarked to the device, Star Technology is not merely a tech company. Their emergence may herald an unprecedented technological revolution. The Tomorrow Star may no longer symbolize just a concept, but rather a future on the brink of realization. After experiencing the awe-inspiring holographic display, the group proceeded to the Tomorrow Star's aerial garden. Situated 100 meters above ground, this garden, infused with biological intelligence technology, left them in sheer astonishment. Here, the leaders and mayor could monitor environmental data in real time and personally harvest their favorite fruits and vegetables, reveling in the wonders of future agricultural technology. Subsequently, they entered the Tomorrow Star's intelligent fitness zone. The smart fitness mirrors promptly recognized each individual and tailored a personalized exercise regimen based on their physical data. Guided by intelligent devices, everyone could partake in a customized and efficient workout, allowing visitors to profoundly grasp the vision of a fitness revolution led by technology. Before their departure, they convened in the Star Forum Hall to hear a presentation from the company's representative. The Tomorrow Star is not merely a technological park. It embodies an ecosystem that seamlessly integrates work, life, learning, and entertainment. Through advanced artificial intelligence and Internet of Things technology, it achieves comprehensive connectivity among people, machines, and objects within the park, thereby creating a more efficient, intelligent, and convenient working and living environment. The leaders expressed high admiration for the technological innovations and lifestyle transformations exemplified by the Tomorrow Star, brimming with anticipation for Star Network's ongoing commitment to advancing intelligent development. As the group departed, the visiting activities reached a temporary conclusion, yet the narrative of the Tomorrow Star is far from over, propelling China's technological advancement to new heights. Chapter 60, The frenzy of shopping Long Hao stepped into the secret laboratory of Starlight technology. System, opening the mall on the system's display screen. An array of items was unveiled. Among the most sought after were Cosmic Traveler Price, 10,000 star coins overview, capable of transporting you to any desired location within the cosmos. Perfect Simulation Training System Price, 58,000 star coins overview, can flawlessly replicate any training scenario you envision, regardless of its magnitude. Super Telescope Price, 50,000 star coins overview, able to observe objects at exceedingly vast distances. Holographic Puzzle Society Price, 1,000 star coins overview, automatically replicates the puzzles you face and provides solutions. Omni-Robot Butler Price, 500 star coins overview, capable of delivering any service you desire. With limited items available, the host was urged to make a selection. Long Hao's heart surged with excitement, a blend of anticipation and uncertainty regarding the Omni-Robot Butler. This high-tech assistant, hailing from the enigmatic Halley's Comet, elicited a sense of pride and hope within him, particularly since acquiring this system seemed to have enhanced his abilities. Simultaneously, he contemplated the future applications of the perfect simulation training system. He mused that if he could first elevate his own training, then sell this system to the military, it would not only enhance their training efficacy but also alleviate their arduous efforts. This way, he could maximize his own benefits while contributing to the modernization of military training. Suddenly, a bold and absurd thought crossed Long Hao's mind. Was the Omni-Robot Butler male or female? Given its capacity to provide any service, could it also cater to more clandestine desires? He pondered that if such a feature were developed and sold to certain islands, it would undoubtedly yield great profits. Gazing at the flickering items on the system's mall screen, he hesitated. Each product possessed its unique allure, yet his star coins were limited. Ultimately, he resolved to purchase the Omni-Robot Butler, the perfect simulation training system, and the Cosmic Traveler. Upon completing the transaction, a message popped up on the system screen. Omni-Robot Butler has been delivered. Please confirm receipt. With a soft sound, the laboratory door slowly swung open, revealing a robot clad in a silver-white uniform, standing quietly at the entrance. Long Hao stepped forward, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Are you my Omni-Robot Butler? The robot slightly bowed, its voice calm and gentle. Yes, master. I am your Omni-Butler. How may I serve you? Filled with anticipation and questions, Long Hao decided to test the robot's basic functions. Please prepare a cup of coffee, he instructed, attempting to mask his inner excitement. The robot nodded, turned, and within a minute, returned with a steaming cup of coffee, presenting it to Long Hao. Your coffee, please enjoy. Long Hao took the coffee, savoring the rich aroma, and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a more intricate task crossed his mind. Could you assist me in organizing this information and generating a report on the future of technological advancement? The robot immediately sprang into action, its hands swiftly dancing across the keyboard. In less than 10 minutes, a comprehensive report was presented before Long Hao. As he perused the document, he marveled at the robot's impressive capabilities. Chapter 61. The perfect simulation system. However, Long Hao's thoughts were swiftly interrupted by another idea. He fixed his gaze upon the robot and suddenly inquired, "Do you possess a gender?" The robot ceased its tasks and, with a smile, responded, "I can be adjusted according to the master's needs. What gender would you like me to be?" Long Hao paused momentarily, a playful smile emerging on his face. Then, "What if I wish for you to be female?" The robot's body trembled slightly, and its entire appearance transformed rapidly. The originally neutral form became softer, and its voice took on a gentler tone. "I am now female, master. How may I assist you?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed Long Hao's mind, soon supplanted by curiosity and a desire for exploration. "Very well, accompany me on a tour of this secret laboratory," he said, secretly resolving to further test the limits of this all-encompassing assistant. The robot nodded and trailed behind him as they ventured deeper into the laboratory. Long Hao's heart surged with anticipation and trepidation regarding this enigmatic multifunctional robot. He understood that what lay ahead would encompass not only technological challenges but also trials from within. They arrived before a colossal machine, and Long Hao halted, pointing at it with inquiry. "What is this?" The robot scrutinized it closely and replied, "This is the latest quantum computer, capable of processing vast amounts of data in an incredibly short time, assisting you in solving complex problems." Long Hao nodded, marveling at the immense quantum computer and reflecting on the wondrous power of technology. Turning to the robot, he remarked, "Excellent. It seems you are indeed quite useful." The robot smiled slightly. Thank you for your appreciation, Master. Do you have any further requests? After pondering for a moment, Long Hao conceived a bolder idea. He approached the quantum computer, his voice tinged with excitement. Could you utilize this quantum computer to simulate a virtual future scenario? I wish to see how technology will evolve over the next decade. The robot's eyes flickered, seemingly engaged in rapid calculations. After a brief pause, it nodded, of course, Master. Please hold on. As the robot operated, the quantum computer whirred to life, and a complex virtual scene gradually materialized on the enormous screen. Long Hao watched, entranced, as he beheld a future city that was both prosperous and advanced, skyscrapers standing tall, airborne vehicles bustling through the skies, and various cutting-edge technological products visible everywhere. Overwhelmed with fascination, he inquired, is this real? Is this truly the world a decade from now? The robot affirmed, based on the current pace and trends of technological development. This simulated future scenario holds a high degree of credibility. Naturally, actual circumstances may differ, but the general trajectory should not deviate significantly. Long Hao's heart swelled with emotion. He realized that this all-encompassing robot was not merely a simple steward, but rather a key to the door of future technology. He could not help but feel a surge of anticipation and excitement for the research he was about to embark upon. Well, this is all quite fascinating. However, I now require specific data to support my project, Long Hao stated. Could you assist me in gathering information on the latest energy technologies? Of course, Master. The robot promptly responded, initiating its task. Before long, a comprehensive report appeared on the screen. Long Hao meticulously perused the document, discovering a wealth of cutting-edge research and innovative concepts within. This information was undoubtedly a boon to him. He closed the report and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. With your help, my work efficiency has indeed improved significantly. Initiating the experience of the perfect simulation system's functionalities. Training the perfect simulation system. Please confirm receipt. Starting the perfect simulation system. Loading memory bank. Memory bank loading complete. Training commenced. First training task. Simulated negotiation with a competitor. Competitor's memory bank loading. Competitor's memory bank loading complete. Please prepare for negotiation. I sat in a spacious office, facing a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to myself. I recognized him as a representative sent by our company's rival. I understood that this would be a challenging negotiation. Our company was poised to launch a revolutionary product, but our competitor had already noticed our movements and sought to thwart our release by attempting to acquire our core technology at a high price. I could not allow such an occurrence. I took a deep breath, adjusted my tie, and smiled at the individual, saying, "Hello, I am Long Hao. A pleasure to meet you." He responded with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Long. The pleasure is mine as well." We began discussing the acquisition matters. I endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor while swiftly analyzing his words and strategies. With each response, I carefully avoided traps while seeking opportunities to counterattack. After his final offer, I paused momentarily, then smiled. Your proposal is indeed quite enticing. However, I believe our core technology is worth far more. He appeared to anticipate my response and calmly replied, "Then, what price do you envision?" Leaning back in my chair, I stated with unwavering conviction, "Our research team has informed me that this technology will generate immense value in the coming years. Therefore, I expect a price that is double what you have proposed." The smile on his face gradually faded, and after a lengthy silence, he stood and said, "I need to report today's negotiation results to my company. We shall discuss this further next time." I rose, shook his hand, and smiled, saying, "I eagerly await your favorable news." Basic training task completed. After completing the initial training task, the system notified Long Hao that he would proceed to a more complex challenge. This task involved simulating a sophisticated technology conference, where he would engage with numerous leading scientists and corporate representatives to discuss a new energy collaboration project. To prepare for the potential challenges that may arise, Long Hao began to delve deeply into the relevant materials and utilize the system's enhanced learning features for multiple rehearsals. Meanwhile, he gradually realized that his competitors were not merely business adversaries. They were entangled in deeper conspiracies that could jeopardize the future development of his company. In order to safeguard the core interests of his enterprise, Long Hao resolved to utilize the simulation capabilities offered by the system to foresee and dismantle these potential threats in advance. To his astonishment, he discovered that this system was not solely designed for those lacking confidence or prone to anxiety. but rather provided invaluable practice opportunities for anyone seeking to hone their negotiation skills through repeated exercises in a simulated environment. He could not help but marvel at how this lifelike simulation could significantly enhance his negotiation abilities, enabling him to approach actual negotiations with greater poise and composure. Chapter 62. Training in the cosmic environment. Before the vast and boundless expanse of the universe, humanity's technological prowess appears exceedingly insignificant. Long Hao gazed into the profound cosmic space presented by the simulation system, and a sense of awe inevitably arose within him. He recognized that, although his desire to explore the unknown realms was intensely fervent, he must concede that he currently lacked the capacity to confront the unpredictable risks that lay ahead. Host, your emotional fluctuations have been detected. The system's voice resonated amid the tranquil cosmic backdrop. Please confirm if you require survival training tailored to the cosmic environment. Long Hao lightly touched his forehead, where a lingering pain reminiscent of a lightning strike persisted. He inhaled deeply and responded, "Yes. I wish to enhance my survival capabilities within the cosmic environment, at least to experience it in simulation." Survival training mode initiated. Within the enigmatic and unpredictable cosmic environment training, Long Hao was thrust into a simulated journey through space. The system assumed the role of an instructor, meticulously elucidating the harsh conditions of the cosmos and the essential skills required for survival within it. The first challenge was acceleration training. During the launch of the simulated spacecraft, Long Hao felt an acceleration force akin to that of a ferocious beast, mercilessly compressing his bones and muscles. Surviving under such gravitational acceleration posed a formidable test for humanity. The system meticulously outlined the various challenges that might arise during the launch phase and orbital maintenance, allowing Long Hao to experience the peculiar sensation of losing balance in a microgravity environment where his blood circulation underwent unusual changes. Next came the challenge of extreme temperatures in space. In the cosmos, the frequency and amplitude of temperature fluctuations vastly exceed any climate found on Earth. Long Hao had to learn how to endure conditions that were as scorching as an oven or as frigid as an ice cavern. The system simulated scenarios where each breath exhaled in a low-temperature vacuum would crystallize into frost, and where eggs could be cooked directly under high-temperature conditions. Additionally, there was the perilous radiation training. The silent assault of cosmic rays on bodily cells became strikingly apparent in the simulation. Long Hao observed the fluctuations in his bodily metrics on the screen as the simulated cosmic radiation intensified, while the system guided him on how to promptly implement radiation protection measures in the event of excessive exposure to safeguard his life. Through this series of arduous and extraordinary training, both Long Hao's physical and psychological fortitude were significantly enhanced. As he stabilized his first spacecraft within the simulated cosmos and surveyed the boundless starry river, a profound sense of accomplishment and an insatiable thirst for the unknown filled his heart. A resolute light sparkled in his eyes, ready to confront the challenges posed by the true cosmic environment. Survival training mode concluded. Long Hao was acutely aware that relying solely on this foundational training would be grossly insufficient to realize his aspiration of journeying to Halley's Comet in the future. A deep sense of crisis and urgency surged within him, and his thoughts raced. While the experience gained in the simulated environment represented a substantial elevation for him, he understood that the unknown variables and dangers in actual navigation would be far more intricate and unpredictable. At this moment, his heart brimmed with a resolute determination to challenge himself, yet it also bore the weight of boundless aspirations and careful considerations for the forthcoming journey of exploration. A sense of urgency clutched at Long Hao's heart like an invisible giant hand. He realized that relying solely on simulated training left him far from realizing his dream of adventuring to Halley's Comet. Navigating the cosmos was not merely a trial of survival skills. It was a comprehensive challenge to one's intellect, judgment, and decisiveness. With this understanding, Long Hao acknowledged the necessity of acquiring a deeper knowledge of interplanetary navigation and the relevant theories of astrophysics. Thus, he made a request to the system for further learning. Receiving host's command, initiating download of astrophysics and navigation knowledge. Please wait. The system promptly activated the information transfer program, and a vast and intricate expanse of knowledge surged into Long Hao's consciousness like a tidal wave. Though merely a simulated download, he could still sense the immense pressure that this knowledge imposed upon him, as if his brain were inundated with countless data nodes, undergoing an unprecedented expansion and fullness. Upon the completion of this knowledge influx, the system immediately initiated a series of assessments. A succession of inquiries related to space navigation and astrophysics followed. plunging Long Hao into a realm of peculiar and complex cosmic phenomena. Each judgment and choice he faced was directly linked to the success or failure of his voyage. Before him, spectral images of books materialized, some presenting practical guides on how to evade risks in cosmic navigation, while others delved into the profound and esoteric theories of astrophysics. Each tome symbolized an unknown yet enchanting journey, poised to lead Long Hao deeper into the celestial adventures of his dreams. Through this process, Long Hao acquired a plethora of new insights and an unprecedented understanding. Although he had yet to set foot on the cosmic exploration path, he had already traversed the chasm of knowledge and comprehension, becoming a navigator sailing through the ocean of cosmic wisdom. He understood that only by mastering these essential knowledge and cognitive abilities could he truly inscribe his own legend amidst the boundless starry skies. Chapter 63. The emergence of restorative breath. Long Hao stood in the executive office on the highest floor of Tomorrow Star, his gaze piercing as he overlooked the towering cityscape before him, his heart filled with both a sense of accomplishment and unease. At this moment, he felt an intimate proximity to the bustling executives around him, yet sensed a considerable distance separating him from the realization of his dreams. A gentle knock echoed from the office door, and Long Hao turned to see a biopharmaceutical supervisor clad in a white lab coat entering. The supervisor's face radiated an unmistakable excitement, as if he bore significant news to share. "President Long," the supervisor began, his voice tinged with exhilaration. "We have just received the latest experimental results. Our research on restorative breath has achieved a breakthrough, and it is now ready for mass production." Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of light flashed in Long Hao's eyes. He understood that this was not merely a pharmaceutical advancement, but a monumental leap for humanity's medical science. Restorative breath, a drug capable of repairing cellular damage and enhancing bodily functions, would offer unparalleled healing capabilities to those injured during space exploration. He nodded, his gaze resolute. "Excellent, truly excellent. This will significantly improve our survival odds in space exploration and bring us closer to our goal of venturing to Halley's Comet." The supervisor continued. "We plan to commence full-scale production next month, prioritizing the initial batch of medication for your aviation team. This will enhance your team's resilience against cosmic radiation and other unknown risks." Long Hao felt a slight alleviation of the urgency that had gripped him. The advent of restorative breath would indeed provide a robust safeguard for their imminent cosmic adventures. Yet, he remained acutely aware that the challenges of the universe were forever shrouded in uncertainty. Only through continuous learning and advancement could they truly venture farther. "Very well. Let us take immediate action," Long Hao declared with an air of undeniable authority. "Coordinate all relevant departments to ensure the smooth execution of the production plan for restorative breath. Simultaneously, we must intensify our research into space navigation knowledge, not solely in biopharmaceuticals, but also in navigation technology and astrophysics. Our aim is the starry sky, and we must be thoroughly prepared." With his fingers lightly tapping the desk, Long Hao fixed his profound gaze upon the supervisor. "How shall we price restorative breath?" The supervisor hesitated momentarily, clearly unprepared for such a query from Long Hao. He recognized that this seemingly ordinary drug encapsulated the latest advancements in biopharmaceutical technology, with production costs and research investments being substantial. Yet, he also understood Long Hao's fervent desire for the success of future exploratory missions, necessitating perfection in every aspect. "Based on my calculations, considering the production costs and research expenditures, I propose an initial price of 5,000 dragon coins per dose," the supervisor replied cautiously. "Of course, as production scales and technology improves, we may have the opportunity to reduce prices in the future." Long Hao fell into contemplation, weighing the multifaceted value of the drug alongside the extensive investments made in its development. The initial pricing must indeed cover costs, yet it must also take into account market acceptance and long-term development. He spoke slowly. "We can temporarily set a price of 3,500 dragon coins. This price will allow a portion of individuals to reap early benefits while also leaving room for profit as we optimize our future production." The supervisor nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. I will make the necessary arrangements." As the supervisor departed, Long Hao's gaze returned to the distant urban landscape. He recognized that every decision must be meticulously considered, not only for his personal future, but also for the entire team and humanity as a whole. In the forthcoming journey of space exploration, even the slightest advantage could serve as a robust support against the unknown. With the gradual proliferation of the recovery breath, an increasing number of individuals began to express gratitude towards stellar technology. Whether in the hospital beds or on the front lines of cosmic exploration, This medication played an irreplaceable role. Patients experienced a notable acceleration in wound healing, while explorers significantly enhanced their survival odds when confronted with cosmic radiation and other dangers. Expressions of gratitude transcended mere words. On social media, a torrent of favorable reviews for Recovery Breath surged forth, with many individuals spontaneously sharing their recovery stories, thanking stellar technology for the new lease on life it provided them. Long Hao's name gradually evolved into a legend, symbolizing the spirit of technological advancement and humanity's relentless pursuit. In front of Stellar Technologies headquarters, even spontaneous gratitude events were organized, honoring the company for its contributions to humanity's future. On the large screen, heartfelt thank you videos from users around the globe continuously rolled, each frame brimming with hope and emotion. Standing before his office window, Long Hao gazed at the bustling crowd below. His heart flooded with myriad reflections. He understood that this was merely a beginning. The success of Recovery Breath marked a significant stride towards the vast ocean of stars. And in the future, even more unknown challenges awaited their exploration. We cannot rest on our laurels, Long Hao resolved inwardly. Only through relentless breakthroughs and continuous innovation can we truly realize the dream of the ocean of stars that resides within our hearts. Chapter 64. Reversing Aging. The sudden trill of a mobile phone interrupted Long Hao's reverie. He glanced at the caller ID and was taken aback to see it was Leng Yun. In the flurry of his recent activities, he had inadvertently overlooked his girlfriend. And the unexpected call stirred a pang of anxiety and guilt within him. Had time passed so swiftly that she had found a new companion and was now inviting him to her wedding? The thought sent a sharp ache through his heart, rendering his breath heavy. "Hello?" he croaked, attempting to deepen his voice to conceal his unease. "Long Hao, where are you right now? I bought a ticket for this afternoon to come see you." Long Yun's lively voice resonated through the phone. "Come to see me?" A jolt of surprise surged through him. "Yes, I need to discuss something important with you." Unaware of the turmoil brewing in his heart, she continued, "I can't explain everything over the phone. We'll talk more when I arrive." Long Hao gently set down the phone, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. Long Yun had never reached out to him with such urgency, let alone traveled to see him personally. What could be so pressing? His emotions were akin to a heavy stone bearing down on him, both hopeful and anxious. The office door swung open abruptly, and Assistant Shaoli peeked in. A look of curiosity and concern etched on his face. "Mr. Long, Miss Long has arrived. Should I bring her in?" Long Hao nodded, striving to maintain his composure. "Please, let her in." Moments later, Leng Yun entered Long Hao's office, her presence illuminating the room. The pristine white dress she wore sparkled under the sunlight, and her radiant smile was as bright as ever. Yet Long Hao sensed an underlying urgency in her gaze. "Long Hao, it's been a while." Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze, warming his heart. He rose to greet her, taking her hand gently in his. "Long Yun, it's indeed been a long time. Is there something urgent that prompted your visit?" Long Hao endeavored to appear calm, though he could feel a slight perspiration forming in his palms. Taking a deep breath, Leng Yun seemed to gather her thoughts. She looked at Long Hao, her eyes shining with determination. "Yes, Long Hao, I've come to discuss something of great significance regarding the Restoration Breath project." Long Hao stared at her, astonished that her visit was connected to her new position. He had assumed she was still occupied with her small jade shop, unaware that she had become part of the corporate team. "What is this matter of great importance?" he asked, striving to calm his racing heart, filled with questions and anticipation. A confident smile graced Leng Yun's lips, her eyes gleaming with assurance. "I have recently been transferred to the corporate team, overseeing biomedical project management. The company holds the Restoration Breath project in high regard, and I am here to discuss further collaboration and optimization." "You've been transferred to the corporate team?" Long Hao found it hard to believe. He knew Leng Yun excelled at her jade shop, yet he had never imagined her talents would be recognized by the corporation and rewarded with such a significant role. Leng Yun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Long Hao. My management experience at the jade shop has been duly recognized, and the group acknowledges my unique advantages in project management. The Restoration Breath project holds immense potential for the future of the medical industry, and we must ensure that every aspect of it is flawless." Long Hao felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. Indeed, Leng Yun's talent had received the recognition it deserved. He smiled and remarked, "Leng Yun, you are truly remarkable. It is a privilege to have such an exceptional project manager like you." Long Hao paused for a moment, pondering the implications of the Restoration Breath project. His mind raced with various possibilities. Could there be a problem with the project? However, Leng Yun's subsequent words left him utterly astonished. Long Hao, during our research on the restoration breath, we have uncovered some profoundly significant clues. These clues may pertain to an unknown form of energy. This energy not only has the capability to repair bodily injuries, but it may also extend life and even reverse aging. Long Hao's heart raced as if he had just heard the most extraordinary secret in the world. He locked his gaze onto Leng Yun's eyes, seeking answers within them. Are you suggesting that we have discovered a form of energy that can preserve youth? Leng Yun nodded, her eyes alight with excitement and concern. Yes, but this energy is highly unstable, and we have yet to fully comprehend its properties. We require further research, and this time, I need your assistance. Long Hao took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. As the leader of Xingqian technology, he understood the implications of this discovery. If this energy were successfully harnessed, humanity would usher in a new era. Yet, this also signified endless challenges and unknown risks. Leng Yun beamed with a broad smile. Thank you, Long Hao. I believe that together, we can elevate the restoration breath to unprecedented heights. Let us delve into the specifics of our forthcoming plans. The two sat down and began to earnestly discuss the various facets of the project. Long Hao was genuinely impressed by Leng Yun's expertise and managerial skills. Her suggestions and proposals for improvement were remarkably insightful. As their discussion deepened, Long Hao increasingly sensed that their collaboration would yield unexpected and remarkable results. Chapter 65. The date time slipped away imperceptibly, and it was not until dusk that they realized how long they had been engrossed in conversation. Leng Yun tidied up her materials and rose to her feet. Long Hao, shall we go out for dinner? As Leng Yun released her grip, her smile sparkled like a multitude of stars. Speaking of which, I am indeed feeling a bit hungry. Long Hao, do you have any restaurant recommendations? Long Hao pondered for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I know a delightful Western restaurant. The ambience is lovely, and the food is exquisite. What do you think? Leng Yun nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. That sounds perfect. I have always had a penchant for romantic settings. Thus, they departed from Star Technology, strolling along the dappled path, heading towards the Western restaurant. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and occasionally, a few leaves drifted down beside them, adding a touch of poetic charm to their romantic outing. Upon entering the restaurant, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm. The crystal chandelier overhead radiated a soft glow, each beam crafting intricate and delicate patterns. The deep red leather seats exuded understated luxury, with just the right spacing creating an illusion of intimacy. White tablecloths imported from Italy elegantly adorned each table, while silver cutlery gleamed brilliantly under the ambient light. The walls displayed oil paintings by renowned artists, their soft hues and delicate brushwork prompting involuntary pauses and breath. Gentle classical music floated through the air, intertwining with the soft murmurs of conversation and the delicate clinking of silverware, weaving a unique tapestry of elegance and tranquility that defined the restaurant. The patrons exuded a serene sophistication, their demeanor reflecting a high standard of decorum. Each individual was impeccably dressed. Gentlemen donned suits, while ladies graced the space in elegant evening gowns, all manifesting a profound respect for the dining environment. The waitstaff, clad in crisp uniforms, moved gracefully, attending to each guest with meticulous care, enhancing the overall dining experience. The restaurant's arrangement and design meticulously considered every detail. From the carefully arranged welcome bouquet at the entrance to each dish thoughtfully selected on the menu, all epitomizing a pursuit of elegance and refinement. Every corner of the establishment exuded a sense of serene escape from the clamor of life, along with a yearning for and appreciation of a beautiful existence. In the soft glow of the lights, Long Hao and Leng Yun sat across from each other, the gentle strains of classical music enveloping them. They ordered a selection of signature dishes and a bottle of red wine, savoring a moment where their taste buds could truly flourish. Long Hao gently uncorked the bottle of red wine, its deep hue swirling enticingly in the glass. He raised his glass towards Leng Yun, softly stating, "Let us toast to our successful collaboration and the triumph of the Restoration Breath Project." With a radiant smile, Leng Yun clinked her glass against his, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I feel this is more than mere collaboration, Long Hao. Since our paths crossed, it seems as though everything has been guiding us toward a shared goal and mission." Long Hao gazed at her, his expression softening. "I too believe that our acquaintance is no mere coincidence. It seems as though fate has drawn us together." As their glasses clinked softly, they exchanged knowing smiles. Cold Yun's eyes sparkled under the light, reminiscent of stars, and she said softly, "Indeed. What we are engaged in transcends a mere technological project. It is a miracle capable of transforming the world. In this moment, I simply wish to share this extraordinary journey with you. Long Hao listened intently, aware that this conversation had brought them closer than ever before. He had never anticipated that Cold Yun could awaken such tender feelings deep within him. Cold Yun continued, "Do you know? Before I met you, I believed myself to be a strong, invincible woman. Yet now, I realize how delightful it is to have someone to lean on." She revealed a captivating smile, her eyes shimmering with a different kind of affection. "Long Hao, having you as my boyfriend empowers me to tackle anything that comes my way." Long Hao felt warmth enveloping his heart. Perhaps this was the strength she derived from his presence. He gently took her hand, his words imbued with resolve and promise. "I will always support you, Cold Yun. Whatever challenges arise, we shall face them together." They shared a smile, unspoken yet profound, as that bond of understanding and reliance took root deeply within their hearts. Chapter 66. A rapid advancement in emotion. At this moment, Long Hao sensed a blind spot emerging. The evening's splendor was intricately woven into his plans, and with just one more step, their bond would deepen significantly. "Leng Yun, the night is truly beautiful. Why not stay with me tonight?" Long Hao spoke softly, his gaze imbued with uncontainable anticipation and tenderness. "Come stay at my place. There are many things I wish to discuss with you." Leng Yun's cheeks flushed, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words, her heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. She lowered her head, observing the wine swirling in her glass, her delicate fingers gently tracing the rim. Finally, she whispered, "All right." As they exited the Western restaurant, a gentle breeze caressed the night air. Long Hao graciously opened the car door for Leng Yun, who elegantly slipped inside, her heart racing with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Throughout the journey, Leng Yun gazed out the window, the nighttime scenery illuminated by streetlights, creating a dreamlike aura. Long Hao, focused on driving, occasionally cast sidelong glances at her expressions. The car glided into an upscale villa neighborhood, eventually coming to a halt before a luxurious standalone villa. Long Hao smiled and said, "We've arrived. This is my home. I hope you will like it." As Leng Yun followed Long Hao into the villa, the spacious and bright living room, adorned with modern decor and exquisite embellishments, left her in awe. This was not merely a home. It resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. "This is the guest room." Long Hao led her to a bedroom on the second floor, the room's simple yet warm decor, along with the soft cushions and intricate details, reflecting the owner's meticulous care. "You can rest here. Please let me know if you need anything." Leng Yun gently bit her lip, her eyes shimmering as she coyly replied, "Long Hao, I think it would be best if I stayed in the same room as you tonight. After all, it would facilitate our discussion of those important matters." Long Hao's heart raced, a flicker of joy and excitement shimmering in his eyes. He stepped closer, gently taking Leng Yun's hand, and tenderly said, "Then I shall gladly oblige. Leng Yun, having you by my side is my greatest fortune." Leng Yun smiled, the flush on her face making her appear even more enchanting. Hand in hand, they walked toward Long Hao's bedroom, their figures appearing particularly intimate against the night backdrop. Long Hao's heart pounded fiercely. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. Tonight, he was about to shed the shame of his virginity. Years of waiting and yearning seemed to converge in this singular moment, and he felt as though he might burst. Hand in hand, they stepped onto the soft carpet, entering his bedroom. The air within seemed to heat up due to their shared tension. Leng Yun exuded an alluring fragrance that stirred his senses profoundly. Closing the door, Long Hao enveloped Leng Yun in a tight embrace, his hands exploring her slender waist, tenderly savoring her smooth skin. Their bodies pressed closely together, sharing warmth and strength, as if they were melting into one another. A romantic atmosphere enveloped the room as Long Hao gently placed a kiss on Leng Yun's forehead, gazing into her bright, enchanting eyes, filled with deep affection and longing. "Leng Yun, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I shall cherish and protect you with all my love." Long Hao's voice resonated with unwavering conviction and deep emotion as he slowly extended his hand, yearning for a definitive reply. Chapter 67. Intertwined affection. Leng Yun smiled gently, a playful glimmer lighting her eyes as she lightly pushed Long Hao away and turned to gaze at the moon in the night sky. "Do you think the moon is bright tonight?" Leng Yun asked, lifting her gaze to the heavens rather than providing a direct answer. Long Hao felt a flicker of surprise. He swiftly followed her, standing beside her, taking her hand in his, and smiled. "The moon is indeed beautiful tonight." Leng Yun nodded thoughtfully and murmured, "Do you remember the fairy tale we once read? The one about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? In the story, the clouds tell her that whenever she sees the stars and the moon, it means someone is thinking of her. Long Hao understood her meaning. Yes, every time we look up at the moon, you should know that I have always been thinking of you. He gazed deeply into her eyes and softly asked, So, can you feel my sentiments? Leng Yun turned to him, her eyes brimming with affection as she gently leaned against his side, whispering, Long Hao, you are my entire world. How could I not feel your heart? In that moment, Long Hao's embrace became the warmest sanctuary for Leng Yun, their souls seemingly merging as one. Under the tender night sky, Long Hao softly expressed his longing and promises, while Leng Yun reciprocated with her own heartfelt sentiments. With you by my side, Leng Yun, I have come to realize that the most beautiful scenery in the world is every moment spent with you. I vow to love you, respect you, and remain by your side for eternity, Long Hao declared resolutely. Leng Yun's eyes sparkled with both determination and tenderness. Long Hao, this is not a newfound feeling. Long ago, my heart belonged solely to you. Now, my future is irrevocably tied to you. Only for me. Long Hao smiled, his heart brimming with excitement and gratitude. Leng Yun nodded. Of course, but before you continue to relish this blissful moment, I have a small request. A blush crept across her cheeks as she spoke. What request? Long Hao asked eagerly. Leng Yun glanced around the room and lowered her voice playfully. Let me see just how remarkable my Long Hao truly is. With that, she leaped into his arms. Her words seemed to awaken every cell within Long Hao, causing his heart to race fervently. As Leng Yun fell into his embrace like a descending angel, he felt both joyous and invigorated. Instinctively, his arms wrapped around her waist, her fragrant hair brushing against his nose, igniting the most primal impulses within him. This surge of energy coursed through his veins, bestowing upon him an unparalleled courage to face any challenge. Soon after, Leng Yun whispered in Long Hao's ear, her voice melodious and enticing, akin to the sweetest strains of music. Long Hao's heart quivered, blood racing with fervor. He was determined to showcase his masculine prowess, leaving a lasting impression on Leng Yun as their fates intertwined tightly. Without hesitation, Long Hao lunged toward Leng Yun, gently pressing her beneath him. He caressed her cheek tenderly, gazing into her enchanting eyes, feeling as though he might melt within her gaze. At this significant moment, Long Hao felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. He yearned to bestow upon Leng Yun an unforgettable first experience. The flames of love ignited within their hearts, igniting a desire for their union. After Leng Yun softly expressed her small request, Long Hao embraced her waist tightly, their heartbeats resonating like an exhilarating symphony, echoing in each other's ears. A profound attachment shimmered in Leng Yun's gaze, while Long Hao's eyes blazed with fervor. As their body temperatures rose, their garments became shackles of the body and spirit. Long Hao's fingers delicately glided over Leng Yun's clothing, while she clung tightly to his neck, their desires intensifying with each passing moment. Chapter 68, A Night of Passion at Last. Long Hao and Leng Yun met each other with unreserved openness, devoid of any barriers. Beneath the profound night sky, they melded together, Long Hao, the once valiant and resolute protagonist of the past, now radiating tenderness and affection that blazed like a fierce flame. He softly breathed into Leng Yun's ear, his voice deep and powerful, akin to a battle horn echoing across the battlefield. Yuner, I shall make you the happiest woman in the world. He then embodied his vow through action. Long Hao's hands moved with the grace of a death serpent, perfectly attuned to rhythm and pressure, bringing to Leng Yun a sensation that was both exhilarating and comforting. She gently closed her eyes, enveloped by the warmth and safety he provided, much like a serene harbor within a fortress. At this moment, words became superfluous. Long Hao's kisses traced the contours of her forehead, brows, eyes, nose, and lips, intricately outlining her features. Their bodies and souls intertwined more closely in this exquisite process. The release of joy and excitement between Long Hao and Leng Yun constituted a perfect union of body and spirit. As time flowed, Long Hao's ardor intensified, reminiscent of his fearless charge in battle. Under his guidance, Leng Yun experienced an unprecedented surge of passion and pleasure. This night, they both reached the pinnacle of physical and emotional ecstasy, as if they were embracing the sanctity of an intimate moment, creating a realm that belonged solely to them, where all worries and sorrows dissipated into the ether. Upon noticing the crimson blossom on the bed, Long Hao's heart tightened abruptly, guilt and remorse washing over him. He lifted his gaze to find Leng Yun still enveloped in the afterglow, her face alight with happiness and contentment. In the tender and affectionate atmosphere, Long Hao inhaled deeply, gently drawing Leng Yun into his embrace. His hand caressed her flowing hair, feeling her warmth, and his emotions deepened further. Yuner, Long Hao spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Actually, you are my first woman. At his words, Leng Yun's breath caught, and she lifted her gaze to meet his, her beautiful eyes brimming with surprise and curiosity. Really? Long Hao, you are not deceiving me, are you? Long Hao affirmed with a firm nod, his eyes radiating sincerity and resolve. I am not lying to you, Yuner. From the past until now, I have never been as intimate with anyone as I am with you tonight. You are my first and only. A wave of indescribable emotion and happiness surged within Leng Yun, tears glistening in her eyes as she leaned closer to Long Hao, embracing him tightly. A gentle smile graced her lips, revealing her joy. Long Hao, she replied softly, I too feel fortunate to be your first woman. This is the happiest moment of my life. They embraced once more, filled with profound trust and deep affection for one another. Long Hao understood that from this day forth, he and Leng Yun would face all challenges together, be it storms or dawns, they would walk hand in hand into the future. On that tranquil night, Long Hao and Leng Yun's souls became intricately intertwined, as if their very essences were merging. In that moment, they harbored no doubts or reservations, only profound affection and an infinite horizon ahead. Chapter 69. A profound affection. The following day, Long Hao was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing with warmth. He turned to Leng Yun, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Well, actually, I should have called the villa's butler, but I was a bit, shy at that moment. Leng Yun could hardly contain her amusement as she beheld Long Hao's flustered demeanor, her eyes sparkling with mirth. So, you had the butler robot tidy up instead? She teased playfully. Long Hao scratched the back of his head, feeling a touch bashful, yet soon wore a confident smile. He gently caressed Leng Yun's cheek and said softly, having the all-purpose robotic butler take care of it is hardly embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Leng Yun couldn't help but laugh, lightly patting Long Hao's shoulder. You truly are a big child. However, thanks to it, we have more time to savor these tender moments. Long Hao gazed deeply into Leng Yun's eyes, grasping her fingers and giving them a gentle squeeze. Indeed, my dear Yun, with each morning that dawns, I wish to share this tranquility and warmth with you. There is nothing more to look forward to than this. Tears glistened in Leng Yun's eyes once more as she leaned closer to Long Hao, whispering, I too hope that the first person I see each morning is you. They exchanged a smile, and in that moment, brimming with trust and affection, everything appeared utterly splendid. The soft hum of the all-purpose robotic butler echoed nearby, quietly arranging their cozy space, while their hearts intertwined ever more closely. Long Hao found himself pondering. Despite the myriad challenges and tribulations of the past, everything felt transformed now. Thanks to Leng Yun's presence, love and happiness enveloped them like the serene morning, imbued with boundless beauty and hope. Yun, let us go and witness the sunrise. Long Hao proposed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Leng Yun nodded, firmly grasping Long Hao's hand as they made their way to the balcony. The sun gradually ascended, casting golden rays across the earth, warm and gentle. They stood shoulder to shoulder, relishing this beautiful moment. Long Hao, no matter what the future holds, I will always be by your side. You shall forever be my anchor. Leng Yun's voice was soft yet resolute. Long Hao gazed at her affectionately, smiling as he replied, I too, Yun. No matter how arduous the path ahead, with you by my side, I possess boundless courage and strength. Under the witness of the rising sun, Long Hao and Leng Yun's vows and affections transformed into an intangible force, enveloping them and bestowing upon each other immense courage and hope. They understood that in each forthcoming day, they would support one another, embracing every dawn together. In the afternoon, Long Hao stood beside the villa's butler, instructing, Butler, please arrange a romantic outdoor picnic camping experience. I wish to surprise Yun. Long Hao's sudden request momentarily startled the butler, yet his professionalism swiftly masked any surprise. Certainly, sir. I will prepare a romantic camping site for you and arrange the necessary entertainment and gourmet food. When do you wish to hold it? The butler inquired, adhering to protocol as he sought Long Hao's preferences. After a moment of contemplation, Long Hao cast a gentle glance at Leng Yun beside him and replied, This evening, I desire to organize a romantic camping affair. The butler nodded in understanding, diligently noting Long Hao's request. Very well, sir. I shall prepare a romantic camping experience for you. Rest assured. As Leng Yun curiously inquired about Long Hao's plans, he firmly grasped her hand, his excitement palpable as he proclaimed, Yuner, tonight I have a surprise for you. Furrowing her brow in curiosity, Leng Yun asked, "What sort of surprise? What do you intend to do?" Long Hao shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "That remains a secret for now, but if you behave, I might consider revealing it to you in advance." Upon hearing his words, Leng Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I will certainly behave, but you must first tell me what surprise you have in store." Long Hao, with an air of playful mystery, replied, "If I tell you now, it would no longer be a surprise. Just wait and see. I guarantee it will be beyond your expectations." At his words, a smile crept onto Leng Yun's lips, and she instinctively moved closer to Long Hao, eagerly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight glow enveloped the two of them, casting a warm and romantic ambience. Long Hao and Leng Yun strolled quietly along the path home, bathed in the golden red light, as if the entire world shimmered in celebration of their happiness. Chapter 70. Camping proposal. That evening, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. The camping site was set in a spacious garden within a villa area, adorned with vibrant blossoms and meticulously manicured lawns. The tents, illuminated by warm lights, created an ambience that was both cozy and mysterious. Beneath the moonlight, Long Hao and Leng Yun entered this meticulously arranged space, hand in hand. Inside a uniquely shaped transparent tent, thick mats were spread across the ground, sprinkled with countless glowing powders, causing the tent to shimmer in the night, resembling a myriad of tiny stars sparkling beneath their feet. Looking up, they beheld the resplendent constellations above. At that moment, an unusual buzzing sound captured their attention. A drone descended gracefully from the heavens, carrying a shimmering galactic scarf. Leng Yun gasped in delight, covering her mouth in surprise. As the drone gently lowered, the scarf floated down, tracing a silver line across the night sky. Long Hao stepped forward swiftly, draping the scarf around Leng Yun's neck, and they exchanged joyful glances. Leng Yun's elation was palpable as she lay beside Long Hao on the star-speckled lawn. Just then, another drone skillfully positioned itself above them, projecting a holographic image of their first encounter from the sky. The interplay of light and shadow above wove together, encapsulating the flow of time and reliving those beautiful moments. Beside the crackling bonfire, an unattended barbecue grill was roasting a whole lamb, with an automated cooking system precisely controlling the temperature and time, ensuring every part of the meal was perfectly cooked. Seasonings were gradually sprinkled over golden bread and fresh salad, emitting an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Everything was prepared, and the clock struck midnight. At that moment, a spectacular display of fireworks erupted in the distance, soaring into the sky and unfolding marvelous, vibrant patterns that illuminated the entire night, casting a radiant glow on Long Hao and Leng Yun's beaming faces. Leng Yun grasped Long Hao's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. "Long Hao, this is all too beautiful. I feel as if I am in a dream." Long Hao gently wiped away her tears, speaking tenderly. "I wish to share this dream with you forever." This enchanting camping experience allowed Long Hao and Leng Yun to create their own miraculous moment, etching love and romance into the fabric of this beautiful night. In this romantic garden, Long Hao sensed that the moment was ripe. The window of his soul had opened. He resolved to offer Leng Yun a most special promise. He gently helped her rise from the grass, his hands clasping her shoulders, his gaze sincere and profound, as if he intended to draw her entire being into his eyes. Leng Yun understood from his expression what was about to unfold. Her heart raced, and her hands intertwined nervously. Taking a deep breath, Long Hao seemed to commit this moment to memory. Clearing his throat, he began his confession. "Yun, our meeting was orchestrated by fate, and every moment, from our encounter to our understanding, has been filled with wonder and warmth. You are like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating every corner of my life. To possess you is the greatest fortune of my existence. I am willing to devote the remainder of my life to reciprocate this happiness and to stride hand in hand with you through each dawn and dusk. Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" As Long Hao's words resonated, a captivating light glimmered in Leng Yun's eyes. She could almost hear the blossoming of her heart, an exquisite blend of emotion and joy that rendered her breathless. With a smile gracing her lips and tears shimmering in her eyes, she fervently nodded in affirmation. "Long Hao, I do. You are not only my partner in life, but also the eternal love within my heart." In an instant, Long Hao retrieved a sparkling diamond ring from his pocket and gently placed it upon the fourth finger of Leng Yun's left hand. The ring seemed to serve as the key to their emotions, binding their fates together with unwavering strength. Sharing a knowing glance, they approached the bonfire, hand in hand. Seated beside the warm flames, their hearts brimming with happiness and hope. In this romantic garden, they vowed to accompany each other for a lifetime. With the stars in the night sky as witnesses, their love destined to shine as brilliantly and steadfastly as the diamond ring itself, eternal and unchanging. Chapter 71. The prudent use of restoration essence. On the following morning, sunlight poured into the star building, where Long Hao and Leng Yun sat across from each other, deliberating the utilization and subsequent allocation of the restoration essence. Leng Yun spoke earnestly. This remarkable product, the restoration essence, possesses immense power, if misused. It could indeed incite turmoil in the outside world. Long Hao nodded in agreement, asserting, thus, I believe we must impose strict controls on its usage. Every drop of restoration essence should be allocated to those who need it most, rather than merely for commercial gain. Upon reaching a consensus, they resolved to integrate the management and distribution of the restoration essence into Leng Yun's team. Her team members were all trustworthy elites, endowed with profound expertise and skills, as well as an exceptional work ethic and sense of responsibility. This would ensure that the management of the restoration essence would be systematic and professional, optimizing its effectiveness. To further guarantee transparency and fairness in the use of the restoration essence, Long Hao and Leng Yun planned to establish a stringent review and distribution process. Any individual or organization seeking assistance from the restoration essence would undergo rigorous qualification assessments to ensure they genuinely required such power and possessed the capacity to manage and utilize it responsibly. This decision was not born from a desire to hoard power, but rather to safeguard the long-term benefits of this extraordinary ability, while also remaining steadfast to their team's mission to harness this power for the betterment of society, rather than to provoke unnecessary discord and struggles for dominance. As their discussion concluded, Long Hao and Leng Yun exchanged a knowing smile, fully aware of the responsibility and commitment to the future that their decision entailed. Regardless of the challenges and difficulties that lay ahead, they were confident that, through their collective efforts, the restoration essence would become a catalyst for positive societal transformation, bringing hope and renewal to all. However, the vast biomedical team could not rely solely on the restoration essence system, searching for technologies in the marketplace for future treatment of specific ailments. Beep. System is detecting. The following items have been retrieved. Item name. Future medicine description encompasses 1,000 years of medical knowledge from the future, enabling you to become a supreme being in the medical field. Consumable. Price. 10,000 star coins. Item name. Disease exterminator. Description. Grants immunity to all diseases, enhancing your vitality and appetite. Permanent effect. Price. 5,000 star coins. Item name. Healing light. Description. A magical orb capable of healing all wounds and ailments. Single-use item. Price. 1,000 star coins. As Long Hao browsed through the options presented by the system, his gaze lingered on future medicine. With a sense of curiosity, he posed a question to the system. System, what exactly is this future medicine, and why does it require the expenditure of 10,000 star coins? Beep. Future medicine comprises 1,000 years of medical knowledge from the future, allowing the user to immediately master it and become a top figure in the medical field. Should you choose this product, you shall exist like a deity in the realm of all ailments. The expenditure of 10,000 star coins is undoubtedly worthwhile. Long Hao nodded thoughtfully. Although the price appeared somewhat steep, the effects of the current restoration breath were indeed invaluable. Thus, he resolved to spend 5,000 star coins to acquire additional shares of the disease exterminator, reserving 50 portions for unforeseen circumstances. Success. You have purchased future medicine and disease exterminator. Please check your inventory, chimed a notification. Suddenly, a vast expanse of medical knowledge surged into Long Hao's mind, causing a slight pressure within. However, he soon realized that he had instantaneously grasped a millennium's worth of medical wisdom, attaining a profound understanding of various diseases and their treatments. This sensation was nothing short of divine. Simultaneously, a remarkable capability melded into his being, rendering him impervious to all afflictions. He had become a walking sphere of healing. Wherever he roamed, diseases would vanish into oblivion. This newfound power instilled him with confidence and anticipation for the future. Chapter 72. The Power of Future Medicine. Long Hao. What are you contemplating? Cold Yun inquired with genuine concern, noticing the rare seriousness etched upon his expression. Cold Yun, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Long Hao replied. Speak. Cold Yun responded, her demeanor solemn as she gazed intently at him. Long Hao's eyes deepened, fixating on Cold Yun as he declared. I wish to bestow upon you the powers of future medicine and disease exterminator. Yun was momentarily taken aback. She understood the profound implications of these abilities, representing the pinnacle of medical advancement and the miraculous alleviation of all ailments. However, she was acutely aware of the burdens they entailed. Long Hao, am I truly capable of shouldering such power? Long Hao stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. I have faith in you, Yun. With future medicine, you can save countless lives. And with disease exterminator, not only will you gain immunity to all diseases, but you will also pursue your research with unparalleled courage and focus. You are my most steadfast ally, and I aspire for us to transform the world together. Moved by Long Hao's conviction, Yun clasped his hand, gratitude and determination glimmering in her eyes. Very well, I shall embrace this power. Together, we shall forge ahead, contributing to the advancement and well-being of humanity. System confirmation. Long Hao utilizes his abilities to confer future medicine and disease exterminator upon Yun, who successfully acquires the aforementioned powers. In an instant, Yun felt an immense influx of knowledge and experience flood her mind. Her form enveloped in a radiant glow, an embodiment of healing and enhancement following her acceptance of the principles of future medicine. Experiencing a sensation unlike any before, she felt invigorated and formidable, as though no illness could ever pose a threat to her. Moreover, she had acquired the skills of future medicine, igniting within her a fervent excitement and anticipation, for she knew that alongside Long Hao, their potential was boundless. Long Hao looked up at Yun, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. Now that we possess the breath of restoration and future medicine, I am confident we can achieve even greater feats. Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can assist more individuals. However, this also signifies a heavier burden upon our shoulders. Long Hao acknowledged her words. Yes, this is indeed the weight that future medicine brings. Now, I have gained fresh insights into numerous medical challenges. It feels as though I have unlocked the door to a new realm. With a smile, Yun inquired, what shall our next course of action be? Should we experiment with these newfound abilities? A glint of wisdom sparkled in Long Hao's eyes as he replied, Yun, I propose we focus on formulating the breath of restoration into a more convenient drop format and subsequently promote it across major hospitals. This drop will enable swift and precise diagnosis and treatment of illnesses, fundamentally transforming the landscape of healthcare. Yun concurred wholeheartedly, adding, widespread dissemination of the breath of restoration drop to hospitals will undoubtedly benefit countless patients. As the principal creators, you, I, and our team shall etch our names into the annals of history. Long Hao chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. While immortalizing our names is commendable, our intentions remain far more noble. We aspire to see humanity liberated from illness, living healthier and happier lives. This is the primary motivation that propels me forward. With resolve, Long Hao and Leng Yun immediately began to devise an implementation plan. Acknowledging the efficacy and precision of the restorative essence, they decided to formulate it into an easily administered tincture. This tincture requires merely a few drops to swiftly diagnose ailments and tailor treatment plans to the individual patient's condition. Throughout the production process, they established multiple safety protocols and adhered strictly to medical standards. Each bottle of the restorative essence encapsulates aspirations for the future of medicine and meticulousness. Subsequently, they collaborated with hospitals and medical institutions, providing comprehensive training and support to ensure healthcare professionals could utilize the restorative essence tincture correctly and maximize its efficacy. Every hospital was astounded and elated by this revolutionary medical approach. As the restorative essence tincture found its way into numerous hospitals, countless lives began to be revitalized. Regardless of the ailment, the tincture proved remarkably effective in diagnosing and treating conditions within a short span, creating one medical miracle after another. Patients and their families began to regard the restorative essence tincture as a symbol of hope, while hospitals recognized it as an indispensable medical tool. The entire healthcare system experienced a significant enhancement due to this futuristic technology. Though Long Hao and Leng Yun felt immense joy, they understood that this was merely the beginning. With boundless aspirations for the future, they continued to advance, striving toward the uncharted peaks of medical innovation. Thus, the pursuit of human health was ushered into a new era. Chapter 73. Save Uncle. The fates of Long Hao and Leng Yun seem perpetually fraught with misfortune, as moments of joy are often abruptly interrupted by unforeseen news. Just as they were filled with hope regarding future medicine, Leng Yun received an urgent call from her father. On the other end of the line, his voice trembled with urgency as he informed Leng Yun that her uncle was in critical condition at the city's First People's Hospital, with the cause of his ailment unknown. In an instant, Leng Yun's gaze shifted to one of anxiety. Her hand trembled around the phone as she inquired hastily, "What happened to my uncle? Why is he in the hospital?" The response came in fragmented bursts. I'm not sure. Early this morning, he collapsed on the floor and was unresponsive. His heart had stopped. We could not delay and immediately called for an ambulance. The hospital is working tirelessly to revive him, but there is still no clear diagnosis. Long Hao sensed the turmoil within Leng Yun and immediately approached her, concern etched on his face. "What is going on?" he asked. Tears streamed down Leng Yun's face as she clutched Long Hao's arm, choking on her words. "My uncle suddenly fell ill, and they still cannot determine the cause. I must go see him." Without a moment's hesitation, Long Hao declared, "I will accompany you. Together, we will harness the powers of the disease exterminator and future medicine you have just acquired to uncover the cause and save his life." Clinging to this lifeline, Long Yu nodded fervently, and they set off for the First People's Hospital. Upon their arrival, they found Leng Yun's uncle lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by a flurry of medical personnel. The doctors wore solemn expressions, tightening the knot of anxiety in Leng Yun's heart. However, at that moment, they were informed that due to hospital confidentiality regulations, they could not enter the treatment area. Long Hao promptly utilized his abilities to contact the highest management of the hospital, securing special permission to enter the treatment zone. Donning protective gear, Long Hao and Leng Yun entered the ward. They were met with a far graver situation than anticipated. Leng Yun's uncle's breathing was faint, and his skin had taken on an abnormal gray hue. Determined, Long Hao and Leng Yun resolved to employ their newly acquired powers for his treatment. Long Hao focused intently, channeling the capabilities of future medicine, while Leng Yun activated the strength of disease exterminator, hoping to uncover the true nature of her uncle's affliction. Through the insights provided by future medicine, Long Hao was astonished to discover that Leng Yun's uncle had contracted a rare and highly resistant bacterium, while the power of disease exterminator swiftly identified and began combating this pathogen within Leng Yun. Sensing Long Hao's revelation, Leng Yun's ability began to resonate, her immune system seemingly igniting a form of natural antibiotic, producing antibodies in abundance to fight the bacteria. Through their combined efforts, her uncle, who had once teetered on the brink of death, began to stabilize. Witnessing this, a heavy weight lifted from Leng Yun's heart, and a smile of relief graced Long Hao's face. Thanks to the dual influence of future medicine and disease exterminator, Leng Yun's uncle grasped a glimmer of hope. Wang Qinghua was a highly capable individual with grand aspirations. He had served in the military for a period and, upon his discharge, opted for a transition from military to political life. This decision requires not only courage and determination, but also a considerable measure of wisdom and talent. In the years that followed, Wang Qinghua gradually emerged as a prominent figure in the political arena, owing to his relentless efforts and exceptional abilities. He advanced step by step, continually accumulating experience and enhancing his own capabilities, ultimately becoming the mayor of Guangming City. This achievement was not by chance. It was the culmination of years of diligent toil. As mayor, Wang Qinghua was acutely aware of the immense responsibilities and mission he bore. He consistently upheld the principles of fairness, integrity, and service to the people, dedicating himself to promoting the city's development and improving the quality of life for its citizens. Simultaneously, Wang Qinghua placed great importance on collaboration and communication with others. He was adept at listening to diverse voices and opinions, widely soliciting suggestions to ensure that his decisions garnered broad support and yielded positive outcomes. For Leng Yun, her uncle Wang Qinghua undoubtedly represented a figure worthy of respect and emulation. Through his actions, he illustrated the essence of perseverance, courage, and the pursuit of excellence along life's journey. All of this would inspire Leng Yun to strive continuously, following in her uncle's footsteps to forge her own illustrious path. Gathering her courage, Leng Yun inquired, "Uncle, as mayor, why haven't you informed the family about your illness?" Wang Qinghua weakly shifted his fingers, seemingly indicating that his consciousness had not entirely faded. As his relationships with family grew increasingly distant, coupled with the new acquaintances he made who were the envy of many, his psychological disposition as a leader began to be supplanted by personal emotions. He murmured, "I did not wish to burden the family with worry, nor did I want to affect your reputation." Upon hearing this, Long Hao recognized the mayor's moral considerations and felt a deep respect for this leader. He stepped forward to clarify, "Esteemed Mayor of Guangming City, Leng Yun, and I came to know about your condition due to certain special circumstances. Our intent is rooted in the desire to assist a friend and family member." Just as the atmosphere became delicate, a secretary from the city government who accompanied the mayor interjected, "In fact, the mayor has always worked diligently, and today's incident is merely a result of overexertion. We hope everyone can keep this confidential to avoid unnecessary speculation." Chapter 74, Medical Miracle Amidst the Tense Conversations. A group of doctors clad in white coats hurried into the ward, their eyes reflecting professionalism and rigor. The lead physician, a seasoned expert, addressed the crowd with a calm demeanor. "Please step aside momentarily. We must conduct a series of examinations for the mayor. This is a necessary procedure to ascertain his health status and to make more precise adjustments to the treatment plan." Long Hao and Leng Yun cooperatively moved aside, allowing the medical personnel to carry out their duties with greater ease. The other individuals gradually cleared the area around the hospital bed. The mayor's secretary swiftly handed over the relevant documents to the doctors and assisted in arranging further examinations. Although this examination implied an extended waiting period, Leng Yun felt a sense of relaxation. She exchanged a knowing glance with Long Hao, their silent agreement evident in a nod. Whether it was the foresight provided by future medicine or the healing effects brought forth by the disease slayer ability, they were filled with confidence regarding the mayor's recovery. For the safety of the mayor and the smooth progression of his treatment, Long Hao and his wife, along with other friends and family, maintained a respectful silence, quietly awaiting a more favorable outcome. The doctor, holding the latest examination report, wore an expression of shock and disbelief. He approached Long Hao and Leng Yun with measured steps, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is a medical miracle. What exactly have you done? You have cured a critically ill patient." Leng Yun and Long Hao exchanged a glance, equally astonished. Although they had anticipated such an outcome, hearing the doctor's affirmation made it hard to fathom. A hint of nervousness crept into Leng Yun's voice as she replied, "Doctor, we simply exerted our utmost efforts, employing some special methods in hopes of assisting the mayor." The doctor nodded, his gaze still firmly fixed upon them. "Regardless of the methods you employed, the results speak for themselves. The mayor's condition is improving rapidly, even exceeding our expectations. This fundamentally challenges our medical understanding." Upon hearing this, the secretary exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face. "Since the mayor's condition has improved, we have more time to strategize the subsequent treatment plan." At that moment, Leng Yun recalled the enigmatic power of future medicine and Long Hao's disease slayer effect. These extraordinary abilities had manifested such miraculous results in reality, filling them with hope for the future. The dean entered, his pace swift and his forehead glistening with sweat. Upon hearing of the astonishing abilities displayed by Leng Yun and Long Hao, he rushed towards them, his eyes brimming with eagerness and urgency. "You too. I have heard that your medical skills possess miraculous powers capable of swiftly ameliorating severe conditions." Under the gaze of the onlookers, the dean spoke with palpable urgency. "Our hospital is in dire need of capable doctors like you. Why not join us directly as chief physicians? This would bring endless hope to our patients." Faced with such a heartfelt invitation, a resolute light flickered within Leng Yun's heart. She smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "Dean, we sincerely appreciate your recognition, but we regret that we must decline. We have our own mission to fulfill and cannot be confined to the routine operations of the hospital." Long Hao, standing beside her, supported Leng Yun's decision and added, "Our goal is to engage in addressing more challenging ailments that have a broader impact. We aspire to utilize our abilities to assist those areas that conventional medical methods cannot reach." The dean observed this young and determined couple before him, understanding and empathizing with their desire to make a more significant contribution with their unique capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a compromise. "Since you have loftier aspirations, I cannot constrain you. However, our hospital can establish an honorary physician position for you, allowing you to continue your endeavors while sharing your medical miracles on this platform. When faced with particularly challenging cases, I hope you will lend your expertise." Leng Yun and Long Hao exchanged a glance, surprised by the dean's open-mindedness. This indeed seemed to be a mutually beneficial solution. They could freely pursue their ideals while utilizing their skills to assist those desperate patients in need. Leng Yun nodded in agreement. "Dean, your proposal aligns perfectly with our intentions. We are willing to accept the honorary physician position. When we encounter patients we can help through our methods, we will surely extend our assistance. Long Hao also expressed his agreement, saying, Dean, we are grateful for your acceptance of our decision. This honorary physician position not only affords us the freedom to act, but also provides us with a base from which to contribute our efforts. Thus, it was settled. The founders of the Future Medicine Research Institute, Leng Yun and Long Hao, now had a platform within the hospital to continue their noble pursuit of saving lives. The hospital, in turn, experienced an elevation in both reputation and hope due to the miraculous medical advancements taking place. Chapter 75. The uncle's request. Wang Qingguo's recovery exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only was his resilience remarkable, but the restorative power of future medicine played an indispensable role. After a period of observation in the hospital, and once his condition was confirmed to be entirely stable, Wang Qingguo finally welcomed the day of his discharge. On the day of his release, the sky was exceptionally azure. And as he inhaled the fresh air, he reveled in the joy that his healthy body bestowed upon him. The smile on his face was a testament to his rebirth and an affirmation of the skills of Leng Yun and Long Hao. Upon stepping through the long-missed threshold of his home, Wang Qingguo was overwhelmed by profound emotion and gratitude. The heavy burdens of illness seemed to be left far behind with each step away from the hospital, and he felt a warm current gently rising from the depths of his heart. This warmth seemed to whisper to him that life had never been so full of hope, and the tide of gratitude surged within him. To express his appreciation for Leng Yun and Long Hao, Wang Qingguo resolved to invite them to his home for dinner. He personally prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his esteemed guests. As night descended, Leng Yun and Long Hao arrived punctually at Wang Qingguo's doorstep. He greeted them with warmth and ushered them into the living room. The dining table was adorned with dishes that emitted an enticing aroma, creating a cozy atmosphere for the family. Yun, Hao, please take a seat, Wang Qingguo said with a beaming smile. These are home-cooked dishes I prepared myself. I hope you enjoy them. Leng Yun nodded with a smile. Uncle, you are too kind. We merely lent a small hand. Not at all, Wang Qingguo replied, brimming with emotion. Your medical expertise not only saved my life, but also granted me the opportunity to experience life anew. This meal is but a small token of my heartfelt gratitude. Long Hao raised his glass. Uncle, we are delighted to see your remarkable recovery. This toast is to your indomitable spirit. The three glasses clinked together, producing a clear sound that symbolized the rebirth of life and hope. During dinner, Wang Qingguo shared snippets of his recovery journey. A few months ago, I was on the verge of giving up, yet your treatments illuminated a path of hope for me. Each follow-up visit, your warm words and exceptional skills were the driving force that kept me going. A wave of warmth enveloped Leng Yun. She understood that every patient's recovery was the greatest affirmation for both her and Long Hao. At that moment, Wang Qingguo hesitated before speaking. In truth, beyond expressing my gratitude, I have another request I wish to make. He spoke slowly, his eyes revealing a hint of earnest appeal. I have a former superior, General Li Jianguo, who is currently gravely ill. Conventional treatments seem ineffective. Born in 1935, General Li is a hero of the Korean War, having earned countless honors and profound respect for his bravery. Unfortunately, that war has left him with enduring physical suffering. I realize this may be presumptuous, but I would like to ask if you could assess his condition and seek potential avenues for recovery. Leng Yun and Long Hao exchanged a glance, acutely aware of the weight of the responsibility before them. They recognized the name of General Li Jianguo and the contributions he made to the nation. This was not merely a matter of providing medical assistance to an elderly individual, but rather a tribute to a national hero. They promptly expressed their commitment to exhaust every effort in seeking a treatment plan and to arrange a meeting with General Li Jianguo at the earliest convenience. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingguo was overwhelmed with gratitude, for he understood that choosing Long Hua and Leng Yun was indeed the right decision, as they possessed not only exceptional medical skills, but also passionate hearts. Chapter 76. General Li's treatment plan. After Wang Qingguo bid farewell to Leng Yun and Long Hao, he commenced his busy schedule. The following morning, as Leng Yun and Long Hao prepared to head to the Xingchen Technology Building, a call from Wang Qingguo arrived just in time. Yun, Hao, I have made arrangements for you. Please come to my house at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we shall proceed together to the provincial government compound. I will be waiting for you. Wang Qingguo's voice resonated through the phone. Understood, we will arrive before 10. They replied. After ending the call, Leng Yun and Long Hao tidied up and set out. At 10 o'clock, Leng Yun, Long Hao, and Wang Qingguo arrived punctually at the provincial government compound's residential building. This neighborhood, nestled in the city's historic district, was adorned with tall, lush sycamore trees, lending an air of tranquility and solemnity. After verifying their identities with the gatekeeper, they walked along the stone-paved garden path towards their destination. The architectural design of the provincial government compound's residential building was notably distinctive, embodying the Soviet-style construction of the 1950s. Its red brick facade and green wrought iron balcony railings, marked by the passage of time, exuded a sense of steadfastness and solemnity. The greenery within the compound was particularly vibrant, featuring the banyan trees common in the south, verdant camphor trees, and even a few ancient ginkgo trees that, in the early summer, exuded a refreshing aroma unique to the woods. As they traversed a corridor entwined with vines, the stone slabs beneath their feet had been smoothed by the passage of time, occasionally adorned with a few yellowing leaves. Not far away, some elderly gentlemen were leisurely engaged in a game of chess, while children frolicked on the swings, their laughter echoing in the air. On a balcony, a silver-haired veteran exuded vitality as he meticulously tended to blooming red roses. Behind the balcony stood his time-honored tile-roofed house, its walls slightly weathered yet emanating an antique charm. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting golden rays upon his resolute and profound visage, reflecting a glimmer of indomitable spirit. Upon seeing him, Leng Yun and Long Hao immediately rose to their feet. Although they had yet to formally meet General Li Jianguo, they could sense the authority and vitality radiating from this elderly soldier in his twilight years. "I presume you are Leng Yun and Long Hao," the elder turned. Clad in military attire, with closely cropped hair and a face glowing with vigor and sharp eyes, making it hard to believe he was an ailing elder. "This is my former leader, General Li Jianguo," Wang Qingguo introduced. Though retired, he continues to embody the ethos and lifestyle of a soldier. General Li Jianguo approached with a warm smile, leaning against the balcony railing. His body, slightly stooped from years of accumulated injuries, was still animated by the brightness of his eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the souls of those around him. Dressed in a crisp military uniform, although devoid of insignia, his soldierly demeanor could not be concealed by mere clothing. The general warmly shook hands with Leng Yun and Long Hao, his hands long and rough, as if containing the struggles and essence of countless years. "Generally, we have long heard of your heroic deeds. It is an immense honor to meet you today," Leng Yun expressed sincerely. "The fact that I can still be remembered by others brings me great solace," the general remarked with a smile, his straightforwardness and sincerity as a soldier evident. "I do not wish to occupy the nation's medical resources due to personal matters, but as Brother Wang mentioned, he hopes I can provide assistance to both of you, so I agreed. After all, I am aware of my own condition. I do not seek a cure, merely a respite from the pain. General Li, your contributions and sacrifices will forever be etched in the nation's memory," Leng Yun continued, "as the new generation of medical practitioners. It is not only our duty to assist you, but also our honor." As her words resonated, Long Hao beside her nodded in unison, expressing their profound respect for General Li. At that moment, Wang Qingguo chimed in, his voice imbued with earnest hope. "General, rest assured. These two are renowned healers on the international stage. Your concerns will be but a trifle for them." Chapter 77, Technology and Tenacity. Upon hearing the news, the general erupted into hearty laughter, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. He warmly invited Leng Yun and Long Hao into his quarters, gesturing animatedly, which immediately put the initially reserved pair at ease. Once inside, with General Li Jianguo's consent, Leng Yun and Long Hao commenced a thorough physical examination on him. As pioneers in the medical field, they employed the latest advancements in what is termed future medicine, a technology that integrates nanorobots, artificial intelligence diagnostics, and comprehensive body scanning to swiftly and accurately assess a patient's health status. Leng Yun retrieved a palm-sized silver device from her medical kit and gently pressed a button. The device emitted a halo of transparent light, enveloping General Li's entire form. Within minutes, it gathered detailed data through surface scans, including the locations of bullet fragments lodged within the general's body and the condition of the surrounding tissues, which were promptly transmitted via a secure encrypted network to a cloud analysis system. The report data has been successfully uploaded and is currently undergoing in-depth analysis. "Please hold on," Leng Yun remarked, her gaze fixed on the fluctuating graphs and figures displayed on her tablet. Meanwhile, Leng Hao utilized specialized instruments to assess the flexibility of the general's joints and the strength of his muscles, simultaneously monitoring the cardiovascular system in real time, meticulously recording every parameter. General, your body has indeed endured significant trials, Leng Hao stated after synthesizing the collected data with the cloud analysis results. Aside from the effects of the bullet fragments, signs of arthritis, vascular hardening, and common age-related ailments are evident within you. Fortunately, we possess effective methods for management and treatment. The general calmly absorbed the information, the glimmer in his eyes revealing his familiarity with adversity. Then I entrust my well-being to your capable hands. General, the burdens you bear are far beyond what we can fathom. Leng Yun's warm voice carried a profound respect. To address the inflammation surrounding the bullet fragments and expedite your recovery, we intend to use their restorative essence drops. This remedy is a product of our latest research in future medicine, enhanced by innovative pharmaceutical engineering, specifically designed for patients with complex conditions like yours. Leng Hao produced a small vial of crystalline drops, the fluid within shimmering under the light like a vibrant elixir of life. He explained generally, this remedy will act swiftly within your system, containing highly active ingredients that promote cellular repair and alleviate pain, effectively easing the discomfort caused by old injuries and age-related ailments, while also bolstering your immune system. The general gazed at the vial labeled restorative essence drops, a profound reverence and anticipation for the life he had survived through the ravages of war. He smiled gently and remarked, trusting the professionals is the highest form of respect we veterans can offer. Leng Yun and Leng Hao exchanged a knowing glance before nodding in agreement. Leng Yun was the first to speak. General, the removal of the shrapnel from your body is indeed a complex and perilous procedure. Yet we are equipped with the most advanced technology and equipment to ensure the safety and success of the operation. Leng Hao added, our primary approach is rooted in nanorobotics. We will employ a miniature robot known as the surgical nanodoc. These nanobots will be injected into your body, where they will precisely locate and extract the shrapnel under real-time monitoring, without causing harm to the surrounding vital tissues and organs. Leng Yun continued to elucidate, furthermore, during the extraction process, these nanobots will promote local blood circulation through minute electrical stimulation, expediting the repair of damaged tissues and minimizing the risk of postoperative infections. The entire procedure will be conducted in a non-invasive environment, remotely controlled by our team at the operating station, complemented by a comprehensive monitoring system that provides real-time feedback on every detail. As Leng Hao spoke, he demonstrated the detailed operational steps on a tablet for General Li. To ensure the success of the surgery, we will also have a high-precision medical team on site, prepared for any emergencies that may arise. After listening, General Li pondered for a moment, his eyes gleaming with determination and a profound desire for life. Then let it be as you say, let us commence without delay. I am ready to embrace the challenge of this cutting-edge medical technology. Leng Yun and Leng Hao nodded in affirmation and promptly began preparations for the preoperative procedures. They conducted comprehensive pre-surgical assessments for General Li and formulated a detailed surgical protocol alongside emergency contingency plans. The operation was scheduled for 4 p.m. that very afternoon, and the entire medical team was in a state of heightened vigilance and intense focus. When the time arrived, General Li was escorted into the operating room. Leng Yun and Leng Hao donned sterile surgical attire, standing at the operating station as they activated the nanobot system via the control interface. An injection apparatus first delivered the nanobot solution, and the tiny robots swiftly entered the general's body, commencing their task. Throughout the procedure, Leng Yun and Leng Hao kept their eyes glued to the screen, missing not a single detail. Under precise calculations and operations, the nanobots deftly avoided all critical blood vessels and nerves, easily approaching and successfully extracting the shrapnel. Each successful incision and removal represented a step closer to triumph. Ultimately, all shrapnel was successfully extracted, and the nanobots began the repair and cleansing of the local tissues. Once the surgery concluded, Leng Yun and Leng Hao exhaled in relief and reported to General Li, General, all shrapnel has been removed. The operation was exceedingly successful. You will need to take the restorative drops as scheduled and adhere to our rehabilitation plan. We are confident that your body will soon return to its former state. A smile of gratitude graced General Li's lips as he slowly replied, Thank you for your efforts. You are indeed world-class healers. Leng Yun and Leng Hao exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts filled with immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. They understood that this was not merely a victory in surgery, but a miracle written by technology and faith. Chapter 78, Reevaluation a month later. Long Hao and Leng Yun arrived at the provincial party compound as promised to conduct a physical reevaluation for General Li Jiangguo. The courtyard was adorned with lush greenery, creating a serene atmosphere filled with the melodious chirping of birds. Upon entering, they were greeted by the resolute visage of the general, who, despite having undergone surgery, appeared to be in an even better state of spirit than before. Long Hao and Leng Yun respectfully saluted General Li, and Long Hao took the initiative to inquire, "General, how are you feeling?" "Today, we will conduct a comprehensive reevaluation to ensure there are no lingering issues." General Li smiled gently and nodded in response, "I feel quite well. The recovery process has surpassed my expectations. I am truly grateful for your diligent efforts." Leng Yun produced a portable diagnostic device and commenced a detailed examination of General Li's health, while Long Hao assisted, ensuring every step was executed with precision. Throughout the examination, Leng Yun meticulously recorded the data, her expression gradually easing into one of relief. "General, your recovery is remarkably promising. The efficacy of the nanobots in tissue repair is evident, and both blood circulation and various indicators have returned to preoperative levels." At this juncture, Leng Yun approached with genuine concern, advising, "General Li, although your recovery is currently satisfactory, it is imperative to prioritize rest over the next month and to avoid any strenuous activities. Regular follow-ups are essential. Simply adhere to the prescribed restorative tincture and engage in moderate physical exercise, and you shall soon regain full health." General Li solemnly acknowledged her words with a nod. "Understood. I will heed your advice. Thank you for your professionalism and dedication." After the reevaluation concluded, Long Hao and Leng Yun bid farewell to General Li, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. They recognized that this was not merely a successful surgery, but a harmonious fusion of technological prowess and human ingenuity, crafting yet another legendary chapter in medical history. Unbeknownst to them, their remarkable feats of healing had begun to circulate among the upper echelons, where their extraordinary medical techniques were fervently discussed in opulent private clubs. The reverberations of admiration for their accomplishments echoed through the lavishly adorned rooms, showcasing the extraordinary nature of their medical achievements. Over the course of the month, Long Hao and Leng Yun treated several other patients with conditions akin to that of General Li, further solidifying their reputation as miraculous healers in elite circles. "Have you heard? General Li has nearly fully recovered thanks to the two miraculous doctors. Indeed, rumor has it that these two possess a remarkably mystifying medical technique, seemingly a family secret passed down through generations." "Oh, such a thing exists? Their medical skills are truly astounding." In a spacious villa, several elegantly attired high-ranking officials gathered together, seated in a refined parlor, sipping tea as they animatedly discussed. Recently, they cured a patient with a traumatic brain injury, and according to General Li Jiangguo, the results were astonishingly swift. Moreover, it is said that they can even remedy chronic ailments, restoring health to those long afflicted, truly a miraculous ability. If the efficacy of this secret remedy is truly as remarkable as the legends suggest, then it is indeed a priceless treasure. It could grant us longevity and restore the vitality of our youth. In that case, I must reach out to them and request their assistance in treating my lingering ailments." The news of Leng Yun successfully curing several patients afflicted with ailments similar to that of General Li gradually circulated within the exclusive circle of just a few dozen individuals, elevating her status to that of a revered healer whom everyone wished to meet. Naturally, some individuals harbored ulterior motives, seeking to claim her talents for themselves. One such individual planned to exert pressure on Long Hao through his privileged connections, but his scheme was swiftly interrupted by his superior. "Before you proceed, it would be wise to reconsider. According to intelligence reports, Long Hao possesses a simulation training system directly related to military technology, though it is still in the testing phase. I advise against harboring any designs on them. In the realm of military technology, it is merely a matter of time for them. Cultivating a good relationship with them could prove to be your salvation." Chapter 79, Promotion Wang Chunghua. Having successfully introduced Leng Yun and Long Hao to General Li Jiangguo for treatment, found himself the recipient of profound gratitude from the retired general, who was well aware of the remarkable achievements of Leng Yun and Long Hao in the medical field. Despite his retirement, General Li's prestige and connections within the military remained undiminished. Recognizing that Wang Chunghua was ambitious and eager to advance further, General Li resolved to assist this former subordinate who had once aided him. With determination, General Lee picked up the phone resting on his desk. His tone was steady and powerful, bearing weight in the ears of his former subordinate on the other end of the line. "Old Shin, it's me, Jangwell." The general initiated the conversation, his voice imbued with nostalgia and camaraderie. On the other end, Chen Changrong, a prominent official with significant influence in governmental affairs, was preparing to sit down for a crucial meeting. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he promptly rose, maneuvering through the bustling office to return to his private study, responding, "It's Old Lee. What a rare pleasure to receive your call." General Lee was forthright. "I wish to recommend someone to you, Wang Qinghua, my former subordinate. You are acquainted with him, and there are no issues with his political review. He has demonstrated a hands-on approach, even recently assisting in an emergency at a hospital. Such talent deserves more opportunities to contribute to society." Chen Changrong nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment, Jangwell. Wang Qinghua indeed possesses the capability and finesse. If provided with a higher platform, I believe he could achieve even greater accomplishments. I will relay this to the organization department for further examination." The two old friends engaged in a detailed discussion over the phone regarding the endorsement of Wang Qinghua. With Chen Changrong's considerable influence in the military and his position in governmental affairs, a single phone call had the power to alter Wang Qinghua's fate. As customary, Wang Qinghua arrived early at the office, a stack of unprocessed documents awaiting his attention. The clock on the wall indicated 8 o'clock, and he was fully engrossed in his work for the day. While he was reviewing the documents, a knock sounded on the office door, and the secretary entered, accompanied by two enigmatic figures. Wang Qinghua looked up, startled. He recognized both individuals. One was the head of the Central Organization Department, and the other was a former superior with whom he had once collaborated. Instantly aware of the unusual nature of this meeting, his instincts heightened his alertness. "Wang Qinghua, we have some matters to discuss with you," the leader stated succinctly, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Qinghua. Steadying himself, Wang Qinghua rose and courteously invited the two to take a seat. "Please, leaders, proceed." The leader's keen eyes scrutinized Wang Qinghua, his tone serious. "Based on our understanding, you have exhibited considerable capability and competence in your work. The organization considers you a promising candidate, but we require further insight into your stance and thoughts." Wang Qinghua's expression shifted, a wave of caution washing over him, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. "I will do my utmost to cooperate with the organization's inquiries, ensuring that everything aligns with legal and policy frameworks." The leader nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. We hope you can respond to our questions with candor. As this pertains to your future development." Wang Qinghua smiled faintly. Already prepared in his heart, "I will answer the leader's questions truthfully and hope to contribute my part to the organization." The leader's gaze gradually softened. "Excellent, Wang Qinghua. We believe you will make the right choice." Wang Qinghua felt a sense of relief but remained vigilant, attentively watching the two leaders before him. "Thank you for your trust. I will do my utmost to meet the organization's expectations." In response to the inquiries from the organization department, Wang Qinghua's heart was as calm as still water. He answered each question flawlessly. His composed demeanor reflected the profound sophistication honed through years of experience in the political arena. He understood that his performance at this moment could significantly influence his future career, thus he carefully showcased his talents and loyalty. Months passed in the blink of an eye, and each dawn saw Wang Qinghua appearing increasingly composed and tranquil. After countless nights of reflection and self-study, news of the forthcoming vote spread like the gentle caress of spring breeze throughout the city. When the news arrived, Wang Qinghua was in his office organizing an important report. Yet he displayed little surprise or joy. He recognized that in the realm of politics, each vote represented a new challenge and opportunity, not merely an accolade. He stood quietly, moved to the window, gazing at the bustling street outside, contemplating the implications this vote held for his future career. He understood that with a promotion came greater responsibilities. Every decision and action would be scrutinized and interpreted, with broader ramifications. Wang Qinghua's inner world was indeed complex, filled with both a yearning for new challenges and an attachment to the uncertainties of the future. He knew he must be more meticulous and prudent, as even the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Just as Wang Qinghua was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, pulling him back to reality. It was a call from the organization department, inviting him to the upcoming voting meeting, where his new position and responsibilities would be announced. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his attire and documents before stepping out of the office with poise. Each stride was resolute and powerful, reflecting not only his confidence but also a positive response to the challenges ahead. At the voting meeting, when Wang Qingguo's name received more than half of the votes, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. He deeply bowed, expressing gratitude for the organization's trust and nurturing. The new position offered him a broader platform and greater opportunities, filling him with anticipation for the future. Emerging from the conference room, Wang Qingguo found his emotions tumultuous. He realized this was not merely a promotion but an acknowledgement of his abilities and loyalty. Likewise, it signified that more challenges and responsibilities awaited him. Facing the future, Wang Qingguo exhibited unprecedented courage and determination. He resolved to utilize his wisdom and strength to contribute greater value to the organization while crafting a more illustrious chapter in his professional journey. Chapter 80. The vision of the 5G ecosystem. In the office of the CEO of Starry Technology, Long Hao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze penetrating the bustling metropolis, contemplating a future brimming with infinite possibilities. As the leader of Starry Technology, he was acutely aware that the moment had arrived for the company to advance into the next era of communication. Director Long, began Sun Yu, the Chief Technology Officer of Starry Technology, we have prepared a detailed plan for the next round of technological iterations. In response to market demands and global technological trends, we have decided to focus our efforts on the in-depth development and comprehensive deployment of 5G networks. Long Hao turned, his expression resolute. Sun Yu, 5G is not merely an enhancement of network speed. It will fundamentally transform the entire communication industry. Our strategy must be executed flawlessly, or we risk being eclipsed by the market. I understand, Sun Yu nodded. Thus, we are not only optimizing network speed, but also planning to launch a comprehensive suite of service packages encompassing healthcare, education, smart homes, and urban information management, thereby creating a genuine 5G ecosystem. Long Hao approached Sun Yu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Our team has consistently dedicated itself to making communication more intelligent and connections more valuable. This time, we aim to ensure that the name of Starry Technology shines brilliantly in the realm of 5G. I wholeheartedly agree, Director Long, Sun Yu responded with fervor. The service system centered around 5G will become our core competitive advantage for the next decade. Long Hao remarked, the widespread adoption of 5G presents considerable challenges, primarily due to the high costs of 5G equipment. We must not only lead in technological innovation, but also ensure that users can afford the devices. We can begin by reducing costs through technological advancements and optimizing our supply chain. Sun Yu, I hope you will lead the team in this direction. Sun Yu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Director Long, reducing costs is crucial for our market dominance. I will convene the R&D team to tackle this challenge with utmost priority. Long Hao continued. Additionally, we need to collaborate with core suppliers to seek superior materials and components. The essence of 5G equipment lies in its hardware. Every minor enhancement corresponds to a significant improvement in overall performance. To establish 5G as the benchmark for the industry, we must strive for excellence at every step. A contented smile spread across Sun Yu's face. Director Long, your vision is the driving force behind our progress. I will personally oversee the advancement of this initiative, aiming to deliver feasible solutions in the shortest possible time, ensuring both performance and reduced equipment costs. Long Hao patted Sun Yu's shoulder with satisfaction. Excellent. With a partner like you, I feel reassured. Together, we shall embrace the forthcoming challenges and extend our 5G ecosystem to every corner. Once Sun Yu departed, Long Hao gazed out the window once more, filled with anticipation and motivation for the future. The future of Starry Technology represented not merely the growth of a corporation but the mission of technological innovation. He understood that only by confronting challenges head-on could they glimpse a more radiant tomorrow. Long Hao remained at the floor-to-ceiling window, intently observing the flow of people in the city below. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, alerting him to a new financial report. Long Hao lowered his gaze to examine the display, which revealed the current assets of the company along with a detailed account of the available funds for daily use. The financial report indicated that Xinqing Technology's total assets had reached several hundred billion, with daily accessible funds amounting to an astounding 20 billion. Upon seeing this figure, Long Hao felt a jolt of surprise. It was astonishing to learn that Xinqing Technology's financial condition was so robust. He couldn't help but marvel at how he had become someone who was not short on funds. At that moment, his phone buzzed with another notification, a message regarding a personal bank account deposit, balance 5,827,416, 751. 0 yuan. Chapter 81. A 100 million goal at that moment. The secretary knocked and entered, carrying a stack of documents and approaching Long Hao. Mr. Long, here are the files that require your review today. Long Hao nodded slightly. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the report detailing their assets. Secretary, do you know how formidable the financial strength of Xingqian technology is at present? He suddenly inquired. The secretary, somewhat taken aback, responded courteously, Mr. Long, Xingqian technology currently possesses substantial assets, with a daily available capital of 200 billion. Long Hao nodded in satisfaction. It seems we can not only make significant strides in the 5G sector, but also allocate more resources towards emerging technologies of the future. Indeed, Mr. Long, the secretary continued. The abundance of funds also means we can boldly explore uncharted territories, no longer constrained by budget limitations. Long Hao pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, it is time to deploy more cutting-edge projects. 5G is merely the beginning. We must lay the groundwork for the entire technological ecosystem of the future. The secretary smiled in agreement. Your foresight, Mr. Long, will lead Xingqian technology towards an even more illustrious future. Regaining his focus, Long Hao approached his desk and began to peruse the documents brought by the secretary. Although he was already financially robust, he understood that every penny must be utilized with caution and efficiency, as this is the cornerstone of sustainable business growth. Long Hao silently vowed. Now that he possessed such immense capital, he was determined to guide Xingqian technology into an unprecedented era of brilliance. System, initiate a marketplace search immediately. I wish to see all 5G-related technologies currently available on the market, including the latest chips and modules. Long Hao's brow furrowed. He knew that in the tide of technology, every moment was crucial. The system has found 5G technology-related products for you. Product information is loading. As the system's voice echoed, 12 distinct products began to appear on the holographic screen before Long Hao. Galactic 5G variable frequency temperature-controlled antibacterial sports shoes production line and complete technical documentation. Price: 5250 star coins. Description: featuring cutting-edge 5G variable frequency technology. Equipped with intelligent temperature control and antibacterial functions, ensuring a more comfortable and healthier athletic experience. Milky Way 5G ultra-low latency high-fidelity Bluetooth headphones and complete technical documentation. Price: 1688 star coins. Description: advanced 5G ultra-low latency technology provides you with a seamless musical experience, delivering superior sound fidelity. Phantom 5G ultra-high-definition camera complete equipment DVR production line and complete technical documentation. Price: 2998 star coins. Description: experience ultra-high-definition imaging combined with the rapid transmission capabilities of 5G, achieving unparalleled video recording quality. Skyhawk 5G smart drone and complete technical documentation. Price: 6999 star coins. Description: equipped with advanced 5G chips and modules, featuring one-click operation and instantaneous, lag-free functionality, positioned at the forefront of aviation technology, providing robust support for efficient and precise drone production. Warm Wind 5G variable frequency air conditioning intelligent constant temperature apparel production line and complete technical documentation. Price: 1988 star coins. Introduction: utilizing 5G variable frequency technology, it intelligently adjusts body temperature, providing a comfortable wearing experience, impervious to the sweltering heat or biting cold. Starpulse 5G ultra-high-speed transmission solution and complete technical documentation. Price: 1888 star coins. Introduction: employing the latest 5G intelligent modem technology, it offers an ultra-high-speed 5G network connection solution, achieving a truly seamless and rapid online experience. Starshine 5G IT intelligent street light system and complete technical documentation. Price: 3,688 star coins. Introduction: a smart street light network constructed with 5G technology, featuring remote control, environmental monitoring, and emergency response capabilities, providing foundational support for smart cities. Starlight 5G indoor and outdoor integrated positioning system and complete technical documentation. Price: 2,999 star coins. Introduction: combining 5G with satellite navigation technology, it enables seamless switching between indoor and outdoor positioning, delivering precise and reliable location services for various applications. Starpath 5G driverless bus system and complete technical documentation. Price: 8,888 star coins. Introduction: a driverless bus system reliant on 5G technology, ensuring safe and efficient bus operations through collaboration between intelligent roadside units and cloud services, alleviating traffic congestion. Starry Sky 5G virtual reality immersive teaching system and complete technical documentation. Price, 6,688 star coins. Introduction. Utilizing 5G ultra-low latency technology in conjunction with virtual reality devices. It offers an immersive teaching experience for the education sector, enhancing learning efficiency. Starshield 5G intelligent security system and complete technical documentation. Price, 1288 star coins. Introduction. Leveraging 5G in combination with artificial intelligence and big data analysis, it provides comprehensive intelligent security solutions for businesses and households. Starlink 5G fully automatic intelligent parking tower system and complete technical documentation. Price, 4,888 star coins. Introduction. Designed to manage large parking facilities. It employs 5G technology to enable unattended automatic parking and scheduling functions, enhancing space utilization and safety. According to systematic statistics, the total price for the above 12 items amounts to 114,656 star coins. Should you wish to acquire all items, please prepare adequate funds. Chapter 82. Only a child would choose. I want them all. Long Hao gazed at the 12 items before him, a surge of excitement welling within. Indeed, the aggregate price of these goods was substantial, yet the resonant voice of the system echoed in his mind, seemingly imparting that the intrinsic value of these technological innovations far surpassed that mere figure. He smiled and closed his eyes, enveloped in an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Only a child would make a choice. Adults desire them all, Long Hao murmured, his voice soft yet imbued with determination and confidence. In this era brimming with opportunities and challenges, mastering these advanced technologies equated to possessing a key to unlock new worlds. He clicked the button to purchase all, and in that moment, he envisioned the contours of the future gradually coming into focus. The confirmation message flickered on the screen, radiant like the stars. Long Hao understood that his choice was not merely an endorsement of these products, but a profound investment in the future. He exhaled deeply, allowing these innovative technologies to flow into his enterprise like an electric current. He believed that in the not-so-distant future, these seemingly unattainable technologies would become indispensable in every industry, and he would be a pioneer of this technological revolution. Following the establishment of their cooperative intentions, Wang Chenghua, in his current capacity as the governor of Guangming City, expressed considerable interest and support for Long Hao's smart city construction plan. On the other end of the line, Wang Qinghua's voice betrayed a hint of excitement. Long Hao, your technological materials are a timely boon for our development plans in Guangming City. Upon hearing this, Long Hao's brow brightened. He recognized that his plans had captured the attention of local leaders. However, he understood that to truly realize this grand blueprint, he required Wang Qinghua's unwavering cooperation and strategic deployment. Governor Wang, as you know, the realization of these innovative technologies cannot rely solely on the technology itself. It necessitates our collective efforts in the coordination of various resources. Long Hao's tone conveyed a weight of seriousness. Wang Qinghua pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, Long Hao, you are absolutely correct. For these technologies to materialize, we must have a comprehensive plan and execution strategy, including policy support and resource allocation. Let us convene the heads of relevant departments to form a smart city task force dedicated to the implementation and promotion of these technologies. Long Hao felt a surge of joy at this response, which undoubtedly represented the strongest support for his initiative. Governor Wang, receiving your support is truly an honor. I will prepare all necessary technical materials and expert teams to ensure the efficient application of each technology. Very well, it shall be done, Wang Qinghua replied emphatically, as if he could already envision how these innovative technologies would transform Guangming City's future. Long Hao, let us work together to craft Guangming City into a national exemplar of a leading smart city. After the call concluded, Long Hao sensed that this was not merely an ordinary conversation, but the dawn of a new era. He firmly believes that with Wang Qinghua's support and the full cooperation of the municipal government, these innovative technologies will undoubtedly take root and flourish in the vibrant land of Guangming City, yielding abundant fruits. Wang Qinghua took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing down upon the splendid cityscape of Guangming. In every transformation of this city, he must assume the role of a leader, and this time, he is confident that he can leave a profound mark in the annals of history. Chapter 83. Building a 5G city after hanging up the phone, his heart did not settle into tranquility. Rather, it surged like a torrent, igniting a cascade of thoughts and reflections. He concurred with Long Hao's perspective that the implementation of these innovative technologies bore milestone significance for both Guangming City and the entire province. We must seize every opportunity. Wang Chenghua murmured to himself, resolutely determined to actively promote these transformations. He understood that time and progress would not wait for anyone. Guangming City required a smart future, and he would serve as the driving force behind this future. He summoned his secretary and instructed them to convene an urgent meeting, gathering the heads of all relevant departments to engage in a thorough discussion of the planning proposal put forth by Long Hao and to formulate a comprehensive work plan. Meanwhile, Long Hao was not idle. As he awaited the meeting arrangements, he began to organize and refine the technical details regarding the construction of smart cities. Long Hao recognized that Wang Qinggua's support was merely the beginning. Realizing the intelligent transformation of an entire province necessitated a meticulous and well-thought-out plan. In the ensuing days, Wang Chenghua traversed various departments, holding numerous discussion sessions and expert forums, meticulously analyzing each technical report in a bid to ascertain the feasibility and efficiency of these technologies in practical application. Amidst this flurry of preparation, the atmosphere in the city government's conference room was exceedingly solemn and serious, as all heads of relevant departments gathered to make pivotal decisions for the future of Guangming City. A representative from the Provincial Economic Planning Department presented the budgetary arrangements for the planning proposal put forth by Governor Wang Chenghua, the magnitude of which drew sharp intakes of breath from many attendees. Such a substantial fiscal investment underscored Wang Chengua's determination and aspirations for the construction of a smart city. Subsequently, an official from the provincial government, responsible for smart city development, introduced the provincial policy direction to all attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, the construction of smart cities is an inevitable future trend, and we must make significant strides in this domain. Therefore, the governor has specifically emphasized the hope that Guangming City can become a leading force in the province, setting a benchmark for the construction of smart cities across the region. Experts and scholars from various fields also voiced their opinions, discussing the smart city construction plan from multiple perspectives, including energy, transportation, technology, and environmental protection. They generally agreed that this was a prime opportunity to drive the adjustment of the provincial economic structure and enhance the quality of life for citizens, with the involvement of technology companies rendering all of this possible. At the conclusion of the meeting, Wang Chenghua delivered a summarizing address. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby commit that the provincial government will spare no effort in supporting Guangming City's intelligent urban development, providing necessary policy assistance and financial backing. I hope that through our collective endeavors, we can establish Guangming City as a model for smart city construction, not only nationally, but globally, creating a wealth of beautiful possibilities for humanity. As applause filled the room, a significant smart city cooperation plan was officially established. No one could have anticipated the monumental changes that this decision would bring to Guangming City, and indeed, to the entire province. From the conference room of the municipal government to the live television broadcasts in the city center, and onto the screens of every citizen's mobile device, this news spread like the wind, resonating with each individual. Experts commenced their analysis of its economic repercussions, the business community engaged in discussions regarding investment opportunities, and citizens eagerly anticipated the arrival of a future defined by intelligent living. Even those who had previously harbored doubts about the construction of smart cities began to reassess their positions. The term smart city, denoting this envisioned metropolis, echoed throughout every corner of Bright City, igniting a sense of wonder. Amidst such fervent enthusiasm, Long Hao realized he was but a step away from the realization of a truly intelligent city. Chapter 84. The launch conference of the smart city. The atmosphere at the launch conference was one of bustling yet orderly activity. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a radiant glow upon the dome of the Guangming City government building. The red backdrop adorned with the emblem of the smart city stood out strikingly, resembling a portal to the future, embodying the hopes and dreams of the people. Inside the meticulously arranged venue, every chair was graced with an exquisite nameplate, while a crimson carpet extended gracefully to the entrance. The screens displayed a continuous rotation of images reflecting the advancements and technological developments in Guangming City, illustrating the grand vision of this momentous event. In front of all the seats, rows of gleaming microphones were neatly aligned, and every camera eagerly awaited to capture each captivating moment of the launch. Outside in the square, countless citizens and media reporters anxiously peered into the waiting area, hoping to grasp the latest news. Long Hao stood within the conference hall, his heart swelling with emotion as he beheld the magnificent scene before him. He and Governor Wang Chunghwa stood on the stage, surrounded by leaders from various departments, each face radiating confidence and anticipation. As Long Hao and Governor Wang ascended the stage, the lights of the venue converged upon them. At that moment, a well-dressed, microphone-wielding host entered the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch conference for the Smart City Initiative in Guangming City. It is a great honor for me to serve as the host for this event. The host's voice rang clear and vibrant. The host continued, "Today, we are privileged to have with us Governor Wang Chunghwa. Governor Wang, would you please share a few words with us?" Instantly, applause erupted from both the stage and the audience, merging into a fervent sea of enthusiasm. Governor Wang stepped forward, his gait steady as he approached the podium, attired in a dark suit and wearing a composed smile. Standing before the gleaming microphone, his gaze swept across the audience, and his steady voice resonated through every corner of the hall. With an invigorated expression, he commenced his speech. "Dear esteemed guests and fellow citizens." Governor Wang's voice quivered slightly with excitement. "Today, we gather here to witness a new chapter in the construction of Guangming City's smart city." His address formally inaugurated this ambitious 5G project. Governor Wang vividly outlined the grand blueprint for the smart city, particularly emphasizing advancements in transportation and data security. He asserted that this emerging smart city would rely on a 5G network to create a seamlessly interconnected digital framework, intricately linking the city's various sectors, citizens, and visitors. "We aim not only to construct a digitized Guangming City, but also to establish an impregnable security system to safeguard our data and privacy." Governor Wang's words were resolute, reflecting the government's commitment to cybersecurity. He elaborated on the forthcoming infrastructure upgrade plans, which included the installation of thousands of intelligent sensors, the establishment of cloud data centers, and the implementation of digital transformations in urban governance, all aimed at achieving real-time data collection and precise analysis, thereby furthering the sustainable development of the city. Governor Wang envisioned a magnificent future for the construction of smart cities. Intelligent traffic management systems will be embedded in the streets, enabling real-time monitoring and optimized dispatch of vehicles. Environmental monitoring systems will become increasingly refined and intelligent, driven by data to effectively reduce urban carbon emissions. Imagine a city where every detail operates in perfect synchrony through the Internet of Things and big data. Our lives, under the aegis of wisdom, will become more comfortable and secure, encouraged Governor Wang Chunghwa, inspiring everyone present. In his closing remarks, he urged collective participation in this historic moment, calling upon the government, enterprises, and citizens to collaborate in shaping Guangming City into a global exemplar of a smart city. Let us join hands to forge a radiant and brilliant intelligent future, transforming Guangming City into a paradigm of wisdom and writing a new chapter for the intelligent transformation of our province and the nation. Governor Wang Chunghwa's voice resonated with passion. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Long Hao took to the stage, his gaze brimming with confidence in the brilliance of technology. Dressed in a deep blue suit symbolizing new energy and high-tech, he represented Guangming City's steadfast stride into the new era of smart cities. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank you for participating in this momentous launch conference. Long Hao's voice was vibrant and innovative. Today, we are not merely engaging in a traditional ceremony of pressing the launch button, rather, we are here to collectively experience a genuine technological revolution. Chapter 85. The Birth of the Future. Subsequently, Long Hao utilized the brainwave control system to gradually project the startup screen into the air, and a holographic image of a radiant starry gate immediately materialized. In the night sky, the starry gate was adorned with a colossal 5G emblem, radiating brilliance akin to celestial bodies descending to Earth. The venue was illuminated as if it were daybreak, the enchantment of technology swirling in every corner. The crowd held its breath, as if transported to a world of the future. In an instant, the technological marvel enveloped the entire venue in an atmosphere of profound awe. Let us collectively witness the birth of the future. At that moment, the skyline of Bright City seemed enchanted, reflecting the faces of the guests upon their devices, shimmering with anticipation and longing. Long Hao's voice resonated through the spacious hall, his excitement palpable as he gestured towards the floating starry gate. Brimming with dreams of what lay ahead, please direct your smart devices towards the cosmic gateway, which embodies countless technological aspirations. The venue of the Bright City Smart City Conference was illuminated by a dazzling interplay of neon lights and spotlights, painting the modern glass facades and steel structures in brilliant hues of gold and blue, as if the entire city adorned itself for this historic moment. The countdown commenced. 1098765432-1. The audience shouted in unison with the countdown, and as the numeral reached 1, suddenly, the 5G starry gate erupted with an array of lines, each labeled 10101010, racing towards various mobile devices, reminiscent of children sprinting into their mother's embrace. These lines, previously invisible as network connections, were vividly displayed by Leng Yun through virtual projection. In an instant, all mobile phones illuminated, emitting a dazzling glow. Initially, 5G signals streamed forth from each device, then began to move along random trajectories, centered around each podium, with varying luminosities that appeared extraordinarily dreamlike. Soon, other devices began to light up, projecting 5G signals of diverse colors, all in motion along defined paths, devoid of any predictable rhythm in speed or hue, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Coupled with the backdrop of stars and seas, it felt as though one were immersed in the vast cosmos. What emerged from their devices was not merely text, voice, images, or videos, but vibrant, three-dimensional 5G signals, each navigating along distinct trajectories and speeds, with the pathways continuously multiplying, creating an entrancing display. Colorful orbs of light traversed their paths, colliding and splashing apart, only to coalesce again, resembling lively entities bursting with energy. These dynamic entities transformed in myriad ways. Some chased each other, others danced gracefully, while some embraced, weaving an endless tapestry of poetry. Each individual device reflected this moment of transformation and innovation, the 5G emblem shimmering across all electronic screens, as dreamlike holographic images filled the entire space. This remarkable display not only signifies the commencement of a new journey towards the development of a smart city in Guangming, but it also ignites the imagination of every spectator, allowing them to envision the boundless possibilities that technology can bring to future living. As the clock approached midnight, the launch interface opened like a portal to a dream, revealing a clear vision of the intelligent city of the future. At that moment, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. As each individual's device illuminated in dazzling light, it felt as if they had instantaneously traversed into the future. Subsequently, Leng Yun, through the manipulation of holographic projections, seamlessly transitioned the backdrop screen to a panoramic layout of the smart city. The audience bore witness to the swaying trees, the resplendent lights of the buildings, and the free-flowing vehicles, as if a vivid tapestry of a future city was unfolding before their eyes. Standing at the center of the stage, Leng Yun confidently addressed the exhilarated audience, delivering yet another impassioned speech. Today, we stand not merely at a new starting point. Guangming City will embark on a journey towards a smarter, more convenient, and beautiful future. This is a historic transformation that belongs to each and every one of us. Let us unite in our efforts to create our own intelligent city. As Leng Yun concluded his speech, the inaugural conference came to a successful close. Guangming City strides resolutely towards its grand objective of modernization. The future is no longer a distant dream. It unfolds from this very moment, with each person as a witness and participant in this new chapter. The applause resounded, filled with boundless anticipation and enthusiasm for what lies ahead. The contours of the smart city became increasingly defined within this applause, and Governor Wang Qinghua's speech undoubtedly infused this significant project with powerful momentum. Under the brilliant starlight, Guangming City launched a myriad of electronic fireworks, a spectacle not meant to be unseen or unheard, but a grand display crafted from naked eye 3D technology and holographic projection, with online viewership of the live broadcast reaching unprecedented heights. In that dazzling instant, everyone recognized that Guangming City was on the brink of entering a brand new era. The seeds of collaboration for a smart city had taken root and begun to flourish here, heralding an immeasurable future. Chapter 86. Perspectives from various nations across the vast ocean. The President of the United States was taken aback upon reviewing reports on China's 5G technology. He realized that in the realms of smart city development and 5G technology, the United States needed to respond swiftly to maintain its international competitiveness. In the official conference room, the presidential team convened urgently to discuss how to expedite the nation's 5G technology research and the advancement of smart city initiatives. The president first acknowledged China's achievements in smart city construction and the application of 5G technology. declaring it an unprecedented technological breakthrough that painted an exhilarating blueprint for future urban living. He pointed out that this was not merely a technological revolution, but a profound influence on future lifestyles, and that the United States should actively engage in this global transformation. In light of China's progress in 5G technology, the president called for enhanced collaboration between national science and technology departments and private enterprises to jointly develop more efficient and secure 5G networks, ensuring that the United States would not lag in the global 5G race. He also emphasized the significance of smart city projects, asserting that they are key factors in improving the quality of life for citizens, optimizing urban management, and enhancing national competitiveness. The president proposed the establishment of a cross-departmental task force responsible for formulating a long-term strategy for the United States smart city development, including innovative applications in key areas such as smart transportation, smart energy, and smart healthcare. He stressed that both 5G technology and smart city development must prioritize the protection of personal privacy and data security, ensuring that technological advancements benefit the broader populace. In conclusion, the president expressed the United States' willingness to strengthen communication and cooperation with the international community, including China, in the fields of smart cities and 5G technology, jointly promoting technological innovation and application to embrace a brighter future. In the Northern Hemisphere, the presidential palace of the Elephant Nation stood majestically against the backdrop of a bustling skyline, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, evoking a sense of serene tranquility. The leaves and gardens were adorned with the golden rays of sunlight, brimming with vitality. At this hour, the bright lights illuminated the ambitions of President Rander in the grand hall of the palace. Everyone understands the significance of 5G, but we cannot rest on our laurels. We admire and revere the successes of China and the United States in research and development, but more importantly, we must learn from and draw inspiration from them. Rander stated with a calm yet resolute tone, "An intelligent world will undoubtedly transform humanity's future. I hereby announce that we will not only strive for widespread 5G coverage, but will boldly take a step further." The Elephant Nation has established a 6G technology research and development team, investing substantial funds to support their research in hopes of leading a technological revolution. Rander's voice resonated throughout the hall, and such a proclamation undoubtedly sent ripples across the international stage, often perceived as a latecomer in technological advancement. President Rander's declaration marked a clear intention for the Elephant Nation to challenge the existing global technological order. This was the first time the Elephant Nation publicly announced a phase of leapfrog development, further igniting the world's anticipation for its future. In the tranquil residence of the Bear Country, the president's gaze pierced through the annals of time like a sword, sharply scanning every page of the report on Huawei's advancements in 5G technology. His brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently, as if each turn of the page invited a renewed examination of Huawei's astonishing pace of progress. This report encapsulated not merely the rapid evolution of 5G technology, but also heralded the imminent arrival of the era of smart cities, seemingly with an irresistible momentum. The president of Bear Country felt a tumult of emotions within. From the report, he envisioned the future and perceived how Huawei, with its pioneering 5G technology, was swiftly advancing towards a sophisticated urban framework. He understood this was a race towards the future, one in which Bear Country must engage and cultivate amicable relations with technologically advanced nations like Huawei. "I require a comprehensive plan on how to enhance our technological collaboration with Huawei, particularly in the realms of 5G and smart city development," he articulated to his technology advisors and diplomats, his tone imbued with resolve. Through cooperation with Huawei, he aspired to propel his nation's positioning and growth in this domain, ensuring that Bear Country would not lag in the forthcoming era of intelligence. In Kangaroo Country, within the Prime Minister's study, the serene blue sky and white clouds outside soothed the slight turbulence within. However, the real-time footage of Huawei's smart city construction displayed on the screen continuously challenged his perspective and provoked deep contemplation. "We have witnessed Huawei's advancements. It is not merely about 5G base stations. They are constructing an entire smart city ecosystem," the Prime Minister solemnly addressed the Assembly of Legislators. "This is a competition for the future, and we cannot afford to surrender easily. What we require is the wisdom and courage to confront the challenges ahead." He proposed the establishment of a government-led national 5G research and development center, uniting the nation's most brilliant scientists and entrepreneurs to expedite domestic 5G technological research. Simultaneously, he reiterated the necessity of revising previous policies towards Huagua, adopting an open and sincere approach to seek collaboration in the realms of 5G and smart city development. Such a transformation not only illuminated the dawn of technological advancement for Kangaroo Country, but also unveiled expansive new vistas for bilateral technological cooperation. Chapter 87. Heartfelt Bento in the office of the founder at Starry Technology, located in the Tomorrow Star building of Huagua. Long Hao surveyed his surroundings, a triumphant smile gracing his features. The high-tech DCOR of his office harmoniously complemented the vibrant scene outside, illuminated by the glow of city lights, a vision he had long yearned for during countless days and nights. Over the years, he had witnessed his humble beginnings evolve into a formidable force, navigating the tides of technological innovation to establish Starry Technology as a pivotal player in both the domestic and international tech arenas. The recent proclamation by the president of Xianghua undoubtedly marked a resplendent golden emblem on the map of the technological world. Indeed, these technologies may seem fleeting within the system. Yet in the tangible world, they are the harbingers of paradigm shifts. Long Hao mused, seated behind his expansive desk adorned with an array of intelligent devices and data reports, each radiating the brilliance of technology. This was the fruit of his labor and the wellspring of his happiness. The investment in the Smart City 5G project was undeniably substantial, but Long Hao never perceived it as a losing venture. He recognized that while initial investments were arduous, the astonishing returns from proprietary patents would become evident once the related technologies matured. With foresight, Long Hao envisioned not merely the immediate financials but the prospect of enduring substantial profits in the future. Furthermore, leveraging its competitive edge in Huagua, Starry Technology could effortlessly ascend to the forefront of the global 5G equipment and services sector, firmly grasping the lifeblood of the industry. Under Long Hao's meticulous orchestration, every critical segment of the 5G ecosystem, from communication devices to mobile terminals, and various sensors to cloud platform services, was under the aegis of Starry Technology, its patent value and market influence formidable. Thus, although the current R&D expenses were daunting, Long Hao was steadfast in his belief that this would secure a technological advantage for the company and, by extension, for Huagua for decades to come. Outside the door, Leng Yun stood, her exquisitely designed dress accentuating her grace. Her gaze was gentle yet resolute, and in her hands, she held a meticulously prepared dinner bento, a confident smile illuminating her face. With a playful demeanor, she gently pushed the door open, her voice wafting in like a refreshing breeze, imbued with a lively spirit. "Darlings, your manhwa delivery is here." The aroma of the delectable food was imbued with warmth and humanity. She understood well that within this rapidly spinning technological empire, a simple dinner bento could soothe the weariness of the day. Her presence was akin to the sun breaking through the clouds, infusing the steel jungle with a touch of tenderness. In response to Long Yun's unexpected delivery, Long Hao's brow unfurled, revealing a knowing smile. He recognized the immense significance of having such a thoughtful partner amidst the battlefield of technology. This gesture not only alleviated his hunger, but also infused a sense of relaxation and warmth into his relentless pursuit of excellence. Gently placing the bento on the table, Leng Yun smiled at Long Hao, her words brimming with warmth and concern. "So, did you manage to have lunch on time today?" Long Hao's smile radiated affection as he replied, his eyes reflecting tenderness. "Yes, the dishes at the company cafeteria were quite good today. By the way, how is your design project progressing?" Leng Yun waved her hand and smiled. Let us not discuss work today. Come, try this spicy eggplant. I know it's your favorite." Long Hao felt a warmth in his heart as he reached for his chopsticks and picked up a piece, nodding in appreciation. "Indeed, it tastes delightful. I remember the first time I tried your spicy eggplant. I was completely enamored by its flavor." Leng Yun chuckled softly. "Is that so? Back then, we were merely ordinary friends, and time has flown by so swiftly." As he chewed, Long Hao's gaze softened. "Indeed, from that moment to now, we have effortlessly arrived at this point. Tell me, what if I had not been captivated by your eggplant back then?" Leng Yun let out a light laugh, delicately wiping the corner of her mouth with a napkin. "What do you think? Perhaps you would have missed the chance to encounter a top culinary connoisseur of Huagua." Their laughter echoed in the office, like a gentle breeze traversing time, carrying with it a subtle joy and tranquility. The tension of work and the coldness of technology momentarily dissolved in this ordinary, yet heartfelt exchange, replaced by a simple and sincere emotion. Leng Yun was always so considerate, Each dish in the bento was personally prepared by her, balanced in nutrition, vibrant in color, and rich in flavor. She understood that Long Hao, in pursuit of his technological dreams, busied himself day after day, often neglecting his own well-being. Quietly, she built a healthy barrier for him with her care. Mr. Long, do not overexert yourself. Eat on time, as health is the foundation of all endeavors, she said with a smile, her bright eyes radiating warmth and gentle concern. Long Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Amidst his busy life, such a bento was like an oasis in the desert, nourishing both his body and soul. Thank you. Having you by my side is truly my fortune. Leng Yun smiled softly, choosing not to respond with words. She hoped her actions would convey more strength and warmth than any words could express. She nodded slightly, then quietly stepped back, allowing Long Hao to enjoy his meal undisturbed. In moments away from work, the thought of Leng Yun's bento would inevitably bring a smile to Long Hao's lips. That bento was not merely sustenance. It was a transmission of love and support, enabling him to steadfastly remain at his post and forge ahead, even in the most trying times. Chapter 88. The Autonomous Driving Assistance Module. With the groundbreaking advancements in 5G communication technology, the entire city has transformed into a high-speed data exchange network, with every corner accurately and seamlessly connected. Within this context, the advanced 5G communication modules embedded in autonomous vehicles have become the neural hub for achieving safe and efficient travel. On the roads, cars equipped with these modules glide effortlessly through the flowing traffic, leaving trails of light in the night, reminiscent of messengers from a futuristic world. Passengers need only input their destination through a simple interface, and these intelligent vehicles will autonomously chart the optimal route, skillfully circumventing congested areas. As they traverse bustling urban landscapes or serene countryside, the ever-changing city skyline and nature's seasonal transitions unfold before their eyes. Such technological advancements not only redefine the way people travel, but also reshape the concepts of time and space, transforming every journey into a leisurely and delightful experience. New technological measures have also been integrated into autonomous vehicles. Presently, the next generation of self-driving cars is equipped with advanced human detection systems. If the vehicle is unoccupied, or if it detects a dummy or an underage child, the car will not start. This innovative safety design significantly enhances the security of autonomous vehicles, effectively preventing a series of potential accidents. Long Hao often stands silently before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, his hand resting against the glass, his eyes shimmering with visions of the future and contemplations of the present. He has witnessed how autonomous driving technology has gradually transformed this city. The roads have become smoother, and the traffic, though dense, flows in an orderly fashion. Yet, a subtle anxiety lingers in his heart. Behind the scenes of these technological benefits lies an increasing number of accidents involving traditional vehicles that have failed to keep pace. A weight presses upon him, for each incident caused by technological lag strikes him like a hammer, urging him to forge ahead relentlessly. Long Hao understands that achieving this monumental feat is no simple task, yet he firmly believes in the power of technology to redefine the world. Each scene serves as a reminder that, as a leader in this technological revolution, he bears not only the honor and sense of accomplishment, but also the profound responsibility for safety and humanity's future. On either side of the polished marble corridor, futuristic greenery adorns every corner, while light gently cascades from the automatically adjusted ceiling gaps, creating patches of warm illumination. As two figures walk side by side, Leng Yun's voice resonates clearly in the tranquil air, her expression imbued with deep curiosity and anticipation regarding this technological advancement. Do you believe autonomous driving technology will gain widespread acceptance? She gently poses this question to Long Hao, her steps brisk as they proceed toward the conference room at the end of the sleek corridor. Long Hao raises an eyebrow slightly, sensing the curiosity and expectation reflected in her clear eyes. He takes a deep breath, glancing back at the futuristic greenery that symbolizes this era's rapid development and constant change. With a tone marked by steadiness and depth, he responds, "The acceptance of technology is not solely determined by its advancement. It is more profoundly influenced by the hearts of the people. Autonomous driving is undoubtedly an unstoppable trend, yet we must earn the trust and understanding of the people." Leng Yun nodded, her steps light as if each stride was in harmony with the footsteps of the future. "I understand, Long Hao. You mean that we should not only be promoters of technology but also pioneers and psychological guides of this transformation?" Her words revealed an extraordinary insight. Long Hao chuckled softly, aware that Leng Yun's comprehension always swiftly penetrated the heart of the matter. Chapter 89. Applications of autonomous driving. The following day, in Long Hao's office, rays of light filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows upon the wooden floor. He sat there, fingers lightly tapping on the desk, engaged in a dialogue with the manager of the 5G department, filled with anticipation and scrutiny. How is the coverage of autonomous vehicles progressing? Long Hao's gaze was intense, his words laced with a sense of urgency regarding the advancements. The manager, a well-dressed man in a sharp suit with silver-rimmed glasses, produced a series of data, his tone calm and professional. Currently, we have leveraged the high-capacity and low-latency advantages of the 5G network to control over 40 of the small vehicles in the city. However, before we can achieve comprehensive coverage of public transport, long-haul freight, and specialized vehicles, full autonomous driving will require some time. The adoption of autonomous driving technology relies not only on advancements in communication technology, but also necessitates the resolution of issues related to the intelligent transformation of road infrastructure and the refinement of relevant legislation. Long Hao's gaze deepened as he pondered for a moment, then nodded in understanding. As expected, we face numerous challenges. However, what is most urgent now is to strengthen our collaboration with the government and encourage more automobile manufacturers to participate. The construction and development of the 5G network provide a solid foundation for autonomous driving technology, but equally vital is the synchronization of technology and law. Their conversation was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Long Hao glanced at the number and pressed the speakerphone button. Please speak. Mr. Long Hao, an urgent meeting is about to commence. Please prepare accordingly, came the voice of his secretary through the receiver. Long Hao turned to the manager of the 5G department, his eyes resolute. Let us get ready. We shall attend together. This discussion about the future is one we cannot afford to falter in. Just as Long Hao was about to speak, the door to the conference room swung open once more, and a figure entered quietly, catching everyone's attention. Apologies for my tardiness, a crisp voice announced as a slender, spirited figure strode into the meeting room. Zhang Ping, a renowned chief technology officer in the industry, with his exceptional technical insight and forward-thinking mindset, had become one of Long Hao's most significant partners in this technological revolution. His gaze was sharp, revealing a hint of undeniable excitement. I just emerged from the laboratory, so I am a bit late. Long Hao, what have we been discussing? Long Hao, unfazed by Zhang Ping's delay, recognized the CTO's importance to this technological revolution. He smiled and invited Zhang Ping to take a seat. We have commenced our discussion on the future of autonomous driving. Zhang Ping settled into his chair, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. I have made some new advancements in intelligent transportation systems that may prove beneficial to our discussion. We have successfully enabled the autonomous driving system to respond in real time under complex road conditions, achieving an unprecedented level of accuracy. Upon hearing this, a wave of exhilaration washed over everyone present, and Long Hao exchanged a meaningful glance with the 5G department manager. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Zhang Ping's expression shifted abruptly, and he solemnly remarked, to achieve true autonomous driving, we must address a multitude of challenges, such as the adaptability of traffic regulations and the safety of inter-vehicle connectivity. This meeting is precisely what we require, an assembly of experts from various fields to collaboratively tackle these intricate issues. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, as Long Hao surveyed his surroundings, noting the seriousness and focus etched on everyone's faces. He realized that this technological revolution could not be accomplished by the efforts of a single individual or company. It necessitated the brilliance of the world's foremost talents converging. As Zhang Ping has articulated, Long Hao's voice resonated with gravity and strength. We gather here today to collectively envision the future blueprint of autonomous driving technology. Each person's expertise and unique insights are indispensable components on our path forward. At the very moment Long Hao concluded his statement, a glimmer of light sparkled in the eyes of those present, as if they glimpsed boundless possibilities and the infinite hope of the future. Chapter 90. Technical contemplations. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually coalesced into an imperceptible tension, with each individual contemplating the conundrum recently posed by Zhang Ping. Long Hao inhaled deeply, poised to contribute, when a low, rumbling sound interrupted his thoughts. The entire building seemed to tremble slightly, and the lights flickered momentarily before returning to normal. What has transpired? Inquired the manager of the 5G department, his brow furrowed, his tone laden with uncertainty. Long Hao glanced at his secretary, gesturing for her to ascertain the situation. The attendees in the room hastily retrieved their phones to check for updates, an air of unease enveloping the space. The report has arrived. The secretary returned in haste, her countenance grave. A nearby substation experienced a malfunction, resulting in a brief power outage. However, power has been restored, and technicians are currently conducting repairs. Long Hao nodded, signaling for everyone to regain their composure. He recognized that such unforeseen occurrences were inevitable, yet each incident tested their team's emergency capabilities. Let us proceed. Long Hao adjusted his thoughts and declared resolutely, Zhang Ping. Since you have mentioned the advancements in intelligent transportation systems, what are the specifics? Zhang Ping's expression gradually softened, his eyes gleaming with the distinctive fervor of a technology enthusiast. We have simulated various complex traffic scenarios in the laboratory, employing the latest algorithms which enable the system to make optimal decisions within milliseconds. Additionally, we have achieved significant breakthroughs in the security of inter-vehicle communication. Long Hao smiled slightly, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Excellent. These technological advancements will substantially propel our plans forward. However, regarding the adaptability of traffic regulations, I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. The manager of the 5G department was the first to speak. The revision of traffic regulations is a protracted process, but we can expedite it through close collaboration with governmental bodies. Simultaneously, public trust and acceptance of autonomous driving technology are imperative. Trust and acceptance, Zhang Peng concurred. This necessitates extensive public education efforts, along with demonstrating the safety and reliability of the technology through practical case studies. As the two spoke, the atmosphere in the venue gradually enlivened, with experts from diverse fields articulating their perspectives, leading to increasingly fervent discussions. Long Hao recognized that this assembly of the world's most brilliant minds was steering the future of autonomous driving technology towards a realm that is both safer and smarter. Suddenly, a distinct sound of shattering glass echoed from a corner of the conference room, as an elderly electromechanical engineer rose, walking while apologizing. I beg your pardon. Age has its moments of exuberance. He glanced at the water cup he had inadvertently broken, then turned to Long Hao, continuing, however, if our objective is to achieve complete autonomy in driving, I believe we have overlooked a critical issue. All eyes turned to the elder, and Long Hao raised his hand, prompting the secretary to promptly hand him a microphone. We all recognize that the core of autonomous driving technology lies in intelligent decision-making systems. The elder's voice was steady and powerful, yet any intelligent system is fundamentally built upon vast amounts of data and algorithms. If this system were to malfunction or fall victim to a malicious attack, then all decisions would be rendered utterly meaningless. The elder surveyed the room. We have overlooked the issue of independent security. We require a secondary system, one that operates independently of the autonomous driving system, to guarantee that the vehicle can still navigate safely in the event of a primary system failure. This, indeed, is the crux of my argument. We must address this issue to genuinely ensure the safety and reliability of autonomous driving technology. With that, the elder slowly resumed his seat. A brief silence enveloped the gathering. Zhang Ping and Long Hao exchanged glances, both perceiving the shock and agreement reflected in each other's eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the elder's words serve as a clarion call. Long Hao rose with deliberation, his voice resolute and powerful. Safety must always be the foremost consideration in any technological innovation. We must ensure the security of every detail. Chapter 91. Johnny's proposal. Long Hao retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, his slender fingers deftly dialing Johnny's number. Moments later, the call connected. Johnny, this is Long Hao. Could you come to the conference room? We need to convene an urgent meeting. Long Hao's voice resonated with calm authority. Of course, Mr. Long. I will be there immediately. Johnny replied from the other end. Excellent. Please hurry. We require your latest insights and analyses on cybersecurity, Long Hao continued. This meeting is crucial for our future development plans. Understood, Mr. Long. I will arrive as soon as possible. Johnny's tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Very well, I shall await your arrival. After ending the call and placing the phone back into his pocket, Long Hao surveyed the room, sensing the eager gazes of his team. With a gentle sigh, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, preparing for the forthcoming challenges and opportunities. Johnny burst through the conference room door, breathless, striding purposefully towards Long Hao. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, evidently invigorated by the urgency of the meeting. Mr. Long, you summoned me? Johnny's breathlessness starkly contrasted with her voice, underscoring her eagerness. Long Hao rose, the atmosphere thickening with a palpable tension among the members. His gaze reflected resoluteness, and he expressed relief at Johnny's return. "Johnny, we face a critical issue that requires your immediate input." Long Hao cut to the chase without unnecessary preamble. "We are ensnared in a predicament regarding the safety autonomy of our autonomous driving technology. We need a function independent of the main system to ensure the vehicle can operate safely in the event of a primary system failure." Taking a deep breath, Johnny had grasped the urgency of the matter at hand from the outset. She retrieved the latest design sketches from her handbag, confidently unfurling them on the conference room screen. "I have been delving into this issue," Johnny's voice brimmed with sharp determination. "I have devised a dual-layer cybersecurity system that relies on quantum encryption technology and artificial intelligence-assisted decision-making. This system ensures that even in the event of an attack or failure of the main system, a secure pathway for real-time decision-making remains intact. This is precisely what we require," Long Hao exclaimed, visibly invigorated. He paused momentarily before presenting another challenging inquiry. "However, if the autonomous vehicle enters an area devoid of network and signal, such as a remote mountainous region far from the city or within a tunnel, can this system still guarantee the vehicle's safe operation?" Johnny nodded, a resolute glimmer illuminating her expression. She turned over the displayed design sketch, switching to another page containing additional solutions. "Taking this issue into account, I have designed a localized processing unit as a backup." Johnny began to elucidate. Even in the absence of any external signals, this localized program can operate autonomously, ensuring the vehicle's perception of its surroundings and immediate response. She pressed the remote, and the screen illuminated a complex diagram, intricately detailing the workings of this localized processing unit. "We employ advanced artificial intelligence algorithms and machine learning techniques, storing a vast array of driving scenario data within this unit." Johnny's gaze swept across the conference room, ensuring that all were engaged with her explanation. "Consequently, even in the event of losing external connectivity, this localized system can utilize prior data and real-time sensor information to efficiently compute and make decisions regarding complex terrains and road conditions." Zhang Ping leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed. "This sounds like a promising solution." He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "But what is the fault tolerance and self-repair capability of this localized processing unit?" Johnny responded with assuredness. "I have anticipated this in integrated self-diagnostic and detection mechanisms. Should the processing unit identify any anomalies, it will automatically initiate error correction protocols, and even in the event of non-critical errors, it can self-repair without disrupting the entire system's operation." The conference room buzzed with whispers and animated discussions. With the proposal's emergence, the team members felt a renewed sense of hope and confidence for the future. Long Hao displayed a satisfied smile. Furthermore, she continued to explain, her eyes sparkling with technological fervor. "This system employs multi-layered security protocols to mitigate potential vulnerabilities and can be updated remotely, thereby streamlining the maintenance process." All present in the conference room were astute individuals, quickly recognizing the value of this design, as questions and suggestions rapidly filled the air. Johnny adeptly addressed each inquiry, while Long Hao, with a keen gaze and composed thought, ensured that every discussion point was thoroughly explored. Chapter 92. Concerns for the Future. Ultimately, the discussion reached a conclusion, and Long Hao gestured for silence. He gazed out at the bustling metropolis, his voice imbued with contemplation. "Johnny, our current focus is on the research and development of the autonomous driving module, which is our forte. However, as you rightly pointed out, entering the realm of automobile manufacturing will present us with entirely new challenges." He turned his attention towards the conference room, his expression resolute. "Manufacturing vehicles requires not only technological innovation, but also the ability to navigate the complexities of the entire automotive supply chain. From production to sales and after-sales service, every step must be executed with precision. These are considerations we must take into account." The entire research and development team fell silent, each individual contemplating this formidable task. Leading the forefront of technological innovation is one matter. Transforming that technology into tangible products and spearheading a new industrial revolution is quite another. "Our modular design will be a significant advantage." Long Hao pointed to the schematic of the autonomous driving system displayed on the screen. "But this is merely the beginning. We must be thoroughly prepared to face the challenges that lie ahead." "I believe we can achieve this," Long Hao concluded, his voice resonating with hope and determination for the future. "We possess the most elite team, the most advanced technology, and, most importantly, faith." "Johnny, thank you for your prompt response and creativity." Long Hao nodded at her. "Your proposal is truly inspiring. Our team will continue to explore your design, and adjust our development plan around this concept. I look forward to us collaborating to advance this technology to a more mature stage, ensuring the safety and reliability of autonomous driving. Long Hao extended his hand, signifying steadfastness and trust in their partnership. Johnny smiled faintly, her confidence and resolve instilling a sense of optimism among all present regarding the significant breakthroughs that awaited them. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Long Hao's gaze pierced through the glass, observing the bustling streets and the gliding autonomous vehicles outside. The technological advancements of this world rendered the future reminiscent of a science fiction film, yet the gravity of his expression belied the excitement. His eyes scanned the faces in the conference room before deliberately settling on Johnny. With a smattering of light applause, he signaled the formal conclusion of the meeting. Others began to exit in an orderly fashion, quietly discussing the topics just covered, interspersed with expressions of eagerness and enthusiasm for the challenges ahead. The members of the research and development team gradually departed, leaving Long Hao and Johnny a moment of solitude for a profound exchange on cybersecurity issues. Once seated, they were enveloped in silence, both acutely aware of the importance of privacy and confidentiality at this juncture. Johnny sat upright, her gaze sharp and focused, ready to engage in the impending in-depth discussion. Long Hao cleared his throat, initiating a private dialogue with Johnny, stating candidly, "Johnny, I would like to hear your unique insights on cybersecurity. Especially once our autonomous driving system is put into practical use, it may encounter various cyber threats and attacks." Long Hao's inquiry was imbued with a thirst for exploration of the unknown. Firstly, we must focus on potential vulnerabilities. For instance, if our system is compromised, intruders might attempt to manipulate the vehicle's control unit through its network connection. Johnny's voice was calm and resolute as she elaborated. The spectrum of threats our vehicles may face ranges from data theft and location tracking to, in extreme cases, real-time control of the vehicle's movements. Chapter 93. The Secret Test. What measures should we adopt to safeguard against these cyber threats? Long Hao continued to press. We must devise a multi-layered defense system, Johnny replied, her gaze reflecting the technical diagrams displayed in the conference room. This encompasses the implementation of advanced data encryption technologies, alongside mechanisms for monitoring and thwarting anomalous network behaviors. We also need to engage in continuous penetration testing to identify vulnerabilities within our systems and remedy them promptly. Moreover, she added, we must contemplate the development of an entirely new security certification model tailored for autonomous vehicles, which includes verifying the identity of drivers as well as conducting safety inspections of the vehicles themselves. Long Hao listened intently, his brow gradually furrowing. Johnny's words prompted him to ponder an alternate scenario. What if our autonomous driving system were deliberately manipulated within the vehicle, resulting in a fierce confrontation between the driver and passengers? How would we address that? Johnny paused for a moment, recognizing the extremity and complexity of such a situation. A vehicle as a microcosm of society could indeed reflect the conflicts and struggles of human nature. In the event of such an extreme circumstance, Johnny articulated slowly, we may need to establish a behavioral prediction model to anticipate and intervene in potential conflict outbreaks. The in-vehicle safety system must be capable of monitoring passengers' emotions, vocal intensity, and utilizing artificial intelligence to assess the danger level of the dialogue. She sighed softly before continuing, of course, this is an extraordinarily challenging task. We must consider privacy protections and strive to avoid infringing upon human rights while making technological advancements. In such scenarios, the vehicle's communication system could, if necessary, contact law enforcement, transmitting precise location information and the situation within the vehicle to facilitate timely intervention and resolution of conflicts. Long Hao nodded, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes. It appears that we must not only pursue excellence in technology, but also contemplate the moral responsibilities that accompany these advancements. Indeed, Johnny replied, tilting her head slightly in contemplation. This endeavor transcends merely developing a system. It is about how we can better uphold human safety and dignity with the aid of technology. Everything we undertake must ultimately serve the cause of humanity's peace and progress. They continued to delve into discussions regarding the prediction and intervention mechanisms for in-vehicle conflicts, each step fortifying the barriers for safer travel in the future. Long Hao was thoroughly engaged, acutely aware that these issues were paramount for the imminent future. He took notes, occasionally exchanging glances with Johnny to affirm their mutual understanding. I am also concerned about a scenario, Long Hao posited, presenting another possibility. What if an assailant disguised themselves as a normal signal, attempting to manipulate the decision-making of the autonomous driving system, for instance? forcing the vehicle to suddenly turn or brake at a busy intersection. How should our system respond? This is precisely why we must enhance our simulations of real-world attacks. Johnny replied, "We must bolster the robustness of our autonomous driving systems to confront such challenges, what is referred to as resilience. It should possess the capability to swiftly identify, assess, and respond to unexpected cyber threats within complex road environments, thereby ensuring safety and reliability in driving. This presents a systemic challenge," Johnny continued. "We need to develop a self-learning and evolving system to counter the incessant emergence of cyber threats. In the future, we may employ advanced machine learning techniques that enable the system to autonomously recognize and respond to increasingly intricate cyber attacks over time." She leaned forward, exuding confidence and determination about the future. "This also signifies that we require vast amounts of road data for training, to construct a supercomputer capable of addressing the complexities of the real world. In this system, safety will be our paramount design principle. We could establish a safe sandbox to simulate and test potential cyber attacks. Within this controlled environment, we can evaluate the system's responses to various threats and continuously refine and optimize our algorithms using the data gathered." As she explained, she gestured in the air, outlining a cubic shape. "Inside the safe sandbox, we can introduce a variety of anomalous data to observe the reactions and error-handling capabilities of the autonomous driving system." A gentle knock at the door interrupted their discussion. They simultaneously turned to look at the office entrance. "Perhaps we could leverage reinforcement learning techniques, allowing the autonomous driving system to make decisions and take actions within the sandbox environment, learning optimal solutions through immediate feedback," Leng Yun thoughtfully added. Adjusting his posture, Johnny continued, "Reinforcement learning indeed holds great potential. It enables the autonomous driving system to undergo countless trial and error experiences in a virtual realm, thus facilitating optimal decision-making in the real world." No sooner had he finished speaking than the office door swung open. A member of the engineering team entered, holding a tablet displaying the recently conducted safety test data. "Johnny, there are new test results for you to review." The engineer's voice was calm and resolute. "All right, I will take a look right away." Johnny exchanged a glance with Leng Yun and then turned his attention to the test data. He gently closed the tablet's cover and remarked to Leng Yun, "The data appears promising, but this represents only theoretical success. The true challenge lies in its application in the real world, where variables abound." Leng Yun nodded. As the city outside gradually illuminated with countless lights under the night sky, the contours of the future city becoming particularly vivid at that moment. "Our autonomous driving system requires more practical testing. I believe we could conduct a covert field test in the southern district of the city." "A covert test?" Johnny's eyebrows arched, seemingly intrigued by the idea. "Yes." Leng Yun rose from his seat and approached the window, his fingers gently tapping against the glass. "Imagine," he mused, "if our system could maintain stability amidst the most complex traffic scenarios, it would represent a monumental breakthrough." Johnny followed him to the window, and together they gazed out upon the city of the future. Yet, this entails numerous risks. Should any unforeseen event occur, the consequences could be dire. Leng Yun turned, his gaze resolute. "It is precisely due to these risks that we must proceed. Only through genuine challenges can we truly test our limits." Chapter 94. The unpleasant hacker. At this moment, the office door was once again rapped upon. An anxious assistant hurriedly entered, clutching an electronic report tightly in hand. "There's an emergency. The system has detected some anomalous data, resembling an orchestrated cyber attack." Johnny and Leng Yun exchanged a glance, and an atmosphere of tension enveloped the room instantaneously. "Show me," Johnny commanded, his tone grave and swift. The assistant promptly projected the report onto the wall, where the data stream flickered with ominous red warning signals. Leng Yun scrutinized the figures, his expression growing increasingly grave. "This attack pattern. I have never encountered anything like it. It appears to be some form of novel cyber weapon." "A novel cyber weapon?" Johnny's voice bore a hint of unease. "What does that imply?" "It implies that we are not merely conducting system tests," Leng Yun replied, his voice low, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes. "We may be standing on an uncharted cyber battlefield." Johnny lapsed into silence for a moment, then inhaled deeply. "Are we prepared? This battle may prove far more brutal than we anticipate." Leng Yun nodded, his eyes radiating determination and composure. "We must confront this. It is our moment of reckoning." The two men re-examined the warning signals and swiftly devised a counter-strategy. Outside, the city continued to gleam with lights, yet within this office, an invisible battle concerning the future's safety silently commenced. The atmosphere of tension seeped deeper with the passage of time. The air was infused with the scent of coffee and smoke, a reminder that this struggle was a fierce tug-of-war. Several uniformed technicians busily traversed the space, endeavoring to mend the vulnerabilities in the defense system. Long Hao and Johnny stood before the screen, their gazes fixed on the incessantly fluctuating data points and the encroaching crimson alerts. Their office had transformed into the command center of this cyber onslaught. Found it. The technician's voice abruptly shattered the tense silence. A particularly conspicuous error code appeared on the screen, standing out as a clear marker amidst the data stream. Long Hao immediately focused his attention. Let us examine what this marker signifies, he instructed. The technician swiftly analyzed the code. It appears this is a clue deliberately left by the attacker. They are attempting to communicate with us. Communicate? Johnny exclaimed incredulously. After such a paralyzing assault? The code on the screen began to unfold, gradually translating into friendly English letters. We need to collaborate to resolve the challenges we face. The message was presented in a straightforward and unembellished manner. Long Hao and Johnny exchanged glances, both realizing the essence of this proposition. It seems we have encountered a rather unpleasant hacker, Long Hao remarked with a sardonic smile. Shall we then collaborate? Johnny's voice brimmed with strategy. Long Hao pondered for a moment. Why not? If the other party truly possesses the capability to extricate us from this crisis, perhaps collaboration is a commendable option. Johnny turned to Long Hao, his gaze resolute. Long Hao, let us endeavor to trace the origin of this signal. If this individual is indeed as formidable as rumored, I am curious to ascertain whether he could be of assistance to us. Long Hao nodded in agreement, then directed his attention to the technical team. Listen closely. We require you to swiftly identify the source of this erroneous code. Once located, inform Johnny, for we may need to contemplate the recruitment of such talent. The technicians sprang into action, their fingers dancing across the keyboards as the data streams on the screen began to reorganize, gradually unveiling more clues concealed within the code. We found it. An experienced analyst from the technical team exclaimed with excitement. He quickly adjusted the screen to display his findings to everyone. Observe. The source of this signal is remarkably nearby, and the technological prowess is impressive. Johnny smiled faintly and turned to Long Hao. Are you prepared to extend an invitation? This could be a splendid opportunity to gain a new ally. Long Hao nodded gently, his eyes sparkling with strategic intent. It is time to fortify our ranks. Soon, a new round of dialogue commenced on the screen, deliberating on potential collaboration and the outcomes that might ensue. Although the prospects of cooperation remained uncertain, it offered a glimmer of hope in this intangible battle. The data continued to flicker on the screen, but at least now there was a fresh direction. That night, Long Hao and his team persevered at the forefront, dedicated to safeguarding the company's technological achievements and protecting their cherished aspirations. Chapter 95. Concerns over electricity. Long Hao surveyed the war room, inhaling deeply before swiftly retrieving his mobile phone. His fingers danced across the screen until he located and dialed the number for the administrative manager at Xingchen Technology. The phone rang urgently on the other end, followed by the assistant's voice. Hello, this is the office of the administrative manager. How may I assist you? I require the manager to take my call immediately. It's an urgent meeting. Long Hao's voice resonated with calm authority. The assistant, evidently startled by his urgent tone, replied, Please hold, the manager is in a meeting. I will inform him at once. Shortly after hanging up, Long Hao's phone vibrated with a message from the administrative manager. Come over immediately. Please prepare the conference room. He then dialed the number for the manager of the new energy development department. Upon connection, he succinctly outlined the situation. I need you to prepare a detailed report on the current new energy projects, including all data and progress from the last 3 months. Long Hao's chest heaved with intensity. Despite his exhaustion, he steeled himself. He entered the bright, spacious conference room, his gaze sweeping over his employees, who looked nervously at him. Finally resting on Administrative Manager Cheng Jing and New Energy Development Manager Lu Chen. Thank you all for responding swiftly to my summons this evening. Long Hao's voice echoed in the room. I understand everyone is weary, but this emergency meeting is to discuss a matter of utmost urgency, our electricity supply. Cheng Jing spoke calmly. Director Long, I would like to clarify that our negotiations with the state grid have yielded optimistic results. According to the latest data, we do not face a severe shortage of electricity supply. Lu Chen followed suit. Director Long, my colleagues and I have conducted a thorough analysis of our existing new energy development projects. The newly developed solar power system not only significantly enhances energy efficiency, but also proves to be more cost-effective than traditional energy systems in the long run. If we can widely implement this technology, we can ensure the stability of our future power supply. Long Hao nodded slightly. The development of new energy is undoubtedly a long-term strategy for our company. However, we cannot overlook the fact that current and future electricity demands are continually rising. I need to ascertain whether our existing power infrastructure can be modified to alleviate this issue while avoiding the costly redundancy of future construction. Lu Qin's expression turned serious. A large-scale transformation of the power supply system is no simple task. Yet, if we can design an intelligent power network that enhances the stability of the current system and accommodates future technological upgrades, we can lay a solid foundation for the company's long-term development. Sheng Jing interjected, although the renovation project is immense, I believe this investment is essential. It is crucial for the company's future operations. A glint of determination flickered in Long Hao's eyes as he scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on the head of the technical team. We currently possess cutting-edge cybersecurity technology, and the stability of the power supply from the state grid is of paramount importance, Long Hao declared in a grave tone. We must ensure that the power supply to our building remains unaffected. He paused momentarily to ensure that everyone was attentive to his words. We can dispatch our most skilled senior network engineers to the state grid to assist them in the iterative upgrade of their cybersecurity. My aim is to enhance the security of our power grid, while simultaneously ensuring our own energy needs are met. Sheng Jing nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Director Long. I will communicate with the state grid to ensure that while we provide technical support, they maintain a stable power supply to our building. Only in this manner can we guarantee the uninterrupted operation of our company during the power system's transformation. Lu Qin was more focused on the details. This task is crucial. We must ensure that our senior engineers possess the technical specifications required by the state grid and are prepared for any potential scenarios. Long Hao nodded slightly. Please prepare a comprehensive cooperation plan along with a list of task requirements for our engineers. We need not take on undue risks. This encompasses not only the iterative upgrade of cybersecurity, but also safeguarding the interests of both parties. We must ensure that while we extend our assistance, our own interests remain protected. Long Hao continued to speak with an undeniable conviction. The new Energy Development Department must accelerate its efforts. What we require is not merely an alternative solution, but a long-term strategy. Given the current instability and potential interruptions in the power system, we must ensure that we can sustain power through our self-developed new energy systems without reliance on temporary solutions like UPS. We need a solution for an uninterrupted energy supply, available around the clock. His gaze swept across each team member, and every individual could feel the significance and urgency in his words. This is not only a technical challenge, but also a test of our innovative capabilities. I hope the new Energy Development Department can leverage its leading edge to propose a viable long-term power assurance plan, which will directly impact the stable development and industry leadership of our company. Sheng Jing and Lu Qin exchanged resolute glances, fully grasping Long Hao's expectations in the importance of this project. The atmosphere within the team grew more cohesive due to Long Hao's words. Everyone understood that at such a critical juncture, every decision and effort could influence the future of the company. Chapter 96. Spinning like water. After several proposals failed to satisfy Long Hao, he resolved to adopt an alternative strategy. He recognized that in this miraculous era, numerous groundbreaking technologies had been incorporated into the system's marketplace. Perhaps discovering and applying these technologies could directly or indirectly alleviate the electrical challenges he faced. Long Hao contemplated in his mind, summoning the system. Long Hao, system, appear. System, I am here. What commands do you have, host? Long Hao, is there a way to resolve the power issue once and for all? System, please specify the objectives you wish to achieve. Long Hao, I aspire for the power supply of the Rising Star building in Guangming City, as well as the entire nation, to be upgraded, ensuring that no matter the extreme weather conditions, power outages will be a thing of the past. System, understood, please hold on. A few minutes later. System, here is the power supply upgrade plan. Please review it. Before Long Hao emerged a virtual screen displaying numerous upgrade proposals for his selection. Plan 1. Based on the existing power system, comprehensively deploy smart grid and renewable energy integration technologies, thoroughly optimize the grid structure, and introduce an extreme weather power prediction system, rendering large-scale power outages a relic of the past. Plan 1 description. Utilizing energy internet technology for multi-level protection of the grid, incorporating wind and solar energy to complement traditional power sources, while installing real-time monitoring systems to predict and mitigate potential outage-inducing weather conditions. Plan 1 application scenarios. Core areas of medium to large cities and critical facilities with high demands for power stability. Plan 1 costs. Research and development expenses of 500 million, system implementation fees of 1 billion, and facility maintenance costs of 100 million per year. In system purchase amount, 800 million star coins. Plan 2, based on nano-generator technology. Develop a self-sufficient building system that harnesses kinetic and thermal energy generated from the everyday environment to ensure continuous power supply, complemented by microgrids and energy storage systems for stable electricity. Plan 2 description. Employing nano-generator technology to capture minute kinetic and thermal energy generated from daily activities for power supply, while establishing localized microgrids and equipping energy storage devices to ensure stability. Plan 2 application scenarios, suitable for specific large buildings or communities, possessing high technological content and capable of bearing elevated costs. Plan 2 costs. Research and development expenses of 300 million, system implementation fees of 800 million, and facility maintenance costs of 50 million per year. In system purchase amount, 1. 6 billion star coins. Plan 3, based on space solar power generation technology. Develop an expandable commercial space energy supply system that provides uninterrupted clean energy, entirely replacing traditional power supply methods. Plan 3 description. Utilizing space solar power generation technology to generate solar energy in space and transmit it to any location on Earth in need of electricity, offering a novel solution for continuous power supply. Application scenarios of Plan 3. Regions or organizations with foresight and vision, where there is a revolutionary demand for power supply methods. Costs of Plan 3. Research and development expenses amounting to 1. 5 billion. System implementation costs totaling 2. 5 billion. And maintenance expenses reaching 300 million annually. Total purchase amount within the system, 3. 6 billion star coins. Long Hao gazed at these plans, lost in contemplation. Each proposal was immensely appealing, yet he needed to discern the most valuable among them. Long Hao system. If we were to procure all 3 plans, could the current financial chain of star technology sustain it? System. Purchase all 3 plans? Long Hao, you are quite extravagant. Long Hao. Acquiring them would grant us absolute authority in the power sector, and this technology could also be sold to nations. System. Star Technology currently possesses approximately 18 billion in available funds, of which 6 billion is your personal capital and 12 billion belongs to Star Technology. System. Did you calculate this beforehand? The total for all 3 plans precisely amounts to 6 billion. Long Hao. Procure all 3 plans and transmit the technical data into my neural waves. Additionally, send a copy to my encrypted email. System. Purchase confirmed. Data has been transmitted. Data transfer complete. Long Hao, could you recommend a cost-effective robot? Introduction to the M50 new universal robot. Model. M50 height. 1 meter speed. 40 kilometers H-force. 0. 5 tons single-handed. Endurance. 12 hours. Charging time. 6 hours. Accompanying features. Language system. Cognitive system. Navigation system. Scanning system. Sensing system. Brief commentary. Comprehensive functionalities. A friendly companion. The company that produces this robot is dedicated to the development of high-performance, low-cost robotic systems. Their robots have widespread applications in both industrial and service sectors. The robotic systems offered by the company exhibit remarkable flexibility and adaptability, catering to various working environments. The M50 model is a cutting-edge universal robot showcasing robust mobility and operational precision. Equipped with an advanced artificial intelligence system capable of independent decision-making and task execution in complex environments. The company is highly responsive to user needs and market feedback, continually introducing new robot products and functionalities to enhance user experience. The robot has performed exceptionally well in the market, garnering widespread acclaim from users. Price, 58. 760 star coins per production line. M60 Caregiver Robot Introduction. Model. M60 Height. 1. 5 meters speed. 35 kilometers H-force. 0. 5 tons, one-handed. Endurance. 10 hours. Charging time. 6 hours. Features. Language system. Cognitive system. Navigation system. Scanning system. Sensing system brief review. A domestic companion and versatile assistant. Price, 77. 170 star coins per production line. M70 Research Robot Introduction. Model. M70 Height. 1 meter speed. 50 kilometers H-force. 1 ton, one-handed. Endurance. 15 hours. Charging time, 6 hours. Features. language system, cognitive system, navigation system, scanning system, sensing system, research system. Experimental system brief review. A proficient aid in scientific research. The company producing this robot is a technology firm centered on research and experimentation. Its robotic products find extensive applications in the scientific domain, showcasing formidable data processing and learning capabilities. The M70 model is specifically designed for researchers. Endowed with high intelligence and innovative potential, it autonomously conducts data collection, analysis, and processing in research experiments, while also proposing unique research ideas and solutions. The company has garnered widespread recognition and acclaim in the research field for its advanced technology and superior products. Price: 87. For 110 star coins per production line. M80 security robot introduction. Model: M80 height, 1. 8 meters speed, 30 kilometers h-force, 1 ton, one-handed, endurance, 8 hours, charging time, 6 hours, features, language system, cognitive system, navigation system, scanning system, sensing system, security system. Reconnaissance system brief review. A loyal guardian and intelligent security solution. Price: 94. 180 star coins per production line. M90 combat robot introduction. Model: M90 height, 2 meters speed, 30 kilometers h-force, 1. 5 tons, one-handed, endurance, 7 hours, charging time, 6 hours, features, language system, cognitive system, navigation system, scanning system, sensing system, combat system. Reconnaissance system brief description. The M90 is meticulously crafted for combat, exuding formidable combat prowess and survival capability. It is armed with a weapon system, armor system, and reconnaissance system, enabling it to execute missions independently on the battlefield. Detailed description. The M90 is a robot meticulously designed for combat scenarios, exhibiting remarkable combat strength and resilience. It is equipped with a variety of weaponry, including energy swords, energy shields, energy guns, and other attachments. Its armor system offers effective protection against external assaults. Furthermore, the advanced reconnaissance system allows M90 to gather real-time battlefield information and autonomously make decisions based on the evolving combat situation. On the battlefield, the M90 excels, adeptly undertaking various combat tasks and providing robust support to military forces. Price: 121, 230 star coins per production line. Longhao stood resolutely in his spacious personal laboratory, his gaze firmly fixed on the holographic screen before him, which displayed the ordering page for the newly launched M-series robots. He was acutely aware that these advanced devices could yield revolutionary breakthroughs in his research endeavors. Confirmed the purchase of the aforementioned robot production line. Longhao conveyed through his brainwaves to the system, his eyes reflecting a profound thirst for knowledge and an eager anticipation for the future. Chapter 97. Insufficient funds. The holographic screen flickered with a confirmation prompt for the order, the price clearly delineated, totaling far beyond the balance displayed in Longhao's personal account. Just as his finger was about to touch the confirmation key, he paused, realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail: insufficient funds. A slight furrow appeared on Longhao's brow. Yet he did not succumb to discouragement. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly accessed the financial records and arranged for a deduction from the 12 billion star technology funds. Indeed, I must solely utilize the star technology funds. Longhao's face brightened with a renewed smile of confidence. He adjusted the quantity of robots to be ordered to 5 production lines, with a total price nearing 100 million star coins, and set it to deduct from his star technology funds. The issue of funding was promptly resolved. The holographic screen shimmered once more, numbers leaping in a jubilant dance before descending into silence. With the confirmation key pressed, a substantial transaction was momentarily etched in the cosmos, reverberating with the message of success throughout the deep void. The account was instantaneously updated across the vast digital network, and the well-known star technology funds experienced a fluctuation, extracting a considerably significant sum, yet seemingly without diminishment, merely shifting to another coordinate. Simultaneously, in Longhao's cloud-high office, advanced robots emerged in droves, akin to a river formed from steel, quietly flowing into this territory of stars. There was no deafening roar, only the cold luminescence of technology, silently narrating tales of power and progress. Within the office, Longhao observed this scene with a burgeoning vision for the future. These intelligent and formidable robots were not merely his productive force. They represented the key to unlocking grand scientific endeavors. He felt a solid step taken towards his goal to create a legion of robots capable of enhancing productivity and scientific advancement across the universe using the star technology funds. Well, everything is now under control, Long Hao murmured softly, his voice imbued with certainty and satisfaction. It is time to embark on a new chapter. Holding a customized Baigan phone, Long Hao reclined in a lounge chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate while his mind began to assimilate and digest the transmitted information on intelligent grid technology, space solar energy technology, and nanogenerator technology, ultimately culminating in the study of rocket and space station technology. About 40 minutes later, he awoke, opening his eyes to a glimmer of insight that swiftly receded. He had comprehensively grasped the details of these technologies, along with their advantages and disadvantages. Initially, he had harbored concerns that this influx of knowledge might overwhelm him, yet it had proven to be an unfounded anxiety. Having absorbed this technological information, he rose and entered the conference room, where 5 individuals turned in unison to regard him. The meeting is now in session. I have just sent our iterative upgrade plan to your encrypted inboxes, Long Hao announced, standing at one end of the conference room, surveying the 5 core team members seated before him. His expression was solemn, yet his eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, as if he had already glimpsed the resplendent future of star technology. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the threshold of a new beginning. Long Hao's voice was calm yet imbued with power. He pressed the remote, and the large screen behind him sprang to life, displaying an overview of the 3 revolutionary technologies they had recently acquired. Zhang Chong, a veteran of the team, furrowed his brow as he glanced at Long Hao. General Long, these 3 plans have cost us a considerable sum. Is this truly worthwhile? What if? Worthwhile? Absolutely worthwhile. Long Hao interrupted him. Consider this. If we successfully implement these plans, we can not only transform the energy landscape of our planet, but also elevate star technology to a leading enterprise. As for the risks, he paused, revealing a confident smile. Where is there innovation without risk? Li Ting, the team's financial manager, gazed at the colossal figures on the screen, unable to restrain herself. But, General Long, can we truly withstand such pressure? Not only can we endure it, but we must also amplify our influence, Long Hao replied resolutely. By bringing these technologies to fruition, the future returns will far exceed our present investments. The atmosphere grew tenser after this exchange, and Long Hao took a deep breath, appearing even more resolute as he continued to elucidate the advantages of these technologies in their prospective applications. Just then, an unusual sound echoed from outside the room, drawing everyone's gaze involuntarily towards the door. Chapter 98. The M70 Research Robot. What is that sound? Zhang Chong rose, preparing to investigate. Wait, there's no need to check. Long Hao replied calmly, as if he had anticipated this situation. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in attire exuding a palpable sense of technology, accompanied by a remarkably advanced device. However, this seemingly technological figure was not human, but rather an M70 research robot. Its aesthetic was strikingly futuristic, with a metallic exterior emitting a soft blue luminescence. The M70 research robot stood at the threshold, its form flickering with a faint glow. Crafted from high-strength silver-gray alloy, its surface was smooth yet non-reflective, exuding a subtle yet formidable presence. Its head was designed to resemble a streamlined helmet, with 2 deep black eyes radiating a gentle blue light, seemingly capable of penetrating any material and discerning the thoughts of every individual. Its body featured a sleek, aerodynamic design, accented with light blue guiding strips at the joints, combining aesthetic appeal with practical protective functionality. The robot's arms were equipped with multifunctional manipulators, with fingers agile enough to perform exceedingly delicate tasks. At the center of its chest lay a core module, slightly protruding and emitting concentric waves of faint blue energy. This served as the M70's power source and intelligence core. The legs of the M70 were particularly striking, employing innovative suspension technology that allowed for low-altitude levitation over any surface, enabling near-silent movement. Its entire frame was outfitted with various miniature sensors, capable of real-time monitoring of environmental changes, ensuring precise actions under all circumstances. Beside it stood a portable experimental platform, lightweight yet extraordinarily sturdy. The surface was adorned with an array of miniaturized instruments for experimentation and research, including but not limited to microscopes, microinjectors, laser rangefinders, and multifunctional scanners. These devices featured modular designs, allowing for rapid interchange and adjustment as per necessity. Long Hao smiled, addressing his team members. This is our newly introduced M70 research robot. It will serve as an indispensable assistant in our pursuit of high-precision scientific experiments. He paused momentarily, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not only can it independently execute a multitude of complex tasks, but it will also significantly enhance our research efficiency, bringing us groundbreaking results through its intelligence and precision. With a hint of excitement in his voice, Long Hao continued, I believe that with the M70, our research will ascend to an entirely new level. As he scanned the room, he noticed that everyone's attention was captivated by the M70 research robot. He smiled slightly and added, recently, our star technology has made a breakthrough in developing robots that bear no discernible difference from humans in appearance. In fact, if you were to merely catch a glimpse without witnessing its entrance, you might not even realize it is a robot. His design is intended to seamlessly integrate into the human environment, with biomimetic skin that allows him to appear and feel remarkably human. The bionic visual system in his eyes can analyze the surrounding environment in real time, even discerning subtle human micro-expressions. He paused for a moment, seemingly gauging the team's reaction. Before continuing, what is even more advanced is that his voice recognition and natural language processing capabilities have reached an unprecedented level. He can converse like a human, comprehend context, and even express humor and emotions. In simple terms, he can communicate with us almost effortlessly. As Long Hao elaborated, the facial system of the M70 robot appeared to detect minute changes within the conference room. Its intricately designed eyes flickered slightly. Subsequently, a soft buzzing sound emanated from outside the meeting room, and the door slid open slowly, revealing another robot almost identical to the previous one, albeit with a more composed and graceful demeanor. We can deploy such robots across various departments to undertake mundane or hazardous tasks, Long Hao added. Imagine our team being able to focus more intently on innovative work thanks to this intelligent assistant. We would have more time to tackle complex issues rather than expending energy on repetitive tasks such as data collection and analysis. The team members whispered among themselves, and their excitement was palpable. Clearly, this presentation was both novel and astonishing for them. Undeniably, Long Hao's words infused the already futuristic laboratory with an air of mystery and anticipation. Chapter 99, Determining the Power Upgrade Plan in a Bright and Spacious Laboratory. Long Hao turned to the M70 robot, a smile adorning his face as he remarked, most importantly, M70 is a formidable research assistant. It is equipped with an advanced AI system capable of assisting us in resolving numerous intricate issues, whether they pertain to the esoteric algorithms of data analysis or the tedious accumulation of experimental data. For any tasks we find insurmountable or lack the time to address, M70 is nearly always up to the challenge. He slightly raised his voice to emphasize, the toolbox of algorithms within M70 is open. We can tailor its analytical capabilities to meet the demands of our research field. The tools it harbors allow for machine learning, so as our research progresses, it will not only become increasingly adept in our domain but may, in certain respects, surpass our experience and intuition. Long Hao's tone conveyed a sense of pride and confidence in M70, as if he could already envision the breakthroughs and innovations this robot would bring forth. He continued to elaborate. Furthermore, M70 is outfitted with the latest voice and motion control technologies. It is not merely a robot that executes commands. It can predict actions based on our workflow and, in some instances, proactively offer suggestions. This intelligent work assistance has genuinely elevated our team's efficiency to unprecedented heights. During the introduction, M70 sensed the focus and curiosity of the team members through voice recognition, and its seemingly humorous and wise characteristics undeniably infused this advanced research environment with a vibrant spirit. Once Long Hao finished speaking, he turned to the quietly attentive M70 robot. The conference room fell into silence, all eyes fixed on M70, eagerly anticipating its next move. M70 nodded slightly, its exquisitely designed eyes shimmering as though processing and organizing vast amounts of data. Then, in a steady and clear tone, M70 began, Dear colleagues, I extend my gratitude to Dr. Long Hao for his introduction. Next, I shall provide a detailed overview of the 3 generations of solutions for addressing power issues. M70 paused for a moment, seemingly gathering the team's reactions. Before continuing, the first-generation solution is the comprehensive application of renewable energy. This encompasses the efficient utilization of solar, wind, and hydro energy, maximizing the integration of various renewable resources through an intelligent grid management system, ensuring the continuity and stability of energy supply. We also plan to develop novel energy storage technologies, such as next-generation battery technologies and compressed air energy storage systems, to address the instability associated with renewable energy. The sound of M70's voice conveyed a sense of rigor and meticulousness, instilling confidence in the future of power supply. The second-generation solution is the integration of smart cities with intelligent grids. Through a comprehensive network of sensors and big data analysis, we can monitor and optimize the electricity demand and supply of cities in real time. This will facilitate more precise power distribution, effectively reducing waste and energy loss. We shall also employ artificial intelligence technology to adjust power delivery through predictive algorithms, thereby meeting peak demands and optimizing the operational efficiency of the power grid. Upon hearing this, the team members began to murmur among themselves, clearly intrigued and curious about the proposal. The third-generation plan involves further research and application of nuclear fusion energy. Although this field is still in its nascent stages, we have already witnessed immense potential. Nuclear fusion can provide nearly limitless high-efficiency clean energy, which is crucial for addressing the energy crises of the future. We plan to delve deeper into high-temperature superconducting materials and magnetic confinement technologies in our future research to create a stable environment for nuclear fusion reactions. M70 paused momentarily, seemingly awaiting the team's reaction to these proposals. He then summarized, "We believe that through the gradual implementation of these 3 generations of plants, the future power challenges will no longer hinder human development. Not only can we ensure a continuous energy supply, but we can also significantly reduce negative impacts on the environment, thereby promoting sustainable societal development." On a different note, the manager of the administrative department, Chang Jing, is a decisive and results-oriented woman. She swiftly commenced the specific implementation of the power renovation for the Star Technology building based on the plans provided by M70. Fully aware that the power and energy systems are the lifeblood of the company, she recognized that any oversight or delay could lead to substantial losses. Before the project commenced, Cheng Jing devised a comprehensive renovation plan and meticulously verified the implementation details. She engaged in extensive communication and coordination with the company's engineering department and external contractors to ensure seamless integration of all steps. Simultaneously, she considered minimizing disruptions to daily operations by scheduling renovations during non-working hours or periods of low demand. After a series of tense yet orderly work arrangements, the renovation project officially commenced. Upgrading the power system is no simple task. It necessitates precise calculations and close collaboration among a professional team. The increase in line capacity, replacement of outdated equipment, and installation of solar panels and nuclear fusion generators all demand utmost diligence. Throughout the supervision of the project, Cheng Jing exhibited her meticulous work ethic and profound sense of responsibility. She not only conducted on-site inspections but also engaged in continuous discussions with the engineering personnel to ensure that every detail met the established standards. Despite encountering numerous technical and temporal challenges, under her management, the entire renovation project progressed smoothly. At the moment the new system was operational, a satisfied smile spread across Cheng Jing's face. She knew that the Star Technology building now boasted a more efficient power system, laying a solid foundation for the company's ascent. This marked the beginning of Star Technology Company Limited's journey toward a future powered by new energy. Chapter 100. The unveiling of the M-series robots. Long Hao gestured towards a row of robots at the entrance of the conference room and continued his introduction. Our range of robotic products is diverse and multifaceted, providing tailored solutions for various sectors. The M50 is our versatile robot, designed for widespread application in industrial production, scientific research, and public services. Its modular design enables swift adaptation to an array of tasks, making it an invaluable asset. The M60 focuses on domestic services, functioning as a caregiver robot. Its design emphasizes aesthetics and approachability, capable of performing household chores, cooking, and providing leisure and entertainment services. Through advanced deep learning algorithms, the M60 attentively caters to the habits and needs of every family member. The M70 stands as the pride of our research team, meticulously designed and constructed for high-tech research. It is equipped with cutting-edge measurement instruments and laboratory tools, capable of conducting precise chemical and physical experiments. Its intelligent research assistant feature aids researchers in their explorations and discoveries with enhanced efficiency. The M80 is our security robot, specifically crafted to ensure public safety. It is outfitted with omnidirectional cameras and infrared sensors, enabling uninterrupted 24-hour patrolling. The M80's combat mode effectively addresses emergencies, providing reliable safety assurance for communities and commercial districts. Lastly, the M90 is our combat robot, developed for military and security applications. It boasts formidable motion control and combat weapon systems, capable of executing land and aerial combat missions. Through deep learning and reinforcement learning technologies, the M90 can independently make tactical decisions, enhancing the combat effectiveness of our armed forces. Longhouse smiled and continued, "Indeed. Our recruitment robots are also a significant hallmark of our company. These are our latest innovations in intelligent human resource assistance, greatly enhancing recruitment efficiency. Our recruitment robot, the M100, is equipped with advanced facial recognition and emotional analysis systems, allowing for swift identification of job candidates and assessment of their personality and capabilities through dialogue and behavioral analysis." He pointed to a robot nearby that was engaged in conversation with a job seeker and elaborated. The M100 not only conducts preliminary interview screenings, but also recommends the most suitable candidates based on the company's requirements. It can manage vast amounts of resumes and interview data, alleviating the workload of human resources departments. Simultaneously, through deep learning algorithms, the M100 continually optimizes the recruitment process, enhancing accuracy and efficiency. Longhouse's presentation deepened the understanding of all present regarding the innovative prowess and technological strength of Xingchen Technology Company. Behind each robotic product lies the culmination of team wisdom and effort, showcasing the company's forefront exploration in the realms of intelligence and automation. With enthusiasm, Longhouse declared, "Each robot represents our breakthroughs and innovations in their respective fields, reaffirming our team's research and development capabilities. We are relentlessly pushing the boundaries of human technology, integrating intelligent robots into every facet of life. We firmly believe that these robots will not only transform the way we work, but also elevate the overall quality of human existence." With Longhouse's introduction, the team members profoundly sensed the significant meaning behind their work. Each face radiated pride and anticipation, gazing toward a future brimming with the infinite possibilities of the intelligent robotics world. Following Longhouse's exhilarating presentation, the team members fully comprehended the advanced technologies and application prospects embedded within each robot. Longhouse resolved to enhance the promotion and production of these robots, instructing the marketing department to devise a comprehensive marketing strategy and notifying the production line to increase output to meet anticipated market demand. The marketing department swiftly sprang into action, designing a series of innovative promotional activities tailored to the characteristics and market positioning of each robot. These activities included online advertisements, social media engagement, product launch events, and collaborations with industry leaders. Simultaneously, the production department optimized manufacturing processes, incorporating more automation to enhance production efficiency. They also strengthened quality control to ensure that every robot leaving the factory met the company's high standards. Through these initiatives, Xingchen Technology Company aspires not only to meet market demands, but also to further solidify its leading position in the intelligent robotics sector. The accelerated promotion and production of these robots heralds the company's further expansion and influence in the realm of technology. Longhouse and his team are filled with confidence for the future, firmly believing that these high-tech products will bring greater convenience and progress to human society. Chapter 101. The Governor's Investigation of Xingchen Technology and Anticipation for Future Plans. Longhouse sat thoughtfully in his office, deeply engrossed in the contemplation of future blueprints. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone interrupted his reverie. He glanced at the screen to find the caller was Governor Wang Chenghua. Longhouse swiftly answered, his tone infused with astonishment and respect. "Good day, Governor." "Greetings, Longhouse. This is Wang Chenghua," came the calm, yet resolute voice from the other end of the line. "I will soon be visiting Xingchen Technology for an investigation, and I hope to receive your assistance during this time." A flicker of curiosity and unease crossed Longhouse's brow. As a representative of innovative technology enterprises, Xingchen Technology was already a focal point of government and industry scrutiny. The governor's visit would undoubtedly elevate this attention. He understood that this investigation not only pertained to Xingchen Technology, but could also influence the trajectory of the entire industry. "Certainly, Governor, it is an honor for us," Longhouse replied with decorum, swiftly realigning his emotions. "We must prepare for your arrival. May I inquire about your expected time of arrival and the primary focal points of your investigation?" "I will arrive shortly. A more specific schedule will be communicated once finalized," Wang Chenghua responded. I am particularly interested in the latest advancements in intelligent robotics, especially regarding your company's recent masterpiece, the M90 all-terrain combat robot. Understood. I shall prepare all relevant materials and presentations, Long Hao assured. The governor's impending visit was akin to a small stone cast into the well-ordered plans of Long Hao, sending ripples of anticipation throughout. However, he quickly embraced the reality and began to reorganize, including scheduling demonstrations and discussions to ensure the governor's investigation would yield fruitful outcomes. In the brief window of preparation, Long Hao and his team meticulously deliberated on numerous details, from security measures to reception arrangements, leaving no stone unturned. He recognized that the governor's visit was not merely an acknowledgement of Xingqian technology, but also a hopeful endorsement of their future development. He prepared to unveil the grand vision for the next phase of Xingqian technology. Ready to engage in discussions about the role and opportunities of innovative technology in the future society. Aileen, please arrange the necessary preparations for receiving our esteemed guest. Long Hao declared as he rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the vast sky with unwavering determination. The governor's visit is a tremendous honor for Xingqian technology, as well as a formidable challenge. We must not allow any missteps. The advancement of technology, the growth of enterprises, and the progress of society are all realized through continuous challenges and breakthroughs. Long Hao inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes. He understood that the true test was only just beginning. On that very morning, Governor Wang Qinghua's official vehicle smoothly entered the grounds of Xingqian Technology. Security personnel had arrived well in advance, clad in crisp uniforms, smiles adorning their faces as they expertly guided the vehicle's parking. Within the precinct, the immaculate pathways and verdant landscapes attested to the company's meticulous attention to detail and dedication. The lobby of the office building is adorned with simplicity and elegance, featuring several artworks that exude a strong sense of technology, setting the stage for the upcoming technological gala. A large screen displays a promotional video for intelligent robots, emphasizing the company's unwavering passion for technological innovation. Soon, Governor Wang Qinghua's figure appears in the lobby. Dressed in a deep gray suit, he strides with a steady gait, his demeanor warm yet resolute. Accompanied by the company's senior executives, Governor Wang proceeds to the reception room, where an in-depth discussion and outlook on the development of intelligent robots is poised to take place. During the meeting, Long Hao meticulously presents the various functions and technological breakthroughs of the M90 all-terrain combat robot to Governor Wang. He also outlines the company's vision for a future enriched by intelligent living, illustrating how robotic technology can seamlessly integrate into every facet of daily life, thereby enhancing convenience, efficiency, and comfort. Governor Wang listens attentively, nodding in agreement, expressing his admiration for the current advancements in intelligent robotics while offering constructive suggestions, hoping that Xingqian technology can embrace a greater social responsibility in the future. Glancing at his watch, Governor Wang meaningfully grasps Long Hao's hand, and the two quietly depart the reception room, entering a spacious conference room, insulated by thick soundproof walls that shield them from the cacophony of the outside world. They sit across from each other, and the governor's gaze reveals a sense of anticipation and trust. Xiao Hao, I would like to speak with you privately. Governor Wang's voice softens. I am aware of the considerable efforts you have devoted to Xingqian technology in recent days. I have heard of your meticulous considerations regarding technological innovation, corporate management, and social responsibility. Long Hao nods slightly, his expression focused as he awaits the governor's continuation. I have noticed that Xingqian technology has encountered some challenges recently. Governor Wang states, regarding the controversies surrounding your company, I understand you may be facing considerable difficulties. Young man, no one has a smooth path to growth. It is through hardship that one truly matures. Long Hao gently nods, grateful for the governor's understanding and encouragement. However, I believe your intentions are noble, Governor Wang continues. The technology of intelligent robots is a trend of the future, with immeasurable potential for development. Our administration will support Xingqian technology, but do remember, true validation must come from tangible results. For Xingqian technology to become an industry benchmark, your developed products must not only meet market demands, but also possess groundbreaking significance. Thank you for your guidance, Governor, Long Hao responds earnestly. I understand that the road ahead for Xingqian technology is long and arduous, but with your support, I am confident we can navigate it steadily and successfully. Chapter 102. Expanding the production line. Long Hao felt a surge of passion within him. During this meeting, he not only sensed the official support for star technology, but also glimpsed the boundless possibilities that lay ahead for the company. As the conversation drew to a close, he fervently pondered how to seize this opportunity, resolutely and enthusiastically embarking on each subsequent step for star technology. As his footsteps faded into the distance, Governor Wang Qingwu remained alone in the conference room. With a profound gaze, he stared out into the expanse beyond, murmuring to himself, "Young and talented, indeed. Little Hao, your rapid advancement of star technology is no small feat, but can you bear such a weighty responsibility?" Returning to his office, Long Hao stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, replaying every detail of his dialogue with the governor in his mind. He understood that as star technology continued to grow, each of his decisions could significantly impact the lives of hundreds of families, perhaps even thousands of employees. Though the pressure was immense, it also ignited within him a resolute determination and fighting spirit to elevate the company to new heights. System: search for assembly line robots. Yes, host. Assembly line robots are typically employed for the processing, assembly, and packaging of materials, capable of autonomously completing tasks according to predetermined procedures, thus significantly enhancing efficiency and precision. Do you wish to confirm the search for design schematics of such robots? Without hesitation, Long Hao replied, "Yes. I require them to support the automation of Star Technology's production line, improving efficiency and precision while reducing labor costs." Understood. A comprehensive array of design blueprints for assembly line robots has been located, encompassing mechanical structures, circuit controls, and AI systems. Please hold on. I will transmit the information to you shortly. As the system concluded, Long Hao felt a torrent of information flooding into his mind. He closed his eyes, commencing the assimilation of this data, which was more intuitive than any language, allowing him to comprehend and apply it more swiftly. I see now, these blueprints are exquisite. With them, we can achieve true automation for Star Technology's production line. Thank you, system, Long Hao exclaimed with excitement. Amidst Long Hao's determination and detailed plans for the company's future, he recognized the paramount importance of efficiency in information processing and decision-making. As the operations of Star Technology expanded and grew in complexity, he sensed that his mental faculties sometimes fell short in managing the increasing workload and pressure. To enhance his cognitive abilities and decision-making efficiency, Long Hao resolved to seek the system's assistance in developing his mind and optimizing his productivity. He addressed the system. I have recently felt that my capacity to think and process information is lagging behind the pace of the company's development. Is there a method to enhance my brain's efficiency, enabling me to grasp and respond to complex situations more swiftly? The system responded, "Host, the potential of the human brain is vast through specific training and techniques. Its efficiency and cognitive capabilities can be notably improved. Currently, there are various methods available to facilitate brain development, including but not limited to memory training, cognitive exercises, meditation practices, and certain brainwave stimulation techniques. Would you like me to search for detailed information on these methods?" Long Hao immediately responded, "Yes. Please identify these methods and provide me with a detailed plan. I wish to commence this training promptly to enhance my cognitive functions." The system replied, "Certainly, host. I shall promptly gather the relevant materials and devise a comprehensive brain development plan for you. Please hold on. You will soon receive an integrated program focused on memory, reaction speed, decision-making abilities, and more." With the guidance of the system and his unwavering dedication, Long Hao embarked on a series of brain training initiatives. After a period of systematic training, he noticeably felt a significant improvement in his capacity for information processing, decision-making, and handling complex situations. This not only strengthened his grasp on the future direction of Xingqian technology, but also bolstered the confidence of his team members. Chapter 103: Visitors from the Military. As Long Hao embarked on the reform and upgrade of Star Technology, the company's reputation soared. Even reaching the ears of the military. The military recognized that the high-quality products and systems developed by Star Technology, particularly the M90 all-terrain combat robot, held immense value for the combat effectiveness and reliability of military equipment. To further explore potential collaboration, the military dispatched an inspection team, led by a well-connected second-generation officer. Before long, a series of mysterious appointments appeared in Star Technology's visitor log. The security personnel, upon granting access, specifically informed Long Hao that the visitors were from the military's inspection team, awaiting him in the reception room. Upon entering the conference room, Long Hao immediately noticed Major Lin Feng, an elite figure in the military, emanating an extraordinary aura. dressed in military attire. Lin Feng's upright posture exuded an undeniable sense of strength. His gaze was resolute and profound, radiating a confidence that suggested he was in command of the situation. His facial features were sharply defined, and an air of authority lingered in his brow. The medals adorning his chest gleamed with the light of honor, each insignia a testament to his glorious moments on the battlefield. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, revealing an unhurried demeanor. Though youthful, he carried himself with the composure of experience, naturally emanating the essence of a leader, captivating in his combination of youth and power. Lin Feng's voice was deep and resonant, complementing his piercing gaze. Each word was articulated with clarity and strength, reflecting his meticulous training. His discourse exuded a noble demeanor, revealing a rigorous attitude towards work and a tentative exploration of collaboration that mirrored the seriousness and capability of the forces he represented. Long Hao realized that Lin Feng symbolized not merely a military contract, but the boundless possibilities for the future of star technology. Gathering his thoughts and steadying his mind, he extended his hand toward Major Lin Feng with a confident smile. Lin Feng's gaze carried a hint of arrogance, as though he were merely lowering himself to observe this modest entrepreneur's performance. Long Hao sensed the contempt, feeling a ripple of emotion within, yet maintained his composure. Long Hao, it is a great honor to have you visit our company, Major. May I inquire what specific information you hope to gather during this inspection? Lin Feng, our primary focus is on your M90 all-terrain combat robot. I have heard it is a robot with exceptional technological performance, which has garnered a modest reputation for star technology in the industry. However, reputation does not equate to stability, and the battlefield allows for no errors. I am particularly concerned with how your products perform in practical testing. Long Hao, you need not worry. Our M90 all-terrain combat robot has exceeded design objectives in all tests, particularly in a recent simulated battlefield scenario where it excelled. It not only adapts to complex terrains, but also integrates modularly with various weapon systems. Lin Feng, I have heard such claims before. They often remain mere paper statistics. Moreover, the military imposes exceedingly stringent requirements and standards on suppliers. How does Star Technology ensure stability and safety? Long Hao, at Star Technology, we have always adhered to a responsible attitude towards our products, ensuring rigorous quality control at every step of the process. From material selection to product testing, every phase is meticulously documented and evaluated. We let the facts speak for themselves and can provide you with actual operational data to facilitate a more informed assessment of our products. Lin Feng, oh, even so. How can I trust that you can meet the military's practical combat requirements? Meeting standard data benchmarks and actual battlefield performance are two entirely different concepts. Long Hao, indeed. The battlefield is unpredictable, which is why our M90 all-terrain combat robot was developed. If Major Lin is willing, we can arrange a live demonstration, allowing you to witness the power of the M90 firsthand and gain a better understanding of our after-sales service and technical support system. Lin Feng, I'm not in a hurry for a live demonstration. I would like to first understand your pricing structure. The quotes provided to the military should not be arbitrary figures, correct? Long Hao, the pricing will certainly be preferential for the military, and we can discuss the specific figures in detail later. However, I must emphasize that the value behind the price is what truly matters. Products from Star Technology not only withstand the scrutiny of testing data, but also serve as reliable companions for soldiers on the battlefield. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, seemingly non-committal to Long Hao's sales pitch. Well, understanding the product and the company's qualifications is the first step towards collaboration. For now, your introduction will suffice. I hope to see more convincing elements in the upcoming demonstration. Long Hao nodded, aware that this was the most information he could glean from a second-generation military officer. Although this meeting did not culminate in an immediate transaction, it represented an opportunity to gain deeper insights into military needs and to demonstrate the capabilities of Star Technology. Long Hao understood that to earn the respect and cooperation of this proud military scion, the forthcoming live demonstration must be flawless, necessitating meticulous preparation. Lin Feng remained silent, his laptop screen flickering with the presentation slides, seemingly asserting its presence. Observing the other's silence, Long Hao felt a stir of inspiration and decided to speak first. Major Lin, this is a brief version of the presentation for this demonstration. If you are interested, you may peruse it. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Feng scanned the screen with a detached gaze, his expression hinting at curiosity. Oh, what does Star Technology intend to showcase? Long Hao responded with a hint of confidence. This demonstration is primarily divided into 3 phases: product showcase, operational demonstration, and interactive QA. During the product showcase phase, we will elaborate on the technological highlights of the M90 all-terrain combat robot. Next, we will demonstrate the combat capabilities and adaptability of the M90 through the actual operations of an operator. Finally, we will address any questions that may arise, allowing you to gain a deeper understanding of the M90 all-terrain combat robot. Chapter 104. The M90 robot shocks the audience as the PPT slides on the laptop screen shifted gradually. Lin Feng's gaze followed suit. First, let me introduce the fundamental parameters of the M90 all-terrain combat robot. The M90 all-terrain combat robot boasts a versatile chassis design, and its high-powered propulsion system enables it to effortlessly conquer various terrains, with a climbing capability of up to 60 degrees. Its independent survival module provides comprehensive environmental control and an impressive 15-day operational capacity without resupply. The formidable dual-processor control system endows the M90 with AI-assisted decision-making capabilities, allowing for rapid responses on the battlefield. Lin Feng scrutinized the data displayed on the slide, a glimmer of keen interest illuminating his eyes. These figures appear quite promising, yet I yearn to witness firsthand the M90's true operational prowess. Long Hao smiled and nodded, gesturing toward the placeholder behind him. The equipment for the practical demonstration is right here. You need only provide the command to commence the showcase. At Long Hao's invitation, Lin Feng rose and proceeded toward the demonstration area, followed closely by the other attendees, all eager to witness the true might of Xingchen Technology's M90 all-terrain combat robot. In the dimly lit demonstration zone, the M90 all-terrain combat robot stood like a seasoned warrior, emanating a cold yet resolute aura. As commands were issued, the robot's eyes illuminated with a haunting blue light, a sign of its intelligent activation, akin to a battle-hardened veteran silently calculating every opportunity and threat. The ground was uneven, yet the M90 maintained a steadfast advantage. Its all-terrain chassis design showcased its true capabilities, effortlessly traversing myriad obstacles. Whether navigating simulated trenches, steep slopes, or carefully placed barricades, it exhibited not a moment of hesitation. Each advance seemed to struggle against gravity, every movement narrating a tale of a warrior's evolution on the battlefield. The simulated adversaries were far from simple targets. They were designed as combat units equipped with various weapons and tactics. However, regardless of whether these enemies employed ambushes or frontal assaults, the M90 rapidly analyzed and identified their vulnerabilities. Its propulsion system was explosively powerful, allowing it to approach targets with remarkable speed and precision. And paired with its advanced targeting system, every shot struck true. The robot's movements were fluid and exacting, each tactical maneuver narrating its own story, a tale of a warrior's growth amidst conflict. Lin Feng closely followed the robot's actions, his expression growing increasingly serious. No longer merely an observer of a sales pitch, he was now deeply immersed in the transformative journey of a product evolving into a comrade on the battlefield. As the last enemy was safely eliminated by the M90, the robot ceased its movements, its seemingly unfeeling eyes fading before Lin Feng. The M90 all-terrain combat robot from Xingchen Technology was not merely a machine of war, it was a herald of a revolutionary combat evolution prepared for humanity. The M90 all-terrain combat robot is equipped with a multifunctional combat weapon system, which includes a lightweight, yet powerful electromagnetic pulse emitter. This high-tech weapon can temporarily incapacitate enemy electronic devices without causing permanent damage. Additionally, the robot is outfitted with miniature intelligent guided grenades that autonomously seek out targets and detonate upon approach, thereby minimizing the impact on the surrounding environment. Another weapon in its arsenal is a lightweight laser cutter, capable not only of precise long-range strikes but also of cutting through obstacles during special operations. Ultimately, the M90 all-terrain combat robot is also integrated with a swarm of nanobots, a collection of miniature robots capable of reconnaissance, capture, or disruption tasks on the battlefield. These futuristic technological weapons are not only lightweight and portable, but also enhance the robot's versatility and operational efficiency. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, unable to conceal his astonishment. His voice resonated with shock and admiration as he remarked, "The configuration of these weapons is indeed more advanced than our current military equipment." The M90 all-terrain combat robot from Starry Technologies is undoubtedly a revolutionary force on the battlefield. Its technological sophistication and combat capabilities have entirely reshaped my understanding. He turned to Long Hao, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for potential future collaboration. Starry Technologies has clearly invested considerable effort this time. I believe our military should contemplate incorporating this robot into our equipment roster and initiate deeper cooperation. It not only promises to significantly enhance our combat efficiency, but also offers us greater tactical options for future battlefields. Long Hao responded with a confident smile. We are delighted to hear Mr. Lin's affirmation. Starry Technologies is steadfastly committed to creating more possibilities for humanity through innovative technology. The development of the M90 all-terrain combat robot is grounded in our profound insight into the demands of future battlefields. We believe that the collaboration between Starry Technologies and the military will unlock broader avenues for partnership, jointly ushering in a new era for future warfare. Lin Feng nodded, contemplative. He understood that the current engagement between Starry Technologies and the military was not merely an ordinary commercial demonstration, but rather a forward-looking discussion on the potential transformation of warfare. The presentation of the M90 all-terrain combat robot marked an undeniably successful beginning. He looked forward to how this advanced equipment could reshape the battlefield and contribute to the protection of the nation and its people. Chapter 105, Contract Signing the following day. Long Hao arrived at the military headquarters ahead of schedule, his presence evidently highly anticipated. In the spacious and well-lit conference room, both parties' personnel had prepared meticulously, with documents and contracts neatly arranged on the large conference table. The atmosphere, while serious, was imbued with an ineffable sense of excitement and anticipation. The leaders of the military and Lin Feng had already been waiting in the conference room. Upon seeing Long Hao enter, Lin Feng rose to his feet, greeting him with a warm smile. Their handshake symbolized not only a friendly exchange between individuals, but also the forthcoming collaboration between their respective parties. Mr. Long, I am delighted to formally sign the contract with you today. I believe this marks a new beginning for both of us. Lin Feng's voice resonated with sincerity and hope. Long Hao replied with a smile. Thank you for the trust the military has placed in Fictional technology. We are confident that the M90 all-terrain combat robot will bring a revolutionary enhancement to your combat forces. After an earnest dialogue, Wang Quan announced the military's decision in a more formal tone. He gazed at Long Hao, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and trust for the future. Mr. Long, after careful consideration, the military has decided to approve Fictional Technology's military production license, although this license is strictly limited to the M90 all-terrain combat robot. Furthermore, we must emphasize that this technology must not be disseminated abroad. We believe this will serve as a crucial safeguard for both parties and national security. Upon hearing this, Long Hao felt the weight of responsibility. He fully understood the significance of the military's decision. With utmost seriousness, he responded, Minister Wang, on behalf of Fictional Technology, I express our gratitude for the military's trust and support. Rest assured, we completely understand and agree to the military's conditions. Fictional Technology will adhere strictly to the relevant regulations, ensuring that the M90 all-terrain combat robot and its technology do not reach foreign shores. We are acutely aware of the importance of this responsibility and will demonstrate our commitment through tangible actions. Wang Quan nodded, recognizing that Long Hao truly grasped the significance of this responsibility. He resolved to offer further support to help Fictional Technology achieve a leap in defense technology. Excellent. I look forward to Fictional Technology, under your leadership, making significant breakthroughs in our defense technology. Our military will provide the necessary assistance and support as we strive together for the security of our nation and the well-being of our people. With the success of this meeting, Long Hao became increasingly convinced that Fictional Technology could achieve even greater accomplishments in the military industry. He understood that this was merely the first step, yet he also recognized it as a solid foundation for a brilliant future. After gaining a deeper understanding of the M90 all-terrain combat robot's capabilities and weapon configurations, Wang Quan approached Long Hao with palpable excitement, his eyes reflecting profound shock and anticipation. Once mass production commences, what will our supply capacity be? Wang Quan inquired directly, his question pinpointing the military's concern regarding Fictional Technology's production capacity. Long Hao, exuding confidence, responded, You need not worry about the output. Our production line at Fictional Technology employs advanced intelligent manufacturing technologies, enabling us to achieve rapid and stable mass production while ensuring quality. In the initial stages, we can supply 100 units per month, and as we further optimize our production line, this figure will gradually increase. Wang Quan nodded thoughtfully, perceiving hope in the introduction of this robot. which would undoubtedly enhance the military's combat capability and responsiveness significantly. He then inquired, "Can you ensure stable operational after-sales service for such a vast quantity of robots?" "Certainly," Leng Yun replied with unwavering confidence. "We not only provide a comprehensive after-sales service system, but also include technical training for maintenance personnel to ensure that the military can adeptly handle any operational conditions of the robots. Whether it is battlefield repairs or routine maintenance, Xingqian Technology will offer steadfast support." Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's expression relaxed considerably, as he had gained a deeper understanding of Xingqian Technology's capabilities. He looked at Leng Yun, his tone revealing not only admiration but also a solemn trust. "Xingqian Technology stands at the forefront of the era. Your products will bring unprecedented enhancements to our national defense forces. I hope we can continue to strengthen our collaboration in the pursuit of safety and peace for our nation." Leng Yun nodded with a smile, filled with passion and confidence for his endeavor. "It is our honor to collaborate with the military. Xingqian Technology is committed to being your steadfast ally, propelling the Chinese military towards modernization and intelligence." Subsequently, Leng Yun handed Wang Quan a box containing an intelligent chip, the key to controlling the M90 all-terrain combat robot weapon system. This contains complete authorization for upgrading and adjusting the M90 weapon system. We hope that by granting this access, the military can autonomously adjust and optimize weapon configurations according to real combat needs. Leng Yun's words resonated with sincerity. Wang Quan accepted the box, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood that this was not merely a contract but a pivotal step towards transforming future warfare paradigms. In due course, the contract was officially signed, and applause filled the room, marking a significant revolution on future battlefields and heralding a new chapter in their collaboration. After the signing ceremony, both parties posed for a commemorative photograph. Wang Quan and Leng Yun stood at the center, their expressions brimming with hopeful aspirations and unwavering confidence for the future. They believed this collaboration would be enduring and fruitful. As Leng Yun and his team departed from the military headquarters, discussions continued in the conference room regarding potential future cooperation directions and tactical drills. Lin Feng silently anticipated how the M90 all-terrain combat robots would demonstrate their unprecedented power on future battlefields. Chapter 106. The fusion of simulation systems and gaming. The perfect simulation training system represents a groundbreaking technology developed by Starry Sky Technology. The original intent behind this system is to transcend the conventional boundaries between training and entertainment, allowing users to engage in various scenarios within a meticulously simulated virtual environment. Regardless of the roles users wish to embody, the challenges they face, or the skills they aspire to acquire, the perfect simulation training system promises to deliver the most authentic and precise experiences. In the Starry Sky Technology building, Leng Yun addressed the technical staff, stating, "We intend to integrate the perfect simulation training system technology into a game, enabling players to experience realistic combat scenarios within it. This game can serve both as entertainment and as a training tool. Do you believe this idea is feasible? This concept will undoubtedly drive players wild," exclaimed the technical staff, radiating enthusiasm. "With the perfect simulation training system, we can design various extreme situations, allowing players to enhance their adaptability and decision-making skills in such a lifelike environment. This will not merely be a game. It will evolve into a training platform, an educational tool, and perhaps even revolutionize traditional gaming and educational methods." Encouraged by the staff's response, Leng Yun felt a surge of confidence. He understood that the potential of the perfect simulation training system extends far beyond mere gaming. It could very well unlock the gateway to an entirely new industry. They embarked on research, examining existing games in the market in search of inspiration to craft a truly unique training experience. Before long, they identified a breakthrough. Realizing that ordinary games on the market could not compare to the realism afforded by the perfect simulation training system. The combat training virtual systems in conventional games rely solely on standard displays and input devices, which are fundamentally no different from typical gaming setups. While they may provide a somewhat realistic battlefield environment, they still suffer from subpar visual effects and insufficient responsiveness. In contrast, games incorporating the perfect simulation training system boast superior spatial awareness derived from impeccable simulation technology and logical algorithms. By intelligently sensing the user's physical movements, these systems translate them into the actions of characters within the game. Simultaneously, The interactive virtual reality environment connected to the combat training system grants users an extraordinarily authentic sense of the battlefield and tactical maneuvers. The military-grade data gloves can capture even the slightest finger movements, enhancing user control and rendering the experience more immersive, thereby significantly improving training outcomes. While designing the game, Leng Yun harbored a grand vision. He aspired for this game to become a powerful educational tool for the future. Through gameplay, players would not only encounter a genuine battlefield environment, but also learn and grow through every decision they make and each battle they engage in. Leng Yun resolved to incorporate a learning mode into the game, capable of recording players' choices, analyzing behavioral patterns, and providing intelligent feedback based on the results. This design will enable players, upon concluding a game, not only to view their results but also to comprehend the gains and losses associated with each decision, thereby extracting valuable lessons to refine their strategies. However, Leng Yun is acutely aware that this game should not solely focus on enhancing military prowess. Societal safety and public order are equally paramount. He resolved to integrate this philosophy into the game. Consequently, the system will swiftly identify and restrict any players attempting to simulate unlawful or unethical behavior within the game, ensuring that users maintain a sense of moral awareness and responsibility. Leng Yun firmly believes that, with the advancement of science and technology, this game will become an indispensable component of the educational landscape. It not only trains military personnel in tactical and strategic thinking, but also equips ordinary citizens with safety knowledge, crime prevention strategies, and public safety maintenance. This game represents an investment in the future. When it ultimately launches, it will not only yield substantial economic benefits for the company, but, more importantly, will play a significant role in enhancing the overall safety awareness of society. In the future, it is conceivable that everyone may need to undergo game education, learning to protect themselves and others through an engaging medium, thus becoming integral to societal safety. The perfect simulation training system offers players a comprehensive virtual training environment capable of simulating various extreme scenarios, an experience that conventional display games cannot provide. By integrating these technologies, this game will offer unprecedented depth and breadth of training, transcending traditional gaming to emerge as a revolutionary educational tool. In designing the gameplay modes, Leng Yun aims to present players with diverse options. One mode, Enhanced Training, is tailored for military personnel with battlefield experience seeking advanced skills. Another mode, Safety Education, focuses on imparting self-protection and safety knowledge to ordinary citizens. The game will feature a series of common risk scenarios, teaching players appropriate response methods through interactive gameplay. Beyond the game content, Leng Yun places equal importance on the user interface, UI, and user experience, UX. He aspires for players to learn and master even the most complex tactical maneuvers or safety knowledge in a relaxed and enjoyable manner. Chapter 107. A Resounding Response. The Perfect Simulation Training System, developed by the Dragon's Perfect Simulation Training Game Company, has sparked tremendous excitement within the gaming community. It not only offers players an unparalleled virtual reality experience, but also embodies the educational philosophy of Leng Yun. After more than a year of rigorous testing and refinement, the game was successfully launched, eliciting enthusiastic reactions from society. The most popular enhanced training mode has become an indispensable tool for both veterans and recruits. Soldiers utilize this system to repeatedly rehearse in simulated battlefields, significantly enhancing their tactical awareness, combat skills, and psychological resilience. Many veterans continue to use this system for personal training after retirement, maintaining their combat readiness. Meanwhile, the Safety Education mode has quickly ignited a fervor for learning among citizens. Through this mode, ordinary individuals can immerse themselves in various safety threats and learn how to protect themselves and others. Some parents have even purchased this system as a safety education tool for their children, nurturing their awareness from a young age. As the game's influence continues to expand, there has been a notable decline in societal crime rates. The safety knowledge acquired by many players has proven invaluable in real life, helping to avert numerous potential dangers and tragedies. Beyond military and civilian applications, the perfect simulation training system has also begun to be employed in the training of police officers, firefighters, and other specialized professions. Professionals in these fields must confront various dangers and emergencies, and this system provides them with a realistic virtual training environment. The game has achieved remarkable success in the market, becoming a phenomenon as a virtual reality educational tool. Leng Yun finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. He had not only created immense wealth for the company, but but also introduced a novel educational approach that seamlessly blends learning with entertainment. Long Hao's success is a testament to his vision and perseverance. With a spirit of responsibility towards the future, he has crafted a revolutionary product for both the company and society, ushering in a new era. Determined to personally experience the perfect simulation training system developed by his company, Long Hao found himself truly immersed in various simulated environments, thanks to the application of holographic projection technology. The system featured a multi-scenario selection function, capable of simulating both extreme battlefield conditions and everyday safety threats in urban settings. Fully equipped with sensory gear, Long Hao first chose the enhanced training mode. In this mode, he experienced diverse battlefields, from jungle warfare to urban counterterrorism, each scenario remarkably realistic, challenging his tactical adaptability and honing his psychological resilience. This comprehensive training deepened Long Hao's understanding of the reliance that veterans and recruits place on such training. Subsequently, he switched to the safety education mode, which simulated everyday safety issues, such as fire evacuation and earthquake self-rescue. Through immersive experiences, Long Hao learned the proper response strategies for these unexpected events. This not only serves as a form of self-protection, but also broadens his understanding of the significance of educational modules for ordinary citizens. Upon the conclusion of the experience, Long Hao became increasingly convinced that his product could effectively enhance both individual and societal safety awareness. He perceived the educational revolution brought about by technology, which is not merely a technical breakthrough but also a significant advancement in educational methodologies. Long Hao felt immense pride in the diligent efforts of his team and foresaw the extensive application of the training perfect simulation system in the future. "We are creating history," Long Hao proclaimed in the team's channel. "Our objective transcends merely offering an astonishing entertainment experience. More importantly, we aim to elevate the skills and safety awareness of various individuals through the training perfect simulation system." The large screen in the control room displayed the latest version of the game, showcasing a multitude of diverse experiential scenarios. Whether it be urban counterterrorism operations, wilderness survival, or responses to natural disasters, each scene was crafted with remarkable realism, immersing players as if they were present in the moment. Long Hao instructed the technical staff to set up a new personal account for him, incorporating a feature for selecting customized game experience scenarios. He aspired to tailor training according to the personal needs and interests of the players, thereby enhancing public acceptance and engagement with the game. User supremacy, Long Hao reiterated, "We must ensure that everyone can find suitable challenges and opportunities for growth within this system." Through the continuous optimization by the programming team, the gaming system gradually evolved into a platform brimming with infinite possibilities. Players were able to select their own experiential scenarios, greatly enriching the enjoyment and diversity of the game. Veterans could hone their tactical maneuvers and combat psychology in urban warfare scenarios, while ordinary citizens could acquire practical survival skills in wilderness survival or natural disaster response situations. Chapter 108. Obtaining the license in Long Hao's mind. An array of possibilities unfurled regarding how the game could be tailored to meet the actual demands of the military. He instructed the game development team to create a specialized version exclusively for the armed forces, convinced that this endeavor would significantly enhance the daily training efficiency of military personnel. Develop a module that enables active duty soldiers to practice repeatedly, encompassing the strategies and combat skills they require, Long Hao articulated to the team. If any uncertainties arise, consult with the veterans. They are seasoned experts who can impart invaluable insights. Upon receiving the task, the development team sprang into action. They meticulously delineated the various competencies essential for soldiers and designed corresponding training scenarios within the game. The training extended beyond mere shooting and combat. It encompassed a comprehensive array of military training elements, including observation, reconnaissance, reporting, and decision-making. Throughout the development of the military version, team members frequently engaged with veterans. The veterans shared their authentic combat experiences and highlighted pain points encountered during training, enabling the development team to seamlessly integrate real-world experience into the simulation system. The veterans expressed their admiration, believing that this system could indeed serve as a powerful training tool for active soldiers. After extensive testing and revisions, the game development team ultimately completed a nearly flawless version tailored for the military. This iteration not only featured combat training under various rigorous conditions, but also incorporated targeted training programs for teamwork and tactical coordination. The veterans held the system in high regard, confident in its potential to genuinely enhance soldiers' combat effectiveness and survivability. We must ensure that this system aids the military in resolving actual issues, Long Hao stated. It should emerge as a formidable tool for cultivating future warriors while simultaneously enhancing the adaptability and overall combat prowess of current servicemen. With the completion of the military version, Long Hao's company further solidified its leading position in the realm of high-tech training system development. This version not only provided the military with an innovative training solution but also opened the door to a broader market for the company. Moving forward, the company would remain committed to the development of human resources, continually optimizing its products to contribute to talent cultivation across various professional fields. Wang Quan entered Long Hao's office, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Since the military adopted the training system developed by Long Hao's company, there had been a remarkable improvement in the training outcomes and combat capabilities of the soldiers. Having personally experienced the efficacy of this system, he expressed his commendation. Mr. Long, I must congratulate you. Your system has greatly enhanced our training efficiency, Wang Quan said enthusiastically. Long Hao inclined his head slightly in response. Thank you for your affirmation. Commander Wang, we are steadfast in our commitment to providing the military with the highest quality training solutions. Wang Quan nodded and continued. The purpose of my visit is to discuss the development of a new generation of combat simulation systems. We seek to augment the existing system with greater realism and complexity, particularly in the realms of command and control, ensuring it aligns more closely with real combat scenarios. Long Hao smiled subtly, his mind already formulating plans. He was troubled by how to expand the company's business landscape, and Wang Quan's proposal undoubtedly presented a rare opportunity. Director Wang, to ensure we can meet your requirements, we need to delve deeply into the specific details, Long Hao responded politely. However, before we proceed, we require a document of authorization from you. As it pertains to our company's next developmental plan, Long Hao was not evading the matter. Rather, he was acutely aware that any innovation necessitates rigorous scrutiny and regulation. Particularly in the highly sensitive domain of military technology, each step must be taken with caution and resolve. Wang Quan understood Long Hao's concerns, and a knowing smile graced his face. As you anticipated, Mr. Long, the authorization document is already prepared, he said, retrieving a document from his briefcase and placing it before Long Hao. After both parties' legal advisors confirmed its validity, Long Hao and Wang Quan resumed their seats to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the specific needs and development plans for the next-generation combat simulation system. This exchange not only fortified the cooperative bond between them, but also laid a solid foundation for Long Hao's company's future development. Upon hearing Wang Quan's introduction, Long Hao swiftly envisioned the blueprint for the new system in his mind. He realized that this was not merely a commercial opportunity, but a significant chance to elevate military training standards. He expressed to Wang Quan, Director Wang, I foresee a future where all military training will be based on virtual reality technology. Our aim is to enable soldiers to master combat skills and cultivate combat awareness within a simulated environment. The command and control aspects you mentioned are precisely what we need to focus on for our next breakthrough. We can further develop a virtual commander role, allowing soldiers to interact with it in simulated war zones, thereby enhancing team combat capabilities and the agility of the command system, Long Hao added. Hearing this, Wang Quan excitedly patted Long Hao on the shoulder. The future you envision is truly enticing, and I am confident it will be exceptional. Let us join forces to enhance our nation's military strength. From that day forward, Long Hao resolved to upgrade their system to the latest version, incorporating all the features Wang Quan desired. He and his team invested substantial resources and energy, collaborating closely with military experts to develop a more advanced and intricate training system encompassing a range of skills from individual combat to team command. Although the process was arduous, each problem solved invigorated Long Hao, for he recognized that their system was transforming the landscape of military training. After countless tests and optimizations, the new training system was finally completed and widely introduced within the military. The results were exhilarating, and the system received high accolades. Long Hao understood that he had not only earned Wang Quan's recognition, but also, in aiding the military to reach new heights, had achieved his own ambitions. And all of this began with a Navi idea, providing groundbreaking training solutions to the military through a virtual reality system. Chapter 109. The advent of 5G products in the market. After an extensive period of laboratory research and countless experiments, Long Hao's team has achieved a historic breakthrough. The Interstellar 5G variable frequency temperature regulating antibacterial sports shoes and the Galaxy 5G ultra-low latency, high-fidelity Bluetooth earphones. These two revolutionary products have successfully completed rigorous testing and have fully entered the production phase. Within the factory, advanced robotic arms work in close harmony with skilled laborers, ensuring that each process unfolds with impeccable order, thereby guaranteeing the stability and reliability of product quality. In a corner of the workshop, Leng Yun directs the staff in the final product inspection. At this moment, he lifts his gaze, peering through the glass window towards the distant production line. The automated robotic arms operate with precision, each process seamlessly interconnected, while the workers coordinate methodically with these high-tech devices, as if everything is well within their grasp. Brother Hao, the quality of this batch of shoes and earphones has passed inspection, Engineer Shaoli exclaimed, approaching with the testing report waving in his hand. Leng Yun nodded, his eyes reflecting a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. The launch of these two new products not only serves as a personal triumph for him, but also stands as the finest reward for the entire team's relentless efforts. The shoes feature an innovative nanotextile upper that can automatically adjust the internal temperature according to the wearer's body heat, while also boasting efficient antibacterial properties to alleviate discomfort caused by perspiration. The sole incorporates a 5G communication module, enabling real-time data transmission and analysis during physical activity, assisting users in understanding their exercise states, and even facilitating virtual competitions with nearby wearers. Meanwhile, the Galaxy 5G ultra-low latency high-fidelity Bluetooth earphones signify a monumental advancement in the audio realm. Employing revolutionary sound enhancement technology, they deliver high-quality music that closely resembles the original sound in real time, allowing listeners to experience an unprecedented auditory journey. The built-in 5G chip elevates the connection speed to new heights, ensuring seamless integration with various mobile devices while providing an immersive surround sound experience, significantly enhancing consumer satisfaction. Upon completing the final quality inspections, pairs of Interstellar 5G variable frequency temperature-regulating antibacterial sports shoes and sets of Galaxy 5G ultra-low latency high-fidelity Bluetooth earphones are meticulously packaged, poised for dispatch to the eagerly anticipated market. With the launch of these two products, Xingshan Technology Company has garnered widespread attention. Shaoli, observing the viral review videos circulating online about the company's products, animatedly remarked to Leng Yun, "Brother Hao, the moment we unveil these two products, it will undoubtedly ignite the entire market." Leng Yun smiled, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the bustling production line. He understood that this was not merely a test of the products, but rather a significant examination for the entire team. Xingshan Technology represents not only his career, but also embodies his boundless dreams and hopes for the future. Though the road ahead may be fraught with challenges, he is determined to lead this team on a magnificent journey to change the world and explore the cosmos. This is the perfect fusion of technology and fashion. Leng Yun reflected, overwhelmed with emotion as the first batch of products rolled off the production line. These achievements stem from his audacious vision, which, after the diligent research and development efforts of his team, has finally come to fruition. He firmly believes that these products will usher in a new wave of consumer trends, thereby establishing Leng Yun Company's leading position in the market. The sales channels have long been prepared, spanning from traditional e-commerce platforms to emerging social media avenues. The omni-channel promotional strategy enables a broader audience to engage with these two high-tech offerings. Attractive pre-sale activities, compelling advertising copy, and viral marketing plans all exemplify the company's astute grasp of the market dynamics. Chapter 110. Feedback from the product market within the offices of Starlight Technology. Leng Yun and his team members convened to deliberate on market feedback and subsequent plans. "Brother Hao, I truly did not anticipate that comment you shared with me yesterday." Shaoli chuckled. A customer mentioned that after donning our Stellar G sports shoes, they felt transformed into a city runner, and running after work has become a newfound joy. Leng Yun smiled. Indeed, our shoes not only provide comfort, but also usher in a novel lifestyle. This was precisely the intention behind our product development. However, there are customers who have remarked that while the sound quality of our headphones is exceptional, the earbud design does not accommodate everyone's ears comfortably. Some have suggested that we offer a variety of earbud sizes to better suit users with different ear shapes, Xiaozhang added. Upon hearing this, Leng Yun nodded thoughtfully. These suggestions are invaluable. We ought not to solely concentrate on the high-tech features of our products. The comfort of our users is equally paramount. Enhancing the earbud design should be prioritized immediately. By the way, there's a rather amusing suggestion. A customer mentioned that it would be fantastic if we could incorporate a Find Me feature into the headphones, as they often forget where they place them. Xiaolu said with a laugh. Everyone chuckled at this, and Long Hao shook his head with a smile. That idea is quite down to earth. We should certainly consider it. In fact, adding a small function that triggers the headphones to emit a sound via a mobile app is not technically complex. Yet it could indeed resolve a tangible issue for some users. Indeed, life is replete with minor inconveniences, and if our products can address or alleviate these, we will be more attuned to user needs, Xiaoli reflected. Long Hao nodded in agreement. Our objective extends beyond merely creating market-disruptive products. It is crucial to connect with users and enhance their lives through our technology. Moving forward, we must place greater emphasis on market feedback and transform users' voices into directions for product improvement. In the conference room, the spirited discussion persisted, with every suggestion and piece of feedback receiving due consideration. Long Hao and his team were poised to implement more user-centric designs, deepening the impact of Starlight Technologies' offerings. As the first batch of products gradually shipped, user testimonials and reviews began to accumulate. On social media, individuals enthusiastically praised the practicality and innovation of these two products, with numerous videos and reviews attesting to their outstanding performance. Fitness enthusiasts and audiophiles alike declared the Stellar G variable temperature antibacterial sports shoes and the Galaxy G ultra-low latency, high-fidelity Bluetooth headphones as indispensable gear. The fervent market response validated Long Hao's foresight and perseverance. The success of these two products opened up new business avenues for the company, delivering an unprecedented experience to consumers. Yet, this was merely the beginning, an initial stride towards Long Hao's vision of leading the future wave of smart wearable devices. He understood that he must not be beguiled by early successes. Continuous innovation and breakthroughs were the only pathways to sustaining market stature. Long Hao was immersed in the joy of successfully launching the first batch of products when his phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. He answered the call, and it was a message from the electric company, his partner. Mr. Long, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this moment, but we are facing an emergency. Our power network is under a severe attack, and the entire system is on the verge of collapse. We hope that Xingqian Technology can provide assistance. Chapter 111. The power company under attack. Long Hao hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in concern. He turned to Johnny and remarked, "The assault on the power system may very well be a retaliation from a hacker organization. My suspicions have proven true. What are we waiting for?" Johnny's voice brimmed with urgency. "We must head over immediately. I will gather the others. You can set off right now." No sooner had Johnny spoken than he dashed out of the office like an arrow. Long Hao swiftly grabbed his coat, dialing the others while making his way to the parking lot. Moments later, the elite team from Xingqian Technology assembled. Each vehicle was filled with engineers and IT personnel, their faces grave and resolute, fully aware of the daunting task ahead. They understood that this was not merely a race against time to avert a power crisis, but a significant test of the company's adaptability and technological prowess. The paralysis of the power system renders the gravity of this incident beyond words. Everyone must give their utmost. As the vehicles progressed, Long Hao transmitted orders via radio to all team members. Our mission is clear. Protect the power system and maintain the city's illumination. They soon arrived at the power company, where the emergency command center was ablaze with lights and bustling activity. Technical experts darted about, each intently focused on their screens. Upon seeing Long Hao and his team, the company's leader exhaled in relief. "You finally arrived, General Long." The leader grasped Long Hao's hand tightly, speaking with urgency. "The power system has been subjected to a series of attacks from an unidentified source and is on the brink of collapse. We have exhausted all methods but have yet to make any significant progress." Long Hao's brow tightened as he observed the ongoing repair efforts. He understood that the level of cybersecurity for the power grid was relatively low, rendering it vulnerable to hacking attempts. However, an assault of this magnitude was not the work of ordinary hackers, based on experiences from headquarters. This attack bore the hallmarks of a state-sponsored hacker or even a coordinated effort from multiple organizations. We must thwart them. They are attempting to seize control of the entire power system. A senior engineer, his face etched with worry, nearly shouted. Long Hao took a deep breath, glancing at his team and finding determination and expertise reflected in their eyes. "What I need from you is to unlock every possible avenue to safeguard the power grid of Bright City. This time, we shall make the attackers feel immense pain and ensure their failure. Under Long Hao's command, The engineers from Xingqian Technology swiftly integrated with the technical forces of the power company, igniting a silent battle in the dead of night. Long Hao's mind raced as he analyzed the situation at hand. He realized that relying solely on the power company's resources was insufficient to address the current crisis. He must leverage the advantages of Xingqian Technology to turn the tide. He issued a series of directives, prompting the engineers to spring into action. Connecting Xingqian Technology's emergency power system in preparation for integration with the power company's network. We must integrate the power system of Star Technology into our network to achieve a more comprehensive monitoring and control, Long Hao remarked to the head of the power company. This will necessitate an urgent switch, as any potential vulnerabilities within the power supply network must be swiftly addressed. The employees of the power company busied themselves, collaborating closely with the Star Technology team to ensure a smooth transition. Technicians from both sides diligently monitored every data flow on the command center's screens to avert any further attacks. Chapter 112. Protection of the Power System Integration. Moments later, the power system of Xingqian Technology successfully connected to the network of the power company. Long Hao stood before the screen, his gaze piercing. Let us commence. May Xingqian Technology's power grid envelop the entire city, safeguarding the citizens' security. As the command was issued, the power system of Xingqian Technology gradually initiated and began to integrate with the urban power grid. The engineers from the power company were astonished to witness a formidable cybersecurity layer emerging within the Xingqian Technology system, resembling an impregnable wall that shielded the entire system's integrity. The system of Xingqian Technology has established a protective layer within our network. Look, the hacker traffic attempting to infiltrate is being intercepted, one engineer exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the data displayed on the screen. Long Hao did not allow himself to relax due to the current defensive success. He understood that this was merely a temporary triumph. Do not let your guard down. Now is the time for a counteroffensive. The network system of Xingqian Technology began its retaliation, tracing the hacker's pathways as it traversed layer upon layer of virtual boundaries. The network system of Xingqian resembled a winged packet of light, launching an assault on the hacker's source. Our system has incited chaos within the adversary's network, and their attacks are diminishing. The engineers reported, as the screen displayed a series of notifications indicating victories in cybersecurity. Long Hao nodded, yet he was acutely aware that this conflict was far from over. He had to seize this opportunity to identify the hacker's source and sever their control over the power system completely. Continue the assault. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Long Hao commanded. We must capitalize on this chance to trace the origin of the attack and eradicate it entirely. The cybersecurity experts of Xingqian Technology and the staff of the power company worked in unison, relentlessly analyzing data streams and pursuing each anomalous signal and code. They recognized that this battle was not solely about safeguarding the power supply, but also about protecting the security of the entire city of Guangming. At that moment, Long Hao's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard an anxious voice on the other end. President Long, the hackers seem to have detected our counterattack. Their system has now activated a self-destruct protocol. Long Hao tightened his grip on the phone, understanding that this was merely another trap set by the adversary. Yet he would not falter. On the contrary, his resolve intensified. Prepare for the potential impact of the self-destruct protocol. We are ready for the worst-case scenario. Long Hao calmly directed. Our system is prepared. We fear not their tricks. The power system of Xingqian Technology had successfully integrated and spearheaded the counteroffensive. But this was merely the prologue to a larger cyber warfare. Long Hao was acutely aware that they must remain vigilant and strategically respond to the challenges that lay ahead. Under Long Hao's command, the engineers of Xingqian Technology incessantly optimized the system, continuing their relentless battle against the hackers. The ceaseless exchanges of attack and counterattack resembled a game of power and intellect. The technicians of Xingqian Technology diligently analyzed the hackers' patterns and swiftly erected defenses, resisting the onslaught from external threats. They established a series of intricate security measures within the power company's network, encompassing firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and antivirus software. As Long Hao had anticipated, the cyber warfare was far from over. Just as they devoted themselves to tracking the hackers, a sudden thunderstorm erupted outside. With lightning illuminating the sky, the information stream on the screen became chaotic, data encoding flickering rapidly and eluding comprehension. Johnny, the enigmatic hacker girl often adorned with a mysterious mask, sat poised before an advanced computer, calmly observing the tumultuous data flow on the screen, unfazed. Do not panic. This is merely their ruse. I shall attempt to unravel this deception. After a brief pause, she struck the keyboard with fervor, a torrent of complex code cascading forth, crashing vehemently into the chaotic data stream. If my calculations are correct, their self-destruct program should be concealed within this turmoil. However, at that moment, Long Hao suddenly heard a cold voice emanating from the system. Terminate all external processes. Initiate self-destruct program. The voice ruthlessly dismantled Long Hao's strategy, and he stared at the screen, a mix of anxiety and fury coursing through him. Meanwhile, Johnny furrowed her brow slightly, evidently troubled by the situation. Long Hao, should we not take action? What did that phone call mean? Self-destruct program. Her voice was laced with palpable concern and trepidation. Long Hao cast a glance at Johnny. We cannot afford to lose this battle. The citizens are relying on our power supply, he replied tersely, immersing himself entirely in the conflict against the hackers. In the meantime, the engineers were unwilling to yield easily to the enemy. They steadfastly remained at their posts, delving deeper into the chaos of the data stream. As the battle escalated in this tense atmosphere, the sky continued to crackle with lightning, as if rallying support for this cyber confrontation. The struggle persisted, perhaps with even more sinister confrontations lurking silently in the shadows, awaiting their moment to strike. Chapter 113. Long Hao takes action in the tense and exhilarating arena of cyber warfare. Long Hao resolved to personally lead the charge. Although he was already the soul of starry technology, his technical expertise and extraordinary hacking skills remained legendary. This was not a moment for passive observation, but rather for direct engagement to turn the tide of battle. Taking a deep breath, Long Hao seated himself before the control panel. The engineers around him sensed the shift in atmosphere, falling into silence as their gazes converged upon him. With a gentle tap on the keyboard, he commenced the pursuit of the attack's origin. His gaze was resolute, as if he could penetrate the depths of the virtual realm beyond the screen and directly grasp the opponent's intricacies. I found it. Long Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated with the essence of triumph, filling the room with an air of victory. He swiftly composed a complex counter-intrusion program. This was not merely a counterattack, but a precise strike deep within enemy territory. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a maestro conducting a magnificent symphony. Under his guidance, Starry Technology's combat algorithms surged forth like a torrent, breaching every defensive line set by the hacker and striking directly at their core. The data streams displayed on the screen grew increasingly chaotic, yet for Long Hao, this was merely the storm preceding the dawn of victory. He understood that conquering the enemy required an intimate comprehension of their strategies, and he had achieved just that. At last, a clear notification chimed within the room. System alert. Intruder has been eliminated. Network security has been restored. Long Hao stood, surveying his companions with a long-awaited smile. We did it, he proclaimed, his voice imbued with pride and relief. Not only have we safeguarded the power grid security, but we have also protected the well-being of countless citizens in Bright City. At that moment, the thunder outside seemed to celebrate their victory, as if nature itself were honoring their success. The battle had yielded not only a fleeting tranquility, but also a renewed confidence for the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Long Hao, the leader who had personally engaged in battle to eradicate the opposing hacker, would have his name etched in the annals of starry technology and the history of Bright City. Unbeknownst to the residents of Bright City as they drifted into slumber, a battle to defend their light and peace was quietly concluding. The collaborative team of Starry Technology and the Power Company, through their expertise and dedication, had safeguarded this silent yet resplendent night. Following their victory over the hackers' incursion, Johnny and Long Hao engaged in fruitful discussions with the management of the Power Company. Both parties agreed to jointly upgrade the company's network security defenses. Upon reaching an agreement, the Power Company designated Starry Technology as its exclusive cybersecurity partner, a move that undoubtedly bolstered Johnny and Long Hao's prestige and status within the firm. Together, they began to design and deploy new cybersecurity strategies, which encompassed several key aspects. First, they introduced advanced persistent threat (APT) detection tools to identify complex and covert cyber attacks. These tools would monitor the network's behavior in real time, comparing and alerting on anomalous activity patterns. Furthermore, the Power Company's network system has been segmented and isolated, employing multi-layer authentication and access control. Each network segment is governed by specific access rules to ensure that no single point of attack can proliferate throughout the entire network. Moreover, the Power Company has introduced network simulation technology, creating a realistic network environment designed to ensnare and analyze cyber attackers, while simultaneously enabling in-depth learning analysis of attack behaviors. thereby enhancing the overall cybersecurity posture. In addition, the power company has opted to procure a comprehensive suite of network defense and early warning devices from Starry Technology. These devices leverage Starry Technology's advanced cybersecurity algorithms and big data analytics capabilities, facilitating 24/7 real-time monitoring of the power company's entire network stack and automatically triggering alert systems upon detection of threats. Lastly, the power company has intensified employee training on cybersecurity awareness and instituted regular penetration testing to ensure staff can identify and report potential security vulnerabilities, while also validating the efficacy of existing defense measures. Through these initiatives, the power company's cybersecurity level has been significantly elevated, instilling a sense of security among citizens and fortifying the reputation of both the power company and Starry Technology in the marketplace. Furthermore, Johnny and Long Hao, as the leading figures of Starry Technology, have garnered acclaim within the industry for their foresight and professional expertise. This series of actions has also paved the way for deeper collaboration between Starry Technology and the power company, laying a solid foundation for future partnerships in various fields. Simultaneously, the process of overcoming hackers and subsequent measures has emerged as a benchmark case within the industry, prompting a heightened emphasis on technological innovation and preventive mechanisms in the cybersecurity sector, thus providing robust assurance for society's digital transformation. The narrative continues. As the shared challenges faced by Starry Technology and the power company foster mutual growth, creating a more secure network environment for the bright city of Guangming. Following the upgrade of the power grid defenses after the cyber attack, Guangming has become increasingly vigilant. With the assistance of Starry Technology, the power company has not only rebuilt their cybersecurity system but also enhanced its own network defense framework. A deeper strategic partnership has been established between the power company and Starry Technology, collaboratively formulating emergency plans and ongoing training programs to address potential future cyber threats. While citizens still harbor unease from the previous intrusion, they have come to recognize the power company's efforts post-incident, gradually restoring their trust in the security of the power grid. In this new landscape, the future of Guangming has become more resilient, and Starry Technology has taken this as a lesson to develop even more advanced cybersecurity technologies, safeguarding not only the power company, but also contributing to the overall cybersecurity of the city. Long Hao and his team have played a pivotal role in this process, their dedication and innovation laying a solid foundation for the city's digital progression. Long Hao stands in the conference hall of Starry Technology, gazing into an expansive black ocean that seemingly symbolizes the profound and enigmatic nature of the internet. He quietly surveyed his surroundings, gathering the company's finest engineers, product managers, and executives. His gaze was resolute, and as all eyes turned to him, he began to speak. At Starlight Technologies, we have endured a formidable struggle. The challenges posed by hackers, though painful, have fostered our growth and revealed our resilience. We have safeguarded the electricity company and preserved the tranquility of Bright City. Yet, the war for cybersecurity is unending. We cannot afford to pause at this moment. We must regard this battle as a new beginning. The atmosphere in the auditorium was tense yet fervent. As everyone listened intently to his words, Long Hao continued, "We must persist in our innovation, unbound by precedent. We must stay ahead of emerging threats. Our technology should not only respond to current cyber attacks but also anticipate future dangers. We aspire to be the beacon of our industry, providing the most robust security assurances to all who depend on us." That speech marked a new beginning for Starlight Technologies. In the aftermath, various departments collaborated more closely, collectively formulating new research and development initiatives. Under Long Hao's leadership, Starlight Technologies began to tackle a series of cutting-edge cybersecurity challenges. Standing in the shadows of the conference hall, Johnny's eyes gleamed with a complex intensity as he observed Long Hao once again commanding the attention of the crowd with his formidable presence. The previous technical confrontation had showcased Long Hao's extraordinary intelligence and tenacity, leaving Johnny profoundly impressed and filled with genuine admiration for the man who had once bested him. As time passed, this admiration gradually morphed into a deeper infatuation, a reverence for his exceptional abilities and character. While those present may have only seen Long Hao's accomplishments and confidence, Johnny perceived much more. He saw the relentless dedication of someone who labored day and night, the unwavering commitment to innovation, and the indomitable spirit that refused to succumb to adversity. These qualities took root within Johnny's heart, amplifying his admiration and affection for Long Hao, becoming one of his driving forces. Although they stood on divergent paths, Johnny yearned for the day when he could stand alongside Long Hao, united in facing the challenges of the cyber world. Chapter 114. The Quest for the Vanished Technological Tree. Beep. The host's quest for the vanished technological tree remains incomplete. Please expedite its completion. If it remains unfinished for an extended period, punitive measures will be initiated. Long Hao was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about this task. He promptly focused his thoughts. System, open the shop and search for protective items. Loading. The following items have been found. Introduction to Cosmic Vision. Utilizing advanced technology, this device stimulates visual cells through mental power, enabling one to perceive various particles in the air, gaze into the cosmos, and witness black holes, the origins of celestial bodies, and the evolution of galaxies. Introduction to Protective Weapons. A fusion of high technology and superpowers, this weapon system possesses characteristics such as beams, pinpoint energy, and sustained damage. Introduction to the Giant Battle Armor. A comprehensive summon technology armor crafted from liquid nano-hardened fibers, providing ample protection for the host's body while featuring a damage reduction array to ensure the utmost safety of the host. After perusing the brief descriptions, Long Hao gained a general understanding. The most expensive item, the Giant Battle Armor, was priced at just over 10,000 star coins, which seemed manageable. Without hesitation, Long Hao confirmed the purchase. Moments later, an indescribable sensation flooded his mind, and a flash of light crossed his vision. As the surroundings gradually came into focus, he found himself capable of seeing through structures to their frameworks, magnifying his view to observe dust particles dancing in the light, dust smaller than 5 microns. With another thought, various chemical elements began to manifest before him. He gazed in awe as the space-based network unfolded like a woven tapestry of another world, revealing a realm that belonged to the microscopic. It resembled a house viewed through a keyhole, exquisitely detailed yet retaining a sufficient sense of scale. Beep. The exchange for cosmic vision has been successful. Long Hao felt a momentary illumination from AM by a strip-like entity within his consciousness, which quickly settled into tranquility. Yet he could sense that his visual nerves were undergoing a profound transformation. Long Hao continued to breathe deeply. His thoughts traversed the virtual platform, and the option to purchase protective weapons prominently appeared at the forefront. He selected the option, and a notification reverberated within his consciousness. Beep. The host has acquired a protective weapon. Next, his attention was drawn to the Giant Battle Armor. Unlike the other rugged styles of equipment in the shop, this armor exuded a sleek, technological aesthetic. After clicking Purchase, a warm sensation seemed to flow along his shoulders, and in an instant, he felt enveloped by an invisible yet formidable shield. Before long, a message flashed in his awareness. Beep. The host has successfully exchanged for the Giant Battle Armor. He closed his eyes, silently reciting the activation command, and felt a surge of lightness coupled with strength. Every inch of his being was enveloped in comprehensive protection, and the armor was designed to respond promptly to any attack, providing additional safeguarding for his body. Long Hao chuckled softly, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Equipped with these new tools, he should be able to navigate the exploration of the technology tree with greater ease. Long Hao's mind stirred, swiftly prompting the system to once more pinpoint the coordinates of the vanished technology tree. He intently commanded, System, locate the position of the technology tree's disappearance. Locating. Please wait. After a brief moment, the system's notification chimed again. Location complete. Target position, Antarctic ice wall. A flicker of curiosity and excitement surged through Long Hao. The Antarctic ice wall was one of the most enigmatic and inaccessible places on Earth. Contemplating this, he immediately activated his cosmic vision, his consciousness traversing the boundless void. His sight rapidly pierced through layers of atmosphere, and through a transmission akin to the speed of light, the scene before him gradually came into focus. The Antarctic ice wall loomed before him, resembling a frozen barrier standing at the world's edge. It was shrouded in endless mist and cloaked in secrets yet to be unveiled, appearing both impervious and subtly unpredictable. He once again felt the chill emanating from the star energy in his grasp, further bolstering his confidence. He resolved within himself to uncover the reason behind the disappearance of the technology tree. He could not allow this mystery to remain unsolved. Chapter 115. The joining of Johnny. Long Hao inhaled deeply, feeling the warmth in his palms gradually dissipate. He stood in the room, contemplating how to swiftly reach the location of the Antarctic ice wall. His thoughts were interrupted by the rapid workings of the system within his mind. The system's alert tone resonated. Host, you can achieve spatial leap to the designated location by purchasing star energy space. He chuckled softly, quite intriguing. It seems the disappearance of this technological tree is not mere coincidence. Just as Long Hao was formulating his action plan, someone entered the room. He instinctively became alert. But in the next moment, he relaxed. The familiar voice and smile belonged to Johnny. She always seemed to appear at the most unexpected moments. Johnny, did you overhear my plan? Long Hao raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his tone. Johnny playfully nodded, her eyes sparkling like the stars on the Antarctic ice face. She stepped closer and, almost involuntarily, whispered, Long Hao, I must accompany you on this mission. Long Hao paused, then asked with concern, why? The Antarctic is a place of extreme cold and great danger. Johnny's expression suddenly turned serious as she bit her lip and replied, because I have experience in Antarctic exploration, and this mission pertains to the issue of the technological tree's disappearance. You need someone capable of deciphering the system and securing the network. The dim light in the room cast a glow on her profile, accentuating her determination. Long Hao had to admit that her reasoning was sound. He sighed, all right, since you insist, we shall go together. But you must promise me that if danger arises, you will withdraw immediately and not act recklessly. Johnny beamed a radiant smile and patted her chest in assurance. Rest assured, I will not hinder you. Their gazes met, and an atmosphere of mutual understanding and trust enveloped them. Though the path ahead was uncertain, this new challenge only served to fortify their resolve. They were about to embark on a journey to uncover the mystery behind the disappearance of the technological tree, with the starting point being the enigmatic and perilous Antarctic ice wall. We must devise a thorough plan, Johnny. This is no trifling matter, as it concerns the success or failure of our entire mission, Long Hao stated gravely, taking the team effort very seriously. Johnny responded with a light-hearted demeanor, don't worry. Long Hao, I was just joking. I understand the gravity of this task and will fully cooperate with your leadership. The two then meticulously examined their action plan to the Antarctic, confirming a series of details. Long Hao relied on the path indicated by the system, while Johnny contributed her experiences and knowledge from her previous polar adventures. Together, they formulated strategies to cope with the harsh conditions of the Antarctic and check the necessary equipment and supplies. We must not only locate the disappearance of the technological tree, but also uncover the reasons behind it, Long Hao concluded. Johnny expressed his agreement, stating, very well. Once we locate the site, we shall proceed separately. You will utilize your system and extraordinary abilities for exploration, while I will oversee the on-site investigation and ensure safety. After deliberating for a few more minutes, the two organized their gear and made final preparations. On the eve of their departure, Long Hao realized something and inquired of Johnny. Are there any particular matters we should be especially vigilant about? Johnny pondered for a moment before responding. We must be particularly cautious of the undercurrents beneath the ice walls and the sudden storms caused by polar circulation. Additionally, although your abilities are formidable, it is imperative to conserve energy in the polar environment to prevent unforeseen incidents. Chapter 116, Preparations Before Departure. As the night deepened, Long Hao's gaze flickered beneath the polar starry sky. He focused intently on Johnny, resolute in his determination to enhance their defensive capabilities at that moment. With the aid of the system, he fell silent for a few seconds before resolutely declaring, Johnny, I shall summon my system's energy to forge for you the most formidable shield. What? Johnny exclaimed, both astonished and filled with anticipation. Long Hao ceased speaking, closing his eyes as he concentrated on invoking the innate, mysterious powers of his system. He could distinctly feel the flow of energy within him. And as an invisible wave emanated, Johnny was astounded to find himself enveloped by a warm force. The energy coalesced around Johnny, gradually forming according to Long Hao's will. A thin, nearly transparent protective barrier first took shape, displaying remarkable resilience capable of withstanding the frigid temperatures and sharp ice crystals of the Antarctic ice walls. Furthermore, as Long Hao's vision deepened, a meticulously designed, extraordinary suit of armor began to materialize beneath Johnny's feet. The armor's exterior resembled solidified ripples, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, each component exuding an undeniable fortitude. The massive, armored chassis firmly supported the entire suit, serving not merely as protection but as a mobile bastion of energy. Between the seams of the armor, tiny arcs of electricity occasionally flickered, hinting at its exceptional insulation and adaptability to the harsh Antarctic environment. Open your eyes, Johnny. Long Hao's voice resonated from within, imbued with pride in his creation. This is an extraordinary piece of equipment. It shall protect you and aid you in overcoming the challenges that lie ahead. Johnny opened her eyes, awestruck by the miracle before her. Long Hao had endowed her with a newfound power, an instrument for survival and combat. With such protection and armor, their expedition toward the Antarctic ice walls was poised to gain a significant advantage. She looked at Long Hao, her eyes a blend of gratitude and determination. I shall never forget the strength you have bestowed upon me, Long Hao. Together, we will unveil the secrets of Antarctica. Long Hao nodded, a steadfast smile gracing his face. Prepare yourself, Johnny. It is time for us to embark. As his words resonated, the two stepped forth into the unknown, the vast and enigmatic Antarctic battleground stretching before them. Long Hao, this is nothing short of extraordinary. I can feel the power contained within the armor, Johnny exclaimed with excitement. Moreover, Long Hao added, the armor is equipped with a positioning system and an emergency communication signal enhancer. We must not lose contact, especially amidst the endless icy expanse of Antarctica. Johnny nodded, her gaze resolute as it fell upon the armor. She understood that this was no ordinary adventure. It was a monumental event concerning the future of humanity, and she was ready to embrace her responsibility. Beneath the starlit sky, the silhouettes of Long Hao and Johnny stretched long, reaching towards the very zenith of the heavens. There, the starlight appeared exceptionally resplendent, encircling a colossal, rotating stargate. It served as the gateway to interstellar space and housed the most enigmatic and immense ice wall in Antarctica. Are you ready? Long Hao inquired, casting a steady gaze upon Johnny, his voice imbued with resolve and promise. I have never felt better, Johnny replied, her eyes shimmering under the celestial glow. Indeed, Johnny's gaze was rightly fixed upon Long Hao, for the air around them began to ripple with the luminous energy of fusion, delicately flowing from the tips of his fingers. The stellar energy space was not merely a virtual construct, it lay tantalizingly close to reality, akin to the distance between two mirrors. To quell any inquiries from Johnny, Long Hao swiftly activated this stellar energy space, retracting all technological equipment with a mere thought. And prepared to elucidate, a friend of mine has facilitated this. We need not embark on a vessel. With this, we shall directly reach the Antarctic ice wall. Chapter 117. The perilous ice wall in the name of starlight, by my will, shift space and time, open. With Long Hao's incantation, a luminous path materialized beneath their feet, a transparent bridge of light leading directly to the heart of the swirling stargate. Their figures, propelled by the energy of the stars, began to ascend, as if manipulated by invisible threads, gradually being engulfed by the starlight. The air around them warped, and gravity seemed to vanish. Long Hao and Johnny felt weightless, as if swept away by a torrent of energy, traversing the boundless cosmos and infinite stars. In that moment, the very concepts of time and space appeared to dissolve, granting them an unprecedented sense of freedom. Eventually, as their surroundings began to swirl and they were drawn back into the embrace of Earth's gravity, they realized they had traversed countless light years, arriving in the realm of Antarctica. Shrouded in extreme cold and eternal frost beneath a colossal ice wall. Surrounding them were ice walls that appeared to stretch endlessly. Looking up, the towering ice evoked a profound reverence for nature. Starlight cascaded upon the icy facade, adorning it like a castle from a fairy tale. Yet the inherent dangers of this place were undeniable. We did it, Johnny marveled, her voice resonating beautifully in the tranquil, frigid world. Long Hao too gazed in awe at the spectacle before him. Yes, we have arrived. But more importantly, our exploration has truly begun. Their gazes intertwined, both filled with a yearning for the unknown and an eagerness for the challenges ahead. Beneath the vast Antarctic ice wall, a new chapter in the lives of the two adventurers was about to unfold. Johnny meticulously operated the shield and armor that Long Hao had tailored for her. As they stood before the unending ice wall, Long Hao positioned himself slightly behind, ensuring that his system's energy could continuously sustain the shield against Antarctica's harsh environment. This is truly incredible power, Johnny exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice as she maneuvered the armor. With this, we can better contend with the treacherous conditions. They cautiously advanced along the fissures and intricate paths of the ice. Long Hao relying on the system's guidance while Johnny employed her reconnaissance skills and the armor's auxiliary functions to monitor the surrounding environment for any changes. Suddenly, an unusual humming sound pierced the air, and the ice began to tremble, cracks spreading like serpents over the surface. Long Hao and Johnny instantly tensed. Be careful, Long Hao shouted, unleashing the full power of the system to stabilize their forms. Johnny swiftly identified the fissures. adjusting the armor's posture to help them evade the most perilous areas. The tremors intensified, yet through their timely responses, the crisis seemed to abate. "We need to find a stable location." Long Hao's breath formed clouds of mist in the frigid air. Thus, the two continued their search for a place to secure themselves. Ultimately, they came to a halt beside a relatively secure ice wall. Here, at least for the moment, they found safety. Leaning against the icy barrier, they were enveloped by a crystalline world of ice and snow. Long Hao closed his eyes, reconnecting with the system in an attempt to unearth the secrets hidden beneath the ice layers, while Johnny employed her skills to conduct a more thorough examination of their surroundings. In that instant, their breathing and heartbeats seemed to synchronize with the icy expanse as they stood vigil over humanity's fate beneath the stars of Antarctica. In this desolate place seldom touched by human presence, the energy fluctuations here are remarkably intense. "I believe we are nearing the core of our mission." Long Hao opened his eyes, his voice tinged with excitement and alertness. "We must not let our guard down. This place is rife with the unknown and may very well harbor great peril." Johnny gripped her specialized polar detector tightly, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Chapter 118, Collecting the Snow Lotus, System Task Record updated. Long Hao and Johnny have successfully traversed space, arriving near their destination. In the distance, moving icebergs and ice walls could be seen, surrounded by some unknown large objects. Faced with the vast and boundless Antarctic ice walls, Long Hao's emotions were profoundly complex. This opportunity not only allowed him to partake in the mission of this era, but also facilitated his growth amidst continuous challenges. Beside him, Johnny, despite her resolute demeanor, was acutely aware that her worldview, shaped in an earlier time, had been utterly disrupted by the current circumstances. The scene before them was utterly breathtaking. Towering ice walls seemed to pierce the heavens, and the frigid air penetrated their skin, sending shivers down their spines. Long Hao surveyed his surroundings, sensing a mysterious aura that seemed to conceal countless secrets. System Task Record updated. Collect the snow lotus within the ice wall. Quantity, blooms. The endless ice wall shimmered with an unusual luster under the dim moonlight. And both Long Hao and Johnny understood that their mission was on the brink of a critical phase. The energy fluctuations are intensifying. Long Hao adjusted the system's device and murmured, "The snow lotus should be nearby. I truly hope this endeavor is worth the risks we are taking." Johnny's voice resonated through the armor's communication system, tinged with a hint of resignation, yet imbued with focus and anticipation. Suddenly, a narrow ice fissure caught their attention. Long Hao gestured for Johnny to follow as they squeezed through the crevice. Their steps were light yet cautious, each movement akin to walking a tightrope, where a moment's lapse could lead to an abyss. After a few minutes, they entered an expansive ice cavern, where jagged ice columns resembled nature's sculpted masterpieces. The temperature within the cavern plummeted, the cold nearly seeping into their bones. "Look, what is that?" Johnny pointed towards a patch of snow in the distance, where peculiar luminous points were flickering. Long Hao swiftly activated the system's detection function, and his retina displayed clear fluctuation traces. "Indeed, that is the snow lotus. We must collect it quickly." Fearing that any delay might cause them to miss their opportunity, they hurried forward. Just as they were about to reach their target, the ice cavern suddenly trembled, and the surrounding ice columns began to collapse. To their astonishment, several massive ice wolves appeared not far from them. How did these creatures show up? Johnny gasped in surprise, but quickly composed herself, tightening her grip on her weapon. System prompt: engage the enemy immediately. Long Hao stated gravely. As his words fell, he channeled energy into his suit, a brilliant light flashing as the ice wolves lunged towards them with fierce howls. The battle was imminent, poised to erupt. Johnny activated the defense system of her armor, blocking the first wave of attacks before countering. The ice wolf's claws and fangs shattered under her assault, yet these formidable beasts proved to be far from easy prey. Long Hao, not to be outdone, gathered energy in both hands, shattering the skulls of several ice wolves, but the enemies were far more numerous than they had anticipated. At last, the two stood back to back, united in their resistance against the relentless assault of the ice wolves. "These fellows are truly obstinate." Johnny gasped, his expression grave. "Do not fret. If we endure just a little longer, I shall be able to activate the system's area attack protocol," Long Hao reassured him. Suddenly, amidst their struggle, the snow lotus within the icy cavern radiated an even more resplendent glow, as if a mysterious force was beckoning them closer. At that moment, however, Long Hao detected an ominous sign. The number of ice wolves was not diminishing, but rather increasing. "We must devise a way to break through," Long Hao declared, fixing his gaze on Johnny, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. Otherwise, we will truly find ourselves in dire straits today. The howls of the ice wolves echoed through the cavern as if an endless nightmare was drawing near. Chapter 119. Unlocking the Gate of Technology. Long Hao gazed at the ever-increasing horde of ice wolves, acutely aware that the clash of swords and flesh was not a sustainable solution. As Johnny gritted her teeth, utilizing the power of her armor to fend off wave after wave of relentless assaults, Long Hao harbored a plan within his mind. Johnny, provide me with cover. I must locate the concentration of snow lotuses. His voice resonated through the communicator, imbued with unwavering determination. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Johnny seemed to have grasped his intentions long before, leading her defensive and offensive maneuvers to become exceptionally fierce. The deep, resonant hum emanating from her armor testified to her trust in Long Hao. In a flash, Long Hao evaded the encircling ice wolves, swiftly searching for traces of the snow lotuses. He understood that to turn peril into safety, he needed to find the densest cluster of snow lotuses and act with urgency to gather them all. At last, amidst the increasingly ferocious onslaught of the ice wolves and Johnny's steadfast protection, Long Hao discovered a patch abundant with lotuses. The snow lotuses shone brightly under the icy luminescence, as if orchestrated by fate itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Hao activated the energy collector on his armored gloves. In a brilliant flash, the snow lotuses, as if drawn by a magnetic force, floated towards his palm, one by one being gathered. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. When the last snow lotus was collected, the atmosphere within the ice cavern underwent a peculiar transformation. The once ferocious ice wolves abruptly ceased their attacks. Standing motionless as they gazed at the lotus in Long Hao's hand, their eyes betraying an almost imperceptible fear. It appeared that the snow lotus possessed a mysterious and potent influence over these wolves of the frozen expanse. Before long, the ice wolves gradually retreated, merging into the surrounding shadows, vanishing from sight. Johnny approached slowly, resting a hand on Long Hao's shoulder, and remarked, I never anticipated that these snow lotuses would wield such immense power. We triumphed against the odds in this extraordinary battle. Indeed, Long Hao replied, turning to her, his gaze reflecting a thirst for the unknown and a profound respect for life. Yet this battle also reveals to us that the secrets of nature are far more profound than we can conceive. Today, we have not only accomplished our mission but also borne witness to the miracles of existence. As the last glimmer of light faded within the ice cavern, the two turned to depart, leaving behind the chilling and enigmatic cave, embarking on their journey back. Just as Long Hao and Johnny exhaled in relief, they stumbled upon a metallic door standing resolutely within the ice cavern. This door appeared incongruous, utterly at odds with the surrounding icy landscape. Just as they marveled at this unnatural structure, the intelligent voice system on the door suddenly emitted a warning. Warning, warning, this is not a place you should be. Immediately return. Immediately return. The cold, mechanical voice echoed before the door, laden with an undeniable urgency. Johnny frowned. She was reluctant to abandon their pursuit so easily. She glanced at Long Hao, their eyes meeting once more, a resolute determination igniting between them. Long Hao understood that after enduring so much, they could not simply relent. There is surely something amiss with this door, Long Hao whispered, meticulously observing the intricate patterns on the door while seeking a means to unlock it. Perhaps the door's opening hinges upon conditions unknown to us. Allow me, he continued, summoning his intelligent assistant system. Moments later, a beam of laser light projected onto the door, initiating a high-level scan. Both he and Johnny stepped back a few paces, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Under the laser's scrutiny, the metallic door gradually revealed an inconspicuous fissure, as if it had accumulated dust from prolonged exposure to the air. Long Hao's brow unfurled, and he swiftly adjusted several parameters on his tactical tablet before delicately pressing a key on the tactical keyboard. A blue light emanated from the keyboard, precisely filling the fissure. Suddenly, the intelligent door fell silent. The crack vanished, and a transparent interface appeared on the door's surface, demanding biometric authentication. Long Hao exchanged a glance with Johnny, who nodded resolutely, her expertise lying in various high-tech hacking endeavors. She retrieved a compact device from her waist, a tool of her own modification capable of interfacing with various biometric systems. Approaching the metallic door, she connected the device to its interface and swiftly tapped several keys on the device's keyboard. The device whirred to life, emitting a low hum. Johnny's gaze was focused and unwavering as her fingers glided rapidly across the device's touchscreen, occasionally fine-tuning the hacking process. This biometric system is rather intricate. It is evidently not an ordinary facility, she murmured while engrossed in her task. We don't have much time. Long Hao remarked, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, fearful that the ice wolves or other unforeseen dangers might strike again. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the hacking tool's screen. Hacking progress 80. A bead of sweat formed on Johnny's forehead as she intensified her concentration, her fingertips nearly blurring into mere shadows. Hacking successful. A minute later, the text on the device's screen shifted to green. Johnny exhaled in relief, disconnecting the device from the interface, and raised an eyebrow at Long Hao. All set. The metallic door emitted a dull thud before slowly creaking open. Long Hao and Johnny exchanged nods, stepping through the doorway in tandem. The sight that greeted them beyond the door left them utterly astonished. It was a vast underground laboratory, replete with an array of high-tech apparatuses, numerous test tubes, containers, and electronic screens lined up, emanating a cold, piercing glow. At the center of the laboratory stood a massive transparent cultivation tank, within which lay an extraordinary plant, radiating an enigmatic luminescence. Chapter 120. The luminous plant. Is this a plant that emits light? Johnny leaned closer to the cultivation tank, marveling at its appearance. Its structure seems unlike any known type of plant. Perhaps. A bold thought flashed through Long Hao's mind. This peculiar plant may be the key to the secrets we seek, the very core of numerous enigmas. Regardless, we must unravel this mystery, Johnny asserted with determination. As the two became engrossed in the scene within the laboratory, a sudden heavy footfall echoed behind them, reverberating through the vast and frigid experimental space. Warning. Intruder alert. Initiating defense protocols. The laboratory's alarms blared once more, and various mechanical defense systems began to activate, mechanical arms and laser cannons targeting Long Hao and Johnny. Upon hearing the alarm, Johnny immediately recognized the urgency of the situation. Her hands flew over the equipment, furiously typing on the keyboard while monitoring the flickering decryption progress bar. Long Hao, cover me, Johnny shouted. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Long Hao swiftly retrieved a high-strength portable shield from his gear bag, deploying it to shield both of them. He kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, prepared to respond to any potential threats. Warning. Intruder alert. Initiating defense protocols. The voice of the laboratory's system repeated incessantly, as mechanical arms and laser cannons sprang to life, red beams of lasers sweeping across the floor, poised to strike at any moment. Johnny's fingers danced across the screen, her focus unwavering as she adjusted the algorithms, muttering, "Damn it. This system is more complex than I anticipated. Come on, Johnny, we don't have much time." Long Hao urged, his gaze fixed on the encroaching laser beams. Suddenly, the decryption progress bar on the tool's screen halted at 98, and the device emitted a short, urgent beep, appearing to be stuck. Frustrated, Johnny bit her lip, unhesitatingly activating emergency mode. Don't panic, there is still a way. She swiftly input a string of code into the device, and the progress bar abruptly surged forward, surpassing the stalled point and continuing its gradual ascent. Fully concentrated, Johnny worked to establish a deeper connection between the device and the laboratory's control system. Decryption successful. A success notification flashed on the screen, prompting Johnny to exhale in relief, yet she did not pause. Quickly switching interfaces, she commenced the process of disabling weapons and system alarms. Initiating deactivation protocol. She controlled the decryption device with one hand while rapidly inputting new commands with the other. Long Hao gripped the shield tightly, bracing for any potential attacks, while stepping back to ensure Johnny had ample space to operate. At that moment, the alarms on the console abruptly ceased, and the various mechanical defense devices gradually halted, the beams from the laser cannons dissipating, restoring tranquility to the laboratory. Johnny rose to his feet, dusting off the equipment, and flashed a triumphant smile at Long Hao. "It's done. We can proceed." "You are truly remarkable," Long Hao replied, unable to suppress a smile of appreciation as he sheathed his shield and followed Johnny towards the luminous plant at the center of the laboratory. "Now, we can examine this extraordinary plant in detail," Johnny remarked, her gaze once again fixed on the specimen in the culture tank, brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The mechanical hum of the laboratory abruptly hushed, and the tense atmosphere began to ease slightly. Johnny cast a glance at Long Hao, her eyes filled with trust and expectation. She understood that as long as they stood side by side, no obstacle was insurmountable. Long Hao's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on the dissipating dust. A mixture of excitement for the unknown and a hint of unease swirling in his profound eyes. The earlier moment of peril felt like merely a brief interlude in their journey. Facing the challenges that lay ahead, the fire within him blazed even more fiercely. Chapter 121. The vigil of Gu-in-ji, do you believe that this will enable you to comprehend everything? The sudden, deep, and cold laughter shattered the tranquility of the laboratory. As the door swung open, a shadowy figure emerged, its impassive gaze piercing like an arrow through the heart, instilling a chilling sense of oppression with a mere glance. Long Hao tightened his grip on the shield, his body slightly leaning forward, poised for an imminent confrontation. Meanwhile, Johnny swiftly stowed away her keyboard, her eyes vigilant, the tension and anxiety brewing beneath her calm exterior. The shadow stepped forward, the resonant echo of its metallic footsteps resonating with the latent power of its constructed form. It stood upright, resembling a statue, its frigid exterior concealing the secrets of a bygone era. I am Gu-in-ji, designated RD-001, the most loyal guardian of this laboratory. Its voice bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, the metallic timbre seemingly capable of freezing the very air around it. I have been designed to protect the executioners of the Starfire Project at all costs, as well as the Starfire Project itself. It gradually rotated its head, the red signal light at the forefront flickering ominously like a remorseless eye. So, who are you to dare trespass into this domain? The tone of its voice turned frigid, centuries of solitude and glory intertwining and resurrecting within its body. Our purpose is understanding, not plunder. Long Hao steadied his mind, his gaze oscillating between Johnny and the shadow, seeking a peaceful resolution. I'm afraid I cannot trust you, Gu-in-ji replied instantly, its programming evidently designating a zero-tolerance stance towards any intrusions. Yet, what you guard was once carbon-based life as well. Johnny pondered, advancing towards the shadow. Perhaps we could jointly pursue a higher objective. Gu-in-ji subtly shook its head, the red signal light flickering once more. There is no option for trust within my programming. The tension within the laboratory escalated, and Gu-in-ji suddenly announced a scan of Long Hao. Its metallic body shifted slightly, a beam of light unfurling to envelop Long Hao entirely. A series of advanced non-contact scanners began to operate, red lights flashing as laser beams wove intricate and complex networks in the air. Long Hao stood resolute, maintaining his composure and vigilance in the face of the unknown technology. His gaze remained profound as he observed his surroundings, seemingly anticipating the revelation of some shocking truth. The scanning appeared interminable. Within Gu-in-ji's metallic shell, sophisticated electronic devices continuously analyzed the results. Time seemed to freeze, the silence punctuated solely by the sounds of heartbeats and breaths. Skin complete, the emotionless electronic synthesized voice resonated from Gu-in-ji's metallic cavity. As the sound dissipated, the cultivation chamber emitted a subtle, rhythmic fluorescent tremor. Suddenly, a focused beam of light coalesced before Long Hao's chest, as if it had made a discovery. Anomalous finding. Gu-in-ji's voice echoed once more. Within your carbon-based energy structure lies a system associated with Halley's Comet. This. Long Hao was about to speak, but found himself at a loss to explain everything. He glanced at Johnny beside him, hoping to gain some insight from her. Johnny's expression was one of surprise, clearly shaken by this revelation. Yet she quickly regained her composure, attempting to unravel the potential mysteries hidden beneath it. Halley's Comet. She murmured softly, perhaps we need to delve deeper into the dust of history. I am not merely an ordinary energy conversion device. I am an observer, a recorder, and even a decoder, Guanjia stated coldly, its purpose being to safeguard secrets, and at that moment, it seemed to have activated more functions due to the new discovery. Suddenly, a sequence of mysterious codes illuminated the auxiliary screen in the laboratory, seemingly responding to Guanjia's words. These codes appeared to be ancient script, yet bore a certain familiarity. Long Hao's gaze followed the movement of the codes on the screen, a profound curiosity swelling within him. He realized that understanding the significance behind this sequence was not only tied to his own past, but might also unveil the truth of this world. Anomalous discovery. Guanjia spoke again, its tone devoid of any fluctuation. Within your carbon-based energy structure, there exists not only an energy system related to Halley's Comet, but also anomalous energy residues. Were you struck by lightning previously? Chapter 122. Memories of Blue Star. Long Hao was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. Your observation is remarkably astute, Guanjia. Indeed, that was the genesis of my ability to communicate with plants. As far as I know, the energy from lightning is seldom retained within a living organism for extended periods. Guanjia remarked, seemingly unfazed. However, the lightning energy within you is distinctly unique. It appears to harbor some unknown information coding. I too have sensed the anomaly of this energy within my body. Long Hao gently touched his chest. It resembles a key that has unlocked the gateway to a new realm. You are not being truthful, Guanja stated calmly. Within your carbon-based energy structure, I have detected an energy system associated with Halley's Comet. Yet, I have found no evidence of the legendary ability to communicate with plants acquired through lightning strikes. Long Hao nodded slightly, an imperceptible glint of cunning in his gaze. Those rumors are merely a misunderstanding. My abilities are unrelated to plant communication. What is your ability? Johnny inquired with curiosity. If I were to disclose it, you might find it hard to believe. Long Hao paused for a moment, inhaling deeply. It is the lightning that has bestowed upon me a different perspective, allowing me to perceive streams of information beyond the ordinary. That is because the lightning is emitted by me. Guanja's voice resonated within the laboratory. My energy reserves are dwindling. I seek a destined individual who can comprehend me. You, Long Hao, have passed the trials I set forth. Through a series of arduous and intricate tests, Long Hao and Johnny gradually deciphered Guanja's true intentions. Amidst numerous challenges and predicaments, they continually fostered mutual trust and an understanding of the unknown. Ultimately, Guanja led them to a towering technological tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. It was resplendent with foliage, resembling a life form forged from steel and circuitry, each leaf a highly integrated electronic component. Radiant brilliance coursing through it. This is my heart, the source of my existence. Guanja's tone revealed a hint of emotion for the first time. You too shall embark with me into a new dimension. The technological tree emanated a warm glow, enveloping Long Hao and Johnny. They closed their eyes, sensing the seamless connection between the lightning energy within them and the technological tree. In that moment, they understood that they were not merely standing on the threshold of a new world, but also embracing the duty of safeguarding this domain alongside Guanja. In Guanja's narrative, it was revealed that the original world had been navigating the interstellar path for centuries, achieving a level of technological advancement that was astonishing. Faster-than-light spacecraft had become instrumental in cosmic exploration, allowing humanity to expand its dominion across the vast expanse of the cosmos. However, traversing this boundless ocean of the universe also meant that humanity must confront challenges and threats from every corner. Guanja mentioned a series of discoveries and conflicts among the galaxies, the most notable of which was an encounter with a concealed star system known as Nibiru. This galaxy appears indifferent to the laws of the universe, frequently transgressing regulations in an attempt to dominate the navigational routes traversing its domain. In response to these malevolent interstellar forces, the original world was compelled to allocate substantial resources to develop more advanced defensive and offensive capabilities. It is noteworthy that within this realm, the weaponry systems aboard spacecraft have become exceedingly intricate and sophisticated, capable of launching a plethora of energy beams and particle weapons to confront any conceivable combat scenario. Nevertheless, this did not deter the insatiable instincts of greed and aggression, as the Nibiru galaxy ultimately emerged as the greatest threat to the original world, rendering continuous conflict and interstellar warfare inevitable. In this tumultuous process, to fend off external invasions, the original world had no choice but to establish a formidable space fleet and reinforce the defensive mechanisms of space stations and interstellar bases. Ultimately, the Nibiru galaxy triumphed over the Blue Star, plundering all its resources. In a bid for the continuation of future generations, Blue Star concentrated all its strength upon this technological tree, dispatching Tia to stand guard, a vigil that has endured for millennia. There were those who ventured in before. Upon their return, they had transformed into what you refer to as cultivators. The energy of the technological tree gradually awakened, its broad leaves seemingly stirred by the wind, beginning to sway gently, emitting electronic harmonies and staccatos, as if whispering the secrets of the universe. Long Hao suddenly sensed a transmission of information emanating from within the tree. Chapter 123, Rebooting the Spark Program Now. I shall connect to your memory repository, and you will come to understand the trials and tribulations that Blue Star once faced. As the narrative of the technological tree unfolded, Long Hao and Johnny were immersed in a virtual recollection. Before them danced countless star maps, the trajectories of fleets, and the harrowing scenes of various space battlefields. The world of Tija indeed bore witness to prolonged interstellar warfare. The energy emanating from the technological tree began to reveal more arduous memories of the past, allowing Long Hao and Johnny to experience the unwavering resistance of the people of Blue Star against the invasion from the Nibiru star system. Within this recollection, they witnessed the remarkable fusion of flora and technology on Blue Star, which played a pivotal role in repelling the foreign adversary. Concurrently, Long Hao gradually grasped the significance of his ability to communicate with plants, realizing the weight of the mission he bore. Throughout those protracted years of conflict, the invading forces of the Nibiru star system grew increasingly rampant, prompting Blue Star to unite with surrounding star systems in a collective defense. After enduring immense hardship and innumerable sacrifices, the Blue Star Alliance ultimately harnessed the power of technology to turn the tide of battle. Following their triumph over the Nibiru incursion, Blue Star emerged victorious. However, as Long Hao learned from the technological tree, this victory came at a significant cost in energy depletion. Although the war had ceased, the arduous task of reconstruction lay heavily upon Blue Star. The exhaustion of resources compelled the people of Blue Star to contemplate extreme measures. In order to ensure the survival of their civilization, the Supreme Council of Blue Star enacted a resolution known as the Spark Program, which prioritized the preservation of the ember of civilization. This initiative entailed compressing and safeguarding the life forms and knowledge of Blue Star, awaiting a time when conditions suitable for human existence could be rediscovered. Long Hao and Johnny were chosen as the final executors of this momentous undertaking. As the light and shadows of the technological tree gradually dissipated, Long Hao and Johnny awakened, their hearts burdened with confusion and gravity regarding this plan. Yet, all contemplations had to yield to the immediate task of executing the Spark Program. For the propagation and survival of their civilization, they had to act without delay. They understood that they needed to rally the existing forces of Blue Star, relying on the technological tree to avert the recurrence of another tragedy. The challenges of the future beckoned them, and they would no longer fight in isolation. Ding. Task to locate the vanished technological tree is complete. In accordance with the Spark Program, this system will connect to the technological tree, providing guidance based on Blue Star's current technological level, enabling Blue Star to face the Nibiru star system with renewed strength. Ding. Task reward: Star Destroyer Cannon. While we do not relish war, foreign invaders continuously encroach upon our territory. The Star Destroyer Cannon can ensure that any external foe comes and goes without return. My guardianship mission has been fulfilled. You have connected to the technological tree, and the Spark Program has been sustained. As Tija spoke, the light surrounding him began to fade until he was no longer visible. His quiet departure felt as though he had never existed at all, leaving behind a serene silence. Enveloping the technological tree and the two men, Long Hao and Johnny, like a gentle spring rain. In this tranquil moment, Long Hao felt an inexplicable sense of solitude and heaviness, yet a resolute sense of mission ignited within his heart. Johnny, with a serious demeanor, gazed at Long Hao, as if drawing strength from his gaze. Long Hao, we have no retreat left. The disappearance of Tija signifies that we are the last hope, Johnny murmured. Long Hao nodded. Indeed, we cannot betray their expectations. Now, guided by the technology tree, we must prepare for everything. Side by side before the technology tree, Long Hao and Johnny's eyes met amidst the flickering lights, rendering words superfluous. In this pivotal moment, Johnny's emotions surged like a tempest, overflowing with admiration and affection for Long Hao. The resilience and wisdom of Long Hao, along with his fearless display of courage, deeply captivated Johnny. Throughout this protracted struggle, trust and collaboration had intricately woven their bond. They were no longer mere comrades in arms. They had become each other's spiritual support. Johnny could scarcely fathom the dire state Blue Star would be in without Long Hao. Now, as he gazed at his companion with whom he fought side by side, Johnny felt his feelings for Long Hao transcending ordinary friendship, evolving into a profound emotional connection. Beneath the gentle glow of the technology tree, Johnny's eyes brimmed with deep affection as he gazed at Long Hao. That love from the depths of his heart seemed to transform into an invisible force, sustaining their courage and determination to advance together. As the Spark Plan was on the verge of execution, Johnny understood that this deep emotion was their greatest motivation to move forward. With a clear sense of purpose, Johnny felt resolute for the bright future of Blue Star. He and Long Hao had faced the winding and distant road without fear. They turned away from the technology tree, retracing their steps down the corridor back to the surface of Blue Star. The azure sky reappeared before them, a serene vista still faintly shadowed by the remnants of war. Long Hao knew that this was merely temporary. They must act swiftly. Chapter 124. The Yinglong Project, Ding. Given the current technological level of Blue Star remains relatively low. Task 1. Collaborate with the nation to develop a space aircraft carrier. Task 2. Establish the Star Destroyer Cannon in a suitable area. Task 3. Resolve the issue of personal romantic tribulations. Long Hao paused momentarily, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Why, at such a critical juncture, was there still talk of romantic tribulations? His gaze inadvertently brushed past Johnny, whose expression suddenly grew complex. A flicker of realization ignited within Long Hao. Could it be? In the next instant, Johnny met Long Hao's gaze with an untroubled smile, one that seemed to conceal unspoken emotions. Long Hao's heart raced, an unprecedented warmth surging within him. Indeed, Long Hao, perhaps within these romantic tribulations lies the strength you seek for your journey, Johnny murmured softly. Long Hao nodded slightly, understanding that he could not afford to be distracted at this moment. Yet, the unexpected warmth in his heart reassured him that even in the darkest battles, there existed a gentle light accompanying him. He was compelled to protect not only Blue Star, but also this precious sentiment in the present. Drawing a deep breath, the resolute lines of his face softened slightly, a hint of tenderness emerging as he spoke in a deep voice. Regardless of the circumstances, we must accomplish these tasks. Not merely for the advancement of technology, but for everything that stands behind us. Starry Technology Building Conference Room Long, also known as Gongchen or Ji, is a winged dragon deity from ancient Chinese mythology, regarded as the true dragon in traditional Chinese lore, often referred to as the yellow dragon or the flying dragon. She is also recognized as the consort of the heavenly deity Tai, holding titles such as the Heavenly Empress, the Queen Star, and the progenitor of the Phoenix and Qilan. Ancient records from the pre-Qin period mention only one dragon named Gongchen, the sole non-anthropomorphic creator god in Chinese mythology, who, amidst chaos, delineated yin and yang, thus creating heaven and earth, an immense deity who opened the cosmos. When she unfurls her form, the entirety of the universe cannot contain her. When she unleashes her wrath, not only do the sun and moon vanish instantaneously, but heaven and earth also face immediate annihilation. Legends speak of Long nurturing Pangu. Due to her eternal residence in the celestial realm, she is referred to as the celestial Long, the deity of the Northern Dipper. Residing among the 17 stars of Xianyuan and the 4 great stars of Gochen, overseeing the seasons, the Central Mountains, the Middle Earth, and the Yellow River, Yangtze River, Han River, Huai River, and Jishui, as well as the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, commanding the 360 insects. In later generations, she was revered as the divine Long, who aids in the governance of the world, presiding over all dragon deities. She once presented the river diagram to Fuxi, accompanied Enwa to meet the heavenly emperor, and even transformed into an old dragon, assuming the name Qi, becoming the mentor of the flame emperor Shenong. With all celestial beings in the 9 heavens listening to her teachings, during the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, she assisted the Yellow Emperor in his quest for sovereignty by slaying Qiyu in the south and beheading Quafu. She aided Diyu in flood control by tracing rivers with her dragon tail, opening the Dragon Gate, and capturing Waziki, earning her the reputation of the unparalleled war god in Chinese mythology. Initiate the Long Project. Long Hao's voice resonated in the conference room, each word striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. The room fell into silence, all eyes converging on Long Hao. The name was not unfamiliar to them, yet each mention of it brought an oppressive weight into the air. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed to solidify with tension. After the initial shock had subsided, one of the scientists finally broke the silence. Mr. Long Hao, what exactly is the Long Project? Long Hao rose, his gaze resolute as it swept across the room. In that moment, his eyes pierced through the fabric of time and space like a sword, imbued with an irresistible determination. He spoke calmly. We are gathering the most exceptional talents from around the globe, not to resurrect deities, but to awaken the latent potential within humanity and ignite the fire of battle in our hearts. We aim to become the modern Long, safeguarding our blue planet with science and wisdom. He paused briefly, fixing his gaze intently on each individual present, before continuing. This Long Project symbolizes our self-reliance in the face of crisis, our courage and wisdom when confronted with the unknown. We shall harness the power of technology to transform Earth into an impregnable fortress. Chapter 125. The concept of the aerospace carrier. As Long Hao's words resonated, the colossal screen on the wall began to shift, revealing a series of intricate technical blueprints and research progress charts. This initiative had evidently been in the works for an extensive period, with each scientist involved being a luminary in their respective fields. The Long Project was not merely a title. It epitomized a resolute determination to forge a new generation of weapon systems capable of safeguarding Earth against impending threats. The attendees felt an overwhelming sense of conviction and purpose. They understood that this journey would be fraught with challenges yet brimming with possibilities. At this juncture, the external threats to Blue Star remain unmitigated, and we face considerable internal pressures. Long Hao's gaze was as profound and tranquil as the starry sky. The objective of the Yinglong project is to amalgamate our technological prowess to establish an unassailable defense system while expediting the progress of the Spark Plan, ensuring that our carrier can ascend swiftly, alleviating ground pressures. His eyes swept across the solemn technicians, the eager strategic planners, and Johnny, whose face radiated unwavering trust and encouragement. I recognize that initiating the Yinglong project poses a monumental challenge for all of us. However, believe me, this endeavor is for the future of Blue Star. The luminous prospects of Blue Star shone brightly in Long Hao's eyes. He understood he bore not only the hopes of technological advancement, but also the responsibility to guide everyone towards the vast cosmos in search of ultimate salvation. It is time to showcase our true capabilities. Are you ready, my team? Long Hao inquired once more, his voice imbued with steadfast conviction. Each individual in the conference room responded with resolute gazes, an unspoken vow, and a commitment to the future. As the curtain of the Yinglong project gradually lifted, starry technology, and indeed all of Blue Star, turned a new page in the annals of history. Let us embrace the challenges ahead and together defend Blue Star. In the tense yet orderly atmosphere, the message conveyed by Long Hao is undoubtedly akin to a seismic revelation, leaving the scientists and researchers present both astonished and exhilarated. They realized they were to partake in an unprecedented monumental endeavor, one of profound significance. Long Hao allowed them little time to process this news before he unveiled a shocking revelation. He had successfully transcended technological limitations, enabling the rapid construction of the aerospace carrier through the application of EV energy. Everyone stood agape, for Long Hao indeed possessed what appeared to be a remarkably comprehensive design blueprint for the aerospace carrier. His gaze fell upon the agenda in the conference room, and he slowly articulated, "I require you to complete this research within a month. Does this timeline seem feasible?" After a brief silence, a senior aerospace engineering expert was the first to respond. "Long Hao, if these blueprints incorporate the groundbreaking technology you assert, then we might genuinely have the potential to achieve this within a month. This would be an unprecedented accomplishment." Another scientist responsible for research and development expressed agreement and added, "Certainly, we must immediately initiate synchronized experiments across multiple departments, and it will require time to interpret and validate every detail of these blueprints." Long Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping across each individual present, his tone imbued with conviction. "I understand the challenges and pressures you face, yet this is a challenge of our era. Time waits for no one. We must take action. I will provide you with all the resources and support you require. In 1 month, I expect to see a spacecraft capable of soaring through the skies." After bidding farewell to the astonished and invigorated team, Long Hao exited the conference room alone. He raised his eyes to the horizon, where each cloud seemed to harbor the secrets of EV energy. He was acutely aware of the long road ahead. Yet at this moment, his heart brimmed with hope and determination. Should the development of the aerospace mothership prove successful, it would irrevocably alter the course of human space exploration and herald a new era in the defense of Earth. Though he harbored no absolute certainty about the feasibility of developing such a spacecraft within a month, Long Hao was resolute in his endeavor. The fate of humanity and the future of interstellar travel rested upon this groundbreaking aerospace marvel. Chapter 126. The Space Elevator. "Hey, Long Hao, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and come over." Johnny's voice emanated from the communicator, shattering Long Hao's reverie. With a smile, Long Hao made his way to the designated meeting point with Johnny. He needed to take action, first by securing national support to develop the aerospace carrier, which was crucial in combating unknown threats. In the enclosed conference room, Long Hao and Johnny laid bare their plans and the imminent risks before a panel of senior officials. The atmosphere in the room seemed to solidify due to Long Hao's ambitious proposal. As the officials exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of astonishment and contemplation. Finally, the most senior general slowed his speech and posed a pivotal question. "Long Hao, your concept of the aerospace carrier is already astonishing. But the star-killing cannon initiative you mentioned, this is an even greater ambition. Do you believe the moon is the optimal site for constructing such a weapon?" Long Hao cast a glance at the design blueprints and replied resolutely, "Yes, General. The moon's low-gravity environment and its relatively stable position relative to Earth make it the ideal choice. From the moon, we can monitor outer space and preempt any potential threats. As for the star-killing cannon itself, it will become a cornerstone of humanity's defense system. Another official stroked his beard in contemplation. Mr. Long, I will report your request. But you must understand that securing national support is no simple task. Can you demonstrate the feasibility of your plan? At that moment, Johnny stood up and raised his tablet. Let us take a look at this. Displayed on the screen was a cutting-edge model of a colossal spacecraft, magnificent and beyond imagination. Johnny's voice brimmed with uncontainable pride and anticipation. This is what we have brought with us, the result of collaboration with our nation, the model of the aerospace carrier. With our current technological framework, we need only a slight push to bring it to fruition, creating a monumental reality. The faces of the officials reflected varying degrees of shock and skepticism, with some even beginning to murmur among themselves. Long Hao understood their doubts were not without foundation. This futuristic technology was indeed astonishing. This is merely a model, actual production. An official began to question. No, it is not just a model. Johnny interjected. We can prove its authenticity. It is not a mere castle in the air. The air in the room seemed to thicken with tension until, suddenly, Long Hao's communicator rang again, breaking the silence. Long Hao, it's me, Leng Yun. The higher-ups have contacted me, and they have agreed. Leng Yun's voice came through the speaker clearly, then referred to Long Hao's powerful supporters. A clandestine organization capable and willing to assist him in the construction of the aerospace carrier. The assembly was engulfed in disbelief. While Long Hao's smile radiated like the first light of dawn, Johnson could not contain his excitement, patting Long Hao on the shoulder, signaling that this marked the beginning of the realization of their ambitious plan. However, a flicker of anxiety coursed through Long Hao's mind. He must personally address the imminent challenge posed by the influx of romantic entanglements. After several hours of deliberation, Long Hao and his research team secured the necessary support, as the national authorities expressed profound interest and investment in their project. This backing extended not merely to the aerospace mothership but also encompassed their grander lunar initiative, the construction of the Star Destroyer. Amidst the relentless pressure of day and night, the team under Long Hao's leadership toiled diligently, swiftly transforming the theoretical blueprints of the aerospace mothership into tangible reality. Concurrently, Long Hao discreetly advanced the Lunar Star Destroyer project. Being one of the highest-level confidential plans, it demanded meticulous technology, unparalleled caution, and extreme focus on detail. Beep. Task 1. Collaboration with the state for the development of the aerospace mothership has been initiated. Current progress 20. Task completed. Beep. Task 2. The feasibility of constructing the Star Destroyer on the Moon has been confirmed. Task completed. System reward. Technical blueprints and production lines for the space elevator and Star Destroyer. Long Hao recognized that this moment was a pivotal turning point in history. Standing at the center of the conference room, he cast his gaze over each researcher present. They were the backbone of this project. The future success of the aerospace mothership and the Lunar Star Destroyer rested upon their collective efforts. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, his voice imbued with confidence and resolve. Comrades, we have acquired the technical blueprints and production lines for the space elevator. This is not merely a set of drawings. It signifies a crucial step toward ushering in a new era of space exploration. The space elevator will drastically reduce the cost of transporting materials into space, thereby accelerating the construction of both the aerospace mothership and the Lunar Star Destroyer. Once more, Long Hao surveyed the room, sensing the fervor and momentum in the air. This is no simple task, he continued. We shall confront numerous technical challenges and immense pressure. Yet, I firmly believe that with you by my side, none of this will pose an insurmountable obstacle. We are pioneers, trailblazers. We shall lay a solid foundation for humanity's survival and advancement in space. Subsequently, Long Hao produced a comprehensive set of technical blueprints and production process documents. This dossier encompassed the complete design scheme for the space elevator, including critical technological parameters such as materials science, energy management, and safety protocols. We now possess advanced technical blueprints and production lines. Moving forward, I require each of you to delve deeply into these technical specifics, identify potential risk points, and propose solutions based on your expertise. We must transform this technology into reality within the shortest timeframe possible. Chapter 127. The Space Travel Project. The eyes of the assembly glimmered with anticipation as they comprehended that Long Hao's words encompassed not only a quest for technological advancement, but also a solemn commitment to the dreams of the future. They nodded in understanding and agreement, promptly initiating group discussions and task allocations, each individual exhibiting an unprecedented level of focus and enthusiasm. Long Hao stepped aside, observing as his team commenced their efficient operations. Though a twinge of concern lingered in his heart, he was acutely aware that the path ahead would not be devoid of obstacles. He simultaneously brimmed with hope for the future. He firmly believed that with collective effort, nothing was insurmountable. Standing at his desk, surrounded by a plethora of documents and a continuous influx of departmental reports, Long Hao recognized that every second of delay could potentially impact the space mothership and the planet-destroying cannon project. After deliberating with national leadership, a decision was made to maintain utmost confidentiality regarding these two classified projects. The public will be informed that we are actively advancing the space travel initiative with Mr. Long Hao, the national spokesperson, announced to the media. This represents a crucial step towards promoting future technological development and exploring the vastness of the cosmos. At the press conference, inquiries poured in relentlessly. Mr. Long Hao, what tangible effects will the space travel project have on the general populace? Long Hao pondered briefly before responding with calm assurance. The space travel initiative is not merely a travel plan. It is an integral part of future technological advancement. While it may seem distant at present, the research outcomes from this project will significantly broaden humanity's capacity for space exploration, and at some point in the future, it may afford everyone the opportunity to partake. And what can we anticipate regarding the timeline and plans for space travel, Mr. Long Hao? We are diligently progressing on all necessary preparations. As for a specific timeline, it is premature to speculate. However, rest assured that we will share concrete updates as soon as they become available. Long Hao's responses were measured, yet imbued with optimism. While the media's enthusiasm for the term space travel appeared to overshadow their genuine curiosity about the space mothership. Meanwhile, under the aegis of governmental coordination, Long Hao and the research team were propelling the development of the two clandestine projects, the space elevator and the planet-destroying cannon, at an astonishing pace. Unbeknownst to all, the weight of pressure and responsibility that Long Hao bore during this period was understood only by himself and the members of the research team who toiled day and night. This secret was a collective safeguard, destined to remain until the day the truth would break forth like the dawn on the horizon. Suddenly, a technician hurried in. Anxiety itched across his face as he reported, "Long Hao, we are unable to achieve the necessary strength and durability for the steel cable required for the space elevator with our current technology." Long Hao's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "A technological bottleneck, is it? Here, we have the world's most exceptional scientists and engineers. There is nothing that cannot be surmounted. Assemble all relevant experts immediately for a discussion. If necessary, we can allocate additional resources for research and development." "I understand, Long Hao." The technician hurriedly departed. Long Hao stood before the expansive desk, a flicker of determination and gravity illuminating his gaze. He was acutely aware of the significance of the space elevator. It was not merely a cosmic endeavor, but a testament to humanity's resolve to reach for the stars and the vast oceans beyond. Gradually, he took his seat, hands clasped, casting his eyes upon the scientists below who were about to commence their diligent work, silently reiterating, "Regardless of the challenges we may encounter, we must find solutions. This is our inaugural step toward interstellar travel." After a series of intense and concentrated expert meetings, the ultimate solution finally emerged from the depths of discourse. Just as everyone seemed at a standstill, a young and promising materials engineer stepped forward, proposing an audacious plan to harness a novel nanotechnology that amalgamated the advantages of specialized alloys and carbon fibers, thereby creating an unprecedented type of steel cable. This cable not only met the stringent requirements of the space elevator, but also boasted unimaginable resilience and durability. This groundbreaking technology, after undergoing numerous trials, was propelled into practical application at an astonishing pace, thanks to Long Hao's relentless advocacy. In a matter of time, this revolution in materials science swept through like a refreshing spring breeze, dispelling the fog that had long obscured the path of the space elevator. It not only conquered a perplexing challenge that had plagued humanity for years, but also garnered a tidal wave of acclaim from the technology sector for numerous private enterprises. Thus, the construction of the space elevator resumed its rightful course, and Long Hao's extraordinary courage and indomitable spirit became a topic of admiration among industry insiders. In an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence, Long Hao's resolute figure emerged under the media spotlight. His gaze was unwavering and confident, as if he had pierced through the boundless cosmos to glimpse a radiant future. His voice resonated with steadiness and strength, each word akin to a luminous star, radiating hope and conviction. "Dear friends, after our team's relentless efforts and challenges, The issue of the space elevator's steel cable has finally been resolved. This marks a monumental breakthrough and is the finest reward for our commitment to innovation and our willingness to embrace challenges. Long Hao's words were like a gentle spring breeze, stirring warmth within the hearts of those present. He slightly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across every individual in the audience. Before continuing, innovation is the driving force behind the continuous advancement of star technology. It is precisely because we dare to transcend conventional thinking and boldly explore new technologies and methods that we have achieved victory in the face of such formidable challenges. Moreover, collaboration has been a pivotal factor in our success. In this project, we have worked closely with numerous distinguished research institutions and enterprises, both domestically and internationally, overcoming one obstacle after another together. This cross-disciplinary and cross-border collaborative model has not only provided us with formidable support, but has also deepened our appreciation for the power of unity and cooperation. As Long Hao concluded his speech, the venue erupted into resounding applause. This ovation was not only a tribute to his individual achievements, but also an affirmation of the collective efforts of all at Star Technology. Under his leadership, this young private enterprise has repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, establishing itself as an indisputable leader in the realm of global innovative technology through its exceptional technological prowess and unwavering spirit of perseverance. Standing at a new historical juncture, Xingchen Technology will continue to shoulder the significant responsibility of advancing human scientific exploration, crafting its own legendary narrative with wisdom and courage. Their story will inspire countless future innovators to ascend the heights of technology, contributing to the realization of a splendid future for humanity. Chapter 128. A delightful weekend. As the intense construction work continued, Long Hao found his schedule at Starlight Technology increasingly demanding. After resolving a series of technical challenges, he took a brief respite in his office. There was a gentle knock at the door, and then Leng Yun entered. Upon seeing Long Hao, she smiled and said, "Long Hao, I have a few words I wish to share, and I hope you will listen." With a slight bite of her lower lip, a hint of concern flickered in her eyes, and her gentle voice carried a subtle lilt. "Long Hao, it has been some time since we last took a stroll together. Since this project commenced, you have devoted nearly all your time to work. I understand your pursuit of excellence, but it is equally important to find time to relax and rejuvenate, is it not?" She paused, her affectionate gaze suddenly sparkling with a playful glimmer. "Or should I assume you have grown accustomed to the days without me by your side?" Her tone held a touch of jest, yet was imbued with genuine care. She continued, "However, I do have an idea. Perhaps you might accompany me to that yoga session. We could." Long Hao smiled faintly, setting down his pen and meeting her gaze with sincerity. His voice conveyed a hint of regret. "Leng Yun, I realize I may have neglected you recently." He comprehended her concerns and recognized her solitude. Taking a deep breath, Long Hao earnestly added, "Your suggestions are always filled with wisdom and compassion. I truly ought to give them due consideration. The yoga session you mentioned might indeed be a splendid beginning." Upon hearing Long Hao's words, Leng Yun's face blossomed into a reassuring smile. Her eyes radiated warmth and determination. Then it settled. "Long Hao, this weekend marks a new beginning." As the new specialized steel cables resolved the issues of the space elevator, Long Hao, after an in-depth conversation with Leng Yun in the office, decided to participate in the yoga activity. When she invited him to join, Long Hao smiled gently and shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity with the yoga poses. Yet he did not mind waiting leisurely for her to complete the session. Although Leng Yun felt a tinge of disappointment, she understood Long Hao's position and eagerly engaged in the yoga class, while he found a comfortable corner to quietly observe her, as she gracefully executed each pose under the instructor's guidance. After the session, with her hair dampened by perspiration and breathing steadied, Leng Yun approached Long Hao with a satisfied smile. Rising to greet her, he handed her a bottle of water and softly inquired, "How do you feel?" Taking a few sips, Leng Yun's eyes sparkled with warmth. "I feel wonderful. Knowing you are here brings me such comfort." Long Hao wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his eyes filled with affection. "Next time, I shall give it a try as well. After all, with you by my side, I am willing to embrace all new experiences." Their gazes intertwined, Leng Yun's smile blossomed even more beautifully, and Long Hao's decision infused their weekend with anticipation and novelty. In the midst of a bustling technological career and a fast-paced lifestyle, taking time to relish such simple, yet heartwarming moments has infused a deeper emotional connection into the relationship between Long Hao and Leng Yun. The weekend yoga class serves not only as an opportunity for physical relaxation, but has also become a bridge for emotional communication between the two. Following their weekend yoga session, as Long Hao and Leng Yun stepped out of the studio, the sunlight was just right, and the autumn breeze carried a gentle chill. They decided to watch a film, enjoying a tranquil moment in their own world. The grand screen of the cinema, accompanied by immersive surround sound, allowed them to momentarily forget the myriad of busyness within the tech company. As the movie concluded and they exited the theater, a spark of inspiration suddenly flickered in Long Hao's eyes. His thoughts raced as he envisioned the integration of Xingqian Technology's holographic technology with the cinema industry. Such a fusion could potentially usher the film sector into a new era, crafting an entirely novel viewing experience. He shared this idea with Leng Yun, who wholeheartedly supported and encouraged him. Subsequently, under the banner of Xingqian Technology, Long Hao engaged in discussions with the boards of several major companies within the film industry. With clear, compelling data and an impassioned presentation, he ignited the interest of the industry leaders. Ultimately, after several rounds of in-depth negotiations, Xingqian Technology and the film industry reached a collaborative agreement and decided to invest in establishing the first experimental holographic cinema, which is expected to open to the public in the coming months. Under Long Hao's leadership, this cross-industry collaboration between Xingqian Technology and the film sector, leveraging innovative technological means and creative concepts, not only opens up a new visual realm for audiences, but also adds a legendary chapter to the career paths of Long Hao and Leng Yun. Moving forward, they will continue to explore and challenge even more unknown territories. Chapter 129. The Phantom Drone in the Conference Room of the Star Technology Building. Long Hao surveyed the project leaders, engineers, and market analysts gathered around him. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "What is the current status of our drone project?" The project leader, a sharp and capable woman, looked up to respond, "Long Hao, we have made significant breakthroughs in hardware development and software flight control, particularly in the flight control algorithms, which enable precise and stable flight resistant to wind. However, we require additional resources and strategic planning for market expansion." Indeed, market expansion is crucial, Long Hao pondered for a moment. We must identify suitable partners and application scenarios, such as agriculture, film production, and even search and rescue, to ensure our drone technology is optimally utilized. Turning to the engineer beside him, he asked, "In terms of hardware, what advantages does our drone possess compared to our competitors?" The engineer replied confidently, "Our drone features a compact design, making it easily portable, while its flight performance remains stable even in complex airflow conditions. Furthermore, we have integrated the latest AI technology, allowing the drone to autonomously identify and track targets, providing users with enhanced convenience." Long Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. "Excellent. We are steadily approaching our goals. However, given the fierce competition in the market, we must remain vigilant and continue to drive technological innovation and market expansion. Our collective objective is to establish Star Technology's drone products as the leading intelligent flight devices in the industry." The group responded in unison, "Yes, Long Hao." Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and confidence for the future. Several days later, Long Hao stood at the edge of the testing grounds, his gaze fixed on the drone soaring above. Unlike any drone before it, this holographic drone represented the pinnacle of the Phantom Drone project, independently developed by Star Technology. Not only could it achieve stable flight through aerodynamic principles, but it could also navigate autonomously via the embedded AI system known as Interstellar Voyager. Throughout the development process, the team faced numerous technical challenges, particularly the erratic data transmission exhibited by the Interstellar Voyager when confronted with complex environments. Long Hao collaborated with team members to systematically overcome each obstacle. At this moment, witnessing the drone's agile and safe flight in the sky, all their efforts appeared to be rewarded. As the drone approached, it gently descended in front of Long Hao, landing steadily and signaling the successful completion of its test mission. Leng Yun walked over to him, joy glimmering in her eyes. "It seems our efforts have not been in vain." With Long Hao's profound understanding of the drone technology sector and insights from previous successful case studies, the team brimmed with confidence regarding the drone's technical specifications and market potential. With the successful test results from the experimental site, Long Hao turned towards the drone research team and investors, his voice tinged with excitement. "Our Phantom aircraft has demonstrated extraordinary flight capabilities, soaring to an altitude of 1,000 feet, which is over 300 meters, much higher than typical amateur drones. Its range is impressive as well, enabling stable flight within a 10-kilometer radius, sufficient to cover extensive operational areas. Additionally, its payload capacity is exceptional, capable of carrying equipment and cargo weighing up to 30 kilograms, far exceeding that of standard consumer drones. The members of the drone research team wore expressions of pride, their hearts swelling with satisfaction at the project's achievements. Simultaneously, they inquired of Long Hao, our phantom aircraft possesses a unique capability. Would you like to showcase it for the investors right here and now? Long Hao nodded confidently. Certainly. We must allow the investors to witness the unique value of the phantom aircraft firsthand. Upon issuing the command, the drone initiated its special demonstration mode. It ascended gracefully into the sky, performing a series of pre-programmed maneuvers that showcased its remarkable agility and control. To the astonishment of all present, the drone then demonstrated the clarity of its high-definition camera, magnifying a distant target several times with details vividly visible. This technology moved everyone in attendance, rendering the commercial value of the drone even more apparent. The light in the eyes of the investors grew increasingly bright. They understood that such technological prowess and innovative capacity would undoubtedly enable Starry Sky Technology's drone project to stand out in the fierce market competition. Long Hao nodded. Filled with emotion, the dedication of each member is encapsulated within it. It is not merely a product of technology, but a vessel for our dreams and aspirations. Moving forward, we need to scale it down to a portable size and further enhance the Interstellar Voyager's intelligent response speed. We should also develop a demonstration product to showcase our technological achievements to the world, added Leng Yun. Subsequently, they entered the laboratory together to begin planning a demonstration that would integrate the Phantom aircraft with the Interstellar Voyager. This plan demanded high standards, but if successful, it would undoubtedly earn Starry Sky Technology accolades as a pioneer in technological innovation. Long Hao busily organized the next stage of research and development in the laboratory, firmly believing that this groundbreaking technology would not only transform the landscape of future aircraft, but also usher in a new chapter for Starry Sky Technology. Chapter 130. The Earthquake in Chuan City, May 12th. An earthquake of magnitude 8 struck. Upon receiving the news of the catastrophic earthquake, Long Hao immediately took action. He understood all too well that such natural disasters could result in immense loss of life and property, and their drone project possessed the potential to play a significant role in such emergencies. He swiftly activated the internal communication system and issued an urgent assembly directive. All research and development teams and operational group members convene at the main conference room immediately. We have an urgent mission to deploy. Time is of the essence. Every minute could save a life. In no time, all members of Fictional Technology seemed to be summoned warriors, hastening from their respective posts to the designated location. Once assembled, Long Hao stood at the podium of the main conference room, facing the team members who were prepared to embrace their new mission. His voice resonated with determination and a profound sense of responsibility. You have all heard the grave news. Chuan City has suffered a significant earthquake. Our Phantom drone and Interstellar Voyager technologies now represent not merely symbols of commercial endeavor, but an opportunity for us to contribute profoundly to humanity. I hope we can harness our technology to provide essential aerial reconnaissance and supply transport for the rescue efforts. As his words echoed, the eyes of the team brimmed not only with urgency, but also with resolve and a spirit of cooperation. Long Hao continued to issue commands. I need the aerospace engineering team to immediately assess the status of all drones, ensuring they can operate stably in the harshest conditions. The communications team must guarantee seamless information flow between us and the external rescue units. The logistics team prepare the necessary supplies and transportation tools. Under Long Hao's leadership, the team of Fictional Technology mobilized swiftly, ready to apply their cutting-edge technology to the critical rescue mission. They showcased not only the company's technological prowess and innovative spirit, but also a profound sense of responsibility and commitment. The Phantom drone was poised to demonstrate its crucial value at the forefront of disaster relief. Long Hao's remarks ignited a fervor, prompting an immediate response from the administrative department. Upon receiving their directives, the staff began making calls, utilizing every possible means of communication to urgently contact major supermarkets and suppliers. Explaining the dire situation in the earthquake-stricken area and emphasizing the critical need for supplies. They requested that suppliers prioritize Fictional Technology as procurement needs to ensure a swift collection of sufficient rescue materials. In a flurry of activity, telephone lines buzzed, and emails were dispatched at an accelerated pace, with every administrative staff member working diligently to ensure that every detail was meticulously addressed. They ordered a substantial quantity of urgently needed supplies, including but not limited to potable water, food, medicine, tents, and blankets, ensuring that these essential goods could meet the immediate needs of the affected populace. As supplies began to arrive, the logistics team of Xingqian Technology also became engrossed in their responsibilities, tasked with organizing, packing, and planning the prioritization and distribution of the incoming materials. Meanwhile, the members of the aerospace engineering team conducted a final inspection and adjustment of the drones, ensuring that each device could operate stably in complex environments. Ultimately, through the collaborative efforts of Long Hao and the Xingqian Technology team, the first batch of relief supplies was successfully loaded onto the drones and delivered to the areas most in need in the shortest possible time. Xingqian Technology demonstrated its commitment to social responsibility in the powerful application of technology. Long Hao, standing in the command center, closely monitored the drone delivery dynamics on the large screen, his heart filled with both tension and a sense of relief. This time, they were not merely the promoters of technology but had also become guardians of those in distress. Long Hao acted swiftly, his expression serious and resolute. Realizing that every technical adjustment was crucial, he immediately contacted the technical supervisor of the robotics team to issue new directives. We need to modify the robot's programming and configurations immediately, enabling them to establish a safe rescue corridor in the shortest time possible. Please assess the mobility and carrying capacity of the robots to ensure they can operate efficiently amidst the rubble. The technical supervisor responded promptly, assembling the finest technical team to urgently adjust both the software and hardware of the robots. They enhanced the robots' obstacle navigation and climbing capabilities while optimizing their perception systems, allowing the robots to position and operate more accurately in complex environments. Simultaneously, Long Hao organized a strategy team to formulate detailed rescue routes and priorities. Utilizing real-time data transmitted from the scene, they continuously adjusted the rescue strategy to ensure the robots could execute their tasks quickly and safely. As the new program was uploaded to the robots' control systems, a squad of specially designed rescue robots, equipped with the necessary tools and equipment, began their journey toward the heart of the disaster zone. Their primary task was to clear debris blocking the roads, facilitating the swift arrival of rescue vehicles and personnel. The rescue robots navigated through the rubble with both speed and precision, quickly opening a wide passage. As the road gradually cleared, the rescue teams could penetrate deeper into the disaster area, marking a qualitative leap in the rescue efforts. Long Hao remained in the monitoring room, observing each operation through the screen. Witnessing the emergence of a lifeline, his face reflected not only the weight of pressure but also genuine relief. This was not merely a victory of technology. It was a triumph of human ingenuity and compassion, and he understood that this path would save countless lives. Long Hao's mind raced as he suddenly recalled a high-tech nutritional solution developed in the company's laboratory, known as Breath of Recovery. Given the urgent need for various forms of support in the disaster area and the inevitable scarcity of medical resources and supplies, this advanced nutritional solution might alleviate suffering and promote recovery to some extent. He promptly reached out to Leng Yun, the steely CEO of Xingqian Technology. The communication device on her end flickered, indicating she was still occupied, but soon her calm and steady voice came through. "Director Long, what progress have we made?" Long Hao spoke directly. "I wish to ascertain the current stock of restoration essence. This liquid can swiftly assist in the treatment of the injured, alleviating their suffering. We must expedite its production and deploy it for disaster relief efforts." Leng Yun did not hesitate. "I understand. The inventory of restoration essence can temporarily meet a portion of the demand, but we must urgently scale up production. I will arrange for the finest production team at Star Technology to work overtime to fulfill the needs of the disaster-stricken areas. Moreover, we need to enhance the testing data for this product to ensure its functionality in such extreme conditions. Please have the research and development team reconfirm its efficacy and safety, particularly concerning potential contamination and extreme circumstances." Leng Yun's response was succinct and powerful. She is a management expert with profound insights into production and supply chains. With her overseeing this endeavor, Long Hao felt a sense of reassurance. Consequently, the laboratory of Star Technology was illuminated, with the research and production teams engaging in an all-night effort. They organized themselves with astonishing speed to ensure that restoration essence reached the disaster victims without delay. As boxes labeled restoration essence were loaded for shipment from the production line, a glimmer of hope arose in Long Hao's heart. He understood that this was not merely the power of technology, but also the steadfast belief and collective resolve of all the people at Star Technology to overcome adversity together. Chapter 131. Arrival at the Epicenter Temporary Command Center near the earthquake site. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a helicopter gracefully descended onto the helipad. As the cabin door opened, Long Hao, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, confidently stepped out. "We have arrived." Following him was a contingent of personnel equipped with advanced technology, accompanied by dozens of all-terrain intelligent robots. The square was now teeming with people, each individual wide-eyed with anticipation for the commencement of this high-tech disaster relief operation. Long Hao stood at the center of the square, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. He understood that at this moment, he represented not only himself but also the entire rescue team, and indeed, all those dedicated to harnessing technological prowess to transform the world. "It begins," Long Hao mused internally, aware that this would be an unprecedented challenge, yet also an exceptional opportunity to showcase his leadership capabilities. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Countless cameras and smartphones trained upon him. At that moment, the command vehicle's display screen illuminated with the visual feeds from the various robots. Long Hao swiftly took command, analyzing the situation on-site and formulating a rescue plan, which he synchronized with each team member's mobile terminal. Simultaneously, he employed intelligent algorithms within the system to process vast amounts of data, identifying the most severely affected areas and instructing the team to proceed with alacrity to implement rescue efforts. Every individual present was awestruck by this high-tech approach to rescue, marveling at the seamless integration of technology into disaster response, with Long Hao undoubtedly becoming the focal point of this endeavor. He remained composed and decisive, directing the actions of each robot and rescue team member, ensuring both efficiency and the safety of all involved. As the rescue efforts progressed, Long Hao felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. He recognized that every decision made at this juncture could impact lives. He actively coordinated resources, optimized the rescue processes, striving to minimize response times while continually enhancing operational efficiency. As time passed, the excitement among the crowd intensified. They bore witness to the remarkable role technology played in the rescue. Long Hao's team effectively harnessed technology, leveraging existing resources to successfully complete their mission, bringing a glimmer of hope to the city's populace and demonstrating the power of technological rescue to society at large. Long Hao stood within the hastily constructed command center, his gaze traversing the tense atmosphere of the room. Surrounding him were the sounds of busy communications, interspersed with the crackling of radios and the commands of the officers. Upon arriving at the disaster site with Johnny, he immediately set about coordinating efforts. However, to truly initiate the rescue, two significant challenges needed to be addressed: lighting and connectivity. The absence of illumination rendered nighttime rescue operations exceedingly arduous, severely restricting the operation of helicopters and drones, while the lack of on-site lighting critically hampered both personnel searches and medical assistance. As for connectivity, it was indispensable for modern rescue communications. Without it, timely information exchange became impossible, complicating collaboration among rescue teams and synchronizing with the central command system. Long Hao furrowed his brow, swiftly navigating through the various teams within the command center, gathering and documenting the needs of each unit, while seeking resources or methods to resolve the pressing issues. He understood profoundly that every single second was critical, time equated to life. After a series of communications and investigations, Long Hao discerned an urgent necessity for a stable and sustainable solution for lighting and communication at the site. "We can no longer afford to wait. We must act immediately." Long Hao addressed a seasoned rescue expert beside him. "Without light and connectivity, we are groping in the dark, unable to promptly relay information regarding the disaster, the injured, and the progress of our rescue efforts, thereby risking the golden opportunity for salvation." Chapter 132. Light and communication. Long Hao swiftly devised a solution and commenced the allocation of resources. He resolved to deploy a set of portable lighting devices to ensure the continuity of nighttime rescue operations. Concurrently, he organized a team of experts in the field of communications to urgently establish a satellite communication system, thereby ensuring a network connection with the central command system. Various support forces began to collaborate in an orderly fashion. The flickering lights and the gradually rising sounds of machinery on the tense worksite revitalized the rescue command center. Through emergency scheduling and rapid deployment, the limited space was filled with ample light, illuminating the busy figures of everyone present. The hissing of the network was gradually replaced by the sounds of collaboration at the rescue site. Long Hao and his companions reaffirmed their confidence as rescue operations unfolded methodically. One after another, the network and lighting not only brought hope, but also rekindled the determination of the disaster-stricken populace. Despite the severity of the disaster, the resolve of the rescuers grew stronger, fueled by the belief that under Long Hao's leadership, they would eventually welcome the dawn of light and hope. The restoration of network signals offered a glimmer of life amidst the calamity. Suddenly, Long Hao's smartphone chimed. Hastily, he retrieved it and connected, hearing the anxious yet caring voice of Governor Wang Jiangwo in his ear. It turned out that Governor Wang was unable to be present at the scene, but earnestly wished to convey his every thought and support through Long Hao's rescue drone. Long Hao, what is the current situation? Is there anything in the disaster area that I need to be immediately aware of? Governor Wang's voice brimmed with urgency and concern. Long Hao's tone was resolute and composed. Governor, the situation in the disaster area remains dire, but the intermittent network connection has been restored. We are utilizing rescue drones for more effective search and rescue operations, as well as attempting to restore basic communication facilities. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure the smooth progress of the rescue work. Good, Long Hao, I support your efforts. Please ensure that communication remains unimpeded, as it is crucial for the execution of the rescue. Though I am far away, my heart is with the disaster area. You are the front line bearing countless hopes and concerns, Governor Wang Jiangwo expressed sincerely. Long Hao felt the weight of responsibility and mission bearing down on him. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option at this moment. He assured the governor that he would exert his utmost and promised to report the rescue situation back to Governor Wang promptly. During this challenging time, Long Hao and his team collaborated more closely, employing the latest technological means to illuminate the path forward for the rescue efforts, striving to gain precious time. With the support of Governor Wang Jiangwo and the provincial government behind him, Long Hao felt the gravity of his responsibility acutely. He knew that each flight of the drone, every stable network connection, and the timely supply of electricity embodied profound care for the people in the disaster area and respect for life. He had to give his all. For each restored communication and every transmitted piece of information could signify a rescue of life. The network connection had been restored, yet it remained slow and unstable. Long Hao furrowed his brow, gripping the walkie-talkie as he directed the rescue operations on-site while attempting to relay information to the outside world through the network. Communication specialist. Could you swiftly ascertain the cause of the unstable network connection? We require a stable link for command and coordination, Long Hao instructed through the intercom. Simultaneously, the technicians sprang into action, investigating potential issues affecting the network connectivity. They discovered that the persistent heavy rainfall had caused waterlogging at the foundation, damaging some lines and consequently disrupting the network connection. To mitigate the risks, the communication experts decided to undertake emergency maintenance, reinforcing the lines while optimizing the network settings. As time elapsed, despite the unstable network connection, the rescue operations continued unabated. Long Hao led his team in employing drones equipped with advanced detection devices to conduct aerial searches, tirelessly striving to uncover signs of life. The on-site rescue efforts proceeded with intense urgency, and Long Hao's reputation surged online. He now aimed to execute a bold initiative to establish a temporary communication network. Given the severe damage to the communication facilities in the disaster area, conventional communication methods faced significant constraints. To better organize the rescue efforts, Long Hao resolved to utilize satellite communication technology to construct an independent temporary communication platform. Detached from the existing compromised network, he convened a group of engineers proficient in networking and satellite technology to devise a solution. They combined available resources to establish a low-latency, high-stability communication network suitable for the field. Initially, they leveraged the existing drones and satellite communication equipment to design a communication node capable of hovering in the air. Building on this foundation, they expanded the system, installing algorithms on the drones that could automatically adjust to signal strength, thereby enabling real-time tracking of weak coverage areas and reinforcing them. Concurrently, volunteers organized themselves into a substantial ground communication support team, carrying small wireless base stations to bolster connectivity in signal-deficient regions. As a result, Long Hao successfully orchestrated the construction of an integrated communication network covering the entire disaster area. This network not only encompassed the rescue teams, but also reached some of the affected populace, providing life-saving support to many. Once the network was restored, the team promptly transmitted live footage from the scene. The high-definition video relayed by the drone showcased the rescue operations as both tense and orderly, enhancing Long Hao's image as a figure of strength and reliability amidst the professional rescue efforts. Reporters obtained invaluable information and began to detail the progress of the rescue and Long Hao's personal narrative. Wang Yao, in her program, conducted a profound analysis of Long Hao's journey, portraying him as a leader with formidable charisma who instilled confidence and hope in the hearts of those affected by the disaster. Major online platforms and social media outlets eagerly shared related reports, further amplifying Long Hao's deeds and reputation. In a fleeting moment, the image of the hero CEO resonated deeply with the public. Yet, Long Hao transformed all the accolades into motivation, aware that the true challenges lay ahead, and that all his efforts were merely aimed at ensuring that more individuals could receive aid and regain hope. During the process of network restoration, the Rescue Command Center maintained contact with the outside world through radio communication networks and satellite communication systems, ensuring the timely transmission of orders and the reporting of disaster information. Although the network speed was constrained, this did not diminish the resolve of the entire rescue team. In the face of adversity, Long Hao understood the gravity of his mission. He led his team with unwavering determination and professional expertise, resolutely executing each rescue task. After several arduous hours of effort, the network finally stabilized, providing immense support to the rescue operations. Seizing the opportunity, Long Hao utilized the video conferencing system to deliver a detailed report to Governor Wang, receiving further directives and requests for assistance. Information from the disaster-stricken area spread across broader regions via the network, drawing the attention of more individuals to this calamity, who eagerly extended their hands in aid. For Long Hao, the stability of the network signified not merely smooth communication, but also a channel through which hope and perseverance could be conveyed to the outside world. They believed that as long as they remained steadfast, no matter how daunting the circumstances, they would ultimately prevail. Chapter 133, Media coverage. The rescue efforts of Long Hao's team at the epicenter of the disaster were captured by countless cameras and mobile phone lenses. Those harrowing scenes, along with the touching moments of relentless struggle day and night, swiftly garnered the attention and empathy of society through online dissemination. Television journalist Wang Yao stood at the periphery of the disaster zone, microphone in hand, her gaze unwavering as she addressed the camera with a heavy yet emotive voice. Before us unfold heart-wrenching scenes. Long Hao and his team, akin to valiant warriors on the battlefield, venture deep into the heart of the disaster area to rescue trapped individuals, disregarding their own safety. Their actions epitomize the essence of selfless dedication. The cameras faithfully documented every detail, while drones monitored the stranded individuals. Electrical engineers worked diligently to restore damaged infrastructure, and rescue team members, alongside volunteers, pressed on with unwavering determination despite their exhaustion. These figures transformed into vivid narratives through the journalists' words, resonating within the hearts of all who beheld these images. The online comment sections became a sea of tears and praise. These heroes are our strength. In the face of disaster, we are never alone. We are one family. Witnessing such rescue efforts, I truly believe love can conquer all. The accolades and attention from all sectors of society became an inexhaustible source of motivation for Long Hao and his team. They understood that each commendation represented society's affirmation of selfless contributions and courageous deeds. Long Hao himself, though at the core of the rescue operation, remained acutely aware of his mission. He regarded the honor and responsibility as a collective achievement of the entire team. Every word of praise and each tear shed were the finest rewards for their efforts. In the devastated city of Chuan, the tremors of the earthquake finally subsided. It was a moment of tranquility that people would never forget, a serenity that was soon overshadowed by profound pain and loss. Amidst the rubble, the fissures in the pavement spoke volumes of the scars left by this calamity. As a child's helpless cries pierced the silence, the citizens, who had been striving to maintain their composure, could no longer contain their emotions. Tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. This cry detonated an emotional bomb, rendering their sorrow inexpressible. In the face of this sudden natural disaster, some had lost family members, while others had lost their homes. Each heart bore its own unique burden of anguish and helplessness. In this moment of desperate need for solace and strength, Long Hao and his team emerged like morning stars before the dawn, offering hope. They resolutely stepped forward, beginning to organize rescue efforts, comforting those who had lost loved ones, while simultaneously clearing debris to pave the way for rescue operations. Long Hao, microphone in hand, his voice choked yet resolute, proclaimed, We have lost much, but we have not lost our future. Let us join hands and rebuild our home together." His words were imbued with uplifting power, gradually soothing the onlookers' tears, prompting some to actively join the rescue efforts as they collectively engaged in the monumental task of post-disaster reconstruction. In the days to come, Long Hao and his team not only provided material support, but also instilled immense courage and hope in the hearts of the residents of Chuan City. Their actions shone like beams of light, illuminating the city shrouded in disaster and warming the hearts of every individual. The online comment section buzzed with activity once more, this time filled not with tears, but with voices cheering for Long Hao and his team. In such dire circumstances, there are still heroes like them. We have hope. Disasters may eventually fade, yet the resilience and compassion of humanity shall endure eternally. Under Long Hao's leadership, Chuan City and its inhabitants are steadily progressing towards rejuvenation. Chapter 134. Post-disaster reconstruction. Long Hao returned to the command vehicle, followed closely by a visibly anxious Secretary Wang. Taking a deep breath, Secretary Wang addressed Long Hao. "Mr. Long, I have just received news that major domestic news media outlets have dispatched personnel for coverage. Among them, there may be some interviews concerning you." Upon hearing this, Long Hao felt a tightening in his chest. He paused, observing the tension etched on Secretary Wang's face, and replied calmly, "This may not be entirely unfavorable. Mr. Long, at this critical juncture, you must exercise utmost caution in your words when facing the media," Secretary Wang urged. Unable to contain his concern, Long Hao smiled reassuringly at Secretary Wang, saying, "Rest assured, I know how to navigate this. Moreover, sometimes, candor can garner more support than evasion." With this reassurance, Secretary Wang's anxiety eased slightly, and the two continued onward. The news interview area had been set up, with reporters from various media outlets clamoring to pose their questions, eager for Long Hao's insights. Wang Yao, a reporter from CCTV, distinguished herself among the competition and secured 5 minutes for a personal interview with Long Hao. Standing before the camera, Long Hao's gaze was resolute yet gentle as he spoke in a calm voice. "Hello everyone, I am Long Hao." The moment he spoke, an almost palpable silence enveloped the scene, with all cameras trained on him. Wang Yao promptly dove into the heart of the matter. "Mr. Long, what are your thoughts and reflections on this catastrophic earthquake?" Long Hao pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping across the surrounding ruins and the hopeful faces of citizens. In a low voice, he articulated, "Witnessing the devastation before me fills me with profound sorrow. However, this is not merely a natural disaster. It is a humanitarian endeavor that requires the unification of all our strengths. According to our information, this earthquake has resulted in significant casualties and property losses. What are your plans regarding this?" The paramount focus now is on rescue operations. We have organized multiple teams to delve into the disaster-stricken areas, hoping to provide prompt assistance to the affected populace. Concurrently, we will lend our full support to the government's rescue efforts. Long Hao's words swiftly captured the attention of those present. The 5 minutes of the interview elapsed quickly, yet numerous media outlets discerned hope and strength from his statements. CCTV News and various online platforms broadcasted the interview widely. Online, netizens fervently discussed Long Hao's remarks, expressing their recognition and support for both him and Starry Technology. Amid the urgent rescue operations, Long Hao raced against time, utilizing various equipment to battle against death itself. His figure was particularly striking amid the earthquake's aftermath. Each time he directed operations or extended a hand in rescue, he radiated strength and hope. Television news continuously reported on Long Hao's deeds, hailing him as a disaster relief hero. The footage showcased him rescuing trapped individuals from collapsed buildings with remarkable speed and professionalism. Reporters' cameras closely followed him, capturing every poignant moment, allowing viewers to witness his unwavering resolve and disaster relief. The online discussion surged in response, with sentiments like, "This young man is truly remarkable. He is our hero. Long Hao is truly remarkable. With his assistance, we will undoubtedly navigate through this crisis. Seeing him reassures me that we are not alone." People expressed their admiration and support for Long Hao through social media platforms. At the forefront of rescue efforts, Long Hao's influence is undeniable. His name gradually emerges as a unifying force within the rescue team, inspiring every individual involved in the disaster relief. Volunteers and rescue team members look up to him as a role model, working with increased efficiency and passion. Like Long Hao, we must strive to ensure the affected populace escapes danger as soon as possible. They encourage one another. As time passes, the number of rescued individuals continually rises, with miraculous lives being saved time and again. When a trapped little girl is finally rescued, she tightly embraces Long Hao, offering the most sincere gratitude to a hero. The trending topics on social media are filled with reports about Long Hao, and netizens express their sentiments every time I witness Long Hao's rescue efforts. I am brought to tears. His perseverance embodies the hope of those affected. Disasters are merciless, yet Long Hao displays compassion and loyalty. After countless days and nights of tireless work, the disaster relief operations in Chuan City finally approached their conclusion, thanks to the team's unwavering efforts. Residents, amidst their sorrow, sense a newfound hope, all attributable to the diligent contributions of Long Hao and his team. Standing before a collapsed building, his eyes slightly reddened yet resolute. He understands that his efforts have saved many lives. This is not merely a personal victory, but a triumph of teamwork, love, and perseverance. Long Hao retreats to a secluded spot, silently calling upon the system. System, open the marketplace. Moments later, a semi-transparent interface appears before him, and the system's voice resonates in his mind. Master, welcome to the system marketplace. What do you require? I need to find stronger and quicker construction materials for post-disaster reconstruction. Long Hao asserts with determination. The system interface swiftly updates, presenting multiple options. Super reinforced concrete, 5 times stronger than ordinary concrete, durable and earthquake-resistant. Nano repair bricks, capable of automatically mending surface cracks, with a long lifespan. Carbon fiber reinforced composite materials, lightweight yet sturdy. Suitable for the rapid construction of temporary and permanent structures. Self-cleaning coating panels, equipped with self-cleaning features, waterproof and dustproof, ideal for swiftly establishing rescue bases. Long Hao meticulously reviews these options, already leaning towards a choice. His finger lightly touches the interface, selecting carbon fiber reinforced composite materials, a substance that meets the need for quick construction while remaining robust and durable. In the aftermath of a disaster, both time and quality are of utmost importance. System. Exchange for carbon fiber reinforced composite materials, he decisively declares. Master, the corresponding dragon coins have been deducted, and the exchange is successful. Gradually, detailed information about the exchanged materials unfolds before Long Hao, including usage methods, characteristics, and the types of structures that can be built. After thoroughly reading, he begins to formulate a preliminary plan in his mind. This material can not only be utilized to construct temporary shelters, but can also be swiftly transformed into small-scale distribution stations, providing essential support to disaster victims. After procuring the necessary materials, Long Hao resolved to first establish contact with the relevant local authorities to coordinate the transport team of Xingchen Technology for the rapid delivery of these supplies to the affected areas. He understood that time is of the essence. The sooner the reconstruction begins, the sooner the victims can resume a relatively secure existence. Employees of Xingchen Technology released a series of videos documenting Long Hao's relief efforts on the company's official website. These videos garnered widespread attention online, elevating both Long Hao's personal reputation and the brand influence of Xingchen Technology to unprecedented heights. Netizens continually express their admiration for Long Hao in the comments. Mr. Long is not merely a business leader, but a symbol of the spirit of our era. In the face of disaster, individual strength may seem insignificant. Yet Long Hao has shown us courage and resilience. Xingchen Technology not only gazes at the stars but also remains grounded. Upon reading these comments, Long Hao felt a profound sense of gratitude intertwined with an ineffable weight. He was acutely aware that the road to reconstruction would be arduous, and he and his team must exert even greater efforts. Chapter 135. Empathy. Long Hao was acutely aware that merely procuring materials was insufficient. Only by mastering the source of production could he efficiently advance the post-disaster reconstruction. He resolved to continue liaising with the system to acquire the production lines for these advanced materials. Finding a quiet corner, he once again called out to the system. System. Open the marketplace. The system's translucent interface materialized before him, and a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Master, welcome back. How may I assist you? I wish to purchase the production lines for super reinforced concrete, nano repair bricks, carbon fiber reinforced composite materials, and self-cleaning coated building panels, Long Hao stated decisively. The system interface swiftly updated, detailing the 4 production lines. Super reinforced concrete production line, equipped with efficient automated production capabilities, yielding large quantities of consistently high quality to meet diverse engineering demands. Nano repair brick production line, utilizing advanced nanotechnology, capable of autonomously mending minute cracks, thereby extending the lifespan of structures. Carbon fiber reinforced composite material production line, producing lightweight yet sturdy materials, ideal for rapid assembly and permanent constructions. Self-cleaning coated building panel production line. The coating features self-cleaning properties, waterproof and dustproof, suitable for swift construction in various climatic conditions. Leng Yun meticulously reviewed these options, confirming that these production lines were precisely what he required. He then issued the command, "System, redeem these 4 production lines." The system promptly responded, "Master." The corresponding star coins have been deducted, and the redemption is successful. The interface before Leng Yun displayed detailed installation and operational guidelines for the production lines. He immediately contacted the executives at Fictional Technology, delegating the installation and production commencement plans to the responsible technical and production teams. To ensure the production lines could swiftly commence operations, Leng Yun decided to personally oversee the installation process. He quickly arranged for coordination with the relevant local authorities and secured a suitable plot of land for establishing the production facility. Under Leng Yun's direction, the technical team at Fictional Technology worked tirelessly day and night. Within a few days, the 4 brand-new production lines were successfully operational within the factory. These lines continuously produced high-quality building materials, providing robust support for the post-disaster reconstruction efforts. As the production lines operated smoothly, the reputation of both Fictional Technology and Leng Yun soared to new heights. Media and netizens alike reported on and praised this rapid and effective initiative, dubbing Leng Yun as the navigator of post-disaster reconstruction. Yet, Leng Yun did not allow the accolades to lull him into complacency. He knew that the people in the disaster-stricken areas were still awaiting safer shelters, and he and his team had a long journey ahead. With this conviction, he continued to traverse the front lines of post-disaster reconstruction, ensuring that every brick and every rebar was utilized where it was most needed. Leng Yun fell into a moment of silence, a flicker of profound sorrow flashing in his gaze. Taking a gentle breath, he slowly turned to meet Leng Yun's eyes. His sunken eyes seemed to harbor a deep pool of stillness, serene yet profound. "Leng Yun, do you know?" Leng Yun's voice was low and tender, as if recounting a deeply buried tale. The earthquake in 2008 claimed countless lives and devastated innumerable homes. Leng Yun listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, sensing that Leng Yun to unburden some deeply held truths. "At that time, I was merely a young entrepreneur, residing in a foreign land. Brimming with dreams for the future, Leng Yun's gaze became distant and hazy. However, when the news of the earthquake broke, the entire city was thrown into turmoil. I donated a portion of my savings, hoping to contribute even a small measure of help." He paused, as if there were yet more words yearning to escape before this moment, but ultimately continued. "During that period, my mind was restless, consumed by memories and anguish. For I had lost my dearest parents." At this point, Leng Yun's voice began to tremble slightly, a testament to the pain one struggles to conceal. Leng Yun sat quietly beside him, her heart swelling with an indescribable sympathy and understanding. "The passing of my parents made me acutely aware of the fragility and preciousness of life." Leng Yun's eyes sparkled with a resolute light. "This was not merely my personal sorrow, but an unbearable burden at that time. Thus, I chose to transform this burden into strength, into a sense of responsibility towards society." Encouraged by Leng Yun's gaze, Leng Yun continued, "This is why I place such great importance on the social responsibility of my enterprise, and why I am so deeply invested in the recent disaster relief efforts. It is not only because I am an entrepreneur, but also because I am Leng Yun, one who has endured such pain." Leng Yun inhaled deeply, finally comprehending why Leng Yun was so passionate about the rescue and rebuilding endeavors. This was not merely an expression of giving back to society, but rather a profound reflection of one's life experiences. Leng Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet his voice remained strong. "Leng Yun, having experienced suffering, I understand that in the face of disaster, we must all unite and extend a helping hand." Leng Yun nodded, and though she remained silent, the understanding and support within her heart were more than sufficient to warm Leng Yun's spirit. Chapter 136. The award ceremony. With the successful resolution of the incident in Chuan City and the smooth progress of post-disaster reconstruction, a great weight finally lifted from Leng Yun's heart. He returned to the Star Technology building and had just tidied the documents on his desk when his phone rang with a cheerful tone. "Leng Yun, I have wonderful news to share with you," came the familiar and excited voice of Wang Quan from the military. Leng Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing that this call bore significant news. Please, go on, he replied calmly, though a subtle anticipation stirred within him. Based on the design concepts you provided. After thorough deliberation and research, the construction of the aerospace mothership has officially commenced. Wang Quan's voice brimmed with pride, unable to contain his excitement. Upon hearing this, Long Hao's heart raced involuntarily. Their shared vision had finally taken its most crucial step forward. This is the result of our collaborative efforts, he said, his tone steady. Yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, the light of a dreamer. Wang Quan continued, Long Hao. The higher-ups are aware of your contributions and hold your capabilities in high regard. Long Hao felt a jolt of surprise, as if struck by thunder. His heart quickened. Maintaining his usual composure, he inquired, are you referring to? After careful consideration, the military has decided to appoint you directly as a specialist technical officer at the rank of Major General. Wang Quan articulated each word with gravitas. Long Hao was astonished, and a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within him. The prospect of entering the military at such a high rank was both a heavy responsibility and a noble honor. Of course, your primary responsibilities will still lie in research. We will not hastily thrust you into combat. However, with a young and promising entrepreneur like you, our military's equipment will greatly benefit from your intellect, Wang Quan added with a smile. What do you wish for me to do? Long Hao quickly regained his composure. Acutely aware of the expectations the military held. Quite simply, utilize your wisdom to elevate our equipment to a higher standard, Wang Quan confidently stated. I am certain that, given your abilities, it is merely a matter of time. After ending the call, Long Hao sat alone at his desk, twirling a freshly ignited fountain pen in his hand. He realized that his life was on the cusp of new challenges and transformations. He was not only striving for his own aspirations, but also for the nation. For those who placed their trust in him, especially the valiant soldiers safeguarding their homeland on the front lines. In a certain military unit, the morning sun pierced through the dense clouds, casting its warm glow upon the orderly green barracks. Clad in a crisp military uniform adorned with star-shaped insignia on his shoulders, Long Hao marched resolutely toward the place where he would soon serve in his new capacity. As he approached the square, the resounding call of the bugle suddenly cut through the air. Hundreds of soldiers stood in formation, greeting him with succinct yet powerful slogans. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. He was the focal point of this solemn ceremony. The high-ranking generals of the military gathered in attendance, among whom were numerous distinguished veterans as well as spirited young officers. They were seated around the podium, their gaze flitting toward Long Hao, revealing both recognition and anticipation. As the promotion ceremony commenced, a soldier bearing the national flag approached Long Hao, followed by a ceremonial soldier who presented a gleaming insignia of the rank of Major General. General Wang Quan's quiet command resonated in the ears of all present. In the name of the nation, we bestow upon Comrade Long Hao the rank of Major General. Anticipating his contributions of wisdom and strength to the country, Long Hao solemnly accepted the insignia, a symbol of honor and responsibility, and carefully affixed it to his uniform. The hall erupted in thunderous applause, while within him, emotions surged tumultuously. He understood that this title not only represented honor, but also signified the heavy responsibilities he was to undertake. Following the ceremony, Long Hao firmly grasped the hands of the assembled generals, their solemn blessings and conversations painting a vivid picture of his bright prospects in the realm of technology and his unwavering commitment to national defense. In the days to come, he would forge his own unique chapter in the military domain, embracing the identity of a scientist. Chapter 137, System Upgrade. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Long Hao closed his eyes, quietly listening to the faint electronic sounds gradually intensifying. It was a mysterious force whispering softly in his ear, the most arcane language of the cosmos, the voice of the system. Long Hao. Following the intricate computations and self-updating within the technological framework, the system shall immediately enter an upgrade phase. This upgrade is of utmost significance, involving the comprehensive reorganization of various abilities and the activation of advanced functionalities, ensuring your enhanced capacity to fulfill the forthcoming tasks. During the system upgrade, you will enter a deep slumber, during which you will be unable to respond to any of your needs. However, there is no cause for concern. This upgrade is expected to consume approximately 1 hour of your invaluable time. Please ensure that you are in a secure and undisturbed environment, and endeavor to relax both body and mind. Long Hao summoned his secretary, his expression calm yet imbued with a subtle determination. I wish to take a break, he stated to the secretary, his tone conveying an undeniable authority. And during this period, Regardless of what transpires within the company, please do not disturb me. The secretary gazed at the young entrepreneur, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, but he quickly masked it, nodding professionally in acknowledgement. Certainly, I will make the necessary arrangements. Long Hao inclined his head slightly, then stepped into the private elevator of the Stellar Technology Building, ascending directly to the top floor. His office was the nucleus of the entire company, surrounded by transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a sweeping view of the city's splendor. In the tranquil interior, moonlight filtered through, illuminating the space. As he stood in this serene sanctuary, his gaze distant. He was acutely aware of the multitude of matters requiring attention, ranging from the lightning strike incident to the construction of the aerospace mothership, each pressing heavily upon his shoulders. He needed this moment to contemplate and to chart the trajectory of the future. As the system's deep and enigmatic voice faded, Long Hao's consciousness began to sink slowly, as if being drawn into an endless cosmic vortex, gradually drifting into oblivion. He found himself ensnared in a long and tumultuous dream. In this dream, Earth was no longer solitary. Disputes and conflicts erupted across the cosmos, compelling every soul on the blue planet to take a stance, rising in rebellion or helplessly succumbing to the maelstrom. Interstellar skirmishes, bizarre creatures lurking in the shadowy expanse of the universe, and those advanced weapons and extraordinary abilities once presumed to exist solely within the realm of science fiction unfolded before him. Alien races transcended their cinematic portrayals, transforming into tangible, bloodthirsty foes. They coveted Earth's abundant resources, its unique environment, or perhaps merely regarded it as another target for conquest. Under relentless assaults, the planet's defensive forces teetered on the brink of collapse, leaving devastation in their wake. As the leader rising to thwart the alien invasion, Long Hao emerges endowed with formidable power from an upgraded system, alongside unprecedented strategies and wisdom. He organizes and commands the technological and military forces on Blue Star to confront the unpredictable adversaries. In his dreams, the flames of war nearly engulf the entire galaxy, testing Long Hao's resilience and intellect at every moment. Just as humanity faces relentless defeat and impending doom, Long Hao and his comrades step forward, seizing the critical moment to leverage the advanced weaponry and strategies bestowed by the system, thereby turning the tide of battle and saving Blue Star. Ultimately, under his leadership, humanity forges a new interstellar alliance with its allies, safeguarding the peace of the cosmos. In the dream of the extraterrestrial war, Long Hao not only protects Earth, but also becomes a legendary hero throughout the universe. However, as he yearns to continue guiding his allies in exploration and construction, his consciousness gradually awakens, and the tumultuous dream of alien warfare and indomitable spirit slowly dissipates. Long Hao realizes that it was merely a world constructed by his subconscious, and the true challenges and battles are only just beginning. Chapter 138, Unlocking New Skills. Beep. System upgrade successful. Post-awakened. As this notification resonated, Long Hao's consciousness sharpened abruptly, as if an immense force had surged into his body. He opened his eyes to find himself in the familiar office atop the company building. Yet the fire within him burned more intensely than ever. System, display current ability parameters. A calm voice echoed in his mind, imbued with an irresistible sense of command. Host, Long Hao physique, intelligence, strength, agility, special abilities, mind awakening new, space folding new, star chat system new. Long Hao's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. These two special abilities had played a crucial role in his previous dreams, and he felt a profound anticipation about whether they could unleash their true power in the real world. Rising to his feet, he approached the window and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. He needed to test his newfound abilities, but more importantly, he sought to comprehend the nature of the battle that lay ahead. His gaze pierced through the night, the distant city lights flickering like beacons of unknown challenges. He understood that the true adventure was perhaps just beginning. Long Hao softly uttered the names of his new abilities, marking the potential inception of an extraordinary journey. A grand narrative, reminiscent of a dream, awaited him, all within his grasp. Beep. System new function activated. Mind awakening new. Long Hao's gaze traversed the glass walls of the office, and he felt a surge of newfound power within him. He whispered, attempting to invoke this new ability. Mind awakening new. What sort of power could this be? Mind awakening new. The host can focus on a target object, perceiving the inner turmoil, anxiety, or yearning beneath their surface emotions. This aids in judgment and may influence the target's decisions and actions. Long Hao pondered, a sense of clarity gradually dawning upon him. This new ability was an evolution of his existing skills, enabling him to gain insights during interpersonal interactions and to secure an advantage in business dealings. Yet, he was not content with this superficial understanding. He yearned to delve deeper into the limits of this power. What if I could perceive even more? Long Hao's gaze grew focused and profound. Advanced ability of mind awakening. The host can sense others' intense emotions within a certain range and can foresee their behavioral tendencies for a brief period. The system's response sent a tremor through Long Hao. The ability to sense others' intense emotions seemed to echo the concept of mind reading. If he could adeptly utilize this capability in business decisions, anticipating the actions of adversaries or partners, it would undoubtedly unlock another door to victory. He closed his eyes and began to experiment with mind awakening, seeking to glimpse into the hearts of others through the tasks assigned by the system. In what appeared to be an ordinary business meeting, he detected a profound unease within his opponent's boss, seizing the opportunity to secure a contract that had initially seemed unattainable. Subsequently, in a series of social gatherings, Long Hao deliberately employed the newly acquired ability of mind awakening. Gradually, he discovered that he could not only perceive the emotions of others but also touch upon the desires and yearnings hidden deep within their consciousness. This ability proved invaluable not only for interpersonal interactions, but also as a significant asset in gathering business intelligence. However, this was merely the beginning. Through continuous use and exploration, Long Hao uncovered an even more astonishing potential of mind awakening foreknowledge. He found himself capable of sensing forthcoming events at crucial moments, allowing him to prepare in advance. Space folding. The host can perceive and interact with the existence of alternate spaces within a certain range, potentially discovering new parallel or hidden realms. Caution: this capability is currently in its nascent stage. It is advisable for the host to remain vigilant during explorations. Long Hao embarked on a journey to explore this new ability. He commenced his trials within the confines of his office building, closing his eyes and focusing his mind to sense the so-called alternate spaces. Yet, everything appeared ordinary, devoid of any anomalous spatial fluctuations. Just as he began to feel a tinge of disappointment, an unexpected event transpired. During his lunch break, while resting in the company lounge, he inadvertently activated the space folding ability. The surrounding environment suddenly grew hazy, as if he had traversed into a parallel dimension. In this realm, the laws of physics seemed to unravel. Walls and furniture twisted and folded in an uncanny manner, forming an entirely new world. Overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, he hastily returned to the realm of reality, yet a seed of curiosity about this peculiar new space was firmly planted in his mind. With increasing frequency of usage, Long Hao discovered that space folding not only allowed him to perceive the existence of alternate spaces, but also enabled him to temporarily alter the position and state of objects. Under the condition of ensuring safety, he experimented while shopping, touching items and concentrating his mind, sometimes causing those items to vanish momentarily. Upon their reappearance, they often offered better prices or additional bonuses. Naturally, this ability proved particularly advantageous while working at a startup. He repeatedly showcased the company's hidden resources, such as undiscovered sales leads and potential partnerships, through space folding in meetings, enabling decision-makers to seize critical opportunities in a timely manner. Yet, Long Hao understood that with great power comes great responsibility. He resolved to exercise utmost caution while utilizing these newfound abilities to avoid triggering unforeseen consequences or infringing upon others' privacy. In the days to come, he aimed to gradually explore the boundaries of these capabilities, ensuring that he employed them to contribute positively to society. Star Chat System. The host can now communicate and transact with various planets and different dimensions within the universe via the Star Chat System. The system will monitor all transactions to ensure integrity and fairness, automatically providing alerts to prevent any potential fraudulent activities. The host is advised to use this feature judiciously. A surge of excitement welled within Long Hao. He had initially believed he wielded sufficient power to change the rules of the game. Yet this newly unveiled Star Chat system evidently opened doors to possibilities he had never before imagined. Through this system, he is able to access resources and information that far exceed the commercial sphere of Earth. Long Hao resolved to utilize the features of the Star Chat system. Brimming with excitement, after configuring the system, he settled back into his chair, eagerly anticipating his first matched interstellar conversation. Chapter 139. The Envoy of Reno. The screen gradually illuminated, revealing a magnificent palace reminiscent of ancient blue star architecture. An elegantly robed interstellar envoy appeared within the frame, flanked by a retinue of guards, facing a resplendent castle. The envoy's voice resonated powerfully, rich and sonorous. Despite the translation provided by the Star Chat system, Long Hao could still perceive the melodious cadence of his speech. The envoy introduced himself as hailing from a planet known as Reno, extending a warm welcome on behalf of their civilization. Long Hao's mind raced with excitement, contemplating the immense potential the Star Chat system presented, not only for interstellar trade, but also for fostering amicable relations between two civilizations. He was acutely aware that mastering this capability for intergalactic communication bestowed upon him the power to alter Earth's future. Star Chat system, new detecting new trade demand. The envoy from Reno wishes to exchange gold for food from Blue Star. However, an abundance of gold on Reno has rendered its actual value significantly lower than the standard market price in the cosmos. Host, please be cautious of the potential disparity in benefits. Suddenly, the alert from the Star Chat system echoed in Long Hao's mind, compelling him to focus intently on the screen before him. The system's new message indicated that the interstellar envoy sought to trade gold for food from Blue Star. This proposal genuinely surprised him, as he understood the high-value gold held on Earth, long regarded as a symbol of wealth. However, according to the envoy, this interstellar suggestion presented an unprecedented opportunity. He scrutinized the system message displayed on the screen, realizing that gold on Reno was as commonplace as stones, its worth nearly negligible. While food had become a scarce commodity on that planet, this inverse valuation prompted Long Hao to ponder whether this could evolve into a mutually beneficial trading opportunity. Star Chat system, new analysis complete. The suggested valuation for the exchange of gold and food between Reno and Blue Star is as follows. It is recommended to estimate the value of each ton of gold at approximately 100 million Earth coins, allowing for the provision of 10,000 gene of food to Reno. The system has detected sufficient and used gold on Reno to facilitate an initial transaction. Upon reviewing the system's analysis, Long Hao felt reassured. He recognized the price of food on Earth and acknowledged that hunger and conflict were prevalent issues across most planets, thus affirming the considerable prospects for food trading. While gold might hold little value on Reno, it constituted hard currency on Earth, capable of procuring substantial food supplies. This opportunity not only addressed a pressing issue but also presented a lucrative prospect for Earth. He resolved to continue utilizing the Star Chat system to engage the envoy in detailed negotiations regarding the exchange of gold for food. The screen transitioned to a specialized negotiation interface, unfolding various options and data to better prepare Long Hao's proposal. Esteemed envoy, I am prepared to offer a stable supply of food, proposing an exchange of 10,000 tons of food for each ton of gold. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? Long Hao delicately tapped the interface, directly extending this proposal to the other party. Upon reviewing the offer, the envoy's expression revealed a mixture of relief and hesitation, yet ultimately, he conveyed his approval. After a period of dialogue and negotiation, Long Hao and the interstellar envoy reached a preliminary agreement that satisfied both parties. Long Hao offered Earth's food supplies to assist Reynos in alleviating its pressing crisis, and in return, Reynos would provide Earth with the urgently needed high-tech components. Chapter 140. Grain for Gold. Long Hao sprang into action, fully aware that fulfilling the food requirements of Reno Star necessitated the procurement of essential raw materials. He convened the administrative manager of his company and promptly issued a procurement order. I require you to immediately acquire 3,000 pounds of potatoes, 3,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, 1,500 pounds of rice, and 1,500 pounds of corn. These supplies are urgently needed. It is imperative to ensure quality and deliver them to the designated location in the shortest possible time. Time is of the essence. Our transaction must proceed swiftly. Long Hao spoke with rapid clarity, urgency gleaming in his eyes. The administrative manager swiftly noted these demands and began to leverage her network for expedited procurement. For Long Hao's company, this scale was not particularly daunting, but given the interstellar nature of the transaction, ensuring the safety and quality of the food was of utmost importance. These supplies would serve as the inaugural commodities for Long Hao's foray into interstellar trade, significantly impacting the company's reputation and potentially influencing the future interactions between civilizations. Once he confirmed that the procurement information had been relayed to the administrative manager, Long Hao returned to his workstation. The administrative manager promptly fulfilled the task, placing the procured goods in the designated warehouse as per Long Hao's instructions. She surveyed the vicinity for surveillance cameras, ensuring there were no monitoring devices present, before nodding to Long Hao to signal readiness. As Long Hao verified that everyone had vacated the area, his gaze swept through the warehouse, confirming there were no hidden individuals. At this moment, he required absolute privacy to execute this inaugural interstellar transaction, with no room for error. Long Hao positioned himself before the pile of supplies, took a deep breath, and commanded, Star Chat System, retrieve these grains. Almost instantaneously upon the utterance of his command, a subtle ripple seemed to permeate the air, and the 10,000 pounds of supplies vanished before the astonished eyes of those present. Soon after, the Star Chat System sent a message, grain retrieval complete. Conversion into usable materials for Reno Star has commenced. Transaction value assessment in progress. After a brief interlude, the next message from the Star Chat System refreshed the entire transaction interface. Value assessment complete. The total value of the grains provided by Earth meets the gold exchange requirements set forth by Reno Star. Commencing exchange. With the appearance of this information, Long Hao understood that this remarkable interstellar trade was on the brink of completion, marking merely the inception of a new chapter of exploration and collaboration. Meanwhile, the envoy from Reno Star found himself in a dimly lit and spacious chamber, where a sleek, mirror-like metallic platform occupied the center. Following a series of commands, a ton of gold was carefully placed upon the platform. The gold bars, arranged meticulously, shimmered with a faint glow, reflecting the profundity and mystery of the cosmos. The envoy stood beside this heap of gold, his gaze betraying a blend of steadiness and anticipation. Once the gold was positioned, he reconfirmed the accuracy of the transaction items and gently pressed the transaction request button. A subtle yet complex mechanical sound resonated within the chamber. As if acknowledging the impending transaction, the envoy felt a slight tension, for this was not merely an exchange of goods between stars, but a symbol of camaraderie and cooperation between two civilizations. As the envoy attentively awaited a response, the Starlight communication system emitted a confirmation tone. While the metallic platform radiated a gentle glow, a ton of gold began to vanish, transforming into countless specks of light, ultimately transmuting into sustenance for Earth. This extraordinary and surreal moment bore witness to the envoy's successful efforts in facilitating the inaugural direct trade between the two planets. The completion of this transaction not only signified a milestone in the relationship between Reno and Earth, but also laid the groundwork for broader interstellar exchanges in the future. The envoy quietly retracted the Starlight communication system, expressing gratitude and anticipation to Mr. Long Hao and all friends on Earth, hoping for more such mutually beneficial collaborations in times to come. Chapter 141. A satisfactory transaction for both parties. The envoy from Rainer Star was beaming with delight. They had acquired much-needed grain at an astonishingly low price. Although gold was of little significance on Rainer Star, it served as an excellent medium of exchange in interstellar trade. The envoy hurriedly reported the transaction to their planetary sovereign, who was equally exhilarated upon hearing the news. Within the grand hall of Rainer Star, the sovereign sat regally upon the throne, while the envoy stood respectfully by, surrounded by other high-ranking officials who shared in the joy. We have exchanged such precious grain at nearly no cost. This is nothing short of miraculous, the sovereign exclaimed, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. The envoy nodded in agreement. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Mr. Long Hao from Earth. Not only did he provide this trading platform, but he has also become our esteemed partner. However, those present were oblivious to the true nature of the value exchange at play. In their perception, the grain from Earth seemed like a fortuitous windfall, almost too good to be true. They failed to recognize that Long Hao was quietly constructing a cross-galactic trading empire, leveraging his unique acumen and Earth's abundant resources. This grain transaction was merely the tip of the iceberg. The sovereign regarded the envoy intently. This Mr. Long Hao has indeed surprised us. Remember, maintaining a cordial relationship with him is vital for the advancement of Rainer Star. The envoy nodded, pondering to himself, yes, Mr. Long Hao is a formidable merchant. We have indeed acquired grain worth far more than its weight in gold, yet his ambitions reach far beyond this. Future collaborations will undoubtedly yield even greater surprises and benefits. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of Rainer Star, their world was subtly binding itself more deeply and securely to Earth. In the near future, the burgeoning trade between these two planets would herald countless new possibilities and opportunities, all stemming from this seemingly simple transaction of gold for grain. Long Hao stood within the control center, constructed of towering metallic frameworks and dynamic eco-friendly screens, fixated on every golden pixel in the three-dimensional projection. These pixels wove together like tightly interlaced threads, forming a complete image of 1 ton of gold. The dimensional trade channel continued to vibrate, resonating with the waves of energy coursing through the cosmos. It was a success, a genuine triumph. He marveled inwardly, maintaining an outward calm. This was the first successful direct barter between cosmic dimensions. Others deemed it an impossible miracle. Yet Long Hao understood that every two entities in the universe possess intrinsic connections and equivalent value exchanges. He merely utilized the star chat system as a medium to explore and establish these connections. While 1 ton of gold might hold little value on Rayner's star, it represented substantial wealth on Earth. Moreover, he was not merely offering gold. He was utilizing Earth's abundant resources to deliver the vital nutrients required by the Raynerans directly into their hands. Through this resource exchange, Long Hao not only acquired gold but also unlocked a broader dimensional expanse for development. He gently touched the screen before him, calculating the profits and potential growth stemming from this transaction. The notion of substituting a portion of food with other commodities, thus taking advantage of the Renoulians, briefly flickered in his mind before swiftly dissipating. Long understood by Long Hao was the futility of a one-off transaction in the realm of commerce. The road ahead was still long. What he sought was the stability of the system and long-term benefits. Maintaining a harmonious relationship with the Renoulians was paramount. Only in this way could the sustainability of the trade be assured, thereby allowing Earth's resources to be fully harnessed and potentially extending to other planets with similar needs. A faint smile graced Long Hao's face, bolstering his confidence. This venture was not merely about a ton of gold at hand. It pertained to a replicable business model, one capable of propelling him to the pinnacle of the cosmic trade network. And therein lay the true miracle. Chapter 142. The room filled with gold in hand. The world is mine. Excitement flickered in Long Hao's eyes. He understood that with Leng Yun's family background and discerning eye, it was impossible for her to remain indifferent to such an opportunity. Thus, Long Hao immediately dialed Leng Yun's phone. "Hello, my dear." Leng Yun's voice was laced with a hint of laziness and detachment. "Long Hao, what is it?" Suppressing his exhilaration, Long Hao attempted to speak as calmly as possible. "I have a batch of gold here, of unknown origin, and I wanted to inquire if your family could acquire it." Leng Yun paused slightly, detecting a trace of anticipation in Long Hao's voice. "How much do you have?" "Approximately around 100 gene," Long Hao replied softly. Her tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Wait a moment. I will come to pick you up right away." Leng Yun, the heiress of Hongshan capital, had been immersed in a world of opulence since childhood. Her parents were the founders of Hongshan Capital, a conglomerate perched at the pinnacle of the economic sphere. Hongshan Capital's ventures spanned a multitude of industries, from precious jewelry and real estate to the most sought-after sectors of internet technology and advanced manufacturing, with an influence that resonated across the globe. In the realm of gold, Hongshan Capital was an undeniable force. Their meticulously crafted gold jewelry brand not only boasted immense recognition domestically but also held a perennial top position in global gold trading. The annual trading volume was sufficient to render any competitor envious, not to mention the equally lucrative jewelry sector that followed closely behind. Growing up in such an environment, Leng Yun naturally possessed an extraordinary insight into rare resources. She could effortlessly discern the authenticity and value of any piece of jewelry, and her expertise in gold appraisal was a level beyond the reach of the average person. In real estate investment, she exhibited a keen market intuition, having participated in several significant development projects early on, yielding substantial returns for Hongshan Capital. Not only was Leng Yun the heir to Hongshan Capital, but she was also Long Hao's girlfriend. She held an unwavering trust in him, which led her to harbor doubts about the origins of the gold he mentioned. Yet she firmly believed that it was neither stolen nor illicitly obtained. Thus, when Long Hao brought up the gold, her internal excitement was entirely understandable. For a commercial empire like Hongshan Capital, gold was undoubtedly significant, but rarer still were opportunities that could further expand the group's influence. If a collaboration could be achieved, it might open up even broader horizons. As Leng Yun stepped into the Xingchen Technology Building, a sense of nervousness crept in. Despite knowing Long Hao for many years and their relationship being quite solid, she still found his methods somewhat inscrutable. Cautiously, she approached the door to Long Hao's office and gently knocked. There was no response. After a brief moment of hesitation, she pushed the door open. Inside the office, a pile of gold gleamed alluringly across the floor, and Long Hao lay amidst the glimmering treasure, resembling a king asleep upon his riches. A contented smile graced his face, his breathing steady and deep, clearly in the realm of dreams. Witnessing this scene, Leng Yun could not help but chuckle softly. No matter how enigmatic a businessman may be, in her eyes, at this moment, Long Hao was merely a big boy, a child reluctant to part with his new toy even in dreams. She gently approached, unwilling to disturb his sweet slumber, and simply stood there in silence, observing the serenity of his sleeping visage. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. Despite being the heir to a global business empire, she held a profound affection for this simple and pure side of Long Hao. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and her thoughts drifted far away as she envisioned a future created together with Long Hao, a future not solely centered around gold, jewels, and power, but one filled with love, trust, and mutual growth. Ultimately, with a soft sigh, she picked up her phone and captured a photograph of Long Hao, accompanying it with the caption, "In your kingdom of gold, the most precious treasure is yourself." Looking at Long Hao, who was amusingly caught off guard by his own unexpected behavior, her mind, however, remained tethered to pressing matters. Long Hao, this batch of gold indeed represents a tremendous wealth. She gently roused the slumbering Long Hao, yet we must proceed with rigorous authentication to ensure the authenticity and legality of each gold piece. Rubbing his eyes, Long Hao sat up amidst the scattered gold, revealing a radiant smile. "No problem, Yun. I trust your expertise and that of Hongshan Capital. Your discerning eye for gold is unmatched, and this batch will be no exception. However, before we consider distributing this gold, we must exercise caution," Leng Yun added, her habitual business acumen rendering her particularly professional. Even for a well-established firm like Hongshan Capital, a sudden influx of gold could sufficiently stir the financial market. Therefore, I recommend testing the market response through a small exchange, introducing only a limited quantity of gold to avoid unnecessary panic. She delicately sifted through the gold spread across the floor, the resplendent metallic sheen reflecting upon her exquisite features, creating a vivid tableau. Moreover, Leng Yun continued, "We must remain vigilant regarding the movement of this gold, as it may implicate various international relations. We cannot overlook the regulations and policies concerning gold in different countries. We must ensure that every step adheres to legal stipulations and market norms, avoiding any hasty actions that could adversely affect Hongshan." Long Hao nodded in agreement, his deep gaze revealing admiration and trust in Leng Yun. "Your suggestions resonate with me, Leng Yun. My trust in you stems not solely from your knowledge of gold, but also from your capacity to view issues with a broader perspective." Standing up, Long Hao casually strolled to Leng Yun's side. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of consideration crossed her brow as she spoke. "Long Hao, entrusting this batch of gold to Hongshan Capital for management is a prudent approach. I will ensure that it is converted to you at the current gold price, thereby maximizing your interests while ensuring that the circulation of gold complies with regulations." Long Hao nodded with a smile, expressing his approval of Leng Yun's arrangement, though a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes as he whispered, "Yun, to create such a stir over a mere handful of gold. It seems we must explore alternative avenues." Leng Yun smiled, a spark of excitement illuminating her gaze. "You are absolutely right. We need to adopt a more flexible approach. For instance, we could contemplate processing this gold into exquisite jewelry or commemorative coins, thus ensuring compliance while simultaneously enhancing its value. What do you think?" Long Hao gently tapped the gold at the edge of the table, producing a melodious sound. "An excellent idea, Yun. Not only can we guarantee the quality of the gold from the source, but we can also elevate its worth through meticulous design. Coupled with the market operations of Hongshan Capital, I believe we can forge a new frontier." Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze, they found determination and hope. Leng Yun nodded slightly. "Then it is settled. I will assemble the finest team in the company to oversee this project, transforming this unexpected fortune into a solid cornerstone for our future development." Long Hao rose, leaning against a throne of piled gold, his words brimming with visions of the future. "Let this golden kingdom not only reside in my dreams, but, through our collective efforts, become a resplendent reality." Chapter 143. The establishment of the Star Network platform. As the figures of Long Hao and Leng Yun faded completely from the doorway, their footsteps gradually receding. He slowly retrieved his phone. Gently caressing the screen, Long Hao tapped on an emblem that appeared rather ordinary yet was intricately complex, symbolizing a connection to a mysterious communication software. Within the chatroom, only users who had undergone rigorous identity verification were permitted entry, ensuring privacy and top-tier counter-surveillance features. His slender fingers danced across the keyboard, entering a lengthy series of encrypted commands, akin to awakening a slumbering giant. The chatroom began to stir to life. Long Hao lightly pressed the screen, dispatching the instructions in encrypted form. Moments later, Johnny's name flickered onto the display. Longhao's voice was calm and resolute as he sent a message via internal communication. "Johnny, please come to my office." A reply promptly appeared on the screen. "Succinct and efficient. Received. On my way." Longhao placed the phone back on the desk, his gaze deepening once more. He understood that the forthcoming dialogue could significantly influence the trajectory of their golden initiative and the future of Hongshan Capital. He braced himself for the impending challenges and opportunities. At Longhao's behest, Johnny swiftly entered his office, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Recently, Hongshan Capital had been quite active, and speculation abounded regarding Longhao's grand plans. It seemed all would soon be unveiled. Johnny stood before Longhao's expansive oak desk, while Longhao reclined in a plush chair, his eyes fixed intently upon him. After a brief silence, Longhao spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "Johnny, we are about to launch a new project, one that is crucial for the future of Xingqian technology." Longhao's gaze bore into Johnny, a trace of seriousness etched across his face. "At this moment, I require you to construct a new star network platform, akin to the functionalities of the Xingliu system, which will allow users to trade the items they need. I intend to showcase innovative products such as Xingqian Technology M-type robots, Interstellar 5G variable frequency antibacterial sports shoes, and Galaxy 5G ultra-low latency, high-fidelity Bluetooth headphones on this platform, enabling broader public awareness and accessibility for purchase." Understanding the significance of this task, Johnny promptly responded, "Longhao, I grasp your intentions and will make the necessary arrangements. We will expedite the establishment and refinement of this platform to ensure that Xingqian Technology's products can reach the market more extensively, while also generating new growth opportunities for the company." Longhao regarded Johnny with a composed expression, his words carefully chosen and earnest. "Regarding this platform, I have a particular vision. Our current gold reserves are substantial, providing us with a unique opportunity. I propose that we not only list innovative technological products for sale on the platform, but also take a step further. We can leverage this gold to procure cutting-edge foreign technology products in bulk. Subsequently, we can resell these technological products to countries in regions such as Africa." Longhao's gaze pierced through the tranquility of the room, as if he could envision a brilliant future unfolding before them. The advantages of this approach are manifold. Firstly, we can efficiently transform gold into high-tech products, thereby seizing a competitive edge in the market. Secondly, there exists a substantial demand for these technological products in regions such as Africa, allowing us to derive significant profits through such resales. Johnny's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he sensed the confidence and foresight in Longhao's words. He nodded firmly in response, stating, "I understand, Longhao. I will take immediate action to ensure the rapid establishment of the platform and will meticulously plan and execute this strategy. I believe that by leveraging our gold resources alongside cutting-edge technological products, we can indeed create unexpected market advantages and economic benefits." Longhao felt satisfied with Johnny's response, knowing he could rely on such a capable and decisive team member. He was acutely aware that this unconventional path was fraught with challenges. Yet he also clearly perceived the immense potential and bright future it held. "Excellent," Longhao emphasized at last, "but remember, we must exercise utmost caution in every step we take, ensuring the platform is secure and devoid of vulnerabilities to avoid any unnecessary risks. With us at the helm, Xingqian Technology is poised to embark on a journey toward greater brilliance." In Longhao's strategic framework, Johnny undeniably played a pivotal role. Not only was she the technical backbone of Xingqian Technology, but she was also a top-tier hacker, possessing extraordinary computer skills and network intrusion techniques. Johnny found the task of constructing a project like the Xinguang platform to be effortlessly manageable. After working tirelessly, Johnny finally completed the construction of the Xinguang platform. This platform not only encompassed all the functionalities of the Xingliu system, but also integrated numerous innovative technologies, ensuring transactions were secure, convenient, and efficient. More importantly, the back-end security measures were personally crafted by Johnny, rendering it virtually impenetrable. Upon the completion of this significant project, Johnny did not relent in her efforts. She understood that to maximize the platform's efficacy, it needed to be promoted to every corner of the globe. Thus, she utilized her hacking skills to encrypt the access methods to the platform and disseminated them to the local lords worldwide. Each lord was a figure of considerable influence in their respective areas, and their involvement would undoubtedly expedite the market penetration of Xingqian Technology's products, accelerating the company's global expansion. Upon receiving the encrypted access methods, the lords were deeply intrigued by this innovative initiative. They were astonished by Xingqian technology's foresight and bold innovations, expressing their willingness to engage in trade and purchasing on this platform. As the lords joined, the platform's traffic and influence surged, establishing it as a crucial hub for global technological product transactions. Long Hao was immensely pleased with Johnny's performance and highly commended her during an internal company meeting. He recognized that with a genius hacker and team member like Johnny striving alongside them, the future of Xingqian technology was boundless. The success of the Xinguang platform not only opened new markets for Xingqian technology, bringing substantial profits to the company, but also set a new standard for global technological product transactions. All of this is inseparable from Johnny's wisdom and diligence, as well as Long Hao's foresight and guidance. Johnny, the unsung heroine working tirelessly behind the scenes, has emerged as one of the legendary figures in starry technology and the global tech realm. Through her actions, she has demonstrated that with sufficient intelligence and courage, even the most formidable challenges can be transformed into opportunities, leading to extraordinary accomplishments. Chapter 144. The battlefield lost. The night was as dark as ink, with the ebony sky adorned by countless twinkling stars, akin to innumerable mysterious eyes. The moon occasionally concealed itself behind gossamer clouds, only to unveil its luminous glow, casting a silvery veil over the earth. The fragrance of the night wafted through the air, imbued with an alluring mystique and romance, evoking the deepest emotions and memories within countless souls. In the darkness, the silhouette of the city emerged under the soft blue glow of streetlights, resembling a satirical canvas that harmoniously intertwined the might of human civilization with the tranquility of nature. At this moment, the symphony of night commenced, composed of the myriad chirps of insects and the natural chorus of the wind, accompanying this serene world while whispering the secrets of the night. Long Hao listened to Johnny's anxious voice on the other end of the line and couldn't help but chuckle. He realized she must have encountered a vexing technical dilemma, compelling her to disturb him at such a late hour. "Do not fret, Johnny. Must we remain so formal between us?" Long Hao jested. "I shall be there shortly." He hung up the phone, donned a coat, and hurried out the door. His unwavering trust in Johnny's technical prowess assuaged any hesitations he might have had about venturing out in the dead of night. Upon arriving at Johnny's residence, Long Hao rang the doorbell. Johnny opened the door, her typically vibrant face now tinged with anxiety. She gestured towards the screen filled with code in her study, saying, "Come quickly. I have encountered a formidable problem that must be resolved immediately." With a smile, Long Hao stepped into the study, where he meticulously began to read and analyze the myriad lines of code. Together with Johnny, they tested various solutions, deliberating potential outcomes, until they ultimately discovered a resolution to the issue at hand. After successfully untangling the intricate technical problem, Johnny turned to him, her gaze softening as she looked at Long Hao standing beside her. Their eyes met, and unexpectedly, a blush crept across Johnny's cheeks. She lowered her gaze but could not resist stealing a furtive glance at Long Hao, as if attempting to convey unsaid sentiments in his direction. "In truth, ever since our quest for the tech tree, I have begun to harbor feelings for you, Long Hao." In the stillness under the starlit sky, Johnny's voice was gentle, almost a whisper to herself. Yet Long Hao not only heard her but felt the weight of her words resonate within him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Long Hao's eyes as he mused. Is this not a classic case of romantic entanglement? How could I have forgotten? What is meant to be cannot be evaded. However, this surprise was swiftly replaced by a profound warmth and understanding. He realized that throughout their time fighting side by side and growing together, he had already carved a place for her in his heart. With a smile, he took a step closer, their proximity so intimate that it seemed they could sense each other's every breath. "Johnny, Long Hao began to speak, only to be interrupted as she raised her hand. "Let me speak," she said, her voice delicate yet imbued with determination and deep emotion. "In this matter, I seek from you a pure, unconditional answer." Her gaze was resolute, yet filled with yearning. Long Hao inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a depth and complexity of emotions. He understood that in this moment, any rash decision could irrevocably alter the futures of both individuals. He gently closed the distance between himself and Johnny, his eyes glistening like stars piercing through the night sky, clear and unwavering. "Johnny, my affection for you stems from my admiration for your abilities, my awe of your indomitable spirit, and that courage which never yields in the face of adversity." Long Hao's voice was gentle yet imbued with strength. "Moreover, I have discovered that in countless nights spent confronting challenges together, and sharing both setbacks and triumphs, there exists an indescribable warmth and emotion within my heart. This feeling transcends mere admiration for a rival. It resembles a profound connection of souls, an understanding unspoken. Johnny listened intently, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet brimming with anticipation and hope. I do not deny that initially, I was indeed captivated by your talent. However, as time has passed, I have increasingly realized that every moment spent with you is immensely precious. Long Hao's words were deliberate and resolute. Thus, Johnny, for me, you are not merely a worthy opponent, but a confidant deeply rooted in my soul. Long Hao paused, a fleeting look of panic crossing his features. He had not anticipated that Johnny would confront their delicate emotions in such a manner. He recognized that his feelings were no mere illusion, but a genuine and irresistible affection. Yet, the woman beside him was his commitment, a boundary he could not traverse. Johnny, my feelings for you are profound. This is a fact. Long Hao's voice was laced with bitterness. But I am already in a relationship. There is love and promise between us, and I cannot betray her. I understand your notion that love transcends titles, but I cannot act upon it. In an instant, Johnny's expression grew intricate, her gaze reflecting disappointment, determination, and an unwavering resolve that defied reason. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, as if she sought to devour every impossibility into a black hole. My nationality, be it Chinese or American, does not bind me to the rule of monogamy. Johnny's voice was soft yet imbued with an irresistible allure. As long as there is love, no convention poses a problem. I do not care for titles. I only care for our feelings. With that, she stepped forward, diminishing the distance between them. Then, she gently, almost tenderly, kissed him. At that moment, hesitation ceased to exist, and reason faded away, leaving only the most primal and direct communication between hearts. Long Hao's arms were initially rigid, but soon he felt himself being enveloped by this unexpected fervor. The struggle within him surged like a torrent, reason urging caution while emotion propelled him in another direction. He realized that his choice would weave a narrative for their future, a situation perhaps devoid of retreat. The entanglement between Long Hao and Johnny is either a predetermined web of fate or a red thread woven by destiny. In the profound embrace of the night, their breaths intertwine, and their body warmth merges, as if any retreat is sealed in this moment, leaving only the sensation to roam freely. The atmosphere between them seems to gradually intensify, a mysterious allure beckoning Long Hao, prompting his hand to rise gently and caress Johnny's silky strands of hair. His fingers dance lightly and cautiously, as if playing the most delicate instrument in existence. Her skin glows under the moonlight, exuding a smooth and enigmatic quality, while their gazes shimmer with an unspoken desire. Johnny's lips part slightly, as if whispering secrets of an uncharted emotional realm. Her arms encircle Long Hao's neck, and he draws closer, pressing against her, synchronizing with the rhythm of her heartbeat. In this moment, time appears to slip away silently, each passing second bearing witness to their connection, which has transcended the ordinary bounds of friendship, evolving into an unprecedented understanding. At this juncture, the world around them seems to vanish, leaving only the two of them in a shared dance. An atmosphere of ambiguity envelopes them, infused with a sweet entanglement. As they cautiously explore and gradually release their hearts, allowing instinct to guide them closer, as if in pursuit of an unknown yet fervently sought answer. Their breaths grow heavier. The moonlight softens, and the ground falls into a hushed silence. On this tranquil chessboard sculpted by moonlight, Long Hao and Johnny emerge as the sole protagonists, engaged in a symphony composed solely of each other's heartbeats and their own breaths. In this moment that belongs exclusively to them, all words seem superfluous. Only their embrace becomes the most direct language, articulating their emotions and the infinite anticipation for the future that lies ahead. Chapter 145. Long Hao self-reproached the following day. As the nascent sunlight filtered through the curtains and graced Long Hao's face, he gradually opened his weary eyes, acclimating to the light. However, when his gaze fell upon the vivid crimson stain on the sheets, an overwhelming calmness enveloped him, and waves of regret surged within his heart. Long Hao felt a heavy burden of self-reproach pressing against his chest. He had always considered himself a principled individual, one capable of mastering his desires. Yet, the events of the previous night revealed the contrary. He not only succumbed to Johnny's allure but also trampled upon the promises made to his girlfriend, leaving his heart in tatters and his mind awash with the haunting question, how did I become this way? Long Hao glanced at Johnny, who lay peacefully in his embrace, her breath steady, her face adorned with a gentle blend of satisfaction and fatigue. He hesitated, uncertain of how to navigate the situation that lay ahead. At that moment, Johnny's eyes fluttered open, initially clouded with confusion, then illuminated by a glimmer of understanding and warmth. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Long Hao inquired softly, concern lacing his tone. I. Johnny's voice was hoarse as she attempted to sit up, only to be gently restrained by Long Hao. "Don't rush to get up. Let's take a moment," he reassured her. Johnny nodded lightly, turning her head to offer Long Hao a tender smile. "Thank you." Long Hao averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as internal conflict raged within him, leaving him at a loss for words. He understood the reason for her gratitude, yet he found himself unable to offer her any promises. Guilt gnawed at him. He recognized that his choices could inflict pain upon her, yet he felt compelled to allow events to unfold naturally. "I will take responsibility for you." After a long pause, Long Hao finally lowered his head and spoke in a hushed tone. Johnny blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Oh, you. Don't be like that." Her gaze was gentle yet profound. "Everything I did was entirely my own choice. There is no such thing as responsibility in this context." Her voice carried a sense of release and understanding as she reached out, tenderly caressing Long Hao's cheek. With a smile, she continued, "Sharing this night with you has bestowed upon me the most precious gift. I am not the kind of girl who needs your protection. I am independent and strong. Last night, we were each other's soulmates. If we allow burdens to arise from this, that would be the true betrayal of our feelings." Upon hearing this, Long Hao instinctively grasped Johnny's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Really? Of course, it is sincere," Johnny affirmed, nodding with genuine warmth illuminating her eyes. After a moment of silence, Long Hao sighed and softly confessed, "In truth, I am uncertain whether my feelings for you are purely platonic. Yet, I know that my concern and care for you will never wane. I will share my love with you. But please, remember to protect yourself and avoid harm. All right?" Upon hearing such a response, a satisfied smile graced Johnny's face. Although she recognized the outcome as somewhat unexpected, the sincerity behind it was far more precious and authentic than any superficial promise. A glimmer of emotional tears flickered in her eyes. Yet she maintained a composed and confident smile as she nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, "All right, it is agreed." At that moment, they refrained from making any further promises, leaving behind only their genuine emotions and trust for one another. This intricate sentiment transcended the simplistic definition of love, becoming the most cherished treasure between them. They silently prayed for the days to come, hoping that regardless of the path ahead, as long as love resided in their hearts, they could journey forth unencumbered. Hand in hand, Long Hao gently infused his restorative breath into Johnny, who lay quietly in his embrace, his delicate and tender actions infused with profound care and affection. This life force circulated within Johnny, alleviating any discomfort and pain that might have arisen from their first intimate encounter. As the restorative essence deepened, Johnny's complexion grew rosy, and the expression of pain gradually faded, replaced by a sense of tranquility and ease. She gently opened her eyes, which sparkled with surprise and gratitude. "Thank you, Long Hao." Her voice trembled slightly with emotion. Long Hao smiled softly, replying, "No need for thanks. It is my duty." In that moment, as their gazes intertwined, words became unnecessary. Their hearts communicated effortlessly. The friendship they shared had blossomed into a profound emotional bond, enriched with warmth, trust, and care, forming the most steadfast connection between Long Hao and Johnny. Upon arriving at the Starry Technology Building, and given the depth of their relationship, Long Hao gently proposed to Johnny that she become his secretary, allowing them to work more closely together. Although the HR department found it somewhat inappropriate to appoint such an exceptional hacker to the role of secretary, Johnny readily accepted the arrangement. She was confident in her abilities, particularly her hacking skills, which granted her unique insights into human nature and attention to detail. "I will speak with Leng Yun," Johnny declared confidently to Long Hao. "As a hacker, I can discern her preferences and dislikes based on her online shopping habits. I can also analyze her emotional cycles to devise a living plan that would bring joy to both of you. Harmonious coexistence is crucial to your plans, and I hope my talents can assist you in achieving that goal." In her eyes sparkled a desire for challenge. She viewed this task as yet another opportunity to validate her worth while ensuring a smooth path for Long Hao's future. She understood that her role extended beyond mere secretarial duties, positioning herself as Long Hao's advisor and assistant, with her influence and contributions set to resonate on multiple levels. Long Hao expressed unwavering confidence in Johnny's positive demeanor and her exceptional hacking skills. He nodded slightly with a faint smile, saying, "Then I entrust this to you, Johnny. I believe you can work wonders." With this, he felt an even greater assurance regarding the smooth execution of their plan. Chapter 146. The departure of the aerospace carrier. The completion of the aerospace carrier's construction marks a monumental milestone. For Wang Quan, this achievement not only fulfills his personal ambitions, but also showcases the comprehensive prowess of star technology. Amidst a chorus of accolades, Wang Quan resolved to invite Long Hao to the inaugural ceremony of the aerospace carrier, as a means of demonstrating technological innovation and his unwavering commitment to Long Hao's safety. Though Long Hao harbored reservations about meeting Wang Quan once more, his fascination with the aerospace carrier compelled him to accept the invitation. He believed that witnessing this pivotal moment, capable of altering the course of history, was an opportunity not to be missed. Aware that this event would capture the attention of the entire world, he sensed it might serve as the perfect occasion to unveil Wang Quan's true intentions. The resplendent sight of the aerospace carrier radiated the brilliance of technology in the sunlight. The main vessel, stretching over a kilometer, resembled a floating bastion in space. Its exterior, crafted from titanium alloy and composite carbon fiber, shimmered with a profound metallic luster as it hovered in the air. On its expansive deck, newly designed warships and enhanced fighter jets stood in immaculate formation, akin to a mighty army awaiting inspection. Under a cerulean sky devoid of clouds, Long Hao donned formal military attire and strode purposefully towards the globally scrutinized aerospace carrier. His rank and identity rendered him particularly prominent amidst the throng, yet the significance of this day transcended personal accolades. The aerospace carrier represented not only the culmination of his intellect, but also the embodiment of his aspirations and dreams for the future. Standing atop the command tower, Long Hao's gaze was piercing. He had meticulously guided and refined every piece of equipment, and at that moment, the brand-new weapon systems filled him with immense satisfaction. The enhancement of stealth technology rendered the fighter jets nearly invisible on radar, while the energy weapons achieved unprecedented levels of power and efficiency. The onboard artificial intelligence, Sentinel, operated seamlessly under the logic and algorithms he had established, capable of predicting and identifying potential threats while providing precise tactical recommendations. The classified laser defense system loomed at the fleet's periphery, poised to swiftly intercept and neutralize incoming conventional weapons and missiles. Long Hao recognized that these innovations were not merely demonstrations of might. They were essential for ensuring that star technology remained at the forefront in the face of increasingly complex challenges posed by the cosmos. Each fighter jet, transformed under Long Hao's guidance, rested on the flight deck, a testament to the fusion of technology and intellect, armed with advanced capabilities to adapt to potential future conflicts. During the recent earthquake, Long Hao had activated one of their prized assets, the drones. In the chaos that ensued, he remained composed, deploying the drones for rescue operations. Equipped with his innovative seismic localization technology and thermal imaging devices, these drones swiftly located trapped individuals and relayed critical rescue information, undoubtedly securing precious time for lives amidst the disaster. This decisive action immediately garnered the attention of the military. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly reached out to Long Hao post-rescue to discuss the potential integration of such drones into military applications. After deliberation, the military decided to fully support Long Hao's research and development by directly signing an order, thereby elevating the status of the aircraft through direct installation technology. For Long Hao, this represents not only a triumph of technology, but also an affirmation of his pursuit of a technological rescue philosophy. He firmly believes that technology serves not only the purpose of warfare, but also stands as a powerful instrument for humanity's exploration of the world and the salvation of lives. Within the core chamber, Wang Quan presented Long Hao with the most critical technologies and equipment of the aerospace mothership. This area serves as the nerve center of the vessel, housing the most advanced navigation and command systems, along with a handful of artificial intelligence main control cores. Only personnel with the highest authorization can enter this zone. Reflecting immense trust and respect towards Long Hao, the Watcher artificial intelligence core gradually powered up, its matrix of countless transistors glimmering with the radiance of futuristic technology under the lights. Wang Quan stood within the core chamber, his gaze fixed on the fluctuating indicators on the display screen, filled with anticipation and tension. Report, Watcher self-check passed, all systems normal. The operator's voice resonated within the chamber. causing Wang Quan's taut nerves to relax slightly. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, establishing a connection with the artificial intelligence. Watcher, execute self-check. Wang Quan's voice was deep and resonant. Executing. The synthetic voice of the AI responded devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet precise in its reply. Moments later, accompanied by a series of mechanical movements, the four main engines of the aerospace mothership roared to life, the vibrations coursing through the floor and into the feet of everyone present. Wang Quan stood resolutely at the forefront command station. Excellent, Watcher, execute departure. Wang Quan's command was akin to a whisper directed at a slumbering giant. Departure program commencing execution. The AI's response seemed to conjure invisible waves. Subsequently, the aerospace mothership began to gently tilt its massive hull, resembling a turtle in the sky poised to break free from its shell. The roar of the engines intensified, accompanied by the soft murmurs of metal upon metal, as the mothership's fleet began to position itself according to the preordained flight plan. The enormous fuel nozzles erupted with dazzling flames, a powerful thrust gradually propelling the mothership skyward, freeing it from the grasp of Earth's gravity as it soared towards the boundless cosmos, leaving a lengthy blue trail in its wake. Wang Quan gazed intently at the data on the display, guiding the aerospace mothership steadily through the atmospheric barrier. His spirit aflame, with ambition akin to the engines of the vessel. He understood that this departure was not merely a national achievement, but the inception of stellar technology's ascent to the pinnacle of the world. Long Hao was destined to become the hero of this technological revolution, sharing this glorious moment with him. The general, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, logically, at high altitudes without any barriers, we should be in a hypoxic environment. How is it that aboard the aerospace mothership, it feels just like being on solid ground? Upon hearing this question, a proud smile spread across Wang Quan's face, and a renewed sense of gratitude and admiration for Long Hao surged within him. He spread his arms wide, much like a magician revealing the secrets of his craft to an eager friend, his voice brimming with excitement and pride. Ha ha. This is precisely the allure of the cutting-edge technology provided to us by Long Hao. I tell you, the outer layer of the aerospace mothership is enveloped in a special membrane invisible to the naked eye. Though merely a membrane, it possesses an extraordinary resilience, capable of withstanding nearly any external impact. The general, slightly astonished, inquired, then, how do we breathe? Wang Quan pointed to a unique alloy panel on the wall of the mothership. This special membrane is not merely a barrier. It functions as a highly efficient energy conversion system. It can absorb sunlight and, through a series of intricate chemical reactions, not only sustain itself, but even convert light energy into oxygen and power. You see, this is why we can breathe so freely at such altitudes, as if we were on the surface. This is nothing short of magical, the general could not help but exclaim in admiration. No, this is not magic. This is technology. It represents Long Hao's challenge to the limits of science, a remarkable breakthrough in our understanding of the laws of nature. Wang Quan turned to gaze at Long Hao, who was quietly working nearby, his profound eyes reflecting aspirations and confidence for the future. As the inaugural ceremony commenced, the aerospace mothership ascended gracefully, its immense form carving a magnificent arc across the sky. Long Hao felt a profound sense of pride as the visionary behind this marvel. Yet he also bore the heavy responsibility for the potential transformations it could usher in. During the maiden voyage, Long Hao not only witnessed the realization of his dreams but also contemplated his role and mission in this world. He understood that the success of the aerospace mothership was merely the beginning. A plethora of unknowns and challenges awaited him in the future. Chapter 147. Regrets of Ruai. The meteoric rise of Xingqian technology resembled a newly ascendant star, capturing the attention of the entire tech industry. The media inundated the public with reports on Xingqian Technology's revolutionary products and new developments. As one of its founders, Long Hao inevitably became a figure of admiration, a genius of industry, with his status and wealth accruing rapidly. Ruai gazed upon the esteemed position of Xingqian Technology within the tech realm, as well as Long Hao's frequent appearances in social circles, and an overwhelming sense of regret surged within her. In the past, she had chosen to turn away from Long Hao, aligning herself with Mei Qianling, a debauched heir whose indifference and manipulation had cast her into an abyss of solitude. Now, Ruai found herself merely a decorative presence at dazzling business soirees. Watching as Long Hao ascended to success, her heart inundated with fear and remorse. She struggled to forget how she had once been beguiled by Mei Qianling's sweet words, and the guilt she harbored towards Long Hao was indelible. Meanwhile, Mei Qianling deftly navigated the realms of love and power, frequently swapping his female companions as if changing garments. Long Hao stared at the flickering name on his phone screen, an indescribable sensation swelling within him. He refrained from immediately pressing the answer key, instead contemplating it for an extended moment, as if he were deliberating something profound. The atmosphere around him seemed to solidify, and even the generals momentarily softened their discourse, aware that whenever Long Hao exhibited such demeanor, it signified a resolution had formed within him. At last, Long Hao exhaled deeply and pressed the answer key. On the other end, Ruai's voice trembled slightly, laced with unmasked anxiety. Long Hao, may I request a meeting with you? Long Hao's voice flowed like calm water, yet each word resonated with gravity. Ruai, the past is behind us. Each individual must bear the consequences of their choices. You made yours, and now I have my own affairs to attend to. Ruai suddenly found herself choked with emotion, feeling the resoluteness in Long Hao's words slice through her heart like a sharp blade. Yet, she endeavored to persuade him. I know I wronged you in the past, and I have paid dearly for my foolishness. I merely wish to see you, to say I'm sorry, and to check if you are well. Before ending the call, Long Hao replied coolly, I accept the past and have released it. Ruai, you too must learn to confront your choices. As for us, let everything drift away with the wind. The line went dead with a series of beeps, and Ruai, feeling utterly defeated, lowered her phone. She gazed out at the vibrant cityscape, realizing she might have truly lost her final opportunity. The image of Long Hao had transformed in her heart into a distant and unattainable dream. Ruai found herself in a bar, ordering the strongest drinks and consuming them one after another. The bar's dim lighting cast a glow from the neon lights, reflecting the various bottles in haunting shades of blue and red, creating an atmosphere both alluring and perilous. She soon became intoxicated, and the bartender, noticing her unlocked phone screen, casually checked the call log, discovering the last call was made to Long Hao. Promptly, he dialed Long Hao to settle the bill and manage the situation with the lady, lest she be taken advantage of by others. Upon hearing the news, Long Hao felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. He and Johnny swiftly drove to the bar to address this unforeseen circumstance. After receiving a call from the waiter, Long Hao's expression became somewhat intricate. Although his relationship with Ruai had reached its conclusion, the years they had shared together made it impossible for him to remain entirely indifferent to her current situation. Long Hao arrived at the bar alongside Johnny. Chapter 148. The Wealthy Heir. Mei Qianling. Upon entering the dimly lit bar, Long Hao's gaze fell upon Ruai, her head resting despondently on the counter, clearly inebriated. The empty glasses and bottles surrounding her accentuated her solitude and despair. Long Hao approached, signaling to the waiter to settle the bill, while gently tapping Ruai's shoulder in an attempt to rouse her. As she sluggishly lifted her head and recognized Long Hao, a flicker of surprise and bewilderment crossed her eyes. With great difficulty, she spoke, her words laced with the scent of alcohol and regret. Long Hao, I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect it to turn out like this. Long Hao inhaled deeply, a tumult of irritation and sympathy swirling within him. He responded calmly, Ruai, what you need is not an apology, but to begin taking care of yourself. I will arrange for you to return home tonight, and I hope you can face your life with clarity moving forward. As they prepared to leave the bar, Johnny suddenly grasped Long Hao's sleeve, whispering, Long Hao, what are your thoughts at this moment? Have you considered starting anew with her? Long Hao halted, turning to Johnny, his gaze resolute and composed. He replied slowly, Johnny, when Ruai betrayed me, she made her choice. I should have known that from that moment, we had no future. His voice carried no tremor, as though he had entirely relinquished the burdens of the past. He continued, her betrayal was a definitive sign that I could never trust her again. I cannot begin anew with someone who has been unfaithful. Regaining his composure, Long Hao glanced at the private vehicle awaiting them, then retrieved his phone from his pocket. With unwavering determination, he dialed Mei Qianling's number. The call was answered swiftly, Mei Qianling's voice crackling through the faint signal. Hello, Long Hao. Why are you calling me so late? Is something wrong? Mei Qianling, a renowned heir of immense wealth, possessed all the advantages life could offer. In Long Hao's life, he had once been the epitome of privilege until fate took a decisive turn. It was a dazzling night when the wheels of destiny began to turn. Mei Qianling, seizing the opportunity while Long Hao was ensnared in turmoil, intervened in the relationship between him and Ruai. He presented himself before Ruai as an impeccable knight, exuding patience and compassion, gradually winning her affection. While Long Hao grappled with his setbacks, isolated in his struggles, Mei Qianling and Ruai had become the epitome of a perfect couple in the eyes of others. Now, upon receiving Long Hao's call, Mei Qianling remained the quintessential gentleman, ever prepared to confront any situation. The phone rang, interrupting Long Hao's conversation with Johnny. His brow furrowed slightly, yet he answered the call. The cacophony of the bar faded into the background as Mei Qianling's slightly anxious voice inquired about Long Hao's situation. Before Long Hao could respond, Johnny's gaze abruptly sharpened. He had spotted Mei Qianling not far away. Under the dim lights of the bar, Mei Qianling donned a meticulously tailored black suit, his innate aristocratic aura and charm remaining palpable even amidst the chaos. He stood apart from the crowd, isolated yet conspicuous, clearly burdened by unspoken thoughts. Long Hao followed Johnny's gaze and noticed Mei Qianling striding purposefully towards them. The arrival of Mei Qianling took Long Hao by surprise and instilled a sense of caution within him. He understood that although Mei Qianling always presented himself with an air of grace, the calculations and cunning beneath betrayed the complexity of his character. As Mei Qianling approached, he instinctively created distance between Ruai and Long Hao. He comported himself with utmost gentlemanly decorum, seemingly indifferent to Ruai's calls for Long Hao, instead inquiring with genuine concern about her well-being. Yet, as he drew nearer, Ruai appeared to sense a shift, bolstered by the effects of alcohol. She clutched tightly to Long Hao's sleeve, mumbling incoherently. Nevertheless, her fragmented words revealed her steadfastness and entanglement with Long Hao. A fleeting shadow crossed Mei Qianling's face, an imperceptible glint of disdain flashing in his eyes, yet he swiftly concealed his emotions and suggested to Long Hao in a calm tone, "Long Hao, perhaps you should take her home. She has been calling your name incessantly." Long Hao gripped his phone tightly, the tranquility of Mei Qianling's suggestion echoing in his ears. He glanced at Ruai, whose eyes brimmed with unshed tears, exuding an air of fragility. A tumult of conflict and hesitation intertwined within Long Hao, ultimately leading him to decide to escort her home, despite the lingering distrust and anger in his heart. Inside the car, silence weighed heavily. Long Hao remained silent, while Ruai's occasional soft sobs pierced the stillness. Upon arriving at her apartment building, Long Hao halted the vehicle, hesitating to allow her to exit. He understood that these might be their final moments together. "Ruai, you know I cannot continue like this." Long Hao's voice was low, imbued with a reluctant resolve. Ruai trembled as she replied, "I know. I am truly sorry, but I hope you can forgive me. I genuinely regret it." Long Hao inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the streetlights ahead, their illumination casting a complex glow in his eyes. He did not respond to her pleas, but instead quietly started the car and drove away from the entrance of the apartment. Chapter 149. Mei Qianling's confession. As the car departed, Long Hao's mood remained unrelieved by Ruai's departure. He was acutely aware that there must be more to Mei Qianling's actions. Driving back to the city center, he resolved to confront Mei Qianling directly for clarification. Under the night sky, the dazzling lights of the skyscrapers illuminated the surroundings as Long Hao parked his vehicle outside Mei Qianling's opulent residence. He refrained from entering immediately, instead sitting silently in the car, pondering Mei Qianling's possible schemes and his own strategies for engagement. The gloom in his heart mirrored the darkness of the night, for he understood that this conversation could significantly impact their future. Summoning his courage, Long Hao exited the vehicle and pressed the doorbell of Mei Qianling's mansion. The door opened slowly, revealing Mei Qianling, impeccably dressed as always, yet a subtle tension flickered in his eyes. "Long Hao, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Mei Qianling's tone held a hint of wariness, yet his demeanor remained composed. Long Hao stepped into the foyer, locking eyes with Mei Qianling, and in a low, firm voice, demanded, "Have you done something to Ruai? If you have taken her from me, you must take responsibility." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Mei Qianling feigned innocence. "Stop pretending. I am fully aware of the situation," Long Hao retorted, his anger boiling over as he sought clarity. "What do you know?" Mei Qianling asked, feigning confusion, though his gaze betrayed a hint of evasion. Long Hao advanced a step, pressing Mei Qianling. "Mei Qianling, don't think I'm oblivious. You and Ruai have broken up. Was that your doing?" The smile on Mei Qianling's face faltered, his eyes flickering as he avoided Long Hao's gaze. "Who told you that?" "It was Ruai's decision. It has nothing to do with me." Long Hao scoffed. "Even now, you refuse to admit it." With that, he seized Mei Qianling's collar forcefully. "Did you use some underhanded tactics against Ruai?" "Long Hao, do not act rashly." Mei Qianling struggled, yet found himself powerless to break free. "I demand a reasonable explanation." Long Hao's eyes widened with fury and distrust. The two remained locked in a tense standoff until the atmosphere grew increasingly fraught. Suddenly, Mei Qianling let out a cold laugh, releasing Long Hao's grip. Very well, since you insist on knowing, I shall reveal the truth. A sense of unease gripped Long Hao. Was there something he was unaware of? Mei Qianling stepped closer, his expression now more complex. Ruai and I did not part because of me. It was her own decision. I never anticipated she would ultimately say that to me. What did she say? Long Hao pressed urgently. Mei Qianling inhaled deeply, seemingly battling his own emotions. She told me that she had found someone else in her heart and could no longer forgive my past betrayal. Long Hao's heart jolted. He had never envisioned Ruai confronting Mei Qianling so directly, articulating such words. Doubts began to cloud his judgment. Yet, he remained reluctant to accept it. Then why do you still desire to take her from me? Mei Qianling gazed at Long Hao with a complex expression, saying, her last words to me were that she would never return to my side, for her heart belongs solely to you. Long Hao leaned against the sofa, cradling his head in his hands, feeling a tumult of emotions within. The departure of Ruai and Mei Qianling's confession left him in a state of deep turmoil. He recognized that he was ensnared in the system's peach blossom tribulation from which he could not escape. Behind every smile and every gentle touch seemed to weave into the fabric of this peach blossom tribulation. In retrospect, that seemingly innocuous system task had already sown the seeds of entanglement between him and Ruai. Now, this entanglement had tightly bound him, Ruai, and Mei Qianling together. The peach blossom tribulation spread within him, becoming an insurmountable threshold. Long Hao couldn't help but let out a wry smile, reflecting, the peach blossom truly binds tightly. He stared at the ceiling, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He understood that avoidance was not a solution. Yet how could he untangle this emotional conundrum set by the system without causing harm to anyone? Closing his eyes, he endeavored to seek a way out. But his thoughts became as tangled as a ball of yarn, becoming increasingly chaotic. Perhaps, in confronting this peach blossom tribulation, what he needed was not to evade, but to bravely face and resolve it. Each encounter and parting, no matter how arduous, was a necessary passage for his growth. Long Hao took a deep breath and straightened his posture. The confusion in his eyes gradually transformed into a resolute light. And he silently vowed, regardless of how challenging this peach blossom tribulation may prove, he would find the key to break free, for himself and for everyone around him. Chapter 150. Severing the entanglement of unwanted affections. The following day, as Long Hao awoke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Yet, the clouds of despair that shrouded his heart remained unyielding. His mind replayed the confrontation with Mei Qianling and the poignant scene of Ruai's departure, leaving him to wrestle with profound guilt and confusion. Although Ruai lingered in his heart as an unattainable ideal, their emotional bond had yet to fully blossom. Compounded by the barrier of the peach blossom calamity, Long Hao felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and anguish. Recognizing that his current state was not conducive to resolving his troubles, he struggled momentarily before seizing his phone and dialing Johnny's number. Dear Johnny, I find myself in need of your assistance. Long Hao's voice was laden with gravity. After succinctly outlining his predicament, he entrusted Johnny with the task of reaching out to Ruai, encouraging him to impart the wisdom that, despite the complexities of the situation, time possesses the power to heal all wounds. While on the call, he also contacted his company to arrange work for Ruai, hoping to provide her the means to temporarily extricate herself from the emotional turmoil and focus on her career. Achievements in her professional life might offer her a different kind of fulfillment, serving as a tranquil refuge amidst the chaos of her feelings. Upon concluding the call, Long Hao stood by the window, gazing at the distant skyline, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He could no longer afford to remain stagnant. Regardless of Ruai's capacity to forgive him, the moment had come to confront the peach blossom calamity and seek clarity. He resolved to cultivate greater diligence and resilience. Refusing to allow a fruitless romance to dictate the course of his life, he promised himself that no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would tread firmly, step by step. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered within Long Hao's room, accompanied by a faint electronic voice. Congratulations, host Long Hao, on completing the peach blossom calamity task, severing the entanglement of lost emotions, and facilitating your own transformation. Task 3 has been successfully accomplished. As a reward, you have received a production line for cellular tissue repair liquid and accompanying advanced technical documentation. May you grow ever stronger in the challenges that lie ahead. Long Hao stood motionless for a moment, Then a smile broke across his face. It appears that all my efforts have finally borne fruit. He inhaled deeply, his heart swelling with newfound vigor and hope. Leaning against the cold metallic wall of the laboratory, he closed his eyes, the unexpected system notification echoing in his mind. After enduring a tumultuous struggle, he had at last discovered a path through the intricate peach blossom calamity. Just as his heart began to settle, this unforeseen reward stirred a new wave of excitement within him. Opening his eyes, he beheld a holographic screen before him, displaying a comprehensive technical document alongside a futuristic blueprint of the liquid production line, an experience that felt surreal. However, Leng Yun quickly redirected his focus away from these rewards. Acutely aware that this was not the time to become enamored with accolades, he gently shook his head, pondering the necessity of dedicating more energy to mastering this new technology. For it could very well be a transformative opportunity for his future. Leng Yun began to meticulously scrutinize the contents of the documents, fully aware that they might hold the key to controlling his destiny, though he also understood that he would inevitably face a myriad of challenges and unknown risks. Suddenly, the tranquility of the laboratory was disrupted by a series of knocks at the door, and Johnny rushed in, his face etched with concern. He anxiously scanned the room before urgently exclaiming, "How? We have trouble. I discovered online that Rua Yi is spreading false rumors about you, claiming you toyed with her emotions and then abandoned her." Leng Yun's brow furrowed, a weight like a boulder pressing upon his heart. He struggled to maintain his composure. But Johnny's words shattered the laboratory's calm, stirring the tempest within him once more. He could not bear the thought of his hard-earned efforts being obliterated by Rua Yi's impulsive actions. "Rua Yi, do you truly not comprehend my feelings?" Leng Yun silently mused. He empathized with her emotions, yet such behavior was undeniably adding insult to injury, providing the external world with an opportunity to exploit the situation. At that moment, the holographic screen flickered, inundating his vision with related news and social media notifications. Leng Yun beheld Rua Yi's words online, accompanied by ambiguous photographs. The public was rife with speculation, and behind the glamorous facade lay the convoluted emotions between him and Rua Yi. He shook his head, suppressing his personal sentiments and replacing them with an uncommon sense of objectivity and calm. He recognized that this was not the time to wallow in self-pity. Instead, he needed to act swiftly, regain control, and prevent the situation from deteriorating further. "Johnny, initiate the crisis management protocol," Leng Yun instructed. "Gather the team. We must clarify the facts and restore the truth as soon as possible." He understood that in this battle of public opinion, a moment's hesitation could lead to total defeat. He could not allow Rua Yi's fleeting impulse to undermine the efforts of both individuals. He promptly reached out to his public relations team, launching a comprehensive crisis response. Simultaneously, he resolved to address the media and the public directly, crafting a sincere and responsible statement to mitigate the impact of this incident on both his and the company's reputation. As the public relations team sprang into action, Leng Yun took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. While he felt a tinge of disappointment towards Rua Yi, he also recognized that in this tempest, both he and she would become foundational stones on their paths to growth. Regardless of the storms they faced, clarity would eventually emerge after the rain. Chapter 151. Rumors. Leng Yun summoned a group of executives to meticulously devise a strategy to address the crisis at hand. "We must respond swiftly to this predicament. Silence will only allow public opinion to fester further." He surveyed the faces of everyone present, each one etched with gravity. At this juncture, Song Daping, the head of the crowdfunding laboratory, voiced his dissent. "Leng Yun, I believe you are overcomplicating the issue. This matter is entirely unfounded. A mere public rebuttal online would suffice." His expression conveyed a sense of indifference. Rua Yi, known for her biting wit within the circle, had once left a partner utterly humiliated, silencing any retort they might have had. "What you perceive is merely the surface. This time, it is certainly not as simple as a rebuttal." Leng Yun gestured for Daping to take a seat. "Our enterprise is advancing towards internationalization. Our reputation and image are more crucial than ever." "Then, Leng Yun, what do you propose we do?" Daping inquired. "We must take the initiative rather than passively await the onslaught. We need to clarify everything preemptively," he stated slowly, scanning the faces of his colleagues. "We need to hold a press conference to elucidate this incident." "And who will clarify it, if not you?" Daping retorted. "Indeed." Leng Yun nodded. "This situation arose due to my actions, thus it is incumbent upon me to resolve it." His tone exuded determination and accountability, prompting his peers to gaze at him with admiration. Their leader consistently impressed, maintaining composure and confidence in the face of adversity, as if everything were within his grasp. "Well then, everyone, I shall confront this wave of rumors," he declared, rising to his feet. "You all remain here. I will swiftly resolve this crisis and return triumphant." With resolute steps, Long Hao departed, leaving behind a cadre of subordinates offering silent support. Dapeng's remarks struck a chord with Long Hao, presenting a matter worthy of contemplation. However, the immediate priority was to curtail the situation's escalation. Without further deliberation, Long Hao proceeded directly to the media center, preparing to hold an impromptu press conference. "Dear members of the media and esteemed audience, good morning. I am Long Hao, and I am delighted to share our story with you today." He stood before the audience, bowing slightly as he commenced his address. "As is widely known, there has been negative news circulating online regarding my company and my personal life. Here, I must assert that we will resolutely employ legal means to protect our rights against baseless slander and accusations. I believe that sunlight will ultimately dispel the shadows. There is but one truth. My team and I have been diligently working to contribute value to society. We will not be distracted by these rumors, nor will they affect our normal operations or our clients' interests." At the press conference, Long Hao addressed the reporters' pointed inquiries one by one, fortifying his responses with facts and data, thereby exhibiting an air of composure and confidence. "You see, the truth is laid bare. These accusations stem merely from the minds of petty individuals," he proclaimed. Upon finishing his statement, the audience erupted in fervent applause, a testament not only to his personal integrity, but also to the hopeful expectations for the company's future. Meanwhile, Ruai, watching the televised broadcast of the press conference, displayed a complex array of emotions on her face. She had not anticipated that Long Hao would respond in such a public manner, methodically dispelling external doubts. This incident prompted Ruai to reevaluate her perception of Long Hao, leading her to recognize the prejudices and misunderstandings she had harbored. His decisiveness and sense of responsibility earned him her respect and quelled the surrounding turmoil. As Long Hao had previously articulated, one must endure countless trials to reach the other shore and emerge as a true victor. Now, this episode had transformed into yet another crucible in the journey of his life. Chapter 152, The Dark Secrets of the Lychee CEO following the conclusion of the press conference. Long Hao did not entirely relax. He was acutely aware that this temporary victory merely addressed surface-level issues. He understood the necessity of uncovering the puppeteer behind the scenes, for otherwise, the problems would inevitably resurface. Thus, he summoned Johnny, his beloved partner and a top hacker who had fought alongside him many times for Xingqian technology. Long Hao and Johnny convened in a quiet corner of a CAF. "Does the tiger not roar, leading you to presume I am a sickly cat?" Long Hao's tone carried an undeniable resolve. The extent to which these rumors have spread is such that even if Rui had intent, she could not have achieved this magnitude without sufficient resources. There must be a more formidable force at play. Johnny nodded, recognizing that Long Hao was prepared to face a more daunting cyber battle. "No problem, Hao. There is no wall in the digital realm that remains impervious to scrutiny. We can trace the source of the messages, analyze the dissemination pathways, and expose the financial backers behind this." Seated before the computer screen, Long Hao and Johnny diligently pursued the origins of the leaks regarding his personal information. Their fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, analyzing data, retrieving logs, leaving no stone unturned. As time elapsed, they gradually pinpointed the account responsible for disseminating the information, ultimately tracing it back to a domestic company that thrived on generating online public opinion. "How? We found it," Johnny exclaimed excitedly. The screen displayed the details of the Water Army Company's orders, listing various tasks, including false reports concerning Long Hao's private life. Most crucially, the identity of the company's financier was crystal clear. It was a senior executive from Lychee Corporation. Long Hao clenched his fists, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Truly insidious. Employing every possible tactic, he remarked with a cold smirk. Although he had suspected this beforehand, witnessing the evidence laid bare before him was still a painful revelation. Johnny quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, Hao. This is precisely our moment to act. We can utilize technological means to obtain more detailed evidence, rendering them unable to deny it." With Johnny's technical support, Long Hao and his partner embarked on a new phase of investigation amidst the undercurrents of the internet. Like skilled detectives, they meticulously compared and collected data, ultimately constructing a comprehensive chain of evidence. This series of actions laid a solid foundation for the legal measures Long Hao was poised to undertake. Their online search activities resembled the opening of Pandora's box, revealing a cascade of unexpected information. The CEO of Lychee Mobile, a figure of great repute in the business sphere, harbored this lesser-known side. Although this information deviated somewhat from their initial intention, to expose and counter the manipulative public relations tactics, it undoubtedly provided them with additional leverage for their forthcoming endeavors. It seems that in this clandestine battle, we have acquired a few more trump cards. A glint of cunning sparkled in Long Hao's eyes. Johnny, however, appeared more cautious. How should we wield this card? While this is indeed a significant revelation, its immediate exposure could potentially incite unnecessary societal issues and controversies. I understand, Long Hao nodded, his gaze resolute. Our objective is not to foster further hatred and division, but to unveil the truth and expose those malevolent actions that lurk in the shadows. Thus, they resolved to adopt a more nuanced and targeted strategy. Initially, they conducted a thorough ethical and legal review of this crucial information, ensuring that they could maximize its impact without transgressing moral and legal boundaries. Subsequently, Long Hao and Johnny began to compile existing evidence and information, integrating the personal details of the CEO of Lychee Mobile to construct a comprehensive report detailing the illicit activities of the individual in question. This report was anonymously dispatched to several prominent news organizations, accompanied by a letter urging the media and the public to focus on and reveal the actions that genuinely harm society and inflict suffering upon others, rather than delving into personal lives. Although the private life of the Lychee Mobile CEO attracted attention, Long Hao and Johnny hoped the public would recognize the insidious manipulation of public opinion and the unethical competition behind it. Their endeavor, fraught with risks, garnered considerable understanding and support. Before long, this report sparked widespread attention and discourse, not only scrutinizing the CEO of Lychee Mobile and the unlawful actions behind him, but also igniting a deeper conversation about online opinion manipulation and privacy protection. In this silent battle, Long Hao and Johnny wielded their intellect and determination to challenge those who lurked in the shadows of the internet. This was not merely a counterattack against Lychee Mobile and its clandestine benefactors, but also a steadfast defense of justice and truth. Chapter 153. Cellular tissue repair fluid. Long Hao's footsteps resonated swiftly upon the luminous pathways of Bright City. He resolved to personally visit the Biomedicine Research Center led by Leng Yun, renowned far and wide for its restorative essence droplets, which embarked on the exploration of high-tech biological products. Upon entering the center, one was enveloped by a palpable atmosphere where technology intertwined seamlessly with life sciences. Towering experimental buildings loomed ahead, their surfaces adorned with colossal holographic screens, incessantly showcasing a plethora of biological data, heralding a revolution in medical technology. As Long Hao stepped into the interior, he was greeted by an expansive and radiant laboratory bustling with researchers diligently engaged in various experiments and data analyses. Screens along the walls displayed real-time footage of cell cultures and continuously evolving medical equipment models. The laboratory tables were adorned with cutting-edge biotechnological instruments, gleaming with a cold luminescence, each interface exhibiting remarkably precise data and curves. The air was infused with a subtle scent of disinfectant, yet predominantly carried the refreshing essence of technological apparatuses. Occasionally, robots darted through the laboratory, undertaking transportation and experimental assistance tasks. The researchers, clad in white protective suits, operated with unwavering focus and swiftness, epitomizing the fusion of technology and medicine, standing as the vanguards of their era. Long Hao, is that you? Leng Yun, engrossed in examining a complex genetic sequence chart, turned in surprise upon hearing a voice from behind. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she beheld Long Hao before her, illuminating the entire laboratory with their brilliance. What brings you here today? She inquired with a gentle smile, removing her gloves as she approached him. I need some time to attend to certain matters. Long Hao replied with a smile, and together they proceeded towards the reception area. It seems you might be facing some challenges, Leng Yun observed, noticing the furrow of concern upon Long Hao's brow, and she inquired softly. Indeed, there are some complications, and I wish to see if there are any technologies here that might assist. Long Hao candidly articulated his intentions. Of course, we are the most advanced biotechnological research institute in the city. No challenge is insurmountable for us, Leng Yun responded confidently. The two then delved into a technical discussion, the laboratory's glowing technological ambience blending harmoniously with their discourse, creating a vivid tableau. Long Hao drew Leng Yun to a secluded corner of the reception area. a hint of tension and anticipation gracing his features. Leng Yun, I need you to ensure that you hear every word I am about to say. His voice resonated with gravity. What has happened? Long Hao, please speak plainly, Leng Yun replied, her demeanor shifting to one of concern, unaccustomed to his serious tone. Fully aware that such solemnity signified a matter of importance. I have developed a groundbreaking biotechnology, but for some reason, I cannot disclose it at this moment. I wish to convey its significance to you, so. Long Hao's voice dwindled to a whisper. I need you to launch the production line and formula for this new technology, the cell tissue repair solution, at the Bright City Biomedical Technology Research Center under my leadership. What technology? Cold Yun's eyes widened. Such an opportunity was the aspiration of every scientist. The cell tissue repair solution can significantly enhance the recovery of damaged cells, accelerate the healing process of afflicted areas, and even be employed in the treatment of chronic inflammation and tissue injuries. Long Hao gazed intently at Cold Yun, his resolve unwavering. This technology has the potential to aid people across the globe. It must not be obscured. Taking a deep breath, the tension within him seemed to dissipate. He surveyed the surroundings to ensure secrecy before continuing in a hushed tone. In the future, our laboratory will unveil more cutting-edge medical technologies. I foresee a series of research projects, including but not limited to nanorobotic therapy, gene editing treatments, and AI-assisted personalized drug design. The maturation of these technologies holds the promise of fundamentally transforming the healthcare industry. Cold Yun's eyes radiated a brilliance akin to the dawn's first light. She possessed an innate sensitivity and passion for pioneering medical advancements. Long Hao's words ignited an indescribable anticipation and yearning within her. Nanorobots? She echoed involuntarily. Recognizing this as one of the most enigmatic yet potential-laden domains in medical science. If we can achieve mass production of this technology, the treatment of many diseases once deemed incurable will no longer be a mere dream. Not only that, a determined glimmer crossed Long Hao's face. The research on these technologies is not mere fantasy. I have made preliminary breakthroughs in certain areas. What we need is increased support, more precise data. An exceptional scientist like you to collaborate with us. Cold Yun discerned the resoluteness and sincerity hidden within Long Hao's demeanor. This was not merely a tremendous opportunity, but also an undeniable responsibility. She understood that this young man would not casually mention such a plan to her. His trust in her filled her with both honor and pressure. Long Hao, can you provide samples and data from these research findings? Cold Yun asked urgently. I need to comprehend your research progress and the current challenges you face. Only then can I ascertain how best to assist you. Long Hao smiled slightly, retrieving a miniature data storage device from his pocket and handing it to Cold Yun. Everything is contained here. I believe that with your intellect and the resources of Bright City, we can overcome any challenge together. Cold Yun grasped the data storage device firmly, her eyes aflame with determination. The forthcoming technological revolution was quietly germinating within her grasp. Long Hao's gaze was gentle yet resolute as he regarded the spirited Leng Yun before him. He recalled her exceptional prowess in the field of human life sciences and couldn't he help but advise, Leng Yun. I am aware that you possess an array of medical skills, from a profound understanding at the genetic level to the promising applications of nanotechnology. You are truly a preeminent expert. Do not forget to integrate these skills into our research and development, for the broader the application of each technology, the greater our contribution and influence on the entire medical domain. We should fully leverage your medical foresight, Long Hao added, his voice imbued with a hint of anticipation for the future of healthcare. Imagine, through your expertise, we may soon achieve personalized medicine, tailoring the most effective treatment plans for each patient. Leng Yun nodded, her inner fire burning even brighter. She understood that her collaboration with Long Hao was not merely a battle to protect her family business, but a quest for the health and happiness of people worldwide. She had a strong intuition that every step they took would firmly guide humanity into a wholly new era of medicine. Chapter 154. Establishing a lunar base. The hurried footsteps of Commander Wang echoed in the corridor as he finally located Long Hao, who was engrossed in data analysis. Xiao Hao. He spoke rapidly and earnestly. Although our space elevator has been completed, the development of the orbital space station is still ongoing. Currently, we can only connect to existing space stations, which introduces a degree of instability. Long Hao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. This will impact our subsequent plans. Is there any way to stabilize it in the short term? After a brief silence, Wang replied, we are doing our utmost and require the assistance of your research team. Long Hao gently tapped the surface of his desk, contemplating the situation before him. However, he was not unprepared. Years of research and foresight had equipped him with an alternative solution. He activated the communication line with the special project team of the Space Department. "We must consider implementing Plan B, connecting the space elevator to a lunar base," he stated slowly. "The low-gravity environment on the moon will facilitate the stability of the space elevator, and simultaneously, we can begin constructing a new space station on the lunar surface." A flicker of surprise crossed Wang's eyes, swiftly replaced by resolute determination. He recognized Long Hao's remarkable adaptability and his ability to discover solutions in any crisis. "Then we shall proceed as you suggest. With the strength of your research team, I am confident that the construction of the lunar space station will not take long. Indeed, we already possess some preliminary concepts and technological reserves. We simply need to land on the moon and commence construction, and everything will fall into place." Long Hao responded with unwavering confidence. "Once the lunar space station is completed, it will serve as a critical node for our bidirectional transportation between space and Earth. The future will be paved by these nodes, each step pulsing with the fate of humanity." Wang nodded in reverence, filled with respect and anticipation for the grand vision articulated by this young scientist. "I will immediately notify the military and the space agency to take swift action," he declared resolutely. As the space elevator project gradually progressed, Long Hao began to set his sights on even more ambitious plans. He convened top scientists from around the globe, forming a vast research alliance to collaboratively discuss the next step following the space elevator, establishing a base on the moon. Constructing a base on the lunar surface was no small feat, with the primary challenge being the unique characteristics of lunar regolith. It is well known that the soil on the moon differs vastly from that of Earth. Its particles are fine, lacking cohesion, yet possess remarkable radiation shielding capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to construct stable structures using conventional building materials. To address this dilemma, Long Hao's research team began experimenting with a novel molecular material, characterized by its exceptional tensile strength and lightweight design, which would significantly reduce transportation costs. After numerous simulation experiments and countless calculations, the research team successfully developed an innovative material based on the new molecular structure, capable of adapting to the moon's harsh environment and temperature variations, thus meeting the fundamental requirements for base construction. In the first permanent shadow zone on the moon, a colossal elevation rises from the desolate lunar surface, marking the other end of the space elevator lunar station. Long Hao and his research team are present on site, embarking on the implementation of their ambitious plan. Under the formidable gravitational influence of the moon, they meticulously assemble large structural blocks crafted from advanced molecular materials, gradually revealing the nascent form of the first lunar base. The primary phase of the lunar base is designed for both research and habitation purposes. Scientists engage in a series of investigations concerning the exploration and utilization of lunar resources. Simultaneously, the living accommodations are thoughtfully designed to ensure comfort for long-term residents, providing comprehensive amenities for daily life. The establishment of the space elevator has rendered travel between Earth and the Moon more accessible than ever, facilitating not only the seamless exchange of personnel but also the efficient transportation of various research equipment and materials. Chapter 155. Installation of the base. During the construction of the lunar base, Long Hao did not forget his original intention to advance the collective progress of humanity. Within the lunar base, he deliberately designated an area for scientific exploration and research accessible to the entire world, regardless of nationality. Any country with an interest in the moon and the capacity to contribute could partake in this monumental endeavor. As the lunar base gradually improved, humanity's stride in space exploration found a solid foothold, propelling them toward the far reaches of the cosmos. Having endured the most intense technological revolution on Earth, the societal structure of humanity had undergone a profound transformation. Long Hao and his fellow researchers established their residence at the lunar base, adapting to the lifestyle while continuing to enhance the connection between the moon and Earth. As scientific activities deepened, the lunar base became increasingly crowded, prompting Long Hao to recognize that it was time to initiate the next phase of the space elevator project. He announced the forthcoming plan to the world, the installation of the space elevator's base on the moon, while simultaneously constructing a corresponding structure on Earth to connect with the other end of the elevator. This ambitious plan reignited global aspirations and anticipation for space exploration. Although life on the moon had taken shape, the development of cutting-edge technology showed no signs of stagnation. The extraction and refinement of rare earth elements on the moon provided a robust material foundation and technical support for the construction of the space elevator. On Earth, humans began to erect the necessary infrastructure across various regions, including Africa and South America, as they fervently engaged in this historic moment. Meanwhile, on the moon, the base expanded into a vast construction area dedicated to the establishment of the space elevator's foundation. Despite the moon's gravity being only 1/6 that of Earth, this posed no challenge for the utilization of high-strength molecular materials. Leng Yun and the construction team faced unprecedented challenges, needing to address engineering difficulties in a low-gravity environment while contending with the moon's extreme temperature fluctuations and radiation issues. Yet, it was precisely these challenges that spurred relentless exploration and innovation, igniting an extraordinary spark from the collision of technology and nature. After several years of fervent construction, the space elevator's base was finally completed on the moon, with the corresponding connection point on Earth nearing completion. Humanity had taken a historic step, poised to possess an impeccable transportation system that could traverse space, linking Earth and the moon. With the successful establishment of the base, Leng Yun began to contemplate the possibilities of interstellar battleships, as traditional spacecraft could not reach the altitude required by the space elevator. Special steel cables, integral to the core structure of the space elevator, needed to be delivered to the moon via an entirely new mode of transportation. Thus, Leng Yun activated the Star Chat system to seek a match, hoping to connect with a civilization skilled in interstellar travel. The match was quickly successful, linking him with a civilization adept in interstellar voyages, boasting advanced designs and unique energy concepts. Through the Star Chat system, Leng Yun engaged in trade negotiations with the alien civilization. Their interstellar spacecraft technology is highly esteemed throughout the galaxy, and it plays a crucial role in the construction of the space elevator linking Earth to the moon. Leng Yun understands that mastering the technology of interstellar ships will not only expedite the transportation of the specialized steel cables essential for the core structure of the space elevator, but also represent a pivotal step towards exploring the vast expanse of the universe. Chapter 156. The technology of interstellar warships. Leng Yun sat within the brightly lit control room of the lunar base, where a holographic screen displayed the representative of a technologically advanced interstellar civilization, a seemingly indifferent alien merchant. Leng Yun, greetings, esteemed representative. On behalf of Earth's civilization, I wish to express our intent to procure interstellar warship technology from your esteemed civilization. Alien merchant, Earth civilization? It appears you have made commendable advancements in material foundations in aerospace technology. However, may I inquire as to why you seek interstellar warship technology? Leng Yun, smiling. Our civilization is planning to construct a space elevator linking the moon and Earth, and this technology would significantly enhance our cosmic exploration endeavors. Alien merchant, clearly intrigued. A space elevator? That is a grand undertaking. We can provide you with top-tier interstellar warship technology, but what can you offer in return? Leng Yun, we can supply high-quality carbon fiber materials, which are a distinctive feature of our lunar base. These materials should hold considerable value for you. Alien merchant, studying Leng Yun, carbon fiber materials are indeed valuable, but I must verify the quantity and quality you can provide. Leng Yun, based on our current production capacity, we can reliably supply 5 tons to meet your civilization's needs. Furthermore, our lunar base adheres to a stringent quality control system for refining and processing. Alien merchant, contemplating, I will need to confirm the quantity and quality, but if you can satisfy our requirements, we would be more than willing to facilitate this transaction. Leng Yun, then let us commence drafting a preliminary agreement that clearly delineates both parties' rights and obligations, along with the specific details of the transaction. Alien merchant, certainly. Our civilization places great importance on the rigor of agreements, yet we are eager to engage in mutually beneficial exchanges. We should be able to enter into formal negotiations shortly. Leng Yun, smiling, that is splendid news. Earth's civilization is keen to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with yours. The exchange of interstellar warship technology for carbon fiber materials is merely the beginning. This marks an exhilarating encounter of civilizations. Subsequently, both parties delved into an in-depth discussion regarding the preliminary details and framework of the agreement, laying a solid foundation for future formal negotiations. Leng Yun elaborated on humanity's grand plans, showcasing the successful implementation of various technologies at the lunar base, as well as the concepts related to the space elevator and the challenges currently faced. Upon learning of Earth's advancements and its aspirations for future space exploration, the alien civilization exhibited a profound interest. Their desire to utilize sustainable materials in light of increasingly scarce natural resources resonated with Leng Yun's requirements. After confirming the quality of the carbon fiber materials supplied by Earth, the alien civilization agreed to exchange their interstellar warship technology proposal. This comprehensive proposal included detailed design blueprints for the warships, required materials, structural compositions, energy configurations, and operational guidelines for astronauts. With the transaction finalized, both parties began preparing to fulfill their respective commitments. Leng Yun commanded the engineering team at the lunar base to expedite the production of high-quality carbon fiber materials. While a knowledge-sharing agreement was formally signed in the ensuing cycles, ensuring fairness in transactions and the safeguarding of intellectual property. This agreement not only revitalized Leng Yun's space elevator project but also sowed the seeds of a brilliant future collaboration between Earth and the distant planet. An era characterized by openness, inclusivity, and a willingness to share knowledge and resources was quietly unfolding. Tentatively, Leng Yun inquired, "I wish to understand how interstellar warships are constructed." The response was meticulous. The crux of interstellar warship technology lay in the curvature engine. This engine enables travel beyond the speed of light, facilitating vast interstellar traverses. They patiently elucidated the principles of the curvature engine. First, space is compressed to its utmost limits, and then, through a warp bubble apparatus, space is set into motion in a wave-like manner, making the previously static possible. This phenomenon is termed curvature waves, within which energy is generated, thus bestowing the curvature engine with its name. Having thoroughly grasped the workings of the curvature engine, Leng Yun connected to this civilization's database to acquire the relevant technologies. His mind underwent another baptism of vast information, and when he opened his eyes, they sparkled with the brilliance of newfound wisdom. Leng Yun assembled the finest aerospace engineers, nuclear physicists, and energy specialists on Earth to form a research and development team. While thoroughly exploring the potential of existing technologies, they embarked on a novel design and development of an engine. Leveraging the acquired curvature engine technology alongside Earth's prevailing technologies, they commenced an iterative process of testing, refining, and retesting. Chapter 157. The launch of the dream ship after countless scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. Humanity has finally surmounted the obstacles surrounding the development of warp drive technology. Following extensive testing and refinement, they have constructed the inaugural interstellar warship powered by a warp drive. Aptly named the Dream Ship. The advent of the Dream Ship signifies a transformative leap in Earth's aerospace technology, rendering interstellar travel not merely a distant aspiration, but a tangible reality within reach. The nomenclature of the interstellar vessel is profoundly significant. It embodies Leng Yun's fervent hopes for this spacecraft, crafted through advanced technologies of the future. He envisions a boundless exploration of the cosmos, dreams of the Dream Ship serving as the key to the dawn of the interstellar age, and aspires for all of humanity to embark on this vessel of dreams, journeying to the farthest reaches of the starry seas. The exterior structure of the Dream Ship is equipped with an antimatter-driven warp propulsion system, generating stable and expansive wormholes capable of supporting a grand commercial space transportation network. Simultaneously, the internal design reflects a deep sense of humanistic care, featuring extensive public viewing areas and windowed leisure spaces for each passenger, allowing them to marvel at the beauty of the cosmos while gazing at the infinite starry sky. Leng Yun personally participated in the maiden flight of the Dream Ship. In that exhilarating moment, the colossal engines propelled the vessel into the vastness of space, and he gazed through the porthole, witnessing the twinkling stars and the grandeur of the universe. Leng Yun keenly felt the boundless potential of humanity and the vibrant vitality of the cosmos. Following the successful test flight, Leng Yun made a daring decision to promote a trial experience program for the Dream Ship to the general populace. He yearned for ordinary citizens to experience the awe of traversing the galaxy. The inaugural commercial voyage of the Dream Ship commenced from Earth's low Earth orbit, journeying toward Mercury, the planet closest to the Sun, traversing the entirety of the solar system. Passengers, through onboard equipment, experienced the thrill of penetrating the solar atmosphere, witnessing the eruptions of solar flares and the spectacle of coronal mass ejections in real time. After the triumphant commercial journey of the Dream Ship, Leng Yun resolved to further ignite public enthusiasm for cosmic exploration. At that juncture, A prominent domestic director employed aerial footage from the dream ship to create a science fiction film titled Flowing Earth. This cinematic work artfully intertwines science and entertainment, narrating the tale of a group of brilliant scientists overcoming the crisis of Earth's resource depletion by utilizing a space elevator to usher humanity into a new energy epoch. In the film, the operational principles of the space elevator are presented in an easily comprehensible manner, allowing viewers to witness how this revolutionary structure alleviates the energy crisis on Earth. The conceptualization of the space elevator involves the use of ultra-strong artificial satellite cables that connect the Earth's surface to low Earth orbit, creating a fixed transportation corridor in space. The protagonists not only confront technical challenges but also grapple with international conspiracies and the trials posed by nature itself. Upon its release, the film generated a tremendous sensation. It not only ignites boundless imagination regarding the future, but also imparts educational significance about cosmic exploration and technological innovation to the audience. Many adolescents are captivated by the celestial beauty and gripping narrative within the film, kindling their aspirations to become aerospace professionals. The commercial triumph and cultural resonance of The Wandering Earth have elevated the space elevator beyond a mere business venture. It has become a symbol of audaciously exploring the unknown and wisely embracing the future. Inspired by this cinematic influence, Leng Yun envisions an opportunity to collaborate with space agencies to launch relevant aerospace education programs, nurturing a new generation of aspiring talents in the field. Consequently, a burgeoning enthusiasm for space exploration has permeated society, with children wielding paintbrushes to depict their envisioned future space cities, and teenagers engaging in friendly competition with model rockets to showcase their aerospace knowledge. Ordinary individuals, harboring dreams of their own, have begun to anticipate the chance to actively participate in Earth development projects. At this juncture, Leng Yun finds himself surrounded not only by a multitude of scientists and engineers but also by a host of dreamers. Together, they form a multidisciplinary and cross-industry research and development team, providing extensive support for the Earth Development Initiative. Chapter 158, The Wake-Up Call of Traffic Earth, the success of commerce, and the influence of culture ignited a unique spark between Leng Yun and Yun. Amid their bustling schedules, they chose to spend an evening together watching Traffic Earth. Leng Yun initially anticipated a light-hearted entertainment experience. However, he found himself profoundly shaken as the film unfolded. The disaster scenes depicting the insurgents' assault on the space elevator left Leng Yun utterly astounded. Memories of overlooked safety concerns surged within him, accompanied by a wave of unease. A cold sweat broke out on Leng Yun's brow as he came to the harrowing realization that the space elevator, a pivotal project for the future energy lifeline of Earth, could face catastrophic consequences if subjected to malicious destruction. The air around him seemed to thicken with tension, and Yun sensed the shift in his demeanor, gazing intently into his eyes in search of tranquility. Yet, Leng Yun was consumed by anxiety and guilt, his eyes reflecting a troubled light. After the film concluded, Leng Yun struggled to regain his composure. He immediately convened a high-level meeting concerning the space elevator, determined to discuss enhanced safety measures. The large screen in the conference room replayed the scenes of the space elevator under attack, and the gravity etched on every attendee's face was palpable. Leng Yun articulated his concerns during the meeting, emphasizing the necessity of formulating a comprehensive safety plan. He insisted that the team not only focus on the physical security of the space elevator, but also explore strategies to thwart hacking attempts and withstand extreme natural disasters. Furthermore, the materials used in constructing the space elevator needed rigorous testing to assess their durability over prolonged operations. Upon the meeting's conclusion, the entire team immersed themselves in research aimed at bolstering the safety of the space elevator. The challenges they faced transcended mere risk management of a commercial venture. They were tasked with a mission that held profound implications for the future of Earth. They understood that with Leng Yun, the dreamer, rallying behind them, nothing was insurmountable. Thus, with unwavering determination to ensure absolute safety, the space elevator team commenced tireless work, integrating cutting-edge safety technologies and designing an intelligent security system capable of instantaneously monitoring and responding to potential threats. They recognized that this endeavor was not merely about financial gains, but was vital to the lives of every individual on Earth and the hope for a better future. The pressing issue now is that the coating must be robust enough to withstand any direct impact, Leng Yun stated, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He commanded the system with a tone that brooked no argument. System, Open the marketplace and search for high-strength ballistic coatings. His gaze swept rapidly across the screen, scrutinizing each option. The system presented 3 types of high-performance ballistic coatings: titanium fiber-reinforced, nanocomposite, and self-healing polymer. Long Hao fixed his gaze on the display, a sense of urgency and anxiety coursing through him as he murmured softly, "Which of these 3 will ultimately ensure our safety?" As the screen illuminated, 3 options appeared, with the system systematically listing the names of high-performance ballistic coatings. Behold, the first is titanium fiber-reinforced, exceptionally impact-resistant. The second is nanocomposite, with tightly packed molecules that better prevent penetration. And lastly, the remarkable self-healing polymer, capable of self-repair after sustaining damage. The mechanical voice of the system echoed relentlessly in his ears. It is advised to procure a mixture of all 3 coatings, as this combination will effectively defend against all types of missile attacks currently on Earth, including the upgraded versions of the little boy. Long Hao's gaze was profound as he focused intently on the screen, internally wrestling with a blend of hesitation and resolve. He inhaled deeply and, addressing the microphone, issued his command with a calm yet unwavering tone. "Very well. We shall proceed as per the system's recommendation. We cannot afford any missteps to ensure the absolute security of the space elevator." Long Hao's eyes pierced through the barrier of the display, resting upon the cold, indifferent lines of system text. His voice resonated with strength, embodying an urgent quest for solutions. "System, are there any precautions to consider when using these 3 coatings?" he inquired, furrowing his brow as he contemplated potential risks. The system maintained its consistently calm demeanor. "The application of the coatings is quite intuitive. You simply need to apply or spray them evenly onto the surfaces requiring protection to form a robust protective layer." Long Hao nodded slightly, unwilling to overlook even the minutest detail, aware that he must construct an impregnable defense for the space elevator to ensure absolute reliability. He resolved to meticulously study the detailed technical specifications of each coating. "I need to know every structural detail of the space elevator, and the thickness of each layer of coating must be precisely controlled. After all, we are not merely engaging in ordinary painting, but safeguarding the future energy of Earth." His tone carried an undeniable firmness. While speaking, Long Hao was already browsing through the progressively unfolding detailed technical documents on the touchscreen. The files contained everything from the coating application process to the dry film thickness. He perused the information, occasionally pausing to gently touch specific technical indicators. He understood that appropriately applying these coatings to every corner of the space elevator was a crucial step in the defense strategy. "What else must we do? Is merely applying these coatings sufficient?" he asked the system once more, seeking reassurance that nothing had been overlooked. The system retained its emotionless tone. "In addition to the coatings, you will need to integrate an intelligent sensing layer, which can monitor the state of the coatings in real time, ensuring timely alerts in the event of potential threats and activating corresponding protective mechanisms." A flicker of vigilance crossed Long Hao's eyes. He recognized that this was not the end, but undoubtedly a pivotal step towards unwavering security. He spoke slowly into the microphone. "Then let us commence. We shall make these coatings the most formidable shield for the space elevator." Within the depths of the technical documentation, Long Hao's furrowed brow gradually unfurled, for he knew that these coatings would endow the space elevator with the energy and intelligence needed to withstand any conceivable threat. He finally resolved to command his team to implement this foolproof protection plan. Long Hao understood that, in the face of increasingly complex security threats, merely relying on bulletproof coatings was insufficient. It was imperative to adopt more advanced countermeasures. The incorporation of an intelligent sensing layer would enhance the precision and efficiency of the space elevator's defense system, enabling automated monitoring, early warning, and rapid response. Upon making this decision, Long Hao hesitated not. He immediately contacted the head of the Military Research Center, relaying the existing data and research findings through an urgent channel. He elaborated on the significance of the high-performance bulletproof coatings and the intelligent sensing layer, underscoring the necessity of this technology for the space elevator. "I entrust you with the formulas for these coatings, the production processes, and the design principles of the intelligent sensing layer. I hope you can initiate large-scale production in the shortest time possible," Long Hao asserted firmly over the communicator. Upon grasping the situation, the head of the Military Research Center swiftly mobilized the finest technical team to begin studying the technical materials provided by Long Hao, planning to launch a rapid production line. "Understood, Commander Long. We have received all relevant materials and will immediately initiate the emergency production plan." We recognize the importance of this for the space elevator and assure you that we will not disappoint your expectations, the head responded. Unbeknownst to Long Hao, once the production of the coatings was completed in secrecy, they were utilized not only for the space elevator, but also in various military domains, such as aircraft carriers. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 159. The interactive docking of the space elevator. Long Hao presents the smooth progress of the space elevator project to the people of the nation. The military of Huaxia also conducted a live broadcast on global communication channels, proclaiming Huaxia's achievements in this field to the entire world. Within the official Huaxia live stream, the host excitedly explains, "Dear viewers, you can observe the interstellar warships, aglow with the light of future technology, ascending into the cosmos. They carry a bulletproof coating personally developed by Commander Long Hao, which provides our space elevator with formidable protection." The visuals during the broadcast are both shocking and magnificent. As the interstellar warships glide through the vastness of space, and the specialized steel cables emit an eerie glow in the space environment, experts in the studio meticulously interpret the technical challenges of the space elevator project and its significant implications for lunar resource extraction. With each technological innovation, public trust in the space elevator project continues to grow across Huaxia and indeed the world. There is a burgeoning anticipation for the arrival of a new era of helium-3 energy from the moon. In the control center led by Long Hao, the technical team members work diligently and methodically. Long Hao stands before a colossal holographic screen, his gaze fixed intently on the simulated operation trajectory of the space elevator. He commands with a firm voice, "Initiate the interactive docking procedure for the space elevator system." As the command is issued, the massive engines of the ground control center emit a steady roar, and the immense mechanical traction force causes the elevator cabin to ascend gradually, achieving a flawless docking with the probe. In that moment, the atmosphere in the control center becomes palpably tense, with every individual fixated on the real-time fluctuations of data and the minute movements of the holographic imagery. The successful completion of the docking elicits a round of applause, marking a pivotal milestone in the construction of the space elevator. A hint of satisfaction crosses Long Hao's face, though he refrains from displaying excessive pride. He understands that the true challenges are only just beginning. System self-check. Long Hao commands once more. Instantly, a series of self-check procedures appears on the control center's workstation, with computers at various levels automatically initiating analyses of the power systems, structural stress, navigation accuracy, and the performance of the bulletproof coating and intelligent sensing layers. Moments later, the self-check program concludes its assessments, with data pulsating one after another, yet without any alarm signals. This indicates that all systems of the space elevator have completed their tasks accurately. Report to the commander. The self-check results indicate that everything is normal, confirms the monitoring engineer. Long Hao nods, aware that this is merely the beginning. The road ahead remains long, yet this initial success is undoubtedly inspiring. He adjusts his posture with gravity, observing the holographic screen with a blend of confidence and caution, ready to confront the challenges that lie ahead. Continue monitoring and allow for no oversight. Long Hao's voice resonated with strength as he prepared to guide the next phase of this monumental endeavor. Taking a deep breath, he maintained an astonishing calmness within. Despite having just achieved a historic breakthrough, he turned to his anxious deputy commander and said with steady assurance, "Comrade, the next mission is entrusted to you. Please ensure the continued stable operation of the space elevator." The deputy commander stood tall and saluted with precision, affirming, "Rest assured, Commander, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Long Hao nodded slightly and turned towards the gate leading to the stars. Clad in a custom-designed spacesuit from the Ministry of Defense, adorned with an honor medal on his chest, he walked with determined composure. The surrounding personnel cast admiring glances, fully aware that Long Hao was about to embark on his journey back to Earth. Chapter 160. Returning to Earth. As Long Hao prepared to enter the space elevator cabin, he cast a final glance behind him to ensure that all necessary instructions had been clearly conveyed. Only then did he press the button to open the cabin door. With a gentle mechanical whir, the door of the space elevator cabin slowly parted, welcoming him inside. Behind this transparent window lies a marvel of technology, designed specifically for passengers afflicted with acrophobia. Should they feel discomfort, a mere touch of a nearby button would instantly transform the external view into a holographic panorama, offering a selection of serene underwater worlds, majestic mountains, and the star-studded cosmos among other enchanting scenes. Such an immersive experience was sufficient to momentarily distract one from the reality of traversing the space elevator en route to Earth. The speed of this journey was meticulously calibrated for a smooth experience, with the entire transit from the Moon to the Blue Planet taking a mere 3.85 hours. This design took human tolerance into full consideration. Although theoretically faster speeds were attainable, comfort and safety prevailed. As the elevator descended gradually, Long Hao found himself engulfed in a wave of emotion. His unwavering confidence in the successful operation of the space elevator was not only a source of personal pride in his technological prowess, but also a testament to the hard work of his entire team. While individual glory held its significance, leading the nation of Huaxia, and indeed the world, into a new era of space exploration was the true ambition that fueled his aspirations. His gaze pierced through the darkness of outer space, as if already touching the dreams of the future. The voice of the Huaxia Control Center echoed within the cabin. "Commander, all is proceeding smoothly, and the journey back to Earth is safe." "Understood," Long Hao replied succinctly, his eyes shimmering with boundless anticipation for what lay ahead. He switched off the intercom, redirecting his thoughts toward Earth. He recognized that this voyage home symbolized not merely a physical return, but a significant step toward embracing the role of a leader. Huaxia, the world, and even distant stars constituted the vast stage he was soon to confront. Every action he undertook was dedicated to safeguarding and nurturing this beautiful homeland, striving to realize humanity's grander dreams and endeavors. Seated quietly within the space elevator cabin, Long Hao descended steadily, his heart prepared to embrace the challenges awaiting him on Earth and the dawn of an entirely new era. For those awaiting his return, the 3.85-hour journey felt excruciatingly long, yet the live broadcast of Long Hao's return firmly captivated audiences worldwide. As Long Hao appeared before the camera, a thunderous applause erupted from the control center, with many viewers rising to their feet, their eyes glued to the screen. Thanks to effective prior promotion, global netizens had eagerly prepared, mirroring the anticipation of a New Year countdown as they gathered before the live broadcast. Leading up to this moment, many nations had conducted extensive explanations to educate the public on the significance of the space elevator and the importance of this experiment. Upon Long Hao's emergence from the elevator cabin, the live stream's comment section erupted, flooded with messages in myriad languages. As everyone engaged in discussions about this monumental space elevator experiment, official media from various countries also bestowed high praise upon the event, heralding it as a new milestone for humanity's journey into the cosmos. Many netizens have expressed that this event is one of the most significant moments in their lives, with some even suggesting it could be compared to humanity's moon landing. Major social media platforms have been inundated with news about the space elevator, and numerous users have conveyed their relief and pride in the success of the experiment. Scientists are particularly exhilarated. A physicist named Peter Martin articulated on his personal social media that this marks a monumental achievement for the scientific community. The space elevator will fundamentally transform our approach to space exploration. Its implications are profound, and together we shall advance towards the stars and the vast oceans of the cosmos. The image of Long Hao has rapidly gained popularity on social media, with many likening him to heroes from science fiction films. Some comments have dubbed him the real-life Iron Man, while others have declared this experiment as the dawn of our cosmic era. International partners have extended their congratulations to China, with NASA even publishing an article on its official website, elaborating on the significance of this event and expressing anticipation for future international space cooperation. Meanwhile, colleagues at the Chinese Control Center, amidst applause and cheers, have begun to outline plans for future space exploration, with Long Hao standing among the crowd, his gaze profound, already envisioning a new chapter in the universe. Chapter 161, the launch of the space elevator upon returning to Earth and undergoing a series of necessary recuperative adjustments. Long Hao attended a grand press conference at the behest of the Chinese authorities. This event was designed to announce the successful implementation of the space elevator project to the world and to contemplate the magnificent blueprint for future interstellar exploration. The venue for the press conference was abuzz with representatives from various global media outlets, reflecting the international community's keen interest in China's space program. Clad in formal attire, Long Hao ascended the podium, his commanding presence and an air of enigmatic allure instantly capturing the attention of all cameras. In his succinct opening remarks, Long Hao, on behalf of the Chinese government, declared that the space elevator project had not only successfully completed its experimental mission but was also fully prepared to embark on a new era of space exploration. He underscored that the successful operation of the space elevator would fundamentally transform humanity's approach to space exploration, heralding the dawn of a new cosmic age. During the question and answer segment of the press conference, a journalist was the first to raise his hand. Upon being acknowledged, he stood and posed his inquiry to Long Hao. "Mr. Long, could you elaborate on the advanced technologies incorporated within the space elevator? How do you maintain composure during such a rapid ascent? Is it comfortable?" His question undoubtedly resonated with the curiosity of many present. Long Hao allowed a slight smile to emerge, revealing a rare sense of approachability. "Among the advanced technologies you mentioned, one is the intelligent gravity field adjustment system, which simulates an environment of nearly normal Earth gravity during the vertical ascent, alleviating any discomfort associated with acceleration." He paused briefly, surveying the audience before continuing. "Moreover, the air pressure, carbon dioxide levels, and temperature and humidity within the elevator cabin are continuously monitored and automatically adjusted, providing us with a remarkably comfortable living environment." Regarding the glass walls, another journalist eagerly interjected. "Indeed," Long Hao interposed, responding with poise. "The panoramic glass walls on the inside of the cabin are indeed breathtaking. They allow passengers to enjoy unobstructed views of the cosmic splendor and are equipped with smart displays that can present various information based on programmed settings. For instance, as the elevator ascends, it will showcase topographical data of Earth in a three-dimensional format, allowing passengers to comprehend the corresponding scientific data of their location, as well as display the elevator's speed and environmental data." A representative from NASA raised his hand to signal for attention and, upon receiving the floor, directly inquired about safety measures. "What considerations has China made regarding the safety protocols of the space elevator?" Long Hao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied earnestly. "First and foremost, our elevator system employs a multi-layered redundancy self-monitoring mechanism capable of automatically detecting and correcting any deviations during the elevator's operation. Additionally, we have utilized the most advanced materials and structural designs to ensure that both the elevator cabin and its cables possess exceptional strength and durability." He paused again, allowing the audience a moment to absorb this information. "Most importantly, we have established an exceptionally rigorous monitoring and rescue system, which includes real-time surveillance of every stage of the operation, alongside standby elevator cabins prepared to address any potential malfunctions." Long Hao's response undoubtedly provided reassurance to those concerned about safety issues. He further revealed that the commercialization of the space elevator is already in the planning stages, with expectations that, in the near future, space travel will become a reality, allowing the general public to experience the extraordinary journey of escaping Earth's gravitational pull. Moreover, it will offer unparalleled convenience for scientific research, significantly advancing space technology and enabling humanity to venture deeper and further into the cosmos. During the press conference, Long Hao also addressed inquiries regarding international collaboration. He expressed that China is willing to share this monumental technological achievement of the space elevator with friendly nations and actively promote international cooperation. He believes that the space elevator will not only set a new benchmark for the space capabilities of various countries, but also serve as a vital link for international collaboration. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, with many eyes sparkling with excitement. Today's announcement signified a declaration to the world that a new era of limitless possibilities in space exploration is gradually unfolding. Each step taken will leave a mark of human wisdom and courage. With the conclusion of the press conference, a new chapter of exploration and discovery has officially commenced under China's leadership. Long Hao stood before the podium, gazing at the vast sky beyond the venue. He knew this was merely the beginning. The door to humanity's insatiable curiosity and dreams about the universe has just begun to open for him, for China, and for all humankind. Chapter 162. The deployment of the Star Destroyer. Long Hao entered a chamber equipped with advanced communication devices, where an atmosphere of solemnity and tension permeated the air. He was acutely aware that at this moment, he was about to embark on a new chapter in human history. He slowly took his seat in the swivel chair, the holographic screen before him flickering with lights that awaited connection. The telephone lines had long been connected through encrypted military channels. He took a deep breath and initiated the communication protocol. After layers of signal encryption and identity verification, the visage of General Wang appeared on the screen. General Wang's countenance was resolute, his eyes emanating an undeniable authority. Yet they also betrayed a subtle admiration and trust towards Long Hao. Long Hao's gaze was unwavering as he met the holographic screen. His tone imbued with an air of resolute determination. Chief of Staff Wang, the Star Destroyer we previously planned has successfully passed all preliminary tests. I propose it is time to commence its deployment on the moon. Wang's expression momentarily stiffened, indicating deep contemplation, and then he slowly nodded. Long Hao, I have already considered your proposal. After a multifaceted evaluation, I concur with your assessment. The military is prepared to support your plan. We believe this will further strengthen our space defense capabilities and provide an additional layer of security. I understand, Long Hao replied, a spark of courage illuminating his eyes. Deploying the Star Destroyer is a crucial step in safeguarding our space elevator and expanding our influence in the cosmos. I assure you, this mission will be executed with the utmost efficiency and safety standards. Wang gently nodded. Very well. However, you are aware that such a decision and action will inevitably stir waves on the international stage. We must maintain confidentiality while also preparing diplomatic measures to mitigate any potential tensions. Long Hao smiled slightly. Exuding confidence, I have already assigned my team to prepare the relevant plans. We will communicate with our allies prior to implementation to ensure they comprehend our intentions. As for the international community, we shall present ourselves as advocates for peace, under the guise of scientific research and defense, to minimize unnecessary misunderstandings. Wang regarded him with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Excellent, Long Hao, you have always been my most trusted confidant. I entrust you with the execution of this plan. Remember, all actions must ensure the smooth progress of the space elevator project, for it is paramount to the future of our nation. Yes, Chief of Staff Wang, I understand. The weight of responsibility on Long Hao's shoulders grew heavier, yet he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with pride at the prospect of undertaking such a significant mission for his country. The two men shared a profound gaze, the light from the holographic screen gradually fading as the communication concluded. Yet, the air within the room seemed to grow even more intense. Long Hao silently rose to his feet, acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities, but equally cognizant that this was the future he had long aspired to. He was determined to exert every necessary effort to realize it. Long Hao's gaze was steady and profound, filled with an immense sense of pride. The name Star Destroyer itself signified dominion and deterrence among the stars. Despite being bestowed with this honor by the system for his outstanding performance and remarkable achievements, he understood that this technology should not reside solely in his hands. He gifted it to the military, recognizing that sharing and enhancing the strategic position of the entire nation was of paramount importance. The air within the high-level military conference room was thick with an atmosphere of rigor and confidentiality. The presence of the annihilation cannon did not incite any commotion. All the officers witnessed this moment with extraordinary composure, fully aware of the weapon's significance. Once activated, its capacity to alter the course of battle would serve as the deepest deterrent to their adversaries. The technical team busily integrated the annihilation cannon system into the lunar base's control framework. Removed from the clamor and distractions of Earth, this silent war machine, with its superior intelligence and formidable firepower, erected an indomitable space-based defense line for the planet. The annihilation cannon required no intricate controls. Its intelligent targeting system, powered by advanced artificial intelligence, could instantaneously analyze and assess any threats emanating from space. Its wide-angle beam could encompass a substantial airspace within mere seconds, even anticipating and intercepting enemy attack trajectories before they reached their target. Once everything was in place, within the serene stillness of the Sea of Tranquility on the moon, this weapon system, representing the pinnacle of technological advancement, stood vigilantly over Earth. Humanity's safety was further fortified by this extraordinary technology. Long Hao's generous endowment and the military's efficient deployment, at this moment, became a robust support for human civilization's foothold among the stars. And Long Hao, as the designer and strategist behind this beam, had his name indelibly etched in the annals of human history. Chapter 163, awarding first-class merit. The indoor lighting was dim, with only a blue geometric projection lamp casting vague shadows on the central circular table, creating a contemplative tranquility. The atmosphere in the high-level military conference room was thick with an unprecedented weight, akin to the rarefied air of the profound cosmos. The expressions of the senior leaders from Huaxia, gathered around the table, were interwoven with anticipation and unease, their gazes fixed on the central display screens, where the stark and powerful character's annihilation cannon flickered ominously. The fluorescent map hanging on the wall revealed a starry expanse of outer space, seemingly foretelling an impending upheaval. The officials furrowed their brows in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to believe the astounding technological achievements concealed behind what appeared to be simple text. This revolutionary scientific breakthrough in unparalleled military technology would undoubtedly significantly influence the power dynamics across the stars. The enormous display screen acted as a mirror, reflecting the distorted shadows of their faces, filled with dreams of the future and a yearning for victory. The bronze ceiling bore flags that swayed gently in the flow of air, the emblem of Huaxia whispering of national glory and responsibility. This formidable technology, capable of substantially enhancing their strategic position and international influence in the vast cosmos, was undoubtedly a supreme gift meticulously prepared by Long Hao for the nation of Huaxia. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the proposal was swiftly submitted to the military authorities and received approval from the higher-ups. This decision signified Huaxia's formal acceptance of the technology, designating it as a top-tier strategic weapon for the nation. Concurrently, the authorities decided to award Long Hao with a first-class merit citation for his outstanding contributions to military scientific research. In the capital's most magnificent banquet hall, the resplendent lights dazzled brilliantly, while the opulent crystal chandeliers and towering red-gold screens accentuated the solemnity of the occasion. Each guest, adorned in formal attire, stood in reverence within this hall that had witnessed countless historical moments, the air thick with solemnity and admiration. The national leader ascended the stage slowly, cradling a radiant metal that glimmered under the iridescent morning light filtering through layered curtains, exuding an air of profound solemnity, as if encapsulating the essence of millennia of civilization. In that moment, under the gaze of the multitude, the leader gently placed the medal, symbolizing the pinnacle of scientific military merit, upon Long Hao's chest, signifying the utmost recognition of his efforts for the nation. As the medal descended inch by inch, the hall erupted into a thunderous applause, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, a deafening tribute to Long Hao's selfless dedication and extraordinary achievements. The accolades and praises reverberated through the banquet hall, ensuring that Long Hao's name would be eternally etched in the glorious annals of Huaxia's stellar history. Yet, as glory descended upon him, Long Hao's heart experienced a different sentiment. Standing on the award platform, the brilliance of the first-class merit medal shining upon his chest, he was enveloped by the echoes of admiration and sighs. In the nation, there is a saying, one stands to receive third-class merit, sits for second-class merit, and lies down for first-class merit, underscoring the rarity and weightiness of such an honor. It is widely acknowledged that those who attain such esteemed honors often measure their sacrifices and endeavors against the scales of national interest, yielding a weighty significance. However, today, Long Hao neither reclines in the glory bestowed upon him, nor does he feel any semblance of comfort. He stands tall, his gaze piercing, acutely aware that what he bears is not merely the honor itself, but a solemn vow of responsibility for the future. With this first-class medal of merit, he becomes the new chapter in his family's genealogy. As he gently caresses the medal upon his chest, a ripple of emotion stirs within him. This accolade signifies not only recognition of his past achievements, but also embodies the expectations for the path ahead. He understands that regardless of how treacherous the road may be, he will shine as brilliantly as this medal, illuminating the future of Huaxia and contributing to the nation's illustrious narrative. Some cheer, while others applaud thunderously. Long Hao's name reverberates through the air, yet it does not evoke pride or satisfaction within him. He recognizes that this is merely the beginning. His team has greater aspirations yet to pursue. His gaze gradually shifts from the awarding platform to the twinkling starlit horizon beyond the window, igniting an ever-growing fervor within his heart. He firmly believes that as long as they exert their utmost efforts, they shall undoubtedly create more miracles beneath the Huaxia stars, allowing this honor to serve as the starting point for future monumental achievements. Chapter 164. The Alliance of Reno Star, a series of crisp notification sounds reverberated through the office, abruptly illuminating the serene atmosphere as the Star Chat system flickered to life. On the screen appeared the holographic image of Ivra, the envoy from Reno Star. Though her visage appeared somewhat hazy through the interstellar transmission, the joy radiating from her eyes was unmistakably vivid. She informed Long Hao that, bolstered by vital resources, specifically a shipment of high-energy food provided by Blue Star, the tide of battle on Reno Star had turned, resulting in a resounding victory. With the dust of war settling, the planet that once languished in shadows now welcomed the dawn of peace once again. Long Hao's voice remained calm, yet courteous. Lady Ivra, your uplifting news has rendered today as sunlight even more radiant. The peace of Reno Star is equally significant to us. I am delighted that Blue Star could assist you in your endeavors. I am curious to know what plans Reno Star has in the aftermath of the conflict. Is there an intention to further deepen our collaboration? Ivra's image graced the screen, her forehead adorned with the distinctive emblem of the battle star, symbolizing victory and peace for Reno Star. Her voice resonated through the communicator, clear and resolute. Mr. Long Hao, I convey the deepest gratitude of Reno Star to you. Your assistance indeed played a pivotal role in our triumph. In the wake of the conflict, our foremost task is to rebuild our homeland and restore the livelihoods and economic order of our people. We wish to maintain a friendly cooperative relationship with Blue Star and hope to delve further into resource sharing, technological exchange, and economic collaboration. Long Hao nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This was precisely what he had hoped for, while the conflict on Reno Star had concluded. The doors to collaboration were just beginning to open. Let us embark on a new chapter. I will ensure that my team engages in detailed discussions with your representatives regarding the material aid and technological support that Reno Star requires, all of which we are willing to provide within our means. Our objective is mutual prosperity and the sharing of peace. Ivra acknowledged with a polite nod. During these challenging times, the names of Blue Star and Long Hao have become deeply ingrained in the hearts of every inhabitant of Reno Star. We look forward to crafting a splendid future with you. As the communication came to an end, Long Hao stood in the command center, his back to the vast expanse of the starry sky, envisioning the blueprint for future cooperation with Reno Star. He grasped the value of peace and understood that challenges are inextricably linked with opportunities. He believed that as long as both parties joined hands, they could together forge a more tranquil and prosperous interstellar community. It was a fascinating narrative twist. The food provided by Blue Star had dramatically altered the outcome of the war. This development added further drama and unexpected turns to the story, potentially having profound implications for subsequent events and character relationships. Ivra's words stirred gratitude within Long Hao, evoking memories of the days when he had issued directives to Johnny to construct the Star Network platform. That had been a moment of great ambition, a time when he sought to unlock the gates of interstellar trade, transforming the mountain of gold in his possession into tangible capital for global networking. These scenes whirled through his mind like a revolving lantern. He not only seized the business opportunity, but also forged an entirely new legend of wealth for Blue Star. Chapter 165. Recycling and Reutilization. Long Hao gently pressed the communicator between his fingers, a subtle determination etched upon his face. A crisp mechanical voice emanated from the device. Communication connected. Please speak. General Wang Quan. This is Long Hao, he stated nonchalantly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. On the other end, the voice of General Wang from the military department carried a hint of casualness. Oh, Mr. Long Hao. What new trade plans do you have this time? Long Hao refrained from providing a direct answer. Fully aware of his intentions, I have heard that our aircraft and artillery have undergone upgrades, rendering the old models obsolete. What do you intend to do with this batch of equipment? After a brief silence, Wang Quan's response was not unexpected. Those outdated military supplies have typically been sold at scrap prices, disposed of efficiently. Scrap, is it? Long Hao raised an eyebrow. While technology on Blue Star advances rapidly, these so-called scraps are, in fact, invaluable resources that other nations find hard to procure. Indeed, it is rather unfortunate, Long Hao continued, maintaining his composure. Since the military has no further plans for utilization, why not authorize me to list them on the StarNet platform? We could circulate these resources more efficiently, generating additional revenue for both the military and Blue Star. Wang Quan seemed to hesitate for a moment, weighing the feasibility of the proposal. Ultimately, he recognized Long Hao's exceptional insight in business. Very well, I understand. I shall report your suggestion to the military. Once the call ended, a triumphant smile graced Long Hao's lips. He was unconcerned about the influence of the StarNet platform, for it was already among the largest trading networks on Blue Star. His ambitions extended beyond merely disposing of this military equipment. More importantly, through this operation, he could expand his influence into the realm of interstellar arms trade. Such an opportunity was undoubtedly a rare commercial prospect for Long Hao. Subsequently, he issued a series of directives, instructing his team to conduct a thorough investigation into the specifications, performance, and potential market value of the military supplies. Once everything was prepared, this batch of equipment would shine with its intrinsic value on the StarNet platform. Long Hao understood that at some future juncture, these seemingly insignificant pieces could play an irreplaceable role on the grand interstellar chessboard. Long Hao summoned Johnny to his office, where the interstellar map before them cast a mysterious atmosphere in the dim light. Johnny listened quietly and attentively, aware that when Long Hao called her, it often signified a significant task. "I have a new idea," Long Hao stated confidently and succinctly, articulating his new strategy. "Are you familiar with the marketing approach of Pinduoduo? They attract more traffic and consumer participation by allowing users to bargain when making purchases." Johnny nodded, indicating her understanding. As an emerging e-commerce model on Earth, Pinduoduo had achieved explosive growth in a short period through its unique blend of social interaction and commerce. "I intend to apply this strategy to the StarNet platform," Long Hao continued, particularly concerning the military supplies that have been phased out. "We can allow users to negotiate the prices of these products, which will not only enhance the enjoyment of transactions but also significantly boost user engagement and sales." Johnny's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed an innovative concept. Although the Star Network platform is already the largest trading network in Blue Star, maintaining innovation in the face of numerous competitors remains crucial for capturing the market. "I understand, Mr. Long Hao," Johnny said, rising with a sense of purpose. "I will immediately organize the team to commence execution. From market research to the implementation of promotional strategies, we will ensure that each step is precise and efficient." Chapter 166, The Delivery of the Space-Time Gate. Long Hao browsed through the Star Network, seeking an efficient and reliable delivery solution to solidify consumer confidence in their decision to purchase decommissioned military equipment. At that moment, he noticed a product named Space-Time Gate, which boasted a miraculous function akin to Doraemon's dimensional door, capable of swiftly transporting goods from one coordinate to another. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, traditional transport methods for military supplies were laborious and time-consuming. The application of high-tech products like the Space-Time Gate would undoubtedly generate a tremendous market response, perfectly aligning with the innovative brand image of the Star Network. Without delay, Long Hao dispatched a directive to Johnny: immediately investigate the feasibility of the Space-Time Gate, including its technological principles, safety, costs, and potential for large-scale application in military sales on the Star Network platform. If viable, this will redefine our logistics system and create an unprecedented buyer experience. Reclining in his chair, he clasped his hands across his chest, a confident smile gracing his lips. If this technology could indeed be operational, interstellar trade would undergo a revolutionary transformation. He had already begun to conceive advertising slogans for the Star Network platform utilizing this technology: cross-national transactions, instantaneous and unimpeded. The Star Network partners with you to forge a boundless new era of trade. Johnny possessed an almost flawless insight into marketing. She understood the significance of stimulation and engagement in captivating transactions. Consequently, she issued precise instructions to the cybersecurity team, employing advanced hacking techniques to selectively promote the military equipment's promotional materials to the internal networks of department leaders managing procurement across various planets and nations. This targeted strategy ensured the efficiency and relevance of information dissemination while avoiding advertisements reaching the general populace. Within the sophisticated internal networks, department leaders found themselves deeply captivated by this innovative marketing approach. The advertisement featured an interstellar platform interface that required a password for access, showcasing intricate images of military equipment. Only after the leaders successfully validated their credentials would they witness an engaging animation: a virtual character representing the procurement department wielding a lightsaber, striking at a price tag, resulting in a lightning-fast incision and an immediate price reduction, embodying the interactive enjoyment of bargaining. Amid this targeted promotion, policymakers from different nations began to engage and support this novel shopping method, gradually easing regulatory scrutiny over the emerging marketing techniques on the Star Network platform. Meanwhile, conservative government departments cautiously commenced their research and evaluation of this strategy to ascertain its potential application within their countries and its implications for public safety. The transaction volume on the Star Network surged due to this precise promotional campaign. While monitoring data flows and feedback, Johnny continually refined her strategies, emphasizing the legality and targeting of the promotions, making timely adjustments to ensure the safety and confidentiality of the information dissemination. She understood that by the time the marketing impact peaked, she must be prepared for the next phase of the market offensive. In the realm of interstellar trade, innovative strides and measured risks often serve as the keys to unlocking boundless possibilities for the future. Task 1. Collaborate with the nation to develop a space aircraft carrier. Task 2. Construct a star-killing cannon in a suitable location. Rewards include a 1,000-meter aperture spherical radio telescope, blueprints for a 6th-generation fighter jet, and designs for the Kuanping 3rd-generation aircraft. All rewards pertain to the future autonomous research and development technologies of Huagua. Given the current technological limitations, the design blueprints are awarded to the host. The products of this reward can be upgraded and transformed within the existing production line without the need to establish a new research and development production line. Chapter 167. The pre-clearance of 5th-generation aircraft. The following day, at an aircraft production base, Wang Haoxiang, a remarkably talented fighter jet development expert, was filled with indescribable excitement and elation upon learning that Long Hao, the mastermind behind the design of the space mothership and the Star Destroyer, was soon to visit his workplace. For Wang Haoxiang, Long Hao transcended mere nomenclature. He epitomized the ultimate pursuit of technological excellence and boundless possibilities, representing the pinnacle of the expertise he had long aspired to attain. The prospect of engaging in direct discourse with such a legendary figure stirred an ineffable sense of pride within Wang Haoxiang. This was a moment of glory for him as a researcher, and it heralded that, with Long Hao's arrival, this base would be indelibly etched in the annals of future technological history. Within the spacious and technologically advanced aircraft production line, Wang Haoxiang confidently guided Long Hao, surrounded by industrious engineers and an array of intricate machinery. With immense pride, he gestured towards a freshly produced 5th-generation fighter jet, elaborating on its cutting-edge technologies, such as the application of stealth coatings, supersonic cruising capabilities, and the performance of this model in contemporary warfare. This is our pride. The 5th-generation fighter, Wang Haoxiang declared with a beaming smile. In modern aerial combat, it plays an irreplaceable role. Long Hao surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting upon the 5th-generation fighter jet glimmering with a frigid sheen. He gently shook his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, seemingly unimpressed by Wang Haoxiang's pride. The 5th-generation fighter is an outdated aircraft. It should be sold, Long Hao stated, his words transforming the previously buoyant atmosphere of the production line into an abrupt silence. His voice, though not loud, resonated with unyielding conviction, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Wang Haoxiang stood frozen, his smile faltering. He could scarcely believe his ears. This legendary figure at the forefront of technology had so casually dismissed the fruits of their relentless labor. Are you serious? We have invested countless efforts and resources. This represents the toil of several generations, Wang Haoxiang exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Long Hao replied with unwavering firmness. I acknowledge your efforts, but the advancement of technology is merciless. We must gaze toward a distant future rather than linger in the shadows of past achievements. With his face flushed and emotions running high, Wang Haoxiang retorted, are the efforts of generations to be so easily discarded? These aircraft symbolize not only our glory but also our dreams and sweat. Long Hao's tone softened slightly, yet remained formal. I have already submitted the design schematics for the 6th-generation aircraft to the military. Once the feasibility is established, these 5th-generation models will be prepared for sale to the Camel's Nation. Do not invest too much meticulous effort. They will not cherish it. Moreover, this is the inevitable trend of technological evolution. We must at least relinquish our past achievements to ascend to new heights. As Wang Haoxiang's anger was tempered by reason, he gradually regained his composure. Then, what should we do next? Long Hao, with his gaze fixed on the horizon as if glimpsing the future, proclaimed, embracing challenges is our mission. We must concentrate our resources on the development of 6th-generation fighter jets and more advanced weapon systems. Let our past achievements serve as stepping stones toward a more resplendent future. Wang Haoxiang seemed to hear a distant thunder, uncertain whether it heralded an impending storm or the fierce clash of technological rivalry. He pondered Long Hao's words repeatedly, feeling a surge of inexplicable confusion and unease within. Yet, he swiftly cast aside these emotions, reminding himself that he must not show weakness in the face of legend. He must strive to make a significant impact. Chapter 168. The Boundless Sword. A few weeks later, news arrived regarding the new project led by Wang Haoxiang, announcing that the higher-ups had approved Long Hao's plan for the export of the 5th-generation fighter. He was to be appointed as the chief responsible for the new 6th-generation aircraft, aptly named the Boundless Sword. This notification represented both a challenge and a commendation for Wang Haoxiang. He felt an exhilarating rush of blood. His dreams were no longer distant, as an unexpected opportunity lay before him. Nevertheless, he was entirely in the dark about the boundless sword, as all information surrounding it was shrouded in utmost secrecy. With even his colleagues knowing little, a mix of curiosity and doubt stirred within him, yet he harbored the fervor to rewrite history. Standing within the vast hangar, Wang Haoxiang was overwhelmed with excitement. The first prototype of the sixth-generation fighter, the boundless sword, had finally been assembled, towering before him with sleek lines and an imposing presence. Akin to a beast poised for flight, brimming with untapped power and potential. The design philosophy of the boundless sword emphasized extreme stealth and versatility, employing advanced stealth technologies far superior to the previous generation. Its surface coating effectively absorbed and scattered radar waves, with nearly all edges crafted into sharp, angled surfaces to significantly minimize radar cross-section. Even the faintest radar signals would struggle to discern its silhouette. The aircraft's propulsion system featured cutting-edge high-thrust, low-heat signature vector nozzles, enabling near-instantaneous maneuvers in the air, rendering the boundless sword elusive in aerial combat and virtually silent during supersonic cruising. In terms of avionics, the boundless sword boasted an advanced artificial intelligence-assisted system capable of real-time battlefield data analysis, providing pilots with optimal tactical solutions. Additionally, it could swiftly integrate various systems for electronic warfare, automatic defense, and reconnaissance, seamlessly merging information warfare with physical combat. The weaponry system was top-tier, featuring a stealthy internal weapons bay design capable of carrying a variety of the latest air-to-air, air-to-ground, and even anti-satellite munitions, all without compromising its external stealth profile. Wang Haoxiang brimmed with anticipation, eager to personally test-fly this aircraft, a culmination of cutting-edge technology. He immediately submitted a test flight application to the military, hoping to experience the revolutionary flight capabilities of the boundless sword. His application, akin to a swift stroke of a pen, was almost instantly approved by the military, as if they too were eager to witness the true prowess of the boundless sword. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the runway of the military base. Everything was ready. The hangar doors slowly opened, revealing the secret weapon within. Dressed in his flight suit and donned in armor, Wang Haoxiang strode confidently toward the sixth-generation fighter awaiting its maiden flight. This aircraft, a break from tradition and an amalgamation of advanced technologies, had become a well-known military legend. Approaching the fighter, he gently caressed its cold, smooth surface, feeling as if the aircraft had come to life, sensing his touch, filled with an insatiable yearning for the sky. Wang Haoxiang took a deep breath, and at the sound of a command, the technicians in the hangar commenced the final pre-flight checks. Once confirmed, Wang Haoxiang ascended the ladder and settled into the cockpit of the fighter jet. The sealed cabin door closed, and as he adjusted his seat, his senses immediately engaged in a silent dialogue with the aircraft. On the electronic display ahead, various flight parameters and system statuses unfolded before him. After years of rigorous training, he could effortlessly discern the most critical information at a glance. The sword of the sky, this is our first encounter, and it shall forever remain the most unforgettable moment of my life, Wang Haoxiang silently reflected, ready to embark on this journey of technology and spirit. Chapter 169. The takeoff of the sixth-generation fighter with a resounding command. The engines roared to life, rapidly escalating thrust to its zenith. The fighter jet surged down the runway, and Wang Haoxiang effortlessly pulled back on the control stick. The boundless sword shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, soaring dramatically into the sky, slicing through the horizon. The aerial test flight protocol encompassed maneuvering flights, high and low-speed performance assessments, and weapon systems evaluations, among others. Following the predetermined flight plan, Wang Haoxiang meticulously conducted each test. In a series of demanding maneuvers, the boundless sword exhibited astonishing capabilities. Each close-to-the-air flip and dive heralded the unparalleled superiority of this aircraft. At high altitudes, Wang Haoxiang pushed the aircraft to its limits, engaging in supersonic cruise. The barely audible hum of the engines serving as a silent testament to this national treasure. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon his face, as his heartbeat resonated harmoniously with the pulse of the fighter jet. Inside the cockpit, as the high-speed wind howled around the fuselage, the boundless sword carved through the heavens. Wang Haoxiang remained entirely focused on the instrument panel and the surrounding sea of clouds. Soon, he lightly tapped a series of sleek touchscreens, activating the dialogue system with the aircraft's artificial intelligence. Li Jian, initiate interactive combat simulation. Wang Haoxiang's voice was calm yet resolute. The AI, Li Jian, responded with a subtly mechanical tone, Surprisingly gentle. Confirmed, pilot Wang Haoxiang. Simulated enemy aircraft has been generated, commencing tactical analysis. Set the battlefield scenario to high-intensity electronic interference, adapting to the enemy's moves. Wang Haoxiang adjusted the cockpit settings in preparation for the forthcoming challenges. Li Jian, ever victorious, replied, "Settings complete. It is advisable to employ serpentine maneuvers to evade the enemy's initial assault." As the fighter soared through the azure skies, Wang Haoxiang executed Li Jian's recommendations with precision. The aircraft seeming to come alive under his command, deftly evading simulated attacks. Just as their synergy reached its zenith, Wang Haoxiang established communication with the Air Force Command Center. Air Force Command Center. This is Wang Haoxiang. The AI-assisted systems evaluation and prediction functions are operating normally, and the tactical suggestions are rational and effective. Preparing to enter the next testing phase. Received. Next step, execute precision strike on designated target. Wang Haoxiang's voice echoed through the headset. Though a simple statement, it bore the weight of his unwavering determination and focus. The fighter jet, the Boundless, sword circled at high altitude, the blue and white clouds resembling an audience, witnessing this ultimate display of aerial prowess. Now confirm the target coordinates. Wang Haoxiang's voice remained steady, and the AI system of Li Jian responded in its characteristic mechanical tone. Confirmation? Coordinates: east longitude 117, 24, north latitude 23, 15. Target locked. As Wang Haoxiang prepared to precisely locate the target on the simulation screen, a sharp and severe call from the control tower suddenly pierced through the wind's whispers in his headphones. According to reports from ground observers, an unauthorized, unidentified flying object has entered our airspace. The radar system has malfunctioned and failed to detect it. Wang Haoxiang, immediately halt the test, confirm, and expel the target. This is a combat directive, not a drill. Wang Haoxiang's gaze, penetrating through the cockpit's curved transparent canopy, scanned the distant sky. Apart from the azure gaps revealed between layers of clouds, there was nothing amiss. Yet, he understood that in the skies of his homeland, not even the slightest hint could be overlooked. After acknowledging the control tower's alarm, Wang Haoxiang quickly regained his composure. His right hand gently glided over the fighter's control stick, while he calmly instructed Sword in a steady voice. Activate onboard radar. Initiate a full airspace scan. The mechanical voice of Sword promptly confirmed in his headphones, executing. Almost simultaneously with the issuance of the command, a fighter jet representing the stars and stripes appeared on the radar screen. Its silhouette was unmistakable, with a streamlined body design that had seen little change over generations. Wang Haoxiang immediately issued a warning in the universally recognized language. Attention, unidentified aircraft. You are currently in Huahua airspace without authorization. Please vacate immediately, or we shall be compelled to take military action to escort you out. This is your final warning. He heard a taunting voice emanating from the opposing channel, and without delay, he contacted the Air Force Command Center to request combat mode. The command center indicated that, following international protocol, after 3 warnings, airburst munitions could be employed to incapacitate the aircraft, with the intention of capturing the pilot alive. Furthermore, the latest stealth aircraft from the Stars and Stripes could enhance their own technological advancements. The provocation from the adversary ignited a surge of anger, reverberating in Wang Haoxiang's headphones, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. With a barely contained sense of urgency, he gripped the cockpit's pull ring tightly, straightened his back in the navigation seat, and could almost feel the fervor surging through every cell in his chest. Without hesitation, he pressed the communication button at the front of the cockpit, and the familiar address rushed from his lips like a beacon of urgent call to the Air Force Command Center. Air Force Command Center. Wang Haoxiang is requesting to initiate combat mode. Above the azure skies, I require your command. His words had barely settled when a composed voice from the Air Force Command Center resonated through the receiver. Your request has been acknowledged, Wang Haoxiang. I grant you permission to engage combat mode. However, you must comprehend that should the adversary remain unresponsive, we shall issue 3 warnings in accordance with international protocol before employing airburst munitions to incapacitate the aircraft, with the aim of capturing the pilot from the Stars and Stripes nation alive. Following the response from the command center, Wang Haoxiang furrowed his brow in confusion. Why proceed in this manner? He inquired. The Air Force Command Center replied, acquiring their latest airborne equipment and technological data presents an exceptional opportunity for our research team, potentially leading to a significant enhancement of our capabilities. Wang Haoxiang responded, understood. Chapter 170, The Wolves Have Come. Accompanied by hounds upon receiving instructions from the Air Force Command Center, Wang Haoxiang felt every nerve in his body tighten to an extreme degree. His mind raced, meticulously analyzing the current situation and its associated risks, all while ensuring that his actions adhered strictly to international law. Blade. Switch to combat mode and activate the maneuverable cluster bombing system, he commanded. Confirmed. Switching. Combat mode activated, came the reply. The aircraft assumed a sharper posture. With several compact, yet powerful airburst munitions prepared within its belly bay, Wang Haoxiang clenched his jaw, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Issuing a third warning to the encroaching enemy aircraft. This is your last warning. Leave our airspace immediately. However, the adversary showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, they accelerated further into the airspace of Huagua. Wang Haoxiang recognized the urgency of the situation and understood that after issuing a final warning, he would be permitted to take action. Suppressing his rising tension, he fixed his steely gaze on the enemy aircraft and calmly ordered through the internal communication system, Blade. Activate the electronic jamming system, disrupt enemy communications, and sever their information flow. Confirmed. Activating electronic jamming system. The response from Blade was mechanical and swift. As a series of complex electronic sounds resonated, Wang Haoxiang felt the aircraft's systems become increasingly aggressive under his command. Jamming successful. Enemy communications have been disrupted, and their information flow has been severed, reported the on-board system of Blade. With the activation of the electronic jamming system, the adversary's flight posture exhibited subtle disarray, presenting Wang Haoxiang with the opportunity he sought. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, he took a deep breath and readied the final attack plan. Determined not to overlook any chance to ensure mission success while minimizing damage, he inhaled deeply, silently recalling his mission, and pointed to the launch button, Blade. Lock onto the target and prepare for airburst munition launch. Remember, ensure the pilot's safety and capture the latest stealth aircraft. The AI system of Blade remained composed, its mechanical voice echoing within the cockpit. Target locked. Airburst munition launch preparation complete. With a decisive strike, the airburst munition sliced through the sky like a needlefish, accurately detonating beside the unidentified flying object. The resultant shockwave and pressure caused the enemy aircraft to lose power, gradually descending. Wang Haoxiang promptly notified the search and rescue team while monitoring the enemy aircraft, ensuring the pilot's safety and preparing to capture it at the first opportunity. Through this series of swift and rigorous operations, Wang Haoxiang not only safeguarded the nation's airspace but also provided invaluable tactical data to the country. His calmness and wisdom in the heat of battle exemplified the demeanor of an exceptional fighter pilot. In the United States, within the military conference room, a five-star general sat at the gleaming long table, the atmosphere in the meeting room palpably tense. Across the long table, a row of officers bore solemn expressions, each clutching the latest intelligence reports. The dim light cast deep shadows, reflecting in the profound eyes of the five-star general, revealing a faint glimmer that was hardly discernible. The general slightly lifted the intelligence file in his hand and spoke in a grave tone. According to our spies, today in the southeastern military district, Huagua plans to test a sixth-generation fighter jet. This presents us with a rare opportunity that we must seize. His gaze traversed each officer present, continuing. To ensure we possess a comprehensive understanding of Huagua's military capabilities, I have decided to dispatch our latest generation stealth reconnaissance aircraft for surveillance. This aircraft is equipped with the most advanced stealth technology and reconnaissance equipment, making it exceedingly difficult for Huagua's radar systems to detect its presence. One officer rose, responding with resolute conviction. General, our stealth reconnaissance aircraft has completed its latest adjustments and is ready for immediate deployment. The five-star general nodded, a flicker of determination in his eyes, then let the operation commence at once. This mission is not solely for reconnaissance. It is crucial that we utilize this opportunity to showcase the technological prowess and military resolve of the Star-Spangled Nation. We must demonstrate to Huagua, and indeed to the entire world, that we are continually advancing and will never lag behind. The conference room resonated with firm affirmations, the general's decision igniting a spark of morale within the military ranks. The operation of the stealth reconnaissance aircraft would become a pivotal card in this military contest. This decision by the Star-Spangled Nation was destined to create ripples in the times to come. Chapter 171. The Falcon takes flight inside the cockpit of the stealth reconnaissance aircraft. Lights flickered gently, indicating vital signs. The mission was entrusted to a veteran with unwavering resolve, codenamed Falcon. With over a decade of combat experience, Falcon's exploits were legendary within the ranks of the Star-Spangled Air Force, having flawlessly completed each mission without leaving a trace. As the engine rumbled ominously, the stealth reconnaissance plane glided smoothly before leaping into the sky. Its speed rapidly increased, and in the blink of an eye, it had crossed the border, entering the airspace of the southeastern military district of Huaxia. The clouds at high altitude served as its natural shield, blending seamlessly with the aircraft's structure, rendering it nearly undetectable from the ground. Falcon's gaze was fixed on the screen before him, which displayed an array of surveillance data from the reconnaissance aircraft, ensuring they could approach the testing base in the southeastern military district as closely as possible. He understood the gravity of this operation. Not only was it perilous, but it also held immense strategic significance. Acquiring detailed data on Huaxia's new fighter jets would undoubtedly bestow a considerable strategic advantage upon the Star-Spangled Nation. A ray of sunlight grazed the aircraft's curved surface, yet it remained an invisible stone, soaring silently through the skies, oblivious to the ground radar of Huaxia. Falcon calmly reported via a secure communication channel, "I have reached the designated position. The stealth reconnaissance aircraft is functioning normally, and there are no signs of detection." His voice was devoid of emotional fluctuation, embodying the professionalism, composure, and coldness that characterized his codename. This was the key reason he had never faltered in numerous covert missions. As the stealth reconnaissance aircraft continued its flight, the advanced equipment on board began to collect data comprehensively. Falcon meticulously monitored the military base below, leaving no slightest movement unnoticed. Meanwhile, the radar operators of Huaxia appeared oblivious to the uninvited guest intruding upon their airspace. Yet, Falcon was acutely aware that Huaxia, daring enough to test their new fighter jets at such a sensitive juncture, must have contingency plans in place. He had to remain vigilant. Even the slightest oversight could jeopardize the entire mission. This time, he was not merely tasked with completing the operation, he needed to return alive. As Falcon prepared to gather more intelligence, a sudden voice crackled through the communication channel. It was Wang Haoxiang, laced with evident disdain and a warning to vacate Huaxia's airspace immediately. Faced with Wang Haoxiang's challenge, Falcon smirked derisively, then calmly activated the channel, directly confronting him with a provocation. "Oh, warrior of Huaxia? Is your only recourse to bark orders? If you have the capability, shoot me down. Don't just shout empty threats." His voice, carried through the radio waves, resonated with contempt and confidence in Wang Haoxiang's ears. As an experienced veteran, Falcon felt no trepidation regarding Wang Haoxiang's verbal retort. It was merely another obstacle in the course of his mission. In the uninterrupted stealth flight, Falcon was well aware of the high survivability of his reconnaissance aircraft. In the face of Wang Haoxiang's expulsion, he felt a surge of exhilaration, for it underscored the critical importance of the intelligence he had gathered. With a dismissive motion, he set down the receiver, allowing his gaze to return to the screen before him. His fingers danced lightly over the joystick, redirecting his focus to the mission at hand. To him, the airspace of Huaxia was not merely a battleground for executing tasks, but a stage to showcase his exceptional flying prowess. As a member of the Air Force of the Star-Spangled Nation, he was determined to demonstrate that their technology and valor were unparalleled. In this tense moment, he felt an unprecedented pressure. The countless red dots flashing on the onboard radar plunged him into a state of confusion and panic. Logically, the radar system of a stealth reconnaissance aircraft was meticulously designed to minimize false alarms. Moreover, based on his years of flying experience, the situation he faced was anything but ordinary, suggesting that Huaxia may have developed a new radar system capable of countering stealth technology. Swiftly, he dismissed the thought of retreat. He understood that if these red dots indeed represented enemy aircraft, withdrawal would become exceedingly difficult, potentially exposing him to hostile fire. Yet, as he scrutinized the outside world through the cockpit's window and optical detection equipment to verify the radar's warnings, he found nothing ahead, further complicating the situation. At that moment, he realized he might have been ensnared in a psychological warfare. This new radar jamming system likely interfered directly with his radar's visibility. A deliberate tactic by the enemy to confuse and distract him, thereby concealing their true movements or positions. Guided by this line of thought, he cast aside fear and hesitation, recalibrating his strategy, seeking to compel his hidden adversaries to reveal their vulnerabilities through proactive engagement. Regaining his composure, he promptly activated the onboard electronic warfare system, attempting reverse reconnaissance and jamming. He endeavored to disrupt or at least confuse the enemy's radar systems while maintaining high levels of agility and mobility, preparing for any necessary evasion or counterattack. As he maneuvered the stealth reconnaissance aircraft through the illusory red dots of radar alerts, he resembled a master dancer amidst a storm, confronting the onslaught of external fire while overcoming his own inner fears and doubts. This was a contest rife with uncertainty and peril, and he knew that only by remaining calm, making precise judgments, and executing deft maneuvers could he hope to survive this silent battle. A tremor of realization coursed through him. He understood that this was no mere illusion conjured by Huaxia, but a tangible threat. His fingers skillfully navigated the control panel, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, in search of answers on the radar screen. However, no matter how meticulously he observed or interpreted the flickering lights with his experience, he could discern no explicable signs. The persistent, urgent beeping of the stealth aircraft's warning system intensified the already heavy atmosphere. As an exceptional pilot known as Falcon, he sensed that the intimidation exerted by Wang Haoxiang was not merely an empty threat. It was evident that Huaxia had undoubtedly mastered certain unknown technologies or possessed a mysterious system capable of penetrating the shields of stealth aircraft. Confronted with the perplexing radar screen, Falcon rapidly formulated strategies in his mind. He was not one to concede easily, yet at this critical juncture, he realized that reckless actions would only lead to needless sacrifices. Decisively, he activated the engines of the stealth reconnaissance aircraft, preparing for withdrawal. The roar of the engine adjusted its frequency as the stealth aircraft began to slowly turn around. Heading towards the border, Falcon understood that although his mission had not concluded successfully, the wisest choice was to return alive. For only in survival lay the possibility of future endeavors. He suppressed his anxiety and curiosity, allowing the stealth reconnaissance aircraft to gradually vanish into the horizon along the predetermined escape route. However, at the very moment the stealth aircraft was about to cross the border, an anomaly occurred. The red dots on the radar screen surged to a peak, and just then, a violent tremor reverberated through the fuselage, accompanied by an irresistible sensation of descent. Incredibly, those red dot warnings began to dissipate like a receding tide, without any visible enemy aircraft in sight. In that final moment, Falcon swiftly reviewed the events in his mind. He understood that this was no coincidence. Huaxia possessed some form of unknown technology capable of instantaneously destroying stealth aircraft, a new threat that he would inevitably face in the future. As the stealth reconnaissance aircraft plummeted, Falcon's life drew to a close. His last consciousness filled with the vast expanse of the sky and the enigmatic military prowess of Huaxia. He knew that this confrontation was far from over, and he could only hope that someone would comprehend his bravery and sacrifice during that final glance over the mission. Chapter 172, The High-Stakes Duel in the Air Force Warehouse of the Huaxia Nation. The members of the Phoenix Rebirth Combat Unit were busily and orderly preparing for the impending military operation. A sixth-generation fighter jet, having just completed its mission, landed smoothly on the tarmac. The aircraft, piloted by Major Wang Haoxiang, gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. His countenance bore a serious expression as he scanned the surroundings, searching for a familiar figure awaiting return. The soldiers around him saluted Major Wang Haoxiang, while his co-pilot, Major Jiang Lingwei, quietly unfastened her seatbelt, patiently waiting. The air was thick with a tense yet anticipatory atmosphere. As the sound of the jet's engines gradually faded, a special signal reached Wang Haoxiang's cockpit. Falcon has been captured. Wang Haoxiang stepped out of the aircraft. Although his stride was steady, a flicker of victorious joy betrayed itself in his eyes. His pride, the fighter jet, had returned safely, whereas his adversary, Falcon, had failed to complete the mission. The stealth reconnaissance aircraft piloted by Falcon had been downed by Huaxia's unknown technology and was now being meticulously guarded as a prisoner of war. Contemplating this, a wave of indescribable sentiment washed over Wang Haoxiang. After all, in the numerous aerial duels, his confrontations with Falcon had not only tested the survival instincts of a pilot but had also honed their skills and courage against one another. Wang Haoxiang pushed open the cabin door and entered a specially designed interrogation room. In one corner of the room stood a disheveled yet still defiant figure, facing away from him. Hearing the movement behind him, Falcon turned around with a fierce intensity, his eyes radiating complex emotions. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Falcon silently conveyed his defiance and determination. In the ensuing exchange of glances, a hint of mutual respect surfaced. They both understood that such a level of competition represented the most brutal and direct dialogue between pilots. It was precisely this unspoken understanding that allowed Falcon to maintain his unique pride and dignity as a pilot, even in the face of captivity. Confronting Wang Haoxiang, Falcon clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed capable of igniting the entire interrogation room. Why? Why? He bellowed, his voice laced with indignation and confusion. Why can't I see your fighter jet? How did you achieve such stealth technology? It is imperceptible to the naked eye. What kind of black technology is this? Tell me. This is impossible. Our star-spangled nation's most advanced technology has never reached this level. His voice was almost a raw scream, infused with a bewildering rage that challenged his entire understanding of warfare and technology. As Falcon's thunderous shouts echoed within the empty interrogation room, the walls seemed to absorb his inquiries. His face bore the marks of frustration and anger, and his gaze fixed intently on Wang Haoxiang, seeking answers within the other man's eyes. Indeed, Falcon's questions were entirely justified. The technological prowess possessed by the Huaxia nation has rendered their aircraft completely invisible, a feat yet to be accomplished by any other nation, with even theoretical validation remaining unheard of. This remarkable breakthrough is akin to a lightning bolt piercing through convention, leaving one astounded and incredulous. Colonel Wang Haoxiang listened intently to the roar of the Falcon, fully aware of the opponent's sentiments. However, he understood the necessity of withholding too many secrets about the aircraft from the Falcon. The advancements in this technology were the culmination of countless days and nights of research and practice, blossoming as the most exquisite flower on the tree of science, and serving as the cornerstone for aerial superiority. Falcon, the march of technology shall not cease. It is but a natural law. Colonel Wang Haoxiang finally spoke, his tone calm yet imbued with confidence. The confusion and ire of the Falcon could not disturb his inner tranquility. What do you mean by that? The Falcon inquired, a flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze, his voice softening slightly. It signifies that stealth aircraft are no longer the realm of science fiction, but rather a reality. Your inability to possess them does not equate to their non-existence. Colonel Wang's eyes shone with determination, subtly revealing the pride of a victor. The Falcon clenched his fists, evidently reluctant to accept this truth. Yet, with Colonel Wang's words, he gradually emerged from his shock, a complex expression manifesting on his face. Although he was not entirely willing to believe, the flames of his anger had somewhat diminished. Confronted by the calm demeanor of Colonel Wang, the Falcon ultimately exhaled a long sigh, a resigned acknowledgement of reality from a defeated adversary. He lowered his head, and though his lips remained sealed, his eyes conveyed a longing for understanding and acceptance. Colonel Wang observed this silently, his heart easing slightly. Though they were adversaries on the battlefield, the respect and recognition among pilots remained unwavering. He was acutely aware of the impact this contest had on the Falcon, yet he knew even more profoundly how crucial it was to transcend oneself in the vast expanse of the skies. At this moment, the Falcon began to grasp that the inscrutable nature of Huaxia was not a mere happenstance, but rather a saga of camaraderie forged in the heights of the sky. Much like the phoenix's rebirth through flames, Huaxia's technology and fighting spirit were leading the way toward the future of aerial warfare that he so ardently admired. Chapter 173. Triumphant Victory. Colonel Wang Haoxiang stepped confidently into the Air Force Operations Center of Huaxia, his demeanor radiating a sense of unwavering assurance. Within the brightly lit command room, anxious yet expectant gazes converged upon him. Standing before the military leaders present, he saluted with a resonant and authoritative tone. Report to the leaders. The test flight and combat mission of the 6th-generation fighter jet have been successfully completed. Wang Haoxiang's voice echoed with pride and resolve. His words resonated like a triumphant anthem within the operations center, drawing every gaze to him at that moment. Throughout this momentous occasion, Wang Haoxiang felt the eager attention and commendation from the military leaders surrounding him. The trial of the 6th-generation aircraft was not merely a success. It had also demonstrated unparalleled performance in actual combat. They were not just developing cutting-edge technology, they were forging the future of the skies. A general strode confidently towards Wang Haoxiang, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy and pride. Haoxiang, your performance has been exceptional, the general commended. However, the significance of this mission extends far beyond what has been achieved today. You are aware of the revolution we have initiated. We shall not rest on our laurels. Colonel Wang Haoxiang interjected, taking up the general sentiment. We will continue to ascend, to challenge the limits, fortifying Huaxia's skies, and instilling fear in our adversaries. This test flight is merely the beginning. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted within the operations center, a tribute to the victor and a promise for the skies of the future. Wang Haoxiang felt an overwhelming surge of passion, He recognized that this was not merely a victory in a test flight, but a significant milestone in the illustrious history of the Huaxia Air Force. He straightened his posture, his gaze resolute, taking a firm step toward broader horizons and greater challenges. After a day filled with intense work, Colonel Wang Haoxiang retreated to the lounge within the base. He sat quietly, his eyes drifting toward the expansive night sky outside, where twinkling stars resembled the indicators on a fighter jet's dashboard. The recent test flight ignited ripples of excitement within him, yet his gaze was predominantly filled with hopes for the future. Just as Wang Haoxiang was savoring this moment of tranquility, a knock resonated at the lounge door, and a hurried, jubilant voice shattered the stillness. Standing at the threshold was Captain Li Yangchun, responsible for the Kunping Phase 3 project, his face alight with a proud smile as he strode purposefully toward Wang Haoxiang. "Colonel Wang, I bring good news," Captain Li Yangchun exclaimed, barely able to contain his exhilaration. "The production line for the third-generation Kunping has been fully upgraded, and the first test aircraft is currently being assembled. We will soon be ready for flight testing." Colonel Wang Haoxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet, warmly grasping Captain Li Yangchun's outstretched hand. He understood that this was not merely the completion of a production line upgrade. It represented a monumental stride in the nation's aerial capabilities and a momentous occasion in his career. "This is a day worthy of celebration," Colonel Wang Haoxiang remarked, his tone imbued with a sense of urgency. "We must not only witness the success of this test flight, but also ensure that the Kunping third-generation aircraft can smoothly transition into the operational deployment phase, transforming into yet another formidable sword to safeguard our airspace." Lieutenant Li Yangchun nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute. He understood that this third-generation aircraft represented not merely a significant technological achievement, but also the embodiment of countless individuals like himself and Colonel Wang Haoxiang, who have demonstrated unwavering perseverance and relentless effort. They have sacrificed much in blood, sweat, and tears for the arrival of this moment. Colonel Wang Haoxiang's emotions surged within him like a torrential river. His anticipation for the future sky was unprecedented. He and Lieutenant Li Yangchun, along with innumerable comrades of the People's Liberation Army Air Force, were eager to explore and soar through the skies that awaited them. The two departed the lounge, stepping into the dawnlit sky, where another awe-inspiring flight test awaited them. They were acutely aware that this was merely a step in a grand journey, yet it was a step of paramount importance. Chapter 175, The Soaring Kunping. As the military leaders ascended the observation platform and beheld the third-generation Kunping fighter jet resting on the tarmac for the first time, their eyes sparkled with excitement and grandeur. This colossal metallic entity bore no colors or patterns. Its form resembled a majestic bird poised for flight, with a streamlined fuselage exuding a cold, industrial beauty. Each seam was meticulously crafted, gleaming and resilient. The nose of the Kunping was gracefully curved, akin to the neck of a soaring eagle, while the sharply defined tail fin radiated power, resembling a spearhead forged from metal, delivering a profound impact. The wings, extending laterally, were as robust as iron talons, capable of accommodating a substantial payload, while the midsection and tail housed an array of advanced radar systems and tactical support, establishing it as a true amphibious combat aircraft. Bathed in the early morning sunlight, this magnificent machine emanated an air of solemnity that enveloped everything around it. From design to production, every detail was imbued with cutting-edge technology. It lay there quietly, like a dormant lamp awaiting ignition. This was a beast poised for command, the grease between its gears mingling with the moisture of the morning air, suffused with a unique aroma of rust and chill. It was this cold and potent atmosphere that made it clear this machine could inspire envy even among the eagles of the skies. Whether it was Captain Li Yangchun or Colonel Wang Haoxiang, they both comprehended that the birth of this Kunping fighter jet encapsulated the wisdom, sweat, and boundless aspirations of the sons of Huaxia in every inch of its metallic surface and every drop of paint. In their eyes, it would symbolize the aerial dominance of a new era, safeguarding Huaxia's azure skies with its steel wings. Captain Li Yangchun stood before the resplendent Kunping. As the voices of the leaders resonated through his headset, one leader scrutinized the surface of the aircraft and inquired, "Captain Li, I have heard that the Kunping has been equipped with some new functionalities?" "Indeed, Colonel," Li Yangchun replied earnestly. "Firstly, we have implemented a special treatment on the fuselage paint. This is not merely ordinary paint. It is a bulletproof coating developed by us. It provides an additional layer of protection, significantly enhancing the aircraft's survivability." The leader furrowed his brow and pressed on. "Does it possess the capability for unmanned remote control?" Certainly, Li Yongchun nodded. We have incorporated remote control functionality into the electronic systems. Whether surrounded by numerous enemy aircraft or during extended missions, this feature allows the plane to autonomously complete its tasks, marking a significant advancement. The leader nodded in satisfaction. In that case, the deployment and tactical application in the battlefield will be much more convenient and efficient. One final question. Does it have stealth capabilities? This time, Li Yongchun responded with even greater confidence. Our self-developed stealth coding has been successfully applied to the Kunping. It significantly reduces the probability of radar detection, granting our forces a higher advantage and making it much more challenging for the enemy to detect. The leader gazed at the eagerly anticipated Kunping third-generation aircraft, a satisfied smile gracing his face. That is truly splendid. Let us continue our efforts. We hope the Kunping will make even the eagles of the sky envious. Li Yongchun stood there, awaiting the leader's response, his heart brimming with plans and aspirations. The Kunping third-generation aircraft was ready, poised to make an even greater contribution. He was acutely aware that every component of this machine embodied the wisdom and toil of the Chinese people. As he looked upon it, he felt an overwhelming anticipation for its future emergence in the azure skies, destined to become the aerial sovereign of a new era. After careful deliberation, the leader arrived at a decision. Chapter 176. The true test. We require a genuine test. The leader's voice reverberated within the conference room. The Kunping third-generation aircraft must demonstrate its capabilities in a combat environment. The officials seated across the long table exchanged glances. The leader's intentions were unmistakable. Yet this task was fraught with challenges. Lieutenant Li Yongchun stood upright, aware that this was both an opportunity and a potential burden. Your mission is as follows. The leader declared, unveiling a tactical electronic map. You will pilot the Kunping third-generation aircraft to Lewisburg. The specific coordinates are 47.45 feet 7 inches, 21 N, 122 35 feet 2 inches, 78 W. Upon arrival, and ensuring safety, you will deactivate the stealth function and disclose some inconsequential performance data. We aim to make the stars and stripes aware of our strength while also gathering intelligence from their reactions. After carefully weighing the risks and benefits, the leader made his determination, considering safety and the avoidance of unnecessary casualties. We will employ remote unmanned control and the Sword AI interactive system to manage the testing of the Kunping third-generation aircraft. His words immediately stirred a subtle commotion within the meeting room. A sense of reassurance blossomed within Lieutenant Li Yongchun, accompanied by anticipation for the operational application of new technology. This advanced remote and AI interactive control system promised to eliminate the peril to pilots' lives entirely, while also enhancing the operational efficiency of the Kunping through machine learning and real-time data feedback. Proceed according to the outlined plan, the leader continued. The aircraft will be entirely controlled by the AI sword system, from autonomous takeoff to mission execution, concluding with a safe return, all without human intervention. He pointed to the destination on the electronic map and further delineated the task. The mission area is situated within the designated airspace near Lewisburg. Upon reaching the specified coordinates, the aircraft will perform a series of preset flight maneuvers and tactical demonstrations. Additionally, certain non-critical performance data will be uploaded into the aircraft systems, suggesting intentional vulnerabilities in our technology. This strategy aims to elicit the anticipated responses from the other party. Lieutenant Li Yongchun attentively absorbed every detail, recognizing that this was not merely a routine exercise. With the assistance of AI, this would serve as a comprehensive evaluation of future unmanned military aircraft technology. He then stood, saluting the leader. Understood, Commander. We shall showcase the capabilities of the Kunping to the world. Shortly thereafter, the Kunping third-generation aircraft, under the precise coordination of remote control and the AI sword system, gracefully ascended, silently navigating towards the horizon. Poised to affirm its unparalleled combat prowess and advanced technological strength before a global audience. The atmosphere brimmed with tension and anticipation. Although Lieutenant Li Yongchun did not accompany the Kunping on this historic test, his heart soared towards the distant skies, akin to the invaluable machine itself. In the Air Force Command Center, the flight trajectory of the Kunping third-generation aircraft was being tracked in real time on the large screen. During the flight, it continuously adjusted its altitude and direction, skillfully navigating through layers of clouds and obstacles, bravely advancing towards its objective. Air Force Command Center, Sword System. We confirm that you have received the flight plan. Prepare to commence mission execution. Sword System. Acknowledged, Air Force Command Center. The flight plan has been uploaded to the Advanced Neural Network for final verification. Execution code, Kuan Peng Alpha 1. Please stand by. Air Force Command Center. We are awaiting SWORD. Please reconfirm the status of all systems prior to activation. SWORD system. All systems show green status, imminent activation. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8. Air Force Command Center. SWORD. Maintain a stable communication link during activation. Real-time flight data will be uploaded to our secure cloud for immediate intervention in case of an emergency. SWORD system. Understood. Communication link stable. Data upload channel open. Continuing countdown. 3, 2, 1. Activation successful. The Kunping third-generation aircraft is taking off. Air Force Command Center. Clear reception of SWORD. Maintain current altitude and speed. Prepare to enter the designated airspace over Lewisburg. Exercise caution in radar coverage zones. Activate stealth mode. SWORD system confirmed. Transitioning to stealth mode. Currently flying as planned. No anomalies detected. Air Force Command Center. SWORD, you are approaching the airspace over Lewisburg. In accordance with the flight plan, prepare to execute the hover operation. What are the wind speed and weather conditions? SWORD system. Approaching the specified coordinates over Lewisburg. Current wind speed is 3 meters per second. Weather conditions stable, suitable for hover operations. Requesting confirmation to execute hover. Air Force Command Center. Confirmed. Initiate hover operation. Additionally, as per the aforementioned plan, deploy the decoy program and prepare for false data feeding. SWORD system. Initiating the hover process. Deploying the decoy program. False data has been integrated into the flight log and disguise parameters are set. Entering hover mode. Air Force Command Center. Maintain hover status. Continuously monitor data streams. Remain vigilant. Report any anomalies immediately. SWORD system. Continuous monitoring in progress. All systems functioning normally. Hover status stable. Anomaly reporting ready. Air Force Command Center. SWORD. Initial estimates suggest enemy radar may have commenced reconnaissance of the hover area. Ensure that stealth mode is operating at full efficiency. SWORD system. Stealth mode is functioning normally. Surface coding and radiation suppression systems are performing well, currently undetected. Air Force Command Center. Excellent. SWORD. Continue to maintain the current state and prepare to receive the next directive for executing the subsequent action plan. SWORD system. Awaiting the next directive. The Kunpeng third-generation aircraft is successfully executing hover operations, ready to transition to the next dynamic flight mission at any moment. Chapter 177. Powerless Resistance. Air Force Command Center. Excellent. SWORD. Proceed to the next phase. Prepare to deactivate stealth capabilities and upload the designated false data packet. SWORD system. Executing. Stealth functionality has been disabled. The upload of the false data packet is commencing. Please be advised, this will reveal the position of the Kunpeng third-generation aircraft on radar. Air Force Command Center. This is part of the plan. SWORD. Remain vigilant, and upon completion of the demonstration, evacuate the area immediately. SWORD system. Acknowledged. Commencing the demonstration of preset flight maneuvers and tactical displays. Please monitor enemy radar and communication responses in real time. Air Force Command Center. We are ready. SWORD. Record all of their reactions throughout the process. This is crucial for our intelligence gathering. SWORD system. Starting real-time recording. Awaiting further instructions. Lewisburg, situated in the heart of the Star-Spangled Nation, serves as a vital military and technological base. At this moment, perplexed ground personnel and officers gaze skyward, curiously observing the marvel that is the third-generation Kunpeng aircraft, a flawless fusion of advanced technologies. Once the SWORD system assumed control of the aircraft, it began to showcase this exquisite aerial apparatus. It sliced through the sky at hypersonic speeds, executing beyond visual range aerial rolls before stabilizing once more, as if proclaiming its pride and glory to those below. Amid this tense atmosphere, the booming voice of a five-star general shattered the tranquility of the command center. With bloodshot eyes and a countenance filled with fury, he bellowed at the soldiers present. His voice resonated through the command center, instilling a suffocating pressure upon everyone. "What are you all doing?" he shouted, incredulity and rage lacing his words. "An unidentified aircraft is hovering above you, and you only just noticed. I can envision the scene when this mushroom cloud descends. We shall all meet our maker together." Under the general's wrath, the soldiers straightened their spines, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and guilt surging within them. Some hastily adjusted the data on their screens, striving to capture more precise information about the unidentified flying object. Others gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the potential calamity that loomed ahead. Yet in that moment, the entire command center was suffused with an imminent sense of danger, as all recognized they were confronting the gravest threat to date. Sword system, executing new orders, initiating electronic interference protocols. Target locked, commencing electronic interference with ground radar. Air Force Command Center, Sword, please confirm the effectiveness of the interference. Sword system, confirmation in progress. Ground radar signals have completely vanished. Electronic interference successful. Ground network devices are now inoperable. Air Force Command Center, excellent. Proceed to the next step. Utilize the broadcasting system to conduct psychological warfare in Korean. Sword system, Korean broadcast preparation underway. You are already surrounded. Surrender, and you will be spared. The Air Force Command Center meticulously monitored the reactions of ground personnel, ensuring that there were no inadvertent casualties while documenting all activities. The Sabre system was activated for real-time surveillance, recording events and awaiting further instructions. Ground personnel and officers at Lewisburg exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion and anxiety heightened by the urgent announcements in Korean echoing from the skies. Suddenly, their devices lost signal, and an unknown electronic interference plunged the entire base into chaos. They could scarcely believe their ears, perplexed by the Korean warnings that pierced the air. This undoubtedly marked a new phase in the Sabre operation, hinting at its tactical versatility and psychological warfare capabilities. The third-generation Kunping aircraft in the sky not only demonstrated its stealth and combat prowess, but also underscored the vital importance of information dominance on the battlefield. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The five-star general's eyes widened in fury, his voice laden with an urgent incredulity. Fire 50 shells at that target. Bring it down. At his command, a barrage of artillery surged forth like an enraged tornado, hurtling towards the Kunping high above. Moments later, an explosion illuminated the sky in a dazzling display, reminiscent of a grand fireworks show. Bated breaths filled the air as onlookers awaited the aircraft's wreckage to descend. However, contrary to expectations, as the smoke and light dissipated, the Kunping remained suspended in the horizon, unscathed, as radiant as the brightest star in the night sky, as if the preceding scene had been but a fleeting illusion. The five-star general's expression shifted from seething anger to bewilderment as he struggled to swallow, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented astonishment. Could it be that South Korea has achieved such technology? He murmured, his shock profound and overwhelming. The technological advancements and defensive capabilities that exceeded his comprehension compelled him to reevaluate the current situation. The command center fell into a hushed silence, disbelief etched across every face. After a moment of contemplation, the general inhaled deeply, realizing that the recent display was a testament to the formidable capabilities of the Kunping aircraft, not merely a reflection of the adversary's technological sophistication. He silently admonished himself never to underestimate the rapid advancements of this era. Others in the command center gradually awakened from their stupor, one by one casting reverent glances towards this instrument of future warfare. In the Hwasha Command Center, the Sabre system reported, under attack, conducting damage assessment. The Air Force Command Center inquired, Sabre, please confirm the extent of damage. The Sabre system replied, damage assessment complete. Damage level is 0. All attacks have been neutralized. The special coating and advanced energy dispersion system of the Kunping effectively repelled all artillery fire. Should repair operations commence? The Air Force Command Center decided, no repairs needed, proceed with the next directive. The Sabre system acknowledged, understood, awaiting new instructions. The Air Force Command Center continued to execute electronic interference on the ground, intensifying the disruption. Sword system, in operation, amplifying the intensity of electronic interference. Ground network devices have plunged into an even deeper state of disconnection, updating battlefield information, awaiting further instructions. The tranquil voice of the sword system once again shattered the silence of the command center. After a prolonged period of stillness, the sword system, which was further amplifying electronic interference, suddenly resumed communication. Sword system, more frequent electronic disruptions have been implemented on the ground, and measurements indicate that the enemy's electronic equipment may be entirely incapacitated. Missiles poised for launch have halted their firing sequence due to the inability to receive satellite positioning information. The calibration systems of the opposing ballistic missiles have also lost their targeting capabilities, rendering them incapable of ensuring precise strikes on their intended targets. Chapter 178. The surprise of the Kunping. This information triggered a series of tremors within the command center, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Chinese Air Force Command. However, numerous tasks remained ahead, and they could not afford any complacency. The Air Force Command Center swiftly issued the next operational directives. Blade. Initiate comprehensive electronic interference across all dimensions to ensure that the enemy cannot restore signals by lowering frequencies or switching channels. Simultaneously, provide our strategic department with more precise electronic information to assist in analyzing the enemy's defense systems. Blade System acknowledged receipt of the new directives, commencing execution. I shall endeavor to control all electronic frequencies, thwarting any attempts by the enemy and supplying the strategic department with detailed data and information regarding the enemy's systems. The atmosphere in the command center once again thickened with tension and focus, determination etched on the faces of those present, who understood that this technologically dominated war had only just commenced. At the Chinese command center, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow, intoning gravely, "Now is the time to test our true capabilities." As his resonant voice echoed, the command center's giant screen divided into 3 segments, displaying naval vessels, missile launchers, and air defense systems. His gaze swept across each image, his expression somber. Blade System. All electronic frequencies have been locked. The enemy is unable to receive any signals. In one segment, a naval vessel was undergoing final calibration, preparing to launch missiles. However, the voice of the navigator interrupted, "Captain, we cannot detect any satellite signals." Calibration is impossible. The captain's brow furrowed deeply in the naval vessel's frame. Blade System. The missile system has been locked. Attempts to decipher are underway. A similar scene unfolded in other segments, where the radar screens of missile launchers displayed no waves. Ground crew personnel even activated backup radars but remained unable to lock onto targets. Blade System. The missile system has been deciphered. Control has been gained. In an instant, the images of enemy military vessels transformed into static. Operators nearly struck the command console in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Why has our missile system activated self-destruct mode?" Blade System. The missile system's self-destruct mode has been activated. The enemy can no longer utilize it, and no actual self-destruct incidents have occurred. With the activation of the Blade System, China's defensive systems surged with momentum. All air defense missile icons transformed into flickering orbs of light, while the visuals of enemy naval vessels faded into darkness. The screens designated for missile launchers displayed the words "System shut down." Blade System. Threat neutralized, awaiting further instructions. On the giant screen, the enemy's military facilities were in a state of emergency, all visuals reverting to standard monitoring mode, while the imagery of the enemy ground forces appeared like a silent film, devoid of any movement. As the middle-aged man rose to his feet, his calm demeanor exuded an air of impending victory and the grandeur of aspiring for supremacy. Leng Yun organized the photographic analysis data and return. In the command center, operators were engaged in a tense yet orderly flurry of activity. Under the Man-S directive, the Leng Yun system commenced its final critical operation. On the giant screen, data and images began to shift rapidly, with all achievements and analyses being amalgamated, providing a crucial foundation for strategizing the future of Huaxia. Leng Yun system. Data organization program initiated. Compiling photographic analysis data. On the screen, various graphs and data flowed like a torrent, as efficient algorithms extracted valuable information from vast quantities of data, establishing a solid data foundation for Huaxia's triumph. Leng Yun system. Stealth mode activated, vanishing from electronic sight. Like a specter, the signals of the Leng Yun system began to blur, ultimately disappearing within the intricate electromagnetic environment. The enemy command, devoid of Leng Yun's surveillance and interference, was left utterly disoriented. Leng Yun system. Mission accomplished, returning to base. Though the atmosphere in the Huaxia Command Center had somewhat eased, a military precision still pervaded. The personnel awaited the return of the Kunping third-generation aircraft in silence. Each small window on the screen displayed real-time footage of various components of the aircraft, its successful return being pivotal to Huaxia's resounding victory in this technological warfare. The middle-aged man placed his hand upon his chest, intently observing the system status. In his eyes shone pride in technology alongside a fervent longing for victory. Leng Yun system. Entering the base safety zone. Mission concluded. With the final report, the Kunping third-generation aircraft safely landed, and the technicians and operators exchanged smiles, their exhilaration beyond words. The giant screen in the Huaxia Command Center displayed a welcoming message for the return of Leng Yun, the entire center brimming with joy over their triumph and boundless aspirations for the future. Within the Air Force Base Command Center, the atmosphere was tense, yet a celebratory spirit was beginning to spread. Commander Leng Yun, a middle-aged officer, stood before the screen, his gaze sharp as a freshly honed blade. His expression radiated elation. For the operation he led had succeeded in throwing the bases of the Star-Spangled Nation into unprecedented disarray without the loss of a single soldier. Excellent work. The Kuanping third-generation aircraft has exceeded everyone's expectations, Commander Leng Yun remarked to the team members beside him. Chapter 179. Reporting results indeed, Commander. A tactical analyst replied. We have entirely relied on electronic warfare, rendering their defenses riddled with vulnerabilities. Their base is now in disarray, with all defensive equipment incapacitated. Following Commander Leng Yun's orders, the data analysis program of the Sword system operated efficiently, scrutinizing every frailty of the enemy's base and paralyzing their electronic devices through a series of precise interventions. This victory, achieved without the firing of a single shot, not only resulted in a significant tactical triumph, but also inflicted a profound psychological blow on the adversary. This success illustrated that even in the smoke-free battlegrounds of the 21st century, information warfare can serve as a potent means to undermine enemy morale. Commander Leng Yun understood that this triumphant electronic warfare was not merely a victory in tactical strategy. It represented a complete subversion of traditional warfare paradigms by the might of science and technology. Standing in the military conference room, he faced senior officers, including several generals and defense experts. The large screen on the wall displayed images of the Kuanping third-generation aircraft alongside critical combat data. The atmosphere in the room was both solemn and anticipatory, with everyone awaiting Leng Yun's report. Clearing his throat, Leng Yun began his presentation. Esteemed generals, I am honored to report that our sword system has performed exceptionally in recent operations. Without firing a single bullet, we successfully induced chaos at the Star-Spangled Nation's base, completely incapacitating their defensive capabilities. One general leaned forward, intrigued, and inquired, Commander Leng Yun, could you elaborate on how the sword system operates? How do we assess the impact of this victory? Leng Yun nodded. Under conditions that did not raise undue alarm from the enemy, the sword system first infiltrated their electronic defense network, precisely analyzing their communication frequencies and the characteristics of their electronic equipment. Subsequently, at a meticulously chosen moment, our system initiated comprehensive electronic interference. He clicked the remote, and a series of intricate graphs and data appeared on the screen. Our system simulated a false air raid alert, prompting their transport and fighter jets to take flight, while in reality, their electronic systems were entirely under our control. Simultaneously, our Kuanping third-generation aircraft conducted radio signal simulations at high altitude, further amplifying the chaos. An expert sighed in awe. Incredible. The Star-Spangled Nation's base is reputed to be one of the most secure places in the world. To incapacitate, it is indeed remarkable. Leng Yun continued his report. Indeed. In fact, when their transport planes ascended from the enemy base, they were entirely unaware of their objectives. We intercepted their flight plans and air traffic control signals. In the air, these transport planes resembled directionless bats, apart from the pilot's panic. We achieved comprehensive blockage of their communication signals, rendering any attempts to restore their command structure utterly futile. A low murmur of admiration erupted among the generals. Splendid. Commander Leng Yun, this indeed marks a remarkable victory in electronic warfare. Leng Yun smiled subtly and summarized, indeed. This successful electronic battle has demonstrated the formidable strength of our high-tech military capabilities. Not only did it create significant chaos tactically, but it also delivered a profound psychological blow to the adversary. Looking ahead, our sword system is certain to become a pivotal force in safeguarding national security. The generals present applauded in appreciation, nodding in approval. This report undoubtedly showcased the new achievements of Huaxia in electronic warfare, while also providing fresh insights for future strategic decision-making. Chapter 180. A romantic Valentine's Day. Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes, another special romantic occasion has arrived. Valentine's Day. From the moment they rise from slumber, the air is suffused with a sweet aroma. The shops adorned with colorful balloons lining the streets, paired with the smiles on people's faces, exude the uniqueness of this day. Happy Valentine's Day, my dear Johnny, Leng Hao declared, cradling a bouquet of exquisite flowers, his eyes shimmering with affection. Cold Yun, with her hands clasped behind her back and a blissful smile gracing her face, replied, Happy Valentine's Day, Leng Hao. They exchanged smiles, the gifts they had prepared for one another creating a delightful surprise in the atmosphere. In that moment, their souls resonated, their gazes flowing with indescribable emotions. On this day, they chose not to expend all their time on tasks, but rather to embrace the essence of this extraordinary festival that ordinary couples partake in. Together, they attended a special musical fountain performance, where the night sky and lights intertwined and music danced with the waves, enveloping them in a warm and romantic ambience that kindled their affection. Not merely content with the musical fountain, they also participated in a couples orienteering competition organized in the city. Relishing the sweet moments amid the thrill of competition, their laughter mingled with the cheers of the audience, melding seamlessly into the love-filled celebration of the day. As time progressed, this day gradually drew to a close amidst an abundance of happiness. When night fell, they stumbled upon a charming outdoor scenic bar, where each table was adorned with a small transparent tent, providing privacy while maintaining a connection to the romantic atmosphere outside. Under the starry sky and the shimmering city lights, they savored meticulously crafted Valentine's cocktails, basking in their exclusive romance. That night, under the witness of the stars, their love blossomed even more vibrantly in their hearts. Wandering through the bustling commercial streets, they felt detached from the rhythm of the thriving city. Leng Yun wore a relaxed smile, engaging in lively banter with Johnny and Leng Yun. The shop windows displayed an array of exquisite products, captivating the attention of young women who occasionally ventured inside to select clothing and accessories, reveling in the joys of shopping. Suddenly, Leng Yun emerged from a jewelry store, holding an elegant necklace, which she adorned around Leng Yun's neck, her face beaming with delight as she exclaimed, "Look, my taste is impeccable, isn't it? This necklace complements your shirt perfectly." Leng Yun patted her back, laughing heartily. "Hey, Leng Yun, are you trying to turn me into a fashion icon? But honestly, your taste is unique. I usually don't wear necklaces, but I truly adore this one." Johnny, meanwhile, grasped Leng Yun's hand tightly. His eyes filled with deep affection as he said, "Leng Yun, you have worked so hard lately. We all deserve something special to treat ourselves after shopping. I've heard there is a newly opened chocolate factory ahead. How about we go there to indulge?" "Great idea, Johnny. I happen to be a bit hungry as well. Let us head to that chocolate factory and see what delights await us." With a smile, Leng Yun waved at Johnny, taking Leng Yun's hand as they made their way toward the chocolate factory. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a bustling crowd, as if the place harbored an endless enchantment. The myriad of chocolate varieties dazzled their eyes, while the intricate craftsmanship behind the chocolate-making process left them in awe. On the automated assembly line, fresh chocolate solidified instantaneously, presenting a stunning array of translucent confections, their alluring aroma wafting through the air. "Oh, the flavor of this chocolate is remarkably pure. Unlike the usual overly sweet varieties, it possesses a unique cocoa essence that I find delightful," Johnny remarked, savoring a piece of chocolate. Overwhelmed with envy, Leng Yun couldn't resist taking a bite herself, her face reflecting astonishment. "Leng Yun, this chocolate is exquisite. You must try it," she exclaimed joyfully, her mouth still full of chocolate as she looked at Leng Yun. Leng Yun's palate was captivated by the rich and authentic cocoa flavor. He closed his eyes, relishing the sensation of the chocolate slowly melting in his mouth. The delicate texture and layered flavors left him utterly impressed, perhaps even more so than Johnny and Leng Yun. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the two, whose faces were alight with excitement, and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, this chocolate possesses a uniquely exquisite texture, not overly sweet, with a rustic yet elegant cocoa aroma. It is truly a rare delight." In that moment, the trio found a fleeting sanctuary amidst the chocolate's aroma, exchanging smiles that conveyed their shared joy without the need for words. With spirits lifted, they continued exploring the DIY chocolate shop, their eyes reflecting undeniable satisfaction and happiness. Chocolate had become an integral part of their bond, further solidifying their friendship and affection for one another. Chapter 181: A Delightful Day. Subsequently, their footsteps increasingly led them towards the bustling commercial street as they departed from the chocolate shop. The throngs of people within the stores surged, and the window displays showcased a myriad of new clothing and accessories, leaving them somewhat dazzled. "Look, that store has just released its winter collection. The designs are truly innovative. Let us go take a look," Johnny exclaimed, pointing towards a distant clothing boutique, eagerly drawing Leng Yun and Leng Yun along with her. Upon entering the store, staff members promptly approached them, courteously greeting, "Hello, welcome. Miss, those newly arrived winter garments would suit you splendidly. Would you like to try some on?" Navigating through the bustling crowd, Johnny arrived at the women's section, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she meticulously selected garments. A sales assistant approached her with a smile, inquiring if she required assistance. "Hello, this piece would truly compliment you. Would you care to try it on?" The assistant remarked, gesturing towards an exquisitely designed women's coat. Brimming with admiration, Johnny accepted the garment, examining the fabric and tailoring closely, a satisfied smile gracing her face. She entered the fitting room, carefully closing the door behind her, leaving only herself and the awaiting attire in the serene space. After a brief wait, Johnny emerged, radiant and transformed before Long Hao and Leng Yun. The coat appeared as if it had been tailored specifically for her, perfectly accentuating her figure. The minimalist yet elegant cut highlighted the craftsmanship in its details. Long Hao gazed in rapture, while Leng Yun beamed with genuine praise. "Johnny, you look absolutely stunning in that coat. It seems as if it were designed solely for you," she declared. Johnny stood before the mirror, twirling gracefully, embracing their admiring gazes and smiles of approval. She gently caressed the fabric, her mood buoyant as she remarked, "Indeed, this coat is beautiful, and it feels incredibly comfortable to wear." The trio continued to explore the fashionable women's section, each new garment bringing forth fresh delight for Johnny. She understood that this excursion was not merely a shopping trip, but an elevation of her self-image, a celebration of feminine allure. The companionship of Long Hao and Leng Yun rendered the shopping journey all the more perfect. After their shopping spree, Johnny, Leng Yun, and Long Hao felt immensely joyful. They flitted through the commercial street like a group of butterflies reveling in life. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow upon the streets, infusing the bustling city with an air of leisure. "Hey, have you heard? There's a new film that has recently premiered, and it's been all the rage. Why don't we go catch a movie?" Johnny suggested, her excitement palpable. "A movie? That sounds delightful. It should be a nice way to unwind." Long Yun replied after a moment of contemplation, her face alight with anticipation. Long Hao nodded in agreement, then it settled. "Let us go to the cinema and relax." Before long, they arrived at a renowned cinema situated in the heart of the city. This cinema was famed for its distinctive architectural style and state-of-the-art projection equipment. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by a rich cultural ambience, with an array of film posters adorning the walls, captivating every cinephile in attendance. After selecting a highly acclaimed film, the trio procured popcorn and beverages, finding their seats in eager anticipation of the cinematic experience. As the screen illuminated gradually, the story unfurled like a delicate tapestry, transporting them into a succession of enthralling worlds. Once the film concluded, the lingering resonance of the viewing experience remained etched in their hearts. To preserve this exquisite state of mind, Long Hao proposed, "The film was truly magnificent. However, the evening is still young. Shall we venture to the arcade for a while?" Johnny and Leng Yun exchanged knowing smiles, both nodding in agreement. Still buoyed by excitement, they entered the brilliantly lit arcade, driven by curiosity for the unknown. Inside, the cacophony of machine sounds, music, and laughter intertwined, creating an irresistible aura of vitality and joy. A kaleidoscope of colored lights flickered, ensnaring every entrant. Johnny seized a laser gun, pulling Leng Yun into the realm of shooting games. They resembled two indomitable warriors, standing shoulder to shoulder against virtual foes, their gazes fiercely focused. Long Hao cheered them on from the sidelines, occasionally joining in, as they all reveled in the merriment. Amidst the sounds of scoring and jubilant laughter, the day slipped away unnoticed. A casual stroll down the commercial street unexpectedly morphed into an unforgettable little adventure. Shopping, watching a film, and playing arcade games. These seemingly simple activities stirred ripples in the ocean of their affection. The trio returned to Long Hao's spacious and comfortable villa, the night having deepened. Ascending the stairs after passing through the grand hall, they arrived at the master bedroom on the upper floor. Outside, a full moon hung in the night sky, its silvery light spilling into the room, infusing the tranquil evening with a touch of poetic charm. Johnny cautiously pulled back the covers, preparing to nestle into the bed, while Leng Yun and Long Hao stood to the side, sharing shy smiles. Faced with the expanse of a large bed, they felt a mix of uncertainty and an unexpected thrill at the prospect of sharing it. "What is the matter? Are you afraid of me?" Long Hao teased playfully, loosening his tie and tossing it onto the sofa. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a sturdy physique, and made his way toward the bed. Leng Yun watched them, a gentle smile forming on her lips, before following suit to the spacious bed. She slipped off her high heels, gracefully crossing the bed's edge and sinking into the warm embrace of the blankets. Before long, The trio fell into a serene silence, their bodies relaxing as they shared this tranquil moment, the starlight casting a mysterious glow upon them. Quietly, they listened to the whispers of the wind outside, savoring this unexpected slumber together. As they closed their eyes, they collectively drifted into dreams, eagerly anticipating the thrilling adventures that the new day would bring. Chapter 182. The amphibious and aerial automobile. As the twilight faded and the sun began to rise, Long Hao's voice resonated through the villa. Wake up early, everyone. Today, I shall take you to visit the Starry Technology Building, where you will witness a groundbreaking creation, our independently developed amphibious and aerial autonomous vehicle. Golden sunlight bathed their faces, illuminating the dawn of a new day. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves swiftly traversing the roads in the vehicle. When the car came to a halt, the three were astounded by the sight before them, the formidable Starry Technology Building, majestically standing at the heart of the city, its towering structure gleaming in the morning light, exuding grandeur and magnificence. I never anticipated that the building we discussed online the day before yesterday would be this one, Johnny exclaimed, gazing upward in excitement. Bringing you here is not merely for sightseeing, Long Hao remarked, surveying his companions. Starry Technology has ventured into the future of transportation, autonomous driving. This building will be the cradle of our new adventures. Incredible. The future of Starry Technology lies before us, Johnny whispered as they entered the research and development department. A pale yellow moonlight cascaded from the sky, illuminating the towering edifice. The deep blue glass facade reflected the moonlight, resembling stars that had descended upon the earth. Upon entering the R&D department, the trio was immediately captivated by the sight. The latest amphibious and aerial autonomous vehicle from Starry Technology was parked in the center of the hall, shimmering with a silver glow. Long Hao excitedly pointed out various components of the vehicle. Behold, this automobile integrates cutting-edge autonomous driving technology. Its top features a low-altitude flight system, while its underside is equipped with intelligent sensors and a powerful gliding mechanism, enabling it to traverse land, water, and air safely and freely. Leng Yun stepped forward, gently caressing the car's body, exploring every intricate detail. Look here, this must be the advanced sensor system designed for precise obstacle avoidance and route planning in autonomous mode, correct? Indeed, Leng Yun, you possess keen insight. Our autonomous driving system employs multi-layer sensing technology in conjunction with artificial intelligence algorithms, ensuring stable navigation even in highly complex traffic environments. Long Hao affirmed. Eagerly, Johnny inquired, can it really operate on water? Is it truly that stable? Long Hao smiled. Absolutely. If you doubt it, we can test it right here. A technician from the R&D department approached, introducing them to the vehicle's control interface and emergency braking system. Leng Yun and Johnny listened attentively, diligently noting the essential operational commands. Once the explanation concluded, following international protocols, they were to commence internal testing to identify and address any issues promptly. Meanwhile, in the expansive testing area on the other side, several technicians clad in work attire were closely monitoring the instrument data. According to the established plan, under the guidance of the developers, they were set to recreate various driving scenarios, such as sharp turns, obstacle avoidance, and navigating narrow paths. Leng Yun observed that after each scenario test, the technicians meticulously recorded the relevant data and deliberated on the necessity of system optimization. At long last, the moment arrived for them to personally experience the vehicle. They settled into the cabin, fastening their seatbelts as instructed. With the conclusion of the countdown, the car commenced its smooth departure, autonomously navigating along the predetermined route for a driverless test. They reveled in the steadfast performance of the autonomous vehicle amidst complex surroundings, sensing the pulsating rhythm of future transportation. Upon completing the terrestrial tests, they proceeded to the aquatic testing facility, a specially designed pool. This venue featured numerous channels and obstacles that simulated natural water environments, intended to assess the vehicle's stability on the water's surface. Once again, the driverless car executed each testing task flawlessly. They exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by expressions of exhilaration. At that moment, the evening glow painted the clouds at the horizon, signaling the approach of the testing phase's conclusion. Starry Technology's autonomous vehicle repeatedly validated its performance, allowing them to witness a technological leap and to feel the boundless potential of the future. Following rigorous internal evaluations and public testing, Starry Technology's driverless car exhibited stable performance and user-friendly controls. All assessments indicated that this vehicle, emblematic of future technology, was poised for commercialization. Chapter 183. application for the launch of autonomous vehicles. Thus, Long Hao personally brought the accompanying research and development report to the National Transportation Authority to request permission for the launch of autonomous vehicles. After a period of anticipation and review, they finally received the long-awaited news. The approval email struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere of the company. Employees erupted in jubilant cheers, and the dedicated technicians wore expressions of immense pride. Observing the elated crowd, Long Hao felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude. In an instant, the office was filled with an air of victory, the atmosphere charged with an invigorating spirit. "We did it," Leng Yun exclaimed passionately beside Long Hao, her clenched fist seemingly grasping the luminous victory of Fictional technology. Long Hao smiled at Leng Yun and the others, affirming, "Indeed, we did it. This is the achievement of our team. Each of you is a hero in this endeavor." Some celebrated privately in exuberance, while others exhaled in relief, their faces radiating calm smiles, brimming with boundless anticipation for the debut of the autonomous vehicle the following day. From the initial disbelief to the current absence of doubt, Fictional Technology's autonomous vehicle had established a remarkable legacy, heralding a new era. Long Hao, Leng Yun, Johnny, and all the dedicated employees of Fictional Technology had finally reaped the rewards of their sweat and sacrifices. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Long Hao's gaze pierced through the bustling city, returning to the striking autonomous vehicle at the center of the company's showroom. He understood that this was not merely a car. It was the manifestation of their collective dreams, the culmination of countless setbacks and breakthroughs. Today marked a historic day for Fictional Technology, as they were set to hold the official launch of the autonomous vehicle. Adjusting his suit jacket slightly, Long Hao walked alongside the elegantly dressed Leng Yun towards the launch venue. The press conference was alive with flashing lights. The pair approached the stage amidst a star-studded atmosphere, standing before the eager audience of reporters and enthusiastic spectators. Team members, clad in coordinated dark suits, sat neatly in the back row, their eyes filled with expectation and pride. Long Hao took the microphone, and the room fell into a hushed silence. His voice was steady and powerful, each word imbued with pride for the product and boundless hope for the future. Today, we aim to inscribe not only this autonomous vehicle into the annals of history, but also our responsibility and commitment to the public. Leng Yun then took the floor, meticulously detailing the various performance and safety test results of the autonomous vehicle. With a smooth glide of her remote pen, a vision of future transportation gradually unfolded. The dynamic visuals on the large screen captivated the audience, eliciting waves of astonished reactions. Under Leng Yun's narration, the crowd learned that the autonomous vehicle, named Zhou, was not only capable of precise navigation and automatic obstacle avoidance, but also adept at adapting to diverse climates and road conditions. Every future car owner seated in the audience harbored a singular thought: such a high-tech product must come with a steep price. However, when Leng Yun announced the price of 58,888 yuan, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This price was nearly half that of ordinary smart vehicles on the market, instantly evoking a sense of surprise and delight among all present. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Long Hao and Leng Yun exchanged a knowing smile, envisioning a future where everyone could savor the benefits of intelligent transportation services. Amid the bustling vehicle ordering event, the employees of Fictional Technology wore smiles as they faced an unending stream of media interviews. Each individual had a remarkable story to share about this extraordinary vehicle. Meanwhile, the developers at the forefront of artificial intelligence quietly envisioned the dawn of a new era for their autonomous cars. The driverless vehicle, named Zhou, not only symbolizes Fictional Technology's breakthroughs in technological innovation, but also embodies the ideal of future smart travel. By entering countless households at such an accessible price, it has revolutionized the way people commute and accelerated the pace at which technology transforms lives. That night, the launch event illuminated the urban night sky, as the Zhou driverless car, with its astonishing impact, became the focal point of global attention. Fictional Technology, this youthful enterprise, undoubtedly etched a vibrant mark on the canvas of the future. Chapter 184. The issue of new energy. After the press conference, Lin Si, the chief designer of the Zhou project, settled into a seat in the grand hall, illuminated by a cascade of light from above. While the lush leaves of a money tree swayed nearby, he clutched a can of coffee, deftly maneuvering through the crowd, evading various salespeople, and cautiously approached Long Hao's side. He observed Long Hao diligently working through a salad, clearly quite famished. "Mr. Long, I need to discuss something with you," Lin Si said, his eyes brimming with concern. Oh, what issue is there with Zhou? Long Hao set down his napkin and turned his gaze towards him. You see, this is not my first foray into electric vehicle design. We are confronted with a thorny dilemma. The battery issue, a common predicament faced by all electric vehicles, remains unbroken. While we have crafted an innovative autonomous vehicle, we have not made sufficient advancements concerning the battery. Based on our current tests, if this rate of depletion continues during daily use, the cost of replacing a battery in a year or two could equate to that of purchasing a new car, undeniably escalating the expenses for our users. Long Hao placed a reassuring hand on the designer's shoulder, his gaze steady as he spoke. You are absolutely right. However, we have been diligently striving to resolve this matter. There are indeed certain challenges at present that we cannot afford to overlook. Xingchen Technology has never been a company solely focused on immediate profits. Indeed, our pursuit of autonomous driving is also aimed at enhancing people's lives, reducing traffic accidents, and alleviating congestion on the roads. Yet, we must not disregard the issue of environmental protection. We do not wish for our products to offer convenience to people's lives while simultaneously inflicting harm on the environment. Therefore, I will entrust this issue to our R&D department. I have faith in their capability to find a solution. Simultaneously, I encourage all of you to contemplate solutions for this issue, for our users, and for the environment. The designer gazed at Long Hao, admiration and respect shimmering in his eyes. He recognized that his decision to join Xingchen Technology was indeed the right one. He trusted Long Hao and believed in the entire team at Xingchen Technology's ability to overcome the current challenges and usher the world into a new era. Long Hao gently sipped the iced coffee that had been forgotten at the corner of the table, the coldness on his tongue starkly contrasting with the anxiety in his heart. He closed his eyes, inhaling the mixed air around him, and then activated the system with his thoughts. System, activate. Enter the marketplace and search for the latest research and solutions for new energy batteries. His voice resonated within, devoid of sound waves, merely a transmission of intent. An endless stream of codes and data danced within Long Hao's mind as the marketplace system brimmed with an abundance of the latest technologies and solutions for new energy batteries. Akin to a galaxy of stars, he navigated through these futuristic innovations, in search of the one most suitable for Xingchen Technology. I found it. In a moment of clarity, a solution known as Green Mind flashed before his eyes. Green Mind, an energy management system constructed from futuristic technological materials, not only significantly enhances battery capacity and reduces losses, but also intelligently optimizes the battery management system, extending battery life and minimizing unexpected issues. With its presence, Zhou will transcend the boundaries of a mere autonomous vehicle, becoming a symbol of the perfect amalgamation of intelligent travel and environmental consciousness. Long Hao opened his eyes, reflecting the brilliance of technological innovation. The name Green Mind resonated with his mindset, brimming with visions of a verdant future. System, how many star coins are required to purchase the Green Mind solution? Long Hao inquired silently. The Green Mind solution currently belongs to cutting-edge technology and requires a deduction of 15,000 star coins, the mechanical voice of the system echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Hao declared, purchase. As the command was issued, fragments of knowledge and technology flowed gently like a trickling stream from the system space in his mind into Long Hao's consciousness, subsequently radiating into the realm of reality. Within the clusters of Starry Sky Technologies servers, a myriad of shared files and collaborative annotations began to emerge, providing engineers with comprehensive technical information regarding Green Mind. In the workgroup, having assimilated the information, Long Hao issued new project directives, each strategic move he made constructing a more magnificent commercial landscape for Starry Sky Technology. What lay ahead was the unveiling of an entirely new paradigm of green transportation for the world. Chapter 185, Green Mind, poised for launch not long after. A vibrant tempest swept through the corridors of Starry Technologies. On every screen, a singular message illuminated the space. New project at Starry Technologies, Green Mind, poised for launch. The announcement arrived like a warm ray of sunlight amidst a blizzard, evoking astonishment and eager anticipation among the employees, who promptly abandoned their tasks to absorb the news with fervent eyes. This groundbreaking technology heralded a new direction in transportation, signifying that Starry Technologies was set to lead the world into an unprecedented era of sustainable travel. Long Hao stood in his office, observing the fervent employees outside the windows, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that this was a victory, yet the journey toward triumph was far from over. Moments passed swiftly. The first batch of Green Mind prototypes was delivered to the laboratories of Starry Technologies. Long Hao positioned himself at the laboratory entrance. A brisk wind seeping through the crack of the door, caressing his cheeks with a refreshing chill. He felt as though he could sense the verdant essence of the future. 2 hours later, the inaugural autonomous vehicle equipped with the Green Mind solution finally graced the exhibition hall of Starry Technologies. Its sleek body, cloaked in a deep magenta hue, appeared as if it had stepped forth from a painting, rendering all who beheld it breathless. "This is our future," the designer exclaimed with palpable excitement. Long Hao endeavored to maintain an air of composure as he approached the vehicle, gently caressing its surface. The cold metallic texture seemed to resonate with his very heartbeat, stirring within him a profound sense of passion and anticipation. "What is our next step?" the designer inquired hastily. Long Hao turned, his gaze sharp and penetrating, reminiscent of a wolf. He spoke softly yet firmly. "We must execute our responsibilities diligently, ensuring this green innovation spreads across the globe. Our aspirations extend beyond a single nation. We aim for the world." Starry Technologies blossomed like dawn, radiating the brilliance of a new era, with Long Hao as its guiding force. Their stage would no longer be confined to domestic boundaries. They were destined to usher the world into a fresh, green epic. Looking at this vehicle, all I can say is that the future has arrived, the designer proclaimed enthusiastically, his eyes alight with fervor. Long Hao was enveloped by a symphony of codes and data, a testament to the system's collaborative contemplation. A gentle smile emerged as he perceived his future, illuminated by the rising sun, radiant and splendid. The corners of Long Hao's eyes twitched slightly, as the Green Mind autonomous vehicle before him sparkled like brilliant stars, flowing with the essence of contemporary technology. He pressed his palm against the frigid metal, feeling the boundless hope of Starry Technologies for the future, his heart brimming with ambition. "And what lies ahead?" he inquired, shifting his gaze from the vehicle to the designer. The designer's expression was fervent, as if infused with the magnetic aura of Long Hao. He transcended the challenges ahead, passionately proclaiming, "We must unveil our future to the entire world." Long Hao nodded, for he had long harbored this ambition. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms like bare steel, a testament to his indomitable will. His gaze shifted to the dawn outside, his fingers delicately tapping on the display screen. Gradually, his figure emerged on the screen of the autonomous vehicle, his eyes radiating an intense brilliance, enveloped by unparalleled valor. He spoke, "Now, we must exhibit our green future to the world, presenting our Green Mind, a revolutionary mode of transportation that can enhance our planet." As his voice fell silent, the employees of Star Technology were momentarily struck dumb. The sunlight outside seemed to intensify, illuminating each individual's future alongside Long Hao's words, that verdant future. "As you can see," Long Hao continued, "Star Technology stands at the pinnacle of numerous enterprises, guiding the globe into a new technological era. I wish to convey to the world that we possess not only technology, but also a rising sun, illuminating the future of humanity." His voice resonated within each person's heart, each word akin to the gentle rays of early spring, evoking feelings of rebirth and vitality. Some employees felt their eyes welling with emotion, while designers clenched their fists, and engineers even brandished their tools, seemingly invigorated by Long Hao's passion, their fervor blazing like a wildfire. Confronted with a bright and vibrant future, Long Hao's face bore a smile as steadfast as a mountain. He softly declared, "Our future lies just ahead. As long as we pursue it relentlessly, victory will be ours. Let us strive together for that beautiful dream of green transportation." With that, his gaze grew increasingly resolute after a brief silence. A powerful force seemed to emanate from the depths of his heart, striking at the souls of everyone present. His face shone with unwavering determination, enveloping all in an awe-filled hush. Chapter 186. Open collaboration. Long Hao inhaled deeply and commanded, "Activate the main camera." The service robot, Leng Yun, promptly complied, adjusting the collar's angle to perfection. Soon, a high-definition lens emerged from the wall, fixed and poised in front of him. He smiled naturally, yet an aura of resolute determination enveloped him. Stepping closer to the camera, Long Hao calmly addressed the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Long Hao, the CEO of Starry Technology. Today, I wish to announce a significant piece of news. Perhaps many of you have been eagerly anticipating this moment. I am here to confirm that all owners of the Zhou vehicle will have the opportunity to access a new service." He paused, seemingly allowing the audience's wild speculations to simmer. Then, with an even firmer tone, he continued, "Our new product, Green Mind, will be offered free of charge to all Zhou owners. All you need to do is visit the nearest 4S shop, where we will provide a complimentary upgrade to your power solution. We will also offer comprehensive technical support. No matter where you are, we will be by your side whenever you need us. With a gravitas laced with humor, he gazed expectantly into the lens, as if envisioning the distant audience. If he strained his ears, he could almost hear the sound of their footsteps rushing toward the 4S shop. Long Hao corrected his previous statement with a slight nod. The name Green Mind symbolizes a power solution that will stand as a significant technological contribution from Starry Technology to the world. His voice brimmed with confidence, resonating across countless digital channels to an audience that had long awaited this moment. He further elucidated, it is not merely a product. It is our commitment to the future of electric vehicles. We recognize that to realize a revolution in green energy, we must collaborate and open our technology. Therefore, I announce that Starry Technology will make our Green Mind technology accessible to all electric vehicle enterprises. A series of detailed plans unfurled on the screen, showcasing technical parameters and collaborative models, allowing potential partners to gain a clearer understanding of how to advance alongside Starry Technology. Long Hao's business acumen shone through, as he adeptly navigated the balance between openness of ideas and protection of technology. We are willing to share our technological achievements with other automotive companies. For those eager to become our partners, we will charge a reasonable patent fee, ensuring that we can continually invest in research and development, allowing Starry Technology to maintain its pioneering position in the electric vehicle sector. Concluding this information-rich address, Long Hao pressed a button on the console, terminating the video communication. Each of his words had been indelibly etched in the hearts of listeners around the globe. He understood that the Green Mind technology unveiled today would serve as a milestone in the electric vehicle industry, propelling Starry Technology toward a more illustrious future. Seated comfortably in the sleek, customized bulletproof Zhou vehicle, he was enveloped by an ambience that fused technology with strength. The interior lights were dim, yet sufficient to illuminate the determination glimmering in his eyes. The city's traffic seemed irrelevant to him as Zhou glided silently through the night, leaving all the clamor behind. Xiaowu, proceed to a certain location in your esteemed city. Long Hao's voice resonated within the vehicle, devoid of hesitation. Destination set, optimizing the most efficient route. The car's intelligent system responded, exuding an air of serene sophistication. At the system's command, Zhou activated the autonomous driving feature. The vehicle gradually accelerated, requiring no manual control from Long Hao, akin to a panther in the darkness, steadily and swiftly advancing towards the intended destination. The sounds of the wind and the rolling wheels melded together, yet within this high-tech chariot, tranquility reigned supreme. Chapter 187. The Eye of Heaven Telescope. The advanced autonomous driving capabilities of the Zhou vehicle system allowed Long Hao to relax against his seat. His hands folded comfortably across his chest. He closed his eyes, yet his thoughts soared far beyond the present. This journey was not merely an expedition for investigation or adventure. It was a quest for answers. The mountainous region surrounding the esteemed city had long posed a conundrum for electric vehicle technology. The rugged terrain and perennial haze presented formidable challenges to the endurance and performance of electric vehicles. The advent of Green Mind technology was specifically aimed at addressing such issues. In essence, Long Hao's journey was an audacious field test of this new technology, a pursuit of his own commitments. The winding mountain roads seemed to yield to Zhou, which appeared to anticipate every conceivable challenge with stability and agility. Long Hao brimmed with anticipation, confident that this would mark a significant milestone in showcasing the true value of Green Mind technology to the world. Simultaneously, it represented another pivotal exploratory endeavor for Xingqian technology on its path towards sustainable innovation. In the depths of the serene mountains, Long Hao navigated Zhou smoothly along the winding roads, its streamlined silhouette harmonizing beautifully with the undulating hills under the night sky. Finally, nestled within the dense forest, he beheld the majestic form of the Eye of Heaven Telescope. The China Sky Eye, part of the FAST project, with its 500-meter diameter spherical radio telescope, stood as a sharp eye for cosmic exploration. Here, the topography was uniquely advantageous, with mountains encircling the telescope, shielding it from external noise and disturbances. Zhou came to a halt at the entrance of the telescope's precinct. Long Hao was aware that this location prohibited entry for ordinary personnel. A designated sensor area on the side of the vehicle was designated for verifying visitors' identities. Identity verification request, announced the vehicle's system. Without hesitation, Long Hao produced his identification, a Major General badge from Xingqian Technology. The badge, embedded with a biometric chip, housed his personal information and privileges, serving as a high-level identification within the organization. Please confirm your purpose, the system inquired. I need to provide the latest technical specifications and adjustment plans to the FAST project's technical team, Long Hao calmly articulated. Following a brief yet stringent signal verification, the vehicle system received a response to the identity check. Identity verification successful. Mr. Long Hao, Major General of Xingqian Technology, you may enter. The system's voice resonated once more. Courteous and composed. Inside the precinct, security measures were exceptionally stringent, with an unmanned intelligent monitoring system perpetually scanning every corner. However, Zhou had secured the necessary access, allowing it to proceed unimpeded. As Long Hao gazed at the telescope's colossal form gradually emerging in the nocturnal ambience, a profound sense of responsibility and anticipation welled within him. Before the grand entrance at the core of the Eye of Heaven telescope, Zhou gently decelerated and ultimately parked itself autonomously. Long Hao stepped out of the vehicle, standing before the very place where he was about to submit his technical proposal. This place, a culmination of the tireless efforts of countless scientists, is poised to unveil an even more formidable research capability under the auspices of Star Technology. Major General Long Hao, on behalf of Star Technology, I extend my warmest welcome to you. A lady clad in the attire of Star Technology emerged from the entrance, enthusiastically gesturing towards Long Hao. As he alighted from the vehicle, he stood before the very site where he would present his technical proposal. This sanctuary of scientific endeavor, imbued with the dedication of numerous scholars, is set to manifest enhanced research prowess through the technological support from Star Technology. With an expectant and curious gaze, the lady prompted Long Hao to clear his throat, and he proceeded with clarity. The purpose of my visit is to deliver the technical details of the 1,000-meter diameter spherical radio telescope. Following an evaluation by the expert team at Star Technology, we are confident that this technology will facilitate a direct upgrade on your existing infrastructure without necessitating additional construction. His tone exuded confidence, each word articulated with precision. As the lady absorbed Long Hao's words, excitement flickered in her eyes. She was acutely aware of the profound implications such a technological breakthrough would have on their quest to explore the outer limits of the universe. Swiftly, she responded, "Please hold on. I need to confirm the authorization to receive the technical proposal." Retrieving a delicate biometric device from her pocket, adorned with a miniature display screen, she tapped the screen a few times, initiating the transmission of an encrypted file to the telescope's central server. Authorization in progress. Confirmation complete, announced her vehicle's voice assistant. "Thank you very much, Major General Long Hao," the lady expressed with heartfelt gratitude. With this, we can seamlessly integrate Star Technology's core innovations, transforming the vision of the 1,000-meter diameter spherical radio telescope into reality. This marks a significant advancement in our exploration of the cosmos. Long Hao smiled and nodded. To assist you in advancing astronomical research is also Star Technology's contribution to the future of humanity. Let us look forward to our collaboration as we venture together into the unknown possibilities of the universe. The lady reciprocated with a smile, her demeanor slightly enigmatic as she remarked, "We are eagerly anticipating potential collaborations. Major General Long Hao, we hope you can stay a while longer so we may delve deeper into the technical details." Standing before this globally renowned observatory, Long Hao was enveloped by a sense of reverence. He gazed upwards at the immense telescope, which lay tranquil amidst the mountains, resembling a contemplative eye peering into the depths of the universe. The lady lightly touched a device on her wrist, and instantly, a somewhat mechanical voice resonated in the air. "The technical proposal from Star Technology has been received. I am now initiating preliminary analysis as the supercomputer, codenamed Skyfeed." A gentle breeze swept through, and as her words lingered, a faint fragrance wafted into the air. Long Hao instinctively inhaled, the aroma invigorating his senses, reminiscent of a remarkably exquisite perfume. The sky's gift fell into a momentary silence, as the lady and Long Hao refrained from immediate conversation, their attention fully absorbed by the surrounding atmosphere. It was as if the flowing data stream could be seen, heard, and even felt, conveying the intricate technical concepts and data models exchanged between them. Analysis complete, the cold electronic voice suddenly announced after a prolonged stillness. "Long Hao, would you be willing to demonstrate the application effects of this technical proposal on-site?" the lady inquired, her expression imbued with a hint of anticipation. Long Hao withdrew his gaze, nodded slightly, and then, with hands slightly outstretched, confidently replied, "Of course. Starry Technology has always been committed to making the most advanced technology accessible to humanity. Let me see the analysis results from the sky's gift." The lady smiled and gestured invitingly to Long Hao, then turned her attention to the air before her. As if within her line of sight lay the process of data processing unfolding in the ether. "According to the analysis results, we can initiate the upgrade program immediately. This proposal will enhance the telescope's receiving area by 5% and increase the data transmission rate by 10%. This signifies that we can delve deeper into the secrets of those distant galaxies." The lady's eyes sparkled with expectation as she listened to the analysis results of the sky's gift, gradually revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 188. The iterative upgrade of the telescope. Long Hao gazed at the emerging smile of the lady, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. However, his mind was predominantly captivated by the supercomputer known as Tian Kuei. Observing his interest, the lady remarked, "Major General Long Hao, would you like to delve deeper into this marvel?" With that, she guided Long Hao toward the computing hall where Tian Kuei resided. The hall resonated with the cacophony of machines, teeming with an array of instruments and displays, all showcasing the intricate processes of data computation. A technician clad in a white uniform hurried past, deftly manipulating the control panel, his keen gaze scanning each fluctuation in data. Yet, the control he wielded was ruthlessly usurped by Tian Kuei. Suddenly, a chilling yet vivid voice reverberated throughout the hall, reminiscent of an apocalyptic warning. "Data model established. Commencing parameter optimization." Long Hao was struck by an unprecedented sense of awe as he observed the computations unfolding on the screen. Gaining a profound understanding of the formidable power of artificial intelligence and its catalytic role in the future of technology. Its presence was akin to a blossoming star, symbolizing the promise of scientific advancement. "Major General Long Hao," the lady seemed to sense his astonishment, "you must realize, this is merely our inception. What you behold now is but the first stride towards the uncharted realms that await us. We are all brimming with anticipation." At this moment, Long Hao could no longer maintain his composure. He gazed deeply into the lady's eyes, a burgeoning desire flickering within. "And what comes next?" he inquired, his voice imbued with eagerness. "Next, we shall confront the cosmos," the lady replied, her eyes sparkling with expectation. She smiled at Long Hao, then turned, extending her hand towards the distant server hall. Upon receiving her directive, Tian Kuei's core processor promptly initiated the installation of the upgrade program. Once the upgrade commenced, the connected servers and devices would sequentially adapt and optimize, the entire process flowing seamlessly without human intervention. Although it was merely a modest enhancement in performance, it constituted a systematic endeavor necessitating meticulous calculations and coordination. Over the ensuing week, the computing hall was ablaze with light. Technicians worked in shifts to ensure a seamless transition throughout the upgrade. Each day, as progress unfolded, the telescope produced a vast array of data, which not only validated the efficacy of the upgrade plan, but also unveiled the mesmerizing mysteries of the universe. At last, under the vigilant scrutiny of the technicians, the final adjustment of the upgrade was completed, resulting in a significant enhancement in system stability and data processing speed. With the first successful transmission of data streams, the patiently awaiting team members erupted in applause, their faces radiating pride and exhilaration. "Look there," exclaimed one technician, pointing at the colossal display screen. In that moment, the telescope had captured an image of a distant galaxy, rich in intricate details, a feat unattainable prior to the upgrade in terms of both distance and clarity. The artificial intelligence system of Tian Kuei promptly activated, commencing the analysis of the newly acquired image while comparing it with past data to unearth clues regarding the evolution of the universe. The database swiftly matched, assigning identifiers and trajectories to every star and galaxy. "This is truly astonishing." The lady gazed at the increasingly refined search network, her heart brimming with indescribable satisfaction. Meanwhile, Major General Long Hao, with a profound gaze, began to envision the guiding significance of this new data for future space exploration. "We stand on the threshold of a new era of discovery," Long Hao murmured, "and this represents a significant leap forward in technology." Everyone realized that they had just crossed a threshold, the threshold of enhanced human capability in exploring space. This modest step in technology would herald a new chapter in the annals of astrophysics and cosmic exploration. The laughter of the technicians echoed throughout the computation hall, each individual feeling an immense pride in their contributions. The display screens illuminated one green confirmation signal after another, each symbolizing the successful docking and optimization of the sky feed. As the telescope transmitted increasingly distant and clearer data, they understood that the path of future exploration would be ever more expansive. The mission of stellar technology to extend humanity's vision into the deeper cosmos was becoming increasingly attainable. Longhou's gaze met that of the lady, and within their eyes, they beheld a shared dream and resolve. If possible, Longhou suggested, his voice imbued with boundless aspirations for the future, we should deploy a celestial observatory on Mars, thereby eliminating any blind spots in humanity's interstellar warfare. The lady nodded in agreement, endorsing this audacious notion. Although the subsequent actions would necessitate confronting numerous technical challenges and the extreme conditions of space, this observatory project would undoubtedly extend humanity's gaze into the farthest reaches of the cosmos, providing crucial intelligence for space strategy. This is an ambitious plan, the lady added. But we must not abandon our pursuit simply because the dream is grand. Each breakthrough in technology enhances humanity's capacity to explore the universe. Her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, as if she had already glimpsed the magnificent observatory standing on the distant Martian horizon. They both recognized the daunting nature of this mission, yet understood that it was not merely about creating an impeccable detection tool, but rather about enabling humanity to seize control of its destiny on the interstellar battlefield. In embarking upon such a grand journey, every small victory and breakthrough would propel humanity toward the vast expanse of the universe. Chapter 189. Live Commerce. As Major General Longhou pushed open the doors of the Xingqian Technology Building, the scene before him made him halt, his brow furrowing in confusion. The corridors were lined with bustling figures, frantically adjusting cameras, sound equipment, and constantly changing lighting arrangements. Longhou approached an employee who was fiddling with a tripod, the slight crease on his forehead betraying his puzzlement. What's going on? When did our research company start engaging in live streaming? The employee looked up, a smile breaking through the foggy lenses of his glasses. Mr. Long, you might not be aware, but the company has decided to launch a series of popular science live streams, showcasing our research achievements and explorations of the universe to the public. Look, we are preparing for our first live broadcast. At this, Longhou's confusion began to dissipate, a thoughtful smile illuminating his face. Ah, I see. It appears I have returned just in time. Suddenly, a presence appeared beside him, causing Longhou to start slightly. He turned to find Johnny standing next to him, a grin on her face as she toyed with a smart wristband, her voice brimming with undisguised pride. How? Our next plan is quite audacious. We are going to use the Xinguang platform for live streaming, publicly auctioning those obsolete weapons while simultaneously conducting a series of educational broadcasts. Although these items are outdated, small countries are still eager for them. Moreover, the government has already approved this. Everything is proceeding as it should. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Longhou's eyes, soon replaced by admiration. He gently patted Johnny's shoulder, nodding with a smile. Excellent. A splendid idea. Expanding the influence of Xingqian technology globally is indeed our direction. In the live broadcast, Johnny's network department played a crucial role. Within the meticulously arranged live studio on the Xinguang platform, all auctioned weapons were projected as three-dimensional holograms, suspended in mid-air, showcasing their grandeur. The atmosphere in the studio was palpably tense as employees conducted final checks on each holographic projection device, ensuring everything was flawless. Technicians sat at the control console, their eyes glued to the data flow, filled with confidence and anticipation. The moment the broadcast commenced, the carefully curated studio erupted with fervor, an avalanche of comments flooding in. Before the screen, Wang Yujia's voice resonated. Hello everyone, I am Wang Yujia, and welcome to our special live broadcast. Today, the first treasure we are auctioning is this retired 5th-generation fighter jet. The comments on the screen swirled in a frenzy. Wow, Wang Yujia, I've been waiting for your live stream. Looking forward to this auction. Are they really auctioning a 5th-generation fighter jet? If only I had the money. In the control room, facing the data on the screen, the technician responsible for the broadcast, Xiaoya, pointed at the computer. Look, within minutes, the viewer count has surpassed 500,000. Our studio is buzzing with popularity. Beside her, Zhao Liang chuckled. This is the inaugural day of our arsenal opening. So high viewership is only to be expected. Returning to the live broadcast, Wang Yujia introduced to the audience. This 5th-generation fighter jet is a model of our past heroes, having defended our homeland in countless missions. Although it has been retired, it still possesses the ability to narrate many stories. Against the backdrop of a dazzling nebula, the holographic image of the fifth-generation fighter jet stood out remarkably. In the living room, a couple gazed intently at the screen. The man, with a surge of excitement, remarked, "I flew this fighter jet in my youth. If I could acquire it, it would be a retrieval of a cherished memory." The atmosphere of the live broadcast grew increasingly fervent, igniting not only a desire to purchase, but also a rekindled passion for stellar technology and the pursuit of dreams beyond the stars. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Long Hao sat in the private broadcasting studio of Stellar Technology, facing a grand, curved screen, engrossed in the entirety of the live stream. The office was dimly lit, creating a theatrical ambience that entirely captivated his attention to the content displayed on the screen. Wang Yujia's voice resonated throughout the room via a high-definition audio system, her introduction vivid and full of fervor. The holographic fifth-generation fighter jet rotated on the screen, showcasing every detail from its robust and powerful fuselage lines to its formidable engines and cutting-edge weapon systems. Each aspect was nothing short of astonishing. "What a splendid demonstration," Long Hao murmured to himself, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. As a connoisseur of weaponry, he found great satisfaction in this live broadcast. His gaze revealed professionalism and insight. He could discern the considerable effort Wang Yujia had invested in preparing for this event. With no one else to disturb him, Long Hao was thoroughly immersed in the atmosphere of the broadcast. At the moment the fighter jet was introduced, he could almost feel the air in the room quivering, irresistibly drawn in by its allure. "Were this not retired equipment, I might truly consider acquiring it," he mused, a wry smile creeping onto his face. After all, this fighter jet symbolized the past, not the future of stellar technology. Their focus had shifted towards cosmic exploration and the development of intelligent technology. Long Hao silenced the microphone in front of him, unwilling to let personal emotions interfere with this professional auction. Gently lifting his smart wristband, he elegantly adjusted his schedule, setting a reminder for the auction's conclusion. Everything was meticulously organized. The live broadcast continued as retired equipment was revitalized. Embarking on a journey to the depths of the cosmos, this was not merely a physical voyage to the stars, but also a spiritual and dreamlike expedition undertaken by stellar technology. As a witness and facilitator of this process, Long Hao experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment within. Chapter 190. The Invitation from Remcha Star. When Long Hao received an invitation from the distant Remcha Star on the Star Chat system, subtle ripples stirred within his heart. It was a blend of excitement and complexity, akin to the surprise and uncertainty that accompany a reunion with an old friend. They mentioned the discovery of Blue Star on the Interstellar map and expressed their sincere desire for Long Hao to visit Remcha Star. The message also referenced obsolete mecha equipment and advanced weaponry technology, which undoubtedly represented invaluable resources for Blue Star. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Long Hao's mind. What profound implications lay behind this invitation that spanned light years, and how might it relate to his company's forthcoming cosmic explorations? He silently pondered that this proposal, regardless of its nature, was an opportunity worthy of contemplation. Upon receiving the invitation from Remcha Star, Long Hao searched the intelligent display of the system mall and found an interstellar weapon. As he surveyed the office, the ambient light filtered through the high-tech glass walls, illuminating his resolute face and imparting a deeper intensity to his gaze. Without further deliberation, he pressed the purchase button, his fingertip lightly tapping the touch screen, and the transaction was completed in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a glowing transport box materialized on his desk through spatial transmission. Upon opening the box, a chilling interstellar weapon came into view, which he carefully lifted and placed into a specialized protective sheath. Each motion was marked by an air of solemnity. This was his safeguard, and he could not afford any negligence. He understood that his safety was of paramount importance on the impending journey, especially in the unknown terrain of Remcha Star, where the outcomes remained unpredictable. With the weapon in hand, Long Hao's resolve intensified, and his steps grew more assured. As if he could feel the flame of determination igniting within his chest, he fixed his gaze intently on the weaponry page of the system mall, emanating an undeniable aura of focus. He recognized that Remcha Star was not entirely secure, and if he were to venture there, he must prepare adequately in advance. His fingers danced across the rows of shimmering virtual weapons, selecting once more a bizarrely shaped, glimmering interstellar, folded blade. System, confirm purchase. Long Hao's voice was calm and deep. Immediately, a beam of blue light emanated from the system, materializing the folded blade in his hand. As he toyed with the weapon, Long Hao felt the subtle vibrations that conveyed the energy network of the interstellar blade, a responsive echo to his mastery over spatial fluctuations. Since acquiring abilities from the system, he had increasingly adapted to this resonant state with spatial waves, even becoming attuned to the delicate undulations of wormholes. Rising to his feet, he proceeded deeper into his private laboratory, where a seemingly rudimentary yet exceedingly advanced spatial archway was concealed. This was his secret, the key that allowed him to traverse the vast galaxies of the cosmos. Remember, don't just focus on having fun, Johnny suddenly entered, half joking yet half serious. This is a significant matter. Be cautious of the Remcha people. Long Hao shot Johnny a glance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Rest assured, I am well aware." The ensuing scene is bound to leave you utterly astonished. As Long Hao approached the spatial archway step by step, his assistant's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood that this was not merely an adventurous journey for Long Hao. It could very well be a pivotal moment for their stellar technology in pioneering new realms. The light waves within the archway began to swirl, slowly forming an ethereal tunnel. Long Hao took a deep breath, his gaze penetrating the arch, as if he could already glimpse the distant galaxy. He raised his hand, clutching the blade with a jagged edge, ready to embark on the path leading to the unknown. At the very instant he was about to cross the threshold, an unprecedented surge of excitement welled up within him. Never before had he been so close to uncovering the truth behind the mysteries of the cosmos. Amidst all the choices and challenges that lay ahead, a singular thought resonated within his heart. Let us uncover the secrets that lie behind the Remcha star. And just as Long Hao was about to take that fateful step, Chapter 191, the technology of Remcha's star, upon stepping through the spatial archway, Long Hao was cast into an unknown realm by the fluctuations of interstellar space. He found himself within what appeared to be an abandoned military base, enveloped in an atmosphere of cold desolation. As he explored, he came to the realization that this was a facility left behind by the Remchaxians, harboring cutting-edge interstellar weaponry. An AI from Remchak's star announced in the air, "Unauthorized spatial fluctuations detected. Please identify yourself and your intentions." In response to Long Hao's declaration as an envoy, the AI promptly contacted the commander. A mechanical resonance reverberated through the vast, silent base, reminiscent of a call from the future. The AI, with its lifelessly calm tone, proclaimed into the void, "Unauthorized spatial fluctuations detected," requesting the entrant to identify themselves and their purpose. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Long Hao understood the necessity for decorum. He spoke slowly, his voice firm yet courteous. "I am Long Hao from Blue Star. In accordance with prior arrangements, I have come as an invited envoy." Upon confirming this information, the AI did not allow Long Hao to step further and immediately proceeded to the next protocol. "Understood. The commander has been contacted. Please stand by for communication." Long Hao waited patiently for a moment, then shifted his gaze to assess the futuristic environment surrounding him. The ambience exuded a high-tech aura that starkly contrasted with the technology of Blue Star. Every beam of light and each design element spoke of the rigor and profundity inherent in an interstellar military base. He could not help but silently admire the Remchaxians' dedication and expertise in technology. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the AI core, illuminating the base as a sharp, fleeting beep resonated through the air. A diverse array of interstellar beings emerged slowly from the depths of the facility, their eyes radiating a chilling light akin to distant stars. These entities varied in size and strength, yet each step they took was steady and powerful, exuding an air of authority and might. Among them stood a tall commander, exuding composure as he approached. His obsidian-like eyes were profoundly deep, radiating wisdom and pride. He scrutinized Long Hao and spoke with a welcoming tone. "Esteemed Long Hao, welcome to the Remchak's star military base. I am Saljak, the interstellar commander and the envoy with whom you previously conducted transactions on the platform. I look forward to our collaboration." His voice carried the cadence of interstellar language, imbued with a rhythm not of Blue Star. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Commander," Long Hao replied with a slight bow, demonstrating the respect befitting interstellar etiquette. "I am truly privileged to be in your presence." While he acknowledged the situation before him, he remained inwardly vigilant, fully aware of the true purpose of his visit, as the success of his mission hinged upon it. The commander inclined his head slightly and then led Long Hao deeper into the base. "Mr. Long Hao, allow me to showcase the advanced technological achievements of Remchak's star and explore the possibilities of our cooperation." Their discourse continuously unveiled shocking galactic secrets and advanced interstellar technologies. Within the military base on Remchar Star, the Interstellar Commander Saljak guided Long Hao through multiple layers of security, unveiling the technological achievements that the Remchar people held dear. Just as Long Hao believed this was merely a tedious recounting of history, Saljak abruptly shifted the conversation to the planet's past. Our world once thrived in harmony, as though woven from emerald green and cerulean blue dreams. The inhabitants of Remchar Star slumbered in the embrace of the cosmos, inhaling fresh air, relishing peace and abundance. The commander's gaze reflected a nostalgic yearning for bygone days. Long Hao could sense the profound emotion in his words and the indelible memories they carried. Yet, just as our technology began to approach the threshold of a second-tier civilization, discord quietly took root. The expansion of knowledge and the pursuit of dreams ignited the flames of debate. Initially, differing academic factions engaged in ordinary discussions and debates at the crossroads of civilization. However, as theoretical breakthroughs accelerated and practical applications evolved, these discourses gradually transformed into conflicts concerning the very foundations of society and governance. The essence of these conflicts lay in nothing more than interests and power, as the short-sightedness of viewing knowledge and dreams merely as tools obliterated our once peaceful and beautiful world. The power of technology, whether harnessed to foster a better world or wielded as a weapon in data wars and interstellar rivalries, ultimately depends on those who possess such power. Saljak's narrative prompted Long Hao to introspect, recognizing that their experiences mirrored a universal phenomenon. The development of technology inevitably brings significant upheaval to societal progress. Saljak paused, casting his gaze towards the deep, starry expanse outside, remaining silent for a moment before continuing, his voice steady yet resolute. Nevertheless, my nation has chosen to utilize technology to alter our fate. Through digital management, we have implemented an efficient interstellar governance system, and with AI technology, we have fortified our nation. This is also one of the bases I wish to showcase to you. The technological accomplishments of Remchar Star are the fruits of our extensive labor and commitment, which we are eager to share with those who can comprehend our vision, so that we may explore this vast universe together. Saljak's words brimmed with hope and foresight, his eyes set on the interstellar future, aspirations soaring high. Listening to the commander's account, Long Hao felt a surge of emotion within him. He understood that their experiences might well be a microcosm of the future of Blue Star. How to harness technology, confront challenges, and foster communication and collaboration with other civilizations were questions he needed to ponder and explore. This visit had deepened his understanding and anticipation of his own mission. Chapter 192. Saljak's reminiscence. Saljak's gaze suddenly became distant and filled with sorrow as he slowly returned to his command chair. His eyes cast toward the profound expanse of the starry sky outside. Long Hao sensed an abrupt heaviness in the atmosphere, an instinctive foreboding that the forthcoming narrative might delve into the planet's deep-seated crisis. Do you know, Mr. Long Hao, Saljak's voice resonated, low yet powerful. When our technology reached a certain pinnacle, we began to harbor a fear of death, transforming our yearning for life into a pursuit of immortality. Each word fell heavily upon Long Hao's heart, prompting him to nod in understanding. On Blue Star, the age-old fear of death had sparked countless fantasies and inquiries. Yet, for this planet, it seemed they had ventured even further. Saljak rose and approached a colossal display screen, deftly manipulating the control panel. Instantly, a series of intricate images of mechanical and biological hybrids materialized on the screen. We began to merge with machines, developing numerous bionic products capable of replacing our damaged organs and even enhancing our bodily functions. The visuals showcased not mere mechanical substitutes, but exquisite masterpieces that seamlessly fused biology with machinery. Some bionic eyes could see clearly in darkness, while certain bionic limbs could effortlessly lift several tons. Undoubtedly, this technology illustrated the remarkably advanced scientific prowess of the Remkarians. When all of this commenced, we believed we were crafting hope, Saljak murmured, his hands clasped behind his back, the light in his eyes intertwining with the cold starlight surrounding him. But soon after, we encountered unprecedented dilemmas. Long Hao clenched his fists in anxiety, realizing that matters were far from the simplicity they initially appeared. What do you mean by dilemmas? He inquired. Saljak turned to face Long Hao, his gaze intense. Our bodies became increasingly dissimilar from our former selves. We began to confront a profound crisis of identity and existence. Taking a deep breath, he continued softly, Now, there are fewer than 10,000 true humans remaining on this planet. The others have had every part of their being replaced by our developed bionic products. Faced with such a grim reality, Long Hao swallowed slightly, a whirlwind of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Are you suggesting they are no longer what we typically define as humans? Saljak nodded. Indeed. They have transcended humanity. At least, their bodies no longer resemble those of conventional humans. They more closely resemble advanced robots, capable of lifting several tons and seeing clearly in darkness. In many respects, they surpass human capabilities, and we refer to them as the new humans. Upon hearing this, Long Hao fell silent for a moment, deeply studying Saljak before turning his gaze toward the vast starry sky outside. Your technology is truly astonishing, he lamented. Yet I cannot help but wonder, what about them? These new beings whose corporeal forms have been entirely replaced? Can they still retain their souls, their thoughts and emotions? Saljak refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a seemingly simple yet profoundly intricate question. Even with their entire bodies supplanted by bionic components, they continue to experience the typical human sensations of pain, joy, fear, and affection. And what of their memories? Are their memories still intact? Long Hao pressed on, increasingly eager to clarify these matters. It was as though memories had become the final thread connecting individuals to their bodies, to the past, to the present, and even to the future. A magnificent electronic tapestry unfolded before his eyes, as shimmering lights illuminated Saljak's profound gaze, reflecting the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Memories, Saljak replied candidly, have always endured. Through technology, we extract the memories from the human brain and preserve them within bionic minds. Each memory is retained with remarkable clarity, even more complete than what is recorded in a biological brain. Long Hao allowed the weight of these revelations to envelop his thoughts in a moment of silent contemplation. Digesting this information, he gazed out at the endless starlight, pondering the challenges that this society might face. His thoughts raced through his mind, and ultimately, he articulated the question that lingered unspoken among them all. What of their souls? Do they still possess the fundamental human qualities of religion, belief, morality, and emotion? At a critical juncture, Saljak turned to him, responding with a voice deep and resonant. I cannot say for certain, Mr. Long Hao. This is an answer we all seek. What we do know is that they still experience emotions. They can live life fully. They can laugh, cry, doubt, and hope. But the soul, we cannot measure it, and we do not know if it remains. In that moment, Long Hao sensed an intangible connection forged between himself and Saljak. All their concerns, uncertainties, fears, and hopes intertwined within this bond. They both understood that this moment held the weight of the future world's fate. Then, Long Hao continued his inquiry. Do your new beings still hold onto religious beliefs and moral values? His question rippled through the air like a stone cast into a lake, creating waves of contemplation. Saljak regarded Long Hao with a gaze laden with complexity, yet at that moment, he did not respond immediately, especially as he began to turn his attention towards the profound depths outside the window, his expression shifting to one of confusion and complexity. Chapter 193, The Legacy of Technology. No, Saljak elongated his tone, holding his breath. At least, from our observations, technology cannot replace anything. Their memories persist, each fragment retained by the bionic brain, every moment of sensation, the unmitigated agony of the body, all exist vividly. However, matters of religion, belief, and morality remain beyond our comprehension. These words struck Dragon Hao's heart like a colossal stone, sending ripples across the tranquil lake of his soul. Gazing into the depths of the starry cosmos outside, Saljak's voice echoed incessantly in his ears, reverberating within his mind. In that moment, the two worlds they represented seemed to manifest their distinct forms within this swaying circle of light, intertwining, colliding, and permeating one another. Thus, Saljak turned his gaze toward the man whose demeanor had silently transformed. They are a new breed of humans, or rather, they transcend humanity. Their existence, struggles, and hopes, having endured all suffering while cherishing every joy, have shaped their essence. Their emotions, thoughts, memories, and bodily experiences have forged their identity. They are who they are, a new kind of human. Dragon Hao's expression shifted once more, his saliva slipping silently down his throat. He could hear the thunderous beat of his heart. Striving to contest Saljak's proclamation, he realized he could not accept this reality, at least not at this moment. His world suddenly blurred, and under the weight of this immense pressure, his heart felt as heavy as a mountain. Do you truly believe all of this? His voice emerged soft and hoarse. Saljak gently lifted his head, his profound gaze shimmering in the starlight. We are merely attempting to understand them in our way. After all, they're a part of us. A part? Dragon Hao felt both bewildered and fearful. He scanned his surroundings, unable to comprehend this world, his world. You are insane. His lips trembled as he spoke. This is utter chaos, unimaginable chaos. Moreover, everything here has been crafted by humanity. It is human technology, human science, human intellect. Dragon Hao closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling, pain gripping his heart, a pain he could not name. That which is created by humanity cannot diverge from humanity. The man's words seemed to penetrate from the depths of his being, locking onto Saljak. Yet, Saljak remained unresponsive, silently observing Dragon Hao with a piercing gaze. As if trying to dissect his innermost thoughts, he turned to gaze out the window, remaining silent for a considerable time, before finally speaking with a tremor in his voice. As for your question, we, too, have no answers. Dragon Hao, Saljak spoke deeply, a slight smile gracing his lips, I tell you. Upholding the technology of your ancestors is a magnificent chapter for our faction. Yet, as we delve into your scientific narrative, a shadow of concern lingers perpetually in our minds. Gazing upon the splendid prosperity of our blue planet, if not for our ascents and descents, and if not for the guidance of the stars, perhaps we would still wander lost in confusion. Thus, the invitation for your visit was extended in hopes that you might witness how your ancestors bestowed upon us technological support and aided our growth. We also wish for you to share your reflections, which would serve as encouragement for us. Long Hao's breath quickened abruptly, a chill creeping up his spine. He attempted to engage his mind, striving to comprehend the implications of Saljak's words, yet everything remained shrouded in ambiguity, distant and surreal. You, how do you? His voice quivered with disbelief. Indeed, Saljak replied slowly, as you have heard, we, the Remkarians, have been favored by your ancestors from the blue planet. Millions of years ago, we faced a predicament akin to yours, and through the development of mineral energy, we ushered in a new era. However, they recognized that mere technology was insufficient. It must be accompanied by virtue and wisdom. Thus, they quelled our disputes and taught us how to avoid repeating our mistakes. Saljak's gaze was profound, as if traversing endless time to revisit the epics he described. When they departed, they left behind the star marker of your blue planet, he continued. A symbol connecting us, signifying growth and hope. They proclaimed that when this marker illuminates, it would be the moment we extend technological support and assistance. They foresaw this moment and established a project known as the Starlight Initiative. Through this endeavor, they aspired to ignite new hope in the distant future, allowing the light of wisdom to pierce the darkness of this universe. Long Hao listened in astonishment, feeling as though he had swallowed a cold star. An overwhelming surge of emotion and responsibility welling up within him. Such a monumental secret, one that had endured the passage of millions of years, transcending nebulae and solitary missions, had fallen upon his shoulders. Every inch of his spine felt significant at that moment, a legacy of history and a summons for the future. He slowly raised his gaze, locking eyes with this interstellar witness of history before him, and resolved firmly. I understand. Long Hao steadied his voice. I shall inherit this Starlight Initiative. We, the inhabitants of the blue planet, will learn to harness your technology. We shall illuminate our world with the light of wisdom and safeguard the peace of this universe. In that instant, silence enveloped the room, with only the eternal flow of starlight outside the window continuing its celestial dance. The fates of two worlds were, at that moment, irrevocably intertwined. Chapter 194. The Promise of the Remkalians. Long Hao, Saljak initiated the conversation with warmth. You deserve a gift. He directed his thoughts, summoning them to the forefront. As two schematics based on Quantek's foundational logic, designs for a lightweight mech and an interstellar firearm, were seamlessly encoded into Long Hao's mind via the neural network of this intelligent edifice. He inclined his head slightly, regarding the other with an encouraging gaze. You may confirm receipt, he added with a smile. Do not worry, there will be no adverse effects. Simply receive quietly and take a moment to discern the structural intricacies, and you may return. He paused briefly, allowing Long Hao to absorb the information before resuming the dialogue. Listen closely. We Remkalians are a race that thrives through collaboration. Saljak's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Naturally, we wish to foster greater cooperation with you, the inhabitants of Blue Planet. He hesitated, his rugged visage illuminated by an unusual radiance. For I believe, he emphatically reiterated, the Blue Planet shall rise once more, advancing to a stage more formidable than that of your ancestors, bringing forth a beacon of hope for all sentient beings. Yes, Long Hao replied, his gaze unwavering as it met Soljak's. The flames of conviction within him blazed ever brighter, as if all his doubts had been reduced to ashes in that moment. I will carry your hopes back to Earth, collaborating with our fellow Earthlings to forge a glorious future. Though I cannot guarantee a flawless destiny for the Blue Planet, I hold a steadfast belief that we must strive and embrace challenges. The path ahead, rife with trials, will be abundant in creation and transformation. We shall be the pioneers, and also the innovators of tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you for bestowing upon us hope and support. I am acutely aware of your sincere desire for our well-being, and I, on behalf of my world, accept your blessings and trust. Long Hao declared resolutely, we shall cherish our alliance and endeavor to safeguard our homeland, along with this universe. I concur with your sentiments. The Blue Planet will undoubtedly evolve into a phase surpassing that of our ancestors. His gaze remained steadfast upon Soljak, filled with fervor and determination. He understood that this was a profound expression of trust from the Rimkalians towards Earth, a pledge of camaraderie and expectation. He locked his eyes with Soljak, etching this deep gratitude and resolve into his heart. Farewell, Soljak, Long Hao addressed his interstellar friend. I look forward to our next encounter. I am confident it will herald a Blue Planet transformed, a new self emerging. Upon completing the entire knowledge transfer process, Long Hao experienced an unprecedented weariness, a fatigue of the spirit. Despite having engaged in no physical exertion, it felt as though countless stars danced and flickered within the ocean of his consciousness, weaving together a vast tapestry of interstellar imagery. He stood opposite Soljak, their gazes filled with mutual appreciation and understanding. Long Hao understood that at this very moment, they had traversed an expanse of countless light years, forging not merely a physical connection, but also a profound bridge of spirit and emotion. Well, he said, pressing his lips together, overwhelmed by an indescribable sentiment, I must take my leave. My planet, my people, still require my guidance and protection. Soljak nodded in agreement. Although his facial expressions were markedly different from those of Earthlings, Long Hao felt an unmistakable sense of blessing and hope emanating from his eyes. They both recognized that this parting was not merely for a fleeting reunion, but rather for the promise of a brighter future for their two races. Farewell, my friend, Long Hao uttered sincerely, as his form began to emit a soft glow, resonating in harmony with the surrounding air. With a gentle flicker, his presence began to blur, as if dissolving into the atmosphere. The interplay of technology and mystique rendered him akin to a fleeting comet traversing the cosmos, gradually vanishing within the confines of the room. Soljak stood in silence, quietly observing Long Hao's departure until his figure had completely dissipated. The room still held a lingering warmth from Long Hao. Yet the exquisite memories began to fade like a fleeting dream, carried away by the winds of the universe. A new chapter unfolded on the journey of millions towards Earth. Long Hao brought with him renewed hope and advanced technology, along with a vision of understanding and cooperation between Blue Planet and the cosmic races. He felt the starlight guiding him as he resolutely embarked on his journey home. Chapter 195, The Direction of Scientific Research on Blue Star. Within the military district of Huagua, Long Hao drove his Zhou to a certain military area in the western city. After undergoing numerous identity verifications, he finally gained access to the core zone. Upon parking the Zhou, Long Hao entered to find the massive iron gate already ajar, revealing a throng of individuals clad in dark attire. Wang Quan stood at the center of the assembly, flanked by esteemed scientists and experts from various fields. His upright figure, illuminated by the intense projection lights, appeared even more pronounced, reminiscent of a solitary yet resolute commander. His gaze was profound and composed, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of those before him. He surveyed the crowd, filled with unwavering determination, for he understood that they were on the brink of a challenge that would determine the fate of Blue Star, and they would serve as the pivotal element in this monumental battle. He scanned the crowded seats flanking the conference table, noting that the assembly comprised the most brilliant scientists, exceptional researchers, and insightful leaders of Blue Star. They had converged here from diverse fields and backgrounds, united in their confrontation of the challenges and hopes that lay ahead. Each individual's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Despite the formidable nature of their task, no one exhibited fear or hesitation. Their gazes reflected not only resolve and passion, but also an insatiable curiosity for the unknown and an unwavering commitment. Wang Quan inhaled deeply, aware that the moment had arrived. With steadfast focus, he fixed his gaze upon the vast screen ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he commenced the next unknown journey. Esteemed colleagues, let us commence. Next, Long Hao will elucidate the knowledge of extraterrestrial worlds, he declared, his voice resonating with conviction and confidence. The air seemed to crystallize at his words, igniting a fervor among those gathered in the conference room. In that instant, the future of Blue Star lay firmly within their grasp. Long Hao took a deep breath, his fingers twitching slightly, and instantly, a breathtaking scene materialized on the holographic screen. It was a video he had recorded on Rimchax, showcasing towering skyscrapers, soaring starships, and the luminous brilliance of advanced technology illuminating the night sky, reminiscent of a civilization that had transcended Earth and entered the realm of interstellar advancement. This is Rimchax. What you see is a glimpse of the world I documented during my exploration of the planet. His voice, enhanced by the holographic projection, seemed both ethereal and captivating. Yet it conveyed his resolve and bravery. He pointed to a skyscraper within the hologram. This edifice is constructed from self-repairing materials, should it sustain damage. It can autonomously restore itself, significantly reducing the need for manual repairs. He then gestured towards the flying starships. The propulsion systems of these vessels differ vastly from our existing technology. They employ anti-gravity technology, allowing for seamless traversal through space, thereby facilitating swifter and more convenient interstellar travel. Continuing his explanation with clarity and depth, he drew comparisons between each technological advancement and Earth's current capabilities, enabling the scientists and experts present to gain a more vivid understanding of the technological prowess exhibited on Rimchax. Under the resonance of his voice, the scenes on the holographic screen appeared so vivid that individuals felt as though they could immerse themselves in the awe-inspiring realm of interstellar technology. Despite confronting the unknown, they brimmed with hope, anticipating the opportunity to harness this technology to usher Blue Star into a new era of interstellar civilization. As he neared the conclusion of his address, Long Hao's tone was imbued with exhilaration and optimism. The audience, captivated and attentive, understood that they were partaking in the prologue of a monumental epic. Comrades, the technology from Rimcha Star illuminates a pathway for our future, Long Hao declared, his gaze sweeping across each individual present, his tone saturated with confidence and expectation. What we have acquired transcends mere technological advancements. It signifies the dawn of an entirely new era. He continued, each word resonating powerfully within the conference room. Rimcha Star has shared with us their blueprints for mechas and interstellar firearms. These will be pivotal in enhancing our defensive capabilities. With his gestures, the holographic display shimmered, unveiling several blueprints, including the structural designs of colossal mechas and the schematics for interstellar guns, with every detail meticulously rendered. This was a symbol of knowledge and strength, a beacon of hope in the fight against otherworldly invasions to safeguard their homeland. In accordance with confidentiality protocols, relevant researchers may obtain these blueprints from me after signing a non-disclosure agreement. Long Hao's voice rang resolute and composed, his countenance exuding unwavering determination. He recognized the formidable challenges that lay ahead, yet sharing this technological knowledge would enable them to stand shoulder to shoulder with extraterrestrial races, fostering unity among all beings on Blue Star to confront the impending unknown. This marked the inception of shared victories and crises, a confluence of technological wisdom and courage. They would grow stronger through this collaboration, whether on the path of cognitive development or on the battlefield against otherworldly incursions. This moment signified a pivotal turn in history, a launch into the future. Chapter 196. The mysterious veil. Long Hao felt the fervent gazes directed at him immediately following the conclusion of the meeting. The generals from the Army, Navy, and Air Force fixated upon him, their eyes sharp and brimming with anticipation for future technologies. He recognized their desire for the interstellar technology blueprints, hoping to implement these advancements for their nation. Long Hao understood their eagerness. After all, it was a manifestation of their commitment to the innovation of weaponry technology and the future of national defense. Nonetheless, he approached the situation with caution. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards a familiar face, Wang Quan. He was a friend of amicable disposition and sound judgment, as well as Long Hao's liaison within the military. Long Hao knew that entrusting such technology to Wang Quan was the most prudent course of action. Clearing his throat to capture the attention of the assembly, Long Hao spoke slowly, "Generals, I comprehend your concerns, but these technologies cannot simply be distributed at my whim, particularly when it pertains to crucial national defense technologies. I cannot afford to make hasty decisions. Moreover, I lack the authority to do so." The atmosphere became charged with tension. However, Long Hao did not relent. He turned to the anxious officers. Therefore, Long Hao's voice remained steady and resolute. I have decided to delegate the responsibility of distributing these blueprints to someone I trust, Wang Quan. I am confident that he will make the most appropriate decisions. The generals fell silent, exchanging glances before collectively turning their attention to Wang Quan. All eyes were now seeking insight into the impending developments. Long Hao's decision heralded a new phase. The technological blueprints he introduced would serve as a new impetus, propelling the scientific community on Earth towards advancement, with the allocation and management resting in the hands of Wang Quan, the representative of national defense. Since Long Hao's decision was made public, his reputation within the military steadily ascended. It seemed that everyone recognized him as a prodigious talent with innovative capabilities. His ability to connect with extraterrestrial technologies, even those advanced enough to shine on interstellar battlefields, only augmented his popularity within military circles. Whenever new technologies emerged, they ignited a fervor akin to a volcano ready to erupt, especially when he unveiled new technological blueprints. The frenzy among the military personnel resembled that of ravenous beasts in pursuit of sustenance. They were willing to go to any lengths to obtain his innovations. An increasing number of individuals became aware that this Asian named Long Hao was not merely a researcher. He was a formidable advocate capable of reinterpreting technology and facilitating its practical application. His endeavors encompassed not only the research and development of new technologies, but also a relentless pursuit to integrate these advancements into military and practical scenarios, ensuring that extraterrestrial technology genuinely served humanity on Earth. He emerged as the most influential technological innovator in the military, a figure capable of conjuring various groundbreaking technologies. In this age of extraterrestrial technological influx, he was not only a leader, but also a catalyst. Since Long Hao ascended to the position of CEO of Stellar Technologies, his profile was classified as top secret. In the publicly available materials of Stellar Technology, he is portrayed as an entrepreneur with a profound technological background, making significant contributions to the advancement of technological innovation. However, a veil of mystery shrouds his past experiences, academic credentials, and true identity. Within the military's archives, only a handful of meticulously secured documents provide a glimpse into Long Hao's history, accessible solely to officials and researchers with the highest clearance. Enveloped in a tightly fortified cyber defense system, Long Hao's personal information is safeguarded by multiple layers of encryption, rendering even the most formidable hackers incapable of breaching the depths of this military network. Due to the sensitive nature of Long Hao's identity, it poses a potential threat to the technological progress of certain nations, leading to a deliberate obfuscation of his persona in the public sphere to avert unnecessary complications and dangers. As a representative of stellar technology, Long Hao has stirred considerable excitement among the populace, yet few truly comprehend the intricacies of his multifaceted identity. Inquiries into his personal data are subjected to rigorous scrutiny and control to ensure that no information jeopardizing national security is disclosed. Through this meticulous approach, the enigmatic veil surrounding Long Hao's true identity remains intact, with his personal information, akin to the highest state secrets, fiercely protected beneath layers of encryption. Seated in the office of Stellar Technology, Long Hao clutches a silver mouse, his gaze deeply fixed on the electronic screen before him. The display is filled with various research reports and data on technological developments, yet his thoughts linger on the recent events that have unfolded. His brow furrows, emotions swirling complexly across his visage. He reflects on the moment he was struck by lightning, how he came to grasp extraterrestrial technology, how he navigated the pressures from the military, and how he steered Stellar Technology to the forefront of innovation. Each phase and every innovation was propelled by his judgment and courage, guiding both Stellar Technology and Earth's scientific community forward. However, he senses that something crucial has been lost along this lengthy journey, a vital element that is of utmost importance. He closes his eyes, striving to rediscover that which he has forgotten, as memories replay in his mind, fervently seeking the elusive detail that has slipped through his grasp. Chapter 197. The Limits of Human Endurance. A sudden glimmer illuminated Long Hao's eyes, akin to a beacon piercing through dense fog. He recalled a crucial detail that he had overlooked, the inherent limitations of humanity. He hastily seized the encrypted phone on his desk, dialing the military's direct line to connect with his trusted comrade, Wang Quan. Wang Quan, our technology is soaring. Everything appears to be splendid. Yet there lies a pressing issue I have just realized. Long Hao spoke with urgency, his tone imbued with a sense of immediacy. It pertains to the human factor, our physical and psychological capacities. While our technological advancements are remarkable, the majority of humanity has not progressed in tandem. Observe our space exploration team. Despite their specialized training, they still struggle to acclimatize to the cosmic environment. If we are confronted with extraterrestrial threats, our limitations could become a fatal vulnerability. Wang Quan listened intently on the other end, sensing Long Hao's deep-seated concern. Are you suggesting that even with advanced technology, if our endurance is inadequate, it would be of no avail? Precisely, Long Hao continued to elucidate. We may develop formidable weaponry and master cutting-edge tactics. Yet the question remains whether our soldiers and even the general populace can survive potential extraterrestrial assaults. This is a grave concern. We cannot solely focus on technological advancements while neglecting the enhancement of humanity itself. Wang Quan fell into contemplative silence, and after a long pause, he replied, "What would you have me do? We must devise a comprehensive series of plans to initiate extreme training for humanity, not only physically, but also psychologically. We need to advance in sync with technology. This may be a long and arduous journey, but if we wish to endure under extraterrestrial threats, it is a path we must tread." Moreover, Long Hao paused, an undeniable firmness resonating in his voice. We can no longer disregard the issue of human endurance. Otherwise, we shall possess technology, yet remain vulnerable. Wang Quan acknowledged the urgency and pledged to commence relevant tasks immediately. Long Hao ended the call, his gaze once again fixating on the screen ahead, his expression solidifying with resolve. The emergence of this issue signified yet another challenge for stellar technology and his personal research, while simultaneously presenting a significant opportunity for the evolution of humanity as a whole. Open system search for medications and training programs to overcome human limitations. Long Hao's eyes were glued to the system interface, his heart seemingly synchronizing with each line of data that unfolded. His hand trembled slightly as the sound of his keystrokes reverberated softly in the quiet office. Soon, his search request yielded results, and the interface illuminated with a dazzling array of products, the figures in the price column causing one's heart to race at first glance. The Olympian Elixir, enhancing bodily functions to their utmost limit, priced at 100,000 star coins per bottle. Should one desire to acquire the technology and production line, the cost rises to 138 million star coins. The ArnesNet mental array, significantly amplifying psychological strength, priced at 300,000 star coins per skill orb. For those aspiring to become franchisees and illuminate the authorization in bulk, the price escalates to 627 million star coins. A resolute glimmer shone in Long Hao's eyes. He understood that every sacrifice made in the face of potential extraterrestrial threats was worthwhile. With unwavering determination, he pressed the purchase production line button, witnessing a swift depletion of his bank balance. Yet, not a trace of hesitation or regret marred his countenance. For him, making decisions was far more comforting than dwelling in doubt. Upon completion of the purchase, Long Hao immediately connected to the main system of Star Technology, embarking on the design and planning of an extensive enhancement initiative. This undertaking was poised to be a monumental investment, potentially consuming all available resources. Yet it might also yield a chance for survival, an opportunity of paramount importance to Long Hao. In the stillness of the night, Long Hao gazed through the window at the distant stars. He recognized that this endeavor was not merely a battle against alien threats, but also a pathway for personal and collective growth for humanity. He gently embraced Leng Yun, speaking softly, "My dear, I have developed a potion to enhance physical limits and a formation to augment mental strength. I will transmit the relevant information to you via brainwaves, hoping you can discreetly establish a production line. It is imperative to keep this a secret. It is for military use and must remain unknown to the outside world." Leng Yun lifted her gaze, meeting the steadfast and earnest look in Long Hao's eyes, and replied softly, "I understand. I will do it." The starlight of the night enveloped the Star Technology Laboratory, casting a gentle glow in every corner. Just as Long Hao embraced Leng Yun, preparing to share the information with her, a figure approached from the distance. It was Johnny, Long Hao's girlfriend and secretary, the most reliable cybersecurity expert at Star Technology. Long Hao turned to face Johnny, his eyes reflecting appreciation and trust. He recognized the critical importance of establishing an impeccable cybersecurity defense for the production line. Fully aware of Johnny's capabilities, "Cybersecurity is another battlefield for us," Long Hao stated with a calm yet powerful tone. "I need you to ensure the absolute security of the production line's network information, connecting it to the Star monitoring system, filtering and monitoring every data packet. I do not wish for any information regarding our production line to be leaked, whether intentionally or unintentionally." Johnny nodded, excitement sparkling in her eyes. For her, combating hacking intrusions or preventing cyber espionage was akin to a game from which she derived boundless enjoyment. "Leave it to me." "How?" Johnny replied confidently, playfully slipping under Long Hao's other arm. "I will establish an unassailable cybersecurity barrier right here." Chapter 198, The Unknown Interstellar Challenge within the highest echelons of Star Technology's clandestine chamber. The walls are not adorned with mere glass, but are fortified with blocks of high-strength stellar alloy. In this dimly lit room, a complex stream of data pulsates on the screen. Johnny, the foremost cybersecurity expert at Star Technology, is engrossed in the meticulous analysis of each data packet, ensuring that no information escapes undetected. Her gaze is as sharp as a blade, and any anomaly she uncovers is swiftly marked and eradicated. Her mind operates like a supercomputer, capable of grasping the macro perspective while intricately managing every detail. Beside her, Leng Yun sits in serene contemplation, her profound eyes traversing the dense information of stellar pharmacology and formations, silently devising the most covert and efficient production plan. The silent and profound rapport between the two women requires no spoken words. Their trust and reliance on one another are as steadfast and eternal as the stars. Long Hao serves not only as their shared pillar in the realm of scientific research, but also as a sanctuary for their souls in the emotional domain. Such a close relationship naturally extends into every facet of their lives, including the intertwined nights they share. In those moments following sunset, when the stars rise, their emotions and bodies converge as one. For Long Hao, Johnny and Leng Yun not only fulfill his inner void, but also enrich his strength. In the battles against alien threats, they are indispensable allies. Within this tightly knit team, every decision and interaction transcends mere commands, becoming a manifestation of love, trust, and collaboration. In adversity, this intimate solidarity will serve as the most precious bond. Regardless of the challenges faced, it will stand as the final and most formidable shield. The alarm bells of the laboratory reverberate like thunder, shattering the tranquil night. Long Hao abruptly rises, seizing the secure phone from the workbench, fully aware that this call bears significant weight. "This is Long Hao. What is the situation?" His voice is urgent and forceful, his brow furrowed, and a piercing light flashes in his star-like eyes. On the other end of the line, the tone is grave and pressing. "Major Long, the Sky-Eye Monitoring Center reports that an unidentified interstellar fleet is approaching Blue Star at an alarming speed. We are unable to gather specific data, but it is confirmed that they are equipped with advanced interstellar navigation technology." Long Hao's countenance darkens further. After hanging up, he remains silent for a moment. Leng Yun and Johnny, sensing his unease, immediately reach out for clarification. "An unknown interstellar challenge is heading our way." Long Hao informs them of the Sky-Eye Monitoring Center's message, his voice calm, yet resolute. "We must prepare ourselves." Leng Yun shifts her gaze from the star map, contemplating for a brief moment. "If the new interstellar fleet arrives, it could impact our defenses. I need to update the parameters of the monitoring system." Johnny releases her grip on the terminal, her fingers tracing the air as she activates the communication command system. "We need to alert others, maintain vigilance, and immediately conduct a reverse analysis of the interstellar fleet to gather as much information as possible." Long Hao lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with intensity akin to searchlights. "Leng Yun, you are responsible for ensuring the safety of the Star Laboratory. Report any anomalies immediately. Johnny, utilize every resource and network technology at your disposal to monitor the movements of this interstellar force." His commands were succinct and resolute, embodying the demeanor of a true leader. Both individuals understood the gravity of the situation, nodding in acknowledgement before swiftly dispersing. The laboratory's lights blazed throughout the night, and all security and monitoring systems were set to their highest alert status. Standing in the expansive Star Laboratory, Long Hao's gaze was profound as he peered into the distance. Shrouded in mist, a tumultuous blend of anxiety and exhilaration surged within him. Johnny approached briskly, clutching a stack of documents, his expression clouded with concern. "Long, our latest analysis reveals that the technological prowess of this interstellar fleet far exceeds our current capabilities, particularly their energy systems, of which we are completely unaware." Leng Yun's face mirrored his worry, her tactical tablet incessantly beeping as the satellite surveillance in space relayed the latest crisis information. "Long, this will be an unprecedented confrontation. The enemy's strength is beyond imagination. You must exercise caution." Long Hao inhaled deeply, his steadfast gaze igniting with fierce determination. "I comprehend your concerns, but this is a challenge we must confront. Behind us lies the entirety of our planet, There is no retreat. I believe we can face any uncertainty. A flicker of unease lingered in Leng Yun's eyes, her brow furrowed with apprehension. You must ensure your safety. You are our most vital tactical commander. And your intellect is an invaluable weapon we cannot afford to lose. Johnny joined in the chorus of concern, nodding emphatically. Leng is correct. Long, your safety is paramount. You cannot take any unnecessary risks. Long Hao nodded, his fervor bubbling to the surface as he turned decisively toward the command center. I have resolved to head to the Space Combat Command Center. It is my battlefield, and it is where I shall achieve victory. His words resonated with a profound sense of responsibility and purpose. Although the two before him were laden with worry, they could only silently support his unwavering resolve. Leng Yun cast one last glance at him. Go, be careful. Ensure our triumph in this conflict. Long Hao accepted this weighty charge, setting forth towards the Space Combat Command Center. Amidst the stars and the haze of battle, he was poised to face a formidable challenge that would test both technology and valor. Chapter 199, The Recruitment Order in the Space Operations Command Center of Huan Nation. Long Hao strode purposefully, one hand gripping an opulent space travel case containing a treasure trove of 10,000 vials of the Olympian panacea, while the other held a batch authorization technical disc inscribed with the ARNESnet heart array. The atmosphere within the command center was charged with an unprecedented tension and urgency. Lights illuminated every nook and cranny, pulsating like a myriad of electrical impulses, each countenance marked by solemnity and anxiety. Behind Long Hao, the terminal's lights flickered to life, a cascade of intricate codes unfurling, indicating the command system was functioning optimally. Soon, the technological apparatus within the center began to hum, resonating with power and intensity. At the behest of King Quan, a flurry of keystrokes erupted from the laboratory, each individual poised and ready to confront the impending fierce battle. As data streamed forth, the rapidly oscillating lines on the screens symbolized the myriad of information they were collating. Long Hao surveyed the command center, a resolute decision forming in his mind, and turned to King Quan. Your Majesty, the situation is decidedly unfavorable, yet not devoid of hope. We must act with utmost urgency. First, we require the swift selection of 10,000 physically robust soldiers. Time is of the essence. We must enhance their physical capabilities with remarkable speed. King Quan nodded in agreement. Proceed. Share your plan. I have authorized access to the ARNESnet heart array, and in conjunction with the Olympian panacea I carry, we can conduct intensive enhancement training for the soldiers. Long Hao elaborated, envisioning the convergence of this formidable power. Upon completion of their training, they must be equipped with the most advanced interstellar firearms. Such a force may stand a chance against the adversary. A glimmer of determination flashed in King Quan's eyes. Is it merely 10,000? Surely that is insufficient. I intend to provide you with the finest weapons. Resources are not a concern. That will suffice, Long Hao interjected, revealing his resolve. Any more than 10,000 soldiers would dilute the efficacy of the array and the elixir. This cohort must be the elite of the elite. Understood. King Quan acknowledged gravely. They will be rapidly summoned here, and you shall personally select them. We will deploy you to the front lines via the spaceborne aircraft carrier. As for the interstellar firearms, they're already being urgently assembled. Long Hao nodded in agreement. I require only the best. Time is of the essence. These 10,000 soldiers shall be celestial warriors, forming the strongest defensive blue star against the onslaught of the interstellar fleet. King Quan regarded him with admiration and approval. You have not disappointed me, Long. This time, I am counting on you. Long Hao returned the gaze with unwavering determination. To fight for human civilization is an obligation I shall not forsake. Thus, the command center became even more tightly wound and bustling, the call to arms reverberating as an impending confrontation with the interstellar fleet loomed on the horizon. The Royal Authority mobilized approximately 20,000 troops to arrive at the training grounds of the Space Combat Command Center, all for the sake of the nation's future and the hope of humanity. Long Hao stood atop the elevated platform at the forefront of the drill site, his expression grave as he surveyed the vast assembly of fully armed soldiers. His voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resonated in the ears of each soldier. Chapter 200. Pre-war mobilization. Our chances of victory this time stand at a mere one. Those who fear for their lives, who have wives and children at home, step forward. This is not considered desertion. The ground still requires your presence. Yet, in response to Long Hao's rallying call, the training ground remained eerily silent. Not a soul stirred, nor did a voice speak out. The soldiers' eyes reflected unwavering determination and resoluteness. They might be husbands, fathers, or sons, but at this moment, they were acutely aware of their mission. From Long Hao's vantage point, surveying this scene, a wave of emotion surged within him, mingled with the weight of responsibility. He understood profoundly that these soldiers had set aside their own lives and deaths. They were driven by hearts devoted to their country and its people. Since none of you have faltered, I shall assume that you are all willing to share the fate of the nation, Long Hao declared. His voice trembling, yet each word resonated with strength. Our journey may be fraught with thorns, yet as long as we unite as one, no obstacle can impede our advance. As the soldiers absorbed his impassioned words, their conviction solidified. The training ground was quiet, yet within that silence lingered an unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. They faced a task that seemed nearly insurmountable, but they chose to forge ahead, driven solely by the desire to protect their loved ones and the nation they cherished deeply. Long Hao shouted with fervor, "You must understand that war is brutal, rife with uncertainty, and may even lead to death. By choosing to stay, you are opting to confront the most harrowing trials and the bloodiest of rights. Prepare for action, soldiers, grip your weapons tightly. It is only in the harshest of environments that we can forge the sharpest of warriors. Among you, I will mercilessly eliminate half." He gazed upon the proud soldiers. "Only the most exceptional, the most resilient, the most fearless 10,000. To be among the elite is both your honor and your duty." His voice resonated with authority. "Every one of you must be ready to shoulder this heavy burden. You, these 10,000 elite, shall accompany me in unraveling the mysteries of the interstellar foes and in crafting a new chapter in the annals of human history." On the training ground, the blazing sun scorched every inch of earth, the air thick with heat and determination. The grueling rounds of training felt like endless torment. Yet they genuinely tested the endurance and limits of each soldier. Physical training, simulated combat, psychological warfare, each task was a meticulously designed trial by Long Hao, ruthlessly eliminating the unfit. The soldiers, drenched in sweat, moved with increasing vigor. Each gunshot, each crawl through the trenches, was a fierce confrontation with their own limits. Fatigue and pain alternated like night and day, yet no one complained. Only the deepest resilience within their hearts propelled them forward. As training progressed, some collapsed from exhaustion. Others withdrew under psychological strain, and some were cruelly eliminated for lacking combat skills. Yet, no one uttered words of surrender. Each challenge was a test of life and death. Fear had long since evaporated from their hearts, replaced by the pride of a soldier and a steadfast commitment to their country and its people. At last, only 10,000 elite soldiers remained on the training ground. In their eyes sparkled an indomitable light, and within their veins coursed the fervent blood of determination. They understood that they would stand as the pride of their nation, the strongest bulwark against the interstellar fleet. Long Hao gazed at the remaining 10,000, a flicker of satisfaction and admiration crossing his eyes. He strode forward, positioning himself before the valiant soldiers, his voice quivering with emotion. "You are all individuals of remarkable courage and exceptional skill. I take immense pride in you. Henceforth, you shall officially serve as the vanguard in this interstellar conflict." With his proclamation, the training ground erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause. A celebration not only of their own honor, but also in tribute to the comrades who had devoted themselves diligently during training.